I am a proud graduate of the music department at a communication university, and I thought my future was bright, but things turned out to be a complete mess. I was just dumped by my girlfriend, and she even harshly extorted a hefty youth loss fee from me, leaving me feeling utterly depressed. But just at that moment, a strange phone call came in, saying that the national goddess Yanwana was about to give birth, the child was mine, and I needed to go to the hospital to sign the papers. I thought it was a scam at first. There's no such good fortune falling from the sky. But after confirming via video, I was completely stunned. It really was her. Chapter 1 just broke up. The goddess asked me to go to the hospital to sign papers. Let's break up. At dusk, sitting in the corner by the window at the company, Lin Dong, who was busy working overtime, received a message from his girlfriend. At that moment, Lin Dong looked at the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window, feeling it was just like their love. Okay. Lin Dong replied with 3 characters and intended to continue working. Then, the other party sent another message. As for the bag, necklace, phone, ring, and stuff you gave me, I won't be returning them. They're not worth much anyway, and I guess your future girlfriend won't like these second-hand things. Just consider it compensation for my lost youth. Smile. Seeing such shameless demands from the other side, a surge of anger welled up in Lin Dong's heart. Not worth much? Damn it, I spent all the hard-earned money I made besides rent and daily meals buying you these things, and you're telling me they're not worth much? I really must have been blind back then to have ended up with a woman like that. Just then, an unknown call suddenly came in. Lin Dong immediately answered the phone. Lin Dong? Come to Jiahui International Hospital. A cold but slightly weary voice came through the receiver. Jiahui International Hospital? Isn't that the famous private hospital of China overseas? Who are you? Why do you want me to come over? Lin Dong asked. For some reason, he always felt that the voice on the phone sounded a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The other party was silent for a moment. I am Yang Wanner. I am about to give birth. The child is yours. You. Click. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lin Dong directly hung up the phone. Damn it. These days, are people so blatant about finding a scapegoat? Just casually making a call and asking someone to take the fall? Yang Wanner? Do you think just by taking the name of a national goddess, you can fool me? Dream on. Who knows, maybe even having a child was fake. They just wanted to scam money. That said, even if it really is Yang Wanner, if she wants me to be the fallback guy, I still need to ask if we'll have a married life together. If yes, then I'll go along a few times before running away. Exciting. Hey. Just as Lin Dong was about to take the bus back to the company to work overtime and grab some dinner, his phone rang again. This time, it was a landline number calling. Is this Lin Dong? A calm voice with a hint of authority came through. It's me. Who is this? Lin Dong asked. The other party said, I am Zhang Minen, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Jiahui International Hospital. The mother of your child is pregnant with triplets, unable to deliver naturally, and needs a cesarean section. We are waiting for you to sign the consent form now. Hurry over. Triplets? Are scammers nowadays this aware? The country just encouraged having a third child, and you go and give me triplets? Lin Dong immediately said impatiently, are you guys done? First pretending to be pregnant, and now pretending to be doctors? And triplets? If you're this talented, why not go make movies? The entertainment industry damn well needs people like you. The other party? The other party was furious. You are simply unreasonable. You have to understand. If something happens, that's 4 lives at stake. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to say, die if you want. But somehow, the words stopped at the tip of his tongue and were never spoken. How can you prove you're not lying to me? Lin Dong asked. The other party was silent for a moment and said, add me on WeChat. I'll show you the video. Lin Dong, okay. Anyway, it's just adding a friend, no way to scam money. After a brief operation, the live connection started. Then, Linny saw a room decorated like a hospital ward. The room was large, with only one hospital bed. It was a single room. A pale-faced woman was half lying on the bed, looking at the camera. Lin Dong, I am Yang Wanner. Do you still remember that night 9 months ago at the Flying Bird Bar? 9 months ago? Flying Bird Bar? Lin Dong immediately remembered. 9 months ago, just the day before graduation, he went to the Flying Bird Bar near the school with his college roommates and their girlfriends to celebrate graduation, and then he met a girl who was drinking alone there. Seeing the other person all alone and lonely, Lin Dong spoke up and invited her to join in playing together. A few hours later, the drunk roommates, in a daze, took both the equally drunk Lin Dong and that lonely girl to a nearby hotel and booked a room. The next day, when Lin Dong woke up, the girl had already left, leaving only Lin Dong and a worn-out bedsheet with a cut hole in it. Because of this, Lin Dong even paid 200 yuan for the bedsheet. Calculating the time, if that one shot hit, this kid might really be mine. In retrospect, the face of the girl met in the bar 9 months ago perfectly overlaps with the face of the woman lying on the hospital bed right now. The lonely girl met in the bar back then is exactly the young lady in front of me. Wait a minute. Just at that moment, Lin Dong looked at the woman in the camera and found her increasingly familiar. Lin Dong's heart trembled a little. What did you say your name was? Woman, my name is Yang Wanner. Lin Dong, are you the national goddess Yang Wanner? Woman, Lin Dong. What the heck? Lin Dong was completely stunned. She is really Yang Wanner? The national goddess Yang Wanner, who debuted at 12, won the Best Actress award at the Summer National Film Awards, and then went on a winning streak, winning every year for 8 consecutive years? So, I actually took the national goddess's virginity back then, hit it off in one go, and ended up with 3 kids? Now do you believe it? At that moment, a person in a white coat took the phone, looked into the camera, and said, if you believe it, come to the hospital quickly. Hurry! The expectant mother's water broke 10 minutes ago. Oh. Okay. I'm coming right away. Lin Dong quickly nodded, then hung up the phone. Then, looking at the WeChat message from his girlfriend his ex-girlfriend Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied, yeah, let's leave it at that. My child's mother is about to give birth, so I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye. Ex-girlfriend? When his current girlfriend tried to send a message, she found that Lin Dong had already blacklisted her. Ex-girlfriend. Meanwhile, Lin Dong put away his phone, greeted his supervisor, then immediately ran out of the company, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Lin Dong threw down 50 yuan without asking the driver for change for the first time in his life, then rushed straight to the inpatient department. Find the obstetrics and gynecology department. Find the ward. Saw Yang Wanner lying on the hospital bed with a big belly, her face pale. Besides that, there was a doctor, 2 nurses, and an assistant of Yang Wanner. Sorry, I originally planned to give birth abroad, but recently it's too dangerous overseas, so I have to stay in the country. Also, my family isn't here, so I'm sorry for the trouble. It's nothing. Looking at this incredibly fragile woman in front of him, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Next, it's signing the papers. Then into the operating room. 50 minutes later, the operating room door opened, and 3 nurses each carried a small, red, wrinkled bundle out of the room. Congratulations, mother and child are safe. 2 daughters. 1 son. A boy and a girl, 2 little cotton padded jackets, so happy from now on. So amazing. All 3 babies are 48 centimeters long and weigh 4.8 liang each. Exactly the same. The doctor said the 3 children's heart and lung functions are quite normal, no need for an incubator for now. Looking at these 3 little things curled up together, all red with a layer of fine white down, Lin Dong swallowed and said, can I hold them? The nurse asked, have you disinfected your hands? Yes, I have. Lin Dong quickly nodded. Then position your hands properly, and I'll place Dabao on you. Following the nurse's instructions, Lin Dong positioned himself, then carefully cradled the head with one hand and the bottom with the other, receiving Dabao placed on him by the nurse. Holding the baby in his arms and looking at the children in the 2 nurses' arms, Lin Dong felt an inexplicable joy, but also an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn, 3 kids, I probably can't even cover the expenses with my monthly salary. Well, the kid's mom is actually quite wealthy. Could it be that I'm destined to be a man who lives off a woman? Ding! At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host on having a legitimate child. The All Professions Super Dad Achievement System has been activated. As long as the host completes the first dad achievement while taking care of the child, they will receive a random professional skill reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first dad achievement of holding the child. Reward, Divine Level Massage Technique. Lin Dong. Chapter 2, You are Lin Dong? Damn it! Almost a year has passed since the time travel. Is the golden finger finally here? It really is better late than never. Yes. Actually, Lin Dong is a time traveler. 10 months ago, after finishing the last exam, his original self went to the football field to enjoy the last moments of youth, but accidentally got kicked in the head by a football, which caused Lin Dong's time travel. After merging with the original self's memories, Lin Dong was stunned to find that their names, appearances, and birth dates were almost identical, and even their families were exactly the same. The only difference was that in his previous life, Lin Dong dropped out of junior high school, then seized an opportunity at the intersection of the entertainment industry and the internet, becoming a somewhat notorious online troll leader in the circle, living in a villa and driving a luxury car early on. In this life, however, his true self is a senior graduating from the music department of a media university. This is just a personal difference. On a larger scale, the differences between his previous life and this world are even greater. There are huge differences in all aspects such as politics, economy, science, and culture. Just in the field of culture and entertainment alone, none of the famous stars, directors, or writers from the previous life exist in this world. At first, Lin Dong wanted to be a copycat, copying novels and songs. But Lin Dong found that although he had read countless novels over more than 30 years in his previous life, he had almost completely forgotten the specific plots and details, so he couldn't copy any decent novels at all. As for movies and TV shows, I've actually watched quite a few, but I only remember the general plot and can't capture that special feeling at all. As for copying songs, that's even more out of the question. In a past life, he was completely tone deaf and couldn't sing in tune, let alone transcribe melodies. As for lyrics, he never fully memorized a single one. Fine, the path of a plagiarist is hopeless. Then I'll go back to my old trade and become a leader of an internet troll army, maybe even the head of the whole operation? In the end, Lin Dong discovered that this world has a very sound and complete system for managing online information dissemination. Online rights protection is also very convenient. With just a screenshot as evidence, you can directly submit it to the Internet Police Bureau to file a case. At the latest, within a week, they will catch the culprit and hand them over to the Internet Court for trial. Those who should be tried will be tried, those who should compensate will compensate, and everything will be settled within a month at the latest. The reason for such high efficiency is also due to the widespread implementation of real name registration on the Internet and the soundness of the law. Once the charges are confirmed, everything is judged and sentenced according to legal regulations, and half of the fines will go to the plaintiff. This has led many people to actually hope someone would slander or defame them online, as they only need to take screenshots, file a lawsuit, and wait to collect the money. As a result, the internet trolls in this world can only brush up positive reviews and increase popularity for their patrons. As for more profitable businesses like spreading rumors and defamation, they hardly dare to take them on, which in turn has caused the internet trolls to fare quite poorly. In the end, the frustrated Lin Dong went to a bar with his roommates to drown his sorrows, which led to an unexpected encounter later on. Just as Lin Dong was sighing, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. "Host, do you want to extract now?" Extract. With Lin Dong's silent command, a warm current suddenly surged into Lin Yi's mind, followed by countless massage techniques and pressure skills flooding into Lin Dong's brain. Not only that, Lin Dong clearly felt a current of electricity flash through his hands. Along with it, the strength in his hands noticeably increased, and even subconsciously, he completely understood what kind of force and posture would make the baby in his arms feel the most comfortable. "Ha! You're holding the baby quite well," the nurse beside him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as she watched Lin Dong's skillful way of holding the baby. Lin Dong put the baby down, his eyes fixed on the little red, wrinkled creature in his hands, and a very strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. As a traveler from another world, Lin Dong had always felt out of place in this world, as if there was always a barrier between himself and this world. But at this moment, this barrier completely disappeared. At the same time, Lin Dong noticed that the little one had a wrist and ankle band. Looking closely, it was labeled Yang Wanner's eldest baby. This should be used to confirm the baby's identity, to avoid any mix-ups. After holding the eldest baby for a while, Lin Dong then held the second and third babies in turn. After all, as their biological father, he had to treat them all fairly. However, when holding the second and third babies, the system did not provide any more rewards. Obviously, this first achievement is set for the 3 children as a whole, not individually. Otherwise, the same achievement could be earned 3 times, which would be really awesome. By the time Lin Dong handed the 3 treasures, that is, his younger brother, back to the nurse, Yang Wanner was also pushed out of the operating room. "How do you feel? Does it hurt?" Lin Dong was at a loss for words for a moment. Yang Wanner shook her head and said softly, "You've been given anesthesia, it doesn't hurt. Dad, these 2 days the mother needs to rest well and try to speak as little as possible. The postpartum ward has already been arranged. You go to the prenatal ward and move all the things over. This is the list of items the mother will need. Take it and check if they have everything there. If not, hurry and buy them, they are necessary." At this moment, Yang Wanner said softly, "I've already prepared everything. Xiao Tong should be waiting in the ward now. You just need to go over and greet her." "Okay." Lin Dong nodded. Afterwards, Yang Wanner and the 3 babies were sent to the postpartum ward, while Lin Dong returned to the prenatal ward. To his surprise, besides the assistant named Xiao Tong, there was also a woman in the room. Seeing Lin Dong come in, Xiao Tong immediately asked with concern, "Mr. Lin Dong, you're here? How is Sister Wanner?" Lin Dong smiled and said, "They are out now, both mother and children are safe." As soon as she saw Lin Dong, she coldly questioned him, "Are you the Lin Dong?" Lin Dong glanced at her without responding, then smiled, and said to the young assistant beside him, "Xiao Tong, Wanner has now been transferred to the postpartum ward. The doctor asked us to move all the things here over there. Also, the nurse just gave me a postpartum care item list to check. I don't know what you all have prepared, so why don't you help me take a look? If anything is missing, I'll go buy it right away." Okay, I'll take a look." Xiao Tong instinctively glanced at the cold woman beside her, then responded and stepped forward to take the list, going with Lin Dong to check the hospital items lightly brought along. Seeing that Lin Dong was completely ignoring her, the cold woman's face immediately showed an expression of anger, and she shouted angrily, "Hey! Did you hear me? I'm talking to you." Facing the other as scolding, Lin Dong stood up fully, turned his head to look at her, and said calmly, "First of all, this is a hospital, not a place for you to shout loudly. Secondly, I'm not called Hey. Didn't your kindergarten teacher tell you that, except when answering the phone, you shouldn't call someone hey because it's very rude? Thirdly, before asking someone a question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I don't even know you, so where do you get the confidence to think I have to answer your questions? Fourth, you clearly already know my name is Lin Dong, so why bother asking me this question? Are you that free? Finally, I don't owe you any money, so don't look at me with that expression and gaze like everyone owes you 5 million. Do you know you look exactly like the villainous second female lead abandoned by the male lead in a ridiculous melodramatic idol drama? Cold Woman. Chapter 3, This Man, Is He Toxic? Zhang Yuhua was furious. How dare they say I have no manners? And even say I'm the brainless villainous second female lead abandoned by the male lead in a cheesy idol drama? Outrageous. This is simply outrageous. As the top agent in the Xia country entertainment industry, Zhang Yuhua has never been treated like this before. The layer of foundation on her face was almost lifted by her anger. I am Warner's agent. Zhang Yuhua shouted angrily, it's because of you that Warner got pregnant. Do you know how many appointments have been postponed since Warner found out she was pregnant? How much money has been lost? 5 million? Even 20 times that wouldn't be enough. Do you even realize how much negative impact it would have on Warner's career if the news of her having a baby got out? Can you afford to bear that loss? Faced with Zhang Yuhua's angry scolding, Lin Dong said lightly, is being a celebrity really that profitable? Earning 100 million in less than 9 months? Zhang Yuhua snorted coldly, ha! What do you think? Warner is a national-level superstar. Indeed impressive. However, Lin Dong said calmly, having earned so much money, you've paid the taxes, right? Remember not to evade taxes, got it? Nonsense. Do you even need to tell me that? Zhang Yuhua rolled her eyes and replied irritably, but immediately snapped back to reality. What's going on? I was clearly scolding him for making Warner pregnant, so why does it feel like I'm the one being lectured now? And now he's telling me I have to pay taxes? Is this really the time to be discussing that? This man must be toxic. Zhang Yuhua. Just as Zhang Yuhua was feeling emotionally disjointed from Lin Dong's antics, assistant Xiao Tong had already checked off the items on the list. All checked. We have everything. Alright then, thank you, Xiao Tong. Let's pack up and move everything over. Lin Dong smiled, pocketed the list, then together with Xiao Tong, lifted the bags containing the items and headed to Yang Warner's postpartum ward. As for Zhang Yuhua, she went empty-handed, only carrying a phone, watching coldly as she followed them to the ward. Like the prenatal ward, the postpartum ward was also a single room. Besides the room itself, there was a lounge with a TV, just like an executive suite in a hotel. In this kind of high-end private hospital, just the bed fee for a ward like this is at least 3,000 per day. When they arrived at the ward and saw Yang Warner, Zhang Yuhua's icy demeanor slightly thawed. Sister Hua. Seeing Zhang Yuhua come in, Yang Warner weakly called out. Ah. Zhang Yuhua sighed lightly, walked over, and gently tidied a few strands of hair on Yang Warner's forehead. How is it? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Yang Warner smiled gently and shook her head. As someone who had been through it, Zhang Yuhua immediately gave Yang Warner a pitying look. Silly girl. That's because the anesthesia is still working. Once it wears off, you'll feel the pain. Yang Warner said, it's okay, the doctor said if I endure it, it will pass. You're just too stubborn. Looking at the girl in front of her, whom she had raised to fame and cherished like a younger sister, Zhang Yuhua felt a mix of sadness, pain, and a hint of resentment. Back then, when Zhang Yuhua first found out that Yang Warner was pregnant, she was both shocked and angry. Her first reaction was to try to persuade Yang Warner to have an abortion, but Yang Warner refused. She insisted on keeping the baby and even begged her to keep it a secret from her family, not letting them find out. At first, Yang Warner even wanted to go abroad to give birth quietly and return after the baby was born without anyone knowing. But just as she made this decision, a viral outbreak suddenly occurred overseas, and all flights from the country to abroad were suspended, forcing Yang Warner to ultimately choose to give birth at Zhonghai, a high-end private hospital. To ensure that the news of Yang Warner's pregnancy and childbirth was not leaked, Zhang Yuhua spent a large sum of money on medical and hush fees, signing a confidentiality agreement with the hospital. At the same time, to minimize contact with medical staff, she directly paid 30,000 yuan to hire 2 nurses to take turns serving as full-time caregivers during Yang Warner's hospital stay. Then, every once in a while, she had to deal with various inquiries from the agency and the media, and negotiate with advertisers over the problems caused by Yang Warner inexplicably canceling various appearances, leaving her overwhelmed and exhausted. Just half an hour before Yang Warner gave birth, an advertiser called, demanding that Yang Warner cooperate with their new product launch plan in the capital next month. As the spokesperson, she must attend, or they would reclaim the endorsement fee on the grounds of breach of contract. And this was not the first threatening call Zhang Yuhua had received demanding the endorsement fee back. It was precisely because of these experiences that when Zhang Yuhua saw Lin Dong, whom she believed was the instigator of all this, she acted so cold and icy, even wanting to vent her anger on him. As a result, it seemed like he was counterattacked by that unpredictable man. While Zhang Yuhua was taking care of Yang Wan'er, Lin Dong and his assistant Xiaotong moved back and forth 3 times, finally managing to bring all the items over. As a result, before Lin Dong could catch his breath, the little one lying in the nearby crib started crying softly. First, the second baby started, then the eldest followed, and soon the third baby, seemingly feeling that if the eldest and second sisters were crying, it wouldn't be right not to join in, also began to cry softly. Lin Dong and Yang Wan'er, who had just become parents for the first time, along with the assistant Xiaotong standing nearby, immediately became nervous. Lin Dong took a quick step forward, leaning over the baby crib anxiously and asked, "Hey? Nurse, what's wrong with the baby?" The nurse gently touched the baby's mouth with her disinfected finger, but the little one didn't even open his eyes and just turned his head away with his mouth open. "The baby is hungry." The experienced nurse immediately picked up the baby and placed him next to Yang Wan'er. "Mom, try feeding him and see if he can latch on and suckle directly." "Ah." Yang Wan'er was momentarily stunned, then realized that the nurse wanted her to breastfeed. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Dong, and the originally pale pretty face blushed. Noticing Yang Wan'er's gaze, Zhang Yuhua immediately glared at Lin Dong. "Why are you still standing here? Wan'er is going to breastfeed, and you're a man, so get out." "Get out? Isn't he the baby's father?" Before Lin Dong could move, the nurse immediately called out to him, saying, "Baby's dad, the mother's milk supply on the first day probably isn't enough. Hurry and prepare some formula, not too much, just 30 milliliters each." "Ah, got it." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately rummaged through a bag and pulled out 3 baby bottles and a bottle sterilizer. The assistant Xiaotong immediately helped find the formula powder and said, "The bottles were sterilized this morning, so they can be used directly." "Okay. Thank you." Lin Dong opened the formula can, scooped a spoonful, and was about to put it into the bottle. "Stop." Zhang Yuhua, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally couldn't stand it and stopped Lin Dong's action, saying, "Don't you know you have to pour water before the formula? Pouring formula first and then water will cause clumping, don't you know? Also, the water temperature for mixing formula can't be too hot. Test it on the back of your hand. If it feels hot on the back of your hand, then it's not suitable for feeding the child." "Oh." Lin Dong glanced at her and said thank you. After saying this, Lin Dong picked up the empty thermos beside him and went out to fill it with hot water. Hearing that this poisonous man actually said thank you to her was quite surprising to Zhang Yuhua, who immediately snorted lightly, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It seems this man isn't so bad after all. By the time Lin Dong finished pouring the water and came back, he poured the water, adjusted it to the right level, poured the milk powder, and stirred. Although making milk powder seems like a very simple task, there are actually some tricks to doing it well. First is the order: pour the water first, then the milk powder. Second is the temperature, which must be appropriate and not scald the baby's mouth. The third, and most important step, is to try to avoid foam as much as possible. When there are too many bubbles, there is too much air, and the baby can easily get a bloated stomach or spit up milk. After the formula was fully dissolved, Lin Dong squeezed the nipple, dripped a few drops of milk on the back of his hand to check the temperature, and then prepared to feed the second baby. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first-time achievement of a dad making formula for the child. Reward: God-level cooking skills. Chapter 4, The Child as Food 1 Tea come out? How about I give it a try? May I ask if the host wants to extract now? Extract. An incredibly pleasant warm current surged into the mind once again. Countless pieces of knowledge and skills about cooking, such as knife skills, ingredient preparation, heat control, ingredient recognition, ingredient soaking, and other professional basic skills, as well as various cooking techniques like pan frying, stir frying, braising, deep frying, sautéing, quick frying, dry frying, steaming, roasting, and boiling, all merged into Lin Dong's mind. Just like when he previously acquired the divine level massage technique, a current of electricity once again flowed through Lin Dong's hands, making him feel his hand strength and control further enhanced. Not only that, Lin Dong even felt his mouth, nose, and tongue tingle as if touched by electricity. Before he could react, the tingling sensation suddenly vanished. In an instant, Lin Dong felt his sense of smell had improved several times over. The various odors mixed with disinfectant lingering in the air suddenly flooded into his nostrils, almost suffocating him. Fortunately, as his sense of smell heightened, Lin Dong also mastered the secret to controlling the sensitivity of his olfaction. Otherwise, he probably would have become the first player to be killed by his own skill. While integrating god-level cooking skills, Lin Dong also fed the 2 bottles to Dabao and Sanbao, whose faces were already flushed red from crying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first-time achievement of feeding the children as a milk dad. Reward: God-level talent Divine Tongue. Divine Tongue possesses taste perception and sensitivity 100 times greater than that of ordinary people. Hearing this reward, Lin Dong couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Isn't this the talent that the female lead has in Exploding Clothes Spirit? This can be rewarded? The system is amazing. May I ask if the host wants to extract now? Extract. The next second, Lin Dong felt as if his tongue was electrified, a tingling sensation spreading through it. Just as Lin Dong wanted to further experience the changes brought by the divine tongue, the baby in Yang Wanner's arms suddenly started crying loudly. The nurse took a look and immediately said, "It can't be suctioned out for now, it's probably a blocked milk duct." What should we do then? Upon hearing this, Yang Wanner instantly became anxious. The nurse said, "You should find a professional lactation consultant to come and massage to unblock it." "I'll go contact one." Zhang Yuhua immediately took her phone and went to the outer room to make a call. "Dad, please prepare 30 milliliters of milk for the second baby." "I'll first try applying a hot towel to the mother to see if it helps with milk flow," the nurse said again. "Okay." Lin Dong handed 2 bottles to the little helper, asking her to gently support and feed the eldest and youngest babies, while he prepared formula milk for the second baby. With the experience from the previous 2 times, plus the technique and strength boost brought by God-level cooking skills, Lin Dong quickly prepared the formula, shook it well, and the milk powder in the bottle had no foam at all. After confirming the temperature was suitable, he directly fed it to the second baby. Moo! As soon as the nipple entered the mouth, the second baby immediately stopped crying, and the face, which had turned red from hunger and crying, gradually returned to normal. On the other side, after about 10 minutes of hot compress and massage, pinching Yang Wanner almost to the point of tears from pain, the nurse shook her head with a troubled expression. "This blockage might be quite severe, we probably need to find a professional lactation consultant." Just then, Zhang Yuhua returned to the ward after finishing a phone call, looking a bit upset as she said, "I contacted several housekeeping companies, but as soon as I mentioned signing a confidentiality agreement and a high penalty for breach, they all refused. It's actually quite normal. After all, the owner of the housekeeping company can ensure they comply with the agreement, but they can't guarantee that the informed lactation consultant won't leak information. If the lactation consultant violates the agreement and runs off, isn't the company the one who ends up paying the penalty for breach of contract? Only a fool would take on such a high-risk matter." Yang Wanner immediately became anxious upon hearing this. What should I do then? Does that mean I won't have breast milk anymore?" "It's okay not to breastfeed," Zhang Yuhua said. "This way, the recovery will be faster." "I want to breastfeed the baby." Yang Wanner bit her slightly pale lips and said, "The doctor said breastfeeding is good for the baby. But no housekeeping company is willing to take the job." Zhang Yuhua said. Yang Wanner said, "Then I won't sign the confidentiality agreement." "Are you crazy?" Zhang Yuhua was shocked and immediately spoke urgently. "If news of you having a baby gets out, do you know how much it will impact your image? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry?" Hearing Zhang Yuhua's words, a trace of struggle appeared on Yang Wanner's face, but in the end, she said firmly, "I want to breastfeed the baby." "You." Seeing Yang Wanner's determined expression, Zhang Yuhua suddenly felt so frustrated that her teeth started hurting. This girl looks delicate but is actually incredibly strong inside. When she decides on something and is determined, no one can change her mind. It was precisely because of these qualities that she gradually rose from a child star to a top-tier celebrity and national goddess, bringing great satisfaction to Zhang Yuhua, who discovered her talent. Back then, the more satisfied Zhang was, the more heartbroken she is now. "How about I give it a try?" Just as the two were at an impasse, Lin Dong, who had just finished feeding her bao, suddenly said, "You?" In the ward, her astonished eyes all turned sharply toward Lin Dong. "You want to try? Try what? Do you know anything about lactation? Pervert." Zhang Yuhua scolded him bluntly, and in the end, she even slapped a label on Lin Dong. "How am I a pervert?" Lin Dong retorted angrily without holding back. "There's a problem with my child's food supply, and as a father, I want to see what the problem is. Besides, Wanner has already given me a child. Even if I were a scoundrel, I would have finished all that a long time ago. Is there any need to act now? In the end, who do you think you are? How do you know I don't understand lactation? I hate people like you the most, knowing nothing but still putting on a ridiculous, pretentious act to show off. Who spoiled you?" Being snapped at like that by Lin Dong, Zhang Yuhua was so angry her hair almost stood on end. "Ew." Lin Dong cut her off without any courtesy. "You what? I don't have time to waste on you right now. If it affects the food supply for my 3 babies, why don't you produce milk to feed them?" When Zhang Yuhua heard Lin Dong's last sentence, she almost exploded with anger on the spot. "What do you mean I should breastfeed them? What kind of talk is this? What does this even sound like?" Zhang Yuhua was so angry she felt like a Buddha was born and a second Buddha ascended to heaven. You filthy pervert. All right, stop arguing. You're going to scare the child." At the critical moment, it was the nurse who spoke up, directly quelling the anger of both. "Do you really know how to stimulate lactation?" Yang Wanner asked, looking at the handsome Lin Dong. "Trust me," Lin Dong nodded, speaking very solemnly, "no matter how unreliable I am, I wouldn't joke about the child." "Then just give it a try." After saying this, Yang Wanner couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. Lin Dong saw that the opponent's exposed snow-white neck was now blushing red. Chapter 5. Your husband is really good to you. Lactation massage, to put it simply, is the use of various massage techniques to unblock clogged milk ducts. For Lin Dong, who possessed god-level massage skills, this was simply a piece of cake. 10 minutes later, the still hungry Erbo eagerly took his first ever sip of breast milk. Watching this little guy squint his eyes and eat with such relish, Yang Wanera's face showed a look of contentment. At this moment, she was no longer a dazzling national goddess, but just an ordinary and great mother. On the other side, when Zhang Yuhua saw that Lin Dong had actually succeeded in helping Yang Wanner with lactation, she was also a bit stunned. This guy can really do it? Could it be that because he has practiced a lot, he has become skilled? 20 minutes later, all three babies had more or less taken a few sips of breast milk, and as for the big head, it was all eaten by the second baby. In this regard, the second baby is probably going to be a little foodie in the future. After finishing their milk, the nurse gently patted the backs of the three little ones one by one, helping each of them to burp before placing them back into their cribs. Then, the nurse took out the baby bathtub and had Lin Dong assist in giving each of the three little ones a bath. During this process, Lin Dong gained a divine-level massage skill reward by bathing the children. After bathing the children, the nurse notified the doctor to come and examine the babies. The doctor checked their limbs and skin for any signs of jaundice. After confirming they were all healthy, the doctor administered 2 vaccine shots to each of the 3 babies in turn. 1 dose of the hepatitis B vaccine, 1 dose of the BCG vaccine. After the shots, the other 2 babies were fine, but the eldest sister cried softly for a few minutes, which made Lin Dong feel very heartbroken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of being a dad accompanying his child for the first vaccination. Reward, divine level traditional Chinese medical skills. May I ask if the host wants to extract it now? Extract. As a warm current surged in, all the techniques of traditional Chinese medicine inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation meridians and acupoints, the theories of yin-yang and the 5 elements as well as the pharmacology of various herbs flooded into Lin Dong's mind. And as the traditional Chinese medical skills integrated, Lin Dong felt that the sensitivity and perception of his 5 senses and even his 10 fingers had further improved. Traditional Chinese medical skills? Is there a remedy that can help strengthen a baby's immunity from an early age? Just as this thought appeared in Lin Dong's mind, various methods to enhance a baby's immunity suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Lin Dong glanced again at young Wanner lying on the hospital bed. Is there a remedy to help restore a mother's health after childbirth? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a series of prescriptions and measures for conditioning postpartum women appeared one after another in Lin Dong's mind. This feeling was just like when someone asks you about the content of Quiet Night Thoughts, and the entire poem instantly pops up in your mind without any need for reflection. By the time he finished all the tasks, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, then all at once their gazes landed on Zhang Yuhua. The famous top agent in the entertainment industry immediately blushed. Yang Wanner quickly said, "Sister Hua, you all go ahead and eat first, it's already very late." Zhang Yuhua nodded, "All right. I'll take the little one to eat first." "What do you want to eat?" "I'll bring it to you." "Nurse, is there anything you want to eat?" "I'll just go to the staff canteen to eat later, thanks." Before Yang Wanner could speak, the nurse beside her immediately said, "Miss Wanner had a cesarean section, so she has to wait until the gas is expelled before she can eat anything. Therefore, she can't eat for now." "Expel gas? What kind of gas expelling?" Assistant Xiaotong asked curiously. Lin Dong said, "It means farting." "Ah." Assistant Xiaotong immediately shrank his head and stuck out his tongue. As for Yang Wanner, she showed an embarrassed expression and then gave Lin Dong a sanitary glare. Is it appropriate to say that word in front of so many girls? Humph. Vulgar. Zhang Yuhua disdainfully gave Lin Dong a cold look, then called her assistant Xiaotong and left. Yang Wanner looked at Lin Dong, who hadn't left, and said, "Lin Dong, you should go eat first, no need to stay here." "It's okay, I'll stay with the baby a little longer." Lin Dong glanced at the 3 little ones sleeping soundly in the crib, then looked at young Wanner and said gently, "And you too." The nurse beside her gave an incredible assist, "Miss Wanner, your husband is really good to you." Yang Wanner, who was already a bit shy after hearing Lin Dong's words, blushed even more upon hearing the nurse's comment. He's not. Not even my husband yet." Yang Wanner silently recited a phrase in her heart, but ultimately did not say it out loud. In the following time, Lin Dong cooperated with the nurse to check Yang Wanner's lochia discharge. Quite a lot of lochia is being discharged. The nurse gently massaged Yang Wanner's abdomen while saying, "Dad, pay attention and learn my movements. When you have time, massage mom more often, this helps with the discharge of lochia." "Ha?" Lin Dong was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and nodded immediately, "All right. How about I try it now?" "No, no." Before Lin Dong could start, Yang Wanner beside him immediately shook her head shyly, indicating refusal. "What's there to be shy about?" Seeing Yang Wanner's face flushed with embarrassment, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh and say, "You didn't refuse when I was helping you with lactation earlier, now I'm just helping you expel the lochia." Well then. In the end, Yang Wanner chose to agree. So, Lin Dong began to massage Yang Wanner. For Lin Dong, who now mastered god-level massage and tuina techniques, such pressing was simply a piece of cake. Amazing. After a moment, the nurse checking the lokia kept praising, "Dad, you're incredible. I've seen many experienced maternity matrons, but none as skilled as you." Lin Dong smiled faintly, "Basic skills, don't overdo it." After draining the lokia for a while, the nurse changed Yang Wanner into a clean pair of pants, then loosened her abdominal binder and began disinfecting the wound. When Lin Dong saw the more than 10 centimeter long cut on Yang Wanner's lower abdomen, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. "No, you're not allowed to look." Noticing Lin Dong's gaze, Yang Wanner suddenly became shy and reached out to cover it, but fearing she might disturb the nurse's disinfection, her hands hovered in the air, unsure where to place them. "Miss Wanner, you're really adorable. Even though you two have been husband and wife for so long, you're still this shy." Seeing Yang Wanner's bashful expression, the nurse couldn't help but smile. As she spoke, her hands didn't stop moving. After quickly applying the povidone iodine solution, cover it with a clean gauze and then have Lin Dong help to retie the abdominal binder properly. It was only then that Yang Wanner finally put down her hands and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just thinking about how Lin Dong had almost seen everything earlier, Yang Wanner couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment in her heart. While feeling shy, Yang Wanner also kept comforting herself in her heart. It's nothing. He is the baby's dad. Anyway, what needed to be seen has long been seen by him, so it's no big deal now." "Yeah, that's right." After this bit of self-comfort, Yang Wanner finally felt a little more at ease. Just as Yang Wanner finished her mental self-reassurance, the baby who had been sound asleep beside her suddenly started crying with little moans and whimpers. Lin Dong immediately went over to check and saw it was the second baby. "What's going on? It's been less than half an hour since just finishing eating, could he be hungry again?" At that moment, Lin Dong's enhanced sense of smell suddenly detected a sour stench emanating from the little one's diaper. "Damn! He has pooped. Chapter 6 Give me a chance, okay?" The smell of the baby's poop during breastfeeding wasn't as bad as imagined. It was just a sour odor similar to the smell of sweat. After acquiring the divine-level traditional Chinese medical skills, Lin Dong mastered all the traditional Chinese medical theories related to the human body. The 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, auscultation and olfaction, inquiry, and palpation were used by him with exceptional skill. At this moment, after smelling the baby's poop, a flood of various signs and conditions related to this odor instantly appeared in Lin Dong's mind. In the end, he confirmed that this little one was very healthy. As for why the baby's poop is dark green, Lin Dong already understood it clearly. Newborn baby's poop is usually this color. After drinking breast milk or formula, the baby's poop will gradually change from dark green to light green and then slowly turn golden yellow. Of course, if the baby catches a cold, the poop will turn back to light green or dark green to remind adults to keep the baby warm. Under the guidance of the attending nurse, Lin Dong used a soft cotton cloth dipped in warm water to clean the second baby's bottom after pooping, then changed the diaper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first diaper change for the child and earning the new dad achievement. Reward: Divine Level Spinning Skill. May I ask if the host wants to claim it? Claim. While claiming the skill, Lin Dong threw the slightly smelly diaper along with the used soft cotton wipes into the trash can. As a result, just after changing the diaper for the second baby, the eldest and the third baby on either side instinctively made a few biubiu sounds and also pooped. So, Lin Dong and the nurse taking care of them each took one, with Lin Dong himself responsible for the youngest third baby. When Lin Dong unbuttoned the lower half of the third baby's pants to change his diaper, he saw that the pants behind the little one's bottom were all muddy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the assistant Showdown had fastened the diaper too loosely after the bath, so it didn't hold properly. Got it. Now even the clothes need to be changed. Discarding the diaper and taking off the clothes, Lin Dong used a soft cotton towel and warm water to wipe Sanbao's bottom and back, then put on a new diaper. Under Yang Wanner's guidance, he found the pure cotton baby onesie he had prepared in the suitcase and dressed Sanbao in it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first diaper change as a dad achievement. Reward: Divine Level Knitting Skills. Got another reward. Perfect. After changing into new diapers, the 3 little ones happily fell into a deep sleep. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Dong went into the bathroom to wash the baby onesie that had been soiled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first-time dad achievement of washing the child's clothes. Reward: God-level sewing skills. May I ask if the host wants to claim it? Claim. After hanging out the baby clothes for the second child, Lin Dong finally had some free time. Taking advantage of the fact that the babies were all asleep, Yang Wanner had nothing pressing to do for the moment. The attending nurse immediately went out to have dinner, leaving Lin Dong alone in the ward to take care of things. Without the third person around, Lin Dong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The ward fell into an inexplicable silence. After a moment, Lin Dong and Yang Wanner suddenly spoke to each other in unison, then simultaneously paused in surprise, exchanging smiles. You go ahead first. Yang Wanner said gently. Lin Dong looked at Yang Wanner and said, your agent said that in the past half year, you've lost at least over 100 million? Sister Hua even told you that? Yang Wanner couldn't help but frown. Was it when you went to get your luggage that she told you? Did she say anything unpleasant to you? As an artist personally raised by Zhang Yuhua, Yang Wanner of course knew her agent's sister's personality. Sorry, actually she cares about me. If she said anything excessive to you, I apologize on her behalf. It's nothing, I didn't say anything too harsh. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. So, your agent didn't lie to me? You really lost 100 million? Yeah, probably. Lin Wanner thought for a moment, nodded, then stuck out her tongue. Actually, I don't know much about the business side. Sister Hua has been helping me with that. Looking at Lin Wanner's pure and playful expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Sis, do you know you look really unfairly attractive? So, why did you choose to give birth to the child? Lin Dong gathered his thoughts and asked again. You have to understand, their union that time was purely accidental. There was absolutely no affection between them. Any girl, when faced with such a situation, 99% would not choose to have the child, let alone a public figure like Yang Wanner who was extremely popular. But what about Yang Wanner? She actually chose to give birth to the child. Facing Lin Dong's question, Yang Wanner bit her lip. Do you also think I shouldn't have given birth to the child? Yang Wanner paused, looking at the 3 babies in the crib beside her, and said gently, they are my children, how could I bear to hurt them? At that moment, Lin Dong felt a dazzling light radiate from Yang Wanner's body. Brilliant and dazzling. He understood, this was the radiance of motherhood. In his previous life as a leader of an internet troll group, Lin Dong was well aware of how deadly having a child could be for a female celebrity's career, let alone having a child out of wedlock. Once the news of Yang Wanner having a child out of wedlock spread, the blow to her career would undoubtedly be severe, and it could very well lead to the destruction of her path in the entertainment industry. But even so, Yang Wanner still chose to give birth to them alone, and if it weren't for the need for a cesarean section, she wasn't even planning to tell the father of the children himself. This made Lin Dong both moved and guilty. Looking at this gentle and kind girl in front of him, Lin Dong silently made a decision to protect this woman no matter what. Lin Dong said, give me some time. What? Yang Wanner said curiously. Lin Dong said, the 100 million you lost, I will make it up to you. Ah? Yang Wanner was stunned for a moment, then shook her head repeatedly, saying, no need, no need. This was originally my own decision, it has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with it? I am the father of the babies. Lin Dong shook his head, looked deeply at Yang Wanner, and said, you are still the first man. Under Yang Wanner's shy gaze, Lin Dong said, so, give me a chance to take care of the baby, and you. Our first time was an accident. But I will prove to you that that time was actually the most beautiful accident God created for you and me. So, give me a chance, okay? Faced with Lin Dong's confession, Yang Wanner's eyes were slightly red. She bit her lip gently, and softly said, Chapter 7 Damn. Gutter oil? After understanding Lin Dong's feelings, Yang Wanner also told him about the confusion, fear, and hesitation she experienced when she first discovered she was pregnant, as well as the process of resting and nurturing the fetus afterward. The excitement of hearing the baby's heartbeats for the first time, the pain and joy of feeling the fetal movements for the first time. Listening to Yang Wanner's story, Lin Dong suddenly felt a sense of regret in his heart. As a father, it seemed he had missed quite a lot. But there was no other way. After all, the two were not a normal married couple or lovers. How could Lin Dong possibly have been by Yang Wanner's side? Thinking of this, Lin Dong suddenly had a thought, that's right. At that time, we didn't even know each other. How did you know my name? And my phone number? I saved your phone number before I left. Yang Wanner blinked and said, my number? Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. How did you save it? Doesn't my phone have a password lock? Yang Wanner confessed honestly, you also set up a fingerprint lock. I used your finger to unlock the fingerprint lock, called my phone, and then deleted the call record. Clever. Lin Dong gave Yang Wanner a thumbs up. At the same time, he reminded himself to remove the fingerprint lock as soon as he got back. This thing is really unreliable. Lin Dong, I want to apologize to you. At that moment, Yang Wanner suddenly said with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Lin Dong asked in confusion. After finding out I was pregnant, I asked Sister Hua to investigate you. Looking at Lin Dong, Yang Wanner bit her lip and said, so actually, I'm not completely ignorant about you, and I also know you have a girlfriend now. Lin Dong immediately realized, so, actually, you decided to call me to come sign because you knew I wasn't a bad person, right? Yang Wanner nodded. Lin Dong laughed, that's only right, you have nothing to apologize for. After all, you wouldn't want the babies to recognize a jerk as their father, right? Yang Wanner, but, your girlfriend. Speaking of this, it's quite interesting. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Actually, just a few seconds before you called, I had just broken up with my girlfriend, so now, I'm single. Ah, what a coincidence. Yang Wanner immediately widened her eyes and blurted out, that's great. What's great? At that moment, Zhang Yuhua's cold voice came in from outside. Then, Lin Dong saw Zhang Yuhua walk in with her assistant Xiaotong, who was holding a takeout bag. Wanner, you need to be careful not to be deceived by other people's sweet talk. Zhang Yuhua glanced at Lin Dong, then came over to Yang Wanner and asked, just now, when we weren't paying attention, did he say any sweet words to you? Lin Dong glanced at her, none of your business, mind your own business. You. Did I ask you? Zhang Yuhua was instantly furious. I was asking Wanner, what does it have to do with you? You were asking my child's mother, of course it has to do with me. Lin Dong said bluntly. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Yang Wanner immediately spoke up to stop them. No. Sister Hua, Lin Dong didn't coax me at all. He just told me that he broke up with his girlfriend today. What? Broke up? Zhang Yuhua was taken aback and looked at Lin Dong. As far as I know, you've only been dating your girlfriend for half a year, right? Already broken up so soon? Ha! Scumbag! Hearing this, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. Auntie, isn't that a bit too much? What gives you the right to call me a scumbag? Did I scum you? What did you call me? Zhang Yuhua was so angry her hair almost stood on end. Lin Dong said bluntly, look at you. You're getting old, and your ears aren't working well. I called you auntie. Polite enough? Zhang Yuhua immediately exploded. You scumbag. Rogue. Just as the furious Zhang Yuhua was about to blow up on the spot, a sudden sound of crying, rang out. Several people immediately looked over in unison, only to see the second baby lying in the middle of the crib, eyes closed, shaking his head and crying. In response to the second baby's call to arms, soon the first and third babies also started crying. Could it be that they're hungry? Checking the time, it had already been 2 hours since the last feeding. Lin Dong immediately walked over and tentatively touched the mouths of the 3 babies with his finger. Sure enough, the 3 little ones all instinctively puckered their little mouths together. It was time to feed them again. Lin Dong looked at Yang Wanner and asked, do you have any now? I should have some, Yang Wanner said with a slight blush. Try holding the second baby over here. All right. Lin Dong immediately took the noisiest herbao to Yang Wanner's bed and fed him with breast milk, while he quickly prepared 2 bottles of formula and fed Dabao and Sanbao. With the sound of sucking milk, the 3 babies instantly quieted down. During this process, Lin Dong would occasionally check on Yang Wanner and herbao, while Yang Wanner would inquire about Dabao and Sanbao. Among the 3 babies, herbao had the biggest appetite, ate quickly, got hungry quickly, and also fell asleep the fastest. After she finished breastfeeding, she soon obediently fell asleep again, while at this time, the eldest and the youngest were still struggling with the pacifier. Then, Lin Dong carried the second baby back to the crib, and then brought the eldest and the third baby to Yang Wanner, feeding them some more with breast milk. Looking at Lin Dong bustling back and forth, and then at Yang Wanner lying in the hospital bed, feeding the baby while occasionally watching Lin Dong and the other 2 babies. This scene is exactly like a warm and loving family of 5. To the point that Zhang Yuhua felt like she was the most unnecessary person in this ward. By the time the slowest eater, little brother Sanbao, was put back into the crib, Lin Dong, who hadn't eaten all night, finally let out a rumbling stomach sound. Hearing the rumbling, assistant Xiaotong immediately pointed to the fast food bag placed nearby and said, Mr. Lin, you should eat quickly. This is the fast food Sister Hua got for you from the fast food restaurant. What nonsense! As soon as Zhang Yuhua heard this, she immediately glared at Xiaotong. Clearly it was you who got the fast food. Under Zhang Yuhua's glare, the little boy couldn't help but stick out his tongue and whispered softly, it was clearly you who told me to go fight. And these words were heard word for word by Lin Dong, whose senses had already been enhanced by the system. This woman actually had the little boy bring me dinner? Lin Dong felt that this Zhang Yuhua didn't seem to be as annoying as he had thought. No matter how much he thought about it, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Dong to take the initiative to reconcile with this woman. Thanks. Lin Dong said lightly, then opened the fast food box, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it into his mouth. He chewed. Put. The next second, Lin Dong spat it out directly. Damn. Gutter oil? Chapter 8, The Terrifying Power of the Tongue of God. Everyone was startled by Lin Dong's sudden reaction. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Is the dish not to your taste? The assistant Xiaotong asked cautiously. It's not a matter of taste, Lin Dong shook his head, spat out a few times, and said, where did you buy this fast food? The little boy replied, it's from a fast food shop right across the hospital. Don't eat at that place anymore, Lin Dong said. Ha? Why? The little boy looked puzzled. Lin Dong used chopsticks to poke at the fast food in the lunchbox a few times and said, they are cooking with gutter oil. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 people in the ward were momentarily stunned. How do you know? Zhang Yuhua immediately questioned. Lin Dong pointed to his mouth, I tasted it. Everyone? You can even taste gutter oil? Everyone couldn't help but laugh and cry. It should be noted that, up to now, even scientists have not found an ideal method to detect and identify gutter oil, yet Lin Dong said he actually tasted it. Zhang Yuhua sneered coldly. Ah, your joke is not funny at all. Lin Dong glanced at her and said calmly, do I have any reason to make such a joke with you? Zhang Yuhua, you. Just as the two were about to confront each other sharply again, Yang Wanner, lying on the hospital bed, immediately spoke up. Lin Dong, is what you said true? Did you really taste that this dish was cooked with gutter oil? Lin Dong nodded and said, my taste organs have a perception ability and sensitivity much higher than ordinary people, so I can distinguish flavors that others cannot. The taste of the oil in this dish is exactly the same as what I once encountered at a fast food restaurant exposed for using gutter oil. So I definitely won't be mistaken. In fact, Lin Dong was not joking. With the divine tongue, his taste perception and sensitivity are hundreds of times stronger than ordinary people, allowing him to easily identify flavors that even some scientific instruments cannot detect. However, for ordinary people, such a talent is truly incredible, so even Yang Wanner was somewhat skeptical, let alone Zhang Yuhua and the assistant Showdown. Facing Lin Dong's straightforward words, Zhang Yuhua bluntly questioned, stop joking. Do you know how good the business is at that fast food restaurant? Besides, I heard from the nurses at the hospital that the owner of that place is actually a deputy director of this hospital. He is a well-known figure, so how could he possibly use gutter oil in his own fast food restaurant? According to your logic, does being well-known mean you wouldn't commit crimes? Then where do all those corrupt officials, industry tycoons, and wealthy merchants who end up in jail or flee abroad every year come from? Talking about morality to capitalists? Are you out of your mind? You! Zhang Yuhua once again flew into a rage. However, before she could fully lose her temper, Yang Wanner stopped her once again. Only Yang Wanner hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Hua, I remember you have a close friend who works at the health bureau, right? How about giving her a call and reporting this to her? Zhang Yuhua rolled her eyes at young Wanner irritably. Wanner, you really are one pregnancy, 3 years of stupidity. You actually believe what he said? I believe it. Yang Wanner bit her lip and said, you. Zhang Yuhua suddenly felt a surge of old blood rise to her throat, almost coughing up blood. At this moment, she truly felt that she, this tender cabbage nurtured since childhood, was really about to be uprooted by a wild boar from outside. I think you should make this call. At this time, Lin Dong said calmly beside her, recently the country has been cracking down hard on gutter oil. If your best friend can find out that this fast food restaurant uses gutter oil and even trace it back to the wholesale and production bases of the gutter oil, that would definitely be a great achievement. Who knows, you might even get promoted and get a raise. Easier said than done. Zhang Yuhua said irritably, what if you're wrong? What if that fast food restaurant doesn't use gutter oil? That is impossible. Lin Dong said with a confident expression, but seeing Zhang Yuhua's still doubtful face, Lin Dong suddenly laughed, I got it. Actually, you're afraid that what I said is true, aren't you? You're afraid that the fast food restaurant is really using gutter oil. Afraid? Ha ha. Ridiculous. Zhang Yuhua burst out laughing immediately. What do I have to be afraid of? That fast food restaurant isn't even mine. Because you ate there. Lin Dong said, if that fast food restaurant is really using gutter oil, that means you've already eaten several meals made with gutter oil. You don't want to accept this fact, so you keep trying to deny me in order to deny the fact that you've already eaten gutter oil. From a psychological perspective, this is called ostrich mentality in 4 character idioms. This is called pretending to be deaf and dumb, covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Zhang Yuhua angrily said, you're talking nonsense. Lin Dong said lightly, hee. If not, then why don't you make the call? Then I'll call. Provoked by Lin Dong and further fueled by Yang Wanner's biased support, Zhang Yuhua, whose mindset was already unbalanced, lost her rationality for a moment. Falling for this incredibly childish provocation, she took out her phone and called her best friend who worked at the health bureau. At that moment, Zhang Yuhua's best friend was at her workplace discussing with a group of colleagues about how to investigate gutter oil across the city. Upon receiving Zhang Yuhua's call, she learned that a fast food restaurant called Jiwei Guan, located opposite Jiawei International Hospital, was suspected of using gutter oil. Just as she was worrying about how to investigate this gutter oil case, her best friend immediately perked up, said no more, gathered a team, and rushed to that fast food restaurant. For her, even if there was no gain, it was just a wasted trip, simply considered as exercising that night. But once there was a gain, it would be a great achievement. On the other side, after finishing the call with her best friend, Zhang Yuhua calmed down and immediately realized that she had fallen for Lin Dong's provocation, and instantly gave him a glare full of anger again. As for Lin Dong, he completely ignored her angry glare, walked out of the ward, and went to the vending machine in the corridor to buy a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of drink, treating it as his dinner. In this world without Meituan and ele.me, even if Lin Dong wanted to order takeout, he couldn't. He had to make do with instant noodles. It's a good thing Lin Dong can freely control the sensitivity of the tongue of God, otherwise, according to the settings in the spirit of clothes bursting, there probably wouldn't be much food in this world that Lin Dong could eat. About 40 minutes later, Zhang Yuhua received a call from her best friend, Darling. You are truly amazing. What? Hearing her best friend's excited voice, Zhang Yuhua vaguely felt something was wrong. You really hit the nail on the head. We found more than 30 barrels of gutter oil in their kitchen, as well as buckets used to recycle the gutter oil. According to the on-duty manager's statement, they've been using gutter oil for cooking since last year. This time, you really did me a huge favor. Zhang Yuhua, ugh. Chapter 9. What's going on? Why does it smell so good? A few minutes later, Zhang Yuhua and assistant Xiao Tong were both rushed into the emergency room, where their stomachs were flushed out with a gastric lavage machine. When the two returned from the emergency room to the delivery room, their slightly pale and still shaken appearances almost made Lin Dong burst out laughing. Yang Wanner immediately said, Sister Hua, Xiao Tong, you both should hurry back and rest. Then what about you? Zhang Yuhua asked. I'm fine. Nurse Dawn will accompany me tonight, Yang Wanner said, glancing at another nurse who had just come on shift. If it gets worse, I can call the nurse on duty for help. Alright then. Zhang Yuhua pondered for a moment, nodded, and then glanced at Lin Dong. Why are you still here? It's so late already. Aren't you leaving? Leave? Why should I leave? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. Zhang Yuhua immediately said, What? Do you want to stay here and not leave? Are you sure you're eating gutter oil and not brain-damaged pills? Asking such a stupid question. Lin Dong bluntly retorted, I am the baby's father, my child was just born, of course I have to stay here to take care of them. Zhang Yuhua, you. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Yang Wanner helplessly said, Sister Hua, don't worry, it's nothing. You should go back and get some good rest. Xiao Tong, you too, if you feel unwell tomorrow, just stay home and rest for a few more days. I have nurses here to take care of things, so it's fine if you don't come. With Yang Wanner's persuasion, Zhang Yuhua finally glared at Lin Dong, then left with her assistant Xiao Tong. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the chief obstetrician in charge of Yang Wanner personally came over to examine her and reminded her of some precautions before leaving. No sooner had the chief physician left than the three little ones started crying again with ama sounds. Got it. It's feeding time again. After spending more than half an hour feeding, Lin Dong told Yang Wanner to hurry up and get some sleep. The baby would be hungry again in 2 hours. Newborns basically need to be fed every 2 to 3 hours. Well, you'll have a hard time tonight. Yang Wanner looked at Lin Dong and said softly. Lin Dong smiled, What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this exactly what I should be doing? After Yang Wanner went to sleep, Lin Dong sat back in the chair next to the baby crib to better take care of the baby. Besides needing to feed the baby every 2 to 3 hours, the baby's digestion and metabolism are very fast during this period, causing very frequent bowel and bladder movements. If it's just urination, it's not too bad, the little one doesn't produce much urine, and one diaper can last most of the night. But once the baby poops, the diaper must be changed immediately. Throughout the entire night, Lin Dong changed diapers for the 3 babies a total of 8 times, with the second baby, who ate the fastest and the most, accounting for 4 of those changes alone. Excluding the time spent changing diapers, and adding the time spent preparing formula and feeding the babies, Lin Dong basically slept less than 4 hours in total that night. This was still because there were accompanying nurses. If Lin Dong was alone, it was estimated that he would not need to sleep this entire night. Although tired was really tired, Lin Dong was filled with energy. Just like this, it continued until dawn. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the hospital's cafeteria auntie came over to send breakfast, because Yang Wanner had not yet exhaustion to eat, so this breakfast nutritional porridge was solved by Lin Dong and the accompanying nurse. Of course, before eating, Lin Dong first used the tongue of God talent to perceive the nutritious porridge. After not singing to the flavor of mold and so on, it was only then assured that he ate a bowl. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the head doctor of the obstetrics and gynecology department led a team over for a routine checkup, and after checking Yang Wanner's wound healing as well as the discharge of bad dew and other conditions, she was told that she would have the analgesic pump and catheter removed today, and that if she did feel that the pain was too much to bear, then she would let the nurses dispense her with more pain medication, but that once she had taken the pain medication, she wouldn't be able to breastfeed her baby for 3 days. Yang Wanner immediately said, It's okay, I'm not afraid of pain. Afterwards, the doctor checked the 3 babies again, and only left the ward after confirming that they were all in very good condition. Shortly after the doctor left, the escort nurse who came to change shifts arrived, and then the escort nurse who was on night duty grabbed the time to go back to the dormitory to rest. According to the previous agreement, starting from this afternoon, the 2 of them would accompany Yang Wanner throughout the whole process until she was discharged from the hospital. At the same time, when the night duty nurse left, Yang Wanner looked at Lin Dong with a sleepy face and said, Lin Dong, why don't you go back to rest? It's fine for me to have a nurse on my side. Lin Dong smiled, It's fine, I'm not tired. Even if you're not tired, you should at least go back and take a shower, right? Yang Wanner said with a smile, She didn't take a bath all night yesterday and didn't brush her teeth in the morning, don't stink up the babies. Ha! That makes sense. When Lin Dong heard that, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Then I'll go back and take a shower before coming back. Yang Wanner said, It's okay, there's no rush, just take a good rest after the bath. Lin Dong nodded, Alright, I have the numbers. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's ears slightly twitched and heard a low exhaust sound. You just had an exhaust? Lin Dong could not help but ask. Yang Wan-air's pretty face turned red. How do you know? Ha ha. What is there to be shy about? This is not a good phenomenon. Lin Dong said smilingly, so you can eat, right? Yes, a side of the escort nurse said with a smile, the exhaust will be able to eat, but for the time being is still mainly fluid food. Lin Dong nodded and said, okay. Then I'll go back and cook a porridge for you, and then boil a fish head tofu soup over. Eat the congee to fill your stomach, and drink the fish head tofu soup to lower your milk. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Yang Wan-air could not help but top her shyness and asked curiously, you can still cook? Lin Dong laughed too, wait until noon and you will know. So, Lin Dong left the hospital, near to find a food market, bought some millet red dates, ready to boil a millet red dates porridge to Yang Wan-air replenish chi and blood, and bought a piece of tofu and a fresh fathead fish head, ready to boil a fish head tofu soup. Leaving the market, Lin Dong directly took a car back to the rental house, asked to share a partner borrowed their pots and pans to clean the ingredients of this house was the landlord partitioned out of 6 rooms, Lin Dong just rented one of the bedrooms, the bathroom and the kitchen are communal, as for the pots and pans, who want to cook have to buy their own, and just work less than a year Lin Dong naturally cannot have the time and mind to go to their own cooking. To cook for himself, so naturally there were no pots and pans. Under the blessing of divine-level cooking skills, Lin Dong knew a series of steps like the back of his hand regarding how to handle these several ingredients and how to modulate them to achieve the most delicious results. As time passed, a fragrance gradually wafted up from within the kitchen. Under the law of physics of irregular molecular movement, this aroma continuously overflowed out, through the windows, through the cracks of the doors, and drifted into every room. What's going on? Who is cooking? Why does it smell so good? Chapter 10 just broke up and there's a baby? This is a lot of information. That overflowing away the refreshing aroma alarm blew a few weekend rest at home co-tenant roommates. They have opened the door, followed the fragrance to the kitchen, saw standing in front of the stove to make soup Lin Dong. Egu, I'm going. Little Lin, you actually know how to cook? What kind of food are you cooking? It smells so good. Little Lin, you even know how to do this? It's not even noon yet, why are you cooking? It smells so good. Lindsay, where were you last night? You didn't come back all night, and now you've just come back and you've got a big trick up your sleeve. Do you want us to die of gluttony? The roommates who shared the room with Lin Dong are basically from the same company or school, so they are not different from each other at all. They are all very familiar with each other. In the face of the roommates' inquiries and admiration, Lin Dong smiled and said, yesterday, my child was born, so I'll give the child's mother some monthly meals to replenish her body. What? The child? A few roommates all froze. Among them, a roommate was even more shocked and blurted out, what's the situation? Last week you went bungee jumping with your girlfriend? So soon after the birth? This roommate's name is Wei Dong. Among all the shared roommates, he has the closest relationship with Lin Dong, because the two are not only college classmates, but also college roommates. Those who were able to share a room together even after graduation certainly did not have a shallow relationship. Not her. Lin Dong shook his head. We broke up yesterday? Crowd? The crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell? You broke up with your girlfriend yesterday, and then you had a baby? That's a lot of information. What's going on here? Just as the college roommate wanted to ask again, the girlfriend next to him, who had also come all the way from college, gave him a push, signaling him not to ask for the time being. The roommate immediately understood, right. Right now this occasion is obviously not the time to be able to ask this thing. In fact, it's nothing. Noticed the two small movements of Lin Dong smiled and said, do you still remember that time before graduation when we went to the bar to drink together? Remember? What happened? Wei Dong nodded his head and said blankly. Lin Dong said, then do you still remember that night? I was drunk and then you and a few others sent me and another girl into a room together? Wei Dong froze, then seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. So it was that girl who gave you a child? No, Lin Dong shook his head and said, not gave birth to 1, but 3. Everyone, crouch. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in confusion. What did you say? That girl gave birth to triplets for you? Wei Dong's girlfriend's eyes were also wide open at that moment, looking at Lin Dong with a shocked expression. Well, Lin Dong nodded, a smile of heartfelt joy appeared on his face, 2 daughters and a son. Crouch. Everyone unanimously let out an exclamation, and with it came a burst of congratulations. So, that girlfriend of yours broke up with you because she knew about this? Wei Dong's girlfriend asked again. No, Lin Dong shook his head and said, in fact, before breaking up with her, I didn't even know that I was going to be a father. Saying that, Lin Dong gave a brief account of breaking up with his girlfriend yesterday and what happened afterward. When they heard about Lin Dong breaking up on one foot and becoming the father of 3 babies on the next, everyone was once again dumbstruck. Wei Dong even couldn't help but say, this is a good thing. It's simply more fantastical than a TV show. Lindsay, can I send this to our college group? At this time, Wei Dong's girlfriend suddenly said. Did not wait for Lin Dong to speak. The sight of Wei Dong will white girlfriend a glance, said, Lin Z things, you send your classmates group to do? He is not a student in your class. If you want to send it, it's also for me to send it to our own class. Lindsay, what do you think? You think I'm a gossip like you? Wei Dong's girlfriend gave her boyfriend a blank look and said, I'm doing it to piss off Ing Shuang, okay? Ing Shuang? Hearing this name, both Lin Dong and Wei Dong froze. Because Ing Shuang was that ex-girlfriend of Lin Dong's, and also Wei Dong's girlfriend's college classmate. Speaking of which, when Lin Dong was able to fall in love with the other party, it was Wei Dong's girlfriend who helped pull the strings. For good reason. Why are you taking this matter to anger her? Wei Dong curiously looked at his girlfriend. You and her relationship is not still good. That was before. Wei Dong's girlfriend exasperatedly said, from last night, she was in the circle of friends to send some inexplicable words, said what to look for a boyfriend must be careful, to bright eyes, but also said that sometimes the harm is your friends around you. Some people just can't see that you are good, so they introduce unreliable boys to you to know and drag you down. I didn't see it at the time, and it wasn't until now when Lin Z said that he broke up with Ing Shuang that it occurred to me that she was connoting me, saying that I couldn't see that she was good, so I introduced Lin Z to her and dragged her back. Wool. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Wei Dong immediately opened his eyes in anger. Funny. Wasn't she the one who first craved Lindsay's body and took the initiative to contact you and ask you to introduce her? Now you're saying that you introduced her because you were jealous of her? This woman is out of her mind. Besides, what's wrong with Lindsay? He doesn't smoke, he doesn't gamble, he doesn't even go to the health center, and he's handsome, so he's good enough for two of her. How dare she break up with him? Looking at Wei Dong's righteous indignation, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Come on, thank you for blowing me up so much, I'm so puffed up I'm about to take off. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Lindsay, then you give a word, can you say this thing about you having a child? Wei Dong said, not to mention, the few animals in our dormitory must tell them, right? As an uncle, red packets not to mention, this diaper always send a few boxes over it. Lin Dong heard, could not help but dumbfounded, okay. Letting you hold it in is probably hard for you. As you notify it. Speaking of which, we have not seen for half a year, asked to see who else is in Shanghai, find a time to get together. Wei Dong heard, eyes bright, good. I will notify to go. Chapter 11 Shocked college roommates. However, did not wait for Wei Dong to take out the cell phone, the girlfriend will stop him. Wait a minute, you now go to notify the mouth to say no evidence, no picture, no truth. Wait for Lindsay to make the monthly meal, we take a few pictures and then send them together. Good idea. Wei Dong's eyes lit up, it would be best if I could taste it again. In case someone questions the taste, see if I don't dislike them. Lin Dong glanced at him, I think it's actually you who wants to eat the moon meal. Nonsense. Wei Dong righteously kept his girlfriend next to him, clearly my wife also wants to eat. The girlfriend who had been told by Wei Dong was instantly annoyed, dying you. Everyone laughed out loud. Lin Dong said with a smile, you want to eat, go to the supermarket to help me buy a few sets of tableware, and then buy 2 of the largest insulated bucket to, money I WeChat transfer you. Without waiting for Wei Dong to speak, the roommate who lent Lin Dong pots and pans on the side said with a smile, Xiaolin, tableware I have on my side, you directly use is, there is no need to waste money to buy. Lin Dong said, thank you brother Qian, I want to buy a few sets to bring to the hospital to put, it is not very convenient to use yours every day. Subsequently, Wei Dong and his girlfriend went out together to buy things. As for Lin Dong, after confirming that the red dates and millet porridge and fish head tofu soup were almost cooked, he turned down the heat and asked his roommate to help take care of it, then grabbed the time to go and take a shower, and by the way, washed his clothes in 3 or 2 strokes. By the time Lin Dong put the washed clothes out in the sun, Wei Dong came back with 2 thermos buckets and a few sets of cutlery. After carefully cleaning the thermos bucket and cutlery, Lin Dong poured the already cooked red date millet porridge and fish head tofu soup into the 2 thermos buckets respectively, leaving almost half of the porridge and soup to be distributed to his roommates. As soon as they arrived, the roommates who had smelled the aroma for nearly 20 minutes and swallowed countless mouthfuls of saliva immediately couldn't wait to carefully inhale a mouthful of fish soup. Phew! It's delicious. It's so fresh. Really strange. Surprisingly, there is no fishy flavor. This fish soup is amazing. And this red date and millet porridge. Simply melt in your mouth. As for the previous also said that no picture, to take pictures of Wei Dong girlfriend, at this time as also early has thrown this thing to the clouds, only focus on the soup and porridge in front of the eyes. In the end, Wei Dong was the first to come back to God, took a few pictures of the roommates eating the monthly meal, and greeted everyone to put the bowl together to take a family photo, and then sent to the college roommate group. Being Lindsay's roommate is simply too happy. In the past, I used to rub his midnight snack every day, but from today onwards, I can rub his monthly meal again. I envy you guys. Ha ha. After sending photos and messages, Wei Dong also sent in the group a 200 red packets. I wish my 2 nieces and a nephew good health. Once the red packet is sent, the original silent for a long time college roommate group immediately lively up. Ouch, I go. Donzi, why are you giving out red packets? Did your brother have a baby? That's not right. Aren't you an only child? Wow. Idiot. Look at what Dong just said up there. It's Hayashi who's having a baby. Lindsay? Lin Donzi? Crap. Really? This nigga. Wei Dong, don't kid yourself. Lin Dong had a baby? When did he get married? That's right. We haven't even graduated for a year. If you're counting time, your wife was pregnant before we graduated? I don't think Lin had a girlfriend at that time. What's going on? Is it true what Lin Donzi said? Don't you have a girlfriend now? I've never heard you talk about your girlfriend being pregnant. You're married? Yes. Lin Dong, when did you get married? You didn't inform us? Are you afraid we won't give you a red packet? Ha ha. If this is true, then Lin Dong must be congratulated. If it's not true, we'll take Wei Dong Donzi and sacrifice him to the heavens. That's right. Ha ha. On the other hand, after the remaining red dates and millet porridge and fish head tofu soup are divided, Lin Dong wanted to clean those several pots and dippers, but was called by Wei Dong Dong girlfriend, Lin Zi, you put, those things I will wash later, you do not busy, hurry over to eat together ah. I will not eat, Lin Dong smiled and said, the hospital is a little far away from the side, and now set off to the past just when the mealtime can be. After greeting with a few roommates who ate with gusto, Lin Dong left with 2 insulated buckets and a few sets of cutlery. And Wei Dong, while eating red dates and millet porridge with great gusto, chatted with his college roommates. Lin Zi has just left the house to go to the hospital, so we probably won't have time to chat with you guys for a while. These questions of yours, by your family Dong to answer for you one by one. Delighted, 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 delighted. First of all, Lin Zi has broken up with his girlfriend. Just yesterday, the other party mentioned the breakup first. Well, it's long overdue. You said several times before that the girl is unreliable. That's right. She's been asking Lindsay for money to buy handbags and cosmetics for 3 days now. She doesn't think Lindsay just started working and has a few bucks a month. That's right. What's worse, didn't you want Lindsay to take out an online loan to buy her a bag last time? That's just stupid. Okay, let's not waste our energy on that girl. Donzi, go on. What happened then? Then, less than a minute after Lindsay broke up with her, he got a call from a girl asking him to go to the hospital to sign the papers. The girl gave birth to triplets. They're Lindsay's. All the roommates? Crap. Really? Really triplets? That's just too damn awesome. Isn't it a bit hasty? Who is that girl? Is Lindsay really sure the baby is his? Don't be a happy father. Yeah, that's right. Have you had a paternity test? Faced with a burst of crackling questions from his roommates, Wei Dong was a bit overwhelmed and could only pick up what he knew to answer. I'm not sure about the details. Anyway, the child in the end is not his, Lin Zi himself heart most clear. As for the girl, you've all seen her before. Ha! The roommates once again shot out a question mark in unison. We've all seen her? Yes, we have. Do you guys remember that girl that Lin Zi invited to drink with us when we went to the bar before graduation? Yes. Do you remember when Lin and that girl got drunk and we put them in a room together? I think that's what happened. What the hell? So that's the day they screwed up? Well, afterward that hotel even called me and asked me to pay for the damage to the sheets. I was kinda puzzled at the time. How can you sleep in a bed? And then when I thought about it, I guess that girl was the first time, when she cut that sheet. So those 3 babies are really Lindsay's? Bull simply. In that case, we're all matchmakers. Not only did we bring them together, but we even gave them the perfect assist in making a baby. That's right. Ha ha. Right in the middle of his college roommates' hot chats, Lin Dong left the shared neighborhood and took a cab to the hospital. On the way, Lin Dong also videoed Yan Wan Air for a while, chatted with her for a while, and then watched the 3 little ones through the screen for a while. After about 40 minutes, Lin Dong returned to the hospital room carrying the bag with the insulated bucket. Chapter 12, the monthly meal that greedily cries for an entire floor of the maternity ward. Just into the maternity ward, Lin Dong will hear the baby crying, immediately went in to ask, only to know that the original is the big baby back to milk, just eaten the milk spit out, and then may feel a little difficult, is ana crying, small face or reddish red. Baby, come, daddy hug. Lin Dong immediately put down the bag in his hand, took Debeo from the nurse and skillfully held her in his arms. One hand held her small pee-pee, the other hand was placed on her small stomach and chest, combining divine massage technique and divine tuena technique to gently knead and press. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the milkman achievement of massaging and nudging a child for the first time. Reward divine level meridian seeking and pointing technique. May I ask if the host extracts it now? Extraction. With a hot current surging into his mind, all the information about the various human meridians and learnings as well as the pointing and punching techniques were integrated into Lin Dong's mind. Perhaps because of the comfort from his father, coupled with Lin Dong's techniques, Debeo, who was originally crying with a red face, gradually regained his composure, after which Lin Dong immediately handed Debeo over to young Wanner for her to feed her milk. When Debeo barfed up the milk, only then did Lin Dong feel relieved and walked away, and it was only then that he noticed that the assistant, Showdown, was already in the hospital room. "Little Ton, have you had lunch yet?" Lin Dong asked after he greeted him. "No, I haven't even eaten breakfast," Showdown said with a bitter face. As soon as he remembered that what he ate a few days ago was all gutter oil, he couldn't eat anything. "It's okay, you don't care too much," Lin Dong comforted. "In fact, this gutter oil as early as more than 10 years ago, so counting the time, in fact, you have eaten a long time ago." "Showdown? This man is the devil? There is such a comforting person?" Vomit. Thinking about how he used to eat gutter oil all the time when he ate fast food outside, Showdown instantly felt bad. Yang Wan-er on the side immediately pouted. "Lin Dong, don't make a scene. Don't you see that the little child is so uncomfortable that he is about to cry?" Lin Dong shrugged. "I just want to tell her that it's all psychological. You see, I also know that I've eaten gutter oil, but I don't feel anything at all, so the mind is very important." Seeing that the little child once heard the word gutter oil 3 words to vomit again the frame, Yang Wan-er immediately diverted the topic, said, Well, do not say that. I just saw you carry a bag in. You are not to buy something off? I have everything on my side. You don't have to waste your money to buy something else off." "I didn't buy anything," Lin Dong smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you in the morning? I'm going to prepare some kanji and fish head tofu soup for you." While saying this, Lin Dong took out 2 insulated buckets from the bag and a few sets of cutlery. Yang Wan-er was instantly surprised. "You really did it off? It's not steamed really, it's boiled." Lin Dong played a harmonic stunt in passing, and then smiled as he opened the lid of the insulated bucket that contained the red date millet porridge. With the opening of the lid, a white vapor rose from inside, and then, the fragrance from the red date millet porridge also rose with the hot air, and quickly spread out in the ward. The nurse lady at the side immediately let out a soft sigh. "Wow. What kind of porridge is this, so fragrant?" Gulp. Several people all looked at the sound, only to see the little child covering her stomach, her face red. Lin Dong laughed. "How about it? Do you want to eat some? Is it okay?" The little boy gulped. "Isn't this what you made for Sister Wan-er? It's not too appropriate to give it to me to eat, right?" Lin Dong said, "I took you all into consideration when I cooked it, so it will be enough." Yang Wan-er also followed with a smile and scolded, "Stinky girl. If you're hungry, hurry up and eat. I haven't eaten a bite since I washed my stomach last night, so don't starve your stomach." The little boy immediately licked his lips. "Then thank you, Mr. Lin Dong." Thus, Lin Dong gave the little child and the nurse lady each a bowl of red date millet porridge to pad their stomachs first, and waited until Yang Wan-er refeeds Debeo outside, also gave her a bowl, and took a spoon, ready to personally feed her. Yang Wan-er immediately reddened her pretty face. "I'd rather do it myself." Looking at Yang Wan-er's pretty red face, Lin Dong suddenly realized that it seemed that this girl was quite easy to be shy. A person who had been famous in the entertainment industry for many years, but could still maintain such an innocent nature, it was really quite difficult. It seemed that Zhang Yuhua really had no words for Yang Wan-er. If it wasn't for her, the #1 agent in the entertainment industry, protecting her, I'm afraid that Yang Wan-er wouldn't have been able to maintain such an innocent nature all the time. Seeing as she's so dedicated to protecting my child's mother, next time I see her, I'll dislike her less. You're considered a patient now, how can you eat by yourself? Come on, good boy, open your mouth. Without waiting for Yang Wan-er to refuse, Lin Dong directly scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, blew it until it was at the right temperature, and then directly disliked the sight of Yang Wan-er's mouth. In fact, originally Yang Wan-er has the intention to refuse, but the millet porridge fragrance is really too tempting, coupled with the night from the day before yesterday, in order to give birth to a child she did not eat a bite of rice, has been simmering until now, has been a gluttonous, and then by the millet porridge close to the eye of the stimulation of where there is still reserve, immediately opened his mouth, a mouth to eat down. A mouthful of millet porridge entrance, Yang Wan-er two eyes cannot help but a bright, good flavor. Yummy. As for the nurses and children on the side, they couldn't even say anything. While squinting their eyes and marveling at the taste, they ate the millet porridge in the bowl, their expressions enjoying themselves to the extreme. When he finished eating the millet porridge, Lin Dong opened another insulated bucket. As a fragrance that was dozens of times more intense than the red date millet porridge came from the thermos bucket, the 3 women who had just eaten a bowl full of millet porridge instantly felt that they were hungry again. Subsequently, Lin Dong gave the 3 of them another bowl of fish head tofu soup. Just as the 3 of them were immersed in the fresh taste of the fish head tofu soup, the nurse on duty at the inpatient department came in and prepared to change Yang Wan-er's glucose, and as a result, when she smelled the fragrance, she was directly craved by her grumbling stomach. After asking the other party, because there were especially many baby moms giving birth this morning, causing her to be busy from morning until now, she didn't even have time to go to the hospital's cafeteria to eat lunch. After hearing this from the nurse, Yang Wan-er immediately let Lin move with the 2 empty bowls that were still extra next to her to scoop up a bowl of red date millet porridge and fish head tofu soup for the nurse. If this were unusual, the nurse would have definitely shrugged it off, but now she was already starving, plus the scent really made her unable to resist, so she eventually accepted it gratefully. After changing Yang Wan-er's glucose, the nurse carried the 2 steaming bowls of monthly meals out. Yang Wan-air's ward was at the easternmost part of the entire maternity ward. As the nurse walked out of Yang Wan-air's ward, all the way to the nurse's desk, along the way, the aroma of the 2 bowls of monthly meals began to continuously waft out. By the time the nurse came to the nurse's desk, half of the maternity ward floor was filled with the aroma of red dates and millet porridge and fish head tofu soup. Several women who had been in labor for 3 or 4 days, but were unable to eat because they never had any gas, all poofed up at that moment. Then, one by one, with reddened eyes, they said to their husbands and family members, "It smells so good. Oh, what's that smell? I want to eat it too." Chapter 13, a request from the president of the Jiaowei International Hospital. Compared to the red dates and millet porridge, the milky flavor and smoothness of the fish head and tofu soup was obviously more memorable, so much so that Yang Wan-air drank 2 bowls in one gulp, and also ate several pieces of tofu and the soft meat on the fish head before she burped contentedly. By the time the hospital cafeteria auntie brought lunch, all 3 girls had already eaten their fill, and then Lin Dong had solved all his lunch alone with that fish head and tofu soup. Taking advantage of the leisure time, Lin Dong took out his cell phone, wanting to see the situation of the college roommate group. The result was that as soon as he opened WeChat, a series of message vibration sound almost did not shake his hand numb. Fixed eyes look, college roommate group, college class group, college club group and so on. 6 or 7 in the university when joining the group of friends all have ate their information. Not only that, there are more than a dozen in the university era to play a good. Classmates and friends also have to send their own private chat message. Open to look, all are to ask yourself whether it is really a problem to give birth to a child. Gotta be. It must have been Dongzi and the others who spread the word. Under the compulsion of his OCD, Lin Dong clicked off the messages with red bubbles one by one, and then uniformly replied, "Well, the message is true, the children are mine, triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy. The girl is very nice, wish me happiness." Subsequently, Lin Dong successively replied to a few more messages from the group. When Lin Dong's gang of university classmates and friends saw the person in question's personal reply, confirming that he really had a child, and in one direct breath it was triplets, several groups all exploded. Old Lin, awesome ah. It's not even a year since he graduated, and he's already a father. I'd drink 3 pounds of Mao Tai and not even hold up a wall to convince you. Lin, aren't you taking a big step? You didn't even have a girlfriend when you graduated, did you? And now you have a child? Damn it. Lin, your political consciousness is too high. The state has just encouraged 3 children, and now you've got 3 children in one step. That's great. You're so mean. You didn't even inform us of your marriage. You're afraid we can't afford the red packet? That's right. You've gone too far. When's the full moon party? Be sure to announce it. I have to see my future daughter-in-law. You're a single dog, you don't even have a daughter-in-law, and you want one? That's true. Change that, father-in-law. Take care of my future daughter-in-law. Get lost. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we all graduated, and we haven't had such a lively chat in the friends group. Perhaps it was because they had been holding it in for too long, and they just happened to come across this explosive news about Lin Dong, which directly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for chatting. After chatting about Lin Dong's matter, the group started chatting about their respective work matters and their lives. When chatting about their trenchant and inhuman unit leaders, a group of classmates helped to scold them together, and then when chatting about those heartless co-workers, the group followed along and spat on them. However, Lin Dong did not idle. At the same time Yang Wan-air breastfeeding the baby, he walked to the side of the dining table, ready to give the baby soak some more milk powder. Although this fish head tofu soup drink milk, but the effect is not so fast. Want to see the effect? How to wait until the evening or tomorrow. After feeding the baby, Lin Dong once again gave the baby a few massages until they comfortably burped before putting them back in the crib. The most temperamental is the 3 treasures, that is, the younger brother, after eating must be held to walk a few laps before, if the breastfeeding immediately put him to bed, immediately cry to you. At first, Lin Dong also tried a few times in disbelief, but the result was that he was educated by this little thing in minutes. After the 3 little ones fell soundly asleep, Lin Dong sat down by the hospital bed and peeled an apple for Yang Wan-air, then cut it into small pieces and took a toothpick and inserted a piece to Yang Wan-air's mouth. Seeing this scene, the little child and the nurse lady consciously turned away for single dogs like them. This kind of dog food spreading behavior is really a bit high in the value of the damage caused to them, so if they cannot look, they do not look. Just as Lin Dong and Yang Wan-air were silently spreading dog food, a knock suddenly came from outside the room door. "Miss Yang, it's me, Hua Shuman, may I come in?" Ding Gua. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan-air froze for a moment and then said to Lin Dong with a smile, "He is the president of Jiaowei International Hospital." When Lin Dong heard this, he could not help but freeze for a moment. At this moment, what was the hospital director doing over here? It couldn't be that he had come to ask Yang Wan-air for an autograph, could it? Right in the middle of Lin Dong's days, Yang Wan-air asked the little child to go and invite the other party to come in. "Dingwa, please come in." After entering the ward, Dingwa couldn't help but sniff his nose. Sure enough, this is the smell, it really smells good. After a burst of pleasantries, Yang Wan-air immediately opened the door and asked, "Dingwa, may I ask what you have to do?" It's really a bit embarrassing to say it. Dingwa smiled blushingly and then said, "At noon, did you guys give our inpatient nurses 2 bowls of monthly meals?" Well, Yang Wan nodded and said, "Yes, that nurse lady has been busy taking care of the mothers in the building. She didn't even go to lunch. It just so happens that I have extra monthly meals on my side, so I gave her a little bit of it. What's wrong?" "What's wrong? Did the nurse get a bad stomach?" When she said the last, Yang Wan Air's face showed a trace of concern and uneasiness. No. Don't you worry, the nurse is fine." Dean Boy immediately said that it wasn't that. That's. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Dean Boy pondered for a while and finally said the reason for his visit. "It's like this. Didn't you guys give our nurse 2 bowls of monthly meals? Then our nurse took it to the nurse's desk and ate a few bites of it. As a result, the aroma made the mothers in the other wards crave for it, and they thought that it was provided by the hospital cafeteria, so they all clamored to eat it as well. As a result, the cafeteria sent them the same menstrual meal, but the mothers were all dissatisfied with it, saying that it didn't smell as good as the previous one, and that it didn't taste good either. A few women who were depressed after giving birth even cried in frustration. As you know, those who can stay in our hospital wards are all rich and famous, so a few of the mothers' families called me, and I investigated, and realized that it was you who gave them the monthly meal. So I would like to ask, where do you buy the monthly meal from? I don't know if it's convenient to tell you, so that I can talk to those mothers." After hearing these words from Dingwa, Yang Waner couldn't help but look at Lin Dong beside her, dumbfounded. Yang Waner said, "Dingwa, this menstrual meal is not bought outside, it is something that I was made by our child's father himself." "Ah? Is Mr. Lin you personally made it?" Dingwa immediately showed a face of surprise, and then fell into a tangle. Looking at this tangled look on the other party's face, Lin Dong knew that the other party was afraid that he had a request, and immediately said with a smile, "Dingwa, if you have something to say, just say it directly." "Mr. Lin, I know that this request of mine is very presumptuous, but I wonder if it's convenient for you to come directly to our cafeteria's kitchen the next time you make a monthly meal? I'll have the cafeteria provide you with whatever ingredients you need for free. I'll have the family members of the mother talk to you directly about the cost of the meal, okay? You can charge them whatever they give you, and the cafeteria won't take a penny. Think of it as doing me a favor, okay?" Hearing this request from the dean, Lin Dong could not help but freeze, then turned his head to look at young Warner. The two of them looked at each other face to face. Good fellow, this was simply sending money directly to himself. Chapter 14, Master Lin, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 14, Master Lin, please accept me as your disciple. For this request of Dingwa that was almost like giving away money for nothing, Lin Dong naturally agreed. Subsequently, accompanied by Dingwa, Lin Dong met with the families of those mothers who wanted to eat the menstrual meal he made, and agreed on a menstrual meal of 1 porridge, 1 soup and 1 dish, billed at $128 per meal. Afterwards, Lin Dong carefully inquired about the food allergies of the mothers in each bed, and then eliminated a few foods that would cause allergies from the list of ingredients to choose from. This careful action of his instantly gained strong favor from the families of the mothers, and there were even a few bossy families of the mothers who asked Lin Dong if he could become their family's full-time chef, with a monthly salary of $20,000 to start with. To be honest, Lin Dong did feel a little moved. After all, his current monthly salary only amounted to more than $4,000 per month, while now it could directly increase 5 times, anyone else would have to be moved off. However, Lin Dong ultimately refused. For one thing, because became someone else's full-time chef, that means he will lose a certain amount of freedom. There is no way with the present, long time to accompany the baby around. As for the second thing, Lin Dong believes that he has mastered several god-level skills. 20,000 monthly salary will definitely not be the end of the line. So in the end, the two sides agreed to pay for 1 meal, eat 1 meal and pay for 1 meal. After the discussion, Lin Dong went back and reported the exact process of the negotiation to Yang Wan Air. After finishing, Lin Dong said apologetically, "So, every day before mealtime, I might have to leave for more than an hour and can't take care of your side." Yang Wan said thoughtfully, "It's okay, I have Xiao Tong and the nurse lady taking care of my side, I'll be fine. What I am worried about is not this." Lin Dong smiled and said, "I just can't leave the child, and you." Hearing this sudden confession from Lin Dong, Yang Wan Air immediately blushed again. As for the little child and the nurse on the side, they were again caught off guard and were fed a mouthful of dog food, and turned away with a stuffy heart. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Dong came to the kitchen in the hospital cafeteria on time. As a cafeteria in a high-grade private hospital, the configuration of this kitchen was configured according to the standards of a 5-star hotel, and even the chef was poached from a 5-star hotel. After all, the patients who will come to Jiaowei International Hospital are either rich or expensive. If you casually invite a chef over to fool around, it is absolutely looking for death. As a former chef of a 5-star hotel, the chef of the cafeteria certainly has his own arrogance. When he learned that the hospital leadership even said to designate an outsider specifically for the inpatient maternity department to do the monthly meal, he was very unconvinced, but also feel insulted. Of course, he is not so middle-aged to throw off the chef's hat in public and leave. After all, in this side he is taking 300,000 annual salary, compared with those in the 5-star chef of the same level, can be nearly 100,000 more. Stupid Z will go it. Thus, he silently stayed behind, ready to take a good look at what kind of god dared to invade his territory. When Lin Dong arrived at the kitchen, he could clearly feel the hostility from this master chef, but did not care. Entering the kitchen, Lin Dong checked the available ingredients. There were meat and vegetables. It was quite complete. In the end, Lin Dong selected a dozen or so ingredients and began to clean them. 1 porridge, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. This soup, Lin Dong still decided to do tofu fish soup. No need to here no longer use the fish head of the fathead fish, but use crushing carp. In addition to this, unlike the shabby noon with only beans and fish heads, this time Lin Dong also added quite a few ingredients into it. First, he added chicken claws. Chicken claws taste sweet, flat, non-toxic, nutritional value is quite high, rich in calcium and collagen. Eat more can not only soften blood vessels, at the same time has a beauty effect. Then add a flavor of yellow cauliflower. Yellow cauliflower has the efficacy of stopping bleeding, anti-inflammatory, clearing heat, diuretic, eliminating food, brightening eyes, tranquilizing the mind, etc., and has curative effects on insomnia and lactation. Maternity after childbirth because of fatigue often feel depressed. Eat yellow cauliflower, but also bright eyes, replenish energy, maintain vitality, reduce the fatigue brought about by the production, calm the emotions, uplift the mood, maintain a good and healthy state of mind. Postnatal depression can also play a role in alleviating the role of certain. In addition, maternal eating more yellow cauliflower can also promote detoxification and defecation. Diuretic and dehumidification can reduce the phenomenon of edema of the body and promote the body's postpartum recovery. As for the one dish, Lin Dong did the yam tenderloin and then with a few colored peppers, color and flavor. As for the porridge, Lin Dong chose the sweet potato millet chicken porridge this time. 1 porridge, 1 dish and 1 soup, all of which had the effect of regulating the body as well as laying down milk. After cleaning all the ingredients, Lin Dong began to start cooking. First is the stew. This was also one of the 3 dishes that took more time to make. Lin Dong first put the chicken claws into the boiling water for cooking and then took out a live carp from the sink. Next, the cafeteria chef who had originally been coldly watching from the sidelines saw a scene that he would never forget. Only to see Lin Dong did not knock the crushing carp unconscious, directly swish and brush 2 knives, then all the fish scales were picked off, then brush a knife, and then the tip of the knife was picked, and all the internal organs in the belly of the fish were also cleaned out, and then the crushing carp was thrown back into the sink that was used to clean the fish's body. From Lin Dong grabbed out the crushing carp to throw back. The whole process is not more than 5 seconds, so when the crushing carp thrown back into the sink also jumped a few times. The cafeteria chef master, who had witnessed the entire process, had been completely stunned at this moment. As a matter of fact, not only him, inside the kitchen, those other cafeteria chefs who were originally busy had also been completely dumbfounded at this moment. Ouch, I go. What kind of knife work is this? Just a few swishes and a fish is done? What? Did you see that? That fish is still alive after being flayed and gutted. This is outrageous. The knife work is horrible. It's like a movie. He's even better than Master Lu. Shoo, 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 shoo. Keep your voice down. You don't want to be in the business anymore. Didn't you see Mr. Lu's black face since just now? Lin Dong of course also heard the murmurings of this group of chefs, but he did not care. After handling 5 carp in a row, Lin Dong cut these 5 carp into segments, drained them, and then put them into the frying pan that had been opened at the side for frying. First, he fried the crushing carp segments, and then the old tofu blocks. After finishing, Lin Dong took out the chicken claws that had already been cooked to death on the side, took out the chicken bones inside while they were still hot, and then put them into a large iron pot for cooking along with the crushing carp segments, the old tofu and yellow cauliflower, as well as some seasoning ingredients. Afterwards, Lin Dong also cooked the sweet potato millet chicken congee and fried the yam tenderloin. As time passed, a refreshing aroma began to spread in the cafeteria kitchen. By the time all 3 dishes were completed, the time was almost 5 o'clock. Subsequently, Lin Dong let the hospital leaders greet a few helpers to come over to put all this porridge, 1 dish and 1 soup into the insulated box provided by the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria chef, Chef Lu, came over. Master Lin, I wonder if I can taste this soup. Mr. Lu, I don't know if I can try this soup. Lin Dong casually scooped up a bowl of soup and gave it to him. Master Lu held the bowl of soup in both hands. Master Lu held the bowl of fish soup with both hands, carefully took a sip, and then the whole person was fixed there as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was lost in thought. After a long time, Master Lu came back to his senses, silently drank a mouthful, and then another mouthful, by means of that his gulp the whole finished fish soup are finished. After Master Lu put that empty bowl into the dishwashing sink next to him, he turned around and flung himself on his knees in front of Lin Dong. Master Lin, please accept me as your disciple. Everyone, eh? Crap? Which play is this Nima playing? Chapter 15, Zhang Yuhua who was captured by food. Facing the sudden kneeling of the other party, Lin Dong was also startled. But it is just a bowl of tofu and fish soup, to this? At this time, Lin Dong still did not know that he, who was equipped with divine-level cooking skills, meant exactly what it meant to other chefs. Other than that, just to say that Lin Dong's posture of holding the knife when dissecting the fish, the angle of the blade, the technique, etc., is simply comparable to the existence of a textbook of knife work, and his operation of removing the bone from the chicken claw is even more so that Master Lu is amazed by the sky. Of course, the favorite let that Lu Master feel convinced or that bowl of tofu fish soup. To know, as a Zhejiang cuisine chef, tofu fish soup. This Zhejiang cuisine in the home cooking is the most frequent contact with a dish in the process of learning the art of apprenticeship. In the past did not eat 100, at least there are 80 times. However, in Master Lu's memory, including the master who taught him the essence of Zhejiang cuisine, there was not a single person who made a tofu and fish soup that could be comparable to the bowl of tofu and fish soup cooked by Lin Dong at this time. No. Not right. Not to mention comparable, there is not even a qualification to compare. Master Lu, quickly get up, I can't accept this big gift from you. Lin Dong immediately deftly avoided Master Lu's kneeling, then reached out to right up his arm and helped him up. Originally, that Master Lu still wanted to put a few words that I won't get up if you don't agree to it to show his determination to worship the master, but as a result, before the words were even uttered, he felt a huge force coming from his own arm, directly lifting himself up. Master Lu, eh? When Master Lu realized that this force was Lin Dong, he was even more shocked. At this time, the hospital leader who had been guarding the side also came over. Master Lu, what are you doing? Look at how shocked Mr. Lin is. I'm sorry. Master Lu heard the dissatisfaction in the hospital leader's tone and hurriedly apologized. I was just shocked by Mr. Lin's cooking skills. I was really hoping too much to be taught by Master Lin. That's why I got so excited. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for scaring you. It's okay, Lin Dong smiled and said, it's just a matter of making a few dishes. If you are interested, we can exchange ideas with each other. When Master Lu heard this, his eyes lit up. Really? Of course it is true. The hospital leader on the side immediately said, Mr. Lin will come to the kitchen these days to make monthly meals for the maternity wards. You will have plenty of opportunities to learn from Mr. Lin. Master Lu was immediately elated. That would be great. Although Lin Dong made a monthly meal for 20 people, there was still some extra after all, so a few hospital leaders who had long been watching from the sidelines and salivating were also given a few insulated boxes. As for Lin Dong, he also made a few thermos boxes, and then returned to the ward first. Seeing Lin Dong returning, Yang Wan-er immediately asked with concern, back? How is it? Are you tired? Just cooking 3 dishes, what is there to be tired of? Lin Dong smiled, how is the baby? Is it well behaved? Yang Wan-er said, okay, you just went out that moment the 3 little guys together pulled the stink. After feeding them, they have been sleeping until now. How about you guys? I'm hungry? Lin Dong patted from the hospital cafeteria to take over the 4 insulation box, just made a meal, a dish and a soup. Do you want to pad the stomach first? Without waiting for Yang Wan-er to speak, the assistant boy and the accompanying nurse who had already tasted Lin Dong's handiwork on the side were busy nodding their heads. Take it yourself, each box is the same. Lin Dong smiled, picked up a box and sat beside Yang Wan-er, and started preparing to spread dog food again. Once they saw this situation, the little kid and the nurse looked at each other and immediately picked up a thermos box and ran to the outer room. Want to spread dog food in front of us? No way. Just when a few people were enjoying their meal, there was a knock on the ward door and in came Zhang Yuhua. Ah! Sister Hua. Seeing that it was Zhang Yuhua, Assistant Xiao Tong immediately stood up with a jolt. Zhang Yuhua answered and then inhaled hard. It smelled so good. What are you guys eating? We are having dinner. Xiao Tong said, it's the monthly meal that Mr. Lin Dong made for Sister Wan-er. It's delicious. What? That kid can cook mooncakes? Zhang Yuhua was stunned. That's right. Mr. Lin Dong is awesome. The little boy immediately nodded his head and said with an excited face, this afternoon, the hospital director even personally came over to him, requesting his help in giving the mothers in the inpatient department their menstrual meals. Ah? Zhang Yuhua immediately opened her eyes wide, revealing a stunned expression, as if she had heard some unbelievable heavenly book. Is it really true, Ah? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The little boy said in a manner that looked like a champion of Lin Dong. Moreover, Mr. Lin Dong's cooking is really super duper delicious. If you don't believe me, just take a couple bites and you'll know. I'm not eating. I am not hungry. Zhang Yuhua stubbornly shook her head, and as a result, just after the words were said, a belly chirping sound came out from her stomach from. Just like Xiao Tong, after washing her stomach yesterday until now, Zhang Yuhua had only eaten 2 apples. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat, it's just that whenever she saw the restaurant, her mind would involuntarily start to think about whether this restaurant would use gutter oil or not, and then images of how those black-hearted oil workshops used to use gutter oil that she had once watched would appear in her mind, and suddenly she lost all her appetite. Hee. Hearing this abdominal chirping sound, the youngest child immediately couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile and said, Sister Flower, you must be just like me in the morning, afraid that everything you eat has gutter oil in it, so you don't dare to eat anything. However, ever since I ate the monthly meal made by Mr. Lin Dong at noon, my appetite has returned. This monthly meal is really super delicious. Then I'll take a bite. Zhang Yuhua took the boy's thermos box and tasted the yam first. It's delicious. It's delicious. Then a bite of the tenderloin, mmm. It melts in your mouth. Then a mouthful of soup, wow. This soup is so fresh. Let's have another bite of tofu. Completely overwhelmed by the deliciousness, Zhang Yuhua couldn't help but take bite after bite, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that she had already wiped out a large portion of the food on her plate. She suddenly turned her head to look at the little child, only to see that girl looking at Zhang Yuhua with a resigned face. Watching her dinner being finished by the leader, she didn't dare to interrupt with her words, blue and thin, shiitake mushrooms. Chapter 16 Maternity Friends Mr. Lin. In the end, it was Lin Dong who felt sorry for this little assistant who was at the bottom of the food chain, and gave her the portion of the monthly meal that originally belonged to him, which managed to stop the tears that were about to fall from the other party's eyes. As for Zhang Yuhua, it seemed that she realized her mistake of robbing a little girl's dinner, and it also seemed that she was feeling grateful that Lin Dong had helped her out, so much so that in the few hours from the time she came in to the time she left, she surprisingly didn't dislike Lin Dong in a rare way. On the other hand, the monthly meal cooked by Lin Dong was also sent into the maternity wards, and received unanimous praise from all the mothers. All the mothers even complained about ordering too little. Such a delicious monthly meal, she could eat 2 boxes in one meal. The same regret is also accompanied by those family members who smelled that refreshing flavor. See but cannot, is really a kind of torment. Thus, while calling Lin Dong's meal money, they had requested that tomorrow's lunchbox should be 2, oh no, to have 4 portions. Lin Dong said, okay, have to add money. There were also maternal family members who even asked if there were any dishes that were not maternity food but were equally delicious. Lin Dong said, yes, just add money. In response, those maternal families naturally said that there was no problem. For these people, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. After dealing with this group of maternity families, Lin Dong checked today's bill on WeChat and then saw that in just less than 3 minutes, he had received $3,600. The reason why it would exceed so much was because some of the mothers felt that this monthly meal was too delicious, and the price of $128 was simply an insult to this delicious monthly meal, so they let their families give double the money for the meal. For such mothers in labor, Lin Dong could not help but sigh, rich mothers in labor, so cute. At the same time, he decided to cook an extra dish for these maternity families tomorrow, free of charge. That night, Lin Dong remained in the ward to accompany the baby in Yang Wan Air. When the next morning came, Lin Dong got up early and after changing the baby's numbered diapers, he greeted Yang Wan Air and left the hospital. Afterwards, Lin Dong went to the company first and resigned from his job with the boss. To be honest, the boss actually thought quite highly of Lin Dong. He was serious and responsible at work and worked hard, and also didn't cause any trouble, so he even retained him for a while, and even said that if he encountered any difficulties, the company would see if they could think of a way for him. Until Lin Dong said he was going to be a father. The child's mother is a rich man. The boss understood, and then patted Lin Dong's shoulder, said with a complex expression, quite good. In fact, if there is a chance, I don't want to make an effort. Lin Dong, oh. Although he realized that the boss seemed to have misunderstood something, but Lin Dong did not explain any further, and directly completed the exit formalities, took his own things, said hello to a few colleagues who were on good terms, and then left in style. As for this month's 10 or so days of wages, the company's financial side would be credited to his account in the next month. For Lin Dong, who was now earning several thousand per day, he really didn't care about that little money. By the time Lin Dong returned to the rental house, his roommates had already gone out to work, and the entire house was empty. Lin Dong retrieved the clothes that he had sunbathed out yesterday, took a shower and washed and sunbathed out the clothes that he had changed out of, then he returned to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Lin Dong sent a message to Yang Wan Air, telling her that he had returned, then he went to the hospital cafeteria. When Lin Dong arrived at the kitchen of the hospital cafeteria, Master Lu and a group of helpers were already starting to prepare lunch. When they saw Lin Dong come in, the group of people put down the work in their hands and respectfully greeted Lin Dong. After the wave of greetings had passed, Lin Dong started to work on today's midday meal, while Master Lu bumbled over to indicate that he could give Lin Dong a hand. With this 5-star host helping out with the work, Lin Dong's speed today was much faster than yesterday. For today's soup, Lin Dong used golden needle mushroom, black chicken, and white bamboo shoot soup. The vegetable stir-fry was with ear and broccoli. As for the main course, it was dried scallop and shredded chicken millet porridge. In addition to this, Lin Dong also made 2 extra dishes, which were for the families of the mothers who wanted to order extra dishes yesterday, as well as the customers of the mothers who had paid more for their dishes. Of course, still the old rules, each dish, Lin Dong has cooked some extra that was reserved for the hospital leaders. After all, they are free to provide ingredients to their own money, their own if not a little bit of meaning, really is very some overindulgence it. On that day, this midday meal for Lin Dong brought another $4,500 of income. At the same time, the maternity families in the other wards had also heard the news that Lin Dong's side could still order food, and had expressed their wish to add money in food. Not only that, the pregnant women in the maternity ward that was on the same floor as the maternity ward had also heard the news, and had contacted the hospital leadership to request for equal treatment. Thus, Lin Dong's customer base directly expanded from the original 20 to 40. Not only that, many of the pregnant women also took the initiative to add Lin Dong's WeChat, asking him various questions about the monthly meals. Of course, the most curious is, Mr. Lin, how in the world did you do it, make a monthly meal so delicious? In response, Lin Dong was very modest and said, maybe it's the babies that helped me inspire my talent. Looking at how popular Lin Dong was with the mothers, Yang Wanner felt both proud, but also felt an inexplicable sourness. She even had some regrets. Obviously, originally, his monthly meal was just for herself alone. Why did she promise him to go and make monthly meals for other women in labor? Thanks to Yang Wanner being a kind and understanding woman, if she were to be possessive, I'm afraid that she would directly cry and ask Lin Dong to stop making monthly meals for other mothers. In addition to making monthly meals, Lin Dong also went to apply for birth certificates for the 3 babies, and also listened to the process of registering the household. When Lin Dong heard the nurse say that when registering the babies in the household registration, he needed to bring the marriage license of both parents, he could not help but lose his mind slightly. A marriage certificate? Chapter 17 Accidental Exposure. The whole internet is blown up. A week later, several chief doctors of the obstetrics and gynecology department conducted an all-encompassing postpartum checkup on Yang Wanner, finally confirming that she could be discharged from the hospital. When they learned that Mr. Lin was leaving, a large group of women in labor and pregnant women and their families surrounded them, directly stopping Lin Dong at the passageway. Master Lin, your wife has been discharged from the hospital, so will you come back to help us with our monthly meals in the future? Yes, I will. Master Lin, please don't say that you won't come back. Our whole family has been hooked on your monthly meals these days. We can't eat anything else. That's right. Master Lin, I'm telling you, my daughter could have been discharged 3 days ago, but she stayed in the hospital for 3 more days because she couldn't bear to part with your mooncakes. Master Lin, why don't you stay a little longer? I'll pay for the hospitalization, okay? Master Lin, which monthly center is your wife going to? My great uncle is the owner of the largest menstrual center in Shanghai. Why don't I contact you and arrange a suite for your wife? The cost will be on me, as long as you can continue to bring the menstrual meal over, or I can discuss with my great uncle and contract the canteen of the menstrual center to you. How's that? It could be seen that this group of maternal family members really did not want to part with the monthly meals made by Lin Dong. It was no wonder. In the past 7 days, there was not a single time that the monthly meals that Lin Dong provided to everyone were repeated. 14 meals in 7 days, every meal was never repeated, and every dish was so delicious that it could make people lift their eyebrows up, straight away capturing this group of not-so-poor wealthy families of the Middle Sea. Facing the retention and offer of the crowd, Lin Dong smiled and said, you don't have to worry. In fact, 2 days ago, Manhwa has already approached me and signed a restaurant contract with me. Starting from tomorrow, I will have an independent restaurant in the Jiaowei International Hospital, which will not only be able to provide menstrual meals, but will also serve a variety of other dishes. So you don't have to worry that you won't be able to eat my dishes during your hospitalization. Ha! That's great! Some of the women who still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days, as well as the pregnant women who hadn't given birth yet, and their families immediately showed expressions of joy. But the good news is only for those who still need to stay in the hospital, but for those who are also about to be discharged from the hospital, it's not good news at all. As for other friends who will be discharged from the hospital soon, if you really like it, then you should leave a delivery address. When the monthly meal is ready, I will directly have someone to deliver the meal to your door. Of course, this delivery fee can't be less. Oh. Ha! Home delivery? A group of people heard, cannot help but be stunned. In this world where there was no Meituan or Hungry, the idea of delivering food to the door as a service was really a bit ahead of its time. This one can be had. A few family members of the women in labor were instantly happy to say, our home is right next to the hospital, it's very convenient. Our home is not far away, half an hour's walk and a 5-minute drive. Our home is far away, it takes half an hour to drive. Half an hour is close, we need an hour. But this is the best way. The crowd also expressed satisfaction. Afterwards, the crowd enthusiastically sent Lin Dong and his party downstairs. A lot of pregnant women and maternal family members even carried a variety of supplements, what ginseng antler bird's nest cordyceps and so on, our relatives and friends sent over, and then ahead of all to be stuffed into the trunk. That storage space's very large business car trunk directly was stuffed to full. Finally, in the group of family members waving goodbye, Lin Dong personally drove the commercial vehicle and left the hospital with the 3 babies and Yang Wanner, the assistant child, and the 2 accompanying nurses who had been bought out of their employment. Once they had watched Lin Dong's vehicle leave, the group of family members turned around and returned to the ward. On the way back, they were still talking about Lin Dong. You guys, where did this Master Lin learn his cooking skills? At such a young age, the dishes he makes are even better than those made by a special level chef. That's right. What haven't we eaten? Just what Michelin star, Black Pearl series of restaurants, 8 not 100 there are 60 or 70, but 8 so much. The result is not like Master Lin's bowl of bean curd fish soup let a person forget to come back. Indeed. I also went to ask a few friends to go to the national hotel chain, let them inquire about the domestic culinary industry there is called Lin Dong. The result is surprisingly say no. Speaking of which, I really envy Master Lin's wife. She could eat Master Lin's handiwork every day. That's also someone's good fortune. Besides, 3 babies in one pregnancy, not just anyone can get pregnant. And by the looks of it, it should be a beauty. You can tell? Master Lin's wife is wearing a mask and sunglasses. Looks a bit high-strung. You can tell by her demeanor. No ordinary person has that kind of temperament. She's probably a girl from a big family. I think Master Lin's wife looks like a star. If you say so, she does look like a star. And she looks familiar. Yes, that's right. I feel the same way. But I just can't remember. Right in the middle of the crowd's excited discussion, there was a thieving man staring dead at the photo he had just taken with his cell phone, his eyes glowing for a while. I'm going to be rich. Now I'm going to be rich. You bunch of blind people. I can't believe you didn't even recognize her. That's the famous Yang Wan-er, the national goddess. Half an hour later, Gossip Weekly, a famous entertainment gossip media on the Summer Countries network, suddenly published 3 photos. In the photos, a woman wearing a sun hat with sunglasses and a mask on her face was walking towards a commercial vehicle surrounded by a group of people, while on her left and right there were 3 girls all holding a child in their arms. There was also a man who was carefully supporting the woman, and everyone could see that he had a strong look of concern on his face. Of course, if it was just a few photos like this, it naturally wouldn't attract many people, but the problem was that Gossip Weekly had given these 3 photos a caption called National Goddess Yang Wan-er is suspected to have 3 babies in one pregnancy. Is it an unmarried child or a long time ago hidden marriage? Suspected baby father revealed. This headline coupled with these 3 photos was like 3 deep water bombs that instantly blew up the entire network. Chapter 18, Exploding the Internet. Lin Dong has been fleshed out. I'm going? No way. Yang Wan-er actually gave birth to a child? When did it happen? It can't be. I've never heard anything about it before. That's right. It's not true. How old is Yang Wan-er? In her early 20s? How could she get married so early? That's right. It must be fake news. As soon as Gossip Weekly sent out this news report, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. After all, this was Yang Wan-er, a national goddess who hasn't had any scandals or negative impacts since her debut, but has been praised by all the seniors and peers she's worked with. After 7 or 8 years of debut, Yang Wan-er had won awards for her movie and television works every year, and while she had achieved fame, she had also gained the attention of countless people and a group of hardcore fans. And when Yang Wan-er's fans saw this news, they directly exploded. What the heck? Wan-er is suspected of having a baby? Garbage editor. Why don't you damn well say that you are suspected to have been poisoned by plum blossom? The opening 3 pictures, the content all rely on makeup. Which one in this picture looks like Wan-er? You've got 3 babies in one pregnancy, I've got your mother. There's a limit to what you can do to get attention. Garbage Gossip Weekly. It's getting worse and worse. Is this Wan-er? This is nothing like Wan-er, okay? Garbage editor, have the guts to report your address. I'll send you 2 boxes of razor blades. Angry fans directly scolded the Gossip Weekly's scarf on the hot search, and along with it, also rushed this report on the hot search. As a result, more and more people paid attention to the gossip news. Ouch I go. What is the situation? Yang Wan-er even gave birth to children? Even directly gave birth to triplets? Ha! Yang Wan-er's political consciousness is quite high. The father's face looks a bit handsome. I wonder who the rich kid is. Do any of your friends know him? Never seen him. No, I don't. Continue downstairs. Handsome is a bit handsome, but this outfit doesn't seem to be very high class. It's all from Mission Hills, very cheap. He doesn't look like a rich kid. I don't think so either. Wan-er won't find a husband from an ordinary family, will she? Don't be ridiculous. How can you tell it's Yang Wan-er from these 3 photos? Fake news. Everyone. This is fake news made up by Gossip Weekly. Don't believe it. That's it. It's a trashy weekly. It's all plausible. They're good at throwing dirt on people with such specious words. It's disgusting. Exactly. Why hasn't this disgusting gossip media been banned until now? It's just polluting the air of the entertainment industry. At first, Yang Wan-er's fans had been desperately defending Yang Wan-er, denying that the person in the photo was her. However, very soon, some powerful netizens, or some people with good intentions began to find evidence to prove that the woman in the photo was Yang Wan-er herself. For example, some netizens found out that the duck-tongued cap Yang Wan-er wore a year ago when she attended an outdoor charity event was exactly the same as the one she is wearing today. Another example is that some netizens have brought out the signature sunglasses from the sunglasses advertisement endorsed by Yang Wan-er, which are also identical to the sunglasses worn by the woman in the photo. Moreover, once again to the Leukemia Children public welfare donation activities, Yang Wan-air had because she did not want to be seen in tears and put on the sunglasses, face profile and the photo is not very different. The fourth point, but also the most critical point, that is, Yang Wan-air's assistant was in the photo, and that assistant was holding a child in her arms. This one clue connects together and points directly to the sunglasses masked woman in the photo, is Yang Wan-air herself. As each and every detail was found out, more and more netizens began to believe that the woman in the photo was Yang Wan-air. And as the fans who knew Yang Wan-air's daily routine the best, they had also fallen into confusion and uncertainty at this time. Emotionally speaking, they were the ones most unwilling to believe and accept this fact. However, the evidence that was placed in front of them now compelled them to believe it. As a result, they flocked to the official website and official microblog of Yang Wan-air's entertainment company, leaving frantic messages, and some of them directly dialed their publicly available contact numbers, requesting them to come out and dispel the rumors. Some of the local fans in Zhonghai even rallied together and rushed to the entertainment company that Yang Wan-air belonged to, ready to make their demands to them face to face. On the other hand, after 20 or so minutes of driving, Lin Dong drove his car to Yang Wan-air's home Kofco Seaview One, a property that was even more expensive than the so-called heavenly priced property Thompson One in Zhonghai City. Waiting until Lin Dong entered the door of the room, only to realize that it was even a duplex house. Briefly surveyed the house, in addition to trench. It was still trenchant. Just this set of house, the guaranteed price would have to start at $100 million. However, Lin Dong only swept a few glances, and after showing a slight hint of amazement, he regained his composure. After all, for him, a hanged man with a hanged hand, earning $100 million was actually just a matter of time. If he was willing to spend a little more energy and effort to expand this monthly meal to the major high-level private hospitals and monthly child centers in Zhonghai City, just by relying on earning the money of the rich and powerful in Zhonghai, it wouldn't take long to earn enough to cover this $100 million. In contrast, the two nurses who were new to the city were not so calm. From the time they came in, their faces were nothing but shocked, still shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that they had signed a confidentiality agreement not to disclose any information about their employer, I'm afraid they would have taken out their cell phones and taken pictures. And after coming in, Yang Wan-air had been quietly watching Lin Dong, carefully paying attention to his expression. In fact, Yang Wan-air knew that Lin Dong was actually a young man from an ordinary family, and having just worked for less than a year, he definitely couldn't earn that much money, so she was actually worried that when Lin Dong saw her owning such a large mansion, would it blow up in his face. However, when she saw that Lin Dong was only surprised and then regained his composure, without the slightest appearance of being struck, she finally secretly sighed in relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of the words that Lin Dong had told her in private back then: "Give me some time, and I'll make up for the $100 million you lost." Of course, the most crucial thing was the sentence that followed. "Our first time, it was an accident. But, I will prove to you that that time was actually the most beautiful accident that God created for you and me." If Zhang Yuhua knew that Lin Dong had said such a sentence, she would definitely disdainfully think that it was just the sweet words of a scum. However, an intuition in the underworld convinced Yang Wan-air of this. She believed that Lin Dong would not lie to him. And just as the group was busy packing the various luggage packed from the hospital, Yang Wan-air received a call from Zhang Yuhua. "Wan-air, it's not good. The matter of you giving birth to a child has been exposed." Then, Lin Dong was also fleshed out by everyone. "What?" Hearing this, Yang Wan-air's face suddenly changed. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Chapter 19, Lin's former sailor head moves. It's time to perform real techniques. At this moment, Lin Dong, who was busy carrying his luggage and belongings to the house, did not know what was happening online. Hearing his cell phone ringing, Lin Dong took out his cell phone from his pocket to see that it was Wei Dong calling, and immediately picked up the phone. "Hey, Dongzi, what's up? Calling during work hours? Aren't you afraid of that vampire boss of yours docking your wages?" Lin Dong said jokingly. "My big brother, ah. It's such a time, you still have the mood to joke with me?" In the microphone, Wei Dong's tone seemed extraordinarily nervous, but with a hint of inexplicable excitement. "What?" Lin Dong asked suspiciously. "What happened?" Wei Dong asked in a deep voice. "Lin Zi, we are brothers at least, let me ask you something, don't lie to me." "What do you want to ask?" Lin Dong said. "I promise I don't have any thoughts about my sister-in-law. I'm going to you." Wei Dong immediately screamed and cursed, then said, "No kidding with you. I'm asking you. My two precious nieces and a precious nephew, their mother, is it Yang Wan-air?" Wei Dong's sudden poke in the eye caused Lin Dong to be taken aback, so much so that for a moment, he did not know how to answer the other party. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Yang Wan-air, and only then did he realize that the other party was also looking at himself at this moment, and was flustered, with an extremely unattractive face. "I have something going on right now, I will talk to you later." After saying this, Lin Dong was ready to hang up the phone. "You wait for a moment. I'll just say a couple sentences." Wei Dong immediately called out to Lin Dong and said, "Someone took a picture of Yang Wan-air leaving the hospital after giving birth and posted it online, and it had your side face in it. Then a group of Yang Wanner's fans were manhandling you online, and I don't know which one of those bastards it was that exposed your identity information. Now there are so many people who are ready to call you. So from now on, you shouldn't answer any calls from strangers. That's it, get busy. Got it, Lin Dong responded, I'll talk to you later. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong looked at Yang Wan-er. The matter of me giving birth to a child seems to have been exposed. Yang Wan-er looked at Lin Dong and bit her lip. Sister Hua said that you have also been humanized by the netizens. Yang Wan-er's two eyes were slightly reddened. I am sorry, because of me, I implicated you. What silly words to say. Lin Dong walked forward, gently scraped Yang Wan-er's white and greasy little nose, and laughed. You are the mother of my 3 children. What is there to implicate or not to implicate? Speaking of which, I should actually be blamed. If I were better off, and as rich and powerful as that national husband, Brother Tsong, it wouldn't be so bad that you've been hiding all day long from the media in the past 9 months, and giving birth to a child is just like working underground for fear of others knowing. Lin Dong's words made Yang Wan-er laugh. If you say that, then the uncles and aunts might be unhappy. Yang Wan-er said, they would think that you're smacking them for being incapable and not letting you become a national husband. Ha, that won't happen. My parents are very reasonable. Lin Dong laughed, then looked at Yang Wan-er that slightly revealed a smile, gently pulled up her hand and said, Wan-er, in fact, I am really very grateful to you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take responsibility, and thank you for bringing these 3 little ones into this world. So, trust me, no matter how much difficulty or danger I encounter, I will definitely protect you, and the babies. Facing Lin Dong's promise, Yang Wan-er gently nodded her head. Hello? Wan-er? Hello? Did you hear me? Right at this moment, a sharp growl came out from Yang Wan-er's cell phone microphone. It was Zhang Yuhua. At this moment, Zhang Yuhua on the other end of the cell phone was full of heartburn. This Nima. What time is this? And yet you guys are still sweetly vowing an alliance. Zhang Yuhua said, Wan-er, the company has asked us to immediately release a notice denying the rumors about you giving birth to a child on the internet, so as to calm the public opinion as soon as possible and appease the fans. Deny? When Yang Wan-er heard this, she couldn't help but frown. Isn't this cheating the public and fans? Then what do you want to do? Zhang Yuhua said, do you want to directly admit that you have a child out of wedlock? There is no hurry to talk about this issue first. At this time, Lin Dong took over the conversation and asked, Sister Hua, didn't you say that you signed a confidentiality agreement with the hospital before? It's reasonable to say that Wan-er has been in the hospital room for the past few days, and apart from a few nurses and the dean, she hasn't come into contact with anyone else, so why would the matter of Wan-er giving birth to a child be spread out? Blame it on that damn real estate tycoon and that third-rate actress who doesn't love herself. In the midst of cursing and swearing, Zhang Yuhua told the story. It turned out that just 2 weeks ago, Gossip Weekly's paparazzo had captured photos of a third-rate actress meeting a well-known real estate tycoon in private, and in order to capture further evidence, he had followed that third-rate actress around the clock. Just 2 nights ago, that real estate tycoon suddenly slipped and fell to the ground while having a private meeting with a third-rate actress, and was then sent to the hospital, and then transferred to the Kawui International Hospital. Then, today, that third-rate actress came to visit the real estate tycoon, and the paparazzi who had been following her followed her all the way here. As a result, coincidentally, just as he arrived at the downstairs of the inpatient department, a group of family members happened to be clustered around Lin Dong and the others coming out of the elevator. Out of professional instincts, the other party immediately picked up the cell phone to take a few pictures, and then take a closer look, and immediately endured the one with sunglasses mask as Yang Wan-er. Then there was a series of things that happened later. After listening to Zhang Yuhua's account, Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er looked at each other. At this moment, there were only 4 words of unmitigated disaster in their minds. Day and night defense. In the end, they had surprisingly failed to prevent this accident. So, the company meant for Wan-er to deny this news, right? Lin Dong asked. Yes. Zhang Yuhua nodded. They had already contacted the hospital, and the hospital side would continue to abide by the confidentiality agreement and would not divulge the matter of Wan-er giving birth to a child. Therefore, as long as Wan-er denied it, no one would have evidence to prove that she had lied. Lin Dong asked indifferently, then, what about the child's account? You guys can use money to block the hospital's mouth, but what about the state unit? Once the child is on the account, then Wan-er's relationship with the children will be directly uploaded into the National Information Database. By then, as long as someone has some connections in the police department, a random check will be able to find out this information. By then, once the lie is exposed, have you thought about what the consequences will be? Wan-er will say goodbye to the acting world completely. Is this the result you want? Or is this the result that your company wants? Facing this series of questions from Lin Dong, Zhang Yuhua couldn't help but fall silent. Then what do you think should be done? Lin Dong said, I do have a way. But it requires the full cooperation of you and your company. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua's eyes lit up. What solution? Speak quickly. Hearing Zhang Yuhua's impatient urging in the microphone, Lin Dong smiled. It was time to let the counterparts in this parallel world see what was meant by true technology. Chapter 20, The Pugnacious Lin Mother. Letter to fans. 12:30 noon that day. It had only been 2 short hours since the news of Yang Wanner giving birth had come to light, but 3 hot search topics related to Yang Wanner had already appeared. The first was, did Yang Wanner really give birth? The second is Yang Wanner actually an unmarried child, or has she been secretly married for a long time? The third one is, who is the man who took the national goddess Lin's name? These 3 topics without exception all made it to the top 10 of the microblogging hot search list, with millions of netizens clamoring to post about them. And in these millions of people's discussion, about the man surnamed Lin's identity naturally was also exposed. I know this man in the photo. It's Lin Dongxian, the senior who just graduated from our school last year. That's right. That's him. He was the head of the sports department at our college. It's him, yes. I still have a picture of him at the event. Look, isn't it him? I still have his phone number. Who wants it? I'll tell you for $100. Oh, you schoolmates are nothing. I was Lin Dong's high school classmate. Say, Lin Dong was not this handsome in high school? Did he have plastic surgery? Nonsense. Lin Dong has been handsome since middle school, okay? Are you his high school classmate or not? Can you stop talking nonsense? Let me show you a picture of Lin Dong's middle school graduation. He's a handsome guy, right? In a group of self-proclaimed Lin Dynamic schoolmates and classmates' betrayal, Lin Dynamic identity was exposed very thoroughly. From the elementary school graduation photo has been to the university campus activities of the photo, from his former home address to the private phone, QQ, WeChat account, all were exposed to the light. Countless internet hobos as well as Yang Wanner's fans saw this information and then immediately dialed Lin Dong's phone number according to the contact information published online. Only, Lin Dong, who had long since gotten the news, had set up a whitelist one step ahead of time, automatically rejecting all unfamiliar phone calls and text messages, causing this group of people's actions to fail just as soon as they had begun. And after realizing that Lin Dong's contact information could not be reached, some people even worse exposed the contact information of Lin Dong's family and college roommates. Thus, the unwilling ones began to call Lin Dong's family and friends one by one, engaging in all sorts of insults, taunts, and threats. Lin Dong, who saw this news on the internet, immediately called home. Dad, are you and Mom alright? It's fine, your mom just scolded a crazy person to the point of doubting her life. Lin Father's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone. I don't know which brat is so desperate to call over and argue with your mom. Lin Dong blinked. Although the fate of the body in this parallel world is very different from his own, but the old mom's persona is still so indestructible. In the previous life, Mom is the 10 miles and 8 townships of the famous woman in charge, as the backbone of the community committee but wherever encountered a little such as the husband beat his wife, the mother-in-law bullying the little daughter-in-law thing, she will immediately run to the other side of the house, pointing to the other side of the nose on a scolding. This scolding is not the kind of foul-mouthed scolding, all the facts and reasoning scolding. Straight to the other side of the scolding cannot raise their heads, holding fists, and begging for forgiveness that never dare again before giving up. And came to this parallel world, Mom still did not change the persona, or that fierce stewardess. I can scold to 10 miles of the countryside invincible, so that the scolded family in the end still have to be convinced to say thank you to her, and even on New Year's Day will come over to pay tribute to thank her to help their family to solve the family conflict of the woman, will scold but a few network small mob? Lin Dong can even imagine, when those network mob dialed the mother phone, just ready to start cursing the mother that is like a machine gun like speed of speech to scold the dog's blood after that skeptical expression of life. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was there. It's just like asking for death. Bastard. At this time, the microphone that changed came a high-pitched and loud voice. That was naturally Lin's mother's voice. I'll add that when she was young, Lin's mother was a beautiful voice student, and a soprano at that. Is what the internet says true or not? Did you really have a child with that national goddess? There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in Lin's mother's voice. As for Lin's father on the side, he had also long since perked up his ears. Having come to this point, Lin Dong naturally would not hide it from his parents anymore and directly admitted, yes, Wanner did give birth, it's mine. Is it true? Lin mother's voice immediately went up an octave. That's really triplets? Lin Dong nodded. 2 girls, 1 boy. 2 girls? Ha ha. This one is good. Upon hearing this, Lin mother immediately smiled. As for Lin's father, he sighed with regret. It would have been better if there were 3 daughters. Lin Dong, what? You guys are out of place. All the other grandparents couldn't wait to have 3 grandchildren. As a result, you all prefer granddaughters? Lin Dong could not help but look towards his younger brother Sanbo, who was sleeping soundly in his crib, and in his heart, he could not help but mourn for him for 2 seconds. Poor waifu, he was really born at the wrong time. If this was 30 years ago, everyone would treat you as a treasure. Unfortunately, times have changed. Nowadays, sons are grass, daughters are treasure. Son, we've seen what happened on the internet. Is Wanner going to be okay? Mrs. Lin asked. Are you asking if your son will be alright, or do you want to ask if Won-air is alright? Lin Dong asked with a smile. Nonsense. Why are you being asked? You're just a little pea-man, what could be wrong with you? Lin mother said in a bad mood. Won-air, she's a big star. Once this matter is not handled well, it is very likely that it will affect her future. Although mom doesn't know why that girl will get on with you, but since you got on, you have to be responsible for her future. Lin Dong helplessly said, Mom, you say this. Why do you feel that Soaring has no confidence in his son? Let me tell you, I am at least a restaurant owner now, okay? What? Restaurant owner? Lin's mother was surprised. Aren't you working in a company? When did you open a restaurant? Forget it. It's not that important. By the way, where do you live now? Your father and I will come over to see you in a couple days. To see our granddaughter and grandson. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Dong blinked and looked at young Won-air, who was at the side, and said, My mom said that she wants to come over to see you, and the babies. Ha! When young Won-air heard this, a trace of panic and shyness appeared on her face, then she nodded her head and gently answered, Well, then, I'll have little boy prepare in advance and go pick them up. No need. From the end of the phone heard the voice of young Won-air. Lin mother immediately said with a big grin, I can walk and run with your father, do not need you to work, you send me an address, back to me and your father to the high-speed rail station, take a taxi to it. I'll be there when your dad and I get to the high-speed train station. Lin Dong nodded, and after saying a few more words to his mother, he ended the call. After talking to his mother, Lin Dong called Wei Dong and the others, and after realizing that they had whitelisted their cell phone communications and would not be harassed by unfamiliar phone calls, he let go of his heart a little. After making a round of calls, Lin Dong put down his cell phone, looked at Yang Won-air next to him, smiled and said, Well, you can send a scarf. Yang Won-air gently nodded, and then sent out a telltale fan letter that Lin Dong had personally concocted with 1,000 or so words. Chapter 21, Weibo Explosion. As the earliest artist to enter Weibo, Yang Won-air had insisted on sending out a tweet every day from the first day she entered Weibo, either talking about the weather, or basking in the new clothes she had bought, or even the boxed lunches she had eaten on the set, or cheering for the candidates on New Year's festivals or during exams. It was this kind of grounded behavior that made Yang Won-air become one of the most popular artists on Weibo, with 85 million Weibo followers that could envy a number of artists in the entertainment industry. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if Yang Won-air doesn't shoot any movie or TV drama, just by relying on these more than 80 million Weibo followers, she only needs to take a few advertisements, and can easily earn tens of millions of dollars a year, and if she eats a little bit more, she can take a few more, and breaking the 100 million won't be a difficult thing to do. However, from the microblogging to now, Yang Won-air never received a microblogging advertisement. According to her, microblogging is a platform for her to communicate with her fans. Once she received an advertisement, it became impure, she did not like it. One sentence does not like, directly refused tens of millions of advertising revenue. Throughout the entire entertainment circle, it is estimated that there is only Yang Won-air, only one person. But it was also this purity of hers that attracted more people to become her fans. Countless people regarded her as their idol and goal to strive for, crazily liking and supporting her, and while liking and supporting her, they also silently hoped that they could one day in the future become as successful as her, while maintaining the quality of kindness. In their eyes, Yang Won-air was the perfect idol who was flawless and without any imperfections. However, on this day, after the news of Yang Won-air giving birth to a child was rumored and there were multiple pieces of evidence proving it to be true, the hearts of countless fans broke. There were countless fans who left messages on her Weibo asking her to come out and respond, and some radical fans even said that if they didn't respond again, they would directly take her off. As a matter of fact, in just 2 hours after the news broke, at least 200,000 Weibo fans unfollowed Yang Won-air's Weibo and her Weibo Super Talk. In the face of this situation, the most confused and aggrieved person was actually the entertainment company that Yang Won-air belonged to. Because, it was only now that they realized that their company's first sister had given birth. This Nima was simply killing people. At first, they also thought that this was probably fake news that the Gossip Weekly had created to attract gimmicks, but after looking at the photos, they fell silent. Other people may not be able to recognize, but as with Yang Won-air with 7 or 8 years of old employees, the old backbone, they immediately saw the photo of the woman with sunglasses mask as Yang Won-air, not to mention that next to her assistant stood Xiao Tong. After the confusion, naturally, there was a burst of fury. The general manager immediately recruited Zhang Yuhua and pointed at her nose, but Zhang Yuhua did not show any weakness. I have exhausted all means to persuade Won-air, but she just insisted on giving birth to the child. What else can I do? I can help her to hide things until now, has been very conscientious and responsible. Well. Then, the general manager fell silent. In fact, he also understood that once Yang Won-air decided on something, no one could possibly change it. Then, he immediately summoned the company's emergency public relations department, discussing countermeasures, up to take over to discuss, and finally discussed the best way is to let Yang Won-air deny the news. Anyway, the hospital side can guarantee that absolutely will not be exposed Yang Wan Air things. No one really saw Yang Wan Air's face, then just need to let Yang Wan Air deny it off, and then let the assistant child said that it was her friends and relatives' birth. She went over to help carry the child, can also round past. Anyway, as long as the dead denial appease the fans, everything will be fine. As a result, this suggestion for Yang Wanru to deny the rumors of the birth was denied by Yang Weiner. When the company leaders heard Yang Wan Air's words relayed by Zhang Yuhua, they were all furious and blew out their beards, but there was nothing they could do. So, Zhang Yuhua told them that Yang Wan Air had already thought of a way, and the company only needed to cooperate with her. Hearing this, the company leaders were all shaken. Yang Wan Air has come up with a solution? What kind of solution? Zhang Yuhua said, you just wait. In fact, Zhang Yuhua herself doesn't know. Because, that graceless man even sold out at the last minute and didn't tell her at all. Just as the company's leadership was wondering what exactly Yang Wan Air would come up with to solve this problem, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Subsequently, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and the assistant to the general manager ran in with a panicked face, holding a cell phone. General Manager Lee. It's not good. Just now Wan Air sent a message on Weibo. Now the entire microblog blew up. What? Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately changed in unison. An ominous sign instantly struck their hearts. What did she post? General Manager Lee Udanod, as he sprang up from his seat, rushed to the other party in an arrow step, snatched the cell phone in the other party's hand, and scanned it with fixed eyes for a few moments. In the next second, General Manager Lee only felt that his entire brain was like a thunderbolt flashing through, a rumbling sound, directly shocking his brain to explode. His body instantly lost strength, so that the cell phone in his hand snapped and fell to the ground. Mr. Lee, what happened to you? A bunch of other company leaders immediately all gathered around. General Manager Lee stretched out his finger and pointed to the cell phone, looking towards Zhang Yuhua. Is this the method that you said Yang Wan Air came up with? She sent a post on Weibo directly admitting the rumors of her having a child. And damn it, she also said that she was unmarried. What? Including Zhang Yuhua, everyone's eyes widened in an instant. As for Zhang Yuhua, her entire brain buzzed and she instantly lost her reaction. After a long time, Zhang Yuhua finally came back to her senses, and her first reaction was that scummy guy screwed me over. But soon, she immediately came back to her senses. No. It was Wan Air. That scummy guy. Pitted Wan Air. He must have felt that Wan Air, who was a national goddess, was too high up for him to reach, so he deliberately dug such a big hole for Wan Air to jump into. As long as Wan Air admitted that she had given birth to a child, and that it was still an unmarried child, then it would surely lead to the destruction of her image that she had worked so hard for so many years previously. Tens of millions of fans who had previously loved Wan Air would instantly become black fans. At that time, Wan Air, not to mention comeback, I'm afraid that want to continue to mix in the entertainment industry, are difficult. At this time, Yang Wan Air's microblogging has completely exploded. Chapter 22, Fan Blackening. Lin Dong again out of the move. At this time, under Yang Wan Air's Weibo, countless fans who were waiting with great anticipation for Yang Wan Air to release a rumor denial notice finally waited for a notice. However, the content of the notice was not what they expected, denying the rumors of Gossip Weekly. Instead, Yang Wan Air directly admitted in the opening paragraph that what Gossip Weekly said was true. She did give birth to children, triplets, and it was also true that she was still unmarried, belonging to the category of unmarried children. Upon seeing such two sentences at the beginning, all the fans' heads all exploded. They didn't even have the heart to read what came next, and one by one, they angrily clicked on the comment interface and began to frantically output. She actually gave birth to a child. An unmarried child. Ha! I liked her for so long. She betrayed me. That's awesome. Spending our fans' money and running off to find another man. Disgusting. I knew it. I knew it, stars are good for nothing. They're all just a bunch of cowards. Garbage. I used to believe that Yang Wan Air would be a breath of fresh air in this murky entertainment industry, but now I realize that I was wrong. Turns out, they're all the same. What perfect idols. What flawlessness. What flawlessness. It's all bull. It's a ing. Faced with the fact that Yang Wan Air had an unmarried child, countless Yang Wan Air's fans had a love-hate relationship and directly blackened. Of course, there are blackened fans, and naturally there are also true love fans who have always stood firm. In the face of these blackened fans screaming and cursing, the true love fans continued to defend Yang Wan Air. Aren't you guys going too far in saying this? Sister Wan Air is also a human being. Why can't she fall in love? Why can't she have children? That's right. Everyone has feelings and desires. Sister Wan Air is 22 years old, isn't it normal for her to fall in love with a man? What's wrong with you guys? When has Sister Wan Air ever spent our money? From the inception of the fan club until now, Sister Wan Air has never collected a dime from her fans, nor has she ever had anyone organize any support activities. On the contrary, from the beginning until now, she has always warned us never to spend mom and dad's money on star chasing. Aren't you guys going a bit overboard with that? Although what the True Love fan said was reasonable, it was just that at this moment, without facing the group of people who were already in a hurry plus blacked out, their words couldn't do any good at all. Not only that, seeing this situation, some competitors had also activated their water armies to come in and fish in troubled waters, even openly grabbing fans. Oh. I've long said that this Yang Wan-air loves to pretend. What perfect idol, what simple and kind, all just a ing persona. You guys really believed me. Now you regret it? How dare a star fall in love? It's the biggest betrayal to her fans. Ladies and gentlemen, since Yang Wan-air has betrayed you, why are you still here? Just leave. There's a shortage of everything in showbiz, except actresses. You guys deserve better. That's right. If you like Yang Wan-air, you might as well like younger girls. For example, Lee Man-ru, who just debuted last year, is pretty good. Being in love is actually nothing, but you fall in love and directly give birth to a child, that's too much, right? Having a child before marriage, this is simply giving the worst example to the fans. It is strongly recommended that the officials block them. That's right. It is recommended to be permanently blocked. Behind the water armies jumping up and down were the exuberant expressions of the entertainment company bosses and actresses. Ever since Yang Wan-air's debut, she had firmly occupied the position of a top-tier female artist in the entertainment industry. Don't look at the entertainment circle as a big one, but there were only a few real top artists, and these top artists held the best resources in the entertainment circle. From Yang Wan-air's previous situation, as a national goddess, she still had at least 10 more years at her peak, which meant that other entertainment companies would never be able to take those top resources from her hands. But now, Yang Wan-air's unmarried child had been exposed, and she had even admitted it publicly even though she was self-cancelled. This was simply giving away the resources in her hands. At this moment, looking at Yang Wan-air's microblog and the angry messages from the gang of blackened fans, this group of company husbands and actresses had even begun to fantasize about the bright future of taking over Yang Wan-air's resources. Just as the rivals were clapping their hands, inside Yang Wan-air's company conference room, at this moment, there was a dead silence. In their opinion, Yang Wan-air was afraid that she had completely cooled off. Right at this moment, Zhang Yuhua's cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone swished their heads around to look at Zhang Yuhua, and that expressionless look almost didn't paralyze Zhang Yuhua on the ground. It was Wan-air who called. Zhang Yuhua glanced at the cell phone caller, swallowed his saliva and said. Mr. Lee laughed miserably and said, "What's the use of her calling over now? She has already admitted it herself, what's the point of looking for us? Feel free to pick it up." Mr. Lee waved his hand, obviously completely desperate. Zhang Yuhua immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, Wan-air?" However, the one who spoke was not Yang Wan-air, but Lin Dong. "Why don't you return the message?" Lin. Moving. Upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, Zhang Yuhua's two eyes instantly turned red. "You scum. You bastard. How dare you do this?" Facing Zhang Yuhua's sudden hiss, Lin Dong on the other side of the microphone was obviously a bit surprised, only to hear Lin Dong in the microphone ask in surprise, "What are you talking about? What, I dare to do this? Ha! It's all come to this kind of thing and you still don't admit it? If you have the ability to dare to do this, you should have the ability to admit it." Zhang Yuhua gritted her teeth and said. "What do I have to admit?" Lin Dong asked. "Admit that you are the one who has low self-esteem. Thinking that you don't deserve Wan-air, so you deliberately pitched her. You want her to lose her reputation." Zhang Yuhua gritted her teeth and said, "You just want to pull Wan-air down to the dust so that you can satisfy your vain macho pride. Well, now that Wan-air has become an object of scorn by her fans, are you happy? Satisfied? Ha!" In the face of Zhang Yuhua's revelation, Lin Dong was not angry at all and said lightly, "Have you finished?" "Zhang Yuhua, I don't want to talk to you." Lin Dong laughed. "I thought I was interested in talking to a brainless woman." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yang Wan-air's soft voice came from the microphone. "Sister Hua, Lin Dong just sent you a WeChat about the next specific plan of action and copy, and since you haven't replied, I called you." Eh? When she heard Yang Wan-air hear Hua, Zhang Yuhua couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The next course of action, and copywriting? What do you mean? Zhang Yuhua quizzically launched the call interface and clicked on his WeChat, then he saw that just 5 minutes ago Yang Wan-air's account had sent a large section of text to himself. When Zhang Yuhua roughly scanned through the paragraph, her eyes gradually widened, and her mouth gradually grew to a large size. "Sister Hua? Are you there? Did you receive the WeChat?" Yang Wan-air said. "Received. I got it." At this time, Zhang Yuhua shouted excitedly, only to see her face exuberant. Wan-air said. "I know what to do now. Let's not talk to you first, I'll go and arrange it right away." "Ha ha. That's it. I'll talk to you later, haha." After hanging up Yang Wan-air's phone, Zhang Yuhua took her cell phone and laughed twice excitedly in the conference room, then under a group of gazes of whether or not this woman was crazy, she waved her cell phone and said excitedly, "Everyone. Actually, Wan-air has already thought of a way to deal with this. As long as we can follow what she said to do, 90% oh no. Is 100% able to get through this storm safely." "What? Hearing Zhang You's words, everyone's first reaction was not happiness, but rather, "Are you kidding me?" However, as Zhang Yuhua read the specific plan of action that Lin Dong sent over as well as the relevant paperwork to them, everyone's expression slowly began to change. From the initial skepticism, it slowly turned into consternation, then from consternation to shock, and finally turned into ecstasy. Who the hell came up with this idea? It's simply awesome. Quickly! Contact our Navy immediately. Tell them to get their asses in gear. And all those well-connected entertainment media. Mobilize all our connections. Be quick. And so, a few minutes later, a marvelous love story about a top actress and a male fan suddenly appeared on the internet. This story spread like a virus as soon as it appeared, and soon, it caught fire all over the internet. Chapter 23, A star who doesn't marry her fans isn't a good star. The content of the story was actually very simple. A 14-year-old girl posted on a social platform that she will become a big star in the future and was ridiculed by a group of people, and when the girl was struck down, a netizen left her a message to cheer her up and said that if she became a star, he was willing to be her first fan. The girl was very happy to be inspired by others for the first time, and over time, she and the netizen became good friends who talked about everything. 2 years later, the 16-year-old girl was lucky enough to be chosen by a famous director to be the second female lead in his movie. The girl was so happy that she told her internet friend the good news. That internet friend immediately said that from today onwards, he was her #1 fan. After the movie was released, with the hard word of mouth and skyrocketing box office, the movie was a big hit, and the little girl who was the second female number was also a hit, and from then on, she started her open-ended acting career. The netizen, on the other hand, has always accompanied her in the network, sharing her joy, sharing her troubles, and constantly encouraging her and cheering her on. In the following years, the girl acted in movies and TV dramas, and she became a national goddess in the eyes of the public by virtue of her excellent looks and acting skills, as well as her excellent character and reputation. However, the girl realized that as she became more and more popular, her #1 fan and best friend had less and less contact with her. Until one day, the girl suddenly realized that that friend hadn't taken the initiative to contact her for a whole month. And every time she contacted him, the other person always looked so careless. So, the girl took the initiative to call the other side to ask why, ask the other side of their more and more perfunctory and cold. As a result, the other party told her, he will soon graduate from college, to officially enter the community to work hard. I'm afraid I can't be as supportive as before. Until then, the girl suddenly realized that, over the years, she has been talking about the difficulties and troubles she encountered, talking about her own ideals and aspirations, but it seems that she has never understood what kind of situation the other person is in the end. The guilt-ridden girl immediately expressed her desire to meet with the netizen, only to be rejected by the netizen. The netizen said that she was now a national goddess, so how could she meet with a boy in private so easily? That would be bad for her image. However, the girl were willing to just give up. She used a private detective to find out the identity and address of the netizen, so she found an opportunity to avoid the eyes of the agent, sneaked out and ran to the netizen's school and found him. At that time, the netizen happened to go to the bar with his roommates, so the girl also quietly followed in. The result of natural beauty was harassed by the netizen was found, for her relief. Then, the girl joined the netizen's circle of friends in the chat, and because of the dim lighting of the bar plus the girl deliberately put on a different makeup, resulting in the other people did not realize that the girl in front of the eyes is the national goddess. Then, angry at the netizen refused to meet with their own girl began to desperately to the netizen drink, in the pouring down the netizen at the same time also to pour down their own, and then by the unknown roommates to send into a room. Waiting for the second half of the night, the two woke up in a daze, opened their eyes and looked at each other near at hand, wine strong courage, dry wood meets fire, directly on the burning. The next day, the two woke up and told each other their feelings. The boy said, he is just an ordinary person, without any resources and connections, the development of her career does not help, too close will only affect her development in future. For the sake of her future better development, he is willing to gradually away from her life, just stand in the distance, silently watching her, support her. After realizing the boy's feelings, the girl blames the boy for not thinking of her that way. Career is career, life is life. Without his support and encouragement in the beginning, she might have given up long ago and wouldn't have gotten where she is now. So, it was him who made her persevere, and from that point of view, he meant much more to her than any resources or connections. After some mutual confidences, the two also finally understood their respective hearts, and formally established the relationship. However, never expected, not long after, the girl found herself pregnant. For a while, the girl was at a loss. The first time she thought of the boy, want to call him, but before the phone, the girl suddenly hesitated. Because, she was afraid that the boy would ask her to abort the baby after knowing that she was pregnant. After all, she is still in the rising stage of her career, and he has just found a job not long ago, now is not a good time for both of them to have a child. However, she really couldn't bear to abort the flesh and blood in her arms, so she decided to hide the baby from the other guy. Even in order not to let the boys found abnormal, she began to take the initiative to alienate each other, refused all the video and the opportunity to meet. After repeated refusals, the boy thought the girl changed her heart, disheartened. In this way, has been waiting until 9 months later, the boys suddenly received a call from the girls, let him go to the hospital to sign, the girl is going to give birth. Until then, the boys did not realize that the original girl because he was worried that he did not want a child, so gradually and deliberately distant from him. Soon after, the boy met the girl in the hospital and signed his name on the operation notice. The story ends here, but the rabid wolf triggered by this story has just begun. All the netizens who saw this story all had a sense of immediacy. Because, the heroine in this story simply looked like Yang Won-air. According to Yang Won-air's own revelation in an interview, she was determined to become a big star at the age of 14, and then at the age of 16, she was spotted by a famous director and became the number 2 girl in his movie, and then became a hit. Under the comparison of the 2 and 2, everyone directly aligned themselves and decided that the female lead in this story was Yang Won-air. Then, everyone was shocked. It turned out that the one called Lin Dong was actually Won-air's first fan? Is this story really true or not? That Lin Dong's name was actually known to Yang Won-air for a long time? Bull. There's no one named Lin Dong in our fan club. That's right. If he really was the first fan, there's no way he wouldn't have joined the club. You're blind. Didn't you read what the story said? That netizen has been quietly supporting Won-air all along, he didn't even join the fan club, of course you guys don't know about him. After all, he can actually be considered Yang Won-air's good friend. I'm a little confused right now. What is this? In the end, Yang Won-air gave birth to a fan? I don't even know if I want to boycott Yang Won-air or not. Why not? She's having a child behind our backs. And you're still going to support her? But the father of the child is also a fan. The father is also a fan. Don't you think that compared to those actresses who married into rich families or married to rich kids, Yang Won-air is actually more worthy of our support? Think about it. Those other female celebrities who made a name for themselves by relying on the support of their fans ended up marrying those rich people. Fans are just a tool in their eyes. But what about Yang Won-air? Surprisingly, she chose her fan, and an ordinary young man with no family background or money like us. What does that mean? It shows that Yang Won-air is not the kind of person who loves the rich and the poor. Think about it, of all the female celebrities in the entertainment industry, which one of them is married to a fan? Even if there are a few who claim that their husbands are their fans, it's because their husbands are all rich, super rich second generation. To put it bluntly, ask those popular actresses if their future husbands will come from their fan base. If yes, then you can continue to support her, because it is not possible to say that one day, you will become her husband? If not, then you'd better give up before it's too late. Because in her heart, she hasn't even considered you fans. That's why, like Yang Won-air, who fell in love with a pure fan without any identity background, it's the only one in the entire entertainment circle. If we don't go to support such an actress, then, may I ask which actress is worth supporting? You're saying this as if it's true. You say that as if it really makes sense. Well said. I support Yang Won-air. I support Won-air too. At least the father of her child belongs to us fans. I support Yang Won-air. A star who will marry her fans is a good star. Very quickly, remarks like these were becoming more and more common on the internet, even showing a trend of being overwhelming. Countless fans who had originally been blackened by Yang Won-air's unmarried child naturally saw these remarks. When they saw that the Lin Dong that they had spurned was actually a fan of Yang Won-air and was also a hardcore fan that had supported Yang Won-air before her debut, everyone froze. As a fan, all of them harbored an ultimate dream in their hearts, and that was the hope of being able to marry their idol. However, everyone knows that this dream is too far away for them, and they know very well that maybe in a few years, their idols will be married to a rich man or a tycoon, but they have been reluctant to face this problem, and even comfort themselves by saying that their idols are still young, and won't be married so soon. Because of this, when Yang Won-air admitted that she had an unmarried child, all of them acted so furious. But now, there was news that the Lin Dong who made Yang Won-air have a child before marriage was actually just like them, a fan of Yang Won-air's, and was also an ordinary young man who did not have any family background or status or wealth. This caused their originally angry hearts to gradually calm down, and even went on to give birth to an incomparably strange emotion. There was loss, there was sadness, but inexplicably there was even an unexpectedness and surprise. Because, in the end, their idol didn't even choose those big and rich young men, but instead chose ordinary fans just like them. This instantly gave them a sense of identity. So it turns out that Won-air is actually not looking down on us fans. You guys, the man she's looking for is one of us fans. Why? I'm one of Won-air's biggest fans. And I'm from a good family. Much better than that Lin Dong. Why didn't Won-air choose me? Because you became Won-air's fan after she became famous. Lin Dong, on the other hand, started supporting her before she became famous. That alone is proof enough that Won-air, as a person, remembers the past. And doesn't forget her roots. I always thought that Lin Dong was a rich and powerful young man. So he's from our fan camp too? So Won Air is actually married to one of our fan brothers? Ha ha. I suddenly had the ed-up feeling of wanting to cry but having the relief of wanting to laugh so badly. Don't worry, you're not the only one who has this feeling. I do too. So are we still boycotting? Boycott my ass. Marrying your idol is the ultimate goal of us fans. Now that a fan brother has done it, shouldn't we, who are also fans, support him? If only all actresses were like Won Air, it would be great. Oh. You're overthinking it. Why do you think other actresses want to be famous? It's because they want to be famous so they can find a rich man to marry. They're not interested in their fans? Dream on. You're right. Won Air is the only one who will marry her fans. That's why. In the entire entertainment industry, Won Air is the only one who deserves our support. That's right. Thus, in a flash, the public opinion that was still shouting at young Won Air and wanting to block her instantly turned around. Accompanied by a slogan that a star who doesn't marry her fans is not a good star, Yang Won Air's image instantly turned around, from a negative image of having an unmarried child to a direct 180-degree turnaround to a super positive image of being the most doting and worthy of her fans' support. Looking at this sudden big turnaround, all the gang of entertainment companies and actresses who wanted to take advantage of the fire behind the scenes were all dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. This can still be played like this? Chapter 24, The Last Move. Announcing his retirement from the movie industry. Talent. What the hell? This can be revitalized? Including Yang Won Air's entertainment company, all the leaders of the entertainment company as well as the various artists were all a bit baffled. You know, for a star, falling in love is already a very popularity-destroying thing. Back in the day, when even a generation of heavenly kings rumored about their relationships, there were fans who threatened to jump to their deaths, ultimately forcing the kings to come out and deny their relationships. The star in love is still so, not to mention the marriage. Can't you see how many popular stars have instantly turned into passers-by after getting married? But what about Yang Won Air? She is not in love and married, but directly unmarried children. This killing power is simply more serious than love and marriage 10 times 100 times. In everyone's opinion, Yang Won Air was definitely cool this time. And this was also the case. When a group of Blacken fans demanded that the topic of Yang Won Air's blocking be put on top of the hot searches, everyone thought that Yang Won Air wouldn't be able to turn her life around. However, what was the result? In just less than half an hour's time, just by relying on a small story, it actually directly made Yang Won Air turn the tide against the wind. Watching those fans who had originally blackened out instantly become Yang Won Air's fans again, everyone was dumbfounded. Fake it. After having an unmarried child, this group of fans even wanted to continue supporting Yang Won Air? Are they crazy? Yes. Are these fans out of their minds? Don't they hate it when their idols fall in love and get married? Just now they were talking about blocking Yang Won Air, and now they're saying they're going to support her? Are these fans all ing dogs? Yang Won Air has a child before marriage and is abusing them so much, and they are still supporting Yang Won Air so heartily? These fans are all brain dead, right? What do they want? Of course, at this moment, they didn't have the heart to think about this anymore. Because, at this very moment, the microblogs of the female stars under their respective banners also blew up. Lee Man Ru Man Man Ah. Will you be like Yang Won Air in the future, looking for a fan of your own to get married and have children? Yes. Lee Manru, give us a comment. If you're going to find a fan and get married, I'll support you from now on, but if not, I'm pulling out now. That's right. Manu Lee, you've always said you're grateful to your fans. Then give our fans a chance. Ha! Ms. Junjun, is it true that you won't fall in love until you're 30? Even a girl as good as Yang Won Air can't help but fall in love, so how can you control yourself not to fall in love? Or is it that you have too high of an eye and there is simply no man you can see? Junjun, do you think that there are no men you like in your fans, so you're not willing to fall in love with your fans? Yuan Feng, you should make a statement too. What kind of boyfriend do you want to find in the future? Will you look for a boyfriend from your fans? Driven by the rhythm of the people, soon, the microblogs of all the major popular single actresses were filled with their fans and a group of people who ate the food. Countless people have left messages asking them if they will be looking for their other half in their fans in the future. There is also a part of the people as directly the sentence does not marry the fans of the star is not a good star to copy over, pull the rhythm of the full. This situation directly infuriated the group of actresses and the entertainment company behind them to the point of jumping to their feet. Grass. This was definitely Yang Won Air's side sending someone to bring up the tempo. I really didn't see it. This Yang Won Air looks so soft on the surface, but she's able to come up with such a vicious trick. She's just trying to drag us down with her. This is moral kidnapping. It's simply too despicable. Yang Won Air probably couldn't come up with such a cruel trick. It's probably the Zhang Yuhua who came up with it. She's the #1 agent in the entertainment industry. He's really ruthless. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that just a few hours ago, they had spent money to let the Water Army bring the tempo and take the opportunity to attack Yang Won Air. It was just that they had never dreamed that it was not actually Zhang Yuhua who was leading everything, but rather, it was that male protagonist of the incident that had been ignored by them, Lin Dong. Even, because of the influence of that story, they also thought that Lin Dong was just a fan of Yang Wan'er who had been so lucky. So what the hell are we supposed to do now? To respond to the fans? Respond? How to respond? Are we saying we'll find a date from the fans in the future? Or are you saying no? If you say yes, that's a promise. If you don't find someone from your fans in the future, then be prepared to leave the industry. Can you stand the consequences? But if you say you won't, then you can quit now. Just as the major entertainment companies and actresses were all hurting their brains, thinking about how to respond to this problem with the fans, Yang Wan'er's side once again released a microblog. In view of the current situation, after careful consideration, I have decided that after completing the existing circulars and the contract with the company, I will temporarily withdraw from the movie and television industry. Thanks to the lovely everyone has been on my support. Jungwoo wrote far, we have the fate to see you again. I love you all. Heart, 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 heart. Yang Wan'er's microblogging directly let everyone is dumbfounded. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. What's going on here? The fans have come back, your reputation has been completely reversed, the result you even said to withdraw from the circle? This is a fake, right? Yang Wan'er is actually retiring? It must be a joke or a bluff. Retreating is no small matter. It's not like she can just say she's retiring. It must be a lie. This is the legendary retreat for advancement. It can't be true. However, just as everyone was discussing that Yang Wan'er's retirement declaration was not serious, the official microblog of the entertainment company Yang Wan'er belongs to reprinted her microblog and added a sentence saying that the world is a long way away, we will see each other again. When seeing the entertainment company's official microblog reprinted Yang Wan'er's microblog, confirming the authenticity of her retirement declaration, all of Yang Wan'er's fans' heads buzzed and exploded. Ah! I don't want to. Sister Wan'er, don't withdraw from the circle. I don't want you to quit. Sister Wan'er. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you like that. Don't be angry. Come back. Woo! Sister Wan'er, don't withdraw from the circle. You're the only one I like in the entertainment industry. I only watch your dramas. If you quit, what am I going to watch? Who will I support? It's all the fault of those two-faced people who don't have a strong will. The ones who listen to the wind and the rain. Sister Wan'er is now so angry with you that she's going to quit. Are you happy now? Who was the one who was leading the tempo just now? Get out of here. I'll kill you all alive. I know. There are fans of the actresses who are running the show. I know several of them. Humph. They can't wait to stink up Sister Wan'er so they can make room for their idol. So they're the ones to blame for Sister Wan'er's exit. Sisters. Let's go. Let's go and take it out on Sister Wan'er. And that weekly gossip magazine. If they hadn't exposed the news of Sister Wan'er having a baby, she wouldn't have quit showbiz at all. Let's scold them. Does anyone know the address of this weekly gossip magazine? I'll throw paint on their front door. With the passage of time, the topic of Yang Wan'er's announcement of her retirement from the industry was quickly put on the top of the hot searches and rushed to the first place of the hot searches in just 10 minutes or so. That night, all the provincial TV stations across the country aired the news of Yang Wan'er's retirement announcement on their evening news. The news of a generation of national goddesses announcing their retirement was completely spread throughout the country. Many bigwigs in the entertainment industry, industry professionals, and even various well-known sociologists have come out to lament Yang Wan'er's retirement, and at the same time angrily denounce the violent behavior of those network mobs. A well-known national television host even publicly commented that everyone has the right to fall in love, but also the right to get married and have children. Why is Yang Wan'er's love affair and having a child under siege by so many people? Is there a deliberate rhythm in this, or is there some problem in our entertainment circle? I think this is a question that the entertainment circle and even the higher authorities should ponder over. Subsequently, a portal website opened an online poll asking netizens whether they supported Yang Wan'er's withdrawal from the entertainment circle, and within an hour, nearly 2 million netizens voted, and in the end, 90% of the netizens chose not to support it. Their reasoning is, there are not many actors in the entertainment circle who can calmly act and look pretty. Yang Wan'er is simply the last piece of cloth in this fickle entertainment circle. Without Yang Wan'er, the whole entertainment circle is going to be completely rotten. Then, about Yang Wan'er in these years in the acting business and all kinds of serious and conscientious deeds were once again unearthed, and then once again triggered a wave of netizens' attention. At this point, all the negative impacts triggered by the Gossip Weekly's revelation that Yang Wan'er had an unmarried child had vanished. It's a done deal. Ha ha. Wan'er. We did it. After noticing this movement on the internet, Zhang Yuhua excitedly dialed Yang Wan'er's phone number. This method of announcing one's retirement is simply brilliant. Zhang Yuhua said with a fluttering brow, now, all the fans are leaving messages on the official microblog, calling for you not to withdraw from the circle. In a few days, you just need to announce that you will continue to bring everyone excellent works. Ha ha. Just now, several advertisers contacted me, saying that as long as you don't withdraw, they are willing to raise their endorsement fees even higher. However, Sister Hua, just then, Yang Wan Air interrupted Zhang Yuhua. I didn't intend to say that I want to continue. I really want to quit the movie and television industry. What? Hearing this, Zhang Yuhua's entire head exploded. It went blank. Why? Zhang Yuhua asked in a shrill voice. Because I become a mom. Yang Wan Air said, when the children grow up, if they see me making out with someone else in a movie or TV show, and that person is not their father, then they will ask me why I am so close to this uncle. How am I going to answer? So, the best way is that I won't be filming in the future. Zhang Yuhua immediately said, what's wrong with that? What's the big deal? I'll just delete all those intimate scenes. You've done so many movies and TV shows in the past, and you don't have those scenes. Yang Wan Air said, it was in the past, but what if there are in the future? What if the director insists? Can I refuse? Once I refuse, will I be playing a big game? Zhang Yuhua was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, is this what Lin Dong told you? Yang Wan Air pondered for a moment as if she was asking for someone's opinion, then nodded, I knew it. Zhang Yuhua instantly exploded. This small-minded man. I knew he was unsettled. What foolproof plan? It's actually to get you out of the entertainment industry. Damn macho. He just can't let you be better than him. Sister Hua, don't be like this. Facing the furious Zhang Yuhua, Yang Wan warmly advised, Lin Dong didn't ask me to quit the entertainment industry. He's just a small-minded chicken. What did you say? Zhang Yuhua, who was angrily scolding Lin Dong, suddenly froze when he heard Yang Wan Air's words. What do you mean? Didn't you say yourself that you were going to launch the entertainment industry, ma? I only said that I want to quit the movie and television industry. When did I say that I want to quit the entertainment industry? In the microphone, Yang Wan Air's voice had a hint of mischief in it. Sister Hua, don't forget, what I studied in college was the vocal department. Aha. Zhang Yuhua froze for a moment, then her eyes widened. Chapter 25, If Lin Dong can write songs, I'll eat my cell phone. Zhang Yuhua then remembered. In fact, at first, Yang Wan is the identity of the singer signed to her company, the result of a mistake, in the signing of the contract the next day by the big-name director, starred in the movie Female Second, and then a hit, and from then on began her in the film and television road to hang like life. Because of Yang Wan Air's great achievements in film and television, countless people, including Zhang Yuhua, have subconsciously forgotten that in fact, Yang Wan Air also sings, and is also an outstanding graduate of the School of Music of the Communication University. So, you're not really retiring from the industry, are you? Zhang Yuhua immediately said excitedly. Yang Wan Air said, of course not. I did not write very clearly, I quit only the film and television circle, just do not want to shoot film and television dramas in the future. Zhang Yuhua finally heaved a sigh of relief, but there are some not dead, you wanna stop thinking about it? You easily become a sister in the movie and television circle, just like this to give up, it is too much of a pity. The notice has been sent, if I return, I will be laughed at to death. Yang Wan Air shook her head and refused during the call, besides, I still have a movie and 2 TV series contract, right? I'll finish these 3 dramas before I quit. But what can you do after quitting? Are you really going to sing? Zhang Yuhua said, most of our connections are in the movie and TV industry, it's not that easy to find a good songwriter. It's okay, I've already found one. Yang Wan Air said with a cheeky smile. What? Zhang Yuhua froze for a moment and asked with a puzzled face, what have you found? Songwriter? Yang Wan Air said smilingly, Sister Hua, let me tell you, Lin Dong can actually write songs. And it's super catchy. He said, from now on, he will take care of all the songs I sing. Zhang Yuhua, what? Lin Dong, he can also write songs? Just him? Ha ha. Sister Hua, were you surprised too? Seeing that Zhang Yuhua didn't react for a long time, Yang Wan couldn't help but laugh again. Simply nonsense. Zhang Yuhua, who had come back to her senses, let out a furious cry that was simply nonsense. How could that Lin Dong be able to write songs? The private detective I personally found to investigate him at the beginning, he was mediocre during his college years, he couldn't even play the guitar, let alone write any songs. Wan Air, come to your senses, don't be fooled by him. Sister Hua, you've misunderstood, in fact, you really don't understand Lin Dong at all. He just as Yang Wan Air wanted to explain, a baby's cry came from the other side of the phone. Ah. Sister Hua, the baby is about to be fed, I'm going to feed it first, I won't talk to you anymore. Oh. I won't talk to you. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yuhua to reply, Yang Wan hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the microphone, Zhang Yuhua immediately had a face of helplessness and loss. The Chinese cabbage that had been carefully cared for so many years had finally been taken away by someone. That bastard Lin Dong. That bastard scum. God knows what kind of bewitching soup he had poured into Wan Air. And he writes songs. Oh, he can write songs? If he really knows how to write songs, I'll eat my cell phone. Also thanks to this sentence is just Zhang You's heart spit. If she really run to go with Lin Dong to play this bet, then it is estimated that really have to eat raw magic. Because, as early as a few days ago, when Lin Dong was taking care of the baby, because he casually hummed a few phrases of a children's song from his previous life, he was recognized by the system as the first time he sang to the baby and gained a divine-level singing skill. Then again, because he whistled a song called Only Mother Is Good in the World to the babies, he was recognized by the system as the first time he whistled to the babies and gained 3,650 classic songs, and these 3,650 songs were precisely the musical works from Lin Dong's previous world. In his previous life, Lin Dong suffered from the pain of incomplete voice, and did not dare to sing in front of people. Lin Dong immediately dejectedly sang a song in front of Yang Wan Er, Love Is Not the Only Thing, and The Only Thing, and directly sang Yang Wan Er to the dazzled, starry-eyed. As an outstanding graduate of the vocal department of the media college, Yang Wan Er asked herself that she had heard countless musical works in China, but she had never heard of these two songs sung by Lin Dong, and she had never even heard of The World Is Only As Good as Mother, which he had whistled before, and she immediately asked Lin Dong curiously where these songs came from. As a traveler, Lin Dong adhered to the spirit of his countless peers and said quite frankly that I wrote them myself. Yang Wan Er then asked Lin Dong, so do you have any songs for girls? Lin Dong sang 7 or 8 classic love songs for girls from his previous life in one breath, and straight away, Yang Wan Er sang with her eyes glowing and jumping up and down. That very night, after the children and the nurses had gone to bed, Yang Wan Er quietly asked Lin Dong, when her contract was over, she would not go to filming movies and TV dramas, and sing songs written by him exclusively. How about it? Lin Dong immediately agreed. After all, of the 3,650 songs given by the system, more than 2,000 songs were suitable for girls to sing. Originally, Lin Dong also planned to find a few well-known female singers to sell a few songs to earn fame through Yang Wan Er's relationship, and then sell the songs at a high price, but now that Yang Wan Er herself wanted to sing, it would be better to just keep them all for her to sing. Even if 20 songs were released in a year, it would be enough for 100 years. So, in fact, as early as a few days ago, Yang Wan Er has decided to quit the film and television industry. Just originally she intended to wait for the end of the contract before announcing this matter, but now just met this storm, so just directly announced it. This night was a sleepless night for the entire summer entertainment industry. Yang Wan Er's entertainment company was certainly jumping up and down to appease the questioning calls from various shareholders as well as major endorsements, but other entertainment companies and actresses were not having a good time either. Because of Yang Wan Er's declaration of withdrawal, her fans all kinds of depression, anger, pain, regret, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making them continue to find a place to vent. So the official microblogging of all the major entertainment companies and actresses have suffered by Yang Wan Er's fans crazy blasting, and even some of them also found some hackers on the internet and directly hacked off the official website of those entertainment companies. Their thoughts were very simple. If Yang Wan Er retired from the industry, whoever was in favor of her might be behind this incident. They didn't care about evidence or no evidence, anyway, as long as they felt it was possible, then in one sentence, them to death. Of course, the one who was ed the hardest was still the entertainment company that Yang Wan Er belonged to. Because in the fans' opinion, the reason why this matter had gotten to this point was entirely due to the inaction of Yang Wan Er's entertainment company. This kind of trash company doesn't deserve to have Sister Wan Er at all. In this regard, Yang Wan Er's entertainment company, which still has no name, is also doubly aggrieved. Just as the outside world was shaken by the storm, Yang Wan Er and Lin Dong, who were in the center of the storm, were also gloomy at this time. Lin Dong was holding small scissors, carefully cutting the baby's nails, while Yang Wan Er was sitting next to her, looking on with a face full of tension. You be careful. Don't cut the baby's fingers off. I know. Lin Dong held the small scissors with a solemn and grave face. That serious look was like a bomb disposal expert facing a nuclear egg capable of blowing up a city. Chapter 26 Excessive Awe. Cutting a nail can spread dog food? The little one's fingers are too slender. As soon as the nails grow out, they must be cut in time, otherwise once the little one scratches his face with his fingers, it is highly likely that he will scratch his face. However, only those who have cut the nails of a newborn baby will know how much psychological pressure it is to cut the nails of a newborn baby. You can't pinch the baby's hand too hard for fear of hurting it, but if you pinch it too lightly, you're afraid that the baby's fingertips will move. The fingertips are even thinner than the wires. If you are not careful, it is really possible to be cut off. The 3 little ones in Lin Dong's family, their size is already smaller than the firstborn baby, and their fingers are even thinner than ordinary babies, plus one of them sleeps poorly. Even if they are asleep, that little hand will still move a few times from time to time, so the pressure is naturally even greater. Gently grasping Debayo's small fingers, Lin Dong incomparably gently cut the nails on her fingertips that were comparable to the size of a needle tip. 1 nail. 2 roots. 3 roots. After spending a whole 10 minutes, Lin Dong finally finished cutting the 10 fingernails of Debayo with great difficulty, and then glancing at the 2 babies beside him, he immediately had a sense of vicissitudes of a long road ahead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the milkman achievement of cutting a child's nails for the first time. Rewarded with godly clipping skills. At this time, Lin Wanner, who was on the side, waved her fists and smiled as she cheered Lin Dong, "Go daddy." Lin Dong immediately skimmed his mouth and said, "Just verbally cheering has no feeling ah." Yang Wan Air froze for a moment, subconsciously asked, "Then how to refuel to be able to do it?" Lin Dong laughed and pointed to his own cheeks, saying, "How it must need a kiss." Put. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan Air could not help but spit at Lin Dong, her pretty face slightly red. Just when Lin Dong thought that Yang Wan Air was refusing because she was shy, he heard her say in a low voice, "Then come over here." "Ha!" Lin Dong froze for a moment, then rejoiced, "Oh. Coming. Lin Dong immediately carried DeBeo back to the crib, and then bumbled over to Yang Wan Air. "Turn your face sideways and close your eyes," Yang Wan Air said shyly. "Good." Lin Dong immediately did as he was told. Looking at Lin Dong's white and delicate face that was enough to make countless women jealous, Yang Wan Air closed her eyes and moved up. Then, Lin Dong, who had been waiting for a long time, slightly narrowed his eyes and turned his face around. Well, it was right on the money. "Miss Wan Air, the babies are at this time." A nurse was about to come over to take a look at the babies, but as a result of taking a look at this picture, she was instantly fed a mouthful of dog food, and then immediately retreated. "Sorry for the disturbance. You guys carry on. What's going on? Fed dog food again? This time it's not feeding, it's dunking." "What? What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you're cutting the baby's nails, and this is dog food?" Listening to the whispering between the little boy and the nurse lady outside, Yang Wan Air's face has even reddened from her forehead to her neck, from the tip of her nose to her ears. "You rascal!" Yang Wan Air pouted and reached out to hit Lin Dong, but was gently grabbed by Lin Dong. After a few unsuccessful attempts to break free, Yang Wan Air gave up struggling. "Did the wound hurt today?" Lin Dong asked softly. Yang Wan Air shook her head and said, "It's okay, it's just that when you get up and accidentally pull it, there will be a little bit of pain, and most of the time, it feels a little bit itchy." Lin Dong said, "Itchy because the wound is healing, after a few more days it will not." "Aha!" Yang Wan Air softly answered, then looked at Lin Dong and blinked her eyes. Lin Dong, you sing a song for me," Yang Wan Air said. "Good." Lin Dong smiled and nodded. "You want to hear something you've heard before, or something you haven't heard before?" "Both are fine." Yang Wan Air blinked. "As long as it's sung by you, it's all good." "Then sing you a new song." Lin Dong smiled. Hearing another new song, Yang Wan Air's eyes moved slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. At the same time, the three girls who had heard the conversation between the two outside the door also quietly came up and leaned against the door, listening with their ears. Thoughts were a very mysterious thing. Like a shadow following a shadow. As Lin Dong softly sang this song, both Yang Wan Air inside the room and the three women outside the room door who were listening with their ears perked up, all suddenly felt that the entire world had quieted down. "I'm willing to do it for you, I'm willing to do it for you. I'm willing to forget my name for you." When she heard this paragraph, Yang Wan Air instantly felt as if an electric current flowed through her heart, and at this moment, she let go of all her reserve and took the initiative to reach out and hold Lin Dong's hand. The three women who were leaning against the door were also mesmerized by what they heard. The little child who had been maternally single for 20 years even popped up with a thought in a flash, "Shouldn't I also find a boy to fall in love with?" When Lin Dong finished singing the song, the entire room was quiet, with only little Treasure occasionally blinking her little mouth to make a little noise. After another long time, Yang Wan Air finally came back to her senses. Her eyes looked towards Lin Dong. Her gaze was like water. "This song, what is it called?" "I Am Willing." Lin Dong looked at Yang Wan Air and said softly. Gazing at Lin Dong's eyes, Yang Wan Air's eyes were like autumn waves, and she slightly nodded. "I, too, am willing." Three women. Got. Listening to a song and being fed a mouthful of rations. How tragic. However, if you can hear such a good song every day, even if you are fed this dog food until your stomach bursts, you are willing to do it. After singing this song, Lin Dong and Yang Wan Air were together for a while, and then returned to the crib, carefully grabbed Airbao's little hand, unlocked the baby handbag, and then once again began the arduous task of cutting his nails. Only, this time, Lin Dong, who had divine-level cutting skills, the movements of his hands became gentle and swift. Gently pinching up Airbao's little hand clicked a few times to cut down the fingernails that were as thin as a pinhead. Looking at the Yang Wan Air on the side, her heart jumped for a while. "You slow down. Slow down. Not so fast. Be careful of cutting the baby's fingers," Yang Wan Air shouted softly. Looking at Yang Wan Air's worried face, Lin Dong also did not explain that he actually had complete certainty, but slowed down his speed and returned to the previous frequency, slowly continuing to cut one by one. Seeing that Lin Dong had slowed down, Yang Wan Air was relieved. In this way, after spending almost another quarter of an hour, Lin Dong cut the nails of the second and third treasures cleanly. Chapter 27, The Hot WeChat Friends Group. In the evening, after packing everything up properly, Lin Dong went into the bathroom to take a comfortable shower, followed by washing his clothes and then sunbathing them on the balcony. Back in the bedroom, Yang Wan-er had already fallen asleep. As for the two nurses accompanying the bed, one was responsible for the first half of the night, one was responsible for the second half of the night, while Lin Dong was maneuvering around the clock. After all, many times these three little guys are siblings. There is crying together, there is milk a piece of food, just rely on the nurse and Yang Wan-er. Two people really can't carry over. Sitting against the wall on the paved floor, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and clicked on WeChat, which was already stuffed with messages. Lin Dong's WeChat was just 10 friend groups, one each for elementary school, middle school, and high school, one group each for college classmates, roommates, and 2 clubs, and then a company group, a family group, and a monthly meal customer group. At this time, the message display of these 10 groups were all 99 top status. In addition to this, 100 or so classmates of various academic levels, as well as some relatives and friends, as well as former co-workers, all of them sent private messages to themselves. Lin Dong noticed that there were a lot of people in here who had never had any contact with each other since they had met and added WeChat in the first place. There were even several Lin Dong had realized that the other party had actually blacked themselves out, and as a result, they were now adding themselves back. In contrast, like their college roommates and a few friends made in the college club activities period of time, one did not send themselves private chat messages, just in the group inside they ate a little bit of their own, the same as them. There is also that the monthly meal customer group. Lin Dong first clicked on the college roommate group, then saw that they were still chatting about themselves. Damn it! I didn't expect Lin Z to hide so deeply. He was actually Yang Wan-er's earliest and first fan. And after 4 years together, he didn't even tell us. More than a fan. According to that story, Yang Wan-er was already in love with him. Damn it! I was worried that he would be a bachelor for 4 years and begged my girlfriend to help introduce Lindsay to some quality girls in his class, but it turned out that the clown was me. Indeed. Lindsay has gone a bit too far. I'll have to criticize him later. I'm going to kick his ass. That's a must. Now that he's with a national goddess, he'll have to celebrate. But then again, having a national goddess as a wife is definitely a lot of pressure. Yang Wan-er's fans alone are probably enough to give Lin Z a hard time. Do you think Yang Wan-er will really retire this time? If she does, some of her fans will probably blame Lin Z, and Lin Z won't feel too good about it. Oi! It's a pity that we're just a bunch of assholes. We don't even know how to help. I don't like what you're saying. I've been yelling at those black fans for 2 hours. I've educated several of them to the point of skepticism. Hey! After peering at the screen for a while, Lin Dong smiled and then sent a $200 red packet up. Don't worry, things are almost done. Brush. 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 The $200 red packets were snatched up in an instant. Boss is atmospheric. Thank you, boss. Any more? Wow. $58. The king of hand luck. I'll ask you who else. Who else is there? 30 cents? 30 cents for a $200 red packet? I'll be damned. Hug the boss's leg. Please ask the boss what services he needs, I'm available. After a wave of jabbering, a few roommates immediately sent over a series of questions, basically all centered around that story of the top actress and the male fan. Lin Z, that story on the internet couldn't have been written by you, right? Wei Dong said, I always feel that the writing style is similar to your thief. Lin Dong, well, I wrote it. I'm sorry, but I don't know. You really wrote it yourself. Awesome. The roommates all of a sudden let out expressions of amazement one by one. So, this story is really about your love story with Yang Wan-er? Half and half. There are artistic touches, but the basic facts are true. So the place of artistic processing was the part where the two had known each other before and were still fans and idols. In fact, before the bar, Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er did not have any interactions at all. The two were just in that one chance encounter at the bar, which then resulted in an accidental encounter, and then what happened later? Of course, if one really wanted to write according to reality, then there was definitely no way to reverse the situation at that time, so Lin Dong captured the form of the fans and directly packaged himself as Yang Wan-er's #1 fan, and then accompanied her all the way to grow up, and eventually became the father of her child. In this way, that sense of role substitution of the fans was directly pulled full circle, ultimately leading to the repentance of that group of originally blackened fans. Of course, this truth was impossible for Lin Dong to tell. As a former head of the water army, there were many more PR tactics like this for Lin Dong. After chatting with a few roommates for a while, Lin Dong went to the various WeChat groups to show his face again, stating that things were pretty much resolved, and that it was late now, so he would rest first, then left the WeChat groups. And this brief appearance of his also put the originally lively Weibo group to the more and more hot. After lighting a circle of fire, Lin Dong came to the monthly meal customer group, and as a result, as soon as he ventured out, a group of women in labor and their families all emerged. Master Lin, are you alright? Master Lin, don't mind those remarks on the internet, just think of it as a bunch of mad dogs barking, don't take it to heart. That's right. Master Lin. Don't mind those people on the internet. They're just fooling around, they've got nothing better to do with their time.
Master Lin, do you need a lawyer to deal with those who insulted you online? I have a law firm in Shanghai. If you want, just say hello and I'll sue them for free. And that Gossip Weekly. I've looked carefully, one of their 3 photos captured the baby's front face, and then there was no technical processing. That one alone will cut a piece of his flesh down hard. Master Lin, is your wife really Yang Wan Air? Gosh. I'm such a fan of hers. Of course, I'm also a fan of yours. Master Lin, with this happening, you'd better stay home with your wife more. I guess she's under a lot of pressure right now. Looking at this message, Lin Dong subconsciously looked up at Yang Wan Air's direction. Sleeping quite soundly. Chapter 28 Hidden System. All professional disciple acceptance system activated. On the morning of the second day, after helping to solve a series of routine operations such as breastfeeding and changing diapers of the 3 little ones, Lin Dong drove the business car that he drove back yesterday to the Jiaowei International Hospital. After entering the hospital, Lin Dong drove straight to the cafeteria located on the first floor of the inpatient department. When Lin Dong got out of the car and walked into the cafeteria, he unexpectedly found the hospital director Guo Shuman sitting at a dining table, with a few people sitting on the side as well, all of them leaders of the hospital. Ah, Master Lin, you are here. Upon seeing Lin Dong enter, President Guo and several other hospital leaders stood up and greeted Lin Dong. Master Lin, this is your restaurant business license. Guo Din from the hands of the assistant received a file bag, handed Lin Dong, including the company's official seal, accounting seal, as well as the bank account opening information and so on are in it. Turn around, you take these things to the bank to open a public account on the line. Good, Trouble Din Guo. Lin Dong received the document bag and expressed his thanks with a smile. Just at this moment, Lin Dong heard a voice coming from his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for owning the first enterprise. Hidden system activation in progress. Ding! The hidden system has been activated. The all-professional apprentice system is officially activated. Congratulations to the host. Starting today, for every business the host opens, he can have 3 apprentice slots. Apprentices who are accepted into the apprenticeship system will be able to inherit the host's skills. Each apprentice can only pass on 1 skill. If the apprentice betrays, the host can take back the skill and impose certain punishments. When he heard this voice from the system, Lin Dong could not help but feel happy in his heart. Apprentice system? You can still pass on skills to your disciple? Lin Dong immediately thought of this restaurant at the moment. As long as he took in 3 disciples and then passed on his divine cooking skills to them, then they would be able to make the same monthly meals as himself that would satisfy his customers. At that time, he himself would be able to be a handful and stay at home with his baby every day. And the system's disciplinary settings can perfectly solve the worries of teaching the disciple and starving the master. Once the disciple consciously mastered the skills and then was ready to set up his own business, Lin Dong only needed to take back the skills with a single thought. At that time, the higher the other party climbed, the more miserable the fall would be. Just as Lin Dong was pondering where to take in an apprentice, Ding Guo suddenly coughed lightly and said to Lin Dong, Master Lin, actually, I have another matter here that I would like to discuss with you. Lin Dong returned to his senses and asked, What is it, Ding Guo? You say? Ding Guo said, I wonder if you are interested in taking over our hospital's entire cafeteria catering program? What's the matter? Lin Dong looked around at the cafeteria, asked, Your side of the cafeteria contract period is up? Ding Guo shook his head, No. No? Lin could not help but look at Ding Guo doubtfully. The contract period has not arrived, how do you? Dean, this matter is better for me to speak to Master Gen Lin. Right at this moment, on the side, a hospital leader who didn't say much suddenly opened his mouth. This hospital leader, surnamed Jia, is the vice president of the Jiaowei International Hospital, 50 years old. Master Lin, in fact, when it comes to this matter, it's all my family's fault. Vice President Jia first came with a review, and then he told the cause of the matter. Just a week ago, the fast food restaurant across the street from the hospital was seized by the Health Bureau for illegally using gutter oil. And the owner of this fast food restaurant was none other than Vice President Jia's son and daughter-in-law. This matter aroused the strong concern and dissatisfaction of the hospital's shareholders. Because, the one who contracted the hospital's internal cafeteria was also this Vice President Jia's son. Someone who dared to use gutter oil in the cafeteria across the street from the hospital, who could guarantee that he wouldn't use gutter oil in the hospital's internal cafeteria. Yesterday, some shareholders asked the hospital to terminate the contract with the other party. After all, the patients in their hospital are all from the rich and powerful in Shanghai and even the whole country. If the other party's use of gutter oil in the cafeteria is found out by mistake, then the whole hospital will have to be blown up. This proposal was immediately supported by all the shareholders. Of course, from a legal point of view, in fact, Vice President Jia's son could claim damages for breach of contract. After all, the hospital side does not have evidence to prove that the hospital cafeteria used gutter oil, and in fact, the other side did not use. After all, his family's old man is also in the hospital cafeteria meals. He would not dare to give his old man to eat gutter oil. However, who let his old man as the vice president of the hospital?
If he really tore his face with the hospital, then his old man's vice president's seat is estimated to be unable to sit down, not to mention that he is now also deep in the quagmire of illegal use of gutter oil and do not know whether it will be arrested. Really want to be arrested, then also inevitably through the relationship of several shareholders to dredge some, so as to strive for leniency. So, in the face of the hospital side of the termination of the contract requirements, Ja, vice president of the Sun, is also very cooperative, said willing to accept. Then, immediately after, the problem came again. After the termination of this contract, then the hospital's cafeteria programmed to find who to take over? Even the son of the vice president of their own hospital is so unreliable, which reliable catering company can they find to take over? At this point, President Kwa suddenly suggested that Master Lin could take over the project. At first, several shareholders were puzzled. Who is this Chef Lin? After Dean Boy introduced Lin Dong, several major shareholders spoke up, stating that they had heard of this Chef Lin from their friends, and they all praised his cooking skills and character. And right at this moment, the matter of Yang Wanner giving birth at the Jiaowei International Hospital was exposed, and then several shareholders were subsequently informed that Chef Lin was none other than the man of the national goddess Yang Wanner. Thus, under the aura of such a celebrity husband, a group of shareholders had agreed to have Lin Dong take over the hospital cafeteria project. Then, there was this question from Dean Boy just now. After listening to Vice President Jia's narration, Lin Dong's face could not help but flash through a crying and laughing expression. If this Vice President Jia's son were to know that his fast food restaurant outside the hospital was seized because of himself, and that the hospital cafeteria was now going to be taken over by himself, he wondered if he would come to fight for his life? Of course, this fat meat delivered to his door, Lin Dong naturally had no reason to refuse it. So it was like this. Lin Dong pretended to ponder for a while, then said, "Then how much does this contracting fee cost?" "There is no need for a contracting fee." Vice President Jia shook his head and said, "That unfilial son of mine still has 2 years of contracting with the hospital, and these 2 years of contracting can be transferred to you for free." Good fellow. This meant that Lin Dong could whore out 2 years of contracting period for nothing. Of course, it wasn't that Vice President Jia was really generous, it was just to show the shareholders, look how much I'm looking out for the hospital, helping the cafeteria make a smooth transition as quickly as possible even at the expense of my own son. For the shareholders, this approach of Vice President Jia not only ensures that the hospital does not have to terminate the contract and return the remaining 2 years of the contract fee to the other side, but also quickly solved the problem of the hospital cafeteria, and finally found a reliable receiver, simply 3 birds with 1 stone. Vice President Jia continued, "And then those equipment in the cafeteria and pots and pans and so on, you see the need for it, if not, I let him come directly to pull away." Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "You can leave all those things behind." Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "You let your son make a list of offers, I'll take all those equipment and furniture and whatnot." Chapter 29, Plate down the restaurant and take an apprentice. In the end, Lin Dong bought all sorts of kitchen utensils including pots and pans and all sorts of electrical equipment as well as the entire cafeteria's 200 sets of tables and chairs for a price of $500,000. In addition to that, the employees of the cafeteria, Lin Dong also kept them all together. Of course, regarding this money aspect, Lin Dong also stated that he could not take $500,000 at the moment, and hoped that he could delay the payment for 2 months. Upon hearing these words, everyone at the scene had an incomparably strange expression on their faces, and there were even a few shallow ones that showed a stunned look of, "You can't be kidding me." After all, now the whole country knows his relationship with the national goddess Yang Wanner. As the man of the national goddess, he can't even take $500,000? Of course, shocked as they were, they wouldn't issue such a query on the spot, and in the end, under the hospital's guarantee, Lin Dong signed the cafeteria transfer agreement with Vice President Jia's son. On top of that, the other party also handed over the cafeteria's current account books to Lin Dong. Currently in the cafeteria's cashier system, there was still nearly $200,000 from the recharged meals from the hospital staff and patients, and then there was still $150,000 in the company's accounts, which was basically the money that was given to the staff to pay their salaries, as well as for the kitchen to use to purchase ingredients. As for whether this $150,000 was enough, Lin Dong did not care at all. After all, after spending only $500,000 on the entire cafeteria plus the next 2 years of the contract period, it was just like picking up for nothing. Why would he care about other things? After all the formalities were done, Lin Dong walked into the back kitchen of the cafeteria. At this moment, including the chef, all the cafeteria employees were absent-mindedly dealing with the work at hand. The ordinary employees were naturally worried that they would lose their jobs after the cafeteria owner had his contract terminated by the hospital, while Chef Lu was worried that after the termination of his contract, he might have to leave the hospital's cafeteria and would no longer be able to continue to learn the art of cooking from Lin Dong. Right at this moment, Lin Dong snapped his hands twice and said with a smile, "Everyone, this cafeteria will be officially taken over by me from today, and if no one wants to leave, then, from today onwards, all of you will be my employees." Ah! When they heard Lin Dong's words, everyone froze for a moment, and then they were all pleasantly surprised. Great! Naturally, the one who was most excited was none other than Chef Lu. Lin Dong had become his boss, which meant that his own contact time with Lin Dong would increase, and he would naturally have more opportunities to ask for cooking lessons. For a time, this 40-something 5-star chef was as happy as a child. After pacifying the cafeteria staff, Lin Dong personally took to the kitchen and started cooking the monthly meal. During this process, Master Lu naturally came over very consciously to lend a hand, helping Lin Dong clear and handle the ingredients. Looking at Master Lu's diligent appearance, Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "Old Lu, you said last time that you wanted to worship me as a teacher, is that still true?" Ha! Hearing Lin Dong's words, Master Lu was first stunned, then his eyes widened violently. Of course it counts. Of course it counts. Master Lu looked at Lin Dong with an excited face, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Dong said, "But, I am much younger than you. If you worship me as a teacher, the news will spread, not afraid of being laughed at by your peers?" Master Lu immediately shook his head and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I can't wait to be happy. Who dares to laugh at me when I learn a move from your side, directly to the door to smash his sign to go? Hey!" Hearing Master Lu's words, Lin Dong smiled, and then said with a solemn face, "In fact, it is possible to accept you as a disciple, but I have a condition." Master Lu immediately said, "You can say. Don't say 1, 3, or 5, I will agree." "That does not need so much," Lin Dong smiled and said, "as long as you promise, within 10 years do not jump ship, peace of mind in my side of the work, I will teach you all the cooking skills." As for 10 years from now, old Lu is in his 50s, it's almost time for him to retire from the front line. "Of course, I will also give you a promise, that is, with the improvement of your cooking skills, I will also raise your salary accordingly, and in the future, if you bring a disciple, I will also let you participate in the cafeteria's end of the year dividends. How's that?" "No problem." After hearing Lin Dong's words, old Lu nodded his head without hesitation and agreed. And all around, the ordinary helpers and other employees also cast envious gazes towards old Lu. Not to mention anything else, the dividends at the end of the year for a cafeteria alone, that would be at least several tens of thousands. By the way, right at this moment, Lin Dong said to the other employees, "Do you have any relatives or friends around you who want to be chefs? I also want to accept 2 disciples, the best age can be a little younger, there is no cooking foundation does not matter, the key is willing to suffer on the line. If there is, find a time to come to the scene to interview." Lin Dong did not want to pick from these employees at the scene, just that the age of this group of cafeteria employees at the scene were basically in their 40s and 50s, and were basically all female. This is not that Lin Dong discriminates against female compatriots, is really a 40 or 50-year-old female, you let her upturn a 20 or 30 kilograms of iron pot, how can she upturn it? This group of employees also did not have the luxury of becoming Lin Dong's employees, but obviously put Lin Dong's words in their hearts, ready to turn around and ask their relatives and friends around them to see if there was anyone who wanted to come and learn. After spending more than an hour, Lin Dong completed the 3 monthly meals, as well as a few dishes that were ordered a la carte by some VIP customers, and then he had his employees loose to the prenatal and postnatal wards. Afterwards, taking advantage of the excitement, Lin Dong made a few more impromptu dishes to leave in the cafeteria. Shortly after, lunchtime arrived, and some of the inpatient department's patients' families as well as the hospital's doctors and nurses entered their respective dining areas from 2 different passages. A few attentive nurses were the first to discover those few new dishes. "Hey! Did the cafeteria change the menu? How could there be braised chicken nuggets? It seems like it was never there before." "That's right. In the past, it was basically white-cut chicken, or chicken and mushroom soup with vegetables, or braised chicken wings, but rarely this dish. I heard that the cafeteria has changed its owner, so it's not possible that the chef has changed too, right?" In the face of the nurse's doubts, the chefs in charge of the dishes immediately said with a smile, "Your eyes are really accurate. These dishes are all handmade by our new boss." "Ha? Is there really a new boss?" All around, the nurses and doctors who heard this all froze for a moment, and then a small nurse asked quickly, "Does your new boss still cook? Have you tasted the flavor of this dish? You said this." The chef gave the little nurse a blank look and said, "Even our chef master has taken the boss as his teacher, do you think the food our boss cooks will be difficult to eat? Moreover, you can go to the postpartum ward and ask around, those women's monthly meals are made by our boss himself." Hearing this, all the nurses and doctors at the scene steeply widened their eyes. "Ah? What? Your boss is that Master Lin who made the menstrual meals?" Chapter 30, The Hot Hospital Cafeteria. Another face of dog food was shown. As employees of the hospital, this group of doctors as well as nurses had naturally long heard of Master Lin Dong Lin's great name as well as that moonlight meal that made the entire maternity and pregnant ward colleagues salivate. And just yesterday, with the news of Yang Wanner's unmarried child coming to light, the entire hospital's doctors and nurses knew that the woman who had given birth to triplets who had previously resided in VIP room number 1 of the postpartum ward was Yang Wanner, and that Lin Dong was the father of those triplets. This discovery shocked all the doctors and nurses who were previously unaware. Then, these doctors and nurses jokingly said that if they had known earlier, they should have applied to go to the postpartum ward to work as a duty officer, not to mention that they could at least be like the few nurse colleagues in the postpartum ward, and have a taste of the famous monthly meals. Because, in their minds, with the exposure of Yang Wan'er's identity, it was highly likely that Lin Dong would not come back to the hospital to make monthly meals. However, they did not want to see that Lin Dong not only continued to come, but also contracted the hospital's original cafeteria business, and even personally cooked a few dishes. To them, this was definitely an unexpected delight. After a short period of surprise, they ordered a few dishes that Lin Dong had personally made. The price was naturally a bit more expensive than what old Lu had made, but everyone could accept it. After all, they knew very well that Lin Dong's handmade monthly meal of 1 dish, 1 soup and 1 porridge would cost 128 yuan a piece, averaging out to about 43 yuan per piece, compared to the most expensive staff meal in the cafeteria, which was only $25, a lot cheaper. Taste the flavor, well. Then a lot of 5-star restaurants inside the signature dishes are delicious, this $20-some, spend simply too worth it. Soon, the news that Lin Dong had contracted the hospital's cafeteria and personally cooked for them spread in the hospital's internal staff group. Wow! Everyone, do you know? The hospital cafeteria has been contracted by Yang Wan'er's husband, Master Lin. He even cooked a few dishes himself today, it's just great. Picture, let's put a poison in your mouth. Ha ha, ha ha. Didn't you all talk about how good Chef Lin's cooking is? I'm telling you, it's so good that your eyebrows will fly up. Come to the cafeteria if you want to eat. The amount of food is limited. Picture. Anyone who can't make it, you can chat with me privately and I'll pack a few dishes for you. You're welcome. Just give me $200 for packing. Naughty. With the first batch of doctors and nurses who went to the cafeteria to eat, these remarks and the photos of the dishes appeared in the staff group. Many doctors and nurses couldn't help but gulp. Some of the doctors and nurses who originally planned to go outside at noon to open a small stove to have a better meal immediately gave up this idea when they saw it, and then rushed to the unit cafeteria. For a while, the hospital staff cafeteria was bustling with activity. In contrast, the patients and their families in the dining area separated by a fence, it is much cooler. This is because the vast majority of patients are pre-ordered packages. To the meal, the cafeteria will be sent to the lunchbox to the ward, so the vast majority of patients basically will not come to the cafeteria to eat. The same is true for some family members accompanying the patients. Either they accompanied the patients to eat in the ward, or they would eat a little outside the hospital and then go back to the ward, and basically they would seldom go to the hospital's cafeteria to eat. However, such coldness only lasted for about half an hour or so. Soon, the first batch of 20 to 30 people appeared in groups in the patients' and families' dining area. In this group of people, there are many pregnant women with big tummies. Only to see a pregnant woman's family member walk straight to the cafeteria's food window and directly open his mouth to ask, "Master, I heard that you've changed your boss?" The new boss changed to Lin Dong Lin Master? Yes. The chef's sister smilingly nodded her head and confirmed that she had just changed today. When that family member heard that, she immediately asked further, "Then I heard the nurse say that Master Lin even personally cooked a few dishes today? Do you have them on your side as well?" Yes. The big sister who helped the chef nodded and said, "Look at this braised chicken, garlic spinach, salt and pepper scallop segments, black fungus with yam and so on. These dishes are all cooked by our boss personally." When the other party heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Then hurry up and give me a copy of each item." No. Play 2. Cooking sister heard, subconsciously said, "How many people you eat? If there are only 1 or 2 people, in fact, 3 or 4 dishes will be enough, and 1 can be enough. Playing more than 1 cannot eat it all will be too wasteful." It's all right. We'll eat it all. You can rest assured that the fight is just, cannot fight, eat not finished. I pack to take home, warm up at night to continue to eat. Soon after, some family members of the mother who had gotten the news also appeared in the restaurant. Then, as the news continued to spread, patients and family members from other floors of the hospitalization department also appeared in the cafeteria. For a time, the 2 areas of the entire cafeteria were bustling with activity. Just as the hospital cafeteria was doing a booming business, Lin Dong had already returned home with 2 insulated buckets. When Lin Dong opened the door to his room, he smelled a fragrance of dishes. Entering the door, he happened to see his assistant, Little Child, walking out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes. "Little Child, you actually know how to cook?" Lin Dong asked in astonishment. Xiaotong blushed and said, "Just a little bit, I learned from my mom before." "Little Child, Xiaotong's cooking is very delicious." Yang Wan'er, who could already get out of bed and walk slowly in the living room to move her tendons, said with a smile, "In the past, when I didn't have a notice to stay at home, it was the little child who cooked food for me to eat." Hearing this, Lin Dong's heart couldn't help but move. "Little Tong, are you interested in cooking?" "Aha." Little Child nodded his head and said, "My parents used to run a restaurant, so I grew up in the kitchen. When I was very young, I watched my dad cook, then I always watched from the side. After I grew up a little, I would do it myself, and I often cook my own food and eat it myself." Once Lin Dong heard this, he immediately had more in his heart. He only saw him smile and asked, "Then are you interested in learning to cook from me?"
The little child froze for a moment and subconsciously said, "Is it just making that delicious monthly meal?"
It's not just the monthly meal, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head and said, it's all the techniques about cooking. I guarantee that when you learn it, you will definitely be better than all those 5-star chefs.
Really? The little boy's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then I want to learn.
The number 2 disciple arrived. As for the contract, Lin Dong did not sign it with Little Boy, because Yang Wan Air had already signed Little Boy in her own studio long ago, and it was a 10-year-long contract. After all, like they're kind of top stars, there are too many privacy and secrets, so when looking for an assistant we'll also be very careful. Once confirmed, basically signed a long contract, treatment naturally needless to say, then the general work is very good, and the corresponding liquidated damages are also booked very high. After chatting for a while, a few people sat down and started eating lunch.
Yang Waner naturally ate the same monthly meal that Lin Dong brought back. While eating, Lin Dong told Yang Wan Air about his hospital contracting.
When Yang Waner learned about the reason why the hospital cafeteria was changing hands, she was also in a state of bitter laughter. If that Vice President Jia knew that the biggest contributor to the ceiling of his son's cafeteria was actually Lin Dong, he didn't know if he would fight Lin Dong to the death. However, what most concerned Yang Wan Air was not this.
Then won't you be very busy in the future?
Yang Wan Air looked at Lin Dong, bit her lip, then carefully said, actually, you don't need to work so hard, I actually have enough money to spend.
Looking at Yang Wan Air's careful look, Lin Dong dumbly said, have you forgotten what I promised you that day?
Lin Dong gently held Yang Wan Air's hand and said, I want to make money not because I want to prove that I am better than you, but only because I want to show you that I am worthy of you to rely on. While feeling the force and temperature in Lin Dong's hand, as well as his firm eyes that were filled with tenderness, Yang Wan Air gently nodded her head. Her heart was extraordinarily solid. And at this moment, the 3 Xiaotongs on the side silently glanced at each other, then in unison, they buried their entire faces into their rice bowls. Somehow, the original flavorful lunch, now that they were eating like this, they didn't even feel like it smelled good anymore.
Hey! Even the effort of eating a meal can spread dog food. That's enough. Chapter 31, Mom and Dad Arrive. Straightforward Mom. After eating lunch, Lin Dong went into the bedroom, only to find that the 3 little guys unexpectedly do not know when they have woken up, and then do not cry and do not make a fuss, ABA in chatting with each other. Let's just pretend that they were chatting for the time being. Then, Lin Dong happily joined the chat group. Dabao, aha. Second treasure, ah woo woo. San Bao, aha. Lin Bao aba, Lin Dong, oh. Yang Wan Air.
Without waiting for Dabao and Sanbao to be triggered to resonate with their hungry stomachs, Lin Dong carried Erbao to Yang Waner as soon as he could. As the rations were stuffed into Erbao's little mouth, the little guy immediately barfed and ate. When the second treasure had eaten almost half of it, the big treasure and the third treasure seemed to have just remembered, oops, the baby seems to be hungry, and then they also munched on it. At this point, Lin Dong then stuffed the milk bottle that had already been prepared into the mouths of the 2 little ones. Because Yang Wan Air's milk was sufficient, the milk powder given to the 2 little ones was not much, it was just for an emergency. Before the 2 little ones could take a few bites, Erbao, who had been nestled in his mother's arms for 10 minutes or so in advance, had already finished eating his milk contentedly, and fell asleep with a snore. Lin Dong looked, immediately picked up the second baby, straightened its upper body and hung it on his chest, gently patted his back for a few times, until the little one burped out, before gently putting her back into the crib. At the same time, a nurse had also carried Dabao, who ate milk faster, to Yang Wan Air and continued to breastfeed. After a while, after Big Baby was full, it was the turn of Brother Sanbao. By the time the 3 little ones were all fed and fell asleep, the time was almost 1 in the afternoon. Lin Dong went out again, headed to the bank, waited in line for an hour and a half, and then spent almost half an hour opening the company account. When he finished everything and came out, Lin Dong looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock, so he decided to go to the cafeteria first to cook the monthly meal. As a result, Lin Dong just got on the car. He received a call from his mother. Son, your father and I have arrived in Shanghai. Where are you staying? Lin Dongfeng, I'm going to live in Shanghai, son.
Lin Dong was a bit dumbfounded. Didn't you say you would come over in 2 days? But you're here so soon? Oops, I can't stand it anymore.
Lin mother said with a big grin, I wanted to see my good grandson earlier, so I came over.
It's not far anyway.
Lin Dong's family was from Yongcheng in Zhejiang province. From Yongcheng to Shanghai, it took about 2 hours by high-speed train. It was indeed fast.
Are you at the high-speed train station? Let me come over to pick you guys up. Lin Dong said.
Lin mother said with a big grin, no need, no need. You send me the address, your father and I will take the subway directly over. Unable to resist his strong mom, Lin Dong only nodded, that's fine, I'll send it to you later.
But I guess I'll have to come back a little later. Lin mother said, I know.
You're busy with your own business. Don't worry, I'll take good care of my grandson and daughter-in-law. I'll take care of my grandson and daughter-in-law. This daughter-in-law you do not rush to call, Yang Wan Air has not yet received a license.
Lin Dong said. What? I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person.
The microphone section, Lin mother's voice Hollister France up, little brat.
Are you a jerk? People have given you 3 children, but you haven't even gone to get a license with them? You wanna piss me off. Mom, calm down.
Listening to the mom this furious voice, Lin Dong knows that his own mother is really angry too.
After all, mom, this person has been anxious and righteous, right and wrong, she most cannot see as no responsibility and take responsibility for the man, the results of their own son is this kind of person? This is like a chivalrous heroine, suddenly found his son is a flower thief, the mood is the same. Don't misunderstand.
Even if you don't believe in your son, you still have to believe in your own education of your son for more than 20 years, right? Lin Dong said, I will tell you about this matter in detail when we get home.
All in all, you don't want to call someone your daughter-in-law as soon as you come home. It will scare them. Okay. I understand. Bastard.
After instructing his mom for a few sentences, Lin Dong ended the call with his mom and then sent the address to his mom's cell phone. After thinking for a while, Lin Dong sent a message to Yang Wan-er, telling him that his father and mother are now coming from the high-speed train station, so that she has a psychological preparation in advance. As a result, within a few seconds of the message being sent, Yang Wan-er's phone call came over.
Are you serious? Uncle and auntie are coming over now?
Yang Wan-er's voice carried a hint of apprehension and panic. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, well, I only just found out. They were anxious to see their grandchildren, so they directly took the high-speed train over.
What about you? When will you arrive? Yang Wan-er asked.
Lin Dong said, I'm getting ready to go to the cafeteria now, so I guess I'll be able to arrive at 5 o'clock at the latest.
What about me? Yang Wan-er immediately said, how am I going to talk to my aunt and uncle later? Don't worry, you are a national goddess who is loved by everyone.
Lin Dong smiled and comforted, by the way.
My mom is also a fan of your movie. She's seen all the dramas you've done. Really?
In the microphone, Yang Wan-er's voice instantly cleared up a lot and seemed to have relaxed a few points. Lin Dong said with a smile, besides, you are still in labor. The heavens and the earth are big, and the maternity is the biggest. Don't think about asking how to entertain them, just lie in bed obediently. I reckon that by then my mom will definitely serve you like an ancestor.
What? How can that be? Yang Wan-er said and laughed, you are talking nonsense again.
Lin Dong said, ha.
All in all, you don't have to worry. My parents are pretty good people, you'll know when you meet them. Being comforted by Lin Dong, Yang Wan-er's nervous heart was finally calmed down.
After chatting with Yang Wan-er for a few moments, Lin Dong ended the call and went to the hospital cafeteria, where he made 3 more monthly meals and 6 dishes. At the same time, Lin Dong also activated the divine level culinary inheritance and passed on his divine level culinary art to Dalu. Unlike Lin Dong's ability to instantly fuse all the techniques of the divine level culinary art, the divine level culinary art inheritance given to Dalu would take a full 30 days to complete. However, when one thought about it, a short period of 30 days could allow a person to master the divine grade culinary arts, which could actually be called a miracle. Before leaving, Lin Dong rebound the back-end bank account in the cafeteria's meal card recharge system, binding his company account to it. From today onwards, all the money from the meal card recharge would be credited to Lin Dong's company account. After getting it done, Lin Dong returned home with the 2 insulated buckets as usual. When Lin Dong opened the door of his home, what he saw was an incomparably cozy picture. Dad is carrying a plate of steaming dishes just came out from the kitchen. Mom is pulling Yang Wan-er's hand is colorfully chatting with her. Next to the 3 baby cribs, the 3 have woken up. The little one is also in each other chatting.
A family, cozy and lively. Chapter 32, God's help from mom and dad. Dad, Mom, I'm back.
Lin Dong entered the house, changed into slippers, and then sprayed his whole body with alcohol disinfectant spray.
Hey, son, you're off work so early? Did you take leave from your unit?
Seeing Lin Dong came in, Lin mother immediately got up and came over, and then took the 2 thermos bucket from Lin hand. What is this? Lin Dong said, it is the monthly meal for Wan-er.
Bought outside?
Lin mother couldn't help but frown. In the future, try to buy less food to eat in the outside restaurant. The news have reported, now the outside restaurant is using gutter oil. And Wan-er is still in her menstrual period. This stuff, it's safer to eat what you make yourself.
Don't worry Mom, I made this myself.
Lin Dong said with a smile.
You made it yourself? Lin mother froze for a moment. Where did you make it? In the cafeteria.
Lin Dong said, there were too many things in the past 2 days, I haven't had time to tell you guys. I have resigned from my previous company, and now I have contracted a cafeteria in a private hospital. I made this monthly meal myself, so you can rest assured that it is absolutely safe and reliable.
What? You contracted a cafeteria? Lin's mother and Lin's father, who was busy in the kitchen with Xiao Tong, froze for a moment. Contracting a cafeteria costs a lot of money, right? Lin father came out from the kitchen and said, where did you get that much money?
Generally speaking, Lin father and Lin mother looked at Yang Wan-er very silently while doing so. In their opinion, their own son's income in Shanghai can barely support himself, want to use their own money to contract a cafeteria, so this money is probably Yang Wanner out. A look at the eyes of the two people, Yang Wanner with a delicate heart immediately said, "Uncle and Auntie, don't misunderstand, Lin Dong did not ask me to take money, this cafeteria is his own ability to contract." Ha! Lin father and mother were instantly a little dumbfounded. They looked at their son with a trace of doubt on their faces. When did their son have this ability? Where did he get so much money? Looking at the puzzled old father and mother, Lin Dong only had to briefly tell the whole story. From making monthly meals for Yang Wanner and then craving for other mothers in the same ward, to the hospital director personally coming to the door to ask Lin Dong to help make monthly meals for other mothers, to taking the initiative to invite Lin Dong to enter the hospital cafeteria and help him complete all the industrial and commercial registration formalities, and in the end even transferring the entire cafeteria to him at no cost. After hearing the whole story, Lin's father and mother looked at their son with wide-eyed disbelief. How could they not expect that their son, who had always been so little in their eyes, would be so capable? Finally, Lin father said, "Since the hospital side trusts you so much and contracted the entire cafeteria to you, then you have to do it with all your heart and do it well. You must pay attention to the ingredients and the oil. We do not want to be rich and famous, but only want to earn this money with a clear conscience, understand?" Mom even said bluntly, "If you also dare to use gutter oil like those black-hearted households, I will not have you as a son. You can rest assured." Lin Dong smiled and took the shoulders of his mother, leaned intimately, said, "Not to mention, just for the sake of my upright and beautiful mom, I could not possibly do this kind of unethical thing." Several people chatted for a while and then sat down and started eating dinner. When Lin mother tasted the monthly meal that Lin Dong made for Yang Wanner, she finally understood why the maternity group in the hospital could not forget it, and also why the hospital leaders were willing to hand over the cafeteria to their son to take care of. This kid's craftsmanship, really no say. After dinner, Lin's father forced everyone into the living room, and then he started to clean up the dining table and the kitchen, washing chopsticks and bowls, and then wiped the floor of the kitchen and dining room. As for Lin's mother, she directly grabbed the work of Lin Dong and the nurses, what to tease the baby, holding the baby, changing diapers, all she did alone. Lin Dong instantly had a feeling that he was going to lose his job. Looking at his mother's doting expression as she looked at her 3 grandchildren, Lin Dong was even a little worried that if he waited for the children to get a little older and learn to talk and walk, this grandmother would probably have to spoil them to the sky. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the little ones once again finished their milk and huffed and puffed. After putting the 3 precious little grandchildren down, Lin mother looked at the time and softly said to Lin Dong and Yang Wanner who were at the side, "It's almost time, your father, and I won't disturb your rest." While saying that, Lin mother touched out a bank card from her pocket and stuffed it into Yang Wanner's hand. "Wanner, this is the savings of Lin Dong and his father over the years, not much, just 7 to 800,000, don't mind it." The first time I heard this, Yang Wanner's hands were full of money. Yang Wanner heard that hand immediately with seems to be bitten by something like, swish a moment to shrink back. "Auntie, I do not want." Yang Wanner immediately shook her head and said, "Auntie, this is the money that you and your uncle have saved up from your hard work, you can keep it well. Lin Dong, his father, and I are working, usually daily expenses are enough, do not need this money," Lin mother said with a smile. "Your side is not the same, this side of the high consumption in Shanghai, and 3 babies, the usual expenses in big. Now Lin Dong has just started his business, and he definitely doesn't have a lot of money on hand, so you can take this money and buy whatever you want." Yang Wanner immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Auntie, really no need, I have enough money of my own." Mother Lin said, "Auntie knows that you don't lack money, but this is a little bit of your auntie's and your uncle's heart, if you don't take it, we're not sure about this mentally Then that you give Lin Dong on the line." Yang Wanner looked at the side of the face as not concerned about watching the drama of Lin Dong, said, "He took the same That won't do." Lin mother glanced at her son and shook her head, "Our family, it's the woman who manages the money. This is the tradition of the old Lin family. So this money, you have to take it." Ha! When Yang Wanner heard this, she froze for a moment, then immediately said, "Auntie, Lin Dong and I are actually not the kind of relationship you think of." "I know." Lin mother said with a big grin, "You guys haven't gotten a license yet, right? I only found out this afternoon, and at that time, I scolded this brat. The child was born, but he didn't even go with you to get a marriage license, he's just not a thing." Lin Dong. "Auntie, don't blame Lin Dong." Yang Wanner immediately said, "Actually, this matter is blamed on me. Lin Dong actually only realized that he was going to be a father on the day the child was born. I didn't want to tell him." "Why?" Lin mother froze, "Why?" Yang Wanner shook her lips, "Because I was afraid." Yang Wanner gently told Lin's mother about her psychological journey of not wanting to abort the child, but fearing that Lin Dong could not be a good father, so she planned to secretly give birth to the child and raise it alone. After listening to Yang Wanner's statement, Lin mother immediately embraced Yang Wanner in her arms with a look of pity. "Good daughter, it's exactly what made you suffer. Bastard." Right at this moment, Lin father suddenly kicked Lin Dong and said, "Wanner has made such a great sacrifice, you have nothing to show for it? That's it. Bastard. The child has been born, don't you have any other ideas?"
Lin mother also blared at her son and asked. Lin Dong immediately said with an innocent face, Dad, Mom, don't be like this. Even if I want to get a license, but this has to be agreed by one heir. A twisted melon is not sweet. Is that so? Lin Mu looked at one heir and asked in a soft voice, One heir, is it because you don't want to get a license with Lin Dong? No, Yang One heir lowered her head and said with a bit of a blush, he didn't tell me that he wanted to get a license with me either. Hearing Yang Waner's words, Lin Dong steeply widened his eyes. So, the meaning of this sentence was, I wanted to get a license with you from the very beginning. Lin Dong flew over with an arrow step and knelt in front of Yang Waner's bed. I was just afraid that you would reject it, so I never dared to say it. Seeing this, Lin's mother at the side immediately came with an assist, then you should hurry up and say it now. Lin Dong smoothly delivered the words, One heir, are you willing to marry me? I looked at Lin Dong's pair of eyes filled with deep love. Yang One heir gently nodded, I am willing. Chapter 33, Getting a License. Lin father and mother stayed in Zhonghai for just 3 days, and then on the afternoon of the third day, they returned to Yongcheng. After all, both of them still had jobs, so it wasn't good to take a long vacation. However, the high-speed train from Yongcheng to Zhonghai was frequent and fast, counting all the time from home to the station. The total time for a trip was just over 4 hours, so the two of them decided to come every weekend. Lin Dong also did not discourage, after all, just two grandparents, this heart must be hot, they want to come to see, then come, anyway, see a few more times, when the mood calms down, I guess it will not run so diligently. Before entering the high-speed train, Lin mother to Lin Dong is a burst of 1,000 instructions, let him make sure to take care of the 3 grandchildren, and must take care of one heir. Lin mother said, Son, one heir has sacrificed too much in order to give birth to the child, you can be sure to treat her well, understand? Lin Dong nodded, don't worry, Mom. I understand. After sending his parents to the high-speed train, Lin Dong drove to the hospital cafeteria. In the past few days, the families of the patients in the entire inpatient building already knew that the hospital cafeteria had a new boss, and that there were a few dishes that the boss personally made, and the taste was simply better than those Michelin-starred restaurants, especially the monthly meal, which was simply the royal meal for all the mothers in the postpartum ward. Not only that, with the discharge of the earliest batch of mothers, the fame of Lin Dong's monthly meal had also started to spread in all the major upscale monthly care centers in Shanghai, and many people even drove 10 to 20 kilometers to come over in order to see this monthly meal, and then made a meal card just to have a taste of this monthly meal. One to eat. AI Mom really fragrant. Then immediately ordered. As a result, Lin Dong's monthly meal takeaway delivery was also organized in a flurry of activity. Within 3 kilometers of the hospital, the delivery fee was 20, and for those over 3 kilometers, an extra $5 was added for each kilometer. That is to say, if a customer orders a monthly meal 20 kilometers away, the takeout fee alone will be more than $100, which is almost as much as the cost of a monthly meal. However, no one cared about this amount of money at all. As for Lin Dong, he had already begun to ponder whether he should organize a Meituan takeaway. After thinking about it, Lin Dong finally decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, now just this cafeteria, every day will cost him 3 or 4 hours, which if you get out of a group out, I do not know how much time and energy to spend on this, then where there is time to accompany his wife and children off. Of course, the key still lies in Lin Dong's lack of money. If you want to create a US group takeaway, the starting capital must be at least 100 million. Of course, no money also have no money play, such as can go to find angel investment fund, but in angel investment fund standard investment amount is only 5 million, and this 5 million but to give 34% of the shares, which know the potential of the United States group Lin Dong for, is definitely a loss of business. Therefore, really want to engage in the American group takeaway, that first money, absolutely have to own out. As for asking Yang Wan Air to get money, Lin Dong even thought about it. Said to give her 100 million, now even 1% of the goal has not yet been realized, where is the good sense to ask her for investment? However, the good news is, now the business of this cafeteria is really too hot, in the Lin father and mother to come these days, the cafeteria every day recharge the amount of more than 300,000, a lot of people are 3,000 and 5,000 in the charge, simply this money is not money like. In just 3 days, Lin Dong's company account had nearly $1 million in cash. At the same time, Lin Dong also learned from the mouths of a few wealthy customers that as the fame of his monthly meal expanded, some of the bosses of high-end monthly care centers had also begun to ponder whether they should contact Lin Dong and introduce his monthly meal. Once the other party confirmed the implementation, then Lin Dong's income would definitely lead to another huge increase. After all, due to the limited number of beds in the Jiaowei International Hospital, there were only 20 or so mothers in one hospital, whereas in some large-scale menstrual care centers, there were hundreds of mothers having their monthly meals over there. A monthly meal is 128, 100 women eat a meal is 12,800, 2 meals is 25,600, after deducting the cost of the micro, every day can earn about 20,000, a month of 600,000, a year of 7,200,000. This is only one, and in Shanghai, like this scale of high-grade Moon Child Center, at least 5 or more.
If you can eat all of them, a year is at least from 36 million. And that's just the monthly meal of one porridge, one dish, and one soup if you add in the other dishes.
TSK. The money path was limitless. Therefore, Lin Dong was actually not in a hurry at all. With the system in hand, making money was nothing more than a matter of time. Time slowly flowed in this busy and cozy manner. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. On Monday of this day, Lin Dong drove a commercial vehicle and brought Yang Wan Air to the Pudong Civil Affairs Bureau. Both of them were wearing sunglasses and masks, so no one recognized them. When the staff called their number, the two sat down in front of the office counter and handed over their ID cards and household registers. The staff checked the ID card and account book, and when she saw Yang Wanner's ID card, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then stared at the other person with both eyes, and said dully, "Hello, please take down the sunglasses and mask." So, under her straight stare, Yang Wan-er removed the sunglasses and mask from her face. My goodness! Surprisingly, it's really you. The staff member's face turned a little red with excitement. Yang Wan-er smiled gently towards her, then said softly, "Hush, sorry, we don't want to alarm others, please, can you help us get the formalities done quickly?" "Oh. Okay. I understand." The staff immediately nodded, then after a quick crackle and tap, returned the documents to the two, then routinely asked, "Do you need to do a marriage test?" The two looked at each other, then coincidentally shook their heads, "No need." The staff was not surprised. After all, now the whole network knows that the two people have triplets. This marriage test is naturally dispensable. Across the street is the photo room. You two can wear your own clothes, or you can rent clothes from the photo room to take wedding photos. Okay, thank you. Yang Wan-er put on her sunglasses mask again and went to the photo room with Lin Dong to take the wedding photos. When the staff taking the photos saw Yang Wan-er, they also revealed a look of shock. Then, there was the photo shoot, and then after waiting for a few minutes, they got their freshly baked marriage license in the licensing room. "Miss Yang, can I take a picture with you guys?" When the two of them came out of the license room, the staff member who had given them the license before looked around, then carefully said, "Just to our office, okay?" Yang Wan-er readily agreed, yes. So, the two of them followed that staff member to the office and took a picture with her. The one who took the picture was the staff member who took the picture. Of course, this picture was not without her share. When Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er left the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two of them hugged their cell phones and shouted excitedly, You guys don't know, right? The person who just came to get the license is Wan-er. Yang Wan-er. Chapter 34, The Rest of My Life, Please Teach Me More." Hearing this, the colleague at the side froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, "What? Yang Wan-er? Which Yang Wan-er?" The staff member said arrogantly, "Which Yang Wan-er can it be? Of course it's our national goddess." Now, the colleagues next to him got excited. "What? It's the national goddess Yang Wan-er? The one wearing the sunglasses and mask just now is her? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The staff member immediately said, "It was Wan-er who asked me not to alarm others. She just gave birth to a baby, her body is still not well, if someone accidentally bumped into her, what can we do?" My colleague asked in a bad mood, "Why are you saying it now?" "Because Wan-er agreed." The staff laughed playfully. "She told me that after she left, I could say it." Moreover, that staff member shook the cell phone in his hand and said playfully, "I even took a group photo with Sister Zhao and her husband together. Oh. Don't say it, that Lin Dong is really quite handsome. And he's also super polite. Right. He's just a big warm man. No wonder Wan-er married him." Very quickly, the news that Yang Wan-er and Lin Dong appeared at the Pudong Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license was spread online. At this time, although 10 days had passed since Yang Wan-er publicly admitted to having a child out of wedlock, to this day, there were still many netizens on the internet talking about this matter. After all, this was the national goddess that countless people had been pining for a long time. And right at this moment, the news of Yang Wan-er and Lin Dong receiving a license suddenly spread on the internet, instantly triggering widespread attention. Really? Surprisingly, they really got a license? I don't believe it. How could a goddess get married? No way. Goddess. Get a divorce. Leave that man. I'll steal the battery to support you. For life. What's so great about that Lin Dong? I can't believe I really married him still. Right? According to what someone exposed before, he's just a beggar. Even if he was an Iron fan as written in that story, it was just a fan. Surprisingly, he actually married? If it's just because you gave birth to a child and then don't want the child to be without a father and marry, I think I can take over. Goddess. Find me. I'm willing to be happy to be a father. Cuckold dog head, cuckold dog head, cuckold dog head, cuckold dog head. Although I've been reluctant to face it, I know that this day will eventually come. All I can say is, good luck. This brother is awesome. He's so proud of us boys. Ha. This should be the first beggar to marry a star in the history of the rice circle, right? This is the first beggar to marry a star in the history of the rice circle. Do not blow not black. Yang Wan-er is definitely true love for this Lin Dong. For his sake, Yang Wan-er even went so far as to withdraw from the circle. The loss of the light person is estimated to be several $100 million. That Lin Dong, a lifetime of not eating or drinking, probably can't earn back. Oh. Then you're wrong. You really think Lin Dong is a beggar? Then you are very wrong. What? Is it possible that Lin Dong is some kind of hidden rich second generation? That's not true. Lin Dong's family background was indeed quite ordinary. It's not even his family background that makes him great, it's himself. If you guys have friends who work at the Jiaowei International Hospital, you can ask around and ask Lin Dong whether he has any money or not, and the results will definitely be out of your imagination. What? What the hell? Is Lin Dong rich? Dude, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and say it. It's true. The guy above is right. I have a young friend who's a doctor at Jiaowei International Hospital. A few days ago, he told me that the hospital leadership contracted the cafeteria to Lin Dong for free. So, Lin Dong was not a penniless beggar. He is now the owner of the cafeteria of the Jiaowei International Hospital. Ouch, I go. I thought it was something. But just a contractor for the hospital cafeteria. How much can he earn? What do you know? Do you know how much Lin Dong's monthly meals at that hospital cost? 128. Do you know how much a plate of Lin Dong's handmade rice costs? $25. Do you know how many people eat in his cafeteria every day? Including the doctors and nurses in the hospital, as well as the hospitalized patients and their families, adding up to over 800 visits per day. Based on a per capita rate of $50 per meal, the gross income is over $80,000 a day. What? $50 per person per meal? A hospital cafeteria? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. You should know what this Kawui International Hospital is all about. It's one of the most upscale private hospitals in Shanghai. Anyone who goes to that hospital is at least a millionaire. Is $50 a meal expensive for them? I'll tell you one more thing, because Lin Dong's monthly meals are so delicious, many mothers who have already been discharged from the hospital can't forget them, so they still order monthly assets from him every day. If the maternity home was 20 kilometers away from the hospital, the errand fee just to send it over to him would be over 100. I'm not sure how much it would cost. Poverty limits my imagination. I really don't understand the world of the rich. So, in fact, Lin Dong was not some beggar, but a successful entrepreneur who started from nothing? If all of this was true, then just by relying on this handful of his cooking skills, his yearly income could reach tens of millions of dollars. This Nima was simply more profitable than opening a 5-star hotel. Nima. I thought he was just lucky to have met Wan Air before she became famous. It turned out that the clown was actually myself. Woo! Just as netizens were hotly debating over Yang Wan Air and Lin Dong's license to get married, Yang Wan Air's microblog, which hadn't been updated for more than a week, once again sent out a new message. Yes, we got a license. A brand new relationship, a brand new start, Mr. Lin, please teach me more in the rest of my life. Underneath the text is a sweet wedding photo. Looking at the smiling Yang Waner in the photo, and the handsome Lin Dong, even those who were fanatics of Yang Waner couldn't resist the 4 words born to be a pair in their hearts. Countless netizens had left their blessings for Yang Waner in the comments section. Of course there were also some dirty words, but in a few seconds they were drowned out in the large number of blessing messages. Then, in this huge blessing message, some sharp-eyed netizens suddenly found an unusual group. Chapter 35 shocked the entire net. Lin Dong's rich and powerful circle of friends. Hey, brothers, come and take a look. What's the situation with these people? Their blessings are written to wish Ms. Yang and Master Lin 100 years of happiness. How did a Lin Dong become a master? I found it too. There are so many certified verses saying this. A few of them are not small. I go. This microblogging V called Blossom Half Summer seems to be the daughter-in-law of a certain powerful family in Zhonghai. The year before last, she tweeted about her wedding, and a lot of stars went over to sing on stage. There is also a little bit more called Lovely, is the real estate tycoon daughter-in-law. I heard that 3 years ago married to a coal owner's son in Jinzhou, when he got married directly 12 Hummer driveway, bullish variant. Ouch I go. There is also this one, imported Persian carpets, the general agent of Xia. This man's assets are tens of billions. What's going on here? I just went through their microblogs, and they only recently paid attention to Yang Wan Air. That means they're not fans of Yang Wan Air, at least not before. Looking at this statement, it seems like they're a little bit closer to Lin Dong. Couldn't be? Lin Dong actually knew so many rich people's families? Based on my years of melon eating experience, there's definitely a super big melon hidden in here. Come on. Which one of you can summarize the identity of the person who wrote this blessing? As the saying goes, there are many masters on the internet. As expected, half an hour later, someone really did publish a summary directory and sent it up. The crowd then saw that among the 33 accounts that sent out the blessing wishing Ms. Yang and Master Lin 100 years of happiness, 18 of them were from the daughter-in-laws of various well-known wealthy families in Zhonghai, and 15 of them, some of them were famous entrepreneurial rich generation in Zhonghai, and some of them were simply directly from the company's official micro account.
Some people roughly counted, adding up the family assets behind all these people, it was estimated that it could reach several $trillion. And now, all of these people had gathered under Yang Waner's microblog, sending her their blessings, and it seemed that they were still rushing towards Lin Dong's face. This was a bit puzzling. In the end, they still found the truth from the Weibo photos of several rich and powerful daughter-in-laws and sons-in-law from a while ago. I found it. One tycoon's daughter-in-law even dedicated her monthly meal 2 weeks ago, saying it was the best meal she'd ever eaten in her life so far. Let's see how many people were commenting at the time that she was so pathetic, it was just such a porridge, a vegetable, and a soup, I can't believe they were talking about it so exaggeratedly. Ha! I laughed my ass off. They're calling a rich girl from China pathetic. If this group of people knew, they would probably be shouting right now, the clown is actually myself. Ha! Ouch. It turns out that they've all just given birth recently too. They were all diners of Lin Dong's monthly meals. This Nima. Are all the cooks this good now? How could he get a bunch of rich and famous women and their daughters-in-law to come out and give his daughter-in-law their blessings? It wasn't that all the cooks nowadays were so powerful, but it was the powerful cooks that could make that group of rich people care so much. In that case, Lin Dong's monthly meals were really something. Otherwise, how could it be so valued by those rich people? I don't know. Didn't a friend break the news before? Lin Dong's cafeteria at the Jiaowei International Hospital was now full every day. Apart from the hospital staff, it was a group of patients and their families eating over there. Those people are all rich. So, who dares to say Lin Dong is a beggar now? Which beggar can have him so powerful? Why do I now suddenly feel that this Yang Wan heir married Lin Dong, is married to the right? Although I don't want to admit it, but it seems to be the case. Very quickly, Yang Wan heir and Lin Dong to get a marriage license and Lin Dong's circle of rich friends. These two topics will be rushed on the microblogging hot search and in less than an hour's time will be rushed on the top 10 hot search. And, as time passes, the number of people paying attention is also increasing. On the other hand, after receiving the marriage license, Lin Dong sent Yang Wan heir back home and then went to the cafeteria himself. It couldn't be helped, before the divine-level cooking skill had completed its inheritance, the dishes that old Lu made were always still a bit different from what Lin Dong made. Therefore, if he wanted to let go, he still had to wait until Jinin's inheritance was over. However, during this period of time, old Lu had already felt that his cooking skills were improving by leaps and bounds, even faster than when he first learned cooking skills when he was young. And apart from old Lu, Lin Dong had taken in another disciple, a relative introduced to him by one of the helpers. Su Xiaozong, 35 years old, with a wife and 2 children at home, used to work as a chef in a 5-star hotel for a while. 2 years ago, he reported to the hotel because of the kitchen and the use of gutter oil, offended the hotel's chef and was blocked by the entire culinary industry in Shanghai. No hotel wants him, then he can only open a small restaurant, the results of every day by the various departments of the door-to-door inspection, and in the end can only be pushed late at night with a wheelbarrow to run out of the barbecue night snacks. In a row to do more than a year of barbecue snacks, Su Xiaozong's body gradually began to appear a variety of problems, and then his wife persuaded him not to do barbecue, really cannot, go to some of the small restaurant to apply for a chef, earn a little money on the good. At this time, he saw a relative in the circle of friends said that the boss of their canteen wants to recruit apprentices, want to teach their own cooking skills, has received a 5-star hotel from the chef, but also want to receive 2 more, asked who are interested in private chat him. Su Xiaozong immediately private chat this relative of their own, asked about the situation. However, in fact, he still has some concerns, because he was offended by that 5-star hotel chef and then led to a variety of retaliation. He is a little worried that the other side will not accept him because of this, or in the acceptance of the other side after he will bring trouble. However, after knowing the reason why the other party was blocked, Lin Dong selected him without saying a word. A person who dared to expose the use of gutter oil in the kitchen. Other than that, there was absolutely no problem with this character. Not to mention the fact that he also had a child and a family. To Lin Dong, this was definitely the best disciple candidate. After staying in the cafeteria for more than an hour, and after cooking the monthly meal and a few cafeteria dishes, Lin Dong instructed his 2 disciples to cook a few more dishes, then he brought along 2 insulated buckets and prepared to go back. Right at this moment, Dean Guo Shiqing approached Lin Dong with several middle-aged men. One of them was still a familiar face. Master Lin, good noon. I heard that you and Ms. Yang got a marriage license today, congratulations. At the sight of this familiar face, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? I remember that your daughter-in-law was discharged from the hospital last week, right? Oh. You wouldn't have personally come over to get the monthly meal, would you? Ha ha. Getting the monthly meal is just a side trip. Mr. Zhang said with a smile, we actually came here specifically to look for you this time. Looking for me? Lin Dong froze for a moment and curiously said, why? What is it? Sort of a good thing. General Manager Zhang smiled, then pointed to the other few middle-aged men around him and said, let me first introduce you to these few friends of mine. After that, General Manager Zhang introduced those few people around him one by one. Needless to say, they were all rich people.
And they had the same identity, that is, they were all the owners of Zhenghai's high-class Moonchild Center. Master Lin, this time, we found you through Mr. Zhang and Dingua. In fact, we just want to discuss with you to see if you are interested in opening a stove in our Moonchild Center to make a Moonchild meal. As for this revenue, you can rest assured that it will definitely not be less than what you earn here. Hearing this from several people, Lin Dong could not help but laugh dumbly. He hadn't even been in a hurry to make money himself, and there were already people who were eager to send money to him. Chapter 36 FB Empire Taking Shape, Divine Carpenter Skill. It could be seen that this group of people were still quite sincere, or else they wouldn't have made a special trip to the door. Only right now was obviously not a good time to discuss this matter. Because Lin Dong was in a hurry to go home to deliver the monthly meal to his wife and have dinner with her. In the end, both parties agreed to discuss in detail tomorrow morning. Back home, Lin Dong told Yang Waner about what happened in the cafeteria. For Lin Dong to be able to carry out his own business, Yang Waner was naturally very happy for him, but she was a little worried. If this happens, are you going to spend less and less time with your child? No, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. I will take in a few disciples when the time comes. After I pass on my craft to them, I will be free. While hearing this, Yang Waner finally let go of her heart. The next day, Lin Dong had a friendly exchange with those few Moon Center owners who had the intention to cooperate in the hospital's parlor. Unlike the buyout contracting system on this side of the hospital cafeteria, these 5 Moonchild Center owners proposed a sharing system. They said that they could provide Lin Dong with the venue and utensils for free, and even if there was a need, they could provide even the manpower and material resources, but after the restaurant was officially in operation, they would have to enjoy a 30% share of the profits. However, Lin Dong felt that a 30% share was too high. After all, what the Moonchild Center could provide to Lin Dong, the biggest mainstay was the maternity market only. As for the rest of what venue appliances as well as manpower and material resources, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, with Lin Dong's current fame in Zhonghai's maternity circle, would he lack this market? Sorry, he is not lacking at all. Do not see, but all the women discharged from this hospital, after leaving, there is no one who does not continue to buy menstrual meals in his place, and in the spontaneous publicity of these women, but also led to their circle of friends of the women also deliberately come to the cafeteria to order menstrual meals. So, it was never that Lin Dong lacked a market, but rather this market lacked Lin Dong. As a matter of fact, the reason why the owners of these 5 Moonchild Centers would personally come to the door to talk about cooperation was precisely because they saw this point. However, what Lin Dong did not know was that in fact, in the past 10 days or so, the owner of these 5 Moonchild Centers had quietly approached a group of rather prestigious chefs in Shanghai, and took the Moonchild meals that he had made to those chefs to taste them, and asked the other party if they could make the same taste. At first, several of the chefs swore that as long as he was given the exact same ingredients, they guaranteed that they could make the same flavor. But the result? A slap in the face. None of the chefs were able to perfectly replicate the flavor of Lin Dong's menstrual meal, and among them, there were even a few extraordinarily talented chefs. It was because of this experience that the owners of these 5 Moonchild Centers also profoundly realized Lin Dong's irreplaceable uniqueness in making Moonchild meals, which was why they came to the door to invite Lin Dong. Under the repeated negotiations between the two parties, in the end, this profit-sharing ratio was confirmed at 8-2, with Lin Dong accounting for 80%. After finalizing the agreement, the 5 Moonlight Center bosses then stated that they would help Lin Dong to complete the business registration formalities within 3 days and help him recruit a group of reliable staff. This was one of the reasons why Lin Dong chose to be willing to give them a share, as he could save a lot of time and effort with the help of this group of Zhonghai groundlings. In comparison, giving a 20% share was really nothing. Originally, these few Moonlight Centers also wanted to help Lin Dong to take care of the procurement of ingredients as well, but they were politely refused by Lin Dong. For one thing, there were too many tricks and loopholes in the procurement business. For example, when purchasing pork, the market price was $30 a caddy. The purchase price for large quantities could be seen to be under $20, but the purchasing staff reported $25 to you, and then secretly ate $5 a caddy themselves, and if you didn't trace back to the root cause of the problem, it would be impossible for you to find out. Therefore, the procurement piece, you must find your own people to do, otherwise it is to raise a rat. In addition, with the 5 monthly child centers, plus the Jiaowei International Hospital cafeteria that Lin Dong now had in his hands, these 6 restaurants combined, the monthly procurement of ingredients was not a small amount. Once when the number of purchases reached a certain scale, they would enjoy a certain status and influence in this food ingredient supply market. Imagine if you have to consume several tons of ingredients every month, those supplying the ingredients will still treat you as an ancestor? Of course, the most important point is still the issue of food safety, and this is the lifeblood of catering. Once you provide food and the quality and safety problems, then no matter how big your name brand have to close down. Therefore, although it might consume a certain amount of energy and time in the procurement of ingredients, this was a piece that Lin Dong did not want to leave to others.
And in order to be able to facilitate the procurement and uniform distribution of goods, Lin Dong went on to register an ingredient procurement and distribution company, which was specifically used to distribute goods for these 6 canteens and restaurants under his name. Lin Dong estimated that when he had money in the future, he would go to the countryside and contract a few tens of thousands of acres of land, and then plant some agricultural products to use for self-supply, realizing the closed loop of catering production. At that time, his own catering company would become a true catering empire. 3 days later, 6 businesses including the ingredient procurement and distribution company were successfully registered, and Lin Dong successfully obtained another 15 apprentice acceptance slots. Thus, he took in 10 more disciples in one go and signed 10-year-long contracts with each of them. At the same time, he confirmed the official opening time with the 5 major Moonchild centers, which would be just a month later. During this period of time, all the monthly meals required by the 5 major Moonchild centers would be supplied by the cafeteria within the Jiaowei International Hospital. Time flowed slowly in Lin Dong's busy and fulfilling struggle. In the blink of an eye, the babies were 1 month old. On this day, it happened to be the weekend. Lin's father and mother had once again arrived in Zhonghai from Yong City to celebrate their grandchildren's full moon. In fact, according to the custom of Ningbo City, a full moon wine should be held for a child's full moon. However, because both Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er were worried that the baby was still too young and had little resistance, bringing it to a crowded place all of a sudden was feared to be risky. Therefore, it was finally decided to wait until the 100th day before organizing it. In this regard, Lin's father and mother naturally would not object. After all, nothing is as important as the health and safety of one's grandson. Of course, the full moon wine was not organized, but the full moon gift could not be missing. For this reason, after Lin's father and mother got into Lin Dong's car, they directly asked him to take the 2 of them to the mall first and bought 2 gold bracelets and a few sets of clothes. At this, Lin Dong was still a bit teary-eyed. "Dad, Mom, clothes are not necessary, right? Wan-er has prepared dozens of sets for the children." Lin's mother blankly glanced at Lin Dong and said, "That can be the same? Wan-er bought her own belongs to the word buy. This is a part of me and your father's heart." "Right. What about you?" At this time, Mother Lin looked at Lin Dong and asked, "What gifts did you buy for my 3 grandchildren?" "Ha?" Lin Dong blinked, "I'm buying them too? Nonsense." Lin's mother immediately said without any good humor, "How can you be a father? Your own children's full moon, don't you need to buy gifts for them?" Lin Dong immediately cried and laughed, "What kind of gift do I have to give? My whole life is theirs." Lin's mother gave her son a blank look. "Bull. A life is a life, a gift is a gift. Hurry up and buy it." Under Lin's mother's strong request, Lin Dong bought 3 small toys. This was really not because Lin Dong was stingy, it was really because Yang Wan-er had already bought all the things that should be bought and shouldn't be bought before the child was born. Can you believe it? Yang Wan-er in Shanghai specifically has a house full of various objects bought for the child. Wearing, using, playing, everything. I can only say, money is really arbitrary. And just as Lin Dong finished paying the money and took those 3 small toys that could be put in the baby's mouth to gnaw on into his hands, the system's voice once again came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Milkman achievement of buying toys for a child for the first time. Reward Divine Carpenter Skill. Chapter 37, Yang Wan-er's Song, Poison Children's Clothing Incident. At noon on this day, the family happily threw a full moon wine for the 3 little babies at home. Compared to usual, besides Lin's father and mother, there was also more than one Zhang Yuhua. After Yang Wan-er announced that she would be quitting the movie and television industry, Zhang Yuhua, the agent who brought her up, was reprimanded by the company's board of directors, and then in a fit of pique, she led a group of artists to leave the company, choosing to set up her own business. It was only then that Zhang Yuhua's name first appeared in the public eye. They didn't expect that just such an ordinary woman, why would so many stars be willing to follow her and jump ship? To know, according to the media exposure out, follow this Zhang Yuhua together with the stars jumping ship, just a line of stars there are 6 or 7, 2 or 3 line is more than 20. This Zhang Yuhua in the end is what kind of god? For a while, everyone's eyes were cast on Zhang Yuhua's body, which really made Zhang Yuhua enjoy a wave of celebrity heat. After lunch, Zhang Yuhua chatted with Yang Wan-er about the recent situation in the entertainment industry, and as they chatted, the topic returned to Yang Wan-er. "Were you serious when you said you wanted to make an album before?" Zhang Yuhua asked. "Of course it's true." Yang Wan-er smiled and said, "Lin Dong has already written all the songs for me. There are 15 songs. He really knows how to write songs?" Up until this point, Zhang Yuhua was still a bit skeptical. "Of course. I'll show you if you don't believe me." Yang Wan-er immediately went back to her room and took out the manuscript that Lin Dong had handwritten for her from the safe in Yang Wan-er's eyes. This dad lyrics and music manuscript could be more valuable than even gold and silver treasures. "Here, take a look." Yang Wan-er placed the stack of words and songs manuscripts into Zhang Yuhua's hands. Zhang Yuhua took it and looked at it. "The first song I do.
Although Zhang Yuhua is the #1 agent in the entertainment industry, but others were not born to study music. Naturally, she couldn't read the sheet music, but just from the lyrics of this song, seems to be not bad? Then, Zhang Yuhua flipped through the second song, called Red Beans. The lyrics are too beautiful. Then she looked at another song, Acacia. Oh, these lyrics are absolute. Then the fifth song, Legend. The sixth song. Zhang Yuhua's eyes were widening the more she looked. When she flipped to the last song, she realized that it was a love song sung by a male and female duet called Because of Love. Although she didn't know what the score was like for the time being, just from the lyrics alone, Zhang Yuhua felt very good. Is this really written by that guy? Zhang Yuhua still asked and answered with some disbelief. Yes. Yang Wan-er nodded her head with a hint of pride on her face. He wrote it live in front of me. And he even sang it to me. I even recorded it specifically. You even recorded it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua immediately couldn't wait to say, hurry up and give me a listen. As a result, Yang Wan-er shook her head without hesitation and refused. No way. Why not? Zhang Yuhua was puzzled. Because this is what my husband sang to me. Yang Wan-er said with a righteous face, how can I play it for others to hear? Zhang Yuhua. Looking at the cabbage in front of her that had already been vaulted away, Zhang Yuhua's heart broke. So love really does disappear. This stinky girl, she really forgets her sister when she has a husband. Excessive. But I can sing for you to listen to. Right at this moment, only to see Yang Wan-er towards Zhang Yuhua said with a sly smile. Hey! Hearing Yang Wan-er's words, Zhang Yuhua froze for a moment, then reacted and couldn't help but laugh and scolded. Stinky girl. Even I am teasing you. I've loved you for nothing. Yang Wan-er spat out her tongue and said, hey flower sister, I see you come in after you have been frowning, heavy-hearted look, so I'm joking with you. It's all because of you. Zhang Yuhua blankly glanced at Yang Wan-er without a good mood. In fact, if it wasn't for Yang Wan-er, even if Zhang Yuhua and the company were to turn their backs on each other, it would probably take a few more years, and it wouldn't have been so hasty to set up her own business. I know I'm wrong, Sister Hua, I'll sing you a song. I'll sing you a song, as an apology. Thus, Yang Wan-er sang her favorite song out of the 15 songs, I Do. When they heard Yang Wan-er was going to sing, Lin's father and mother came over with one of their newly awakened big baby and two baby in their arms. Baby, mommy's going to sing, let's listen to mommy sing, okay? As for the unattended Sanbao brother, he could only be held by Lin Dong in an aggravated manner. Then, under the crowd's expectant gaze, Yang Wan-er sang a song called I Do. If Lin Dong is allowed to evaluate, he thinks that the song sung by his wife has already reached the level of the former Wang Tianho, and even in terms of voice expression of emotion, Yang Wan-er's performance is even more on point than the former Wang Tianho. Here. It's too good. The child and the two nurses on the side couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. As for Lin's mother, she was even moved to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her daughter-in-law's song is simply sung into her heart. Even if I stay in your arms for one more second. It's not a pity to lose the world. The lyrics of that kind of recklessness for the sake of love is the same as Lin's father's willingness to give up the opportunity to study abroad in order to be with her. It's fantastic. In comparison, Zhang Yuhua was even more excited. After listening to this song, Zhang Yuhua was already incredibly sure that even if Yang Wan-er didn't shoot any more movies in the future, this song alone would make her popular for several more years. And after that, as if Yang Wan-er was trying to show off the songs that Lin Dong had written for her, she sang several more songs in one breath, which dazzled the several people. Seeing that Yang Wan-er was ready to sell all 15 songs in one breath, Bao suddenly cried out with a wow. Come on! The little thing was hungry again. Thus, Yang Wan-er, who had just prepared to transform into a female singing goddess, immediately returned to reality and picked up her baby to go back to her room to nurse her. And just as Yang Wan-er had just fed all 3 babies well and handed them over to Lin Dong to put the children in their cribs to sleep, a burst of cursing and swearing came from Mother Yang from outside. The two of them glanced at each other and immediately opened the door and walked out. When they walked to the living room, Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er saw that their mother was standing in front of the living room holding a few pieces of baby clothes that she had just bought from the supermarket in the morning and was cursing and throwing them into the trash can. Yang Wan-er immediately asked with concern, Mom, what's wrong? Why did you throw the baby clothes away? Lin mother said, this clothing can't be worn. It's all poisonous. Black-hearted merchants simply want to give birth to a child without an asshole. What? Poison? Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er could not help but freeze for a moment. At this time, the small child on the side timidly pointed to the TV screen and said, Brother-in-law, Sister Wan-er, you will know if you look at the TV. The two of them subconsciously turned their heads and saw that at this time, inside the television set, a variety show called Quality Detection was being broadcast. Just in time, at this moment, the host of the program said, according to the laboratory staff of the 15 well-known brands of baby clothes on the market after the test, finally found that there are 10 well-known brands of baby clothes contain excessive toxic substances, and even more than half of the carcinogenic substances content than the national standard content is 300 times higher. It's chilling to watch. Below were the detailed test results of these 15 well-known brands of baby clothes. When Lin Dong saw this detailed test report list displayed in the TV screen, he realized that, among them, the one with the highest level of carcinogenic substances was precisely the well-known brand that his mother had bought from the supermarket today. And when Yang Wanner saw this list, she even instantly turned pale, and then with a loud cry, she immediately rushed back to her room. Because, the baby clothes that she bought for her babies were also on this test report list, and there were multiple indicators that seriously exceeded the standard. Chapter 38 Yang Wanner's Anger. Let these black-hearted merchants all go to hell. Doctor, are the babies really going to be okay? Within the pediatric specialist clinic of Jiaowei International Hospital, Yang Wan'er looked at the doctor with a nervous face. Don't worry, Ms. Yang, I actually saw that news on my phone. You may have been too worried to notice that the children's clothing sampled and tested by the TV station were the kind of clothing with prints and dyes or bright colors above the age of 1 week, not this kind of pure cotton baby clothing. And you said, before giving the child to wear, has been all washed, and also disinfected, even if these clothes contain similar formaldehyde and so on, after washing, disinfection and drying, basically can be eliminated, or will be a large reduction in the content of toxic substances. Back a million steps, let's say, the clothes really have carcinogenic substances, even if the baby's body is weak, really want to cause cancer, not a year and a half of long-term exposure is also unlikely, not to mention that you have to change every day to wash these clothes. In the face of the pediatrician's comfort and explanation, Yang Wan'er although a lot of peace of mind, but still some worries, there is no way to give the child to do a test? Is there any way to do a checkup for the child to see if he has absorbed those toxic substances? I'm afraid this cannot be done with the current medical technology. This pediatrician is a little bit laughable. If you really do not worry, I would suggest that you can send these clothes to the testing organization to do a test, to see whether these clothes have toxic substances above the ingredients. Good. This suggestion from the pediatrician made Yang Wan'er's eyes light up. Thus, on that very afternoon, Lin Dong sent a load of baby clothes to a professional testing organization. When the staff of the testing organization looked at the cart full of baby clothes in front of them, they were dumbfounded and excited. Confused because this was the first time they had ever seen someone bring so many clothes over for testing at once. The excitement was that this was a big order. Thus, without saying a word, all the employees of the entire testing organization came out and took out all the clothes, and then labeled them in different categories, matching each specimen with the clothes all in pairs. Subsequently, Lin Dong handed over 2 cameras to the other party, allowing them to film the entire testing process. Of course, this was also paid for, and said that if he could get it out tomorrow, he was willing to give double. Stimulated by the ability to pay money, the staff of the entire testing organization worked an extra night shift. And that night, Yang Wan'er lay on her back in Lin Dong's arms, silently shedding many tears that were filled with a mother's self-reproach and uneasiness. The next morning, Lin Dong received a call from the testing organization, stating that all the clothes had been tested. Lin Dong immediately drove to the testing organization, got the thick test report, and flipped through it under the explanation of the person in charge of the testing organization. Then, Lin Dong saw that in these 120 sets of baby clothes, there were 23 sets that contained formaldehyde, all of which belonged to new clothes that had not been unpacked, and in addition to that, there were also a variety of strong carcinogenic components. Looking at this test report, Lin Dong's heart was filled with a burning flame of anger. That gang of heartless black-hearted businessmen really should be killed by 1,000 cuts. And the only thing that makes Lin Dong comfort is that, in that a dozen sets of baby has been worn clothing test report, although there are also detected some toxic substances ingredients, but the content is relatively low, some of them although exceed the national standard, but the amount of excess is not much. According to the pediatric expert's analysis, it should be because it had been cleaned in advance, so most of the toxic substances had been washed away. Lin Dong immediately asked the person in charge of the testing organization again, with the current measurement of this toxic substance, would it be toxic to the child's body? The person in charge said that according to this current measurement, basically as long as there was no exposure for up to half a year or more, there was basically not much of a problem. After asking in detail about the significance of some of the data represented in this test report, Lin Dong directly paid the other party twice the cost of the test, and then returned home with this test report and all the clothes as well as the 2 cameras that had been filming for nearly 20 hours to tell his family about the results of the test. When Lin's mother saw that the 2 sets of baby clothes she bought really contained excessive formaldehyde content, her whole face turned white with fear. If it wasn't for watching TV and happening to see the news, I'm afraid that the 3 grandchildren would have been wearing those clothes she bought. Thinking of the children almost being poisoned by themselves, Lin's mother's tears immediately cannot stop flowing out, mouth is self-blame. Looking at his mother's self-blaming tears, Lin Dong immediately went forward to comfort her. Mom, don't be like this, it's not your fault. How could you possibly know that these clothes would be poisonous? If you want to blame, you should also blame those black-hearted merchants. Yang Wan'er, who was also blaming herself, when she saw her mother-in-law looking so sad, she immediately suppressed the emotions in her heart and went up to comfort her. Mom, don't be sad. Didn't Lin Dong also say that the doctor and the leader of the testing organization had all said that the clothes were toxic?
The doctor and the leader of that testing organization said that this level, and then such a short period of time, won't cause much harm to the babies will be fine, you don't blame yourself. After a round of comfort from her son and daughter-in-law, Lin mother finally regained her composure a little. Just then, Yang Wanner's phone rang. It was Zhang Yuhua. "One Air, how is it? Have the test results come out?" As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Yuhua's concerned voice immediately came from the other side of the microphone. "I've got it." Yang Wanner looked at the test report in her hand and said with gritted teeth, "I will make those bastards pay." "One Air, don't be impulsive. You are a public figure, don't mess around." Zhang Yuhua said, "I had someone investigate yesterday, and there are several large capital groups behind those children's clothing brands in trouble. Their relationship with the entertainment industry is also complicated. You have a brand endorsement as one of the capital group under the name of an enterprise. If you offend them, the consequences are unimaginable. Sister Hua, although I am a public figure, I am more of a mother." In the face of Zhang Yuhua's exhortation, Yang Wanner said decisively, "Then have they ever thought about the consequences of offending a mother? This time, even if I have to gamble my entire future in the entertainment industry, I want all these black-hearted businessmen to go to hell." Chapter 39 The Goddess's War Cry. At this time, in the office of the president of Prince Horse Clothing Company in Guangdong Province, the president of Prince Horse, Ma Shangyan, was having a conference call with the people in charge of several other well-known clothing brands. "What do you all think of this quality testing program?" Ma Shangyang asked in a deep voice. "There must be someone who is deliberately trying to screw us." The president of Four Seasons Bird brand clothing from Hongzhou, Zhejiang Province, said with a gloomy face. Another well-known children's clothing brand from Suzhou Province, the boss is more indignant. "Clothes containing formaldehyde is not a normal thing. This is the same as home decoration boards, who has not contained some formaldehyde it. As for this exposure? If I know who's messing with us, I'll kill him." All right. Laozhua, don't show off with your old ways. In this internet age, who can you find? Besides, the country's policy is to create a harmonious society. Don't get caught and made an example of. What do you think we should do? Right now, our top priority is to take this heat off. Someone said. This I've already had someone contact the PR team in Imperial Capital. Ma Shangyang said, that PR team has a very wild way in the media circle and a wide range of contacts, it shouldn't take long to give us an answer. As we were talking, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." As Ma Shangyang spoke, the president's assistant pushed open the door and hurriedly walked in. "Mr. Ma. There's news from the Imperial Capital, saying that the heat has been suppressed. There are no more posts about us on the hot searches of the major platforms." "Oh? That fast?" The major CEOs in the video link took out their cell phones and logged into several social media platforms to check one by one. It's true. The top 100 hotness of the degree of the bride can no longer find information about toxic children's clothing. Microblogging hot search last month no longer. Aha! Headlines in Fujisun browser on the hot search cannot be found. This is really efficient. Not bad. Well done. However, if you type in the words poisonous children's clothing, you'll still find some relevant information. The PR team is already contacting the major search and social media platforms. They said that as long as they're willing to spend money, they can even get those platforms to block out the words, so that you can't even search for them if you want to. But what? Hurry up and block it. The president's assistant replied that one might require a large sum of money. After all, this matter has made a lot of noise. A president said in disbelief, then give it. We're still short of that much money? That's it. As long as we can suppress this heat and attention, I'm willing to spend as much as it takes. With so many of our companies contributing together, it doesn't cost much when we split it evenly. It's cost effective. That's right. Tell the PR team to act quickly. The president's assistant looked towards his boss. Ma Shangyang also nodded without hesitation. Don't rush to do what the bosses said. Contact that PR team immediately. Have them make sure to suppress all the heat for me as soon as possible. I'll contact them now. Boom. Right at this moment, a banging sound came from one of the video links. In the camera, the boss from Four Seasons Bird had a sullen face, pointing in a certain direction off camera, angrily cursing, "Asshole. What are you doing? Who told you to come in without knocking? Get the hell out of here." "Right, sorry. Boss. I'll knock right away." Then after a while, there was a knock on the video. "Roll in." The old Four Seasons Bird boss snorted coldly and asked, "What's so urgent? You even forgot the rule of knocking on the door?" The assistant said sharply, "Boss. Not good." Yang Wan Air sent a tweet on Weibo. The president of Four Seasons Bird frowned and said, "Yang Wan Air? Who is it? Why does it sound so familiar?" At this time, an old boss suddenly said in the video, "Yang Wan Air? That national goddess Yang Wan Air? Yes, that's her. That's her." The assistant immediately nodded and said, "It's that national goddess Yang Wan Air. Oh, I know. Didn't you say that chick is quitting showbiz?"
TSK. Such an innocent girl had a child without getting married. I don't know which brat got the better of her. Ha ha. That's right. I had thought, when to smash a few million to see if you can ask her to dinner, by the way, to discuss life. I did not expect to be married. This young Wan Air looks really top She's pretty too. In a gang of old colorful PS1 by one face lewd dang color began to all kinds of mouth flower. Ma Shang Yang frowned at the video camera asked, you just said Yang Weiner in the microblogging, and we have a relationship? She called us black-hearted manufacturers. That assistant was already in a hurry to cry, and all the boss's companies were included. She specifically wrote out the names. What? Hearing this, the group of bosses who were still talking and laughing instantly burst into a rage. Does that little bimbo want to find death? How dare she call us names? It's just a playwright. How dare she scold us on Weibo? She doesn't want to be in the entertainment industry, does she? She's just looking for death. She's just an actress, why bother with her? Have someone contact her company and give her a warning. Just have the PR company delete her tweets. What's the point of talking so much? I can see that these business executives don't even put young Wan Air in their eyes. In their opinion, a showbiz player is just a showgirl. What can she do? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Fellow bosses, that assistant said with a crying face, so far, more than 200,000 fans had left messages under her microblog, and the number of retweets had exceeded more than 100,000 or more. What? Hearing this, the several old bosses immediately changed their faces. Right at this moment, the cell phone in the hands of Ma Xiangyang's assistant suddenly rang. It was from the PR team from Imperial Capital. What's your situation? Why are you messing with Yang Wan Air? On the other side of the microphone, the growling voice of the head of the PR team was heard. What's going on? Ma Xiangyang's assistant was dumbfounded. He had no idea where exactly their family company had provoked Yang Wan Air. What's going on? Do you guys know that Yang Wan Air's influence on Weibo is equivalent to half of the entertainment industry? She is now publicly flogging you on Weibo. With my 10 years of experience in the water army business, this tweet of hers will keep you on the hot search for at least a week. Or the kind that can't be undone. The assistant immediately asked, what? But didn't you guys quickly remove the hot search before? Before is before. The other party said, before there was no big brother involved, of course you can do this. But now it's Yang Wanner who's hanging you guys. Don't you know? She was one of the first to open a microblog in China to support the development of microblogging, and she has a very good personal relationship with the top management of microblogging company, and she is simply the existence of the Rapunzel. If you ask me to take her down, am I not looking for death? I'm not going to take this business. I'll give you your money back. You're on your own. Bye. All of you. Chapter 40, Yang Wan Air's terrifying appeal. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, a bunch of old bosses were at a loss. What's the situation? Is this Yang Wan Air so powerful? Wasn't she still being shouted at on the internet a few days ago? This damn PR company, it can't be shaking us down, right? As the saying goes, the different industries are like mountains. This group of clothing industry bosses somewhat did not understand that the first time was the first time and the present time is the present time. Those who attacked Yang Wanner in the beginning were some entertainment bigwigs from the entertainment industry. Although Yang Wan Air had a good personal relationship with some of the microblogging executives, those entertainment bigwigs were the same, and the interests were more entangled. Therefore, Weibo could only remain neutral, letting both sides tear each other apart without favoring anyone. This is like Yang Wan Air is the eldest princess, but another group of people are also the royal family. You let the emperor favor who? But now, how dare you, a couple of costume makers, mess with Yang Wan Air? That's not looking for death. How much profit can your clothing company bring me? How much more than Yang Wan Air's? Prince Ma President Ma Xiangyang said with a gloomy face, everyone go and take a look. What did Yang Wan Air post? So, a bunch of bosses have picked up the phone, but there are a few bosses who do not have microblogging on their phones, so they can only call in an employee with a microblogging app installed, ask the other person to have the phone, and then open the microblogging. Open the microblogging, click on the hot search interface, they will see, the first of this list is rare. The national goddess openly tears down the black-hearted merchants. Click in to take a look. They saw Yang Wanner's microblogging, which was located in the first place and was also directly placed on the top of the list. Just see Yang Wan Air's microblogging wrote, please forgive me, today's Yang Wan Air is not a star, but simply as a mother, to expose a few black-hearted business. Today, the baby's full moon, in-laws from Yongqing specially rushed to celebrate the child's full moon. On the way, they went into a supermarket to buy a few sets of expensive well-known children's brand of clothing, as a full moon gift to the child. As a result, at noon that day, it was so coincidental that the Quality Inspection broadcast a domestic children's clothing market sampling report investigation. The host announced more than a dozen domestic and even international well-known brands of children's clothing toxicity test report, of which 8 brands of children's clothing with toxicity. Unfortunately, the clothes my in-laws bought were among the 8 toxic brands. What's even more unfortunate is that all the baby clothes I buy are also in those 8 brands.
At that time, when my mother-in-law saw this news, she was directly shocked and screamed out, and I, moreover, almost broke down. Because my babies had been wearing this clothing that most likely had a toxic substance in it for a whole month. That afternoon, the baby daddy sent all the clothes to a professional testing organization for testing, and this morning, we got the test report. The report shows that more than half of the clothes are toxic, especially the sets of clothes that have not been unpacked and washed. The formaldehyde content exceeds the national standard by a factor of 80. When I saw this test report, my heart was broken. This meant that my child had been wearing toxic clothes for a whole month. At the same time, my heart was filled with anger. I really want to ask the businessmen who produce these toxic clothes. Do you have any family members? Do you have children? Do you have any juniors? How dare you put these toxic clothes on the market? How can you bear to sell these toxic clothes to children? How do you feel comfortable spending the money you make with such toxic clothes? Aren't you afraid of retribution for producing such poisonous clothes, even for babies? Aren't you afraid of retribution for your own families? Aren't you afraid of what will happen to your children? Today, as a mother, I am here to say, I, Yang Wan-er, swear on my acting career and future. I will fight you black-hearted merchants to the end. Picture, 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 picture. Underneath this long string of text were 9 photographs taken of the contents of the test report. And at this moment, the presidents of these clothing companies have not had the heart to check what exactly is on those test reports, because they see that at this time in Yang Wan-er's microblogging comment area, there have been more than a whole 100,000 people's comments on the message. Then look at the time, from the other side issued this microblogging but only past 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes, 100,000 people left comments. Even if the previous not too concerned about the microblogging bosses know, this thing, a big deal. And in fact, is also so. As a national goddess who was just recently revealed to have had an unmarried child, and then revealed to have received a license, Yang Wan-er's popularity in this recent month, instead of dropping in the slightest, was getting higher and higher. However, since releasing her wedding photo, Yang Wan-er had not updated her Weibo for quite some time, which did not make netizens lose interest, but instead, they paid more and more attention to her. Every day, there were countless paparazzi, media reporters, fans and even black fans guarding in front of Yang Wan-er's Weibo, wanting to be the first to see her updated status. Just like this, after keeping watch for about 10 days, they finally waited. Although, the content of this microblog had nothing to do with the entertainment industry, it was enough to make them excited. Because, this was the first time Yang Wan-er had openly torn with someone since she landed on Weibo, and it was still a few black-hearted merchants. After reading the tweets, all the people with good intentions were outraged. The first time I've seen this is when I've had a chance to see a lot of people. All the baby clothes contain carcinogens? Are these merchants still human? Grass. These assholes. How dare they? We've made a fortune. Strongly support Goddess Yang. I'm showing my cards. I'm a black fan of Yang Wan-er. But this wave, I support Yang Wan-er. Grass. A bunch of black-hearted bastards. Top. Send the goddess to the hotspot. Let those black-hearted merchants be exposed. I saw this news yesterday. I remember it was on the hotspot yesterday. But I just checked and it's gone. These assholes must be deleting posts. What kind of PR firm is helping them? How dare you help such a shady businessman? Aren't you afraid that your children will be wearing toxic clothes too? If they're deleting, can't we just stand up for them? Come on. Brothers. Put the goddess on the hotspot. Expose those black-hearted merchants. Right. Put her on the hot seat. Chapter 41, Capital Downfall, Betrayal from the Scarf. Under the publicity of thousands of paparazzi, entertainment reporters, fans and black fans, in just a few minutes, tens of thousands of people saw this microblog of Yang Wan-er. For a while, the number of retweets and comments soared wildly, and the incident of Yang Wan-er's hand tearing down the black-hearted merchants rushed onto the microblogging hot search in an instant and soared wildly all the way. 10 minutes later, Yang Wan-er's microblogging message more than 100,000 retweeted also reached 89 million, which does not include some people or screenshots posted out, and Yang Wan-er hand-tear black-hearted businessman's topic is also smooth top microblogging hot search. In addition, Yang Wan-er family triplets wearing toxic clothes for a month, in the name of the mother, Yang Wan-er angrily asked the black-hearted business. Yang Wan-er said to fight with the black-hearted business in the end, and other topics have also been on the hot searches and quickly occupy the top 10 hot search list. For a time, the whole network was stirred. The first time I saw this, it was a big hit on the internet. The brand name clothing is so famous that there are carcinogenic substances? Grass. I bought this brand too. It's exactly the same as the one that popped up on Yang Wan-er's Weibo. My kid has been wearing it for months. Will it be okay? Damn it. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll kill his whole family. My family bought 2 brands from here. The clothes look exactly like the ones in Wan-er's photos. It's probably toxic too. I really don't want to be rude, but really, grass. How on earth do such shady merchants get mixed up with well-known brands?
What qualifies them to be a famous brand? It's not just domestic ones. Even international brands are toxic. Grass. It's true, the foreigners will never stop coming to our country. What does this have to do with foreigners? It's a bunch of traitors poisoning their own countrymen. That's right. Don't look for imported brands. More than 80% of the world's clothes are made in China. The so-called international brands are just labels. I just checked online. These toxic children's clothing brands account for over 60% of our domestic children's clothing market. If all their clothes are toxic, countless children will be poisoned. These assholes. They should be arrested and jailed. What jail time? Just shoot them. That's right. Arrest them all and shoot them. Immediate execution. Come on. Put up the names of all these merchants. Which merchants are they? Legal representatives? Shareholder? The president? Put up the names of all the executives in their companies. Let's get to know these people. That's right. Let them be stigmatized for years to come. Thus, under the efforts of a wave of netizens, in less than a few minutes, the clothing brand enterprises that designed the toxic clothing, from the shareholders to the management, the character information of all the top leaders and even their family members' information were all exposed to the internet. Immediately after, began to have netizens to follow up, began to expose a suspected tax evasion, a suspected loan fraud, tax fraud, a suspected bribery, etc. So, on the same day, several already listed clothing enterprises stocked directly to a stop. In the face of this situation, these individual business owners cannot help but panic. Seeing that they have been unable to solve this problem, they immediately thought of the capital behind the father, so one by one began to give those capital shareholders to call for help. These former shares in the clothing business capital in the country is also well known. Many have even been involved in the internet and the entertainment industry, and many entertainment companies have dealt with, naturally, with the microblogging company has had a number of cooperation. In the face of the help from their own little brother enterprises, they naturally will not stand idly by. After all, they have shares in the company. If the company's shares plummeted all the way down, which means that the value of the shares in their hands will plummet. So, these several capitals have contacted microblogging, expressed the will to put things to rest. Some magical even directly reached the phone to Yang Waner here, the words outside the threat to her. When I heard the other side of the microphone tone indifference threatened to say, you think about it, do not for the sake of a moment of anger and destroy the good heart to manage the reputation of the national goddess, Yang Waner directly exploded on the spot. Yang Waner, who never spoke foul language, for the first time cursed into the microphone, get lost. Then, Yang Waner directly sent this passage to Weibo, instantly attracting more attention and provoking more people's anger. Grass. This gang of assholes. The production of toxic was exposed, and without repentance, they even sent someone to threaten Yang Waner? This gang's hearts have been blackened, right? Capital A. It's a big deal. Don't forget where your capital comes from. All your money was made from the people. Now that you've got money, you're like an ancestor. Your ancestors. Is capital not human? Don't you have families and children? You're still defending those black-hearted merchants? Do you have any conscience at all? Ha ha. Brother, stop it. Is capital a human being? They're not human at all. They're just a bunch of money-counting machines. They're only interested in money. As for the rest of their conscience and morals, they don't know what they are. Don't the authorities come out to control these inhuman things? Let them bully people like this? Originally, in Yang Waner's opinion, with so many people's solidarity, with such a great momentum, even with all that capital backing them up, these few black-hearted merchants shouldn't have any good end. However, out of her expectation. At 9 o'clock that night, Yang Waner was stunned to send down the backstage interface of her microblogging account, which was blocked. Moreover, the 2 messages that she had recently released were also deleted. Yang Waner immediately called one of the Weibo executives with whom she had the best personal relationship, only to have the other party tell her that there was nothing she could do about it, and that it was the decision of the company's board of directors. Yang Waner completely understood. It's because of those damn capital. Weibo, in the face of pressure from capital, chose to compromise. At this moment, Yang Waner was shocked and angry, and even had a hint of sadness. Suddenly, she realized that she seemed to be nothing. As the top artist in the entertainment industry, she seemed to be very popular on weekdays, and she was always on call, but once it came to such a critical time, all others needed to do was to block your account, and you would directly fall from paradise to the mire. In the eyes of those who are powerful and influential, what national goddess, what first sister of film and television, a playwright, after all, is a playwright. In the moment of putting down the cell phone, Yang Waner silently, tears flowed. Babies, I'm sorry, it's Mom who is useless. Mom is simply incapable of helping you guys get justice. Right at this moment, a pair of strong and powerful arms embraced Yang Waner, gently surging her into her arms. At the same time, a gentle but firm voice entered Yang Waner's ears. It's okay, I'm here. The baby's justice, I'll ask for it. Chapter 42, 3 departments jointly investigating. Right after Yang Wanner's microblogging account was blocked in the background, the astute netizens immediately realized the abnormality. Hey, what's the situation? How come the goddess's microblog content of tearing down black-hearted merchants is gone? Yes, that's right. I saw it too. It was around 9 o'clock when it suddenly disappeared. The 2 tweets she posted today are all gone. What's going on here? Could it be that even Yang Wan-er herself has been publicized by those black-hearted merchants? Impossible. Her own child was almost harmed by the toxic clothes. How could Sister Wan-er be PR'd by the other side in a couple of clicks? That is, Wan-er had said that she would gamble on her future to fight the other side to the end. How could she compromise? Then what the hell is the situation, ah? The netizens immediately went back to Yang Wan-er's microblogging interface and continued to leave messages under the microblogging content she still had. Sister Wan-er, what's the situation? Why was the previous tweet suddenly deleted? Yes, I'm sorry. What's going on? Why is it gone? You're not being publicized, are you? I think you've been threatened. Sister Wan-er, don't be afraid. We support you. That's right. We all support you. Just as netizens were leaving messages on Yang Wanner's Weibo to express their stance, another part of the netizens suddenly realized that the topics about Yang Wanner tearing down the black-hearted merchants that had occupied the top 10 Weibo hot searches had disappeared. The first time I saw her, she was in the middle of a conversation with her husband. Hot searches are gone. So many hot searches are gone. What hot searches? What else could it be? It's the one where Sister Wan-er ripped off those unscrupulous merchants. It's all gone. Grass. Garbage Weibo. It's charging money again. So Yang Wan-er's 2 necklaces couldn't have been deleted by the website, right? It's possible. You're a maggot, aren't you? How dare you press down on something like this? The actual fact is, there's no conscience left. Right at this moment, Yang Wanner's hardcore fans suddenly saw a notice on Yang Wanner's fan club's official website. Yang Wanner's microblogging background was blocked, so she had no way to continue to speak on microblogging, and so she could only notify the outside world through her own official website. Very quickly afterward, this notice appeared on all of Yang Wanner's hardcore fan groups, and immediately afterward, it appeared on Weibo. For a time, the entire nation was outraged. Countless netizens frantically cursed Weibo for this unscrupulous behavior. However, very quickly, they realized that the harder you cursed, the faster the accounts were blocked. As a large number of accounts were blocked, the curses on Weibo began to become less and less. Seeing this scene, those netizens immediately despaired. In contrast, the bosses of the clothing companies who had witnessed this entire passage, one by one revealed a smug smile. Ha! A group of poor people also dared to jump up and down in front of me. Now you know how powerful I am, right? And that Yang Wan-er. She's just an actress, how dare she give me a look? And you're betting your whole career on it? Oh. It's a big joke. An actress is an actress. Why don't you act honestly? You have to jump up and down. Calling you a national goddess, you really think you're a dish. In this group of clothing business bosses complacent, a raging undercurrent is underneath the crazy surge. That very night, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the network management centers of the National Network Supervision and Administration Center, the National Quality Supervision Bureau, and other departments. What's the situation? A hacker attack? Several technicians immediately launched protective measures to protect their site's crystals. Oh no, servers. I'll be damned. What's going on here? Why is there suddenly hundreds of thousands of dollars of traffic pouring into the server? Is this a traffic attack? What kind of hacker would be so pain in the ass to attack our official website? Is this an idle pain in the ass, or do you want to die? It can't be the hostile hackers from overseas, can it? If they want to attack, they should go to the more important departmental websites. What's the point of attacking a second-tier website like ours? I just checked. These traffic sources are scattered all over the country. It's not being maliciously manipulated. Then what's going on? What are these people doing on our site in the middle of the night? Surfing? It looks like they're here to send an email to the leaders. A letter of complaint, to be exact. What the hell? A letter? A letter from hundreds of thousands of people? No. It's over 1 million now. The next day, when the Network Supervision and Management Center is responsible for network reporting, mailbox staff routinely open the work mailbox, the computer instantly by that outpouring of mail information to the card burst. It was difficult to recruit technicians to stabilize the computer. The staff was shocked to find that the background report mailbox and the number of emails reached 6,800,000, and every minute is still continuing to grow up. This is someone maliciously send spam? Staff letterhand clicked on a few report mail. The results will be found. These people are all to report microblogging, malicious deletion of posts, manipulation of public opinion behavior. At this situation, the staff immediately realized that this is a big deal, and immediately wanted to respond to the higher authorities. When the supervisor heard a night more than 6 million letters, but also a face of shock, and immediately let the staff of these letters one by one check.
More than 20 staff members immediately began clicking on these report letters one by one.
100 letters. 200 letters. 1,000 letters. 2,000. 10,000. 20,000. From the time they started work in the morning until the time they finished work at 6 p.m., the guys had only counted over 1 million emails. While they were counting, new letters were pouring into the mailbox. And all of these letters, without exception, are all reporting microblogging. The higher-ups attached great importance to the situation and immediately asked the technicians, could they find out the source of these reports? Is it really from the public spontaneous report, or someone is using technical means malicious report? The head of the technical department said, from our analysis of the traffic comes from all over the country, so basically can rule out the possibility of someone using technical means to report maliciously. The leader also asked, have you checked the situation on the microblogging side? Has been checked. The situation is basically in line with the reaction in these letters. A prosecutor will be investigated today about Yang Wan-air sent microblogging angrily tear the black-hearted businessman and then was microblogging blocked and deleted after the report to the leadership. The leader was furious, ridiculous. Simply jealous of the absurd. Who does he think he is? How dare he do such a thing? This bunch of internet companies, simply more and more unruly. How dare they bounce off public opinion like this? Do you really think you're a dish? Shang. In. Organize an investigation team and head to Weibo now. Investigate everything for me. And also, contact the audit bureau and the tax bureau and have them send a team there too. Investigate hard. Yes. While the Network Supervision and Management Center was sending a team, the office of their sister department, the Quality Supervision Bureau, was also bustling with activity. Chapter 43 is off the shelves all over the internet. Take them all away. How are those millions of complaint letters looking? Already roughly read over 1 million letters, Chief. All these complaint letters are investing in clothing brands like Prince Horse and Four Seasons Bird. Prince Horse and Four Seasons Bird? Hearing these names, the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Isn't that what we're starting to prepare for the investigation? The subordinate immediately nodded, yes. The director couldn't help but smile and shake his head, so this is someone trying to fall on his sword? The subordinate said, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a competitor, but rather a spontaneous report from the people. The director froze for a moment, What do you mean? It is so, the director said. The subordinate will be Yang Wan-air on the microblogging publicly angrily tear black-hearted businessman to trigger a national debate, and then to Yang Wan-air microblogging was deleted to trigger the anger of the whole country to briefly say once again. After hearing that Weibo had deleted Yang Wan-air's microblogs and all the hot searches about the black-hearted merchants, the director became furious, bastard. What do the Weibo guys want? A revolt? How dare they do that? It should be the capital behind that gang of clothing companies that made the move. The subordinate said. Humph. A cold light flashed in the director's eyes. That gang of capital's hands are now growing deeper and longer. Sooner or later, one day, have to chop off one of their hands. I've just heard that the Network Management Center has joined forces with the Tax Bureau and the Inspector General's office to enter the microblogging company's headquarters overnight, and has launched an investigation into their arbitrary control of fishing boats and the transfer of benefits. Oh. This time, Lu's side's action is quite fast. The director of the Quality Supervision Bureau's eyes lit up and a small smile appeared on his face. Then we can't dawdle any longer. Let's act quickly, lest we be ridiculed by our brother units. What do you mean, director? Our bureau has received millions of complaints and report letters, and based on the evidence provided by the public, we have reason to suspect that the products sold by clothing companies such as Prince Horse and Four Seasons Bird have serious safety hazards, and therefore once again order all major online and offline sales departments across the country to take all relevant batches of these clothing companies' products off the shelves from this moment onwards. Similar to this, you go to prepare a notice, immediately sent out. Good Lu. Subordinates immediately nodded. Subordinates immediately ordered to release the notice, and the secretary picked up the phone, dialed the Department of Inspection of the phone. The old Zhang, you need to work together to get a joint action. A surprised voice came from the other side of the microphone. How? Your Quality Supervision Bureau also have action today? That's not true. Director haha laugh, you think only the old Lu's Network Monitoring Center will do things off. We are also busy every day, okay? Okay. I know you're busy. Tell me, what's the operation? My side received millions of people's reports and complaint letters. Prince Ma, for Seasons Bird and other clothing enterprises to produce baby clothing with a large number of toxic substances. We have now ordered the major sales units off the shelves of the corresponding batches of products. The next step is to the several companies responsible for the launch of the hearings and investigations. However, I'm worried that some people will be thieves and run away in advance, so I need your help from the inspection department to cooperate and restrict them from leaving the country. What? The baby clothing belt contains a large amount of toxic substances? At this time, on the other end of the microphone, the voice of the head of the inspection department lifted up all of a sudden. Are you sure? Don't you watch TV these days?
The day before yesterday, the quality monitoring program exposed this situation, and then just yesterday, an actor took several hundred sets of clothing of the relevant brand worn by his own children for testing, and found that most of them contained a large amount of cancer-causing toxic substances. These assholes. This is a ing strawman. The head of the inspection department burst into a rage. Who says it isn't? It's a pity. According to the current laws and regulations in China, even if they can be sentenced to a penalty, the final result of the sentence for these companies probably just do not hurt. Hey, 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 hey! Don't sigh. These bastards. I'll notify the local police station and get those bastards under control. What do you mean? What do you mean? You inspectors want to get involved? Nonsense. So many products containing large amounts of toxins, this is no longer just a product quality and safety issue. I now have reason to suspect that it's a case of intentional poisoning. So, we, the inspection department, will be in charge of this. That's fine. Mr. Zhang. You're a good man. So, 10 or so minutes later, some netizens saw that the State Quality Supervision Bureau had issued a notice on its own official website as well as on its official microblogging site, ordering all online and offline sales channels nationwide to take the products of a number of apparel brands including Prince Horse and Four Seasons Bird off the shelves, pending a follow-up investigation. When this notice came out, the entire internet was abuzz. Wow! Quality Supervision Bureau awesome. Should have taken these grandsons' products off the shelves long ago. Do you guys think Twitter will delete this tweet? Squints and laughs, squints and laughs, squints and laughs. Ha ha. He wouldn't dare. Don't you know? The National Network Monitoring Center, together with the Ministry of Taxation and the Ministry of Inspection, has entered Weibo's headquarters. They're not going to have a good time this time. It's a great relief. It's a great success. They'd better arrest the capitalists behind the scene too. That's right. It's the capitalists who are behind all this. Soon after, all the clothing company bosses received the news that their products had been taken off the shelves. There are a few keen sense of smell immediately realized that there is something bad, immediately took out the passport, even without luggage, and rushed to the airport. As a result, when these people arrived at the airport, they were greeted by the comrades of the inspection bureau who had already been waiting here for a long time. Soon after, the local police released notices on their official websites and microblogging sites, stating that after investigation, they suspected that XXX Clothing Enterprise was suspected of hazardous production, so they would be sniffing around the operators and managers of the enterprise, and stop several people in charge of the enterprise at the airport who were preparing to leave the country. When netizens saw these notices, a wave was once again set off. Well done. Ha ha. The inspectorate is awesome. They predicted these guys would flee? They're just waiting for them. That's awesome. YYDS cowhide. Ha, ha, ha. That's right, that's right. Now these guys are going to get their asses kicked. At 10 o'clock that night, at home, Lin Dong's cell phone was constantly vibrating. At this time, on Lin Dong's cell phone screen WeChat interface, that message from the monthly meal customer group was like a waterfall, like a crazy brush through. Ha ha. We won. Lin Dong Lin Master, those guys have been arrested. Lin Dong is awesome, Master Lin. This move of yours, the Thousand Armies, is really great. Convinced. Convinced. Master Lin, you're amazing. I can't believe you came up with this move. I'm afraid those guys didn't even dream that you would come up with such a direct hit. Ha ha ha. Looking at the large swathes of messages, Lin Dong smiled and replied, this time, thanks to everyone's help. Turn around and I'll make a few more dishes to comfort everyone. That would be great. Ha ha. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Lin Dong put down his cell phone and looked at Yang Wanner next to him. At this moment, Yang Wanner's face also carried a trace of excitement and thrill. She had never dreamt that Lin Dong had spent only a mere day and night to directly turn the situation around and take down all of those black-hearted merchants. Hubby, you are awesome. Yang Wanner snuggled in Lin Dong's arms and said with a face of adoration. In the face of adoration from his wife, not to mention, Lin Dong's heart is really a little bit beautiful, but the demeanor of the head of the family still cannot be less. Only to see Lin Dong said indifferently, average, it is just a basic operation. In fact, Lin Dong's wave of operation in the past life network world is really just a basic operation. In his previous life, as the head of the Water Army, Lin Dong had experienced countless public relations and scolding battles, and had already known the psychology of the public and even the authorities. And in this life, because of the soundness of the Network Management Act, it resulted in a network environment that was far too good compared to the previous life. Although this excellent environment has allowed the internet in Xia to maintain a healthy state of development, but likewise, it has also made some people lose a large number of opportunities to do real work on the internet. Then it is like a country that has been at peace for 100 years, and a country that is at war every day. As far as combat experience is concerned, the combat experience of a soldier who fights every day is absolutely superior to that of a soldier from a country that hasn't fought in 100 years. How could a warrior who had never seen blood, who had never even seen the scene of a cannonball exploding around him, be able to fight a warrior who had come out of the rain of bullets?
And Lin Dong was such an iron-blooded warrior who had experienced countless internet battles. Therefore, when Yang Wana was blocked by Weibo, Lin Dong immediately contacted the group of mothers in the Moon Group, and in a few words, he provoked the anger in their hearts, and then he used everyone's connections to establish an organizational structure that was like a pyramid scheme. One person spread the word to 100 people, and 100 people spread the word to 10,000 people. In just a few hours, they gathered millions of people, and then sent reports and complaints to the Network Supervision Center and the Quality Supervision Bureau. And no one had even thought of such a path before this. And so, the trick worked. Hubby, do you think those people can be duly punished? After being elated, Yang Wan-er returned to reality and asked worriedly. With the existing laws, it is estimated to be difficult. Lin Dong recalled the situation related to one of the lawyers he consulted during the day-to-day, but it was not without a solution. Lin Dong smiled, looked at Yang Wan-er, and said, however, this will depend on your appeal. When Yang Wan-er heard this, her spirit was shaken. You say it quickly. In the face of Yang Wan-er's urging, Lin Dong was selling his words. Honey, it's already more than 10 o'clock, shouldn't we go to bed earlier? Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Come on, hurry up and go to sleep. Hey, don't move your hands. Be honest. The baby's still here. Don't move, you hear me? You're a pain in the ass. Chapter 44, A Million Mothers Lawsuit. Sensational nationwide. Late at night, on the internet, countless netizens were still clapping and applauding for the official department's decisive strike this time. This time, this gang of black-hearted bosses to finish the ball, right? Definitely. The inspectorates have been mobilized, where else can they run? They'd better get the death penalty. Shoot them all. That's right. Shoot them all. However, while some netizens are excitedly looking forward to those black-hearted merchants being brought to justice and getting the punishment they deserve, some netizens are starting to pour cold water. It's unlikely that they will be shot. After all, there hasn't been a single case of a baby dying from wearing their brand of toxic clothing so far. This kind of poisonous substance is basically impossible to cause immediate death, but through years and years of poisoning, gradually damage the human body. This leads to the fact that even if a child does die from wearing their brand of clothing for a long period of time, there is no way to prove medically that they are the cause of the death. The courts can't judge them on that either. You guys are so naive. Do you think they'll admit they had anything to do with it? Don't forget, they're all rich and powerful. If something goes wrong, they'll just pay someone to take the fall. How could they put themselves in jail? Indeed. Let's say he gives the GM $10 million to take all the blame and go to jail. If you were him, would you agree? If 10 million is not enough, then 20 million. Would you agree? Grass. You guys mean there's nothing you can do with them? From what I've seen so far, yes. You can never imagine the world of those rich people. With money, you can really do whatever you want. For a while, the entire network seemed to chill out instantly. A week later, the State Quality Supervision Bureau and the Ministry of Inspection issued a joint notice, stating that after a preliminary interrogation, the person in charge of undertaking the daily production management of the garment enterprises had already admitted to a variety of irregularities in the procurement of raw materials, processing and production of finished products, which basically solidified the charges of irregular operation and production of these several garment enterprises. But, as some netizens predicted, these several responsible person will all the charges all bear down, and behind them the big boss, the actual control of the clothing company is all nothing. According to some legal professionals' estimate, in accordance with the provisions of the relevant state laws and regulations, these clothing companies are estimated to be fined 1,000 million on the matter. Countless netizens were outraged by this result. This production of a large number of toxic clothing and still baby clothing behavior, to the end of only need to fine 10 million? To know, these domestic well-known brand manufacturers, the annual operating income are more than 1 billion, and from the current point of view, to create this billion revenue, a large part of the toxic clothes. Relying on these toxic clothes to make $1 billion, and as a result, they are only fined $10 million? Simply how absurd. But there's no way around it. That's what the current laws and regulations say. For a while, there were countless people calling for this ordinance to be amended. But even if it was eventually amended, right now this case had long since ended, and they could no longer be fined. Just as countless netizens were dissatisfied and angry but unable to do anything about it, Yang Wanner's microblog was suddenly updated again, sending out a message. After a week of hard work, I've gotten the power of attorney from 1 million baby moms across the country to launch a lawsuit against Prince Horse, For Seasons Bird, and other clothing companies that produce toxic clothing. These 1 million moms are all consumers who have purchased these brands, and many of these babies have suffered from leukemia as a result, or even passed away from leukemia. I would like to thank these moms for their trust. I would also like to thank all the law firms in Shanghai for their support. Free legal assistance will be provided by all the law firms in Shanghai for this lawsuit. So, black-hearted capitalists, our war, it has begun. When Yang Wan-er's tweet came out, the whole country boiled over. What's going on? I'm in trouble. Is this for real? 1 million baby mamas? How did this happen? I remember a few days ago on the internet, someone broke the news that Yang Wan Air is all over the country's baby mama group to promote the joint rights of the matter. At the time, I also think that this is someone is estimated to use Yang Wan Air under the guise of rights of the name of cheating money it. I didn't realize it was true. Right. I also noticed, and then I specially lurked into a rights group to see it. A super group of 1,000 people. This is a really big game. Yang Wan Air is emptying her family's pockets, isn't she? The legal fees alone will cost a lot. No need. Didn't you see it on Weibo? All the law firms in China offer free legal aid. It doesn't cost anything. What? Are the lawyers in Shanghai that good? For free? You're nuts. This is a collective defense involving 1 million families across the country. Have you ever seen such a large number of people in a rights defense case? Not in the whole country, not even in the world. 1 million families. This is destined to go down in the annals of domestic civil procedure. Not just in the country. It'll go down in the history of civil procedure in the world. Otherwise, do you think those law firms would be too busy to take this case for free? That's right. Once this case is taken, the firm will publicize that they have handled this case, and their image will be raised by a large margin. These lawyers are smart. I don't care if they're smart or not. At least from an objective point of view, they've done a good thing this time. That's right. Ha ha. The lawyers of China see, good for you. For a while, countless excited netizens left comments and retweeted, and in just a few minutes, Yang Wanner's microblog was on the top of the hot search. If it were a week ago, such a hot search would have been suppressed in no time, but at the moment, the microblogging company's own troubles had not yet been resolved, and the 3 departments of the country were still staying at their headquarters to conduct a review, so who dared to deal with these things when it was hard to even protect themselves? As for the bosses of those several clothing companies and the capital behind them, after seeing the news, each one of them was so angry that they jumped up and down. Chapter 45 Global Concern. A street rat. Boom. Damn it. That theater girl. How dare she? How dare she? Inside the office of the president of the Prince Horse Clothing Company in Guangdong Province, Ma Shangyang smashed the ashtray on his desk against the wall on the side. And in the computer screen, the bosses of several other clothing companies also had an ironic look on their faces. This playwright is crazy, isn't she? Daring to go against us like this, does she really not want to be in the entertainment industry anymore? Didn't you have someone collecting her black information before? Did you find anything? Hurry up and get this down. I didn't find anything. This playwright, in addition to receiving notice, basically do not participate in any social activities, asked a lot of dogs in the company, did not find her black material. The only time is this time she had a child without marriage. This also cannot get her off. She is now married. That's not even blackmail. Can we pressure her agency to shut her up? It won't work. She's the first sister of that entertainment company. The company looked at her face on weekdays, and there was no majesty to speak of in front of her at all. What's more, she had already announced that she was quitting the movie industry, so the company had even less authority over her. Grass. Are we going to let this actress flaunt her authority in front of us? Just at this time, Ma Shangyang's cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Shangyang immediately picked up the phone to see, it is the capital behind his big brother called Point Phone. Ma Shangyang immediately connected the phone, Mr. Huang. Here Ma Shangyang's this name, computer video screen that several other clothing company bosses coincidentally all sat up straight. Because, this Mr. Huang is not only the capital backer of Ma Shangyang, but also one of their backers. During this recent period of time, you guys should calm down and don't make any more things happen. A voice that wasn't very old came from the phone. Ha! Hearing this, Ma Shangyang immediately asked, but now that Yang Wanner has united 1 million families to sue us, then let them sue. Mr. Huang said indifferently, it's not like you guys haven't been sued before. Why are you panicking? With so many of them, it'll take at least a few months just to organize the information in the early stages, and even more time when it comes to the trial stage. According to past experience, dragging it out for 3 to 5 years won't be a problem. What do you have to worry about? Hearing this group of clothing enterprise bosses cannot help but have abruptly brow. Mr. Huang has a point. We have just been shocked by the figure of $1 million. Come to think of it, this thing is still powerful for us. That's right. We can delay a person's case for a year or two, but 1 million people's case can be delayed for 3 to 5 years. I'd like to see how many law firms can afford it. Ha ha. Mr. Huang deserves to be called Mr. Huang. He really sees things more thoroughly than we do. After a wave of flattering, these clothing company bosses ended the call with Mr. Huang with full of energy. After ending the call with this group of clothing bosses, a hint of disdain and sneer appeared on Mr. Huang's face, a group of greedy fools. General Manager Huang, do we really have to give up on them? On the side, his beloved asked cautiously. These fools are hopeless. Mr. Huang shook his head and after a pause, a hint of admiration appeared on his face, that Yang Wan Air is really something. Surprisingly, she was able to come up with such a trick. Are you talking about her getting the power of attorney for 1 million families? The heartthrob asked. Mr. Huang asked without answering, do you really think she can get the power of attorney for 1 million families in such a short period of time? Ah. The beloved froze for a moment. Do you mean to say that Yang Wan Air is lying? In fact, she didn't even get that many power of attorney?
Mr. Huang said, I can't confirm that, but I think the probability is no.
Then wouldn't she be smashing and deceiving the public? The heartthrob widened his eyes and said, if someone exposes this, I'm afraid she'll become a street rat as well. Exposed? How? Who will expose it?
Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes and let out a light laugh. From the reaction of the netizens now, do you think if someone questioned her power of attorney of $1 million, will the public believe in this questioning or will they believe in Yang Wan Air?
It should be believe Yang Wan Air, right? The beloved said. Why? Mr. Huang asked. Because she is doing what the public wants to do but cannot.
The heartthrob rationalized his thoughts and said, Yang Wan's act meets the strong expectation of the public who demanded that punishment be meted out to that Four Seasons bird and Crown Prince horse.
That's right.
This is called the great momentum. Mr. Huang said, Yang Wan utilized this great momentum and easily formed a siege against the silly bunch of Prince Horse and Four Seasons bird. Even if she didn't have $1 million of proxies on hand right now, it wouldn't be long before those proxies were automatically delivered to her door.
You mean, some other parents who have bought those problematic children's clothes will automatically approach Yang Wan Air?
Mr. Huang nodded, that's right.
However, if it's just that, it's not right for you to praise her so much, right?
The beloved said.
This is just the beginning.
Mr. Huang shook his head and said, the so-called children's clothing market in China is actually, to put it bluntly, the market for baby moms.
Whoever wins the hearts of baby moms means winning the children's clothing market.
At the beginning, Prince Ma and the Four Seasons bird and other brands can stand out from hundreds of thousands of children's clothing brands, also because of this. But now, Prince Horse and Four Seasons bird and other brands have obviously lost the hearts of moms. If just this would be fine, after all, the dispersed masses, the memory is short, after a period of events, they will forget about this matter, but when the Prince's Horse and the Four Seasons bird is still a famous brand of children's clothing, sold as usual.
But now, Yang Wan's appearance has aggregated this group of precious mothers together.
What's worse, I'm afraid that more and more baby mamas will join in next, making this baby mama collective bigger and bigger. You have to realize that collective memory is long-lasting. Once this group of millions and millions of baby mamas have completed their unification, then it also means that the brands Prince Horse and Four Seasons bird will completely lose their value. Because this group of moms will never be able to choose these brands to buy again.
What are we going to do next? How?
Of course it's to sell off the shares of those clothing companies while that Yang Wan Air hasn't completed the unification of the baby mama group. Otherwise, it won't be long before those shares become a piece of scrap paper.
As expected.
As time passes, the news of the million baby moms class action lawsuit spreads more and more widely, more and more netizens join the camp of rights defense through various ways, and Yang Wan also timely publicizes the current number of rights defense baby moms on Weibo. A week later, the number of rights defenders exceeded 10 million, a global sensation. Prince Horse, Four Seasons bird clothing enterprises, including directly reduced to a street rat, and even media reports, a number of foreign trade companies have terminated the cooperation with these well-known clothing brands. At the same time, a few once close relationship with the bank also have to these clothing enterprises have put forward the repayment requirements, requiring them to borrow money as soon as possible to return to the bank, otherwise the bank will apply to the court for mandatory withdrawal of loans. In the face of this situation, a few originally still old-fashioned clothing enterprise boss suddenly panicked. What's worse, because of this continuous blow, a few of these bosses even forgot the commitment to the person in charge of the top pot, did not instantly transfer the exoneration honorarium to the other side of the family's account. When the person in charge of the top pot met his family and learned that he had not received any cash on his account, they instantly blew up and directly turned over their confessions. As a result, several of the bosses, including Prince Ma's old boss, Ma Shangyang, were once again imprisoned. Chapter 46 Status Soars. The dust has settled. Very quickly, the news that the person in charge had retracted his confession, and that the presidents of Prince Ma, Four Seasons bird, and other clothing companies had been arrested reached the internet, instantly triggering countless netizens to clap their hands.
Ha ha! Well done! What's going on here? Internal strife? Why did they suddenly retract their confessions?
The rumor is that the old bosses went back on their word and didn't pay the promised pot money to their family accounts, and then the backstabbers, who felt abandoned, retracted their confessions. These people's hearts are so damn dark. How dare they even try to hack the top pot payment? It's a brain fart. Who cares? They're no good anyway. A dog bites a dog, but it's all in the mouth.
That's right. It's better to lock them all up.
Look at the stock market. Prince Horse and Four Seasons bird stocks have been down for 10 days.
If they keep falling, they'll be delisted soon.
They deserve it.
They deserve to be delisted. Better yet, they should go bankrupt.
That would be perfect.
That's right. This kind of black-hearted company shouldn't be alive at all. Didn't they say that these clothing companies are backed up by their capitalist dads? Where's the capital? Ha ha. Don't you know? That capital has long since run away. That's right. Why else do you think the stock has fallen so much? A big reason is because the major shareholders are going crazy reducing their holdings. So the capitalist dads don't like these black-hearted businessmen either? You're overthinking it. That gang of capital is just that they feel they have no use for them anymore and can no longer bring benefits to themselves, so they took the initiative to make cuts. You mustn't think that those capitalists have any conscience. In essence, they are all the same. That's right. All in all, it's impossible for them to turn around this time. Even if they don't go to jail, they'll lose money. I just looked at their registered capital of $100 million. That means that even if they want to use the company's bankruptcy to avoid compensation, they'll have to pay up the $100 million in registered capital. Ha ha. $100 million? Even if it doesn't make them lose all their money, at least they'll be able to lose their breath. What's more, there's jail time. That's right. Soon, this incident of children's toxic clothing, which was triggered by the CCTV quality monitoring program and then spread and pushed to the whole country by Yang Wan-er with her own power, came to an end. Waiting for this gang of black-hearted business owners will be the state, and the law will be severely punished. For the people, these clothing companies have been completely on their blacklist. Even if these companies can resume production in the future, there will be no one to buy, waiting for them, only closure. Of course, they may also change their face, re-establish a company, and then change the trademark to re-enter the children's clothing market. Unfortunately, their opponents will not give them this opportunity. When the time comes, all that is needed is for someone to poke these people's heels in and tell the public that this brand is owned by the same owner who produced the toxic children's clothing back then, and they will inevitably end up with no return on their money. To paraphrase a recent popular saying, fate has already put a price tag on everything. When they disregarded the lives and health of countless children for the sake of profit, they were already destined to have this ending. In the whole incident, Yang Wan-er was undoubtedly the one who profited the most. A tough confrontation with a black-hearted clothing company directly made Yang Wan-er become a hero in the hearts of countless baby moms. Her original less than 90 million microblogging fans is in just a few days' time angrily broke 100 million, become the first microblogging fan number exceeded 100 million super V. In some of the baby moms who have a lot of money, the microblogging fan number exceeded 100 million. At the suggestion of some of the leading moms, Yang Wan-er set up a mom's rights club. This club is a fee-based system. The annual fee for each mother is $100, and this fee will be used for the club's daily expenses as well as the funds needed to defend the rights. In the future, whenever there is a quality problem with baby products, it will be reflected to the Baby Moms Rights Club, and the head of the club will contact the manufacturers directly. At the same time, every expense and balance of the club will be published on the club's internal website for all members to view. And on the very first day when the club was announced, 500,000 baby moms directly joined the club. These people all came for Yang Wan-er's fame and prestige. It was no exaggeration to say that after this incident, Yang Wan-er's prestige had completely broken the limitations of the entertainment circle, and no one dared to treat her as a mere playwright anymore. Many people, after hearing about this matter, were all sighing in admiration of Yang Wan-er's skillful means. Previously, they only knew that this national goddess was a good actress, but now they realized that this woman's methods were so high. That's right. A small clothing quality incident, even directly by her into a few million people's rights incident, but also let her become the rights of the national baby moms on behalf of the rights. This woman is not simple. With the baby mama group behind her, this woman's commercial value will also increase infinitely. When the time comes to casually pick up a baby product or something, it will definitely be a huge profit. That's why. This woman is awesome. Only, what they couldn't even dream of was that, in fact, apart from Yang Wan-er's full-blooded rage against those black-hearted enterprises on Weibo in the beginning, the rest of all the things were all arranged for her by Lin Dong. Including this time the Baby Mother Rights Club is also under the suggestion of Lin Dong, united the Moon Meal customer group of a group of background maternal, together with planning to set up. It was just that, apart from this group of Moonchild Meal's clients and a few people such as Yang Wan-er, there was no one who knew about all of this. In the eyes of countless netizens, Lin Dong was still just that lucky son who could cook a few monthly meals and then got lucky with the goddess. A month later, under the keen attention of the entire nation, the Zhejiang Provincial Court openly tried the case of Prince Horse, Four Seasons Bird, and other clothing companies producing and manufacturing toxic clothing, and incidentally, there was also a class action civil lawsuit from more than 3 million baby mamas from all over the country. At the same time, this installment of the lawsuit attracted more than 30 overseas media. Finally, under the attention of the global public, after a full 10 days of trial, the first trial verdict was finally made. Prince Ma, Four Seasons Green, and other enterprises must compensate more than 3 million bauma for a total of 1,536,500,000,000 in civil damages, and at the same time, the people involved were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 5 to 3 years. The defendants, of course, were not convinced and filed a lawsuit in court. However, for the general public, this incident has basically settled. Chapter 47, The Baby's 100 Days Banquet. On the same day that this group of black-hearted business owners were put on trial, Lin Dong brought his family of 5 along with his assistant, little boy, and 2 nursing caregivers back to his home in Yongchang. Unconsciously, it had been 99 days since the 3 babies came into the world, and this time, he brought the children back to his hometown to hold a 100-day banquet for them. More than 3 months of growth, the 3 little ones have been stronger than when they were born, and have gained a lot of weight, and their original small size is the size of a grown-up's palm, and has grown to be 2 palms large. Especially when they looked around with their eyes open, it was even more adorable. Lin Dong's home, in a township underneath Yongchang City, from the nearest highway exit, drove another 10 minutes, then arrived. Parked the car in the district parking lot, just opened the car door, has been waiting at the door of the Lin father. Lin mother immediately greeted up, and then one from the baby's safety cradle picked up the big treasure, 2 small granddaughter. As for the 3 treasures of the grandchildren, can only aggrieved baba by the father holding. It could be seen from here that in the Lin family, the status of women was absolutely supreme. When the group entered the home, Lin Dong realized that all the relatives from his parents' family were actually there. Lin Dong's father was the 6th sibling, with an elder sister on top and 4 younger brothers on the bottom, with Lin's father in the 2nd place. On the other hand, Lin Dong's mother was 4 siblings, with Lin mother being the eldest sister, a younger brother and 2 younger sisters underneath. All of them had already started their own families. Among them, Lin Dong's youngest uncle had also taken Lin mother's youngest sister, claiming to be a close relative. With so many people entering the house, even though the 120 square meters of Lin Dong's house was already not considered small, at this moment, it still appeared to be a bit constricted. In that instant, the idea of buying a new house for mom and dad popped into Lin Dong's mind. When they met, both sides naturally greeted each other, and then as they chatted, the 3 treasures in Lin Dong's arms somehow landed in Lin Dong's aunt's hands, and then the big treasure and the 2nd treasure were carried away by Lin Dong's 2 sister-in-laws. Then, even Lin Dong was squeezed out of the first echelon of the chat, directly squeezed to the side of his brothers of the same generation, while Yang Wan-er was surrounded by her own aunts and sisters-in-law in the center, holding the baby while shushing her. This situation made Lin Dong almost thought that Yang Wan-er was their own daughter, and he was a son-in-law. Lin father's side, his generation had many brothers and few sisters. The Lin family was 5 brothers and 1 elder sister, while in Lin Dong's generation, all of them were sons. And Lin mother's side? 3 sisters plus a younger brother, the next generation born were also all male. Perhaps it was because there were too many male children, so much so that every year at the family gathering, the adults of the 2 big families would get together and sigh, lamenting why they didn't have a daughter. Even this group of big brothers and sisters is also always fooling the youngest Lin family uncle and Lin Dongxiao aunt. Let them take advantage of the young can regenerate this as if a daughter, the dowry in the future everyone package. However, Lin Dong's youngest uncle and sister-in-law were not fooled by them, always adhere to the principle of one child. As a result, in Lin Dong's generation, as the 3rd generation of the family's eldest, Lin Dong not only took the lead in completing the family's task of adding children to the family, but even gave birth to 2 daughters in one breath, which not only made this large family of the Lin family excited beyond measure, but also brought along the mother's clan was also very happy. But fortunately, his own brothers had warmly accepted him, giving him a hint of the warmth of home. Big brother, you're awesome. The first cousin from my aunt's family said excitedly, surprisingly turning the national goddess into our sister-in-law. Yeah. You are not aware of it. My roommates didn't believe me when I told them you're my cousin. They said I was bragging. They didn't believe me until I showed them the photos we took last New Year's Eve. And now they're serving me every day. Hey. Brother, can you ask your wife to sign some autographs for me? Your roommate didn't believe you at first? Hey. In high school, all the teachers know I'm brother Lin Dong's cousin. At first I didn't want to say it, then one time when I was in music class, the music teacher even subtly told me to ask you for a signed photo of Yang Wan-er, and then the whole class knew that I was Lin Dong's cousin. As a result, you became the class favorite? No. I was almost killed by those thieves. They all scolded me, saying that my cousin stole their goddess. Lin Dong. Lin Dong guiltily patted his 3rd cousin's shoulder and said, cough. Brother, suffered, I'm the one who dragged you down. Without realizing it, it was noon, and then, the whole family went out to a nearby hotel for a meal. Although today is not the official 100th day banquet, but this should have a big dish one does not fall. After all, their nephew had married the national goddess back home. As elders, they had to give their own family members a solid platform, so they couldn't fall off the wagon. After lunch, considering that Lin Dong and the others had just rushed over from Shanghai in the morning, in order for them to have sufficient rest time, the relatives of the 2 large families did not continue to follow them home, but split up right outside the hotel. Subsequently, Lin Dong took the family home. As for the assistant child and the 2 nursing were arranged in the hotel where the meal was served, allowing free movement. Only, what Lin Dong never dreamed of was that the little child who had nothing to do and went out shopping with the 2 nursing caregivers was actually recognized on the street by Yang Wan-er's iron fans, and took a photo and uploaded it to the internet.
Very quickly, the news of Yang Wanner's family coming to Yongcheng spread throughout the entire internet, and also caused the fans who were in Yongcheng to boil over.
How did Wanner come to Yongcheng? Is she here to shoot a movie? I don't think so.
I haven't heard that Sister Wanner has resumed work recently. If she did, the club's website would have sent out a notice.
Not filming? Then is she here to participate in some commercial activities? If it's a commercial activity, then the organizers would have already publicized it all over the place, so how could there be no news about it until now?
That's true.
However, it's hard to say. What if it's just a child's assistant playing on her own? Just when the crowd was talking, a netizen suddenly sent out a big revelation. Ha ha. I know why. One of my high school classmates is Lin Dong's own cousin. I remember him saying last week that his cousin was coming back to give the babies a 100-day banquet. So the goddess was coming to Yongcheng to throw a 100-day banquet for the babies. The moment this news came out, it once again triggered countless netizens' attention and heated discussions, and within just a few minutes, a message titled Yang Wanner appearing in Ningbo City, suspected to be holding a 100-day banquet for the babies, made its way onto the hot searches. The attention of the national goddess is still as terrifying as ever. Seek collection. Chapter 48, The Hustle and Bustle Before the 100 Days Banquet.
Brother, I seem to have gotten into trouble 2 hours later. Lin Dong received a call from his third cousin, Lin Feng.
What's going on?
Lin Dong motionlessly walked out of the bedroom and asked. Last week I heard my dad say that you guys were coming back to have a full moon reception, and then I dejectedly said a few words to my classmates, but as a result, not long ago a classmate exploded this onto the internet, said the third cousin with a bit of a wail, and now a lot of paparazzi and journalists are running over to this side of Yongcheng. Then there were also fans of his sister-in-law, who were also looking around for the hotel where the baby's 100-day banquet would be held. Hearing his cousin's words, Lin Dong could not help but frown slightly. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's cell phone on this call suddenly vibrated again. It was third uncle calling.
I know, little wind, it's alright, I'll take care of it. Lin Dong said. Then can you talk to my dad about it?
Lin Feng said nervously, my dad is now looking for me everywhere with a broom to clean me up.
I don't even dare to go home now. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Dong couldn't help but cry and laugh. Okay.
I'll call third uncle later.
Third cousin Lin Feng was relieved when he heard this. Okay. Brother, you have to be quick. I'm relying on you to save my little life. Got it. We'll call right away.
After hanging up his third cousin's phone, Lin Dong immediately picked up his third uncle's phone. Hey, third uncle.
Little Dong that brat Lin Feng. The news of you guys coming back for the 100th day banquet has been spread out, and now it's all over the internet. What should we do? In the microphone, third uncle looked annoyed and guilty.
When Lin father and mother told the siblings the news that Lin Dong was bringing his wife and child back to host the 100th day banquet, they had gotten through to everyone not to spread the word about it, so as not to draw undue attention from the outside world. Everyone also understands that as a big star Yang Wanner has always been the focus of the media and the public. If the outside world knows the news of Yang Wanner's 100th day banquet, then I guess this 100th day banquet can't be organized peacefully, so the siblings also have to ensure that they won't talk about this matter outside. As a result, they are guarded, but did not know this thing of the third cousin, out of the dejected mentality, directly put things in the class to announce.
Then just today, his classmates exposed this matter to the internet.
Thinking that his three nephews' 100th day banquet might be affected because of this matter, the third uncle's heart was filled with guilt. Listening to the third uncle's irritated and guilty words, Lin Dong immediately smiled and comforted. Third uncle, it's alright, don't take it to heart, it's actually not a big deal.
Third uncle asked, then will that affect the 100th day banquet tomorrow?
It shouldn't be so bad. Lin Dong thought about it and said, turn around, I will contact the hotel and see if I can get the hotel to increase the security force a little bit in advance. If a lot of people really came, there would probably be problems with the hotel security.
That's good.
Hearing this, Uncle San nodded his head repeatedly. Then Showdown really gave you trouble.
Lin Dong laughed and shook his head. No way.
Third uncle, we are all family, don't say such things. After pacifying Uncle San for a few sentences, Lin Dong ended the call. Right at this moment, Yang Wanner also walked out from the inside of the house, with a hint of a crying and laughing expression on her face.
What's wrong? Lin Dong asked.
Just now Xiaotong sent me a message saying that she got into trouble. Yang Wanner took her cell phone and swung the screen in front of Lin Dong and said, she said that she went shopping with Xiaodong and the others to Yintai City. As a result, she met my fans and was also photographed and sent online. As a result, the internet now knows that I came to Ningbo City.
What's going on here?
Now, Lin Dong was a bit bewildered.
Was this revealed by Little Boy or by Lin Feng's classmates?
Only after the two of them ran to the internet and looked around, did they completely figure out the cause of the matter. It was because the child was taken a picture and posted it on the internet, which triggered a crowd of netizens, and then Lin Feng's classmates' revelation assisted, which ultimately led to the attention of the entire internet.
Moreover, just a short while ago,
there were already some magical netizens who had already found out the hotel where Little Boy and the others were staying. From the current situation, it was estimated that it would only be a matter of time until the netizens found out the hotel where they held the 100th day banquet. Looking at the information messages on the internet from the spontaneous relay of netizens in Yeongchang, Lin Dong couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Remarks such as these that broke the news of a star's whereabouts did not involve the category of violating personal privacy within the official determination, and this was a reality that public figures had to accept.
Hubby, what are we going to do? Can we still do the 100-day banquet? Yang Wan-air asked worriedly. There shouldn't be much of a problem.
Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, I'll give the hotel a call first and communicate with them before saying anything.
Okay. Yang Wan-er immediately nodded her head.
At this time, the movement of the babies came from inside the house.
Yang Wan-air immediately said, I'll go look at the babies, you go make the call.
Okay. Lin Dong nodded and then dialed the hotel manager's number. When the hotel manager heard that it was surprisingly Yang Wan-er's family that was going to hold the 100th day banquet tomorrow at his hotel, he almost did not jump up from excitement. Then, the hotel owner sniffed and came to speak directly with Lin Dong. Originally, according to Lin Dong's intention, he would pay for it, and then the hotel would contact the security company to send more manpower. As a result, the hotel owner waved his hand and directly stated that the security costs would be borne by the hotel, and guaranteed that he would not let any outsiders come in to disturb their child's 100th day banquet.
After some negotiation, both parties ended the call happily.
At this time, on the internet, the discussion about Yang Wan-air coming to Yeongchang to give her child a 100th day banquet continued, and even several famous hotels in Yeongchang were on the hot topic. As a result, the customer service phone numbers of these famous hotels were bursting at the seams, forcing them to publicly clarify on their respective official microblogs that they hadn't received Yang Wan-er's order for the 100th day banquet, hoping that netizens would calm down a bit. At the same time, they also said that their hotels were very hopeful and interested in being able to take over the 100-day banquet for Yang Wan-er's babies, and even expressed their willingness to provide the highest specification reception for free.
Then, right in the midst of the clamor, Yang Wan-er's Weibo once again released a new dynamic. Begging for favorites. Chapter 49, The Hilarious 100 Days Banquet. A family of 5 is on the hot search.
Just like what my online friends broke the news, I am indeed in Yeongchang right now, and this time, I went back to the baby's grandparents' house just to organize the 100th day banquet. In fact, this is not something worth paying attention to, and I hope that we can stop wasting too much time and energy on this. Study well, work well, filial piety to parents, and treat your family well, more than anything else. Finally, I hope all the babies are healthy, safe, and happy.
To Yang Wan-air. Yang Wan-er's microblogging finally let the original more and more hot attention heat some downward trend. This is how people are. When everything is still unknown, endless curiosity will drive them to constantly pay attention, to explore, want to find out, and once they know, this energy is slack and then slowly fade. However, after confirming that Yang Wan-air was indeed preparing to hold a 100-day banquet for her child in Yeongchang, some hotel officials in Yeongchang began to run to Yang Wan-air's microblogging comment section in unison, and began to leave messages to drum up business. Yeongchang Sherpu Housing Hotel v. Ms. Yang. Our Sherpu Housing Hotel specializes in all kinds of wedding banquets and birthday banquets, with professional chefs, enthusiastic service, and affordable prices. Welcome to choose our Sherpu Housing. Yeongchang New Century Hotel v. Dear Ms. Yang, first of all, please allow me to congratulate you on behalf of all the staff of New Century Hotel on your honor of becoming a mother and having 3 lovely little angels. Secondly, I also wish you and your family and your 3 lovely babies good health. Last but not least, our Grand Hotel is the most prestigious 5-star hotel in Yeongchang, and you can rest assured of our professionalism. The Grand Hotel welcomes you. Rose, America. Yeongchang Pan Pacific Hotel v. Honorable National Goddess, as the highest grade hotel in all of Yeongchang, choose us, we will not let you and your family down. Shangri-La Hotel, Yeongchang v. Pan Pacific Hotel, Yeongchang v. The highest class? You? Self-appointed? What's wrong with the Pan Pacific Hotel v. Shangri-La Hotel, Yeongchang? You're not convinced. Yeongchang Shangri-La Hotel v. Yeongchang Pan Pacific Hotel v. So, next, this group of 5-star hotels in Yeongchang official microblogging and Yang Wan-air's microblogging down a tearing battle can be the netizens to see the heat. Then, less than a few minutes time, Yeongchang big hotels to compete for Yang Wan-air's baby 100 days banquet outbreak of tearing war topic will be on the microblogging hot search. In response, Yang Wan-air was both helpless and amused. When she wanted to tweet again to explain to everyone that they had already booked the hotel, trying to get those major hotels to stop arguing, she was dissuaded by Lin Dong. Do you really think they are arguing? Yang Wan-air froze for a moment. What do you mean? Are they pretending to quarrel?
Without waiting for Lin Dong to answer, Yang Wan-air responded on her own.
They're deliberately using me to create hype, aren't they?
Yang Wan-air said with a bit of a laugh. After all, they were all 5-star hotel groups, and the technique of rubbing off on them was still there. Lin Dong smiled. Anyway, they want to rub, let them rub.
Yang Wan-air nodded, giving up the idea of persuading a fight. However, there was one thing that Lin Dong did not actually think of. These 5-star hotels were not all about rubbing it in. That night, Yang Wana received a call from Zhang Yuhua, saying that the head of the operations department of a few large hotel groups had approached her, asking if there was any possibility of taking over Yang Waner's child's 100th day banquet. Yang Waner couldn't help but laugh and cry, but just the child's 100th day banquet, as to all such a great deal of publicity? In response, Zhang Yuhua said, "Miss, don't you know? Don't you know? Your influence now is not only a national goddess of the entertainment industry." This reminder from Zhang Yuhua made Yang Waner instantly understand why these hotels would be so active. Because the current her had already just become the representative of the nation's treasure moms, and her reputation had already reached a peak amongst them. Once she chose to go to which grand hotel to hold her baby's 100th day banquet, it meant that she trusted this hotel and even the brand behind this hotel, and such a choice would inevitably produce a powerful demonstration effect among the group of baby moms. After all, the hotel that Yang Wan trusted, that was definitely worth everyone's trust. After figuring this out, Yang Wan immediately let Zhang Yuhua politely rejected those hotel groups, even if the other party offered not to Yang Wan a penny or even willing to subsidize a few million. Because Yang Wan already knew exactly what these hotels wanted. She didn't want herself and her children to be used by these hotel giants and become a tool for them to solicit business. Besides, she wasn't too far behind these millions. The next day, when Lin Dong drove his car and brought the family outside the hotel, he realized that the pavement outside the hotel as well as the crowd was packed, and there were even people holding up banners, wishing the babies a happy 100th day. Healthy and safe. Seeing this scene, Yang Wan was both touched and upset. Touched by these people's blessings for their children, but also worried about their safety. After all, if so many people were to crowd and fall, the consequences would really be unimaginable. "Lin Dong, why don't I go out and persuade them?" Yang Wan said. Lin Dong said, "Do you think that if you go out now, will it make them calmer or more agitated?" Yang Wan instantly snapped out of it, and then she chose to give up. In the end, the family smoothly entered the hotel. After arranging the children, Lin Dong brought Yang Wan with him, escorted by the hotel's security guards to the outside of the hotel, and bowed to thank all the fans who had rushed here for Yang Wan as well as those who had specially made banners of blessings. After a burst of hustle and bustle, this huge crowd finally dispersed gradually, and then Lin Dong and Yang Wan returned to the hotel. Not long after, an update appeared on Yang Waner's Weibo once again. "Thank you all for your blessings. I would also like to thank some of my friends for the specially made blessing banners. My family and I are very touched and grateful. Last but not least, me, my husband and my 3 little ones wish you all good health, peace, and happiness." Below this text was a photo of Lin Dong's family of 5 taken at the hotel restaurant site. Lin Dong and Yang Wan were standing on either side, and in the center were the little ones lying in a stroller in a single line. Unlike other celebrities who hid the appearance of their children, Lin Dong and Yang Wan were very generous in publicizing the appearance of their children. A few minutes later, Lin Dong's family was on the hot search. Seeking collections. Chapter 50. What? Lin Dong's handmade parent-child outfit? A million baby moms are begging for it online. Wow! The babies are so cute. So small. Ha ha. They're so cute. Are these 3 boys or girls? Why don't they have hair? Is it due to lack of nutrition? It must have been shaved off. All newborn babies have hair. 3 little round heads, so cute. I feel like the 3 little ones are like goddesses, they're all so beautiful. It's because their parents' genes are so good. Look at the photos of Lin Dong that came out on the internet, they're pretty cool too. At first, everyone's attention was only on the looks of the 3 little ones, but very quickly, their attention was drawn to the clothes worn by this family of 5. Hey! I just realized that what Sister Wan family is wearing seems to be a parent-child outfit. I was just about to say that. It's all red and yellow, like scrambled eggs. Ha ha. Ha ha. Scrambled eggs are okay. But it's really festive. It's perfect for a party like the 100th day. What brand of dress is this? I've never seen it before. I just took a screenshot of this dress and searched Taobao, but I couldn't find the same style. I can't find it. Don't you see? The pattern on the chest of this family is their own. This is definitely a customized model. Oh, my god. I just realized that when you said that. Goddess and Lin Dong's clothes are printed on the 3 babies, right? And the 3 babies are printed on the top of the mom and dad's patterns. That's true. It's really this is too cozy. Mom and dad printed the baby's appearance on their own clothes, and then the baby's clothes printed on the appearance of mom and dad, so loving. But isn't it true that the ink used for this kind of printing is toxic? Babies are too young to wear such printed clothes, right? I don't think so. The goddess is because her own baby clothes are poisonous, which is why the online reckless anger just those black-hearted businessmen, and how can they give their children to wear poisonous clothes? Look at the color on the pattern, looks so bright. I remember some time ago, some experts have done science, the brighter the color printing and dyeing, the higher the toxicity it.
I don't know if the goddess has gone to identify the toxic content of this parent-child dress.
Really? It's true. I must warn the goddess. Don't worry about it. A goddess can't be that ignorant. I don't know.
What if the lights go dark?
For a while, underneath Yang Wanner's latest microblog, countless fans and netizens were in an uproar around whether Yang Wanner's family's clothes could contain poison or not, and then it was directly on the hot search. On the other hand, Yang Wanner was busy greeting Lin Dong's family and friends on this side after sending out her microblog. By the time the banquet ended, it was 2 hours later.
It was only at this time that Xiao Tong quietly told Yang Wanner what had happened on the microblogging site. When Yang Wanner heard that netizens had gotten into an uproar over her family's parent-child outfit and that it had even made it to the hot search, she burst into tears and then logged on to Weibo and posted a clarifying message.
Thank you for your concern, here to clarify to you.
We and the babies wear this parent-child dress is not bought outside the finished product, this chest pattern is not printed and dyed. This clothing from spinning to weaving, to cutting and sewing, our baby his father's own handmade, chest pattern is also hand-stitched, son a few photos to show you the whole process of production it, figure, x9. 9 diagrams, from silk cocooning to spinning to weaving, and then to cutting and sewing, clearly record the entire production process of the clothes.
At this time, is on the microblogging to pay attention to Yang Wanner dynamic at least tens of thousands of people.
As soon as this microblog of hers was sent, it was immediately discovered by them, and then they took a look and were dumbfounded.
Yang Wanner updated her microblog. Ouch I go. This parent-child outfit was actually made by her husband himself? Not it? Even the fabric was woven by herself? This is outrageous. I don't know. What kind of husband is this? He even weaves and tailors his own fabric?
After coming back to their senses, this group of people immediately retweeted this tweet of Yang Wanner's and then sensationalized the entire network.
Yang Wanner's family's parent-child clothes were actually handmade by Lin Dong himself? Surprisingly, it was all done by himself from the beginning of the draw? This is too exaggerated, right? My goodness. It seems to want such a husband. I'm so envious.
The goddess must have saved the world in her previous life.
How else could she be so lucky?
Right. Her career is the best in the country, and now her husband is the best in the country too. If the goddess hadn't saved the world in her previous life, God would never have been so biased.
Ha ha.
There must have been these 3 babies who saved the world together in their previous lives. That's why they were able to become Lin Dong's children in this life. That said, Lin Dong's skills were too much.
Knowing how to cook, and then now even making clothes?
Looking at the photo, it seemed like it started with the drawing of silk. This was truly purely handmade from start to finish, this nigga. There is also that pattern on the clothes, surprisingly, it was also sewn by Lin Dong. This is also too powerful.
No more words, one word, awesome.
Say, goddess, does your husband take orders? I'd like to get 2 sets of these parent-child outfits for our family too.
Yes? Yes, that's right. I want 2 sets too. I want 10 sets.
Very quickly, on Weibo, many little-known mommy bloggers and even some actresses with children at home had 8 Yang Wanner, asking if they could privately order a few sets of parent-child outfits. In Yang Wanner's Precious Mother Club, there are already millions of precious mothers asking her to collectively purchase this parent-child dress.
This scene could make Yang Wanner and Lin Dong cry and laugh a little.
Then, Yang Wanner and Lin Dong's cell phones started to get busy, with all sorts of phone calls and emails popping up in an endless stream. There was no other reason, they were all here to request for this purely handmade clothes.
Chapter 51 Daughter-in-law buys a house to send to her in-laws.
Lin Dong stayed in his hometown for a total of 1 week, and while he took Yang Wanner to visit the school he grew up in along the way, he also bought a finely decorated villa in full through his third aunt who was an intermediary. The villa is second-hand, built has been 10 years, the house is not young, but the good thing is that the owner of their own decoration, and has been living for many years, formaldehyde, and so on have all been cleared. The owner is a factory fire some time ago, burned a large number of goods, the capital chain is broken, the bank will not send charcoal, loan sharks do not dare to borrow, can only sell the house to save the emergency. The whole set of villa with all the furniture together 6,800,000, originally Lin Dong is intended to pay their own money, but Yang Wanner said that she as a daughter-in-law, up to now also did not buy any gifts for parents, so hard to force out of the full payment, bought the house, and then the name of the house is written on the Lin father and mother plus 3 children. When Lin's father and mother are 100 years old, this house will be left to the grandchildren by their grandparents. After witnessing Yang Wanner buy the villa for her in-laws without batting an eyelid, Lin Dong's third aunt immediately sent a message to her big sister in the family group. Big sister, you are so lucky. You met such a filial daughter-in-law. At this time, Lin's mother, who was at home enjoying her 3 grandchildren, still didn't know that her son and daughter-in-law had gone out and bought themselves a villa, and casually sent a haughty emoticon to the group. How can I say that? Everyone on earth knows how excellent my daughter-in-law is. Third aunt, I'm not talking about excellence, I'm talking about filial piety. Lin mother, isn't that the same thing? Doesn't excellence include filial piety? Third aunt. Second aunt. Fourth aunt plus fourth aunt status.
The whole family felt that the eldest sister had been victimized by her. Say, why did you suddenly come with me to say such a sentence? Ah.
This is, Lin mother suddenly sensed something, asked.
Auntie, guess? Smile, 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 smile. Lin mother threw a blank stare expression up, virtue.
How old are you, still playing this kind of childish game?
Hurry up and say it.
Third aunt, it's nothing, you'll know when your daughter-in-law comes back.
Mother Lin, stinky girl. You've got an itchy skin. Second aunt, ahem. Big sister, pay attention to the occasion, the kids are in the group too.
Give the third sister some face.
Lindon's first cousin, it's fine, it's fine. Just pretend we don't exist. Lindon's second cousin, that's right. We can't see anything. Lindon's third cousin, oops. My screen seems to be broken. Surprisingly, I can't see what was posted. A group of adults.
After a bout of playfulness, the group regained its calmness. As for Lindong, he seemed to have forgotten to continue pursuing third aunt. Lindong and Yang Waner naturally saw what third aunt said in the group, and were dumbfounded as they watched the fight between a few elders. After signing the contract and paying the money, then Auntie San brought Lindong and his wife to go to the housing management center to handle the real estate transfer formalities, like this kind of full payment to buy a house. Basically within 10 working days, they can receive the real estate certificate. Only, just during the formalities, some passers-by who were also in the hall for the housing registration formalities discovered Lindong two people, and then quietly snapped photos and sent them online.
Very quickly, the news that Lindong and Yang Waner had bought a house in Ningbo City spread on the internet, and then began to discuss whether Yang Waner would move to Ningbo City. Fans from Shanghai naturally thought that they wouldn't. After all, Yang Waner herself was from Shanghai, and all of her careers were in Shanghai, so how could she possibly move to Yongchang? And the fans from Yongchang naturally welcomed the idea of Yang Waner moving to Yongchang. After all, if Yang Waner really moved to Yongchang, it would show the charm of Yongchang as a city, and it would still give them a sense of pride. Then, these two parties quarreled into a mess, even to the point where they directly evolved into hurling insults at each other, and then, Shanghai's fans began to engage in geographical attacks, believing that Yongchang was the countryside. Yongchang people are country bumpkins. A bunch of countryside yakuza. Naturally, Yongchang's fans wouldn't spoil each other and directly cursed at each other. But as they cursed, the other side suddenly and inexplicably started apologizing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called Yongchang a countryside, nor should I have called Yongchang people rednecks, nor should I have called Yongchang people a bunch of countryside yakuza. I was wrong. Faced with the sudden apology, not to mention the opposite side of Yongchang's fans, even those eating netizens looked confused. What is this situation? Then, someone in the know began to break the news. Ha ha. Laughing my ass off. These guys. Their mom and dad saw them cursing online, and they got smacked. After that, they went online to apologize. Ha ha. Really? These parents seem very reasonable. Why do you think they're so sensible? Is there a reason? Because these parents' parents are from Yongchang. Decades ago, their parents came from Yongchang to Shanghai to break into the docks, and then put down roots in Shanghai. It's not an exaggeration to say that a quarter of those who are now registered in Shanghai are from Yongchang. When they called Yongchang people country bumpkins, they were scolding their own grandfathers. Ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. It's not bad to scold your own grandfather. Grandpa, son, I heard your son called me a yakuza? Give him a good slap in the face. Poof. Brothers upstairs. You're the best at making up stories. The Housing Management Center site. Waiting for the formalities to be completed and come out, Lindong realized that the outside was surprisingly surrounded by 3 layers of fans and a group of melon eaters who had rushed over at the news again. There were even some media reporters who also ran over to join in the fun. When a reporter from a local TV station came over with a microphone and asked Yang Waner if she had any intention of settling down in Yongchang, Yang Waner couldn't help but look at the other party in a bit of a daze. What do you mean? Why would you ask that? The reporter immediately said, a netizen just broke the news that you and your husband bought a house in Yongchang. So many netizens are talking about whether you are going to settle down in Yongchang? You are talking about buying a house. Yang Waner suddenly realized, then shook her head with a smile and said, maybe people have misunderstood. This house was bought by both of us for our in-laws, not for us to live by ourselves. Yang Waner said, as for the Yongchang side, we will definitely come to live here for a while every year, but most of the time should still be in Shanghai for the time being. Ah, that's right. This TV reporter immediately revealed a trace of regret. What about the future? Is there any possibility of coming to settle in our Ningbo city in the future? This well, Yang Waner pondered for a moment and looked towards Lindong. I'll listen to my husband. Subsequently, with a swish, everyone's eyes all focused on Lindong. As far as my personal feelings are concerned, I'm naturally inclined to return to my hometown to develop. However, realistically speaking, whether it's me or Waner, the prospects for development in Shanghai would be a bit greater. However, no one can say what will happen in the future. We may not be able to go back to Yongchang one day. Soon, the interview between the two was posted online, and everyone confirmed that Yang Wan-air would not be settling in Ningbo City for the time being, which made the fans in Ningbo City greatly disappointed. However, soon after, they shifted their attention from Yang Wan-air settling in Yong City to buying a house itself. So, Yang Wan-air didn't buy the house for herself, but for her in-laws? Ouch. What kind of fairy daughter-in-law is this? She just got married and she's buying a house for her in-laws? Mothers-in-law all over the country. Come and take a look. What's a good daughter-in-law? That's what I call a good daughter-in-law. Don't want a car, don't want a house, but give a villa to your in-laws. Let your daughters learn from this. Just 10 minutes later, Yang Wan-er bought a house for her in-laws and the first good daughter-in-law of the summer country, Yang Wan-er, the two topics on the hot searches, and directly dominated the first and second position. What everyone did not expect was that it was these two hot searches that brought trouble to Yang Wan-er. Right after Yang Wan-er and Lin Dong returned home, not long after entering the house, Yang Wan-er received a phone call. The moment she saw the incoming call alert, Yang Wan-er's face suddenly changed, then she hesitated for a long time before slowly picking up the phone. Hello, Mom. Chapter 52, I'm still a child but prematurely endured the pressure that should not be endured. Honey, what's wrong with you? Ever since I came back, I've been absent-minded, is it because I'm not feeling well? After having dinner, Lin Dong pulled Yang Wan-air into the bedroom of the two of them, his hands encircled her thin waist, and softly asked. I'm fine. Yang Wan-air said softly, just how that expression does not look like nothing. Really alright? Lin Dong looked at Yang Wan-air's eyes and said, but your expression, why are your eyes telling me that their owner has something on her mind? Really, can't you tell me? Lin Dong gently looked at Yang Wan-air and said, maybe if you tell me, I can help you think of a solution? Looking at Lin Dong's gentle eyes, feeling his sturdy and warm arms and chest, Yang Wan-air couldn't help but bite her lips and said, didn't you ask me about my family before? Lin Dong nodded. In fact, before the two of them went to get the license, Lin Dong asked Yang Wan-air if she wanted to meet and communicate with her parents, only to be politely refused by Yang Wan-air on the grounds that her parents were overseas for a long time and never interfered in her private life. At that time, Lin Dong had sensed that Yang Wan-air's relationship with her parents might not be very good, and had never mentioned it again. Now that he heard Yang Wan-air take the initiative to mention her family's affairs, and then associated it with the fact that at noon she quietly went to the bedroom to receive a phone call, Lin Dong's heart immediately had a guess. That phone call this afternoon was my father-in-law's mother-in-law calling? Lin Dong asked. It was my mom. Yang Wan-air shook her lips and said, she saw the news of me having a child and getting married overseas, then said that she had returned to China in a couple days and came to find me. That is not just right. Lin Dong heard this and laughed, I haven't met my mother-in-law yet. Just in time to meet. Right, will my father-in-law come along? No, Yang Wan-air shook her head and said, they divorced when I was very young and are based overseas, they can't come back once every few years. I grew up with my grandparents since I was young, then when I was 18, my grandparents left one after another due to illness. Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but freeze for a moment, looking at this wife in front of him who was shrouded in countless halos. Who would have thought that the national goddess who had possessed countless flowers and applause, and was shrouded under countless halos, would have a torn family behind her? Looking at the delicate Yang Wan-air in front of him, Lin Dong's heart immediately rose up with endless compassion, once again gently embraced his wife into his arms. It's okay, what's in the past is in the past, what's important is the present, you have me, you have the babies, you'll definitely be happier than all the other people in the future. I promise. Aha! Yang Wan-air gently nodded her head, that pair of eyes like autumn water looked at her own husband, softly but firmly said, I have always believed. After untying his wife's heart knot, this newlywed couple shamelessly cozied up in their room for a while again before they walked out of the bedroom. Just after the great lovers, they saw that Lin's mother was holding a cell phone and was chatting feverishly with someone. As they approached, it turned out that she was videoing with her second uncle and the others. When Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong appeared in the camera, that video footage from the first cousin's head instantly disliked the camera, screaming, "First cousin! You're so cruel!" At the same time, in the third and fourth aunt's footage, the heads of the second and third cousins who were also Lin Dong's fifth cousins all disliked them as well. That's it. Do you still let us live? First cousin, if I become a bachelor in the future, it will definitely be all your fault. What's going on? Lin Dong was at a loss. He didn't seem to have done anything. What are you guys talking about? Lin Dong pulled Yang Wan-air and sat on his butt beside Lin Mother. As a result, Lin Mother stood up with an effort to stifle her laughter, handed her cell phone to Lin Dong, dropped the words "I'm going to hold the baby," and then left. Seeing his mother leave, Lin Dong came to the front of the cell phone camera and said with a puzzled face, "I wasn't even there just now, what did I do to you guys ah? It's true that you didn't do anything to us. It was the great aunt who did it. But, in the end, the source is still you. You didn't kill Bo Run. Bo Run died because of you." Listening to the three cousins talking to each other as if they were telling a paragraph, Lin Dong immediately said without any good reason, "All of you speak properly." Then, the three cousins immediately told what had just happened when Lin Mother was videoing with a large family.
It turned out that after tidying up the kitchen, Lin Mother's 4 brothers opened a video chat and started chatting about all sorts of things. As they chatted, the topic naturally and inevitably came to the matter of Yang Wan-er buying a house for Lin Mother. At this time, Lin Dong couple has long handed over the purchase contract to Lin Mother. As soon as they heard their siblings chatting about their own daughter-in-law, Lin Mother naturally came to energy, and then it is all the way to boast, all the way to Versailles, straight to the second uncle they gave to the Versailles mentality or collapsed. At this moment, they caught a glimpse of their own son sitting on the side and snickering, and then immediately had a target to vent to, and began to count them down. In the future, you must learn from your first cousin, and in the future find a daughter-in-law as good and filial as your first cousin's wife, or else you won't be allowed to enter the house. This made those 3 cousins dumbfounded. What? To find a daughter-in-law as good and filial as your first cousin's wife? Nonsense. How many cousins like her can there be in China? She's a national goddess. But second, third, and fourth aunts don't care about that. You all grew up with your first cousin, ate the same meals, and even wore the same clothes growing up, so why should your first cousin be okay and you not? The 3 cousins had the mind to theorize with their own parents, but the reply they got was, don't listen, the Wangba recites the sutra. Just when the 3 cousins' minds were about to collapse, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong appeared in front of the camera, and then they immediately had someone to talk to. The 3rd cousin and 5th cousin said with a crying face, eldest cousin my mom said that I can start looking for a date from now on. She said that 1 year earlier, the probability of finding a good daughter-in-law would be 1 more year. But I'm only in middle school. I'm still a kid. Why are you putting me under pressure at this age? Poo-ha! The moment Lin Dong's 3rd cousin's words came out, the entire video group burst into laughter. Chapter 53 Returning to Shanghai, Raging Mother-in-Law. 2 days later in the morning, under his parents' reluctant gaze, Lin Dong started the car and waved goodbye to his parents. The moment he drove out of the neighborhood, Lin Dong twisted his head and glanced at the old neighborhood that he remembered his own body living in for more than 10 years. In a couple of days, Mom and Dad would start moving to a new house, and when he returned to Yongqing next time, he probably would not return to this place again. Well, let's just say goodbye to the past of this body. After leaving the neighborhood, Lin Dong straightly got on the highway at the nearest highway intersection, and then drove onto the Ningbo City Ring Highway before entering the highway section where the Cross-Sea Bridge was located. All the way to the north, drove on the highway for nearly 2.5 hours, in the middle of the north coast took a break and ate lunch, although it was recognized by people, but it did not cause too much onlookers, but it was inevitably posted online. Subsequently, everyone knew that Yang Wanner's family would be in Shanghai. Entering the Shanghai realm, Lin Dong drove on the elevated road for about 40 minutes, and then smoothly arrived home at about 1 p.m. Baby, we are home. Yang Wan-er got out of the car, picked up the 3 treasures from their safety cradles, and the 2 caregivers got out of the car with one holding the eldest treasure and the other holding the second treasure. As for Lin Dong and Xiao Tong, they were the ones carrying the bags. This time, when they went, they carried a few small bags, but when they came back, they stuffed the car with large bags, all of which were Yongqing's souvenirs. Just entered the door, the second baby began to smash the small mouth, began to have a kind of pouting to cry posture. Come on, this is hungry. Yang Wanner immediately sat down and skillfully began to breastfeed. That night, Lin Dong was the main knife, and the little boy took his hand, using the ingredients brought from Yongqing to make a dinner, and straight away, the few people ate with a frown on their faces. Eating a piece of braised pork with dried bamboo shoots, the youngest child said in awe, Master, you obviously said that I have already graduated from the master, why is it that what I do is not as good as what you do? Lin Dong laughed, nonsense. Otherwise, how can I call myself a master? As a matter of fact, not only the little boy, all those who had been accepted as disciples by Lin Dong and had successfully graduated from the master's program, none of them could surpass Lin Dong in terms of culinary skills. This is not Lin Dong's broom, after all, the system's skills inheritance also did not hide a hand, but wherever Lin Dong is included in the disciple system, Lin Dong is all clear to the divine level of culinary arts to 100% inheritance of the past. However, after all, these disciples do not have the system plus, even if their cooking skills have reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, but compared to Lin Dong, in the end, there is still a line of difference. And this line was comparable to a heavenly moat. Speaking of those chef disciples of Lin Dong. Nowadays, there were 15 chefs bound by Lin Dong, other than Little Boy, each sitting in a cafeteria. Apart from the earliest cafeteria at the Jiaowei International Hospital, the other 14 were all within the high-end Moonchild centers and high-class convalescent homes in Shanghai. And these 15 disciples had all inherited Lin Dong's divine culinary skills and could stand alone. Therefore, the current Lin Dong was a shirker, which was why he had the time to personally make parent-child clothes for the baby as well as himself. And because of registering a restaurant in each of the monthly centers and sanatoriums altogether, Lin Dong's number of apprentice quotas had now reached 45. After deducting the existing 16, he still had 29 apprentice acceptance slots available. After dinner, the humble apprentice and assistant, Little Tong, took charge of the aftermath. As for Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, they took the babies who had just woken up not long ago downstairs to let off some steam. For the next 2 days, Lin Dong had been dealing with several restaurants. After going out for almost 10 days, the restaurant's accounts, purchases, and such all needed him to personally go through them. With the divine level arithmetic skill that he had acquired while talking to the babies and teaching them numbers, Lin Dong could easily read and understand everything related to numbers, so he was able to do it with ease. Overall, all the various types of accounts were still relatively normal, and there weren't too many discrepancies. By the third day, all the work had been completed, and then Lin Dong held a 100th day banquet at the Shangri-La Hotel in Zhonghai. This time, the hospitality, our Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er in Zhonghai made friends, which have Lin Dong's roommates and previous colleagues as well as through the monthly meal made some friends. As for Yang Wan-er, invited a few showbiz circle as still more talkative friends. Compared to the 100th day banquet held in Yongchang, this one today was organized in a much more lively manner. After all, Ningbo City's 100th day banquet was attended by relatives, a lot of them were elders, basically focusing on warmth and affection, whereas today, almost all of those who were present were Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er's peers, and a rich old brother even used his connections to invite an entertainment program host from Zhonghai television station to directly engage in an activity at the banquet, making the scene high as hell. Just when the whole banquet was immersed in a joyful atmosphere, a message came from Yang Wan-er's hand: "I've arrived at the hotel." Seeing this message, Yang Wan-er, who was originally in the middle of a pleasant conversation with a friend, instantly stiffened her face. Yang Wan-er immediately came to Lin Dong's ear and said softly, "My mom, she has arrived at the hotel." Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Ah? Then go. Meet the mother-in-law to go. How about I go talk to my mom first?" Yang Wan-er said, "When I chat with my mom I'll send you a text message, then you can come over? That's fine too." Lin Dong thought about it and said with a smile, "You and your mother-in-law haven't seen each other for a long time, it's time to have a good chat first. Then I won't come to be a light bulb and wait for your message." Yang Wan-er nodded, then greeted a few more chatting friends, then left the box alone and came to the leisure area next to the hotel lobby. At this moment, a woman wearing a black LV suit with a cold face was sitting on the sofa in the leisure area, silently sipping coffee. During this time, there were a few men who thought they were successful people who would walk over and try to strike up a conversation, but before they could speak, they would silently back off just by glancing at a Hermes bag that she had placed next to her. But any successful man who had played with luxury goods recognized that it was Hermes. Or a Hermes worth more than $2 million. But do you think you can buy this Hermes with over $2 million? No. Unless you have a spending record of over $4 million at Hermes, it's simply impossible to get this one. That is to say, from this bag alone, it can be deduced that the woman in front of her has already smashed more than $6 million on Hermes alone. Such a woman, not to mention their small successful people who earn a few $1 million a year, even if it's a billionaire who earns $10 million a year, can't be stopped. After all, your $10 million annual salary is just the money that people use to buy bags. When Yang Wan-er came to the hall, she happened to see another man who knew what was going on leaving the leisure area with an embarrassed face. Yang Wan-er bit her lips gently, then walked over and shouted in a low voice, "Mom." Hearing this soft cry, the cold woman who was sipping her coffee gave a slight lurch, then put her coffee cup down, looked up at Yang Wan-er, and sternly reprimanded in a low voice, "You still know that there is a mom like me?" Chapter 54, Young Mother Who Was Fed a Mouthful of Dog Food by Her Daughter. This cold-looking woman was naturally Yang Wan-er's mother. And from the looks, Yang Wan-er's face value was clearly inherited from her mother. However, compared to the gentle and beautiful Yang Wan-er, Yang's mother is more mature and cold in temperament. At this moment, facing her mother's sentence of accountability, Yang Wan-er pondered for a moment and said, "Then do you think I should know? Or should I not know?" Yang Mother? As a strong woman in the business world in Zhonghai, Yang Mother has always liked to take the initiative, and the reason why she questioned her daughter, naturally, in order to be able to overwhelm her daughter from the momentum, so as to take the initiative of the exchange, but the results did not expect her daughter suddenly came to such a sentence, and instantly her original brewing enough emotions are disrupted. However, Young Mother at least has also seen a big storm, immediately took a deep breath, will be chaotic emotions to stabilize down, looked deeply at her daughter said, "When did you become so smooth talking?" "I can't help it, Bada's cooking is too good, every day we'll do a lot of good food, especially all kinds of braised meat." Yang Wan-er said, "I didn't hold back for a moment and ate a lot, so maybe I took in too much grease?" Yang Mother? Yang Mother was instantly not going to be whole by her daughter once again. "I said, you're a smooth talker, what do you mean by telling me that your husband is a good cook? And too much fat? What the hell? Wait a minute." Mother Yang looked at her daughter. "This girl, she's not doing it on purpose, is she? Complimenting her husband's cooking skills in front of herself? Is this spreading dog food in front of me?" Mother Yang's heart was immediately angry and amused. "Are you trying to put in a good word for that man in front of me?" Yang Mother said in a good-natured manner, "This is not necessary." "I didn't." Yang Wan-er said, "As long as one has come into contact with Lin Dong, they all know how good he is, there is no need for me to deliberately say anything at all." Looking at this face of heartfelt joy on her daughter's face, Mother Yang instantly understood that her daughter had been deeply poisoned. Yang Wan-er.
Can you wake up a bit? How long have you known that man?
You've known him for so long, and you've known him for so long.
Have you ever thought, if he's really a good man, why would he go to a nightclub to get drunk?
And have casual sex with girls?
Mom, how can you say that? What's wrong with nightclubs? Does going to a nightclub make you a bad person? Can you stop judging our young people's lives with backward ideas?
If only people with bad character go to nightclubs, then I go there too.
Am I also a bad woman in your eyes? Yang mother, you.
Besides, things are all in the past. Yang Wan paused and said, do you know what he said on the day I gave birth to my child, when he realized that I was carrying his child?
He said he was willing to take on a man's responsibility and would take good care of me and the baby. You believe that too?
When Mother Yang heard this, she immediately snorted, if it wasn't for the fact that you are Yang Waner, if it wasn't for the fact that she knows that you are rich, do you think that he might have said that?
Yang Wan nodded her head decisively, I think he would. Yang mother.
Young Mother had a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat and almost didn't spit out blood.
Dead girl. This is completely hopeless.
Yang Wan said, Mom, I know, you mean that you are worried that Lin Dong is saying this to me because he is looking at my money, but until now, he has never asked me for a single penny. On the contrary, he cooks monthly meals for me every day and spends all of his own money.
How much is it worth to make monthly meals? This is what he calls not giving up the child to catch the wolf, okay? Yang's mother said, and? You said he didn't ask you for a penny. What about the news that you paid for his parents' house? He didn't ask you for a penny, he just asked for a few $1 million. I volunteered.
Yang Wan blinked and said, originally Lin Dong wanted to pay for it himself, but I insisted that this money must come from me, so he had to just listen to me.
When Mother Yang heard this, she immediately snorted and said, he pays? Where did he get that much money? As far as I know, he is only a small company staff, less than $5,000 a month income, where he has the money to buy millions of dollars of houses? Mom, you really don't understand Lin Dong at all. Yang Waner said, what you're saying is old news. You probably don't know that Lin Dong's monthly meals were so delicious that it caused all of the high-end monthly centers and high-end nursing homes in Shanghai to come to him and invite him to open a restaurant. Now, Lin Dong has 15 restaurants in Shanghai, specializing in all the major menstrual centers and all the major nursing homes, with a daily water flow of millions. It's more than what I earn. What?
Hearing this, Mother Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then said, he told you this, right?
Don't be fooled. It's not. Yang Waner said, it was Sister Hua who told me
Lin Dong could not find a good accountant for a while, so he let a few accountants in Flower Sister's company help tally the accounts, and then Flower Sister sneaked a few glances and told me.
Did young Flower tell you? Mother Yang froze for a moment and then looked confused. A monthly meal is just a monthly meal, but it's so lucrative?
What Lin Dong did wasn't just a monthly meal. There's so much more delicious food. A lot of wealthy people in Shanghai had eaten his dishes and said that they would never eat dishes made by other star chefs again. Then now word of mouth in the rich circle in Shanghai spread. Now more and more rich people in Shanghai want to find Lin Dong customized 3 meals a day. A while ago several 6-star hotels even opened 10 million want to ask Lin Dong to serve as their chef. Hearing her daughter's words, Mother Yang couldn't help but begin to doubt her life. Just a cook, how could he be so powerful to such an extent? Mother Yang couldn't help but ask, are you sure that those hotels are really doing this because of his cooking skills and not because he's on your books? Obviously, in Mother Yang's opinion, the reason why those hotels would hire Lin Dong with such a high salary was most likely also to rub off on Yang Waner's fame and popularity. After all, with Yang Waner's heat on the internet nowadays, a news of hiring a national goddess husband as the hotel's chef would be enough to hang on to the hot search and become the best publicity advertisement. It's not. Yang Waner said without a trace of anger, your daughter's name is not worth that much.
This is all about Lin Dong's own strength, okay?
Also, Yang Wan paused and said, the day I gave birth to my child, Lin Dong said he would compensate me for the $100 million in advertising fees that I missed out on because of giving birth to my child. Then, just yesterday, he gave me $10 million. He said that this money was my hard-earned money from breastfeeding the baby for 3 months, and it didn't count towards the $100 million compensation. He'll calculate all the interest and give it to me when the baby is 1 year old. As she said these words, Yang Wan face was filled with happiness. And Young Mother, who was sitting across from her, only felt that she had been ruthlessly stuffed with a mouthful of dog food by her daughter.
Yang Mother. Chapter 55, One Mo Down 10. The mother-in-law who was sprouted. Yang Waner's words completely screwed up Mother Yang. $10 million, counting the hard work of breastfeeding a child? If this were to be one of those big families, Mother Yang wouldn't care about anything, but the problem was, according to the investigation information she had gotten, that Lin Dong was clearly just an ordinary person. So, he had really earned so much money in just 3 months' time just by his own skills? For a moment, Mother Yang unexpectedly did not know what to say. In fact, this time she came over, in her heart, she had the idea of beating up the lovebirds. After all, having a child without marriage was already too much, and the two of them hadn't even crossed paths before, not to mention having any feelings. What? You're talking about that romantic love story between an actress and a male fan that's been circulating on the internet?
A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that it was simply bull. So how could Yang's mother believe that the other party was sincere about her daughter? But now, listening to what her daughter said, and looking at her daughter's face from the heart of the happy smile and from the inside out of the smell of happiness, young mother knows, perhaps, her daughter is really met the right. But, even if that's the case, don't want me to give that man a good look. After all, if it wasn't for him, her own daughter wouldn't have gotten pregnant. The moment she thought of her own daughter even secretly having a child by herself, and the thought of how much her daughter had suffered in the meantime, young mother's heart would ache as if it were pins and needles. And the more guilt she felt in her heart, the more angry she became towards Lin Dong. At this time, sitting opposite Yang Wan-er felt a shock on her cell phone. She opened the screen and looked at it. It was a Weibo message from Lin Dong. How's the chat with your mother-in-law? When will it be my turn to appear? Humble rubbing hands, humble rubbing hands, humble rubbing hands, humble rubbing hands. Pust. Looking at this much-needed emoticon figure sent up by her husband, Yang Wan-er couldn't help but let out a light laugh. HM? Mother Yang instantly glanced at her daughter. What are you laughing at? Coughing, Yang Wan-er immediately put away her cell phone and looked at her mother. Lin Dong knows that you came to see me today. He asked me if I could come over to meet my mother-in-law. When Mother Yang heard this, she immediately snorted coldly. Heh. He is not small in guts. He knocked up my daughter, then left her alone, and now he dares to say he wants to come and meet me? He is not afraid of me tearing him? Mom. Yang Wan-er pouted and said, didn't I tell you? It's not that he doesn't care, at that time I didn't tell him at all. It wasn't until I was about to give birth that I had no choice but to inform him to come over. Then why didn't you look for me? Yang mother said angrily. Weren't you abroad? At that time, my water had already broken, Yang Wan-er said quietly. Even if you left all your work behind and came back on a private jet, it would have taken at least 4 or 5 hours to get to the hospital. I could wait. Could the baby in my belly wait? In the face of her daughter's words, young mother was silent. The guilt in her heart towards her daughter intensified. For a while, mother and daughter fell into a short silence. You let him come over. After a while, Mother Yang finally spoke. Hey. Okay. Yang Wan-er froze for a moment. Originally, she thought that it was unlikely that her mother would be willing to see Lin Dong today, but she did not expect that the other party would change her mind. Thus, Yang Wan-er immediately sent a message to Lin Dong. You come over. My mom said she agrees to see you. Lin Dong returned a happy expression in seconds. Oh yeah. Immediately arrived. A few minutes later, Lin Dong appeared in the hall pushing a 3-row stroller. When Yang Wan-er saw that Lin Dong actually pushed the stroller down, she immediately got up and greeted him. How did you bring the babies down too? Lin Dong said with a smile, you weren't in the box, so I didn't feel comfortable leaving the babies up there, so I brought them over together. Are the babies asleep? Yang Wan-er said while pulling open the sunshade above, and then she saw the 3 little ones looking towards her with big, wide-open eyes. They are very energetic. Lin Dong smiled and said, but it is estimated that in a little while, they will have to eat milk, and after that, they should be going to sleep. As she was saying this, the second baby lying in the center suddenly cried out in a HMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMM
get hungry again. Then very quickly, led by Erbao's charge, Debao and Sanbao followed suit and began to roar. Oops. The three little things cried together again. Yang Wan-er hurriedly took over the stroller and headed towards the nursing room next to the leisure hall. Mom, you talk to Lindong, I'll go ahead and feed the baby. At this time, Mother Yang had also stood up and glanced at Lindong, then said to her daughter, how can you take care of it all by yourself? Mom will help you. Thus, the mother and daughter together pushed the stroller into the nursing room, and Lindong followed closely behind, only to be stopped by Mother Yang. Yang mother said in a bad mood, this is a nursing room, why are you a man following me in? I have to make some milk powder for the baby in case of emergency. Lindong pointed to the three little ones who were crying and said, one heir can only feed two at most at a time, the remaining one has to drink some milk powder first. Under Mother Yang's gaze, Lindong skillfully took out the milk powder, thermos cup, and bottle from the bag under the stroller, quickly poured water to brew the milk and shook it well, and then stuffed it into the mouths of the three little ones. It could be seen that he must have already made milk powder for the baby more than once to have such skillful movements. Seeing this, Mother Yang's expression, which was still intentionally cold, slightly began to thaw. On the other hand, Yang Wan-er was already holding one in one hand, and started feeding big baby and second baby at the same time with her left and right hands. After about 10 minutes or so, second baby, who was the quickest milk eater, had already finished his milk first. Mom, can you help me hold the second baby for a bit? Yang Wan-er looked at her mother and asked, do you know how to hold a baby? Hearing her daughter's words, Mother Yang immediately raised her eyebrows. How could I not know? You are the one I raised with one hand myself. Mother Yang gave her daughter a blank look without any good humor, then reached out and gently carried Erbao. When young mother carried Air Bao into her arms, this little guy was not afraid to extend his little hand to young mother. His two eyes were wide open, and his mouth even let out a ya sound, which was simply adorable to the extreme. Facing this extremely cute grandson in front of her, young mother's cold expression that she had been holding on to finally couldn't hold on and revealed a bright smile. Chapter 56, Fixing Mother-in-Law. Tarzan Lord is even harder to mess with? Under the baby's adorable offense, mother-in-law, who had originally wanted to give Lin Dong a downward spiral, finally gave up the idea. Maybe mom is really old. Mother Young tenderly looked at the 3 sleeping babies in the stroller, then glanced at the young couple in front of her. I won't ask about anything else, but there is one thing that I still have to ask. What is it? You say. Lin Dong said. That is, when do you plan to make up a wedding for one heir? Mother Yang looked at her daughter, then looked at Lin Dong and said, don't tell me that the child has been saved and this wedding is dispensable. Don't you say anything. Seeing that young Wanner on the side wanted to open her mouth, Mother Yang directly glared at her and continued to say to Lin Dong, my daughter, I know best. Since she was a child, she has had all kinds of unrealistic fantasies. Her favorite thing to read is Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and other fairy tales. Every day she fantasizes that one day Prince Charming will come over to marry her. Even if she tells you that she doesn't care about formal things like weddings, you can't really assume that she doesn't care anymore. Mom, listening to her mother's words, young Wanner's heart was both shy and touched. Shy because her mother had actually told her childhood fantasies of being a princess, and touched because her mother had actually remembered it even now. Mom, don't worry. I know. Lin Dong said with a smile, actually, Wan Er and I discussed this matter. We felt that, anyway, now that the children have been born, it would be better to just wait for them to grow up a little more, and wait until they are 2 or 3 years old, then we will organize a wedding, so that we can let them participate in our wedding together, and we can also let them witness their father's lifelong commitment to their mother. After hearing these words from Lin Dong, Mother Yang's face did not move, but in her heart, she silently nodded. This answer, I am satisfied. As a daughter, Yang Wanner could naturally see that her mother's attitude towards Lin Dong had completely changed, so she immediately said further, Mom, have you eaten yet? Why don't you go back to the box with us and have a meal? Then come home with us to have a look around. However, this proposal was rejected by young mother. No, I already ate before I came. Young mother shook her head and said, I still have to go to a supplier's meeting in the afternoon, so I won't go to your home first. Young mother paused, looked at her daughter whose face showed a hint of loss, and added, I'll call you when I'm done. That's good. When young Wanner heard this, her spirit was immediately shaken. Then I will wait for your call. Well, young mother nodded her head, and then looked at her watch. That's fine, it's almost time. I won't chat with you guys, I'll leave first. You guys have a good time. Well, Mom, don't worry about it. Yang Wanner nodded, then pushed the stroller and joined Lin Dong to send her mother to the entrance of the hotel, watched her get into a Bentley, then slowly left. Let's go in. After watching the vehicle go away, Lin Dong looked around and realized that there were some people taking pictures towards the side, and immediately smiled and said to Yang Wanner, Aha! Yang Wanner nodded, the expression on her face carried a trace of unfathomable darkness, as if she was losing her mind over her mother's departure. Lin Dong gently wrapped his wife's waist and said, It's alright, didn't mother-in-law say? We'll call you when she is done with her busy schedule. Well, I'm fine, Yang Wanner said as she snuggled into her husband's arms. Actually, my mom, she comes back in a hurry every time. She can't say a few words to me before she leaves, and then once she's gone, it's basically for 10 days, half a month, or even a month or two. I'm used to it. Listening to the stubbornness in Yang Wanner's mouth, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. It can be imagined that a child growing up with grandparents, usually 10 days and half a month, cannot see their parents once, occasionally see how happy, but it turned out that this happy time is so short. If every separation is for the next better together, then Yang Wanner and her mother's meeting is obviously not as good as imagined, and even every short meeting is to bring her heartache again and again. Lin Dong said softly, It's alright, in the future, there will be me, and our babies who will always be with you. Yang Wanner gently nodded her head. The meeting with Mother Yang was just a small episode in Lin Dong's family's life. However, it was such a small episode, yet it still managed to provoke a lot of attention online. A good person had taken a picture of Lin Dong and the Young family's mother and daughter chatting in the hall, and then captioned it with a sentence about Yang Wanner's mother meeting her son-in-law for the first time, and it directly made it to the hot search. Regarding this group of idle and painful moves, Lin Dong and the others could do nothing about it. 2 days later, Yang's mother, who had finished her business, did come to Yang Wanner's home as promised, and stayed at home for a whole day in a rare moment, before completely succumbing to Lin Dong's cooking skills. As a matter of fact, in the past 2 days, in addition to being busy with her own company's affairs, young mother had also asked people to inquire about the situation of the several high-grade menstrual centers and nursing homes in Shanghai, and ultimately proved that, as her own daughter had said, Lin Dong had really almost monopolized the menstrual meals in this circle. This also made Mother Yang a little unbelievable. In the end, what kind of culinary skills could make that group of people so willingly give up this big piece of meat of catering to Lin Dong? And now, after personally tasting Lin Dong's handiwork, Mother Yang finally understood.
That night, before leaving, Mother Yang told Lin Dong that he had completely passed her hurdle. However, don't be too happy, there was still one of her father's hurdle at the back. That old codger wasn't as easy to deal with as she was. And it was not until then that Lin Dong realized that his own father-in-law was actually a military officer stationed abroad. A person from the public sector. Because he had missions outside, he often could not contact his family for months or even years, so he still did not know about his daughter's situation until now. If he were to know that his daughter was actually knocked up before she was even married and then gave birth to a child, then the consequences. It was rumored that Joe was still the king of soldiers when he was in the army. Lin Dong instantly felt a little cold. However, the good news was that generally speaking, father-in-law still had another half a year before returning home to recuperate, so there was still time. Then, Lin Dong pondered whether to take advantage of this half year to brush some force value out on his babies. For example, what about Baji Fist, Shingy Fist? If he could brush out a Dragon Fall 18 poems, then it would be even more perfect. Chapter 57, Teaching Babies to Practice Monkey Stealing Peaches? Sold out parent-child outfits. On the morning of the second day, when Yang Wan-er woke up from her sleep, she realized that Lin Dong was no longer in the room, and the 3 babies had also disappeared. Yang Wan-er immediately opened her bedroom door and went out, and saw that Lin Dong was practicing push-ups in the fitness area next to the living room. While practicing, his mouth was counting, 98, 99, 100. And the 3 babies, at this moment, were lying across from Lin Dong, with their heads on their sides, their eyes wide open, looking at their dad without blinking. Yang Wan-er couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Wan-er, you're awake?" Lin Dong turned his head to look at Yang Wan-er and said with a smile, "I'm exercising." "Why did you suddenly think of exercising?" Yang Wan-er asked curiously, "I haven't seen you exercising before." "Before that, I didn't know that Lord Taishan was so powerful." Lin Dong said with a helpless face, "Now that I know that Lord Taishan is the king of soldiers, I am under a lot of pressure. That's why I have to strengthen my workout now and increase my resistance to blows. Otherwise, when I meet Lord Tarzan and get KO'd with a punch, how humiliating would that be?" Put. Yang Wan-er couldn't help but laugh. "Don't listen to my mom's nonsense. She's deliberately trying to scare you. My dad isn't as mean as she says." "Of course it's impossible for you," Lin Dong said, but facing a brat who had abducted his precious daughter, that was not necessarily the case. Looking at Lin Dong's serious face, Yang Wan-er felt a burst of joy. "Then why did you bring the babies over?" "This is not for me to instill in them from a young age the good idea of exercising their bodies," Lin Dong said with a smile. Naturally, Lin Dong would not tell Yang Wan-er that he was doing it to swipe rewards from the babies. However, he didn't know if it was the wrong method or the wrong posture. This push-ups had been done for 100 times, and he still hadn't been able to swipe any of the system rewards. And for this reason given by Lin Dong, Yang Wan-er couldn't help but pout. "The babies are only more than 3 months old. Where can they understand what you are saying?" Lin Dong immediately said, "You can't underestimate the babies. Don't look at them as only 3 months old, they actually know. Do you guys think that dad is right?" Yay! I don't know if I really understood what dad was saying. The 3 little guys actually waved their little hands and screamed. Lin Dong took a look and was instantly happy. See? They really do understand. "Come, little darlings. Daddy will teach you to practice push-ups. Watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Ding." Right at this moment, a crisp system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Dong's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first milkman achievement of teaching a child to do sports. Rewarded with a divine-level athletic talent. At that moment, Lin Dong was a bit baffled. What the hell? Why was there suddenly a reward now? Gradually, Lin Dong suddenly came back to his senses. Just now, the system seemed to have said that he had completed teaching a child to do sports for the first time, and then after linking it to the system prompts when he had previously obtained a reward, Lin Dong suddenly realized. To obtain a reward first, it must be on the premise of allowing the child to obtain benefits. Like before, he had only done push-ups in front of the child and the child had not gained any benefits, so the system did not give any rewards, but now that he had started from teaching them to do push-ups, he immediately gained a system reward. Now, Lin Dong was enlightened. "Ha ha. Baby, come. Daddy will teach you martial arts." Lin Dong laughed and picked up his younger brother Sanbao from the ground, then grabbed his soft, white and tender little hands that were like lotus roots and gently swung them up. Black tiger hollowing out heart. White crane shining wings. Monkey steals peaches. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the milquetoast achievement of teaching a child martial arts for the first time. Rewarded with divine fighting talent. System Daddy Cowhide. Just then, Yang Wana walked up and snatched the 3 treasures from his hands. Well, stop fooling around, quickly put the baby down. Only to see Yang Wan-er blankly glance at Lin Dong in a bad mood and said, "And the monkey steals peaches. Don't teach the baby bad, okay?" Lin Dong froze for a moment. Teach the baby bad? Where did I teach the baby a bad lesson? Lin Dong suddenly remembered that this monkey stealing peaches did seem to be inappropriate.
However, why would Yang Wan-er know about it? Why would Yang Wan-er know about this?
Wife, Lin Dong immediately smiled badly and came to Yang Wan-er's ear, said, "You even know that monkeys steal peaches? You are not pure."
Put.
When Yang Wan-er heard, she immediately reddened her pretty face and spat at her husband. "I have at least filmed so many ancient costume dramas, I can't listen to those martial arts lines, old greaseballs."
Lin Dong immediately said with a hey smile, "Line. If you say yes, then yes."
Looking at Lin Dong's unorthodox appearance, Yang Wan-er immediately pouted and gave him a glance, then turned around and left. "Ignore you.
Hurry up and pick up the big baby and the second baby. Good Lu."
Lin Dong smiled, picked up the two little ones with one hand and put them in the baby carriage. At this time, the little child and the two caregivers came out from the kitchen with a plate of breakfast.
It was time for breakfast. Time passed slowly in such happiness and tranquility.
In the blink of an eye, another month and a half passed. During this month and a half, Lin Dong successfully registered another clothing manufacturing factory. There was no way, not registering would not work. After their family's parent-child clothes made it to the hot search, more and more people contacted him through various means, wanting to order such parent-child clothes. Even the boss of the local industry and commerce department had sent someone over to express his willingness to purchase, saying that he wanted to customize a few pieces for his newborn grandson. Under the hospitality, Lin Dong could only comply with the name to open a clothing manufacturing company and recruited 28 disciples. He divided these 28 apprentices into 7 groups of 4 each, and then passed down the divine spinning, divine preparation, divine cutting, and divine sewing skills respectively. In this way, each member of each group mastered one skill each, directly realizing the assembly line handmade manufacturing of handmade garments from raw materials to finished garments. In this way, a group that had mastered various divine level textile and tailoring techniques could produce 5 sets of parent-child clothing per day, and the 7 groups combined would be 35 sets per day. Lin Dong gave this parent-child clothing a price of $800 a piece. A typical set of parent-child clothing for a family of 3 had 3 pieces, which was $2,400 a set. The 7 groups combined could produce $84,000 a day in economic benefits. If operating at full capacity, the 7 groups would be able to generate more than $2.5 million a month. Of course, Lin Dong gave this group of disciples high compensation. In addition to the first month of apprenticeship as 3,000 yuan base salary, from the second month out of the teacher, he directly raised the monthly salary to 30,000, and at the end of the year also give them dividends. Although there was an apprentice system in hand, Lin Dong was not afraid of these apprentices backstabbing him after mastering the technique, but if he could pacify the apprentices with money and make them feel at ease working for him, then he naturally did not care to spend a little more money. After all, it's too troublesome to readmit an apprentice and spend another month to get out of the class. With the first batch of handmade parent-child clothes handed over to the hands of the first batch of customers, immediately received the praise of all customers. The fabric, the feel, and the comfort were simply outstanding. Then, without any suspense, Lin Dong's reputation of this handmade parent-child dress completely wore open in the rich and powerful circle in Shanghai. The order was like snowflakes falling down. Just 2 days' time had accumulated a full 30,000 sets of orders. This had to let Lin Dong sigh. Really, on the rich more or less, also have to look at Shanghai. And this is only from the orders of the city of Shanghai. As for the city of Shanghai outside, from all over the country and even overseas tycoons, also began to move. Chapter 58, Bringing the Babies to Accompany Your Wife to Work. It was on the morning of the baby's 6th month. Early in the morning, Lin Dong and little child started to go in and out of the house to work.
Lin Dong, Xiao Tong, have all the pots and pans been loaded into the box?
Little boy, yes.
Lin Dong, what about the seasonings and ingredients that I prepared?
Little boy, all of them have been put into the warming box.
Lin Dong, the induction cooker hasn't been left behind, right?
Little boy, no, it's all been put in.
Lin Dong, well, that's good. Check the car again to see if anything was left behind.
Little boy, I just rechecked it again, it's all in the car.
Lin Dong, okay, then take a rest, we're coming down. Yang Wan-er.
Inside the house, looking at the kitchen that was almost empty, Yang Wan-er said in tears and laughter, "Aya, what are you doing?" "I'm just going to the theater group to shoot a scene, and it's in our studio in Shanghai. I can go home every night. Why are you so exaggerated?"
You see, you are almost empty the entire kitchen.
Originally, after 9 months of rest plus half a year of maternity leave, Yang Wan-er finally announced her comeback a few days ago. As she announced her comeback, a TV series project that was initiated long before she got pregnant was immediately announced and started yesterday at a film and TV base in the suburbs of Shanghai.
Today is the first day that Yang Wan-er officially entered the group to shoot. Because of the fear of the cruise box lunch and the health and nutrition is not up to standard, so Lin Dong had directly prepared to move the kitchen to the scene to go, accompanied by his wife to start, so there is the beginning of this scene.
Lin Dong said with a smile, "You shoot so hard, I cannot ensure that you're 3 meals a day." Yang Wan-er said, "Then you do a good job in a thermos box, let the takeaway help me to send over is not on the line. Do you need to move the kitchen to the film and television base to go, right?" This film and television base from our home in East and West are almost across the small half of the Middle Sea, even if not traffic jams have to drive for more than an hour, and so sent to this dish must be covered out of shape, which has me on site for you to do good ah. It's fresh and delicious. Seeing Yang Wan-air still want to say something, Lin Dong immediately waved his hand and said, well, this thing has been moved down, you're not going to let me re-move it up again, right? Anyway, it's only a few months, so the babies and I will accompany you to finish this movie. What do you say? On the side, the three babies sitting in the stroller waved their small, fleshy hands and spoke. I can't help it. Yang Wan-air gave Lin Dong a sanitary eye in a bad mood, but after all was said and done, her face was filled with a sweet smile. After all, for a woman, what else could be more important than her own husband caring so much about himself? Looking at his wife finally stopped objecting, Lin Dong immediately smiled, pushed the stroller and said, babies, let's go, accompany mom to work. The three babies waved their little hands, yay. So, a group of people went downstairs, sat on the car, and then Lin Dong personally drove the commercial vehicle, heading to the film and television base 40 kilometers away. At this time, outside the film and television base, fans from Yang Wan-air and entertainment media reporters from all over the country had already made the filming site a watertight place. After all, this is Yang Wan-air's first official public appearance in front of the media after her pregnancy. At this time, in the waiting crowd, a lot of entertainment reporters and even the eating crowds who came to watch the fun were chatting enthusiastically. You guys, is Wan-air really going to retire after this drama? Didn't you say there are 2 more installments in total? After this drama, there seems to be another movie. As far as I know, there are so many production companies that have been contacting Yang Wan-air, wanting to invite her to shoot a movie, and one network platform has even offered the price to a sky-high price of an average of $2 million an episode, but it was still rejected by Yang Wan-air. Hiss. Holy crap. Really? $2 million an episode? If we were to shoot 40 episodes, it wouldn't be $80 million. Yang Wan-air even refused? Is this platform out of its mind? Spending all this money to hire a Yang Wan-air? What do you know? Do you know how popular Yang Wan-air is now? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this drama that just started filming. Ever since the producer announced Yang Wan-air's last drama before she retired, do you know how many TV stations are grabbing the first round broadcasting rights? A full 18. In the end, it was taken by Mango and Strawberry at $3 million per episode, and the network broadcasting rights were sold to the Kiwi platform at $6 million per episode. It was said that this drama was going to be filmed for 50 episodes. In other words, this drama had already made $600 million before it was even filmed. Not to mention the advertisers who rushed to sponsor it. When some of the melon eaters in the back heard this wave of conversations from the entertainment reporters in front of them, their eyes widened one by one. So terrifying? A TV series that could make $600 million? Oh my god. No wonder those stars were so rich one by one. So this TV show is so profitable. But why did Yang Wan-air retire? It's because she got married. There were people who scolded her online and told her to get out of the entertainment industry. It's said to be the slogan of a former fan. I guess they were pissed off. Is this what you call a fan of 10 blacks? However, such an argument was immediately refuted by some of the fans next to him. Don't talk nonsense. It wasn't because she was scolded to get out of the entertainment industry that she announced that she was going to stop working. It's because she wanted to spend more time with her children, so she made this decision, okay? That's right. And Sister Wan-air said that she's only quitting the movie and TV industry. She's not going to make movies or TV shows. It's not like she's quitting the entertainment industry altogether. No more movies and TV shows? Isn't she an actress? If an actress doesn't make movies and TV shows, what else can she do in the entertainment industry? I don't know. But Sister Wan-air has said that she will definitely give everyone a surprise when the time comes. Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, a commercial vehicle slowly drove into the crowd site. That seemed to be Sister Wan-air's business car. A sharp-eyed Iron fan saw the origin of this business car at a glance, so in an instant, the crowd, which was still quite calm, instantly clamored. Yang Wan-air is here. Sister Wan-air. Sister Wan-air, I love you. Sister Wan-air. Divorce. Leave Lin Dong. We'll raise you. For a while, the scene was a hubbub, and thanks to the foresight of the base operator, a large number of security guards were deployed over in advance. Otherwise, it was estimated that this Yang Wan-air's car would have to be overturned before it even came to a stop. Chapter 59, Refusing to Pay Sky-High Prices. The business car that came slowly like that was naturally Yang Wan-air's car without a doubt. When Lin Dong drove the car close to the film and television base, he saw the outside surrounded by people. He immediately let Yang Wan-air contact the director of the crew in the base and informed him of the situation outside. The director told her that he was waiting outside with dozens of crew members, and then asked Yang Wan-air for her license plate number. Yang Wan-air immediately told the other party. Okay, I've already seen it, you drive slowly this way first, I'll bring someone over to show you the way. The director said immediately, you mustn't get out of the car. Don't ask to get off the car window either.
Now there are too many people outside. One by one, they are still very excited. Yang Wan-er immediately apologized and said, "Okay, left director, thank you, really give you trouble." The director immediately said with a smile, "Where are the words ah? This is what I should do. If I want to say thank you, it's me who should thank you. It's because of you that our drama has gotten so much attention." After saying a few words, Yang Wan-er ended her call with the director and then told Lin Dong to drive over slowly, someone would come to pick them up. As expected, very quickly, about 30 or so people pushed their way out of the crowd, and then lined up in 2 rows towards the slowly approaching commercial vehicle. At the same time, the operator's security personnel, who had also received the director's notification, also went over with them. As soon as they had escorted the commercial vehicle behind them, the fans waiting outside recognized the commercial vehicle, and a group of people immediately swarmed over. Looking at the raging crowd outside the car window, inside the car, the 2 nurses who had never seen this kind of scene couldn't help but spit out their tongues. Is this the fans? This is too crazy. Xiao Tong, who has been Yang Wan-er's assistant for 4 years, said with a smile, "Don't worry. These are all very common. In the past, even crazier situations than this have happened." Lin Dong glanced at the situation outside the car window, sharp-eyed. He saw that there were several young girls in the crowd who should still be in school at a glance. Today was not a weekend, nor was it a holiday. At this point in time, these little girls should all be in school, but they had appeared here. Lin Dong couldn't help but shake his head and said, "These little kids are already overly star-chasing. What's going on?" Yang Wan-er asked. Lin Dong told her what he had just discovered. Appropriate star chasing is indeed fine, but to chase stars and even throw aside one's schooling and work, this is clearly already an unwise behavior. At this rate, this group of fans would not have a good future, and along with that, the stars they were chasing would suffer a backlash and even end up implicating the entire entertainment industry. What? No way. It's just skipping a class, skipping a shift? Master, aren't you being a bit alarmist? The little boy in the back immediately asked. Lin Dong swept toward this cheap disciple a glance through the rearview mirror and said, "You think, if parents find out that their children don't even read books and skip classes in order to follow the stars, what would their reaction be? Get angry?" The little child cocked his head and thought, then scolded the child? The child should certainly be scolded, but the one they want to scold the most is definitely that star that the child idolizes. And once that star was set on fire by the parents, and then after so much exposure by the media, it would surely trigger the entire online community to denounce it. It would most likely even spread to the entire entertainment industry. After all, a phenomenon like this would surely happen more than just once, and it wouldn't just be the fans of 1 or 2 stars that would be in this situation. Ah! After hearing Lin Dong's words, the little child immediately let out a worried cry of alarm. Because she realized that what Lin Dong said could really happen. And Yang Wan-er, who was on the side, also revealed an expression of deep thought. There was also a very serious problem, which was the issue of celebrities' paychecks. Lin Dong said, "Some time ago, Penguin Video came to your sister Wan-er and wanted to offer $2 million an episode to ask her to continue to take on a TV series. This I know. I heard it from Sister Hua." Xiao Tong stared wide-eyed and said, "Sister Hua said." Sister Wan-er even refused, and said that it must have been you who made Sister Wan-er refuse. It was indeed me who made Wan-er reject it. Lin Dong laughed and said, "Your sister Hua must not have scolded me much, right?" Xiao Tong subconsciously nodded his head, "That is to scold you miserably well." The little child who came back to his senses and realized that he had spoken out of turn immediately covered his mouth, revealing a pitiful expression of "I don't know, I didn't say anything." "Mr. Lin, why did you let Miss Wan-er refuse?" At this time, it was Nurse Dong, who was still sitting at the back, who took over the conversation and asked. "Because, the price is too high." Lin Dong said indifferently. Eh? Apart from Yang Wan-er, 3 black question marks instantly popped up on the other 3's brains. This there were still stars who disliked their paychecks being high? Do you guys know how much an ordinary group actor in this movie and television base is paid in a day? I know. 80 to 120. The boy said immediately. Lin Dong asked, "What about special actors?" The boy was very skillful and replied, "Special actors are divided into small, medium and large. Small specials start from 105 a day, medium specials from 300 to 500, large specials from 500 to 800 or so." Lin Dong asked, "A regular film and television company's new actors?" The boy tilted his head and thought, "New actors are paid. If there is no background, there may be 1 or 2,000 an episode. If the image is a little better acting, you can mix a 2 or 3,000 an episode." Lin Dong also asked, "Well, some of the old actors who have acted for decades in movies and TV dramas?" While this time Xiao Tong was a little confused, as a small assistant, knowing this was already her limit. At this time, Yang Wan-er said, "The teachers of the older generation can almost get more than 5,000, 20,000, or 20,000 per episode. If they are famous, it will be a little higher, but basically a drama won't exceed 2 million. Yes. Those old generation actors who have spent their entire lives building up their acting skills are paid up to 2 million for a whole movie, but now, Penguin Video is offering your sister Wan-er 2 million for an episode. Do you know what that means?" Xiao Tong didn't even think about it and blurted out, "It means Penguin Video has money." Lin Dong.
At that instant, Lin Dong suddenly wished that there was an eject button on the steering wheel that could eject this stupid disciple. As for Yang Wanner, who was sitting in the back, she could not help but let out a soft laugh.
"What's wrong? Sister Wan'er, did I say something wrong?" The little boy looked at Yang Wan'er and then at Lin Dong with a bewildered expression. "Doesn't this mean that Penguin Video is rich?"
Lin Dong said without a trace of anger, "Penguin Video is indeed very rich.
But why don't they give this money to those old actors with acting skills?"
Xiao Tong replied without thinking, "Because their popularity is not as high as our sister Wan'er's."
Right now, Sister Wan'er is getting a lot of attention. Right now, Sister Wan'er's attention is the highest on the entire network. Having attention means having traffic, that's why it's worth more.
Lin Dong said, "To put it bluntly, it is actually kidnapped by traffic.
Whoever has high traffic has high pay, right?" Xiao Tong nodded, "Right. Then, let me ask you, what is the main thing that the quality of a movie or TV drama is related to?" Little child blinked with a blank look on her face. "I'm just a little assistant, how am I supposed to know?" Yang Wan'er smiled and replied, "The level of the director. The script's good or bad. And the acting skills of the actors." "Right." Upon hearing this, little boy immediately said, "Sister Wan'er is right. It's these three." Lin Dong asked, "There's nothing else?" "No more." "Right, Sister Wan'er?" The little child looked towards Yang Wan'er. Yang Wan'er smiled and nodded.
"Then the question came," said Lin Dong, "where did the traffic go? The studio spent so much money on traffic, but the quality of the movie had nothing to do with the traffic. On the contrary, we all know that the script and the director's fee account for the smallest percentage of the entire film and television shooting expenses, but it is these two factors with the smallest percentage that determines how good or bad a drama is. Regardless of the production company, the amount of money they use to produce a movie or television work is destined to be limited. In this limited capital, a large part of it is divided by the traffic, which will inevitably weaken the expenses invested in other parts, such as shooting props, post-production costs. Under such a ratio of expenses, it's fine if the productions do well, but if they flop, who do you think they'll blame? It won't be the director, it won't be the screenwriter, it won't be the supporting cast, it'll just be the person with the highest paycheck. After all, you're the one with the highest paycheck. This is what is called in the entertainment industry, the more you get, the more responsibility you have. And once there are more such flop works, then the problems and conflicts that were once covered up because of the high traffic will surface, and those stars who have taken the highest paychecks will inevitably become the target. At that time, there will definitely be people who will use this as an article to attack them, and those who were once capitalized by the traffic pit will also follow and fall into the well. In the end, the entire society would set off a wave of public opinion criticizing high film fees. When they heard this, Xiao Tong and the other two nurses all of a sudden widened their eyes. This was too terrifying. It's true that the water of the entertainment circle, it's really deep. Lin Dong said, "So now you understand why I told your sister Wan'er to turn down the offer from Penguin Video, right?" I see." The little boy immediately nodded his head furiously like garlic. "Master, you're really bull." Looking at the adoring little boy, Lin Dong smiled, then said faintly, "Actually, what I just said was all a lie. The reason why I let your sister Wan'er back out of this invitation is simply because I don't want to see her fall in love with someone else on TV again." "Ha!" Little child was dumbfounded. And looking at the dumbfounded little child, Lin Dong said again lightly, "Just kidding you. What I said before was actually true." "Little boy?" This time, the little child was completely confused. She was already completely at a loss as to which sentence she should believe in Lin Dong. Yang Wanner, who was sitting on the side, looked at the little child who was being teased by her own husband, and finally couldn't help but poutingly slap his arm. "All right. Little child is getting confused by you. Stop it." At this time, Lin Dong also finally couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not exercising her discursive ability. Improving her discernment skills will prevent her from being easily tricked in the future." Xiao Tong. Stinky master. You know how to tease me. This young lady won't be fooled. Humph. Chapter 60 fans, get a divorce. I'll steal the battery car to feed you. Between jokes, Lin Dong drove his car and slowly drove into the shooting base belonging to their crew under the escort of the crew members. As soon as the guardrail closed, separating the crowd that had gathered over, the director breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved his hand towards the car that had stopped, signaling that he could come down. Subsequently, Yang Wan'er opened the car door first and got out of the car. Just as the director was about to go forward to greet her, he saw Yang Wan'er suddenly turn around and carry down a baby from the car. Then as Xiao Tong and two nurses got out of the car, two more babies were carried down. Director? The cast and crew on the scene? Even the crowd that was watching from afar through the parapet? What is this situation? These three couldn't be Yang Wan'er's triplet babies? She actually brought 3 babies to the theater set? Directors, I'm sorry, I've really troubled you all just now. Yang Wan'er hugged her 3 baby brothers and expressed her apologies and thanks to the director.
It's fine, it's fine. That's what I should have done. The director immediately waved his hand and then looked at the baby in Yang Wan-air's arms, as well as the other two little babies on the side. But, this baby of yours. Ah, this is just when Yang Wan-air opened her mouth and wanted to explain. Lin Dong, who came down from the driver's seat, took the initiative to step forward and took over the conversation and said, Director, I'm sorry, I insisted on bringing the babies along with me to the set. But don't worry, we definitely won't disturb or affect the crew's filming work. It's just that during the filming break, we may need to enlist Ms. Yang Wan-air to come over and feed the babies. Do you think it's okay? Yes, yes. When the director heard this, he quickly nodded his head and said, If the baby is hungry, you can let me know at any time. Children are the future of our motherland, nothing can affect their growth, right? Yang Wan-air immediately thanked, Thank you, Director Zhou, for your understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the director sidestepped and made way for the passageway, making a pleased gesture towards Yang Wan-air, preparing to invite her to enter the shooting site. At this time, Yang Wan-air pointed towards the outside and said, Director Zhou, can you give me 2 more minutes? I'll go out and greet everyone and come over. The director immediately nodded, Okay. Should be. Thus, Yang Wan-air handed over the 3 treasures in her arms to Lin Dong, and then walked to the parapet and waved her hand to everyone. Good morning, everyone has worked hard. Upon seeing that Yang Wan-air had actually come over to greet herself on purpose, the group of fans immediately cheered and shouted in excitement. Ah! Go Sister Wan-air! Sister Wan-air, I love you! Sister Wan-air, be happy! However, amidst such cries filled with positive energy, there would still be a few murmurs mixed in, such as, Yang Wan-air! Get a divorce! I'll steal a battery car to support you! Roll! A battery car is worth a few bucks. Yang Wan-air! I'll steal a car to support you. You guys! Get the hell out of here! Ha! Yang Wan-air was also amused by these few people and waved her hand with a smile before bowing to everyone again with her hands folded. I'm really very thankful for everyone's support and love. I will try my best to make this TV series well and dedicate it to everyone. Right at this moment, a reporter suddenly squeezed through the crowd, crossed the security barrier, shoved the microphone to Yang Wan-air's near front, and asked in a loud voice, Ms. Yang Wan-air, may I ask if you're really going to quit the film and television industry? Yang Wan-air smiled and nodded, yes. After I finish the 2 announcements I took before, I shouldn't take on any more TV dramas in the future, at least not in 3 to 5 years. When she heard Yang Wan-air say this herself, a burst of miserable cries rang out from the fans at the scene. Don't! Sister Wan-air, you're quitting the movie industry. If you stop filming, what are we going to watch? That's right. Sister Wan-air. I started following the entertainment industry because of your dramas. If you leave, what will I do? Faced with the fans' cry of retention, Yang Wan-air's heart was naturally greatly touched. Everyone don't worry, I'm only quitting the movie and television industry, not quitting the entertainment industry, no more movie and television productions, I can still have other works. Ha! When hearing Yang Wan-air's words, the crowd at the scene could not help but be stunned. The reporter who was near the front even had his eyes light up, and a trace of excitement instantly surged in his heart. His intuition told him that there was big news here. The reporter immediately asked, You mean to say that you will develop into other fields, right? May I ask if you can conveniently reveal what field? Just as the reporter as well as everyone's expectant gazes west, Yang Wan-air suddenly smiled playfully, Can't. To keep it a secret. Anyway, it will definitely give everyone a surprise. Everyone. The crowd didn't expect Yang Wan-air to come this way, and for a while they didn't come back to their senses. After so many years, Yang Wan-air has always been a lady of the world in front of people, but she has never shown her playful side in front of the crowd like this. Instead of making everyone feel annoyed, this side made Yang Wan-air feel more and more grounded. Everyone, I've only asked the director for 2 minutes, so I have to get back to shooting now. If I'm late, I'll be criticized. Thank you all again for your support and love. And then, here, I want to thank all those friends who took time off from school or work to come and support me today. I'm happy that you guys came, but if you can do well in your grades and work, then I'll be even happier and will be proud of you. So, in conclusion, I hope that all of us are doing well, going to school well, working hard, and living up to our years. After saying this, Yang Wan-air bowed solemnly to everyone again, and then turned to leave. The crowd at the scene obviously didn't expect Yang Wan-air to say these words in the end, and they only reacted when they knew that Yang Wan-air had walked out 2 or 3 meters away. Sister Wan-air. I'll listen to you. I'll go back to school now. Wan-air. Don't worry, I'll work hard. Cheer up. Wan-air, thank you for your encouragement. I will definitely work hard. Amidst the shouts of her fans, Yang Wan-air turned around and raised 2 thumbs up towards them with a bright smile. Cheers. I believe you guys can definitely do it. And this scene was framed by the hundreds of reporters on the scene within their lenses. And at this time, the internet was already full of news reports about Yang Wan-air showing up at the filming base, which also instantly attracted countless netizens to watch. Chapter 61 Excessive. Blatantly spreading dog food in the theater group. The national goddess officially showed up on the set for the first time after giving birth.
The National Goddess showed up at the theater set with her 3 babies. National Goddess shows up on the set, her face value has not diminished, and her charm is even greater than before. National Goddess shows up at the drama set, fans yell for her to get a divorce and say they're willing to pitch in to raise her by electric car. With this one gimmicky slogan appearing on the internet, even those netizens who didn't care much about the entertainment industry were attracted to it. Hey, what's the situation? Didn't I hear that Yang Wan-er was going to quit the movie industry? How come she's back on the set? That's right. I have a friend who was a fan of Yang Wan-er. At that time she cried and said that her sister Wan-er is going to quit the movie and television industry. I also comforted her for a long time. Oh. Sure enough, those in the entertainment industry are unreliable. They quit when they say they're quitting, and they come back when they say they're coming back. They don't keep their word. What do you mean, you're not trustworthy? Are you blind? Sister Wan-er's microblogging clearly said that she is going to formally quit the movie and television industry after completing the 2 notices she has signed, and it didn't say that she is quitting right now. It is. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just going to run up here and compare. A bunch of brainless black people, right? Okay, sisters, don't worry about these brainless spammers, wasting your time. If we have this time, why don't we call Sister Wan-er more often? That's right. I heard that many sisters from the Shanghai branch of the fan club went to the scene to support her. I envy them. Sister Wan-er is too much of a mother's love, isn't she? She can't even leave her babies when she goes to the theater and brings them with her. It is rumored that Sister Wan-er has always insisted on breastfeeding, presumably in order to want the child to be able to eat breast milk in a timely manner, all the children with the side. It's too much work, isn't it? While filming, you have to breastfeed your child from time to time. I feel so sorry for Sister Wan-er. Humph. It's all because of that Lin Dong. If it wasn't for her, Sister Wan-er wouldn't have gotten pregnant. That's right. It's the brothers at the scene that are so powerful. He asked Sister Wan-er for a divorce in front of her. He even said he'd steal a battery car to support her. I'm laughing my ass off. I wonder if that Lin Dong will turn green in the face when he hears that. Okay. This topic ends here. Since Sister Wan-er has already married him, then in the future, everyone should not say such things, lest Sister Wan-er be sad when she finds out. Just as the fans were hotly chatting, the internet was once again updated with the latest developments ahead. The National Goddess herself admitted that she will no longer be making movies and TV dramas in the future. National Goddess openly dislikes the fans who showed up to support her. Upon seeing these 2 headlines, many people froze for a moment. For the former headline, Yang Wan-er's fans were all fine. After all, everyone had already known that she would quit the film and television industry after completing the shooting of the last 2 film and television dramas, but seeing this latter headline, all the fans' hearts were inexplicably clenched. What does it mean? Why does Sister Wan-er dislike us? Right. What's the situation? Sister Wan-er is known for favoring her fans. How could she possibly dislike us? What happened at the scene? Or did someone do something that made Sister Wan-er angry? With trepidation, the fans clicked into the headlines and took a look. Ouch, I go. Scared the hell out of me. So this smack, that's what it means. It turns out that Sister Wan-er is just advising those fans who took time off to come over to support her to go back as soon as possible. Garbage editor. Hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Damn it. He purposely chose such a title to scare people. Someone, drag this dog editor out and castrate him 1,000 times. That's it. That's too much. It really scared me. I knew Sister Wan-er wouldn't really dislike us. I wasn't scared at all. Delighted. Horses. Skimming. Sister Wan-er is really too warm. I can't believe she's urging everyone to go back to school and work early. That's so sweet. Ouch. This smile on the photo is so warm. Yang Wan-er's words of counseling the fans outside the filming base not only elevated her status in the eyes of her fans, but also attracted many netizens to turn to her. This National Goddess isn't bad at all. To be able to say those words. Yeah. She's not like other stars at all. Those other bull stars couldn't wait for as many fans as possible to show up to support them. Wouldn't even care if his fans came on vacation or not. Go to school, work hard, and live up to the hype is too good to be true. That's right. It's just full of positive energy. With a star like that, I'd like to steal a battery car to support her too. Roll. You think you can afford her by stealing a battery car? Not to mention, the diapers for her 3 kids would be enough for you. 3 babies can't hurt. With the attention of more and more netizens, very quickly, the topic of Yang Wan-er exhorting her fans not to live up to her name was on the microblogging hot search, and quickly ascended to the top 3 microblogging hot searches. Over here, the major official media in China also reproduced the content about Yang Wan-er shouting at the fans on the scene and gave it an extremely high rating. What is a true idol?
In addition to being able to make people admire, worship, and aspire to, it should also be able to show others the right direction and help them establish the correct outlook on the three, as in the case of film and television actress Yang Won-er, who has been made a national goddess by the public. Not only does she possess a beautiful face and not bad acting skills, but also has a heart for her fans. Stars like Yang Won-er deserve our young generation's support, admiration, and learning. With the official media's stand, the topic of Yang Won-er's advice to her fans was directly inserted into the clouds, directly topping the first of the hot search list of all major social media platforms and search platforms, creating a superb heat that killed all the lists. At this time, Yang Won-er has already been fully engaged in the filming task in the theater group. Click. Perfect. This scene is complete. Everyone rested in place for 3 minutes. Inside the shooting venue, with the director's announcement, a loud applause rang out from the scene. Originally, the director and all the actors and actresses at the scene thought that Yang Won-er had taken a break for more than a year, and her acting skills would surely decline, and he was mentally prepared for dozens of NGs at the beginning. But as a result, Yang Won-er gave everyone a big surprise. On the first entry, she directly staged a blown-up version of her acting skills, perfectly displaying all the emotions and expressions that the heroine in the script should have, and even a veteran actor who was acting with her was startled and NG'd twice without noticing. By the time the 3 consecutive one-offs had passed, everyone at the scene was overwhelmed by Yang Won-er's acting skills. Just then, Lin Dong held a cup in one hand and a plate in the other and walked in. "Wife, come drink a cup of orange juice and eat some apples." "Thank you, husband." Yang Won-er took the cup of orange juice and took a sip, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where did you get the orange juice?" "I don't remember we bought any drinks at home." "No, I didn't. I just freshly squeezed it." Lin Dong said with a smile, "Bought drinks have added preservatives, drinking more is not good for the body, or freshly squeezed healthier." While hearing her husband's words, Yang Won-er smiled sweetly. And at this moment, the surrounding crew silently looked at the 2 news couples who were chatting as if no one else was there, and then looked down at the mineral water, fruit juice drinks, etc. in their hands. Instantly, their mouths felt filled with bitterness. As for the little child and the 2 nurses standing outside while holding the baby and watching onlookers, they looked at each other with a strange expression on their faces. These 2 were openly spreading dog food on the set. It really was too much. Chapter 62, Inexplicable Exposure of Sky-High Film Fees, Network Scolding. In the face of this blatant act of spreading dog food by Yang Won-er and Lin Dong, the several surrounding actors as well as the crew members all turned away unanimously. "Don't look. Just so angry." A female supporting actor simply asked her assistant to bring her cell phone, ready to swipe the news for a while. The result was a swipe. Oops. A cry of surprise. "Won-er, you're on the hot search again." "What?" Hearing this exclamation, Yang Won-er has not yet had any reaction. Next to a few familiar actors will be the first to come over. "What is the reason for the hot search? There won't be any hot search first, right?" The woman said with a smile, "That must be the first. Won-er on the hot search, there is not the first ever?" When the several actors heard this, they also laughed, and then they looked down. At the same time, the other cast and crew members including the director silently took out their cell phones and opened the microblogging site, then they saw the topic that was listed as the #1 microblogging hot search. Wow! The official media had even come out to give Won-er a nod of approval. This is awesome. Won-er's words were too good. Indeed, very positive energy. That's right. Nowadays, those star-crossed kids are really too crazy. They skip classes to support their idols, and some even steal money from their parents. And units to support their idols. If those stars were like Won-er, at least they wouldn't make those kids so crazy. Shoo. Brother, don't talk about it. It's deep. Ha! As we chatted, all of a sudden, there was another burst of disbelief. Look at the 18th item on the hot search. A media outlet suddenly broke the news that a producer offered $2 million an episode to invite Won-er to shoot a movie. Ouch, I go. Refreshing it, the heat level jumped up to the 10th. What? $2 million an episode? At the side, a group of people were all dumbfounded, and then looked at Yang Won-er in unison, their faces filled with shock, as well as envy. Yang Won-er, who heard the other party's words, could not help but lock eyes with Lin Dong and slightly furrowed her brows. At first, she had privately rejected Penguin Video's offer of $2 million per episode, and it seemed that the other party might have felt that there was no face, and did not publicize it, so not many people knew about it, but it was not unheard of. For example, several media that have a good relationship with Penguin Video basically know about this matter. Because of this, so for such a query to suddenly appear on the internet nowadays, Yang Won-er felt that it was a bit bizarre and even felt a bit ridiculous. Lin Dong took out his cell phone and asked, "Do you want to look online?" "No need." Yang Won-er shook her head and looked at the time. The break time was almost over. "Director, break time is over, let's move on to the next strip." At this time, the director, who was a member of the melon-eating army, was enjoyably swiping his cell phone and eating melons, but as a result, he suddenly heard the words of Yang Won-er's request to start filming, so he felt quite baleful. That Wan-air, the director immediately put away the melon-eating expression, looked at young Wan-air and said, why don't we give you some time to respond online? I see that there is a lot of controversy on the internet about this 2 million an episode. Yang Wan-air immediately shook her head, it's okay, I won't let this affect the shooting schedule of our crew. Facing such a dedicated actor, the director didn't know what to say for a moment. It's hard for him to say, in fact, compared to filming, I'd rather eat this big melon of yours, isn't it? However, although his heart was a bit regretful because he couldn't eat this big melon for the time being, the director still had a strong respect for Yang Wan-air. It's really worthy of being a national goddess. This attitude of dedication, she really deserves to win awards every year. Snap. The director immediately clapped his hands hard. Did you all hear that? This is the quality of a good actor. Put away your cell phones. Let's continue. At the director's yell, everyone put their cell phones away and continued filming. At the same time, Lin Dong, who had walked out of the shooting area, took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Then he saw that the topic of Yang Wan-air's $2 million per episode had already jumped to the second position on the hot search list. The number of people talking about it had already exceeded 1 million. When I clicked in, I saw that all parties had already made a lot of noise. First of all, there is a group of melon eaters over there sighing, the star really ing money $2 million for one episode? If they made 50 episodes, it would be $100 million. This is a money printing machine, isn't it? Some radicals even said that scientists spend a lifetime of effort, a lifetime cannot earn so much money, but a theater, shooting a drama to earn, how ridiculous. Further, some even shouted that Yang Wan-air was a tumor. In the face of these people shouting, Yang Wan-air's fans naturally would not spoil them, and some of the impatient ones even directly disliked them. What's wrong with giving $100 million? What's wrong with giving $100 million? What kind of era is this, and you're still making a big deal out of it? Did our sister Wan-air take the country's money? She's only taking money from Capital. What's wrong with Capital thinking sister Wan-air is worth this much? It is. How can you blame sister Wan-air for this? We recognize that scientists are indeed great. Without them, there would be no future for our country and nation. But tell that to the capitalists. Tell them to support science. Why are you scolding sister Wan-air? In your eyes, actors are just jokers? Then may I ask, are those so-called movie and TV artists considered to be actors and actresses? Don't forget, our sister Wan-air has won all the domestic movie and TV awards. In terms of acting skills, achievements, and dedication, she is not inferior to those old artists at all. In terms of contribution, she donates more than $10 million every year. More than all of you keyboard warriors combined. Who are you to say she's an actress? Is 100 million a lot? Why do I think our sister Wan-air is worth 1 billion or 10 billion? Apart from that, there were also some sensible fans who started to lay out the facts and reason. They said that Yang Wan-air had already publicly announced that she would quit the movie and television industry after filming her 2 existing announcements, so it was absolutely impossible for her to take on any other drama. So even if a producer did offer this price, Yang Wan-air could not possibly take it. Only, such an explanation was simply meaningless to those irrational netizens. Thus, gradually, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides grew stronger and stronger, and in the end, it directly evolved into a battle of curses between the two sides. Chapter 63, It's time to show your true skills again. Master, what are we going to do? Next to him, the little boy who had put his head together and watched the online developments together asked anxiously at once. No hurry, Lin Dong said indifferently, you now give Zhang Yuhua a call and ask her if she has contacted Penguin Video. While saying that, Lin Dong held air bow from the little child's arms. Oh. The little child immediately took out his cell phone and happened to dial Zhang Yuhua's number, only to have the other party's phone call come in ahead of him. Little Tong immediately picked up the phone. Hey, Sister Hua. Is your sister Wan-air shooting a movie? In the microphone, came Zhang Yuhua's voice. Xiao Tong said, well, she's filming. Zhang Yuhua asked, does she know that someone on the internet has exposed the matter of 2 million per episode pay? Already know, said little boy, but Sister Wan-air ignored it and continued to be filming. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhua couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This girl. Heart is still really big. Encountering this kind of thing, she could still be quiet enough to shoot a movie. When Xiao Tong heard this, she immediately asked, Sister Hua, is this matter very serious? Zhang Yuhua said, it's okay to say it's serious, however, if it can't be clarified in time, it will definitely have an impact on Wan-air's reputation. After saying this, Zhang Yuhua paused and suddenly said, what about that Lin Dong? Is he at home or at the theater group now? We are both here. Xiao Tong said with a smile, the babies are there too. Zhang Yuhua. How much he has to be unable to let go of his wife. Zhang Yuhua helplessly spat out a sentence, then returned to the topic and said, so did he say what he's going to do? Ever since experiencing the fiasco of Yang Wan-air's unmarried child, Zhang Yuhua was heartily impressed with Lin Dong's public relations prowess displayed during that fiasco. Therefore, although Zhang Yuhua still didn't like this guy very much, Zhang Yuhua still admitted from the bottom of her heart that this guy was truly level-headed. The little kid immediately said, "Aha! He was just talking to me, asking me to call you to ask if you have contacted Penguin Video." It's just that, as soon as this Penguin Video was mentioned, Zhang Yuhua seemed to be a bit angry. I contacted Penguin Video the first time I saw this news, wanting them to come out and clarify the facts, telling everyone that Yang Wanner didn't accept their offer of a $2 million an episode contract. But the other party acted very perfunctorily, showing that they said something about having to consult the leadership. Then they said that the leader had gone out and it was not a good idea to disturb the leader for the time being. It's just abominable. What? When the kids heard that, they were puzzled. Why is that? It doesn't take them much time to issue a clarification notice. And it doesn't cost them any money either. It's just a matter of typing a few words. That's what I'm saying. I'm so angry that I'm on fire. Zhang Yuhua was so angry that she burst out with her native language. Then what should we do now? The little boy immediately said. You ask Lin Dong. Zhang Yuhua said without a good mood. It was him who made Wan Air reject Penguin Video's invitation in the first place. I guess the other party is because Wan Air rejected them in the first place, so now they chose to stand by and watch the fun from the sidelines. But, what's in it for them? Little boy said in disbelief. Although there is no benefit to them, but there is no harm either. Zhang Yuhua said without any goodwill. Anyway, Wanner has already said that she is going to quit the movie industry. That means that there is no way that she will have any cooperation with them in the future, so they don't need to be on good terms with you anymore. The little boy's eyes widened when he heard this. This is too realistic, isn't it? Just then, Lin Dong on the side suddenly laughed and said, What did you think? Little sister. This is the world of adults. Master? Looking at Lin Dong's bland and self-contained smile, the little child's eyes immediately lit up and said, Do you have a solution? Actually, this matter, it is best not to bother with it. Lin Dong said. Once Wan Air replied, there was no guarantee that it would be rubbed the wrong way. Rubbing in the heat? Xiao Tong was at a loss. What heat is there to rub off on this matter? You mean Penguin Video? At this moment, Zhang Youhua's voice came from the microphone. Xiao Dong, what? Penguin Video is coming to rub the heat? What the hell is going on here? Little boy instantly felt that his head, which had grown for almost 20 years, was suddenly a little less than adequate yet. That's right. Lin Dong said, as long as Wan Air clarified online that a producer had indeed approached her and offered her $2 million an episode to invite her to film a movie, but she had already declined. Then all the questions about her would naturally come to a screeching halt. However, once she clarified, then the attention and heat generated by the entire network because of this astronomical pay would focus on the $2 million an episode pay, and then become curious about the producer who offered this price in the work. If nothing goes wrong, Penguin Video will definitely come out and admit that this producer is them, and then introduce which of their works in passing. In this way, they didn't spend a single penny, but directly reached a hot second publicity effect and a $2 million an episode sky-high pay, enough to make netizens discuss for days. Zhang Yuhua said, So, what you are saying is that this topic is most likely Penguin Video's operation behind the scenes? Lin Dong said, projecting from the ultimate beneficiary, the possibility of it being Penguin Video is extremely high. Hearing this, little boy was instantly anxious. They're too despicable. I'm still a member of Penguin Video. I've supported them so much. I didn't expect them to be so shameless. Hearing this childish words from the little child, Lin Dong could not help but be dumbfounded. I am master. Don't laugh. Looking at Lin Dong even still have the mood to laugh, the little child immediately anxious voice, then what should we do? Are we really going to let those people on the internet scold Sister Wan Air like this? Of course there is a way. Lin Dong laughed. Since their aim was to use this opportunity to hype up the heat, then let them have no heat to hype up. Ha! What do you mean? Now, not only was the little kid a little confused, even Zhang Yuhua, a veteran in the entertainment industry, was a little confused. Let them have no heat to hype? How can they do that? Looking at the baffled little boy, Lin Dong smiled once again. It was time to show off the real skill again. Chapter 64? She's surprisingly not following the rules. Just as the entire internet was in an uproar over Yang Wanner's sky-high pay incident. Far away in the headquarters of Penguin Video Company in Deep City, the old president of Penguin Video was sitting in his boss chair in an old-fashioned manner, smoking a cigar while listening to the work report from the heads of the PR and operations departments. Mr. Lee, the person in charge of the operations department, said, Now the topic of Yang Wanner's sky-high salary on the internet has occupied the top 3 positions on the hot list of all portals, social platforms, and search platforms, and this Yang Wanner's popularity is still really high and scary. What's the point of being popular? She's still being toyed with by our Mr. Lee. The head of the PR department on the side fawned and offered a kiss of ass. With this method that Mr. Lin came up with, he saved our company at least $30 million in publicity. Mr. Lin, when do you think we should step in to clarify the matter of the astronomical pay? Seeing this, Mr. Lee leisurely exhaling a smoke ring, he asked without answering, "What's the reaction from Yang Wan-air's side?"
It is this news just came out that Zhang Yuhua contacted me, said that I helped together to send a joint notice to clarify the matter of negotiation pay. Of course, I was blocked back. The head of the public relations department immediately counted the way, after that did not look for me again. Well, then wait a little longer. Mr. Lee said slowly and methodically, there is still room for this heat to rise. And right now, Yang Wan-air is definitely more anxious than us. So even if she doesn't get our help, she will definitely release a clarification statement first. At that time, we only need to follow her lead and admit that this sky-high paycheck was provided by us, and we can easily grab all the attention and heat. The head of that PR and operations department immediately delivered a smattering of horse's ass. General Lee is wise. As a matter of fact, just as Lin Dong guessed, the driving force behind this sudden exposure of sky-high pay was Penguin Video. As for the reason, it was naturally very simple. It was to raise the heat and attention of their company's upcoming web series. Originally, they had planned to invite Yang Wan-air as the female lead to participate in the filming of this online drama, so that they could legitimately utilize Yang Wan-air's horrific popularity to publicize and accumulate popularity. However, who would have thought that Yang Wan-air would turn down the astronomical paycheck that she shouldn't have turned down in their opinion, which, while unexpected, also made them a bit annoyed. Without Yang Wan-air's joining, then what other way was there to maximize the heat? After thinking about it, it was ultimately their old boss who came up with a solution. Since there was no way to borrow Yang Wan-air's popularity by buying her, it was better to directly rub off on her. And so there was the next series of operations. Their plan was to first have someone expose the news that a production company had offered Yang Wan-air a sky-high paycheck to film a movie, and then use the public's attention to the sky-high paycheck to hype up the heat and raise the public's attention. In this way, Yang Wan-air would definitely come out and speak out to clarify this matter. How to clarify? That would naturally be to admit that there was indeed this matter of sky-high film pay, but she had already refused it. Once she made such a clarification, then the general netizens' attention would definitely be shifted from her body to the sky-high movie fee, and then they would be curious about which production company would pay such a high fee, and even more curious about what kind of blockbuster they were going to shoot, that they would be willing to give such a high price. At that time, Penguin Video, and then come forward to announce the sky-high pay as their own, and then the wave of publicity wave of their own upcoming film and television works, directly can be this sensational national attention and heat in the bag. Simply beautiful. As for whether Yang Wan-air would blame them for this, they didn't care at all. Not to mention the fact that you're an actor who was about to quit the movie and television industry. Even if you didn't quit, how could a small actor be qualified to fight with a platform? It can be said that this Mr. Lee's plan is playing loud and clear. Only, he never dreamed that someone had already deduced his whole plan in advance. Just as this Mr. Lee was enjoying the fawning and ass-kissing from his subordinates, and imagining the bright future of his company's web drama that had sparked universal anticipation due to Yang Wan-air's popularity, the head of the PR department sitting across the table, who was closely observing the network's dynamics, suddenly let out a loud cry. What is this situation? This yell directly scared Mr. Lee so much that he inhaled a mouthful of cigar smoke into his lungs. Cough. UING looking for death ah. After a burst of deadly coughing, Mr. Lee's total head of veins burst out angrily. You shouted a ghost ah. I'm sorry. Mr. Lee. I'm sorry. It's me who didn't hold back for a moment. Looking at Mr. Lee's hideous face, the head of the PR department immediately shrunk his head and apologized for a while. Idiot. Mr. Lee glared at him fiercely, casually extinguished the $1,000 cigar in the ashtray, and then asked, "What did you see? Such a fuss." The head of the operations department on the side also shamelessly went down the well. That's right. Old Wang, you are at least the head of the public relations department. On weekdays, Mr. Lee has always taught us to be steady and not to be shocked by things. The head of the public relations department glanced at the side, then quickly said to Mr. Lee, Yang Wan-air just sent a tweet to clarify. While saying this, the head of the PR department handed over his cell phone. What's there to see? Mr. Lee waved his hand and casually said, isn't it all within my expectation? Mr. Lee, look at it carefully. The head of the PR department said with a bitter smile, perhaps, it's not quite the same as what you expected. What do you mean? When Mr. Lee heard this, he frowned and took the cell phone and looked at the screen in doubt. At this time, the cell phone screen was displaying the latest update of Yang Wan-air's microblogging account. There is indeed this matter. Actually, I was still considering whether or not to take this invitation. Because, the one who invited me to participate in the recording of the program is my family's husband. He's going to open an entertainment company dedicated to producing variety shows, and then he wanted to invite me as a guest to participate in the recording of the show, and said he'd pay me $2,490,000 for the episode. At the time, I asked him why not $2.5 million. He said because 2.5 doesn't sound good. Mr. Lee? What the hell is this? It's obvious that we, Penguin, offered you $2 million an episode to shoot a web series. How the hell can you talk such nonsense? Variety show? For $2.49 million an episode?
You're kidding me. Chapter 65, This Nima. The company is not even registered on the first hot search. Faced with this microblog posted by Yang Wan-air, Penguin Video was thorough. They had originally planned to utilize Yang Wan-air's current popularity coupled with the attractive gimmick of sky-high film pay to attract attention and raise the heat, and then easily and happily pick off this fruitful result when the heat reached its peak. As a result, what they couldn't even dream of was that Yang Wan-air didn't issue a clarification notice as they expected, but instead directly admitted that there was indeed one, and even worse, she went so far as to say that it wasn't someone else who offered this price, it was none other than her husband. She was simply bolting. Mr. Lee trembled and growled. At this moment, his eyes were glaring, his forehead was even more veiny, his face was fierce, or was the leisurely and light-hearted before? But this was no wonder. After all, Yang Wan-air's microblogging had directly caused all his plans to go down the drain. He had worked so hard to plan for so long, and spent millions of dollars to ask the Water Army to operate the hype, but in the end, for others to do the wedding garment. Mr. Lee had even imagined that as Yang Wan-air's microblog spread out, more and more people would definitely be interested in the variety show she was talking about. For one thing, it was naturally because of the exorbitant remuneration. $2,499,000 for an episode of a variety show, not to mention in Xia, even globally there was no such precedent. Even in some small countries, this $2.49 million would be enough to record an entire season of a variety show. But in Yang Wan-air's mouth, this was surprisingly just one episode's pay for her alone. Secondly, since Yang Wan-air entered the entertainment industry, apart from participating in a few interview programs, she has not participated in any other type of variety show, therefore, there are bound to be countless people who are curious and looking forward to it. As for this third, it was naturally because Yang Wan-air said that this variety show was produced by his husband. Unlike what happened to him initially when he had just been exposed by the paparazzi as having an unmarried child with Yang Wan-air and was subjected to flesh and internet violence all over the internet, today's Lin Dong surprisingly also possessed a not so small amount of popularity on the internet. While many people were envious and jealous of him, they were also curious about him. After all, for an ordinary young man without any family background, simply because he was Yang Wan-air's earliest fan to have ended up gaining the favor of the goddess Yu, was truly a bit mind-boggling. Therefore, in these few months, there were countless people who were investigating Lin Dong, and in the end, they did gain something. According to the news broken out by the most well-known paparazzi in the country, Lin Dong currently owned more than 10 restaurants under his name, and all of these restaurants were cooperating with high-end Moon Child centers and nursing homes in Shanghai. In the breaking news, the paparazzi said that the charges of Shanghai's high-grade moonlight centers and nursing homes had always been not expensive, and this income alone brought at least tens of millions of dollars of income for Lin Dong every year. Of course, their pattern was still small. As a matter of fact, just by relying on these restaurants, Lin Dong's monthly revenue was in the tens of millions. In addition, just 3 months ago, on the day of the baby's 100th day banquet, Yang Wan-air had posted a photo of her family of 5 on her Weibo, which resulted in the accidental exposure that Lin Dong even knew how to weave and tailor. As Yang Wan-air posted the entire process of Lin Dong's weaving and tailoring on the internet, countless families of great value had contacted Yang Wan-air through various means, expressing their desire to order parent-child clothing. Although as of now, the general public did not know exactly how many orders Lin Dong had received, a conservative estimate was that it was definitely not under 20,000 sets. And according to the news revealed by an orderer, the price of a set of parent-child clothes for a family of 3 was at $2,400, so 20,000 sets would be 48 million. This money-making speed was simply comparable to a money-printing machine. As Lin Dong's 2 income items were exposed, the voice on the internet about Lin Dong not being able to match Yang Wan-air also dissipated. Many of Yang Wan-air's hardcore fans even willingly and openly called out Lin Dong as his brother-in-law, and even openly asked Yang Wan-air on the internet, "May I ask what other skills does brother-in-law have?" Just in this situation, Yang Wan-air said that her husband was going to want to open an entertainment company and produce some variety shows. This, inevitably, aroused strong interest from netizens. And just as Mr. Lee imagined, at this moment, underneath Yang Wan-air's microblog, messages from netizens had long since crowded out the entire comment section. This sky-high movie fee is actually true? And it's still $2,499,000 for an episode? My god. Wow. Wan-air is going to do a variety show? I'm looking forward to it. This legendary producer is actually brother-in-law? Oh my, is Sister Wan-air going to open a company and become a boss? So this is the surprise Sister Wan-air said she wanted to give us? Ha. So happy. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, in addition to the excitement and anticipation, there were also some blacks and spammers who started attacking along the way. Ha! A bunch of brainwashed fans. Didn't you guys say Yang Wan-air wouldn't take it? Let's see what she says. She said she's still considering it. That means there's a possibility she'll take it. Oh, on one foot she said she would quit the movie and TV industry, only to say on the back foot that she's considering whether to take it or not. Sure enough. Theater people are just that, theater people. You can't believe a word you say. That's it. $2,499,000 for one episode. What do you mean? How much do a bunch of old actors get? In the face of these spammers' attacks, Yang Wanner's fans were naturally nonchalant and immediately counterattacked. Are you guys blind? Sister Wan Air is talking about a variety show. It's a variety show. Not a movie or TV drama. It is. Sister Wan Air said long ago that she's quitting the movie and TV industry, not the entertainment industry. A variety show is not a movie or TV show, you know? There are still people who call her an actress. Did she eat your rice? Sister Wan Air pays more taxes every year than you all make in your lifetime. In terms of contribution to the country, you keyboard warriors are. What's wrong with $2.49 million? Look closely, this program is produced by her husband himself. He spends his own money and pays his wife as much as he wants. What do you care? Okay, let's just ignore these mindless hacks. It's more meaningful to talk about what kind of variety show my brother-in-law is going to produce. Right. It seems like Sister Wan Air has never participated in a variety show before. I wonder what kind of variety show brother-in-law will produce. Nowadays, the only variety show that can be seen is that Happy Camp. The other programs, either you want to fall asleep after watching them, or you want to curse after watching them. Anyway, no matter what, as long as Sister Wan Air is in it, I'll support any trashy variety show. That's right. Thus, in a wave of hot chat, Lin Dong wants to open an entertainment company as well as Lin Dong wants to produce the variety show with the first sky-high payroll in history, then together on the hot search, and all the way wildly surging directly into the major hot search list of the position of the first and the second. Such heat naturally alarmed many entertainment companies in the entertainment circle, and they immediately had people investigate this matter. As a result, it was discovered that so far, Lin Dong and Yang Wan Air had not registered any entertainment-related companies under their names, let alone any variety show projects. In other words, they hadn't even registered a company yet, and their works hadn't even materialized yet, and they had directly taken the first and second place in the hot searches of the entire network. This result instantly made all the entertainment company bosses feel a burst of egg pain. Grass. When did it become so easy to be on the first of the hot searches? Chapter 66, The Scent That Greedily Cried for the Entire Crew. However, it wasn't just those entertainment companies that had a pain in the ass at this time, there was also Zhang Yuhua. Hello? Mr. Zhang Ah? Hey. Yes, I am also looking at the microblogging it. Wan Air sent this, I also just saw. At present I am not too clear about the specifics. As you know, I've left the company, and I'm no longer Wan Air's manager. Yes, my relationship with Wan Air naturally still exists. Okay, I'll ask for you later to see what their situation is. Okay, no thanks. Next time if you have any big productions, you have to remember me. Okay, let's have coffee together next time. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone in a pleasant manner, Zhang Yuhua let out a long breath. Since Yang Wan Air released that microblog until now, in just half an hour, she had already received no less than 8 calls from entertainment companies and TV station leaders, all of which came to ask Yang Wan Air if what she said in her microblog, that her husband was going to open a company to produce a variety show, was true or not, and also wanted to inquire about what kind of variety show it would be in the end. Those entertainment companies were naturally thinking that if the program was reliable, they could take the initiative to recommend their own artists to come over. After all, with Yang Wanner as the gold standard, even the worst variety program could attract no small amount of attention, and this was also the reason why those TV stations called. If this variety show really had Yang Wanner in it, then they would be very interested in buying it. However, when faced with their inquiries, Zhang Yuhua was depressed because, just like these people, she had actually just learned that Lin Dong wanted to open an entertainment company and produce a variety show. You guys are asking me, who the hell am I going to ask? Just when Zhang Yuhua was spitting in her heart, the 9th phone call came in again. Zhang Yuhua looked down and got. It's from another entertainment company with a big reputation in the circle. Zhang Yuhua picked up the phone with an egg on her face. The moment she spoke, a smile appeared on her face. Hello, it's Mr. Su. After easily coping with another one, Zhang Yuhua finally couldn't hold back and dialed little boy's phone again. Just after the phone was connected, Zhang Yuhua heard a swish sound coming from the microphone, as if it was the sound of boiling oil. Hello, little boy, what are you doing? What was that sound just now? Zhang Yuhua asked. As a result, the little boy on the other side of the microphone did not say anything, but first came a gurgling sound, the sound of spittle. Sister Hua, I'm watching my master stir-frying vegetables. Hey mom, simply too fragrant. Zhang Yuhua? Stir-fry? What do you mean? You are not in the theater group? Zhang Yuhua asked suspiciously. Right. Xiao Tong said. Then what are you going to fry? Zhang Yuhua said, there is no kitchen over there. There's an induction cooker, said the boy. Zhang Yuhua was more and more puzzled. Induction cooker? Where did you get an induction cooker? Master brought it from home. The boy laughed and said, Master is worried that the boxed lunch of the crew is not hygienic, afraid that Sister Wana will eat it and it will affect her health and the health of the babies, so he specially moved all the things in the kitchen of the house to the car and brought it here, and now he is cooking outside the crew. Zhang Yuhua, what? This is the rhythm of moving the kitchen to the theater group, ah? This man is not crazy, ah? But why do you suddenly envy Wan Air? It feels like she seems to have really married in the right place. Ahem. Just when Zhang Yuhua was thinking nonsense, the voice of Xiao Tong came to her ears. Sister Hua, what's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? Oh. Zhang Yuhua immediately came back to her senses and said the reason for her visit. Do you know who sent that microblog of your sister Wanner? It was the master who sent it. The boy said. Sure enough. Zhang Yuhua immediately gnashed her teeth. This kind of moth is only something that man can pull off. Then you want Air Sister No Lin move with her microblogging sent this message? Zhang Yuhua said. No, ah. The little boy said, the master took advantage of Sister Wan Air rest, the content of the release to take to Sister Wan Air over the eyes, in order to obtain the consent of Sister Wan Air before posting. Zhang Yuhua couldn't help but be shocked. So, they are really going to produce a variety show? This I don't know, ah. The little child replied weakly. Zhang Yuhua said in a rude manner, it's useless. If you don't know, why don't you ask? Wouldn't you just ask Lin Dong directly? Oh. The little child immediately nodded, then looked at Lin Dong who was frying vegetables. Master, Sister Hua asked me to ask you, are you really planning to produce a variety show? Lin Dong, who was frying vegetables, turned his head and glanced at little boy's cell phone that was in the middle of a call, then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly and said, you tell her, you guess? Little boy, eh? Zhang Yuhua on the other side of the microphone. I guess your sister'd guess. That flower sister hasn't waited for the little kid to convey this sentence over. Zhang Yuhua yelled, forget it if you don't say it. With who rare like? Then hung up the phone. Little boy, oh. Xiao Tong, who was at the bottom of the food chain, could only express his trembling. Looking at the child's dumbfounded appearance, Lin Dong asked, what? Your flower sister hung up the phone again? Aha. The little child nodded. Hey. Lin Dong sighed, you said that your flower sister is a person, she is not small anymore, how come her temper is still so impulsive? Xiao Tong. Why is Sister Hua's temper so strong? Don't you have a point in your heart? Of course, Xiao Tong only dared to spit this out in his heart, and at the same time, he silently mourned for Sister Hua for 3 seconds. I don't know how, in the outside world has always been old and heavy and full of prestige flower sister, every time when facing Lin Dong, will always be in the disadvantage. Could it be that this was the legendary, one thing leads to another? At the same time in the child's imagination, Lin Dong's hands cannot be idle at all, still rapidly stir-frying. With the passage of time, under the effect of heat, the ingredients in the frying pan gradually began to undergo a qualitative change. The aroma from the ingredients themselves in the dual role of time and heat was constantly stimulated and then slowly radiated out to the surroundings. Under the blowing of the breeze, this fragrance gradually drifted towards the filming site of the crew. At this moment, on the shooting set, a group scene of a killer assassinating the male lead was taking place. Everyone had brewed up their emotions, set up their positions, and then with the director's order, start. A group of killers immediately and ferociously towards the male lead to pounce over. As a result, a refreshing fragrance suddenly drifted in. Then, a gurgling sound of abdominal chirping suddenly rang out from the group of killers, and immediately after, as if a symphony had been played, one after another abdominal chirping sound rang out from the group of killers, and then quickly spread to the entire crew. Director, eh? What the hell is this? When did this belly chirping sound become contagious? What's the matter with you guys? You haven't even eaten. Hungry like this? Just as he finished speaking, the refreshing aroma drifted right in front of him. Then a suck. Gulp. A belly chirping sound rang out from his abdomen. Director. The assistant next to him. All the cast and crew on the set. Chapter 67. This caught off guard dog food, yo. The entire crew was fed. Facing the gazes projected from all around, the director couldn't help but blush with his old face, then immediately turned his face to the assistant director in charge of logistics and scolded, "What the hell? Who opened the lunchbox in advance?" When the assistant director heard this, he immediately shouted, "No, directors, our lunches are all still sitting there untouched." At the same time, the assistant director muttered silently in his heart, "Besides, it's impossible for our lunch to have this kind of aroma. It hasn't moved?" The director froze for a moment, then where did this scent come from? The assistant director pointed outside and said, "It seems to be drifting in from outside." Outside? The director couldn't help but frown, and immediately shot a staff member to go outside and see what's going on. The security guards of this base were also too unreliable. How dare they let the vendors from outside in? Good director. I'll go out and take a look. That crew member immediately ran out. After a few moments, the crew member ran back and said with a strange expression on his face, "Director, someone is indeed cooking outside, but what? But what?
Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, the director glared at him fiercely and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and inform the base security to drive that vendor out? Can't you see he's interfering with our shooting schedule?" However, the staff didn't move their feet, but said with an aggrieved face, "But he's not a vendor." When the director heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not a vendor? Who else could it be if not a vendor? The staff looked at Yang Wan-air, who was resting on the side, and said, "Yes, it's Ms. Wan-air's husband." Mr. Wan-air's husband. At the scene, everyone who heard this froze for a moment, then turned their heads in unison to look at Yang Wan-air. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Wan-air nodded her head blushing and said, "I'm sorry, director, my husband is worried that the meals I eat outside are unhygienic, so he insisted on accompanying me to the set and cooking for me over here." Director. All the cast and crew. This nigga, just because he's worried that the meals outside are unhygienic, so he runs straight to the set to cook for his wife? This dog food spread, damn, also too caught off guard. On the scene, a lot of female single girls even cast envious gazes at Yang Wan-air. Hey! I envy Yang Wan-air. Why can't I meet such a good man? Seeing that the crowd at the scene was being fed with this bowl of dog food to the point that their mindset collapsed, the director could only helplessly announce a break. Okay, let's just shoot here first. Set manager, hurry up and hand out boxed lunches for dinner. After eating and resting for half an hour to continue. Good Lou. The field service immediately answered the voice and ran to the place where the lunchboxes were placed, and then quickly began to distribute the boxed lunches. Seeing that everyone is ready to start eating, Yang Wan-air immediately said, "Director, then I'll go out first." The director nodded his head in a hurry. Okay. Thus, Yang Wan-air walked out of the shooting site alone. Once out of the door, Yang Wan-air saw Lin Dong was wearing a sun hat, skillfully frying vegetables underneath a large tree, while on the side of a simple dining table, a dust cover had been put on. Yang Wan-air approached to take a look. 4 plates of dishes had been placed inside, and a burst of aroma was constantly emanating out through the dust cover. At the same time, Yang Wan-air noticed that apart from these 4 dishes, there were also 3 large sea bowls on this simple table, only that the top was held by 3 plates, so she couldn't see what was being served here for a while. The shooting is over? At this time, Lin Dong has also long noticed the Yang Wan-air, immediately said with a smile, "Hungry? Rice has been cooked, you eat first, I fried this dish, and then put a soup will be fine." "I'm not hungry yet," Yang Wan-air shook her head, "I'll go check on the baby first, and eat with you later." That's fine." Lin Dong nodded his head, then turned to Xiao Tong, who was looking after the baby who had just woken up next to him. "Xiao Tong, the crew side is starting to eat, so send those 3 big bowls of food over there, and let them watch and divide it amongst themselves." Xiao Tong. Little child immediately nodded her head, then called the nurse little sister next to her to join her, and one of them held up a big sea bowl on the dining table and walked towards the shooting site. Yang Wan-air curiously said, "What kind of dishes are in those big bowls?" "It's the same as what we are eating," Lin Dong smiled and said, "We are dragging our family to this side to cause trouble for the crew, so we must not give them a gesture and treat them to some good food." Hearing Lin Dong's words, Yang Wan-air couldn't help but laugh dumbly, and at the same time, she was also at peace with Lin Dong for being so considerate. Admittedly, Lin Dong's cooking outside the theater group would not have any substantial impact on the group, but there would definitely be some jealous people who would not be able to avoid muttering that Yang Wan-air had a really big show, and that she even let her husband personally come to the scene to cook for her to eat when she was filming a scene. Once this kind of thing is transmitted to the internet, as long as there are people who have the heart to bring a little rhythm, then Yang Wan-air will certainly not escape the suspicion of a big brand. But now, Lin Dong sent the same dishes to the creators of the crew. As the saying goes, eat people's mouths are soft, take people's hands are short, they naturally can't mutter anything, and even when someone questioned Yang Wan-air about playing a big shot, it's possible that these people will still be on her side to speak on her behalf. And these were things that Yang Wan-air hadn't even considered before. Just shortly after the little kid trio entered the venue, a sudden gasp of astonishment came from inside the room. "Wow! It seems like that's the scent. That's what I just tasted. The smell of braised pork. Wow! Is this braised pork with dried bamboo shoots? It's delicious. This is beef brisket with potatoes, right? Wow! This brisket is so tender. And it's not stuffed at all. Hey! How can this broccoli be so good? Oh, my God! This is the best broccoli I've ever had in my life." Listening to the constant exclamations and praises coming from inside, Lin Dong and Yang Wan-air could not help but smile at each other. Soon after, the theater group that Yang Wan-air was a part of updated their official Weibo account with a set of 9 panel photos. In addition to having the stills of Yang Wan-air and several other main actors taken on the set, there were also those 3 large bowls of food. Raging praise for Sister Wan-air's acting skills. On the first day of shooting, 0 NGs. Worthy of the ceiling of domestic actresses. What's more, I have to thank Sister Wan-air's husband, dear brother-in-law, for cooking the delicious food on the set. The taste is simply fantastic. In addition to the crew's official microblog, all the actors and actresses of all sizes involved in this drama also posted similar content on their microblogs. At this time, on the internet, countless people were still having various discussions over the microblog that Yang Wanner had previously posted. As a result, they suddenly found a microblog message about Yang Wanner's latest recent situation and immediately flocked over. One look. Only then did they realize that in addition to bringing her 3 babies to the crew, Yang Wanner had actually brought her husband to the crew as well and had even directly made him work as a chef in the crew. Chapter 68. Give me a dozen of such husbands. No one knows better than me. Ouch I go. Lin Dong also spoiled his wife too much. Surprisingly, he ran to the crew to specifically cook for his wife? Right. I remember there was a media report that Lin Dong's monthly earnings were at least $10 million. And he's even cooking for his wife? And he even went straight to the movie set to cook? How many men can do this? It's not that he can't do it, it's just that it's not necessary, okay? If I had the money, I'd hire a couple of 5-star hotel chefs to cook for my wife, right? I don't even need to do it myself. I feel the same way. This news is so fake, it always feels like a show. 5-star hotel chefs? Oh. You don't know that, do you? Lin Dong received 15 chef disciples, 8 of which are chefs from 5-star hotels. These chefs gave up hundreds of thousands of annual salary in 5-star hotels and ran to learn from Lin Dong. A little bit of brains know what this means. Lin Dong's culinary skills were already so powerful to this extent? 8 5-star hotel chefs still had to learn from him? Or else? Look at the celebrities who just tweeted in praise of Lin Dong's skills. Several of them are 1st and 2nd tier actors in China. What haven't they eaten before? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Dong's cooking was really good, could they praise it like this? That's true. Then it looked like Lin Dong was really good. Indeed. A man who was so rich, who cooked such delicious dishes, and even more crucially, who was willing to sacrifice his own time to come over and specifically cook food for his wife to eat. Such a husband, simply. Sister Wan Air is also too happy. Wow. God. Please grant me a husband like Lin Dong. I'm willing to stick around for 10 years. Give me a dozen husbands like that. Lustful, 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 lustful. A dozen? A dozen? Sister upstairs, can you stand it? Upstairs brother, I suspect you're driving, and I have proof. Squints and smiles, squints and smiles, squints and smiles. As time passed, on the internet, the discussion about Lin Dong was getting more and more heated. Many netizens had angrily praised Lin Dong for this behavior of doting on his wife, and there was even a part of the netizens who said that they would officially become Lin Dong's fans from today onwards. On the scene, when the little boy told Lin Dong about this development on the internet, Lin Dong smiled and was not the least bit surprised. Fans? I'm not a star, what do I need fans for? After eating lunch, the 3 little ones were also hungry. Yang Wan Er immediately got on the car, fed the 3 little ones one by one, and after teasing them for a while, she reluctantly returned to the filming site and began to put in the filming. According to the past, after breastfeeding, the 3 little ones will soon fall asleep. However, I don't know if it was because of a change of environment that was a little unaccustomed, or because of the excitement of arriving at a new place. In short, Lin Dong coaxed for a long time, but these 3 little things still didn't have a little bit of sleepiness. So, Lin Dong simply directly carried the 3 little things to the stroller, and then strolled up to this movie base. Compared to Hengqing's 30 square kilometers of film and television base, which was comparable to a township, this film and television base outside of Shanghai was only 20,000 square kilometers, which was even less than 1/15 of Hengqing's. Of course, this was no wonder. Of course, it's no wonder, after all, it's Shanghai, where every inch of land is expensive. The local government can allocate you 20,000 square kilometers to build a film and television base has been considered the biggest support for the film and television industry. However, as the saying goes, the sparrow is small, all the organs are complete, although the place is not big, but the buildings of various dynasties are also complete. Lin Dong led the 3 little ones all the way from the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, and then from the Han dynasty to the Tang and Song dynasties. While walking, the 2 nurses who accompanied him suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, are you just going to stroll around like this and not take some pictures of the babies? Mr. Lin, are you going to take some pictures of the babies? Taking pictures?" Lin Dong froze for a moment, he hadn't really thought about it. Before this, Lin Dong was basically with Yang Wan Er with the babies, and Yang Wan Er liked to take pictures, so every time, she was the one to take pictures of the babies and then pass them on to him. However, now that Yang Wan Er was not around, if it wasn't for the nurse's reminder, Lin Dong really couldn't remember taking pictures for a while. Usually it's mom who takes pictures of them, I haven't really thought about it. Lin Dong smiled, took out his cell phone from his pocket, turned on the photo mode, stepped back a few steps, and then clicked a few pictures of the baby. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the milkman achievement of taking pictures of a baby for the first time. Rewarded with God-level photography skills. May I ask if the host extracts it? Hearing this system prompt, Lin Dong could not help but raise his eyebrows and looked at his cell phone, then without moving, he changed the shooting mode to the recording mode and recorded a 10-second image of the babies. As Lin Dong pressed the stop button, a system alert sound indeed came to his ears once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Milkman achievement for the first time to videotape a baby. Rewarded with a divine camera technique.
Will the host extract it? Extraction.
With a silent chant from Lin Dong, 2 streams of heat surged into Lin Dong's mind. After a few breaths, the various techniques carried by these 2 streams of heat were thoroughly integrated into Lin Dong's memory. Lin Dong then opened his cell phone's photo album, looked at the videos and photos that he thought he had just shot without doing anything, and then silently deleted them all.
What the hell did he shoot? Garbage.
After deleting all of them, Lin Dong turned on the shooting mode and took a wild shot at the 3 babies. What close-up, center shot, far shot, what zoom, exposure, etc., all sorts of knowledge about photography and videography techniques continuously appeared in his mind, and then he skillfully applied them to the shooting. After continuously taking 100 or so photos, Lin Dong finally exited the shooting function with satisfaction, and then randomly selected a few to send over to the little child. Wait for the break to show your sister Wan Air. Dejected, 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 dejected.
Within seconds of sending out the photos, the little child instantly sent an expression of amazement. Wow. Master. This is what you shot. This is also shot too good, right? Sister Wan Air said, in the future, the task of taking pictures of the baby will be given to you. Ha? Seeing the little child then sentence, Lin Dong could not help but froze. What? Your sister Wan Air is not shooting?
Soon, the little boy's WeChat sent a voice, is Yang Wan Air's shooting a problem? The director always feel that the camera picture is not right, but cannot say where there is a problem, is studying it. Hearing Yang Wan Air's words, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I'm coming over to take a look.
Yang Wan Air, what's the point of you coming? It's not like you know how to shoot a movie. Hearing Yang Wan Air's slightly pouting voice, Lin Dong smiled. In the past, I didn't know how to do it, but now. No one knows more about videography than me. Chapter 69. This is a god who has descended to earth, isn't it? When Lin Dong came to the shooting site, he saw the crew scattered around the site in 2s and 3s, the actors gathered around Yang Wan Air, chatting in a low voice. As for the director, he was in front of the monitor with a few assistant directors and cameramen, all frowning, shaking their heads and sighing. Master. You came? When Lin Dong just walked into the shooting site, the sharp-eyed child immediately spotted him and immediately called out happily. In the quiet occasion at hand, this call of hers immediately startled the people present, causing them to raise their heads in unison to look over. Originally, the director who was agonizing over the filming problems was startled by this shout and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to scream and curse, but when he looked up and saw that it was Lin Dong, he immediately swallowed back the expletives that had already rushed to his mouth. Mr. Lin, you are here to see Wan Air, right? It just so happens that they are all taking a break. The director forced himself to greet Lin Dong. However, to the director's surprise, Lin Dong directly walked up to him and said with a smile, I heard Wan Air say that you've encountered a problem on your side, director? I wonder if it's convenient to tell me what the problem is. What's the problem? Hearing this, the director as well as the members of the directing team beside him froze for a moment. Oops. You really dare to say it. Right at this moment, Yang Wan Air came over with an angry face and pulled Lin Dong's arm. You don't know how to shoot a movie. What are you doing here? Come with me, don't interfere with the work of the director's team. I don't know how to shoot a movie, but I know how to videotape. Lin Dong smiled and said, I definitely don't understand the plot, but if you have a problem with the camera presentation, I should still be able to provide some help. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Yang Wan Air first let out a sound of astonishment. When did you become a cameraman again? Lin Dong laughed, gently scraped Yang Wan Air's nose and said, your husband will know a lot more. Slowly perform to you later. Being Lin Dong made such an intimate action in public, Yang Wan Air could not help but shyly raised her fist and gently punched Lin Dong's chest. Hate. So many people are watching. Everyone around. This Nima. This handful of dog food was really caught off guard. It doesn't matter. Sister Wan Air, you guys go on. Just pretend we don't exist. That's right. We didn't see anything. You guys go on. Being said so by the crowd, Yang Wan Air instantly became even more shy, and her entire head was almost bought into Lin Dong's arms. There was no way. Growing up so big, Yang Wan Air simply did not have such intimate moves with people in front of people, even in the theater, are to the point, there is not a trace of intimate scenes, so that now, even if it is the mother of the 3 babies, that kind of from the instinctive sense of shyness has not been able to fade away. Looking at the shy Yang Wan Air, the director was also tired for a while. My ancestor If you're going to show your love, can you do it somewhere else? I'm so worried that my head is about to explode, but you're still spreading dog food for us to eat? You really think I don't dare to get angry? Well, I really don't dare. In the end, the director coughed lightly and asked, Cough that Mr. Lin, do you really know how to film? Well, Lin Dong nodded, slightly understand. Crowd. Hearing Lin Dong's words, everyone immediately revealed an expression of disbelief.
These members of the director's team and cameramen present here, which one of them hadn't been immersed in the field of camera work for many years, not to say that they had mastered the camera work skills to perfection, but at least they were much better than you, who had a slight understanding of it, weren't they?
They can't do anything about it, so you dare to come and join in the fun even if you only know a little bit about it?
Only because of Yang Wanner's relationship, coupled with that lunch at noon, the members of the director's team could not say anything. Lindong naturally saw their thoughts, smiled and said, "Anyway, you guys can't think of a way now, dry waiting to waste time. Why don't you add me one, together help you think of a way, anyway, you don't have anything to lose, right?"
The crowd heard, "It makes sense."
Several people looked at each other, and finally the director said the problem. It turns out that, according to the plot, a blind paragraph of the plot should be a group of killers in the house captured the heroine and then coerced the hero to put down their weapons. The director hoped to shoot this section of the atmosphere can be suppressed, but ultimately changed a few shooting methods, and even changed a number of filters, but always failed to get the point. After listening to the director's narration, Lindong looked at the several recording clips that had been filmed before, and then looked up at the recording site in front of him. In the end, Lindong pointed at the fill light next to him and said, "Have you guys tried turning off this fill light?"
"The fill light?"
A cameraman immediately said, "If you turn off this fill light, the picture effect of the camera will become very gray."
Lindong blandly said, "Grayness itself carries a certain depressing effect, and isn't this the kind of atmosphere you want?"
Hearing this, the crowd froze in unison, and after freezing, the director's eyes suddenly lit up.
"Why didn't I think of that?"
The director seemed to have realized something, his spirit was shaken, and he immediately called out, "Lighting technician, remove these fill lights for me.
Quickly! Attention all units! Hurry up and get into position. Let's do another one."
Hearing the director's greeting, the crowd immediately returned to their positions, and Yang Wanner also immediately walked to her own camera position.
"Attention all units to action."
With the director's start, within the camera, the various actors immediately began the content of the plot according to the lines that had been matched beforehand.
This shot was 30 seconds. Cut.
After the assassin grabbed the female lead and uttered the request for the male lead to put down his weapon, the director excitedly shouted a stop. "Everyone stay where they are for a moment first.
I'll go back and look at the effects, haha."
The director immediately let his assistant click on the playback and looked at the effects of this 30 seconds of filming, and then realized that the picture and atmosphere presented in this image was exactly the kind of feeling that he had asked for in his heart, and even more so than ever before.
"Ha ha. That's right. That's the feeling. Ha ha."
The director laughed out loud in excitement, while the other members of the directing team also applauded happily. At the same time, the eyes they looked at Lindong were even more filled with amazement and admiration. They had never dreamt that the problem that had tormented them for more than half an hour had been solved by Lindong in a few words. "Teacher Lin," without realizing it, the director's address to Lindong has also changed. "There are still a few places on my side that I think are a bit problematic. Why don't you help me take a look again?"
Lindong nodded. "Fine. You say. Come. You come this way to sit."
The director immediately and enthusiastically invited Lindong to the director's seat, and then pulled out the several segments that he felt were not in place enough in the monitor and played them for Lindong to see. In fact, he was just holding the idea that there was nothing to lose by giving it a try, and didn't really hold out too much hope. But as a result, Lindong gave him an unexpected surprise. After watching the few clips that the director had transferred out, Lindong quickly found the problems and corrected them one by one. As a result, the director immediately followed Lindong's corrections and reshot those few clips again, and then took another look.
Perfect. Now, the eyes of the entire crew towards Lindong completely changed. This Nima. This man is not a god of heaven, right? This camera technique. This camera control. Simply unrivaled. At this moment, the entire crew, especially the few camera industry, looked at Lindong's eyes, simply like looking at the descending gods. They were filled with admiration and fervor. Chapter 70 Unexpected Changes. Well, this I also understand a little. Under the technical guidance of Lindong's godlike camera control and image capture, the crew quickly completed today's shooting scene. Thus, before 5 o'clock, the director announced that he was calling it a day. Many people thought that the drama cruise scenes were all shot from day to night, but in fact, this was not the case. Unless they encountered a bottleneck of actors or a tight shooting schedule that needed to be rushed, they would basically finish at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, which would also allow the crew to save a sum of money on dinner. As the crew wrapped up, the staff members also withdrew one after another, and in the end, only the director's team and a few of the main actors as well as Lindong and the others were left. Originally, the director had wanted to invite Lindong to a nearby hotel for dinner to thank him for his help today, but was turned down by Lindong with the comment that what the hotel made wasn't necessarily as good as what he made himself. Considering that returning to the city now would encounter the evening rush hour, Lindong simply cooked dinner directly on the spot, and then borrowed this shooting venue to have dinner with the main cast and crew. Compared to the 4 dishes and 1 soup eaten at noon, the dinner was much lighter, basically focusing on vegetables, but it still gave the creators a lot of praise.
After the meal, the director and others discussed with Lin Dong about some techniques and means of videography. However, Lin Dong, who possessed god-level camera skills, had mastered skills and techniques that far exceeded their imagination. So gradually, the discussion turned into an invitation to teach, and their sitting posture also had the original casual became more and more solemn, to the end of one by one sitting upright, simply like an elementary school student listening to a lesson, two eyes unblinking looking at Lin Dong, face full of devout expression, simply as a group of believers. Those who were not engaged in the camera industry simply did not know what those techniques and means revealed by Lin Dong meant. That was something that could allow them to save 7 or 8 years or even 10 years of fumbling, and could directly allow them to reach a high segment or even a top position in the industry. So much so that there were a few cameramen who were even so excited that they almost knelt down to worship Lin Dong as their master. In response, Lin Dong smiled and said, "I have rules for accepting disciples." Those few cameramen immediately said, "What rules, you say?" "All my disciples have to sign under my company's name, and basically it's a long-term contract of 10 years or more," said Lin Dong. "Only if I agree to sign a long-term contract will I take him as a disciple and teach him my skills." When they heard Lin Dong say that he would sign a 10-year-long contract, those cameramen could not help but look at each other. This number of years was too long. One of the cameramen immediately asked, "Master Lin, I've heard that you've taken on several chefs from 5-star hotels as your disciples? Could it be that they also signed a 10-year-long contract?" Yes, Lin Dong smiled and nodded, all of them had signed 10-year-long contracts. Hiss. Now, even the few main actors on the side could not help but let out a surprised inhaling sound. One must know that those chefs who could serve as chefs of 5-star hotels, their own culinary skills must have already reached a certain height. However, in order to be able to learn from Lin Dong, they were even willing to sign that 10-year-long contract, so it could be seen to what extent Lin Dong's culinary skills were high. These few cameramen asked themselves that their cameraman level in the cameraman circle definitely could not reach the heights of those 5-star hotel chefs in the culinary world, but even those chefs were willing to sign a 10-year-long contract, so why couldn't they gamble on it? Thus, after a meal, Lin Dong took in 3 more camera disciples. In response, the director was also envious. He, who also majored in videography, actually wanted to learn from Lin Dong, but he was now a director in size, and due to his face, he was always too embarrassed to open his mouth. For the next 2 days, the crew's filming had been proceeding in an orderly manner. With Lin Dong's occasional guidance, the crew never had any problems with the camera. When the producer learned of this, he immediately approached Lin Dong and invited him to become the assistant director of the crew, specifically responsible for the crew's camera work. As for the salary, according to the industry's highest standard, 20,000 episodes, according to a total of 58 levels to calculate, is 1,016 million, the producer said to make a whole, directly to 1,200,000. To know, the director to shoot this drama also took 1.5 million pay, the producer to Lin Dong's this pay is close to the director's pay. Of course, the reason why the producer dared to give such a high amount was also related to Yang Wan-er. After all, as Yang Wan-er's husband, Lin Dong's popularity on the internet was getting higher and higher. As long as the crew spread the news of him being the assistant director, it would definitely give the crew another wave of heat. In this regard, Lin Dong was of course well aware of this. However, being idle anyway, in the end, Lin Dong still agreed to accept this temporary job. Thus, on the 4th day of the crew's start, Lin Dong jumped from Yang Wan-er's full-time cook to the crew's assistant director. In the face of this sudden appointment, the creators and staff in the crew did not show any doubt or disbelief, but felt that it was a matter of course, and even after hearing this news, many people warmly applauded to express their welcome. Don't you see that with Lin Dong's guidance, every day the crew was able to wrap up half an hour earlier than expected? For the staff, anything that allowed them to leave work earlier was a good leader and must be welcomed. Soon, this appointment was also passed on to the internet by the crew. As they expected, the news of Lin Dong as the assistant director was instantly on the hot search, and the advertising effect was simply comparable to that of a $10 million operational advertisement. In this way, the entire crew smoothly filmed for half a month, basically completing the filming of all the literature scenes. The next step was the shooting of the more difficult martial arts scenes. As a matter of fact, before shooting the martial arts scenes, other than Yang Wan-er, all the other main cast members had already conducted action training several months in advance, thus showing the importance the crew placed on the martial arts parts. However, faithfully, the night before the martial arts scene was set to start shooting, the action director in charge of action direction accidentally stepped on the soap that fell on the ground when he was taking a shower, and then he tried to stabilize himself with a backflip, but he accidentally exerted too much force and landed on his head, which resulted in a concussion, and he was sent to the hospital. Faced with the sudden change of events, the entire cast and crew were confused. The director and producer immediately contacted other martial arts firms that specialize in action direction, but the result was that they were either unavailable or had a big mouth to feed, so the two of them were furious, and then squatted on the shooting set and sulked with a sad face. Just then, Lin Dong pondered for a moment, then haughtily said, "In fact, in terms of action, I also know a little bit." "Director? Producer? Yang Wan-er? Everyone? You know slightly again?" Chapter 71, No one can know Kung Fu better than Lin Dong.
Lin Dong even knows Kung Fu? A female match who had a good relationship with Yang Wanner couldn't help but ask, Wanner, your family sir still knows Kung Fu? I didn't know that either.
Yang Wanner was also dumbfounded, she had never seen him practicing Kung Fu at home before.
Little boy, have you ever seen it? No. Xiao Tong was also dumbfounded, but master's knife work is awesome, yeah. He's not practicing swordplay, is he? Yang Wanner and a few of the surrounding actors. Is knife work in the kitchen the same thing as knife skills? Director Shaolin, are you telling the truth? The producer asked with half anticipation and half hesitation.
Lin Dong laughed and said, if you don't believe me, you can find a brother from a martial arts firm to come and practice. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the producer and director could not help but be moved. The two looked at each other and immediately called in a martial arts master. This martial artist was that hospitalized action director's eldest disciple, and because of his master's accidental hospitalization, he was now in charge of handling all sorts of work for the crew and the martial arts firm. In the past few days, he had also already heard that the crew seemed to be approaching other martial arts firms, and thus he had not been giving the crew a good look in the past few days. After all, people's masters had just got their hands on the front foot, and you ended up going behind their backs to contact other martial arts firms. That's a clear indication that you want to kick them off. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was Lin Dong. In fact, after obtaining the divine grade athletic talent and divine grade fighting talent, Lin Dong had enrolled in several martial arts schools in Shanghai to start learning various kinds of leg and foot kung fu. In just 1 month's time, Lin Dong mastered a variety of boxing styles, and in the following half a month, he began to engage in practical drills with the coaches in the martial arts halls, and then spent another half a month defeating all of the coaches in the several major martial arts halls. Faced with this kind of demon, the bosses of those martial arts centers stepped in and not only refunded Lin Dong's tuition fees in full, but also expressed their willingness to offer millions of annual salary to invite him to come to their centers as an instructor. Of course, this invitation was rejected by Lin Dong, but Lin Dong also promised them that he wouldn't tell the truth about punching through them, which was considered a good karma. And just 2 days after punching through the martial arts school, Yang Wanner resumed filming, so Lin Dong brought his babies to follow him. Then one morning, because of the early arrival, the crew has not yet started. While Yang Wanner went to make up effort, Lin Dong will take the babies in the base wandering up, and then saw a group of martial arts line brothers in the morning practice. After watching their sparring for a while, Lin Dong has some skills itch, went up and exchanged with them. This exchange was half a month. Then from a 1-on-1, to a 1-on-2, to a 1-on-3, just yesterday morning, Lin Dong directly took on 10 of them 1-on-1 and beat them. However, because the time was still early, the location of the martial arts firm's morning practice was remote, there were not many people, so there were not many outsiders to find out, plus the brothers of the martial arts firms felt that they had lost face by being beaten through by a person picking 10, and did not say anything, so no one knew that Lin Dong was so capable of fighting so far. What's up? Mr. Zhua, what do you want from me? This martial arts senior brother did not give the director any good face, but when he saw Lin Dong, that ugly expression immediately put away, even with a trace of respect. Lin Dong, you are also in awe? Lin Dong smiled and said, well, Brother Dechuan, we are chatting about the action design of the crew. What else is there to chat about? Upon hearing this martial arts master who was called Brother Dechuan by Lin Dong immediately had his face darken once again. He who had been practicing martial arts with his master since he was a child and selling his skills, had not read any books and was straight, and never beat around the bush in his speech, saying whatever he thought. He looked at the director and producer on the side. They were not already contacting people from other martial arts firms a long time ago. You guys are all really mean. My master has only just been admitted to the hospital for a few days, and he's already in a hurry to kick us out. Do you know that you've broken the rules of the martial arts industry? When the director heard this, he immediately glared with both eyes and shouted, Wu Dechuan. Don't be so gloomy. If you guys can design some reliable moves, why would I have to go out and look for help? Wu Dachuan opened his mouth to retort. But thought about the actions he designed a few days ago. Well, there is really no reason to refute, then grunted, well, was talking about this nonsense. Say, looking for me for what? Is it to let us roll off? No one is trying to get you guys to leave. Producers have obviously also been to this Wu Dachuan tolerate, but you want to dare to be so gloomy. Now give me the old man to get out. Brother Lu, calm down. Let me do the talking. Seeing that the two sides were about to come to a standstill, Lin Dong opened his mouth to stop them and then said to Wu Dachuan, Wu, you also have to sympathize with the crew. Zheng Master injured hospitalized. Now you martial arts and cannot find a person who can take on the work of Zheng Master. The left director and Lu anxious to find someone to take over your master's work is also understandable. After all, this day cannot be found. The crew will have to stop here for a day. Every day's expenditure is tens of thousands of dollars. Even if the crew is rich again, but also does not stand to spend off. Don't you think so? Moreover, Director Zhua means that he only wants to find a kung fu director who knows what he's doing. As for the dragon and tiger martial arts masters, he still wants to use you guys, so you're really wrong about Director Zhua and Brother Lu. Ha! After listening to Lin Dong's explanation, Wu Dechuan froze for a moment and then looked at Director Zhua and producer Lu, his face filled with astonishment. Faced with the other party's astonished expression, Director Zwa immediately said without a trace of humor, "Don't doubt me. It's not like it's the first time I've worked with your master. You go ask him, am I the kind of person who crosses the river and breaks the bridge?" In the face of the left director of this sentence, Woo Dachwon immediately scratched the back of the head. "In order to be my master, he is still in a coma because of concussion. I cannot ask director, producer, Lindong." Several people laughed helplessly. "Come on. This is a ing bean. So then what are you guys looking for me for now?" Woo Dachwon asked. The left guide pointed at Lindong and said in a good-natured manner, "Master Lin said that he knew Kung Fu, and said that if we didn't believe him, we could call a few of our martial arts brothers to come over and spar. So I called you over." "Hear this," Woo Dachwon immediately said. Hearing this, Woo Dachwon immediately grew his mouth. In the next second, he immediately nodded his head repeatedly and said, "That's absolutely fine. Director Lin's Kung Fu is even better than our master's. Letting him be the action director, our masters and brothers in the martial arts business are absolutely convinced." The producer at the side immediately stared in disbelief. "What? He really knows Kung Fu, huh? You say that?" In the entire movie and television base, there is no one who knows Kung Fu better than Lin Dao. Woo Dachwon blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, "Just a few days ago, Director Lin picked 10 of us and defeated 10 of our brothers and sisters well." Woo Dachwon instantly realized that he had blurted out his words and directly gave himself a mouthful to stop. However, the people around him had already heard his words, and then one by one, their eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and then they all looked at Lindong in unison. He had actually defeated those big old men from the martial arts firm? Or 1 against 10? 1 against 10. Awesome. Chapter 72, Conquering the Crew Again. The director who raised his eyebrows. Hearing Woo Dachwon's words, the director and producer finally realized why this big old man who was straightforward and spoke without a brain treated Lindong so politely. Obviously, this was being convinced by Lindong. "Director Shaolin, you actually know Kung Fu, ah?" The producer said with some excitement, but soon, he immediately realized a problem. However, knowing Kung Fu and being able to design Kung Fu were two different things. After all, if you want to say you know Kung Fu, those martial arts masters in the martial arts firms all know Kung Fu, and some of them are even very powerful, but once they are asked to design a little bit of action, then basically not many of them can be put to use. Hearing the producer's words, Woo Dachwon at the side immediately turned black. "This Nima. It's not just him. Damn it." Woo Dachwon moved his mouth, wanting to retort, but after thinking about the sets of hot actions he had designed a few days ago, hey, forget it, what he said was also the truth. How about arranging an action scene to see? The director on the side looked at Lindong and asked. Lindong smiled and nodded, "Yes. I have no problem with that." Thus, the director immediately called in the main actors and the Dragon Tiger martial artists. When the crowd heard that Lindong was going to rehearse an action scene for everyone, they even gathered around, their faces filled with astonishment and anticipation. "Sister Wan-er, do you think Master, he really knows how to do it?" The little boy accompanying Yang Wan-er had a curious face. Yang Wan-er nodded and said, "Since he dares to take this job, he must be sure of it." "That's also true." Little boy nodded. In addition to little child, there were also quite a few people all around the crew who were all whispering softly, obviously all curious about this matter. Then in the crowd's attention, Lindong separately with the two sides to move against the explanation of the action, compared to their own understanding of boxing and Kung Fu. Dragon Tiger martial arts master, the male protagonist is completely a layman in action scenes, so can only be hand in hand to teach him one by one, and then let the Dragon Tiger martial arts master and his two in slow motion against the practice. This scene is a group scene where the protagonist defeats a dozen killers by himself, so Lindong has to design the movements of each martial artist who fights with the protagonist, and at the same time, he also has to take into account the stances and movements of others in their free time. Just like that, it was busy for almost an hour. The rehearsal was almost done. After confirming that these people had almost memorized their movements, Lindong clapped his hands and then looked towards the director. "Director Zwa, let's officially do it again." "Row." The director nodded and sat down in front of the monitor, after which, the stagehand in charge of the board walked to the camera. "Attention all units. 15th third act scene, start." Snap. As the stagehand slammed that report board down, the actors in the camera immediately opened their stance, and then fought in accordance with the actions that had been practiced for most of an hour before. In order to show the hero's martial arts, Lindong gave the hero to design the action as not complicated, not fancy, mainly as a fast and accurate, with an incomparably concise action to cleanly finish the opponent. The entire process lasted for about 20 seconds, and by the time the crowd came back to their senses, the male lead was the only one left in the entire camera. Click. With the director's click, a thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Director Kobayashi is awesome. This action, it makes my blood boil just watching it. How did this come out? Ouch. This action design is so cool. I've never seen such a clean kill. That's right. In all previous costume dramas, no matter who the protagonist fought, he had to fight for half a day, and each time, he had to use all kinds of powerful moves to do it.
But director Kobayashi designed this move. How much time did it take? Directly let the protagonist to the opponents down. The key is, even after no post-processing, look at it feel very powerful. This action design, awesome. Just as the onlookers were shouting their approval, that first-tier male lead actor, who was still unnamed, also walked up to Lin Dong with an excited face and gave him a hard hug. Director Shaolin, your action design is fantastic. I've acted in so many martial arts dramas, and I just felt the most comfortable with this action. Next to him, the actors who knew this leading man nodded their heads in deep understanding. That's true. Prior to this, all the martial arts dramas that this male lead had acted in were of the type where he was a martial arts expert and could fly through walls without moving. As a result, every time he shoots a scene like this, he has to hang himself. This pressure who fell who knows, just so a thin wire rope fell on the body, simply difficult to force, and an accident will be injured. But now, Lin Dong simply did not use any external pendant, not even a complex action, is so hurriedly and sharply to a battle scene to get it done, simple and directly to the male protagonist of martial arts to set up a strong character. No wonder the hero will be so grateful. Of course, the most excited person was naturally the director. After watching back the footage that had just been filmed, the director excitedly waved his fist. Perfect. Ha! Simply perfect. Director Kobayashi, you are truly a blessing to me. Ha! Now I finally don't have to look at the faces of those martial artists. Just then, the director's assistant suddenly handed over his cell phone. Director, there's a call for you. The director immediately took it over and looked at it, and his face instantly darkened. It was a call from the head of a martial arts firm that he had contacted 2 days ago. The director picked up the phone and didn't wait to open his mouth. A droning voice came from the microphone. Director Zhua, how's the consideration going? I'm telling you. I'm only giving you this price because we've had a drink together. If it were anyone else, it would have gone up by at least half. If this were an hour ago, facing this kind of shameless words, the director really have to endure. After all, so far, this guy's price was the lowest. But now with Lin Dong, how could he still hold back? You. Don't think that I don't know how much you're offering others. Take advantage of the fact that I'm in a hurry to use someone right now, and you damn well directly offer me twice the price. I'm putting it here today. If I come back to you in the future, I'm a son of a... After saying this, the director directly hung up the phone, and then immediately pulled this person black. After thinking about it, not to relieve the anger, the director directly made up a message. The few robbed the martial arts line all sent to the crew microblogging, said from now on resolutely do not cooperate with this kind of people who robbed the fire. In just a few minutes, it attracted the attention and messages of countless netizens. Watching the netizens all leave messages scolding those few robbers, the director instantly felt relieved. Chapter 73 The crew is killed. Lin Dong was on the hot search again. With Lin Dong's joining, the crew's filming progress skyrocketed as if on a rocket. Soon after, the news that Lin Dong served as the crew's assistant director and was also the action director also circulated on the internet, immediately attracting another huge wave of traffic to the crew. In the face of this soaring traffic, the producers were naturally smiling and even pondered whether to give Lin Dong more pay rise. Spent another half a month or so, the crew killed the filming in this film and television base, and then collectively went to 300 kilometers away from Hongdian for filming. Lin Dong naturally also brought the children to go together. After all, nowadays, he is not only the assistant director of the crew, but also the action director of the crew. Its position in the crew is already comparable to the general director. Here, the crew spent another whole month and a half to complete the rest of the content. In the end, after nearly 3 months, the director finally announced the finalization. At the greening banquet, Master Zhang, the recovered martial arts boss, returned with a group of disciples to specifically express his gratitude to Lin Dong. If it wasn't for Lin Dong, just according to Wu Dichuan's crappy character, there was a possibility that his disciples might have been replaced by the producers. Most of the people who practiced martial arts were not very good at talking, so they didn't say anything. They directly put their words of thanks in the wine, and they all toasted to Lin Dong. As for Wu Dichuan's gang, Lin Dong is really convinced, this 3 times defeated by Lin Dong also really let them feel loose face, so they seized this opportunity to Lin Dong to get drunk. However, they were afraid that they had never dreamed that the man in front of them was a hangman's existence. In the face of this gang of martial arts brothers' toasts, Lin Dong was not to be denied. One person drank a cup and then returned a round of toasts. Not enough? Another round. In this way, the toast circle after circle, to the end of all the martial arts brothers all fell on the ground, while Lin Dong still eyes cleaned holding a wineglass stood in front of the table, stood still. This scene instantly stunned the crowd at the scene. However, if anyone looked closely, they would have realized that at this time, Lin Dong had already been sweating profusely. In fact, long before attending the killing banquet, Lin Dong had a premonition that he would be poured with alcohol today, so he prepared a jar of silver needles in advance, and then stabbed the silver needles into a few acupoints that could accelerate the decomposition of alcohol before drinking. Under the stimulation of the acupoints, a glass of wine in the stomach, but only 10 seconds or so can be directly decomposed through the sweat glands out of the body.
It was no exaggeration to say that even if he drank until tomorrow, it was impossible for Lin Dong to get drunk. However, no one else knew about it, and just took it as Lin Dong's ability to drink was really good. As someone shouted out the slogan of the God of Wine, a chorus of unanimous shouts instantly came to mind in the entire venue. Very quickly, some photos from the scene of the killing banquet were posted online. At first, when netizens saw a group of people lying around where Lin Dong stood in the photos, they thought that there had been some sort of conflict and then Lin Dong had beaten them all down. As a result, after reading the description, they realized that this group of martial arts firm's Dragon Tiger martial arts masters were actually all killed by Lin Dong because they tried to dunk Lin Dong's wine and were killed by Lin Dong in return. This now shocked the netizens. There had to be 17 or 18 of them, right? Surprisingly, they were all dunked by Lin Dong? Aren't all Dragon Tiger martial artists famous for their ability to drink? This amount of alcohol must be the amount of 10 bottles of beer at the bottom, right? Lin Dong alone had poured them all down, so how much alcohol did he have to drink? 100 bottles? What kind of drinking capacity is this? What kind of drinking capacity was this Nima? By the way, will Lin Dong hit people when he's drunk? Didn't he say he knows Kung Fu? If he goes crazy, who can stop him? Upstairs. Upstairs, you're not thinking like everyone else. We're all praising Lin Dong's ability to drink, and you're the one who thinks of him beating up people after drinking? You're not thinking of him because you've been beaten up before, are you? Did you guys look at the picture carefully? But if you're drunk, the eyes of a drunk person will wander, but if you look closely at Lin Dong's eyes, they're still shining, there's no hint of drunkenness at all. That's right. Didn't you guys read the message from the crew? After the banquet was over, Lin Dong also helped to send that gang of drunken martial arts brothers back to their hotel rooms together. This Nima, it was almost as if he hadn't been drinking. This amount of alcohol. Simply awesome. This is definitely the most capable drinker in the entertainment industry, right? Awesome. This Nima is simply awesome. The next day, when Lin Dong woke up, he saw that he was on the hot search again. The title was the #1 wine god of the entertainment industry, Lin Dong. Looking at this hot search, Lin Dong immediately pulled the corner of his mouth. This damn thing can even be on the hot search, idle egg pain ah. So, he directly sent a message through his wife's microblogging, borrowing my family leader's microblogging number to send a message. There is nothing to brag about and nothing to be proud of when you drink well. The man's ability is never through drinking to show, so here also remind those who like to drink people, drink a little love, big drink hurt, alcoholism hurt. Internet resources are limited, I hope you can put more energy into other more meaningful things. Finally, thank you all for your likes and support. I'm off to prepare breakfast for the leader. That's all, see you later. As soon as Lin Dong's tweet was sent out, it immediately attracted countless netizens. Ouch, I went. I thought it was my goddess tweet. But it turned out to be my rival. Oomph. Let's go. Drinking is good for the heart, drinking is bad for the body, and drinking is bad for the life. That's so true. This is the most righteous celebrity I've ever seen. Sorry, he's not a star, he's just a star's husband. That's right. He's the assistant director and action director, not a star. Ha ha. Stars don't drink as much as he does. By the way, did you guys find any loopholes? He said he's going to prepare breakfast for the director? If my information is correct, shouldn't he be at the hotel? How can he make breakfast for the leader? There's no kitchen. Brother, you don't know much. There is a kitchen in the presidential suite of the hotel. You don't need a presidential suite, basically executive and above are equipped with electronic stoves and kitchen kits, it's possible to cook your own food. What? I'm the one who's ignorant. Originally, Lin Dong's intention of posting this microblog was firstly to remind everyone not to be greedy for wine, but rather to hope that everyone would not waste their time on such trivial matters, but as a result, he did not expect that once this microblog came out, it actually attracted more and more netizens' attention instead. As a result, after 10 minutes, a topic titled, God of Wine Lin Dong advises everyone to drink to the detriment of their health was once again topped on the hot search. What Lin Dong did not expect was that just half an hour later, the stock market opened and a group of liquor stocks led by Moutai instantly plummeted. And some good people directly combined the two together, believing that it was because of this appeal by Lin Dong that caused the plummeting of the alcohol stocks, and called this event the wine god effect. Lin Dong. 2 days later, the family finally returned to their home in Shanghai where they had been away for over a month. When they entered the house, Yang Wan-er directly jumped onto the sofa. It feels so good to be home. The three little ones sitting on the stroller were also waving their meaty little hands, seemingly cheering that they were finally home. However, it didn't take long to cheer. The second baby suddenly cried out with a wow sound. Then, the big baby, the third baby, followed closely behind and opened the trio. Got to. It was time to breastfeed again. Chapter 74, 3 variety shows tailored for Yang Wan-er. Originally, Yang Wan-er had planned that she would take a month's rest after completing this martial arts drama before going to complete the final step of filming the movie. As a result, because of Lin Dong's support, the drama crew finished the production more than half a month ahead of schedule, so this allowed Yang Wan-er to have more than half a month of rest time, which made her happy. After all, the time was shortened, but the pay that should be given was not a penny less. However, Yang Wan-er realized that she had no peace of mind after this break. Because, after learning that Yang Wan-er had finished filming the TV series, so many entertainment companies, network broadcasting platforms, and major star TV stations had contacted her through various connections, wanting to talk to her about the cooperation of the variety show that she and his husband, Lin Dong, were going to film. However, how did they know that in fact, even Yang Wan-er did not know what kind of variety show Lin Dong will shoot? The reason why she had said that on Weibo in the first place was also out of Lin Dong's authorization anyway. It was right to listen to her husband. However, what Yang Wan-er didn't expect was that the enthusiasm of those people would be so high. After receiving 7 or 8 consecutive phone calls, Yang Wan-er finally couldn't help herself and asked Lin Dong, "Hubby, didn't you say that you would produce a few variety shows before? What kind of variety shows are they? Now so many people are asking me, but I don't even know what to say." Looking at Yang Wan-er's bulging face, pretending to be depressed, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh, then extended his finger and poked her delicate face and said, "Wait for it." Under Yang Wan-er's puzzled gaze, Lin Dong got up and went into the study. After a while, he walked out with a stack of manuscripts, and then put the thick stack of manuscripts into Yang Wan-er's hand. "This is the program planning that I customized for you, see how you feel." When Yang Wan-er heard, her eyes lit up, and she took a look, but there were 3 copies. Wow! There are so many. While saying that, Yang Wan-er first flipped through the titles of these 3 plans. One was called King of Masked Singer, one was called King of Cross-Border Singer, and one was called I Am an Actor. The first 2 were easy to understand, a singing competition, while the last one looked to be related to acting. Yang Wan-er then placed the third variety planning at the end, first flipping through the first 2 singing categories. After all, from her debut until now, Yang Wan-er had to star in several dramas every year, and she was already a bit tired of the role of an actress. Compared to this stage, she was a bit more interested in singing. Then, Yang Wan-er first looked at the program planning for King of Masked Singer. When Yang Wan-er saw the setting that required every participant of King of Masked Singer to be masked from the moment they got off the car and wear a voice changer, only using their real voice when they sang, her eyes suddenly lit up. Such a program setting was simply unprecedented. It must be known that at this stage, there has never been a variety show about singers competing on the same stage in Xia's entertainment industry, let alone a format where the entire show is masked and no one can see anyone's real face. This instantly made Yang Wan-er fall in love with this program. Afterwards, Yang Wan-er continued down the page and saw the specific flow of the program. The program group will arrange 2 masked singers for the same stage PK, then the judges vote to leave a relatively average singing, and then with another group to stay in the PK, and ultimately lose will be eliminated. The judges will have to guess the identity of the eliminated person, and finally by the eliminated person to decide whether to reveal the face to leave, and as for the rest of the singers will be able to enter into the next phase of the competition. Each phase of a total of 8 contestants to participate in the elimination of 2, and then the next phase will be 2 new masked singers to make up for the next phase of the program will last 11 months, and ultimately competed for a masked singer king. After reading this planning program, Yang Wan-er immediately said, "This variety show is interesting. I like it. I'll join this one." "Don't be too busy to make a decision first." Lin Dong laughed and pointed to the 2 variety shows at the back and said, "You should watch these first." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan-er remembered that she still had 2 more variety shows on her hands, and immediately spat out her tongue before continuing to watch the second one. King of Cross-Border Singing. The overall competition process was actually similar to King of Masked Singer. The only difference was that one was a contestant with an unknown identity, while the other was known. The so-called crossover King of Songs means that the contestants are all non-professional level singers, who can be people from all walks of life. Of course, in order to ensure ratings, the program naturally can't invite those who are not famous or popular to participate, so the greater probability is to invite some popular actors and actresses in the entertainment circle or even directors, hosts, and the like to come over to participate and compete on the same stage. Although this program compared to the King of Masked Singer less mysterious and interesting, but increased a sense of competitive excitement. This one seems to be not bad at all. Yang Wan-er was suddenly torn. Forget it, let's look at the other one. Putting down the planning for King of Cross-Border Singers, Yang Wan-er looked at the 3rd copy of I Am an Actor. This variety show was to invite a group of well-known or unknown actors to compete on the same stage, and then several senior mentors would choose these actors to join their teams through their respective needs and preferences, and then the mentors would lead their respective teams to PK each other. Originally, Yang Wan-er thought that this I Am an Actor was a variety show that allowed Yang Wan-er to become this actor, but as a result, after watching it, Yang Wan-er realized that she was wrong. In the planning, Yang Wan-er suddenly saw her name appear in the column of mentors to be invited. In other words, she would be participating in the recording as the program's mentor. What? Why am I a mentor? Yang Wan-er was surprised, and at the same time a little apprehensive. "I can't do this, can I?" "Why can't you?" Lin Dong smiled and took his wife's shoulder, saying, Yang Wan-er, please don't forget, you are the Grand Slam winner of the Domestic Film and Television Awards.
If you can't be this mentor, then who else is qualified? In my opinion, in the entire acting circle of Xia, you are the most qualified.
Faced with her husband's boasting, Yang Wan-er's pretty face instantly blushed, then glared at Xiao Tong and the others who were snickering at the side, and said, You can't say this outside, lest some people chew on your tongue.
Don't worry, your husband, I'm not stupid, I'm just talking to you at home.
If it wears to the outside, then it must be the little kid who spreads it out.
I'm sure it'll be the little kid who spreads it, huh?
On the side of the small child who was snickering, which thought to see a hilarious can top a black pot, that face immediately collapsed. Master, you bully again.
Looking at that pitiful look, Lin Dong couple immediately laughed. Chapter 75, Heavenly Variety Show. After a burst of jokes, Yang Wan-er realized another problem. Hubby, I suddenly thought of a problem. Lin Dong asked, What?
Yang Wan-er said, Since there is King of Masked Singers and King of Cross-Border Singers, shouldn't there be a regular version of the King of Singers variety show as well? That is, a variety show where a group of professional singers PK on the same stage? Worthy of being my wife.
Just smart.
Lin Dong smiled and nodded. There was indeed another professional-level singer competition variety show, and the process was actually similar to these two variety shows.
Ah, there really is one? Yang Wan-er's eyes lit up and immediately said, What's the name? If you've prepared it, why don't you show it to me?
Called I Am a Singer, Lin Dong smiled and said, This program is designed to let a group of famous singers compete on the same stage for many years, and you have not debuted as a singer yet. It is not suitable for you for the time being, so I didn't show it to you. The program is designed for a group of singers who have been famous for many years to compete on the same stage. When Yang Wan-er heard this, she blinked her eyes. You don't want to invite the Heavenly Kings from 10 or 20 years ago to participate, right? Having this idea, Lin Dong smiled and said, But in the end, whether it will work or not, we still have to see if we can talk about it or not. After all, those Heavenly Kings and Queens are basically not too short of money, and it's not easy to invite them to participate in this program.
That's true. Yang Wan-er nodded, and more importantly, once she lost, it would be very humiliating. That's the point.
Lin Dong said with a smile, That's why I created another King of Masked Singer. I intend to produce both programs at the same time. Those who dare to PK head-on will be on I Am a Singer, and those who are concerned about their reputation and face will be on King of Masked Singer. As a matter of fact, in Lin Dong's past life real world, it was I Am a Singer that came out first and King of Masked Singer that came out later. It felt like I Am a Singer would be wonderful. Yang Wan-er's face showed an expression of anticipation, then she added, But I still think that King of Masked Singer will be a bit more interesting. Maybe when it airs, the ratings will be a bit higher as well. Hearing Yang Wan-er's words, Lin Dong could not help but smile. In the real world of his previous life, the ratings of King of Masked Singer were indeed quite a bit higher than that of I Am a Singer, and its lifespan was also much longer than that of I Am a Singer. This refers to the two originals from the Kingdom of Stick, not the two programs that were bought and produced by a domestic TV station.
After chatting about the content, Yang Wan-er then considered the most practical question, How much do you expect to spend on this?
In fact, the cost of hiring singers won't be too expensive, said Lin Dong. The preliminary stage can hire those former artists who have been famous for many years but haven't come out much in recent years. Their fame is loud enough, but because they haven't come out for a long time, their notice fee won't be too high. It's estimated that it won't be more than $10 million if they record for 2 installments. In fact, most of the upfront costs will be spent on music equipment. Lin Dong said, The most crucial part of these two programs is actually the audio-visual effect. Only by achieving the best audio-visual effects will we be able to capture the audience. Therefore, I'm going to expect to spend around $100 million to acquire audio equipment.
What? 100 million?
Hearing this, the boy and the two nurses on the side immediately revealed a jaw-dropping expression.
Not just them, even Yang Wan-er was taken aback. A variety show, to spend $100 million, and that's just for procuring sound equipment? This is also too extravagant. Will this not lose money? Yang Wan-er said hesitantly. Although Yang Wan-er felt that both programs were very interesting, the problem was that up until now, there had not been a program like this in the entertainment industry of Xia and even the whole world. It could be said that this type of variety show was a blank in the world's history of variety shows, and no one knew just how big the market was, and just how big the ratings could be. Once the estimation was wrong and the audience could not be attracted to see it, that would mean that the $100 million of expenses would all go down the drain. Lin Dong laughed, Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Then do you have enough money?
Yang Wan-er asked, I still have $50 million of financial cash in the bank. If I need it, I can take it out in advance, and then with the $10 million you gave me before, I will have $60 million. No need, Lin Dong smiled and said, I have already mortgaged the shares of a few of my restaurants with brother Sun and borrowed $1.5 million from their hands. It is enough for now. The Sun brother in Lin Dong's mouth was actually his partners in those high-end moon center and nursing home restaurants, that is, a group of tycoons in Shanghai. In fact, for Lin Dong suddenly want to cross the border to open an entertainment company to produce variety shows, his gang of rich friends in Shanghai are a little surprised, and even hate not optimistic. A few good relations even advised Lin Dong not to touch the showbiz stuff, the water in that circle is too deep. With $100 million, directly expand the business of this restaurant to the imperial capital, deep city, and other national first-tier cities he does not smell? Right now just in this one city in Shanghai brought Lin Dong tens of millions of dollars of income every month. If he occupied a few more cities, a monthly income of over $100 million would be just around the corner. Of course, they were only suggesting. After seeing that Lin Dong still insisted on opening an entertainment company, they still gave what help they could. For example, in terms of funding. Originally, these Shanghai tycoons wanted to directly lend their money to Lin Dong without interest, but they were politely declined by Lin Dong. After all, this friendship was friendship and business was business, it was not to be mixed up. So in the end, Lin Dong took out his 20% shares in each restaurant as collateral, and borrowed $30 million from each of the 5 people, totaling $150 million. And in terms of interest, Lin Dong gave them 2 choices. One was to calculate according to the conventional 2-cent monthly interest in the folklore, that is, the interest for $150 million for 1 month was counted as $3 million, that is to say, the interest for one person for 1 month was $600,000, and the second was to calculate according to the earnings of those 2 variety shows produced by himself, with each of them earning 1% of the earnings. If those 2 variety shows ended up reaping a profit of $1 billion, then each of them would get $10 million, but if those 2 shows flopped, then their earnings would also plummet. As a result, all 5 of them chose the latter. After all, for them, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars was nothing at all. Compared to that, they preferred to play around and just bet on whether Lin Dong could succeed or not. Only, what they didn't know was that it was this playfulness of theirs that ultimately allowed them to reap unexpected rewards. Chapter 76, The Official Launch, 10,000 People Expecting. After going over these 3 plans a few times over and over again, Yang Waner immediately said, "So when do you plan to start officially launching off?" "Any time," Lin Dong said. Yang Waner asked, "So have you found all the program teams?" "Almost," Lin Dong said. "I contacted 2 of his former college classmates through the left director. Currently these 2 people are in their respective third-tier city TV stations as variety show directors, so I scooped them both up and incidentally let the 2 people bring their respective teams over." Yang Waner's eyes widened when she heard this. "This has to cost a lot of money, right?" "Not a lot of money," Lin Dong smiled. "Do you know how much they get paid a month at the local TV station?" Yang Waner thought about it and said, "If a director, how can it be tens of thousands? Thinking too much." Lin Dong shook his head. "A local TV station in a first-tier city might have it, but a variety program director in a TV station in a third-tier city would be considered to be earning a high income. If they could have $5,000 a month, like any other ordinary team member, it would be $3,000 a month. If they are lucky and the program they are doing has good ratings in the local area, then they can still get some money, otherwise it's just a little bit of money at the end of the year." When Yang Waner heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked. So low? What did you expect?" Lin Dong laughed. "No matter which industry you are in, the income is pyramid-shaped. The ones who can really make money will always be a very small number. I asked them at the time, they had a team of 30 or so people, adding up to just $1 million a month of work. That's not even enough to pay a flow star for 1 episode of a TV series." Hearing Lin Dong's words, Yang Waner couldn't help but give him a blank look. "How do I feel like I'm being connoted again?" Looking at the 2 of them in this stance, the 3 Xiaotongs on the side immediately glanced at each other, then turned away with an incomparable tacit understanding. According to their experience of being fed dog food in the past few months, these 2 were expected to spread dog food next. As expected. Only to hear Lin Dong laughed. "Which is it?" "My wife is a superstar with both strength and traffic. It's not that bunch of traffic stars that rely purely on hype to get up can be compared to it." Hey, the husband insensate expressed the heart-surging feelings of admiration. In the face of her husband's kiss, Yang Waner tilted her head and said, "That's right. Listening to the movement of you and me over there, the 3 Xiaotongs on the side who had already turned their heads, immediately gave each other a look of celebration. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Otherwise, this dog food will have to feed a mouth. In the next period of time, Lin Dong led the 2 teams to start the construction of the arena. In the first stage, the 2 variety shows that Lin Dong was going to start at the same time were I Am a Singer and King of Masked Singer. One's point of view was the sense of competition, while the other focused more on the sense of mystery. Although there might be differences in the flow of the competition, they were generally similar. When Lin Dong handed these 2 variety shows over to the hands of the 2 variety directors who had just dug them over, the 2 were also amazed by the unprecedented planning. These 2 variety directors, one called Wang Yitsong and the other called Zhang Yibai, were both in directors' was college class, and were also brothers who had spent 4 years together in the same dormitory. After looking at the 2 plans, Wang Yitsong couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, what kind of curiosity singers do you want to invite to our program?" The curiosity of the 2 programs is not limited, not enough to make a difference. King of Masked Singer invited, strong, weak, well-known, unknown can be. But I Am a Singer must invite singers who are of high caliber and must make the audience feel that they don't distinguish between the best and the worst so that it's more interesting to watch. Mr. Lin, right at this moment, Zhang Yibai, who was on the side, suddenly said, "Can I say something about my personal opinion?" Lin Dong said, "You say." Zhang Yibai said, "I personally feel that the competitive feeling of this King of Masked Singer seems to have been weakened a bit too much, and the number of people who reveal their faces in each installment is a bit low." HM? Hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Then what are your thoughts?" "My idea is that since this program is crowned with the title of King of Songs, then the strongest person must be decided in each installment. Therefore, I feel that if this sense of competition can be elevated, coupled with the original sense of mystery brought about by this masked element, it will be a little more exciting." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong could not help but become interested. As a matter of fact, Lin Dong's planning for this masked singer mainly came from the idea of a variety show in his previous life, but because so much time had passed, his memory was slightly fuzzy, so he had only written a rough idea. Personally, I think each episode can be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is where the 8 contestants are divided into 4 groups to duet, and then the loser sings a solo song and is unmasked and exits the show. In the second round, the 4 contestants who have passed the first round are divided into 2 groups to sing a solo song, and the losers take off their masks and leave the stage. In the final round, the 2 contestants who have passed the second round will sing a solo song, the loser will be unmasked and leave the stage, and the winner will be crowned the King of Songs. Then from the second period onwards, after 3 rounds, there will be an additional King of Songs battle, where the newly crowned King of Songs will challenge the King of Songs of the previous period, and again, the loser will be unmasked and leave the stage, and the winner will continue to be crowned as the King of Songs. After listening to these words of Zhang Yibai, Lin Dong's heart could not help but be shaken, and some memories in his mind about install program were then awakened. That's right. Back then, the original King of Masked Singer seemed to be in this form. This idea of yours is good. Lin Dong immediately nodded his head and said, "Since you already have an idea, then this program will be in your charge." Hearing this, Zhang Yibai's eyes lit up and an excited smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely not let you down." Lin Dong turned to Wang Yitsong and said, "Yitsong, I'll trouble you to take charge of I Am a Singer." Wang Yitsong also immediately straightened his body and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely try my best to do a good job with this program." After delineating their respective responsibilities, the 3 of them began to discuss which singers to invite to participate. Very quickly, the news of Lin Dong officially launching the variety show spread, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Ouch, hey! So what the goddess said was true. Lin Dong really wanted to do a variety show? I wonder what kind of variety show it will be. It seems that the goddess will also participate. The goddess will probably be the host. I'm looking forward to it. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. At first, countless people were looking forward to Lin Dong's variety show. After all, this was one of the few variety shows that Yangwon Air had. However, very quickly, they side-heard that this variety show that Lin Dong was going to start was actually a singing variety show. Upon hearing this news, the fishing wheels on the entire network instantly changed. Chapter 77, the variety show that was mocked by the crowd. What the hell? A singing variety show? Nima, singing a song can be filmed for a variety show? Speaking of which, haven't singing variety shows existed for a long time? It's on our local jukebox. For $5, you can order a song on TV. It's great. I'll be damned. What's so great about a singing variety show? If I want to listen to a song, I can just turn on my music app. That's right. Does the goddess know how to sing? Or is she just there to be a host? A host in a singing program? Isn't that just a trophy? The national goddess is going to be the host of a variety show? That's a waste. If that's the case, I'm against it. Me too. What the hell is Lin Dong doing? What's he thinking? He wants to do a singing variety show? That's right. How about a talk show like Super Interview? Let the goddess find a group of celebrities to come over to talk, chat, and break some gossip. No good? What kind of singing variety show? It's a nuisance. I just went to search, whether it is our country or overseas, there is no such singing variety show. This is bull. You can even make a quiz program. For a while, all sorts of questions appeared on the internet. Very quickly, the entertainment companies, online platforms and TV stations that had previously been very active in contacting Yan Wanner also seemed to have lost track of them instantly. Then, news spread within the entertainment circle that Lin Dong had begun to be in contact with some singers within the circle, inviting them to participate in his programs. It was said that Lin Dong was being very mysterious, and when he sent the singers invitations, he didn't even say the specific format of the program, only that it was a singing competition type of program, and as for more specifics, they would only be able to know after agreeing to join and signing a non-disclosure agreement. For this situation, several popular singers directly posted on Weibo to mock, "Some people are really crazy." invite me to participate in the program, but the result does not even tell me the specific program process, but also said to agree to join and sign a confidentiality agreement before you can say.
Do you think you're studying atomic energy? It's all a big mystery.
And this microblog they posted also got retweeted by quite a few singers in the circle. Obviously, they also received the invitation letters sent over by Lin Dong, knew about this request made by the other party and were very dissatisfied. And after seeing their mockery, a group of melon eaters immediately came to their senses. In their opinion, in the face of this situation, Lin Dong's side will definitely come out and say something, especially Yang Wan-er, who is known as the devil who shows off her husband. It is very likely that she will have a wave of angry dislike with this group of people on the microblogging site, but to their dismay, since the beginning of the microblogging site of Yang Wan-er has always remained silent. Then, there were rumors that Lin Dong had already found all the guests and started recording the program. Many people were curious as to which singers Lin Dongfeng had found, and then what his so-called singing competition variety show was like.
It wasn't until a month and a half later, when Yang Wan-er's new movie started filming, that a microblog appeared on her Weibo to promote the start of the new movie.
And at the opening ceremony of this movie, Yang Wan-er naturally became the subject of everyone's competing interviews.
Wan-er, a while ago there were rumors on the internet that your husband was already recording a singing variety show? May I ask, how is the recording going now? Wan-er, your husband didn't accompany you to the opening ceremony today. Is it because he is busy producing the variety show? Wan-er, can you tell us what kind of variety show your husband is producing?
The reporters erected their long guns and short cannons, scrambling to throw all sorts of questions at Yang Wan-er, as if they were afraid that if they were slow to speak, they would miss this almost. As for the director next to him, whose face was already as black as the bottom of a pot, at this time, surprisingly, none of the reporters cared. After all, the opening ceremony of one of your movies is nothing more than going back and writing a few soft articles for you to promote and increase your exposure a little bit. There is not much to see at all. But Lin Dong's variety show was different. Although more than a month had passed since it was first rumored that Lin Dong had begun producing a singing variety show, and Lin Dong hadn't done a single bit of publicity during the process, the more this happened, the more curious everyone became. Such a variety show that was mocked by a group of singers as being delusional, and even Yang Wan-er's fans had called for a boycott, could it really be successfully produced in the end? Even after the production was completed, could this variety show be aired successfully? Some of those with dark hearts even launched a poll on the internet for netizens to vote on whether Lin Dong's variety show would flop or not, and the result was that more than 70% of the netizens voted for yes. In the face of the reporters on the scene who were trying to follow up on their questions, Yang Wan-er was looking very bland. Sorry, today is the opening conference of our movie, so I will only answer questions related to our movie. As for the variety show that my husband is producing, please wait for the official announcement that will come out soon. Hearing this, the reporters at the scene were stunned.
Official announcement? Wan-er, do you mean that your husband's variety show has already been placed on a platform and is ready to be aired? May I ask which platform? Wan-er, since the platform has already been confirmed, can you reveal a little bit in advance what kind of variety show this variety show is? Yes. Wan-er, at least give us some information. In the face of these reporters' questions, Yang Wan-er always smiles and keeps her mouth shut. Specifically, we'll wait for the official announcement. There are not many days left. I believe that by then it will give everyone a surprise. In the face of such a strict Yang Wan-er, the crowd was helpless. In the end, after the reporters routinely asked about the movie and received the red packets from the crew, they left the conference in disinterest. Soon after, live reports of the movie's launch appeared on the internet, and at the same time, there was also the news that Lin Dong's variety show was about to be aired. What made the crew's operations department vomit blood was that as soon as the latter news appeared, it wasn't long before it was directly topped on the hot search. What the hell is this situation? The operations department immediately logged onto the network to understand the situation, and after browsing through a wave of information, they sent down that the root cause of this, damn it, even ended up on Yang Wan-er. It turned out that the netizens were all expecting Lin Dong's variety show to hit the streets. Because they had heard that Lin Dong had spent more than $100 million to produce this variety show, and if it went down the drain, then he would definitely have to lose a lot of money. In that case, maybe Yang Wan-er wouldn't quit the movie and television industry so quickly in order to make up for her husband's shortfall. In response, the crew's operation department could only say. Just like this, another 3 days passed. It was on this day that the Song Festival Fruit Station suddenly released a variety show preview. The world's first large-scale singing reality show, I Am a Singer, is officially scheduled for Thursday night at 10 o'clock. 6 domestic veteran power singers will compete on the same stage, showing off their strongest singing skills on stage, just to fight for the first title. Do you want to know what it means to be on fire? Do you want to know whose singing voice can touch you more? Please look forward to the next Thursday night at 10 p.m. I Am a Singer. We'll see you there. Chapter 78, The Unprecedented Betting Agreement. As soon as this trailer from the festival fruit station was posted, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What's going on? What's going on? There's a new variety show on talking fruit? How come I didn't hear anything about it before? That's right. In the past, when Storytellers was producing a new variety show, they would definitely publicize it with a lot of fanfare before the recording, but this time, they send out the trailer only a week before the start of the show? Did they change their personality? The first time I've ever seen a movie, I've never seen it before. I can't believe they're doing a singing variety show? Isn't that the same as Yang Wan-air's husband's variety show? Is it a collision? Ha ha. No way.
Other than Yang Wan-air's husband, who else would have the brains to do this kind of singing variety show? The singing variety show that will be aired on Songfruit channel is produced by Yang Wan-air's husband.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I have a friend who's a middle-ranking member of Speeding Fruits.
He's the one who told me. Yang Wan-air's husband sold the variety show to the station.
No, I wouldn't call it a sale.
I'd call it a consignment. Consignment? What does that mean?
It said that the Trading Fruits station took the initiative to find Lin Dong. Of course, their purpose is actually rushing to Yang Wan-air, hoping to take this opportunity to get on the line with Yang Wan-air. After all, the Trading Fruits station is the most famous as to do the variety show. If you can have Yang Wan-air, such a showbiz top stream level stars, to join their variety show, that will definitely make their variety show channel as a tiger to add wings.
Ouch, I'm going. In the end, this Lin Dong still ate soft rice. That's right.
I said he's so powerful. In the end, he's still a soft touch.
What's wrong with being a softie? Is it against the law to be a pimp? If you have the guts, why don't you do the same? Calling Lin Dong a pimp? What a joke.
He earns tens of millions of dollars a year. How can he not be considered a soft eater? If he's a soft eater, then more than 99% of the world's people can't compare to this soft eater.
That's right. If you're jealous, just say so. He's got no face at all.
Seeing that the building is about to be crooked, the informer immediately said, "Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry.
My expose is not yet finished."
Seeing this message of the Big Brother, a group of netizens immediately began to maintain order in the lower side.
Okay. Do not speak. Listen to the Big Brother continue to break the news. 1, 2, 10,010.
With a heart of gossip, all the netizens, actually incomparably cooperative, all stopped leaving messages, waiting with bated breath for that Big Brother who broke the news to continue speaking. Thus, under the attention of the crowd, that Big Brother who broke the news continued to say. At that time, Mango Channel gave Lin Dong a 50 million offer. In their view, a variety show to 50 million offer, that is definitely enough.
As a result, they didn't expect it to be rejected by Lin Dong. That's definitely
Seeing this, some netizens immediately left a comment. Lin Dong himself had spent more than 100 million.
If he only gave $50 million, he would simply lose a lot of money. It's not a loss, it's a loss of money. Directly to lose nearly 100 million. I'm not going to be able to do that.
A singing variety show with a $50 million price tag is not bad at all. I'm guessing that's only because of Yang Wan-air's face.
Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even want to buy it.
That's right. You can see that the other TV stations and a few online platforms have all come to the door.
The newest addition to the list is the newest addition to the list, the newest addition to the list. Just in the netizens once again discussing, the Big Brother of the news once again spoke. You cannot wait for me to finish all the news and then comment. I have not finished. I'm not finished. The following is still there? If Lin Dong had refused in the end, there wouldn't be this teaser trailer for Manhwa TV now. Oh my goodness. That's true. What's going on? Did Manhwa TV raise the price? Did Mango TV just offer Lin Dong over 100 million? That's way too much.
If Yang Wan-air agrees to appear on their variety show, even another 100 million would be worth it.
You're right. Alright. Everyone, stop arguing. Let's keep listening to the Big Brother's scoop.
After a round of discussion, the insider continued. At the time, Lin Dong indeed rejected Mango TV's 50 million yuan buyout offer and instead handed them a contract with his own terms. Rather than a contract, it was more like a gamble agreement. According to information from my childhood friend, Lin Dong used the program's ratings as the basis for the bet. If the ratings didn't meet the standard, he wouldn't take a single penny, and the program would be given to the station for free.
However, if the ratings met the standard, the advertising fees would be split according to a tiered standard.
After careful consideration, the Mango TV side ultimately agreed to Lin Dong's terms, and the show was handed over to Mango TV.
As for the details of this bet agreement, I'm not very clear on them.
If any of you know the inside scoop, please share more information.
That's all for the scoop.
When this insider posted this statement in the comments section, all the netizens who were following this incident at that moment were stunned.
What? A bet agreement? Are they playing this big? By the way, what exactly is a performance-based agreement? It's basically just a bet.
Lin Dong is betting that his show will be a hit, while the TV station isn't very optimistic, so they're betting that the show won't be too popular.
If the show ends up being a hit, the higher the ratings, the more advertising revenue Lin Dong will receive. Of course, the exact amount he gets depends on the specific terms of their agreement and how much advertising revenue is ultimately generated. So does that mean if the show's ratings don't meet the benchmark, Lin Dong's show will really have to be given away to the TV station for free? The key question is, what exactly is that threshold? Only the two parties involved know that. As a result, within seconds, countless netizens flooded Mango TV's official website and Weibo account, leaving comments and asking about the bet agreement. Some netizens even called Mango TV's customer service department. Mango TV, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity for publicity. Within minutes, Mango TV's official Weibo account updated with a post addressing the netizens' questions. As some netizens have revealed online, we do indeed have a performance-based agreement with Mr. Lin Dong, and this agreement can be made public to everyone. As the producer of I Am a Singer, Mr. Lin Dong entered into a performance-based agreement with our television station regarding the program's ratings and advertising revenue sharing. If the national viewership rating of the program is below 1, the production company will not receive any production fees or advertising revenue shares. If the national viewership rating is above 1, the production company will receive 10% of the total advertising revenue. If the program's ratings are 2 or above, the production company will receive 20% of the total advertising revenue. If the ratings reach 3 or above, the production company will receive 30% of the total advertising revenue. If the rating reaches 4 or above, the production company will receive 40% of the total advertising revenue. This pattern continues accordingly. When the details of the performance-based agreement between Lin Dong and Mango TV were revealed, it shocked everyone. Chapter 79, everyone's talking about its singer's debut performance. This bet agreement. Yang Wanner's husband must be out of his mind. If the ratings drop below 1, he won't take a single penny? That's basically giving it away for free. If that's the case, then his over 100 million would be completely wasted. Even if the ratings are above 1, it's still a loss. A variety show with a 1 rating can only get a maximum of 200 or 300 million in advertising fees, and a 10% share of that is just a few $1,000s, still a loss. Looking at all the variety shows nationwide, there are only a few that can reach a 1 rating. Even the flagship variety show of Mango TV, Happy Camp, only gets a 2, not even a 3. As far as I know, Happy Camp generates around 700 to 800 million yuan in annual advertising revenue. If Lin Dong's variety show could achieve a 2 rating, it would roughly secure a 150 million yuan advertising revenue share, breaking even. If the show breaks even, it's actually a loss in reality. If you deposit that 150 million yuan in a bank for a fixed term, you'd get a 6% interest rate, which is roughly 9 million yuan a year. Don't even go there. It's just a singing variety show, how could it possibly compare to Happy Camp? Forget about a 2% rating share, I doubt it even hits 1%. According to this profit-sharing agreement, Lin Dong wants to make money, but that is only possible if the ratings break 3. However, for a variety show to break 3, that is practically impossible. Break 3? Ha! He must be dreaming. Even if it were a TV drama, there are only a few that can break 3 in a year. Let alone a variety show. Who knows what Lin Dong is thinking, agreeing to this bet with Mango TV. If it were me, I'd take the 50 million and cut my losses, that's the smart move. In my opinion, he doesn't even need to make a variety show. With all that money, why not invest it instead of wasting it on the entertainment industry? Exactly. It's completely incomprehensible. With that kind of money, you could buy a top-tier mansion in Shanghai. Even if you bought a few properties in the core areas of other first-tier cities, you could just sit back and wait for them to appreciate in value. From a marital relationship and psychological perspective, I think it's because Lin Dong feels his wife is too successful, which is causing him psychological pressure, driving him to desperately prove he is worthy of her. That makes sense. What logic is there? It's purely a matter of male pride. If I were Lin Dong, I'd just live off her, she's not that bad. That same evening, several TV entertainment channels reported on Lin Dong and Manhwa TV's bet, sparking widespread public discussion. Within 3 days, at least 30 million people across the country had heard about someone spending 1.5 billion to produce a singing variety show and then signing a shocking bet agreement with the TV station. Countless people believed that producing a singing variety show was a foolish decision in itself, and signing that bet agreement was an utterly stupid move. Many even went as far as to say it was a case of having too much money to burn. Overnight, Lin Dong became the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry and the general public. Amidst the public skepticism, mockery, and ridicule, time passed, and before they knew it, the day of the premiere of I Am a Singer had arrived. At 9:30 p.m., with only half an hour left before the show began, Yang Wanner had already fed her 3 children and sat down in front of the TV early. "You're watching this way too early," Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "There's still half an hour left. This is my husband's first variety show. I have to support him," Yang Wanyu said with a smile, waving her phone. "I'm even calling on my fans to watch it together on Weibo." Lin Dong heard this and immediately shook his head with a smile. "Your fans probably won't watch it." "Why not?"
Yang Wanner looked at her husband in confusion.
You didn't see their comments?
Lin Dong said with a smile. They're all hoping I am a singer flops, and they're even hoping I go bankrupt. That way, you might not retire from the industry after finishing this movie to help me pay off my debts.
Hearing Lin Dong's words, Yang Wanner couldn't help but smile. They're just talking.
Besides, Yang Wanner said, this variety show is so well made it's bound to be a success.
Exactly.
At that moment, the young apprentice Xiao Tong placed 2 cups of freshly heated milk in front of them and said with a smile, Master will definitely succeed. Yang Wanner rolled her eyes at her and said, you haven't even seen the rough cut.
How do you know your master will definitely succeed? Because Sister Wanner said the master will succeed. Xiao Tong giggled, the national goddess said so it must be true. Ha ha.
Lin Dong and his wife burst into laughter. Time passed as they joked and chatted, while online, many netizens were discussing I Am a Singer.
Speaking of which, it seems like tonight is the premiere of I Am a Singer, right? Will you be watching? I Am a Singer? What's that?
It's the singing variety show produced by Yang Wanyu's husband.
It's airing on Mango TV tonight. Oh, I remember now. Isn't that the singing variety show from the Bed Agreement? What's so good about it? If I want to listen to songs, I can just open a music app. Exactly. What's so good about it? I'm actually pretty interested.
Yang Wanyu's husband dared to sign a 1.5 billion yuan bet with the TV station, which shows he has absolute confidence in his show.
Me too.
I'm really curious what kind of variety show could possibly make him confident enough to sign such a bet agreement with Mango TV?
Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly interested too. Ha. Let us go check it out then.
It won't take long.
If it's not good, we'll just turn it off and go online to bash him.
Right.
The show starts at 10 p.m., right?
It's almost time, let us all watch together. As the premiere time drew nearer, more and more people with various thoughts in mind turned on their TVs and tuned into Mango TV. As the clock slowly struck 10 o'clock,
I Am a Singer officially airs.
Chapter 80, a star-studded lineup that shocks the nation. Even before the show aired, Mango TV had already placed I Am a Singer at the top of its variety show section. This is a show with no post-production editing, aimed at showcasing singers' true talents. In addition to the singer's own abilities, the show also considers stage presence and the ability to think on their feet.
If you're not truly talented, you wouldn't dare to show up and make a fool of yourself. In an instant, the screen lit up. Lavish stage lights alternate in the darkness, and under the vibrant hues, the stage exudes an enchanting charm.
Any singer who sees this stage would feel an irresistible urge to step up and sing their heart out.
Welcome to I Am a Singer.
Join us as we witness the birth of the stage's singing king. A loud voice rings out, followed by a beam of dazzling light. A figure, bathed in the spotlight, steps onto the stage, one step at a time. The figure gradually becomes clearer. The audience watching at home erupts into a collective gasp of surprise at the sight of the host. Under the strict confidentiality of Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, the host's identity had never been revealed. They had been waiting for this moment, the moment of astonishment and cheers from the entire audience. As soon as the host appeared, the chat box exploded with messages.
Li Kachin. SOS. Help.
I never dreamed that the host of this show was Li Kachin.
Wow.
This is shocking enough to make my mother faint. He's the top pop singer in Xia Kingdom, and on top of that, he's also an actor and host.
How did Lin Dong manage to get him to come out of retirement?
As the audience gasped in astonishment, Li Kachin's excited and passionate voice rang out once more.
Hello everyone, I'm your host, Li Kachin. The comments flooded the screen again.
Yang Wanner sat in front of the TV, watching the comments flash across the screen, her face glowing with joy. Honey, I knew Li Kachin's appearance would cause a stir among the audience, but I didn't expect it to be so efficient. She reached out and quickly filtered through the comments. Otherwise, the screen would be half covered in comments, which would really affect the viewing experience. Lin Dong, standing beside her, smiled. He picked up the second baby, who was crying and hungry, from the crib. Before the bottle even reached his mouth, the second child had already opened his mouth wide, looking like a little foodie. The show continued. Now, we've reached the exciting segment where the contestants are introduced. Please look at the big screen. The stage lights suddenly changed style, with purple and blue beams crisscrossing the stage, creating a mysterious atmosphere.
A masterful single-take camera shot transported the audience watching the screen into a 3D rendered silhouette scene.
10 black silhouettes burst into view. From their height and build to their hairstyles and sharp features, they looked lifelike. Some sharp-eyed viewers immediately recognized several singers and began reporting their findings in the chat. The first one is clearly Chao Gu. It's an exact match. A fan of Xin Xiaoqi for 10 years reports that the third silhouette from left to right is hers. If I'm not mistaken, the eighth one should be Yang Zhongwei. Compared to the traditional introduction style of variety shows, this innovative approach immediately sparked the enthusiasm of all the viewers. The comments section erupted with intense interaction.
The staff backstage at the Mango TV studio were left speechless by the unprecedented volume of comments. The number of comments was growing at a visible speed, and such a large-scale interaction exceeded the imagination of all the staff members backstage at the stage. Lee Kachin continued. Next, please welcome the first singer to walk the red carpet of I Am a Singer, Xiaogu. As everyone knows, Xiaogu, who debuted at the age of 20, is hailed as the pioneer of the Chinese music scene in Xiaogui and an outstanding songwriter and composer. With his heavenly voice and godlike vocal skills, he has risen to his current position step by step. What kind of surprises will he bring us next? As the host's passionate introduction came to an end, Xiaogu, dressed in a tailcoat, made a dazzling entrance. As his tall, slender figure came into view, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Following his dazzling entrance, fans watching the show rushed to the official Weibo hashtag to share the news, sparking a new wave of fan enthusiasm. Family fans were thrilled Lindong's episode of I Am a Singer actually invited our ageless heartthrob Xiaogu. What are you waiting for? Log into your Mango account and give our idol a crazy shoutout. No way, is this real? I'm going to check it out right now. Stunning lights bathed the stage, followed by Chao Ji's unique voice. A song titled The Only You in the World was dedicated to the fans who have been silently supporting him all this time. One after another, well-known celebrities appear, constantly surprising the audience. The showdown between the king and queen of pop, what kind of sparks will it ignite? Lee Kachin's lips curled into a smile, suppressing the surprise in his eyes. Before taking the stage today, he had no idea who the singers Lindong had invited. As the teleprompter displayed one name after another, his astonishment flowed like the Yellow River in flood. His only thought now was, choosing to come to this variety show was definitely the right decision. Get ready for your cheers. Next up, please welcome the next contestant, Deng Xiaoqi. A piano slowly rose from the central stage mechanism. Deng Xiaoqi's soft voice filled the air. When a ship sinks to the bottom of the sea. When a person becomes obsessed. I don't know why we met. Deng Xiaoqi's fair fingers dance lightly across the black and white keys, accompanied by her melancholic voice. Under the silver-white lights, the atmosphere grows more hesitant, and countless audience members find themselves unconsciously immersed in the moment. On the screen, countless female viewers found themselves unconsciously misting their eyes. It wasn't until the song ended that the audience snapped out of their daze. The comments exploded in an instant. Deng Xiaoqi, Lindong actually managed to bring this genius female singer, who debuted at the age of 10 and has been in the music industry for over a decade, to this show? That's incredible. I have to admit, the production team really knows how to build atmosphere. I almost teared up just now. The stage production, combined with Deng Xiaoqi's performance, made this episode of I Am a Singer feel like I'd been to several concerts. I'm officially hooked. Chapter 81, Breaking Records, Setting New Heights. Just half an hour after I Am a Singer aired, Lindong's variety show topped the trending charts. No buying. No backstage deals. It was the viewers watching the show in real time who pushed it up the trending list one by one. Under the hashtag Lindong, a wave of heated discussions erupted. How did Lindong manage to invite so many big-name singers? That's just too amazing. As far as I know, Yang Wana hasn't been associating with singers since she started her acting career, so there's no way Lindong could have secured these big names through her connections. Which of these big names wouldn't boost ratings? How did Lindong manage to secure 10 such legendary singers all at once? Above, while I don't know what Lindong did to deserve this, all I can think right now is amazing. This show's use of star power is truly mind-blowing. Just looking at the divine lineup, I can tell this variety show will be a groundbreaking masterpiece. Big production. Big production. Big production. Important things deserve to be said 3 times. Manhwa TV headquarters. The boss and the backstage staff are staring intently at the data displayed on the screen. The show is nearing its conclusion, but the ratings are still steadily rising. Thanks to the buzz on major internet platforms and the word spreading like wildfire among fan groups, the ratings for I Am a Singer have now surpassed 2. The Mango TV boss is so excited he's sweating profusely, constantly rubbing his eyes, unable to hide his disbelief. Shock. Shock. This is just the first episode, and aside from the preview, there hasn't been much promotion beforehand. Yet it has already reached the highest rating in Mango TV's variety show rankings to date, even surpassing the ratings of the classic variety show Happy Camp. It's easy to imagine the immense effort behind this. Backstage staff have gathered spontaneously, sitting together with their eyes fixed on the screen. At that moment, they all shared the same thought: this night might witness the birth of a miracle. With only 5 minutes remaining until the end of the first episode, the ratings continue to rise steadily, and excitement fills everyone's minds. Then, the countdown began. The crowd backstage, watching the ratings, started with quiet murmurs before erupting into a loud, synchronized shout. 3, 2, 1. As Lee Kachin's voice echoed through the studio, the show officially came to an end. The data on the backstage screen had frozen at 23. 23, a full 0.3 points higher than the record held by Mango TV's strongest variety show. Pin me, I need to make sure I'm not dreaming.
The Mango TV boss rubbed his eyes several times before nudging his subordinate sitting beside him. The subordinate tremblingly extended his hand and pinched him hard. The Mango TV boss slapped the table, stood up, and burst into a wild laugh. Ha, ha. 2.3%. A record breaker. A record breaker. Breaking the record in the first episode, this variety show was bound for greatness. We hit the jackpot with this one. Immediately, the Mango TV station compiled the backstage ratings data and made it public. The transparent ratings were like a spark that ignited the fuse, reigniting the entire online platform. The Weibo comments section erupted in an unprecedented wave of discussion. Wow, it broke the record. That means Lin Dong's new singing show has far surpassed Happy Camp, which I've been watching since I was a kid. That's crazy. I raised my hand, I contributed my share. This amazing variety show is definitely worth investing in. I watched all night and felt like I made a fortune. The singer's incredible talent, combined with the 3D stage effects, create a sensory experience that's utterly exhilarating. Right now, all I want to do is shout out loud, Lin director is a genius. Countless users flooded Weibo at the same time, and eventually, the servers couldn't handle the traffic and crashed completely. 2 hours after the show aired, The Strongest Singer broke into the top headlines of major internet platforms. A new media outlet commented, "An unprecedented bet, an unprecedented singing variety show, an unprecedented lineup of singers, an unprecedented stage production, and an unprecedented viewership rating." Lin Dong shattered our expectations with his actions. He proved himself with his actions. This comment went viral online, and by 8 a.m. the next morning, the number of shares had reached 50 million. It is said that the boss of Mango TV was so excited that he held the data from the first episode and couldn't sleep all night. This is the strongest variety show Mango TV has ever produced. Meanwhile, on Lin Dong's Baidu entry, the title Genius Director had been added without anyone noticing. At that moment, Lin Dong, the doting father, had just changed the diapers of his 3 babies. On this day, the entire staff at Manhwa TV had been working overtime until 3 a.m. Phone calls from major advertisers were coming in non-stop. Though the boss was already overwhelmed, he still maintained an enthusiastic smile. He seemed to see a massive money tree engraved with the words Lin Dong, beckoning him. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Dong's phone was ringing off the hook. The first visitor was Sun Gu, the wealthy businessman from Shanghai who had lent Lin Dong money for the variety show. The exaggerated excitement on the other end of the line was palpable. From the sound of it, Lin Dong knew that Sun Gu must be jumping for joy. "Bro, I have to say, that variety show was absolutely brilliant. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." Lin Dong chuckled and replied, "I think you're excited not because my variety show was good, but because you bet on the right horse and are about to receive a huge interest payment, right?" Lin Dong hit the nail on the head, and Sun Gu let out 2 embarrassed laughs on the other end of the phone. After a few greetings from friends, several familiar advertisers and journalists came to visit. Lin Dong simply turned off his phone. Yang Waner propped her chin on her hand, half lying on the sofa, scrolling through Weibo. The female singer who had posted a scathing message on Weibo before the show, specifically targeting Lin Dong, was now being thoroughly humiliated. Under her original post, keyboard warriors were unleashing a wave of mockery and ridicule. "Haha, this third-rate singer turned us down perfect. Now we can see the impressive lineup of 10 top-tier singers. Now you regret it, don't you? You missed out on all the buzz. I guess there's a reason you're not famous." As for the female singer, she must have regretted her decision deeply by last night, just 10 minutes after the show aired. Chapter 82, Overnight Sensation, Advertisers Flock In. It's already the next day, but the buzz on Weibo isn't dying down, it's actually getting stronger, consistently topping the trending list. The comments section was ablaze with activity. Compared to the previous skepticism, viewers who had watched the show were now overwhelmingly praising it. "I'm declaring this variety show a masterpiece, no objections, right? Looking at the entire variety show market, there is only one director who could bring together 10 big names like this, and that is Lin Dong. Have you noticed that it's not just the hosts and singers, even the judges are music industry legends? Especially that guy who won a Grammy Award, Tian Jiren. Being able to bring him on board shows just how amazing Lin Dong is." Yang Waner smiled and gave a thumbs up to the top trending post. "Honey, the ratings for the first episode have already broken the record for Mango TV. You're so amazing." When she looked at Lin Dong, Yang Waner's eyes sparkled with admiration. "This is just the beginning. I will make this variety show a global sensation. That way, when you appear on my next variety show, it will be the talk of the town." Lin Dong looked at her with adoration, reaching out to brush a strand of hair off her face. "My wife, I will definitely make you the star of my variety show. Since I was the one who prevented you from pursuing a career in acting, I will ensure that your path in music is smooth and successful." Xiao Tong, sitting across from them, had a sour expression on his face, as if he had just eaten a lemon. "How awful. I had to eat this fresh baked dog food first thing in the morning. I'm going to tell you Hua about this." Xiaotong pushed the stroller beside him, soothing the three excited children, while pouting his lips in a sulky manner. The two parties burst into laughter. Lin Dong wrapped his arms around Yang Wanner's slender waist and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Xiaotong stared in disbelief, his expression resembling someone who had eaten too much dog food and was choking. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Lin Dong with a fawning expression.
Master, am I your good disciple? Am I Sister Wanner's good assistant?
Lin Dong and Yang Wanner exchanged a smile. The little girl was so straightforward with her intentions.
Just say what you want to say. Yang Wanner's gentle voice rang out.
The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at grain, then eagerly spoke up.
Master, Mr. Lin, as the biggest boss of I Am a Singer, can you get me an autograph from Li Kachin? You must have that much power, right? As she spoke, Xiaotong's eyes sparkled with the heart-shaped glances of a lovesick fan.
His performance of Moonlit Serenade completely captivated me. I never expected him to be so charismatic as a host on stage either.
Yang Wanner giggled and turned her gaze toward Lin Dong.
Lin Dong's expression turned serious as he looked at Xiaotong and asked,
So, do you think your sister Wanyu sings better, or does Li Kachin sing better? Who do you think is more charismatic on stage?
The sudden, unexpected question left Xiaotong flustered, and his little hands shaking as he held onto the baby stroller.
This.
Yang Wanner couldn't hold back any longer, clutching her stomach and laughing hysterically, her slender body curling up in Lin Dong's arms.
Enough. Husband, stop teasing her. This silly girl takes everything so seriously.
Then, Lin Dong pulled out a thick folder from his bag and tossed it to Xiaotong.
It's all yours. Go find it yourself. A generous gesture from the boss.
The entire thick folder was filled with autographs from all the singers, judges, and hosts who had participated in the show. Xiaotong immediately lit up with joy, and his expression toward Lin Dong became even more fawning.
Thank you, Master.
Your kindness will be forever remembered by your disciple.
Honey, why don't I ask Hua Jie to arrange an assistant for you as soon as possible?
Otherwise, you're already juggling the restaurant and the clothing factory, and now you have this time-consuming variety show to deal with. Although you have subordinates to help, they can only handle tasks you assign them.
Having a versatile assistant would be much more convenient.
Besides, you still have to find time to take care of the 3 babies.
I really don't want you to work so hard. Yang Wanner's tone was filled with tenderness.
As Lin Dong's beloved, she couldn't bear to see him working so hard day and night, all for her and their family. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt ashamed. In truth, with the skills granted by the system, he could handle everything simultaneously without much pressure. Especially with the current variety show I Am a Singer, which seemed like a time-consuming and mentally draining task, but was actually a piece of cake for him. The show's concept was directly copied from the system, and even the director was someone he had connected with through friends. Feeling ashamed, Lin Dong shook his head.
My own work, I prefer to handle it myself.
After all, I'm still young, and these tasks don't require much of my experience. The only things that truly drain my energy are these 3 little ones and you. Lin Dong reached out and gently scraped Yang Wanner's nose.
A sudden ringing phone interrupted the happy atmosphere between the two. What's wrong, Hua Jie?
Yang Wanner picked up the phone, but before she could finish speaking, the other end erupted with the loud roar of a lion.
Wanner, get Lin Dong to turn on his phone immediately. The boss of Mango TV is calling me directly, and I can't handle it. What is that Lin Dong up to? So many prominent advertisers are coming to him personally, and he doesn't even give them any face. After hanging up, Lin Dong turned on his phone.
In just a few minutes, there were over 30 missed calls. Just as he was about to answer, another call came in.
The caller ID showed it was the ultimate leader of Mango TV, the station director Lu Bin.
As soon as the call connected, Lu Bin's face lit up with a smile.
Lin Dong, no, Director Lin, it's little Lu. Right now, dozens of advertisers are actively reaching out to me about sponsorship fees. What are your thoughts on this?
The exceptionally high viewership ratings, coupled with the sky-high sponsorship fees, had even the seasoned Lu Bin, who had been in the industry for years, unable to hide his excitement.
Dozens of advertisers were coming one after another. This was an unprecedented scene in the history of Mango TV. Sorry, Director Liu, I need to go prepare formula for my baby.
With that, Lin Fan hung up the phone without hesitation. 3 newborn babies, who had just finished feeding, were suddenly interrupted.
Chapter 83, Breaking the Record Again. Lin Dong becomes a money tree.
Yang Wanner peeked forward, blinked her eyes, and her face was filled with confusion.
Why refuse? Having a sponsor would not only bring economic benefits but also generate positive buzz for the show.
Hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled lightly before speaking slowly.
I'm not refusing, I'm just waiting for a better option to come along.
Wanyu, you're still inexperienced in the ways of the world. Everything has been handled by Hua Jie for you, but this industry is full of sharks.
Advertisers are all seasoned veterans. This is a process of mutual testing. You must understand that good opportunities aren't afraid to wait. Only by letting them cool off will these advertisers grow impatient and reveal their bottom lines. That's when I'll step in.
As Lin Fan finished speaking, a look of admiration flashed in Yang Wanner's eyes. 2 hours later, the phone calls from Lu Bin came flooding in again. Director Lin, I know what you're thinking, but you have to give me a specific time. Otherwise, I can't negotiate with these advertisers. Lu Bin, the revered director of the Mango TV station, who was once feared by all, had long since abandoned his usual arrogant demeanor and was now speaking in a humble tone for the first time in ages. Lin Dong paused for a moment before speaking softly. Director Liu, I don't want to force too many ads into my show, as it might affect the viewer's experience. My plan is to wait until the second episode airs before holding an advertising bidding conference. In fact, Lin Dong's true intentions go beyond that. He believes that the ultimate destination of I Am a Singer will not stop at the number 23. The second episode's broadcast will definitely yield even more astonishing data. By then, the sponsorship fees from advertisers will also be refreshed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bin immediately sent this message to the dozens of advertisers who had been inquiring about the show. Time flew by, and under the anticipation of viewers nationwide, the second episode of I Am a Singer finally aired. Li Kachin's familiar voice rang out, instantly igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Hello, everyone. I'm your friend Li Kachin. Welcome to the second episode of I Am a Singer. Thank you for tuning in. Now, I will introduce a brand new second round competition rule. In this competition, 2 contestants will be eliminated, and the decision will not only be made by the judges but also by you, the audience watching at home. At this announcement, the audience watching the show at the same time erupted in chaos. Us? When did viewers ever have the power to decide the fate of contestants? We're not professionals. With these questions in mind, everyone waited for host Li Kachin to continue. The public's level of favorability will be incorporated into the competition in a different form and account for 20% of the score. Before the second round of the competition begins, the program will open a voting channel. Send a text message to 30291 to vote for your favorite singer. Voting channel. This was a program format never seen before in this parallel world, and it immediately sparked enthusiastic reactions and positive feedback from the audience. When Lin Dong and Mango TV proposed this idea, the television station agreed swiftly. The voting channel, originally scheduled to open in the third episode, was set up a week earlier. This clearly demonstrates Mango TV's current emphasis on the I Am a Singer program and its regard for Lin Dong. As Li Kachin introduced the segment, the comments began a new round of heated discussion. This is so innovative. What's this voting channel? This is unprecedented. This variety show is getting more and more interesting. Guys, I just tried it out, and each person can only cast 10 votes a day. That's way too few. This meager number of votes can't possibly express how much I love these 10 singers. This is the first time I've ever wanted to participate in this kind of voting. I'm going to cast 10 votes for my beloved Deng Xiaoqi right now. Lu Bin, sitting backstage at the TV station, watched the screen filled with comments about rushing to become members to vote. His wrinkled face couldn't help but break into a smile. Lin Dong, you're such a talent. We at Manhwa TV must hold on to this rising star tightly. Xiao Lu, hurry up and prepare some decent gifts. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally visit Lin Dong's home to express our channel's recognition and respect for him. The 2-hour show came to an end once again, and countless comments began to appear, all lamenting how short the time was and complaining that the variety show updated too slowly and was too short. 3 mischievous babies had just fallen asleep an hour ago. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner took a break from their busy schedules and snuggled up on the sofa, enjoying their private moment together. Yang Wanner lay in Lin Dong's arms, and as Li Kachin's farewell voice faded, she pressed the power button on the TV. At the same time, Lin Dong's phone vibrated. Hello, is this Director Lin? On the other end of the line, the excited voice of the station director from Mango TV came through. Before Lin Dong could respond, he spoke enthusiastically on his own. Another record broken. Lin Dong, you've broken another record. No, not you. The ratings for the second episode of I Am a Singer have broken another record. Lu Bin's trembling hands gripped the phone, and he was so excited he could barely contain himself. The ratings had surged again, this time reaching 3.1. Lin Dong, do you know what that means? That's incredible, incredible. In contrast to Lu Bin's passionate outburst, Lin Dong remained calm and composed, as if he had known the result all along. Alright, I got it. Thank you for calling so late to inform me, but I need to go prepare formula now. I really don't have time to chat. Sorry about that. With that, Lin Dong hung up the phone decisively once again. Lu Bin's hand holding the phone froze mid-air, replaced by a look of awkwardness. Formula again? It's already midnight, and he still has to prepare formula? How is that possible? Never mind, never mind. It's only natural for a big shot to be so reckless, and it's only natural for a big shot to hang up on me. After a flurry of internal thoughts, Lu Bin gathered his employees once more and posted another Weibo update. I Am a Singer Episode 2 sets a new record, with a viewership rating of 31%. 1 a.m. At a tech startup called Kiwi, several shareholders gathered together. Before them lay the data and feedback comments from the first 2 episodes of I Am a Singer.
Chapter 84, It's Great to Be Lindong's Brother.
Kiwi's boss, Achi, sat in his seat and spoke loudly.
No online platform has signed a contract with this variety show yet. We must seize this rare opportunity. No matter the cost, we must secure it.
Based on my years of experience, I can confidently say that this variety show has a bright future ahead. As he spoke, Achi adjusted his glasses, and behind the thick lenses, a pair of shrewd eyes peered out.
Who among you can make this happen?
Achi scanned the leaders sitting in the front row and asked. As expected, most of the executives immediately lowered their heads, avoiding the boss's subtle glances.
At this critical moment, who dares to confidently take on this heavy responsibility?
After all, there are already dozens of advertisers and online platforms rushing headlong toward this suddenly popular variety show, only to be met with a cold shower.
And the Kiwi platform is just a new online platform.
Compared to those established platforms, it has no competitive advantage at all. The variety show I Am a Singer has emerged like a dark horse in the entertainment industry, throwing those who were taking the conservative route into disarray. Whoever can pull this off and successfully negotiate a deal with Lindong will be promoted to vice president immediately. This offer was met with a stir, and some people were already eager to try. At that moment, a trembling voice rang out from the back row of the meeting room.
Wei Dong slowly raised his hand and whispered, "Boss, can I give it a try?"
The boss looked skeptical.
The person raising his hand was a low-level employee, as evident from his seat. Actually, Lindong is my college roommate, and we're pretty close. As soon as those words left his mouth, Boss Aki's expression underwent a complete transformation.
From suspicion to shock, and then to unbounded joy.
Who could have imagined that an ordinary employee was actually the university roommate of the legendary figure Lindong, who was now in the spotlight? Good. Good. Good.
Aki shouted 3 times, jumping up from his chair in excitement. He then rushed to the back of the meeting room, grabbed Wei Dong's ID card, and took a look at it.
Wei Dong, you're the one. This challenging task is now yours.
When Lindong received Wei Dong's message, he was a bit surprised. Since he had started dating Yang Wanner, he and his university roommates had taken different paths in life. At first, they would catch up occasionally, but now it had been months since they last spoke. Despite the years of disconnection, Lindong harbored deep gratitude toward his former university roommates, especially Wei Dong. At the time, when he was dating Ying Shuangshuang, he couldn't even afford a proper meal for an entire month, all to save money for his materialistic girlfriend. At that time, it was thanks to Wei Dong's repeated financial support, and even his willingness to stand up for him and scold Ying Shuang on his behalf, that he managed to get through that difficult period. As Wei Dong sat across from him, speaking in broken sentences and occasionally glancing at him with a look of embarrassment, Lindong felt uneasy all over.
Wei Dong, do I still count as your brother? Wei Dong froze.
He didn't know when it had started, but he no longer dared to call Lindong his buddy. The change in him was too drastic, even making Wei Dong feel like he was out of his league. Seeing Wei Dong's continued awkwardness, Lindong continued.
Wei Dong, no matter what I become, you'll always be my best friend in my heart. Lindong's sincere gaze made Wei Dong's eyes well up with tears.
This pure brotherly bond was free from any ties of interest or money, filled only with genuine heartfelt emotion. Lindong shifted his butt and sat down beside Wei Dong, wrapping his arms around his shoulders tightly and smiling as he said,
Wei Dong, I remember you're currently working at that Kiwi network platform, right?
I have a variety show and am looking for a platform to collaborate with. As Lindong finished speaking, Wei Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, as soon as Lindong received his call, he had already guessed his intentions for today. However, Wei Dong's face was too thin, and he couldn't bring himself to speak up. Lindong understood this heartfelt gesture.
An overwhelming wave of emotion flooded Wei Dong's heart. It was Lindong who had given him a way out. What are you still standing there for? Quickly call your boss.
Wei Dong, filled with gratitude, immediately dialed his boss Aki's phone number. Just as he was about to speak, Lindong snatched the phone from him.
Hello, this is Lindong.
I can give my good brother this favor and cooperate with your company, but you must also show your utmost sincerity.
Got it?
Achi, who was sitting in his office, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. This Lindong, who had been making waves in the entertainment industry in such a short time, actually claimed to be Wei Dong's good brother. Had he really agreed to collaborate with him? Aki gripped the phone tightly and shouted, Mr. Lin, based on your ability to create a variety show like I Am a Singer, I believe you are a truly outstanding talent. 100 million Kiwi is willing to pay 100 million for the exclusive online broadcasting rights to I Am a Singer.
What do you think?
After over 10 minutes of negotiation, Lindong hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Wei Dong, sitting beside him, had been in tears ever since Lindong uttered the words, my good brother.
Lindong, you really gave him face.
With this, my path at Kiwi Fruit Company will surely be smooth sailing, and all of this is thanks to Lindong.
Being Lindong's brother is truly wonderful. The next day, the Kiwi platform issued an announcement at the fastest possible speed.
At the same time, the 2 episodes of I Am a Singer were immediately made available on the Kiwi app. This high-stakes gamble made Chi exceptionally confident he believed his judgment was spot on. The 1 billion yuan contract immediately sparked a heated online discussion. Spending 100 million yuan for the exclusive online streaming rights to I Am a Singer is just too outrageous. The boss of Kiwi is so reckless, doesn't he fear losing money? These businessmen are getting bolder and bolder. If a variety show is worth 100 million yuan for online exclusive rights, then advertisers must be even more outrageous. Fans who have already invested in this show must admit that it's worth every penny. And it has a bright future ahead. The boss of Kiwi must have watched the show to be so confident in Lin Dong. Chapter 85, The Astronomical Advertising Fee of 1.3 billion. After signing the contract with Kiwi, Lin Dong received a text message confirming the funds had been transferred to his bank account. This clearly demonstrated that Aki's sincerity was almost as high as the sky. Meanwhile, major advertising agencies that had been waiting for this opportunity rushed to the television station upon hearing the news. With the assistance of the station director of Mango TV, a nationwide advertising bidding event was held at the top-tier Svet 5-star hotel in Xiagua. From the car logos parked below the hotel's high-rise building, it was clear that this bidding event was the largest in the past decade. Every advertising company in attendance was either extremely wealthy or highly influential. Every advertising company was desperate to get into the venue, but the bidding threshold was extremely high, and only a dozen or so top-tier companies, including some world-renowned ones, ultimately participated in the bidding. Lin Dong stood on the bidding platform he had prepared in advance, holding the microphone, and spoke with conviction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lin Dong. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, the entire hall fell silent.
For a moment, a powerful aura of a protagonist surrounded him, and all several hundred people in the hall focused their gaze on him. I am the executive producer of the variety show I Am a Singer. As you all know, I Am a Singer has broken viewership records twice and is deeply loved by audiences. Of course, this show is like my own child, and I cherish it dearly. Before this bidding conference officially begins, I have a small supplementary agreement to propose. For every 1% increase in viewership from the current rating, the title sponsor must pay an additional 20% of the advertising fee stipulated in the original agreement. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, with only a dozen or so journalists working, stunned by the news, and constantly adjusting their cameras toward today's main protagonist, Lin Dong.
Immediately afterward, several advertisers gathered together and began whispering among themselves. Are you kidding me? That's way too arrogant and reckless. If the advertising fee is already 100 million, and the ratings exceed the target, we'd have to pay an extra 20 million? Exactly. A 3% viewership rating is already absurdly high. Could it really go up even more?
The discussions grew louder and louder, becoming increasingly unrestrained. Only a few advertising executives stood by with smiles on their faces, remaining silent and uninvolved. Lin Dong's magnetic voice once again echoed through the microphone, filling the entire hall.
That's all I have to say. Let's hand this bidding conference over to the professionals. I need to go make formula for my baby now. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Dong turned and left decisively, without looking back.
Standing aside, the station director of Manhwa TV was even more stunned. In such a high-stakes situation, Lin Dong could use making formula as an excuse to slip away. It seemed that in the world of the strong, life was as simple and unassuming as making formula. Inside the room, Lin Dong could still feel the intense competitive atmosphere outside. The host's passionate voice occasionally drifted into the room. Finally, a top-tier herbal tea brand emerged victorious after overcoming numerous obstacles, securing the sole sponsorship spot with an astonishing bid of 800 million yuan.
800 million. This is the highest variety show sponsorship fee ever seen in the market. Following Lin Dong's request to avoid adding too much of a monetary flavor to the variety show and affecting the audience's experience, the station director of Mango TV carefully selected other advertising sponsors and sold the remaining 500 million yuan in sponsorship deals. This bidding session totaled 1.3 billion yuan. As soon as the bidding conference concluded, Lin Dong and his variety show, I Am a Singer, once again found themselves at the center of the entertainment industry's spotlight. This astronomical advertising sponsorship fee was widely shared and circulated, quickly making its way to the top of major internet platforms. A trending topic featuring Lin Dong's name once again dominated the online gossip scene, securing the top spot on the trending list. I Am a Singer bidding results, 1.3 billion. The figure of 1.3 billion yuan gripped the hearts of onlookers, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. As an accountant by profession, I couldn't help but do the math. Based on the current 31% viewership rating, Lin Dong would receive a 30% share of the advertising revenue, amounting to 390 million. Wow, the common folk are already drooling with greed. Wow! This is too amazing. It's said to be the highest advertising fee in the entertainment industry in the past decade. Lin Dong's I Am a Singer show keeps breaking records and redefining my understanding of variety shows. Same here. I have a strong feeling that I Am a Singer will break records again. Lin Dong will definitely create another miracle. Yang Wanner has been idle lately, with her last contract film not set to release until next week. At this moment, she has transformed into one of the countless onlookers.
She's already used Xiaotong's Weibo account to praise Lin Dong at least 10 times in the comments sections of various media outlets.
Wanner, you've been sitting on the couch scrolling through Weibo all afternoon.
You're acting like a crazy fan, liking every single post about Lin Dong.
You're really something.
Xiaotong gave her a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise her.
Of course. My husband is so capable and amazing, being his fan is an honor for me. Seeing Yang Wanner's starstruck expression, Xiaotong couldn't help but shiver. Where did that elegant, proud national goddess Yang Wanner go?
As soon as Xiaotong finished speaking, the sound of a door opening came from the living room nearby. Lin Dong returned from the bidding meeting with 3 tag-alongs in tow. As soon as she saw Lin Dong return, Yang Wanner excitedly stood up, ran barefoot toward him, and Lin Dong opened his arms, lifting her into his embrace.
Husband, you have no idea how much praise you've received on Weibo. Everyone is calling you a genius director who creates miracles. As she spoke, Yang Wanyu proudly lifted her head, her voice brimming with excitement and joy.
In my opinion, you're not just a genius director, you're also a genius chef, a genius tailor, a genius businessman, a genius photographer, and a genius dad.
Lin Dong burst into laughter, lifting Yang Wanner horizontally in his arms and speaking with indulgence. The floor is so cold. Don't get out of bed barefoot next time, okay?
After gently placing Yang Wanyu on the sofa, Lin Dong reached out and playfully tickled her nose. Although the little boy had already gotten used to the two of them being so sweet and clingy, he couldn't help but let out a long, drawn-out complaint. You two, can you please tone it down a bit? This is too much. I'm about to throw up.
It's heartbreaking. Chapter 86, Candlelit Dinner, Keeping the Promise.
Yang Wanner was dragged out of bed early in the morning by Zhang Yuhua under the pretext of discussing the final script for a movie, completely ending her day of staying home. Lin Dong also used the excuse of needing to go out to negotiate a contract and couldn't accompany her. Sitting at Zhang Yuhua's house, Yang Wanner felt bored after finishing the script and had been scrolling through Weibo all morning. Sister Hua, what exactly did you bring me here for?
This script is no challenge for me. I've read it over 100 times, and I already know most of the lines by heart.
Zhang Yuhua shot her a sharp glance and spoke sternly.
Remembering it roughly is enough? Keep reading and memorizing.
You must engrave this script firmly in your mind and recite it word for word.
This movie is your last one before you retire from the entertainment industry.
Your fans will treat it as your swan song, and the box office will skyrocket.
So you must take it seriously and not slack off even a bit.
As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yuhua immediately turned her head away, afraid of giving herself away, her expression betraying her true feelings. Yang Wanyu, who always listened to her agent Zhang Yuhua, sat up straight and began to memorize the script again, unaware that Zhang Yuhua's seriousness was just an act. The scene flashes back to the previous evening. Zhang Yuhua was about to fall asleep when she received a call from Lin Dong.
Yuhua, can you help me out tomorrow? I want to prepare a surprise for Wanner at home tomorrow, so could you please distract her during the day?
Zhang Yuhua was speechless. She never expected to have to endure this heartwarming moment before bed.
How cruel. What's so special about tomorrow that you need to plan a surprise?
Facing Yuhua's question, Lin Dong remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. It's not really a special day, but I've finally earned enough to fulfill the promise I made to Wanner. If I must say, it's the day I've made it big and can keep my word.
I've made a fortune. Such a modest statement left Zhang Yuhua speechless.
In truth, after spending so much time together, Zhang Yuhua's initial hostility toward Lin Dong had long since vanished. Additionally, Lin Dong's repeated achievements had left her in awe, though she never voiced it. Deep down, she had already acknowledged him. Most importantly, Lin Dong's unwavering kindness toward Yang Wanner and the 3 children was something Zhang Yuhua had witnessed firsthand. If you're willing to help me, I'll cook you a feast.
No. 2 meals.
Zhang Yuhua, whose taste buds had long been captivated by Lin Dong's astonishing culinary skills, couldn't help but swallow twice at that moment, her mind already filled with visions of mouth-watering dishes.
3 meals.
With a mix of meat and vegetables, 8 dishes, and 2 soups. Facing Zhang Yuhua's extravagant request, Lin Dong said,
"It's possible, but can you even finish all that?" A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone.
Zhang Yuhua, embarrassed and angry, hung up the phone immediately.
At 6 o'clock in the evening.
Dragging her tired body home, Yang Wanner returned to find the house pitch black. At this time, Lin Dong would usually already be home preparing a sumptuous dinner. Yang Wanner puckered her lips, about to call Lin Dong, when a warm, yellow light from the balcony flickered on. Soon after, the sound of a guitar echoed, followed by a familiar and melodious voice.
Longing is a mysterious thing, always by your side. I am willing to give up my name for you, even if it means losing the world for just one more second in your arms. As the heartfelt melody filled the air, Yang Wanner tiptoed toward the balcony, drawn by the soft glow.
Under the gentle moonlight, Lin Dong sat on a high-backed chair, humming softly. His sharp, angular profile slowly turned toward Yang Wanner, and he gave her a gentle smile. The song was nearing its end. I am willing to forget my name for you, as long as you respond with genuine love. I am willing to do anything for you. Lin Dong placed the guitar against the wall, took a few strides toward Yang Wanner, and looked into her sparkling eyes, speaking softly. My wife, this song is for you. A huge bouquet of blue roses was placed in the center of the dining table. The brilliant candlelight swayed gently in the night breeze. The French meal Lin Dong had cooked himself was elegantly arranged on the table, filling the air with the aroma of food and flowers. When she saw the candlelit dinner before her, Yang Wanner covered her mouth and let out a surprised gasp. You said you had to go out to discuss a business deal and couldn't accompany me, but you were actually preparing all this for me? Wait, did Hua Jia ask me to go out today because of you too? Husband, thank you. Yang Wanner threw her arms around Lin Dong, burying her face in his chest. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to spill over. Suddenly, Yang Wanner remembered something and quickly lifted her head to ask, Husband, where are the babies? Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth, his voice filled with laughter. The children are with the 2 nannies. Now, it's just the 2 of us, free to be alone. Come taste the Wellington steak I made especially for you. Lin Dong pulled out a chair for Yang Wanner with utmost gentlemanly grace. As soon as Yang Wanner sat down, her phone rang. A text message appeared, showing that her Xiaoguo bank account had received a deposit of 1 million yuan. 100 million yuan. She widened her eyes and looked at her beloved Lin Dong sitting across from her. Lin Dong gave her a gentle smile and spoke in an extremely soft voice. Wanner, do you remember the promise I made to you? I will make up for all your losses, and today, I can finally fulfill my promise. I said I would compensate you for your losses and spend the rest of my life loving you. Lin Dong's loving gaze tugged at Yang Wanner's heart, and in that moment, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The man before her had actually kept every promise he had made, even those he had once deemed insignificant, and he had done so in such a deeply affectionate and surprising way. Yang Wanner sobbed uncontrollably, but you already gave me 10 million earlier. That was interest. From now on, everything I have is yours. Let's live happily ever after as a family, okay? Faced with Lin Dong's heartfelt confession, Yang Wanner nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Wife, I love you. I love you more than you love me. I love you even more. On this tender night, the two looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 87, Part 2, The Masked Singer makes its debut. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer to air. After a week of hype on the Kiwi platform, the 3rd episode hadn't even started yet and it was already trending on Weibo. The buzz continues to grow. Li Kachin's familiar figure once again appeared on the screen, sending fans into a frenzy as their long-awaited variety show finally returned. Welcome to the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer, exclusively sponsored by Wangduajili Herbal Tea. I'm your host, Li Kachin. Today, we're welcoming the 3rd round of live performances. What surprises will the 7 advancing singers bring us this time? Let's all wait and see. The show is currently airing, and from the very beginning, the ratings have reached a peak of 2. Lubin, the station director of Mango TV, was personally sitting backstage, hands clasped together, excitedly watching the data on the screen. The steadily rising green line made his heart race faster and faster. Up, 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 keep going up. The words he had been silently repeating in his mind now slipped out in whispers due to his excitement. All the staff backstage were eagerly watching the ratings. When the program officially ended, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Station director Liu Bin excitedly embraced the LCD screen displaying the data, leaning in to kiss the spot showing the ratings. 4%, another record broken. The 3rd episode of I Am a Singer has broken another record. Looking at the number 4 on the screen, Lubin felt as though he were seeing a money tree, constantly pouring money down. Meanwhile, the TV station immediately took a screenshot of the freshly released ratings and issued an announcement. The eye-catching 4% rating on the announcement was like a deep water bomb, once again sending the internet into a frenzy. As expected, the hot search topic reached its peak within a minute. Thousands of comments flooded in, leaving viewers across the country stunned by the 3rd episode's viewership rating. 4%. What an astonishing rating. This is truly unprecedented. Everyone around me has already watched this variety show. Wow, according to the performance-based contract between Lin Dong and Mango TV, his income is about to skyrocket again. The person above was right. I'm already feeling sorry for the TV station. This means they'll have to pay Lin Dong a much larger share of the profits. Not only did we, the frontline bystanders, not expect this, but even Mango TV itself didn't anticipate that Lin Dong's performance in this bet would give him such a huge advantage. Ugh, I have to take back what I said earlier. Lin Dong isn't the kind of guy who leeches off my Wanner. He's too amazing. My goddess Yang Wanner following him makes me feel so at ease. The variety show craze sparked by I Am a Singer swept the nation. Countless TV stations and platforms outside of Mango TV began to get restless, scrambling to obtain Lin Dong's contact information and secure the next collaboration opportunity.
Today, it was the 18th call from a TV station that Lin Dong had ignored. He tossed his phone aside, then scooped up the wailing baby in his arms, soothing one hand while the other began preparing formula. Just as he handed the hungry baby to Yang Wanner, another call rang. "Hello, is this producer Lin? This is Zhao Xingyang, the station director of Lizzie TV. I'd like to have a chat with you." A polite greeting came from the other end of the line, and the caller immediately identified themselves, showing genuine sincerity. Despite this, Lin Dong was already exhausted from the visits and could only respond indifferently, "Hello, what's the matter?" Upon hearing Lin Dong respond, Zhao Xingyang perked up immediately, speaking enthusiastically on the other end of the line. "To be honest, I'm also a fan of your show. I really admire your innovative ideas and format for variety shows, and I admire you very much. I apologize for disturbing you today, but I was actually wondering if you plan to host any other variety shows in the future?" As soon as the question was posed, the station director of Lizzie TV remained silent, waiting for Lin Dong's response. Moments later, a calm voice sounded again. "I currently have another variety show that has already been produced." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingyang's hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. Lin Dong just said he has another completed variety show program. This news was like a bolt of lightning, leaving Zhao Xingyang stunned in place. What kind of genius is this? How could he possibly plan and produce two variety shows at the same time? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xingyang immediately convened an emergency shareholders meeting. The topic of discussion was Lin Dong. This time, we must seize the opportunity and do everything in our power to secure the other variety show Lin Dong is holding for our Lychee channel. For years, Lychee TV and Mango TV have been fierce competitors in the entertainment variety show sector, with ratings neck and neck. However, due to Lin Dong's emergence, Lychee TV has repeatedly fallen short of Mango TV. At this moment, Zhao Xingyang was determined to hold his breath and unleash his ultimate move in the next bidding war for Lin Dong. That evening, Lin Dong sent out a mass text message, and every TV station and online platform that had contacted him received the time and location for the next day's bidding at the same time. The next day, dozens of TV station directors and online platform executives arrived an hour early, taking their seats at the locations arranged by Lin Dong, eagerly awaiting the main event of the day. As everyone whispered and exchanged private conversations, a projection screen slowly descended before them. "The Masked Singer." The four words appeared before everyone's eyes. The mere appearance of the name alone captured everyone's attention, making them unable to resist the urge to fast forward and find out more. Another singing competition show? Could it possibly be better than I Am a Singer and more eye-catching? This question lingered in the minds of everyone present. After the first episode aired, the entire audience was left in shock. The Masked Singer featured an even more innovative concept, brimming with gimmicks and eye-catching highlights. After the second episode aired, the entire audience stood up in unison, cheering enthusiastically. It's important to note that the audience consisted of seasoned entertainment industry insiders who could instantly assess a show's potential. The Masked Singer, with its new format, not only left them speechless but also ignited their passion. Lychee TV station director Zhao Xingyang's eyes sparkled as he searched the set for Lin Dong's figure. Chapter 88, The Dust Settles, and a contract is signed with Lychee TV. I have a feeling that the emergence of The Masked Singer will once again shake up the domestic variety show market. Lin Dong, I knew I didn't misjudge you. This time, no matter the cost, Lychee TV must secure this variety show. Zhao Xingyang, flushed with excitement, spoke loudly to his assistant, looking utterly confident. Lu Bin, the station director of Manhwa TV, who was sitting in front of Zhao Xingyang, turned his head and gave Zhao Xingyang a disdainful glance, his tone filled with mockery. "I advise you to give up this idea immediately. Lin Dong's first variety show was contracted with our Mango TV, and it will remain so in the future." Lu Bin's cold mockery had no effect on Zhao Xingyang. He remained confident, where there's a will, there's a way. As long as Lychee TV was willing to offer better terms than Mango TV, Lin Dong would surely be moved by their sincerity. Shortly after, the auction host took the stage, and under the guidance of professionals, the intense bidding quickly picked up pace. However, throughout the 3-hour auction, Lin Dong never made an appearance. This genius producer hiding behind the scenes had even piqued the curiosity of the dozens of TV station directors and online platform representatives who had come in person. Let us give a warm round of applause to Lychee TV station, which secured the exclusive broadcast rights for the TV platform at a starting bid of 100 million. As the auctioneer's passionate voice echoed through the hall, all eyes turned to today's victor. This winner, who emerged victorious among dozens of bidding TV stations, paid not only the high base price of 100 million, but also 40% of the advertising revenue. This exorbitant price can be considered the largest investment Lychee TV has made in the entertainment industry over the past 2 decades. However, at this very moment, Zhao Xingyang was still overjoyed, looking as though he had struck gold. After watching the first episode of The Masked Singer, he was certain that his decision today was the right one. Investing this massive sum in Lin Dong and in the variety show The Masked Singer was sure to bring unexpected surprises and rewards.
Lu Bin, on the other hand, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar, his entire body stiffening as if frozen in place. He never imagined that the victory he thought was certain would slip away before he could even taste it. He also never imagined that Lychee TV would go to such lengths, and even less did he expect Lin Dong to hand over this new variety show to another television station. Subsequently, another established online platform, YouTube, emerged victorious after overcoming numerous obstacles, securing the exclusive online broadcasting rights for the show with an offer exceeding 30 million yuan, surpassing the previous bid from the Kiwi platform. 100 million was already a staggering price that shocked the entire internet, but YouTube platform abandoned its usual conservative investment strategy and paid 1.3 billion yuan outright. This time, The Masked Singer once again proved to the entire variety show industry that its potential far surpasses that of I Am a Singer. This news was once again exposed by journalists, and information about The Masked Singer spread like a super tornado across all major online platforms. An official announcement from Lychee TV was shared by countless users. The concise announcement revealed that Lychee TV has signed an agreement with Lin Dong, officially securing the exclusive broadcast rights for the singing variety show The Masked Singer starting immediately. Several clauses in the announcement, along with some massive figures, were highlighted in red by netizens, sending the entire internet into a state of shock. Netizens flooded the comment sections, expressing their astonishment and admiration one after another. Who is Lin Dong? I thought I Am a Singer had already made him a legend, but judging by this astonishing price, The Masked Singer he holds in his hands will be an even more legendary show. Eager netizens have highlighted the key points for you. In addition to the 100 million yuan base price, Lychee TV has also signed a 40% advertising revenue sharing agreement with Lin Dong. Such astronomical profits are truly staggering. For a moment, it's hard to tell which of the two parties is at a disadvantage. Above, how could a businessman lose out? No matter how you look at it, as long as The Masked Singer is an outstanding variety show, both parties will definitely win, securing unprecedented rewards. SOS, I'm already bursting with anticipation. When will this show finally air? I can't wait. Who would VE thought a rap-themed variety show could be this addictive? That's true, but judging by the price Lychee TV is offering, this show is sure to be as popular as I Am a Singer. Lychee TV's announcement has effectively advertised the yet-to-be-released The Masked Singer. Major online platforms have been buzzing about it all day. Inside the room, Yang Wanner snuggled into Lin Dong's arms, her gentle voice tinged with confusion. Husband, why did you sign The Masked Singer variety show with Lychee TV instead of continuing with Mango TV? We've been collaborating with them all along, and the station director even came to our house early yesterday morning to bring gifts. Yang Wanyu was so well protected by Hua Jie that she knew nothing about the intricacies of the business world. Lin Dong reached out and gently stroked her hair, smiling as he replied. Honey, some business people can only see the immediate benefits. Director Liu is exactly like that. Others are too greedy. When I first chose Mango TV, I was looking for an established TV station to promote my variety show, but the conditions they offered were just average, far from what I had expected. But the most important point is that I want the TV station I collaborate with to be more than just about money. I also want them to genuinely believe in my variety show and truly appreciate the world I've created. After finishing his words, Yang Wanner nodded slightly, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. Lin Dong continued speaking. First, the station director of Lychee TV not only showed the utmost sincerity but also offered me a whopping 40% of the advertising fees. This is a recognition of my work, not just the number itself, but the trust behind it, which no other TV station can offer me. Secondly, before the bidding, he said something that resonated deeply with me. He mentioned that singing-based variety shows would become a new trend, which is exactly what I am striving to achieve. He has the foresight to articulate what I was thinking. As Lin Dong finished speaking with a hint of depth, a baby's cry suddenly echoed from the crib beside him. The second child's distinctive high-pitched voice broke the previous silence. Soon, the other two babies joined in, wailing loudly. Wah, woo! Chapter 89, A Woman's Jealousy, Trouble Approaches. After eating his fill once again, the big eater heir Bao grinned at his mother Yang Wanner. Looking at the white, delicate infant in her arms, Yang Wanner's heart fluttered, and she couldn't help but hold him a little tighter. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Lin Dong quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the mother and child. Wow, honey, your photography skills are amazing. Why don't I just fire my professional photographer and hire you instead? Yang Wanner playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Dong. He walked over, picked up the second child who was clinging to his mother's arms, and placed him back in the crib. Then he suddenly picked up Yang Wanner and held her in his arms. That's because my wife has a face so beautiful it could make a fish sink in a moonlight. It's like no matter how you take the photo, she always looks great. The three little babies, still babbling away, had no idea that their parents were already lost in their sweet affection. Honey, can I post these photos on my social media? I feel so happy I could fly to the sky, I just can't resist showing off a little. Looking at the sparkle in Yang Wanner's eyes, Lin Dong nodded and whispered, Go ahead. All along, Yang Wanner had never dared to share such private photos publicly. The most important reason was to protect Lin Dong, as he wasn't like her, a celebrity constantly in the public eye. But at the end of the day, Yang Wanner was also an ordinary woman. Who wouldn't want to share their life through regular posts like everyone else? The caption read, "You and they are all gifts sent to me by heaven. I love you all." 6 stunning photos were immediately posted to Yang Wanner's social media feed. Among them was a family photo of the 5 of them, along with the bouquet of 999 blue roses Lin Dong had prepared, and the candlelit dinner from that evening. Within a minute, it received 300 likes. This is the charm of a goddess. Assistant Xiao Tong was the first to reply, "Help. I never expected to get fed so much relationship envy while resting at home for a day. This is way too sweet. P.S. This is the first time I've ever seen blue roses. I'm definitely going to steal one from your house tomorrow." Another day moved by someone else's beautiful love story. The 2 of them are truly meant for each other. A fan leader commented, "Seeing Wanner's genuine smile, I suddenly felt that marrying Lin Dong was worth it." Comments kept pouring in on her WeChat moments, and Yang Wanner couldn't help but smile contentedly. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, who were busy changing diapers for their 3 babies, were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Before Lin Dong could open the door, he heard the loud voice of his agent, Zhang Yuhua, shouting from outside, "Open the door quickly. It's Zhang Yuhua." Zhang Yuhua pushed the door open and walked straight to the sofa, sitting down as if she were at her own home. She then took out her phone. "Wanner, the post you just shared on your social media has gone viral. I don't know which heartless person screenshotted it and posted it online. Then a few female celebrities who have always been at odds with you jumped in to mock you, saying that after you left the industry, you've done nothing but put on a show." Zhang Yuhua grabbed the mineral water on the table and drank it all in one gulp, trying to extinguish the flames burning on her head with water. As Yang Wanner's agent, Zhang Yuhua was furious at that moment. The fact that this renowned top agent in the industry was so enraged shows just how excessive some of the online comments were. With half a year left before the start of filming for her next movie, Yang Wanyu had indeed been enjoying some downtime at home. But she never expected that posting a happy family photo on social media would land her in hot water for putting on a show. Even Lin Dong couldn't help but feel furious. He grabbed Zhang Yuhua's phone and opened the Weibo homepage, only to see that the top trending topic was Yang Wanyu quits the industry for a stunt, with the first comment being from some obscure actress. No way, no way. In this day and age, there are still people showing off their all-around husband? Even after retiring from the entertainment industry, she can't seem to shake her habit of seeking attention. Following that were several mindless comments from haters. Exactly. She's already left the entertainment industry, yet she's still acting like this. What's there to show off? Maybe she just likes to show off what she lacks. Lin Dong flipped through these bitter comments while making his own remarks. Jealousy makes women sharp-tongued and bitter. These women are really showing it in full force. I'm really fed up with these gossips. They're always latching onto something about Warner and making a big deal out of it, spewing nothing but trash. This time, I have to teach them a lesson. Zhang Yuhua took over from Lin Dong, crossing her arms and speaking angrily. Seeing the 2 people she cared about most standing up for her, Yang Wanner's earlier sadness and gloom vanished instantly. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Yuhua, asking softly, "Sister Hua, what are you going to do about them?" Zhang Yuhua's expression turned ruthless in an instant. She clenched her teeth and said, "I'll contact all my connections and acquaintances in the entertainment industry right now. I'll make sure they have no place in the entertainment industry from now on." It was no secret that Zhang Yuhua was a true powerhouse agent in the entertainment industry. Though she might not be the most influential figure, she certainly held significant sway, with close connections to numerous directors and industry heavyweights. But before Zhang Yuhua could even make the first call, Lin Dong interrupted her, his voice carrying a hint of dominance. "Yuhua, let me handle this." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. When he looked at Yang Wanner, his expression softened into his usual gentle and friendly smile. "Honey, just leave it to me. In an hour, I'll make everything go back to normal. As for these worthless criminals, I guarantee they won't dare to cause trouble again." Lin Dong gently patted Yang Wanner on the head before turning and walking out the door. Speeding down the road, Lin Dong arrived at the building of a law firm and dialed the number of an old friend. "Hello, is this Zhang Gu? This is Lin Dong. I'm currently at the entrance of your law firm." Within 2 minutes, a man in a suit walked out the door. Upon seeing Lin Dong, he smiled broadly and shouted, "Lin Dong, what brings you, such a big shot, to my humble law firm?" This middle-aged man was named Zhang Rui, whom Lin Dong had met by chance at Jiaowei International Hospital. He was also involved in the investment of I Am a Singer. Upon hearing that the living god of wealth had personally come to visit, he immediately rushed downstairs. Chapter 90, Perfect Public Relations, Turning Negative Reviews Around. Zhang Rui Law Firm is undoubtedly one of the top firms in the industry, especially renowned for handling entertainment industry lawsuits. Faced with Zhang Rui's praise, Lin Dong smiled politely. "The matter is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. I've come today to ask for your assistance with something." Before Lin Dong could finish speaking, Zhang Rui slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What's with all the formalities between us? Just say what you need. As long as it's for you, Lin Dong, I'd go through fire and water for you." After all, Lin Dong's "I am a singer" had already made Zhang Rui a fortune. At this moment, Lin Dong was the one person Zhang Rui had to cling to for dear life. After listening to Lin Dong's explanation, Zhang Rui couldn't help but sigh. "Brother, I have to say, Lin Dong, you really have no words for Yang Wanner. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'll go arrange everything right away. This case, I'll handle it personally. Wanner, look, most of these comments are from your fans, all standing up for you. Don't be upset. Look at this comment, these people are clearly driven by envy and jealousy. If you're so jealous, why don't you marry a useful husband like our goddess Wanner? You're just sour grapes." There's another one that's hilarious. Let me read it to you. It said that Zhang Chaoyang, this actress, has been dumped 8 times and cheated on 4 times since she debuted. Her 12 breakup experiences have shaped her into the jealous queen she is today. Zhang Yuhua, like a caring older sister, embraced Yang Wanner in her arms and comforted her with a smile. Yang Wanyu nodded in understanding. "Sister Hua, don't worry. I've been in this industry for so long I've seen it all. These are just minor issues. I'm just a bit concerned about Lin Dong. I don't know where he went or what he plans to do." At that moment, Yang Wanyu blinked her innocent, harmless eyes, looking like a frightened little lamb. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. "Lin Dong is so capable, why aren't you worried about him? Last time when your unmarried pregnancy was exposed, wasn't it him who handled it? If he weren't starting his own business, he could have gone into public relations." Zhang Youhua's exaggerated words brought a moment of relief to Wanner. An hour later, Zhang Yuhua received a message from Lin Dong. She immediately dropped her serious expression, relaxed the frown that had been etched on her forehead for an hour, and broke into a smile. She knew that Lin Dong could come up with the best solution at this critical moment. This method was far faster and more satisfying than her making calls one by one. Yang Wanner's studio has noticed that some netizens have been spreading malicious rumors and insulting Yang Wanner's character through platforms like Weibo. We immediately contacted lawyer Zhang Rui. Lu Feifei is a fairy, and Zhang Chaoyang is an actor. Considering the serious and malicious nature of this incident and its negative impact on Yang Wanner, we have decided to report it to the police. We once again solemnly declare that the internet is not a lawless zone. We urge all netizens to jointly maintain a healthy online environment. This statement issued by Yang Wanner's studio quickly trended on social media among her fanbase. Wow, they went straight to the police. That's so satisfying. Since that's the case, I won't bother arguing with those third-rate actors. I'll just sit back and wait for the hot search about those jealous women being detained. Protecting Yang Wanyu's legitimate rights, the studio's actions this time are so bold. It's indeed time to crack down on these brazen black fans. I wish I could tear their mouths off through the internet. Wanner, the goddess, will prevail. Showing off happiness and love is not wrong. The ones at fault are these brainless black fans and jealous celebrities who are going crazy because of her success. My goddess is so tragic. Posting a WeChat moment can get her trending on the hot search list. Though fame brings trouble, she has already retired from the entertainment industry. Why won't these people leave her alone? Third-rate actress Lu Feifei sat at home, staring at the news flooding the internet, her hands and feet growing cold. She never imagined that her few jealous remarks would have such severe consequences. Then, a phone call rang. "Hello, this is Zhang Rui Law Firm. You have a legal summons to pick up. Would you like us to mail it to you or come by in person?" The cold tone of the notification felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over her. Zhang Feifei couldn't help but shiver. Everything that was happening now was something she had never seen before. On the other end, Zhang Chaoyang had just hung up the phone after a director informed her that due to her poor conduct, several shareholders had jointly demanded her withdrawal from the production of a web series. This web series, which she had finally secured, was her only lead role in recent years. The crushing defeat left her completely shattered, and she began to repent inwardly, wishing she could turn back time and stop herself from uttering those jealous remarks earlier. The doorbell rang, and she opened the door trembling. 3 police officers stood at the door, causing her to sit down on the ground in fear. "Hello, Zhang Chaoyang. You are being accused of infringing upon Yang Wanner's reputation rights. We need you to come with us immediately." As soon as Lin Dong returned home, Yang Wanyu rushed toward him with a joyful expression, throwing herself into his arms. "Husband, you're so amazing. You're the greatest treasure I've ever found in the universe." Facing his wife, who was dubbed the national goddess, throwing herself into his arms and showering him with praise, Lin Dong felt a surge of pride welling up inside him. In his own world, celebrities in the entertainment industry frequently hire lawyers, file lawsuits, and call the police. It was all routine. However, in this era, such methods had yet to emerge, so when he employed this approach, it immediately drew the attention of the entire entertainment industry. "Lin Dong, what kind of punishment will the lawyers and police give them?" Zhang Yuhua stood up, her face filled with question marks. Lin Dong's perfect public relations move was both novel and powerful, even making her, as his agent, rush to jot it down in her notebook. The victim can demand that the perpetrator cease the infringement, restore their reputation, eliminate the impact, apologize, or compensate for losses. As for the final resolution, it depends on what my wife decides to do. In any case, this would mean that their entertainment careers would be tarnished with a reputation for misconduct, effectively ending their careers. As he spoke, Lin Dong exuded an aura of overwhelming dominance, causing Yang Wanner's eyes to sparkle with admiration, leaving her speechless. Chapter 91, Lin Dong creates a new Weibo account, drawing global attention. The next day, Xiao Tong walked into Yang Wanner's home with a light step. As soon as he opened the door, he let out a loud shout. "Sister Wanner! This is incredible! I took the day off yesterday, and such an earth-shattering event occurred. You have no idea I spent my precious free time yesterday berating several haters on Weibo. Since I became your assistant, my typing speed has skyrocketed. Now I can take on 3 haters at the same time." Seeing Xiao Tong's smug expression, Yang Wanner couldn't help but laugh out loud. 3 babies crawling on the carpet, blinking their curious eyes, looked at this suddenly arrived, startling auntie. "Did you miss me, little two?" Xiao Tong dropped his backpack and charged toward little two on the carpet, waving his arms wildly. "You missed your auntie, didn't you? You little thing, have you gotten fatter again? Look at your chubby cheeks. You don't take after your mom at all, and you don't take after your dad either." Just as Xiao Tong was about to pick up air bow, Lin Dong walked over and handed his phone to Xiao Tong. "Xiao Tong, help me create a Weibo account." Xiao Tong exclaimed in surprise. "What? Master, are you joining Weibo?" Yang Wanner, sitting beside them, also cast a surprised glance at Lin Dong. He actually asked to create a Weibo account. Lin Dong nodded and walked into the kitchen. "I'll go make breakfast first. You create it for me first. As for the Weibo profile picture, just use a photo of Wanner and the 3 babies together." With those words, Lin Dong's role as a doting father was solidified. Even his Weibo profile picture featured his wife and children, clearly showing how much he loved his family. Yang Wanyu immediately spoke up. "Don't listen to him, Xiao Tong. Just use a photo of the 5 of us instead." Smoothly past Weibo verification 5 minutes later, a large V badge appeared next to Lin Dong's Weibo name, with the verification result: producer of I Am a Singer, owner of a 5-star restaurant, fashion designer, and senior photographer. Given Lin Dong's humble and low-key personality, he would never boast about such titles. Seeing Xiao Tong and Yang Wanner's smug expressions, Lin Dong shrugged helplessly. Within half an hour, netizens discovered this new high-profile user on Weibo. After clicking on the profile picture to confirm, they immediately hit the follow button. A Weibo post with the hashtag Lin Dong was posted, and it also tagged Lin Dong's newly registered Weibo account. By the time Lin Dong finished making breakfast, Weibo was already buzzing with excitement. Lin Dong has joined Weibo. Everyone, hurry up. Here's the link to Lin Dong. That's right, he's the husband of national goddess Yang Wanner, the producer of the variety show, I Am a Singer. His profile picture was a sweet family of 5, and his bio simply read, "Just a dad. A man who loves his family and children is too charming. I'm head over heels. All of Yang Wanyu's fans and friends, I'm following him first. After all, he's the person our Wanyu loves the most, so I'll follow him too. Wow, is this the mysterious genius producer? Welcome to Weibo." It's unclear when it started, but Weibo's trending topics have become a regular occurrence for the Lin Dong family. At this moment, a new Weibo trending topic has once again topped the charts. The news that Lin Dong has joined Weibo spread in an instant. In an office, a staff member named Xiao Mei, who was secretly slacking off, tapped on her colleague's desk and whispered, "Lin Dong has created a new Weibo account. Aren't you a die-hard fan of I Am a Singer? Hurry up and follow him." The person next to her, who was focused on work, exclaimed in surprise and immediately opened the Weibo page. The trending topic immediately caught her attention. Wow, really? Lin Dong really created a Weibo account? This earth-shattering exclamation echoed throughout the entire office, followed by a chorus of responses. What? Which Lin Dong? It's the executive producer of the variety show, I Am a Singer, that you've been secretly watching at work. Oh my gosh, you don't even know Lin Dong? You're so out of the loop. He's the husband of national goddess Yang Wanner. Instantly, the once quiet studio was plunged into a chaotic atmosphere. Dozens of staff members forgot what they were doing and began enthusiastically discussing the gossip about Lin Dong. What are you all doing? Do you even want to work anymore? If not, pack your things and get out of here. Xiao Tong was so startled that she nearly dropped her chopsticks on the ground. She shouted loudly, "Master! I only looked away for 10 minutes, and you're already trending again. Now you have 8 million followers, that's insane." Yang Wanner immediately pulled out her phone. "Speaking of which, I haven't followed my husband's Weibo account yet." As Yang Wanyu followed him, Lin Dong's trending topic saw another surge in popularity. Half an hour later, Lin Dong's Weibo account had exactly 10 million followers. 10 million, what does that even mean? That's the kind of following a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry has, and Lin Dong, an outsider to the industry, achieved that on his first day on Weibo. Lin Dong put down his chopsticks, picked up his phone, and posted a message on Weibo. Even big stars have the right to enjoy their own lives. Master, you posted on Weibo? Xiaotong looked at the pop-up message and refreshed the page. Yang Wanner also quickly tapped on Lin Dong's profile picture. A short message appeared on the screen, and for a moment, tears welled up in Yang Wanner's eyes. She knew that Lin Dong had said those words specifically for her. Yesterday, she had been unfairly caught up in a wave of negative comments, and it was Lin Dong who had handled the situation decisively for her. Today, he had taken the initiative to create a Weibo account and post this message all to speak up for her. The feeling of being protected made her feel exceptionally at ease. She reached out and tightly grasped Lin Dong's large hand. Lin Dong smiled at her, then wrapped his warm hand around hers. Feeling the warmth emanating from Lin Dong's heart, Yang Wanner felt a wave of warmth surge through her. As expected, Lin Dong's newly posted Weibo message quickly garnered a flood of enthusiastic comments from his fans. Lin Dong's words were clearly in response to yesterday's incident involving Yang Wanner so manly. Husband material at its best. That's exactly right. Lin Dong was spot on. Yang Wanner is a big star, but she also has the right to enjoy life and share her experiences like an ordinary person. If she has to be criticized just for posting on social media, she might as well quit the entertainment industry. I can't help but tear up. Their love is just too sweet. Lin Dong is just too awesome. Chapter 92, The Black Swan and the Peculiar Girl, Masked Fun. Lin Dong made his debut on Weibo, and his first post immediately garnered 100,000 likes. His popularity is already on par with top-tier celebrities. Plus, his first words were a strong statement defending his wife, instantly winning over a crowd of fans. After signing a contract with Manhwa TV, Lin Dong and the director immediately put The Masked Singer on the schedule. Besides capitalizing on the popularity of I Am a Singer, he had a personal motive. He wants to get Yang Wanner back into the public eye as soon as possible, allowing her to make a comeback as a singer and quickly establish herself in the music scene of the entertainment industry with his support. In Lin Dong's heart, Yang Wanner was born to be on the stage. To avoid conflicting with I Am a Singer, Lin Dong coordinated with Lizzie TV to schedule The Masked Singer for Saturday evenings at 8 p.m. It's important to note that weekend variety shows are always more popular than usual, which shows just how much support Lychee TV is giving to Lin Dong's show this time around. Honey, I want to write a song for you to sing when you make your entrance. What do you think? After feeding the 3 babies until they were full, Lin Dong gently stroked her head. Night. After searching through the system's music library over and over again, Lin Dong finally found the perfect song for Yang Wanner. The Wind Rises. This was a song that had swept the streets and alleys in his previous life, with its moving lyrics resonating deeply with countless listeners, bringing tears to their eyes. There was another reason he chose this song. It required an extremely soft and beautiful voice, and Yang Wanner could not only handle it but also perfectly showcase her high-pitched vocal range. After reading the lyrics, Yang Wanner hummed the melody softly. The emotional her even shed a tear from the corner of her eye. Even the 3 children, who had been in an excited state, fell into a calm state, and the eldest child had already fallen asleep. Honey, I really love this song. This immersive feeling is truly moving. I'm sure the listeners of this song will feel the same way I do. Lin Dong nodded. He knew all too well how deeply moved and shaken he had been when he first heard the song. Under the anticipation of viewers across the internet, the 4th episode of I Am a Singer aired at 10 p.m. on Thursday as scheduled. The ratings steadily rose, taking another small step forward to 41. Lu Bin, the station director of Manhwa TV, watched the green line rise steadily, his wrinkles creasing with joy. He immediately opened his phone and posted the good news under the official account of Manhwa TV. The day before the show aired, Lizzie TV released the latest news. It is rumored that the national goddess Yang Wanner will make her debut on The Masked Singer. Everyone, come and guess which masked singer is the goddess. The highly enticing news was immediately shared enthusiastically by countless fans of Yang Wanner. In no time, the attention on The Masked Singer skyrocketed. So the goddess's first move after retiring from the entertainment industry is to enter the music industry? That's so cool. But since Yang Wanner sings so beautifully, she'll always have a place to perform. As a die-hard fan of Wanner for 10 years, let me enlighten you all. Before she started acting, Yang Wanner actually debuted as a singer. Don't underestimate our goddess. There's nothing our national goddess Yang Wanner can't do, only things you can't imagine. Everyone, don't miss it. Saturday night at 8 p.m., let's all gather together to anticipate Wanner's appearance. Even if she's masked, I could recognize her in an instant. Lychee TV station director Zhao Xingyang went to great lengths to promote the show Masked Singer, working all week on promotions and even personally asking Yang Wanner to reveal her name in advance as a teaser. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Wanner's name was revealed, the official Weibo account for The Masked Singer saw a surge in followers. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was Saturday. On the day the variety show aired, Lychee TV placed The Masked Singer at the top of the variety channel's popular section, ensuring that viewers would see it as soon as they opened the channel. The joy of the weekend flooded people's minds, and many people's first action upon returning home was to turn on Lizzie TV and wait for the broadcast of The Masked Singer.
It's time! It's time!
The first comment was posted on the YouTube video platform. The screen then shifted, and The Masked Singer officially kicked off. This is a mysterious singing competition where we have no idea who the contestants really are. They are fully masked throughout the show and even wear voice-altering devices, only revealing their true voices when they sing.
This is an unprecedented competition format, no reliance on background or appearance.
All you need to do is showcase your most authentic, heartfelt vocals to stay on this stage.
The show's unique blend of music and suspense puts all singers on an equal footing, with idols shedding their glamour and talented singers unleashing their full potential without reservation. All masked singers compete solely based on their own talent and vocal skills. As the host's excited commentary faded, the first masked singer stepped onto the stage. Dressed as a black swan, her mask was made of black feathers. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of the entire audience. The Black Swan is the nickname of this debut singer.
Before singing, she began a soprano vocal display, and her exceptional vocal range left the audience in awe, eager to remove the mask and discover her identity.
Who is this soprano Black Swan? Her voice doesn't match her swan image at all, huh? Let me guess, could she be that famous female artist surnamed Gong?
There aren't many sopranos as powerful as her in the entire country, so it should be easy to guess. Before the first song even ended, the audience was already buzzing with excitement. Active viewers on the comments section were all speculating about the true identity of the first contestant, bringing the show's interactivity to its peak.
Next, the second masked singer took the stage.
A woman dressed in an unusual outfit stood with her hands on her hips, and the 3D effects behind her activated, making her appear as though she were in a futuristic time tunnel. The time tunnel began to shift, and the oddly dressed masked woman started making comical running motions. As the music played, a microphone dropped from the sky, and the masked singer grabbed it.
Her contestant ID was Anime Girl. This unique outfit and stage effects left viewers at home unable to contain their laughter, with enthusiastic comments flooding the screen. Chapter 93, Viewership Soars, Station Director Goes Wild. What on earth is this? This is too funny.
I had no idea there was such a hilarious contestant among the female singers.
Combined with the stage lighting effects, it's just too funny. The first group of contestants was the Black Swan and the Oddball Girl. The masked singer is truly full of joy. The Black Swan's figure reminds me of the national goddess Yang Waner. Having her perform first on Lin Dong's show isn't too much of a stretch, is it? No, I don't think so. Her voice doesn't sound anything like Yang Waner's. After the three masked singers finished their performances, the show was almost over, and the comments exploded because they realized that all the contestants in the first episode were female singers. Wow, the lineup for the first episode is all masked female singers. 6 female singers with completely different styles, but all incredibly talented. This variety show is too amazing. Family members are so cute. 6 female singers appeared on stage at once. One of them must be Yang Waner. Come place your bets, guess which one is the goddess Waner. After careful observation and rational analysis, I've ruled out the third and sixth singers. One is too tall, and the other is too curvy. Neither could be Yang Wanyu. Wait, didn't you know about height increasing pads? Let's guess who the first masked singer will be. Could it really be Yang Wanyu? The audience buzzed with excitement, marveling at the show's exquisite production while straining their brains to guess the true identities of the 6 mysterious female singers on stage. A single variety show ignited the enthusiasm of all viewers, capturing the hearts of millions of fans. When the host officially announced the end of the first episode, viewers watching at home felt a sense of wanting more at the same time. For these viewers who had already become obsessed with the show, everyone had the same thought: how can there be only one episode? It's not enough. On the screen, the masked singer from the first episode, the Black Swan, slowly removed her mask. The audience erupted in astonished cheers. The soprano was none other than a highly respected female theater artist from the drama world. Among the viewers participating in the live chat, not a single person guessed the Black Swan's true identity. Soon after, the remaining 6 masked singers also revealed their identities. Each of the 6 masked singers was a renowned female singer with years of experience, and one of them even had a song that went viral worldwide. The revelation of the mystery left the national audience in shock, and the variety show once again became a sensation. Zhao Xingyang, the station director of Lizzie TV, sat excitedly backstage, his heart racing. As he looked at the data, his voice trembled with excitement. I knew it. This variety show would surpass everyone's expectations. No matter how much we had to invest, it was worth it. I didn't choose the wrong people. For all these years, our Lychee TV has been overshadowed by Mango TV, but now we're finally turning the tables. Wonderful. Wonderful. I made the right bet. At that moment, Zhao Xingyang was as happy as a child who had just received a new toy, unable to contain his excitement and dancing around. Under the strong promotion from Lychee TV and the overwhelming support from the audience, The Masked Singer topped the trending list after the first episode. Taking advantage of the momentum, the station director of Lychee TV issued an official announcement, revealing the first episode's viewership rating. The singing variety show The Masked Singer, exclusively broadcast by Lychee TV, achieved a 25% viewership rating in its first episode. Congratulations! The staggering 25% viewership rating sent shockwaves throughout the entire entertainment industry. The two singing variety shows created by Lin Dong were like a thunderclap, shocking the entire industry. It's worth noting that Lin Dong's sudden emergence temporarily disrupted the variety show market in the entertainment industry. The Weibo Hot search rankings rose at an eye-popping speed, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave, surging upward. Viewers who had just turned off their phones and TVs rushed to the platform to share their stunned reactions. Who is this divine producer Lin Dong? These two shows are one better than the other. I can't help but watch them over and over again. They're just too good. I Am a Singer focuses on competition, making it thrilling and exhilarating to watch, while The Masked Singer emphasizes mystery and surprises, making it impossible for viewers to resist interacting with the show. In summary, each has its own merits and charm. The summary above is spot on, but The Masked Singer achieved a 25% viewership rating in its first episode, which is even more explosive than I Am a Singer. This Lin Dong really knows how to capture the audience's heart. The first episode of The Masked Singer had such a high viewership rating because Lin Dong's first variety show opened up the market for singing-based programs. I still think I Am a Singer is better. Stop arguing. They're all great. Both shows are amazing, everyone should watch them. Those who haven't watched them yet should go watch them now. Peace. The singers who didn't accept his show's invitation have been regretting it ever since I Am a Singer became a hit. Now that The Masked Singer has appeared, they wish they could turn back time to before the variety show even started. Yang Wanner sat on a yoga mat on the balcony, stretching her body, with a phone on speaker mode in front of her. Wanner, at that time, my schedule was just too packed, so I had no choice but to decline Lin Dong's variety show invitation. Now that I have time, could you please ask your husband for me? After all, we've been such good friends for so many years. On the other end of the phone, a coy and affected voice rang out. Yang Wanyu looked impatient. My husband doesn't have any variety shows right now. If he does, I'll let you know. Oh, my child is crying. I need to go feed him. With that, Yang Wanna reached forward and firmly pressed the hang-up button, ending the call. On the night the first episode of The Masked Singer aired, she had already received at least 10 calls from friends or acquaintances. Every single one was asking her to say a few good words to Lin Dong, hoping to appear on his variety show. Among them were several people who had previously rejected Lin Dong's invitations. At that time, Lin Dong's ideas and variety shows were being questioned by the entire internet. They simply couldn't believe that a singing-based variety show could have a future. Little did they know that their narrow-mindedness would end up hurting themselves. Sitting on the sofa beside her, Lin Dong held his second child in his arms, his first child in his left hand, and his third child in his right hand. All four of their gazes were fixed on their mother, Yang Wanner. If it's your friend, I can arrange it. Chapter 94, Lin Dong's Unbelievable Popularity Data. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, Yang Wanner immediately pouted angrily, ending her yoga pose, her voice filled with anger. What kind of friends are they? When my husband invited them, they didn't even give him any face, and now that the show is popular, they're rushing to join. Impossible. No way. Husband, don't give them a chance. Just add those who rejected you to the permanent blacklist. Don't give them any face. Watching Yang Wanner speak so earnestly, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. He placed the second child sitting in his lap onto the sofa, then walked slowly toward Yang Wanner and picked her up horizontally from the yoga mat. The sudden Princess Carrie made Yang Wanner blush. She buried her face in Lin Dong's chest and said shyly, "What are you doing? The kids are watching." Lin Dong leaned down, whispered into her ear, his magnetic voice synchronized with his breathing, tickling Yang Wanner's ears. "What are you afraid of? They don't understand." Just then, Bao's inconsiderate crying sounded again, piercing the ears of both of them. Wah! Bao's cries were like a spark, and the other two babies couldn't help but join in with loud cries as well. The two parents, who had been immersed in a sweet atmosphere, were immediately snapped out of their romantic bubble, exchanging a helpless smile. Yang Wanner jumped off Lin Dong's lap and rushed to the sofa, picking up Bao. As soon as he was in his mother's arms, the second child stopped crying and smiled broadly at Yang Wanyu. "You little rascal! You can't even speak yet, and you're already trying to steal your dad's attention." Lin Dong walked over, gently pinched Bao's cheeks, and said with a smile. Nearly a week had passed since the first episode of The Masked Singer aired, and Yang Wanner had received numerous private messages from fans asking her if she would be participating in the show. The night before the second episode of The Masked Singer aired, Yang Wanyu opened a fan's private message, which read as follows. "Goddess Wanyu, when will your variety show finally air? I have to wait a few more episodes. 5:55 I'm about to start my senior year of high school, and once I do, I'll be cut off from the world, no phone, no TV. I wonder if I'll be able to wait until you make your comeback during the remaining vacation. Reading this message filled with anticipation, the fan's words touched Yang Wanyu's heart, and she sent a reply, "Smile, you'll see me soon. Study hard." Yang Wanyu's fan leader from a certain province, Sutomengmeng, sat at home, staring in disbelief at her phone. The private message page on Weibo showed a message from Yang Wanyu. She grabbed her glasses from the desk and put them on, then looked at the phone screen again. She noticed that her message had been read, and beneath her confession, there was a reply from Yang Wanyu herself. Overwhelmed by shock, Sutomengmeng repeatedly tapped Yang Wanyu's profile picture to confirm that this was indeed a message from the goddess herself. This was real. The next moment, C2 Mengmeng let out a deafening scream. "Oh my god! The goddess replied to my private message. It's really Yang Wanyu, the goddess, who replied to my private message. Mom, the goddess replied to my private message." After rushing to tell everyone, C2 Mengmeng immediately took a screenshot of the chat page and couldn't resist sharing her joy and excitement with the world, even posting a Weibo tagging the national goddess Yang Waner. "I'm so shocked, family. Yang Waner actually replied to my private message and even specifically urged me to study hard. She's so loving. I'm already moved to tears. I love her, I love her, I love her. Important things must be said 3 times. With the Weibo hashtag, this post caught the attention of Yang Wanyu's global fanbase, sending fans into a frenzy once again, with the comments section erupting in enthusiastic reactions. "Wow, sister, you're so lucky. You actually got a personal reply from the goddess. And she even urged you to study hard. I have to borrow some of your good luck. Wow, catch the key point, the goddess said we'll see her soon. Does that mean our goddess will appear in the next episode of The Masked Singer? Waner is truly the kindest person in the world. She's so good to her fans. I can't wait to see her on the next episode of The Masked Singer." The enthusiasm of all the fans was ignited by the goddess's warm reply, surging forward. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Waner had once again been pushed to the top of Weibo's trending topics by her passionate fans. Top agent Zhang Yuhua sat in her office, watching the data of Yang Wanyu on various online platforms on her computer screen, unable to suppress a smile that gradually turned into an exaggerated grin. Who would have thought that our Waner, even after leaving the entertainment industry, is still making waves in the entertainment? The speed at which she's trending on Weibo over 10 times in a month is something only a top-tier celebrity should be doing. Then, Zhang Yuhua seemed to remember something and typed Lin Dong into the search bar. The next second, the internet heat data for Lin Dong appeared on the screen. Seeing the screen filled with red, Zhang Yuhua was momentarily speechless, then her eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know until you see it, it's shocking. Lin Dong, an unknown person, has such an astronomical level of popularity on Weibo? For a top-tier artist, appearing on the trending list 2 or 3 times a month is already an excellent achievement. Even the national goddess Yang Waner only makes it to the top of the trending list 10 times a month, yet he managed to achieve 20 times in a single month, accounting for a third of the entertainment industry's overall buzz. That's terrifying. As a self-proclaimed worldly agent, he was stunned by the numbers and couldn't move, muttering to himself, "Wow." At that moment, Lin Dong, who was at home changing his baby's diaper, sneezed. When there's something to look forward to, time flies. Before he knew it, it was time for the second episode of The Masked Singer to air. On this day, Lin Dong brought his entire family to the Lychee TV station. Backstage. In a private makeup room, Yang Waner sat in front of the mirror, repeatedly scanning her reflection. Just then, the door opened, and Lin Dong walked in with a smile on his face. He was holding a large gift box in his hands. "Honey, this is the gift I prepared for you." Yang Wanyu raised her thick eyelashes, her big, sparkling eyes filled with surprise. Chapter 95, The Pea Princess's Wind Rises. Yang Waner gently opened the elaborately wrapped gift box. Then, she covered her mouth and let out a surprised gasp. "Ah, Tian." What greeted her eyes was a set of evening gowns that, though outwardly simple and understated, exuded elegance and grace. It included neck accessories, the face mask essential for this variety show, and high heels. Every detail was perfectly thought out. That's right, this was the one thing Lin Dong had been busiest with in the 3 days leading up to the second episode of the show, preparing a one-of-a-kind, breathtakingly beautiful gown for Yang Waner's long-sleeve debut. It's worthy of today's stage and even more worthy of her. "Honey, today is your first battle back in your field, and I will make sure you are the brightest star of the night." Lin Dong placed the accessories on Yang Waner, his voice filled with endless tenderness. Under the spotlight, a slender, delicate silhouette flickered in and out of view. The silver threads hand-stitched on the gown's skirt highlighted her skin, making it appear even more radiant. What truly captivated everyone's gaze was the alluring pair of eyes hidden behind the silver mask. The mask, edged with silver, shimmered like twinkling stars under the lights. Background music begins. The lights brightened. Welcome to the second episode of The Masked Singer. Next up, please welcome our first challenger from the first group. Who is he? What kind of surprise will he bring us?
The camera zooms in from a distance, capturing Yang Wanner standing gracefully at the center of the stage, finally focusing on her side profile with the mask on.
The audience gasps in awe.
The masked woman before them exudes an otherworldly aura, as if a fairy had descended from the heavens, capturing the audience's attention. Suddenly, the background music begins to play, creating a sense of anticipation. On the screen, Yang Wanyu's slender arms slowly raise the microphone, and her delicate lips part slightly. Along the way, she walked and stopped, following the traces of the young man's drifting journey. Just before stepping out of the station, she hesitated for a moment. I once couldn't escape the vastness of the world, nor could I resist its allure. I dream, without distinguishing between truth and fiction, without struggling, without fearing ridicule. Her soft voice perfectly highlighted the melancholic atmosphere of the song, and the heartfelt lyrics poured out from Yang Wanyu's lips.
In an instant, the tens of thousands of female viewers watching the show couldn't help but be moved by the emotions in the lyrics and her voice, their eyes brimming with tears.
The previously lively chat stream fell silent, as if the world had fallen into a trance along with the song.
The first masked singer's appearance brought the show to its peak.
As the song came to an end, the host was still in a daze, standing motionless on stage. It wasn't until the director's prompt that he snapped out of his trance. He walked up to the stage, his voice softening as he spoke. 1,000 readers, 1,000 Hamlets.
And this moving song, what thoughts did it evoke in the hearts of the audience?
As a seasoned host, this was the first time I had ever been moved by a real singing stage. The first masked singer, P. Princess, evoked my nostalgia for my youth with just one song. The backstage staff at the studio were speechless, staring at the rapidly rising numbers, their eyes wide with disbelief.
Who is this masked singer? They're so talented. With just one heart-wrenching song, they boosted our ratings by 0.2 percentage points. I think I already know who it is.
Another staff member had already put down their work, leaning on their elbows and staring at the screen where the radiant Wanner goddess was shining, her eyes filled with adoration and admiration. The moment Yang Wanner appeared on screen and began to sing, this anonymous fan who had been a die-hard fan of Yang Wanner for over a decade could no longer sit still.
Sure enough, the goddess made an entrance and immediately blew everyone away.
At that moment, the audience had finally recovered from the shock of the song. A TNT bomb ignited by the first masked singer to appear on stage exploded across the screen.
A wave of enthusiastic comments flooded the screen. Wow, my ears are about to burst. This must be Yang Wanyu, the national goddess without a doubt. Only my beloved Yang Wanyu could sing such a tender song. Exactly.
Yang Wanyu's unique voice and gentle tone are unmistakable, even with her face covered.
This song is absolutely perfect for her. Family members, on which platform did this song debut? It's so beautiful, it's like a massage for my ears. Please share it.
The person above me, unfortunately it hasn't been released yet.
This is the first song Yang Wanyu has released since she retired from the entertainment industry.
It seems like she's really going to carve out her own place in the music industry with her own talent. Under the host's introduction, the show continued. At this moment, Yang Wanner had already returned to the backstage and rushed toward the room where her family was. She lifted the hem of her skirt, her high heels tapping lightly on the ground, her hair flowing freely behind her like a Disney princess on the run. Eager to see her family, she didn't notice that a camera had been pointed at her from an unknown angle. Upon entering the private resting room assigned by the production team, she spotted Lin Dong fiddling with a notebook. Yang Wanner leaned forward, playfully resting her chin on his shoulder, and asked in a spoiled tone,
"Honey, I rushed back as soon as I got off stage. I didn't even get a glance from you."
A spoiled woman is the luckiest. Lin Dong smiled and stopped what he was doing, gently ruffling his wife's hair, and said with a smile, "Look what I'm doing."
The laptop screen displayed a screenshot of Yang Wanner's performance during the competition.
Lin Dong was editing the photos into a series of clips. Seeing this, Yang Wanner's pouting lips immediately curled into a smile. Xiaotong and Zhang Yuhua sat on the sofa directly across from them, as if covered by a transparent shield, completely invisible. Watching the couple across from them openly displaying their affection, Zhang Yuhua sighed helplessly, pressing her forehead against her palm. Xiaotong, on the other hand, clicked his tongue in embarrassment, his toes curling up in awkwardness.
Cough, Sister Hua, these two are completely ignoring us." Xiaotong's voice rang out, neither too loud nor too soft. Zhang Yuhua nodded and replied, "It seems that way. Why don't the two of us step aside?"
The two nodded in unison, and as they left, they made sure to close the door tightly behind them.
Chapter 96, The Masked Singer Deserves the Title, Yang Wanner's Heavenly Voice. The second round of the Masked Singer competition was still underway.
After the P Princess took the stage, the other 6 masked singers also delivered stunning performances.
The entire episode left a profound impression on the audience. Next up is the most thrilling voting segment. In addition to the 300 on-site audience members, viewers at home can also vote for their favorite masked singer through the exclusive voting channel on the YouTube platform. Among these 7 highly talented singers, who will emerge as today's masked singer? Let's wait and see.
At the same time, the 7 masked singers stood on stage, awaiting the announcement of the final results. Time ticked away, and young Wanner stood on stage, her palms sweating uncontrollably. This was her first time performing as a singer on stage, a completely new challenge for her. As she watched the numbers on the voting panel fluctuate rapidly, tension and anxiety filled her heart. The audience, meanwhile, was in an extremely excited state. This thrilling real-time voting segment allowed everyone to participate. During the intense voting segment, the chat began a new wave of excitement. Please vote for number 1, P Princess. Wanner's fans, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and cast all your votes for Wanner, the goddess. Even if she's not Wanner, just for that heart-wrenching song The Wind Rises, I'd vote for her. The Wind Rises is truly amazing. I declare this song the best I've heard this year, no contest. Anyone who disagrees, I'll argue with you. Backstage. Zhang Yuhua and Xiao Tong were holding their phones to vote while watching the live stream with excitement, their hearts filled with countless emotions. Master, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and vote for Sister Wanner. Hearing Xiao Tong's excited shouts, Lin Dong remained unfazed. He pretended not to care and spoke softly. With Wanner's singing skills and performance, she doesn't need our votes. Even if we don't vote for her, she's the undisputed winner of today's Masked Singer. As he spoke, Lin Dong couldn't help but lift his head proudly. He had always been proud that Yang Wanner, the national goddess, was his wife. Now, seeing her shining brightly on camera, his heart was already racing with excitement. You're so sure of yourself. If others find out, they'll all say you're the producer behind the scenes. Zhang Yuhua looked at Lin Dong, who was oozing with arrogance and self-admiration, and teased him with a smile. If variety shows had backstage deals, I'd give her all my championships. Lin Dong's soft voice echoed, as he gazed at young Wanner on the screen, her face hidden behind a mask, his eyes filled with tenderness. Zhang Yuhua and Xiao Tong, sitting across from him, both shuddered at the same time, feeling the invisible jealousy making their skin crawl. Actually, while the two weren't paying attention, Lin Dong had already opened the Yutua app on his phone and cast all his votes for the first contestant, P Princess. The brief voting period officially ended, and the final results were displayed on the screen. Contestant number 1, P Princess, stood out among the 7 masked singers, with over 800 more votes than the second-place contestant. At this very moment, the second season's masked singer has been crowned. With her gentle voice and a heartfelt performance of The Wind Rises, she captivated the entire audience with her charm. Next, let us invite the first masked singer to the stage. Who is she? What kind of face lies behind the mask? Audience members, keep your eyes wide open. Let's all join P Princess in revealing the mask. The host's passionate voice energized the entire venue, and even the audience watching at home couldn't help but stare in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the reveal. A dazzling spotlight shines on the first contestant, P Princess, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire venue. She slowly raises her slender arms and gently removes the strap holding the mask in place. The mask slowly fell away, revealing a stunning oval face. Those familiar, sparkling eyes appeared. Yang Wanner. Behind the P Princess's mask was none other than the national goddess Yang Wanner herself. Yang Wanner's face was flushed with excitement, her lowered eyelashes fluttered open, and her bright eyes turned toward the camera. On the screen, a breathtakingly beautiful woman smiled radiantly. Every glance and smile were enough to captivate the nation. Yang Wanner lit up the entire audience with a standard gentle smile, and the comments exploded once again. Although I had already guessed that the P Princess was Yang Wanyu, my heart was still racing with excitement at that moment. Family, I'm so moved I could cry. Who would have thought that Yang Wanyu, the queen of acting, would also be so breathtakingly talented in singing? With such talent, even if she were to retire from the entertainment industry, she would never fade into obscurity. I strongly hope that Yang Wanyu, the goddess, can make a comeback as a singer. Her heavenly voice deserves a Grammy Award. A die-hard fan named Suta Mengmeng sat in front of the TV, with half a pack of tissues already used up. She blew her nose forcefully, then wiped away tears with a sniffle, her voice trembling with emotion. Wah, Yang Wanner didn't lie to me. I really saw her. She always brings us surprises no matter when. Wah! The comments continued to refresh at an astonishing speed. The masked singer is truly deserving of the title. Yang Wanner has a voice like an angel. Soon, more and more people posted the same comment, quickly forming a unified chorus. All the viewers moved by the song joined in. The main video was completely covered by this one line. The masked singer is truly deserving of the title, and Yang Wanner has a voice like an angel. The masked singer is truly deserving, Yang Wanyu has a heavenly voice. Lin Dong, watching everything from backstage, crossed his legs in satisfaction as he watched the scenes unfold on the screen. He was utterly smug. See, I told you so. Even if we didn't vote, Wanner would still deserve first place. With her talent, the masked singer title is hers for the taking. At that moment, Zhang Yuhua had completely ignored Lin Dong's overly self-absorbed behavior and was completely immersed in her own joy, unable to tear herself away. Lin Dong picked up Debeo from the stroller and pointed at the TV show. Look, the most beautiful one in there is Mom. Chapter 97, Reward the Divine Eye, Heaven-Defying X-Ray Vision Skill. Lin Dong pointed at young Wanner in the TV show, suddenly getting excited. He then picked up Erbao and Sanbao from the stroller as well. The three babies sat in a row on the sofa, arranged by height. The active second baby was the first to misbehave, crawling around on the sofa. Lin Dong quickly picked him up and placed his little head in front of the TV.
Look, isn't the mom on TV really beautiful? Isn't she really photogenic? Sanbao blinked her curious eyes at her father.
At that moment, she didn't understand why Lin Dong was making such a smug expression.
Don't look at me, look at the mom on TV. All three of you be good and listen, focus on turning on the TV.
Under Lin Dong's command, the system's cold voice rang out.
Ding!
First time taking a child to watch TV reward, Divine Eyes.
Divine Eye?
The moment this reward appeared, it caught Lin Dong's attention. Previously, thanks to the divine tongue granted by the system, he had not only gained taste beyond that of ordinary people but also superhuman cooking skills.
What could the divine eye bring him now? Could it be like Erlangshin, growing another eye between his eyebrows?
As this absurd thought crossed his mind, Lin Dong couldn't help but touch the spot between his eyebrows.
No third eye? Maybe it enhances vision or something?
Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and opened them again to examine the room, but he didn't notice any significant changes in his vision. Perhaps his vision was already among the best of ordinary people, so any changes wouldn't be noticeable.
Report, host.
Since your vision already reached the best level among ordinary people, the divine eye has no noticeable enhancement effect on your vision. With a puzzled expression, Lin Dong sent a query to the system in his mind.
System, what's the point of having the divine eye reward then? What can it actually do? The system's voice sounded again. The divine eye grants the ability of X-ray vision.
When you concentrate all your mental energy on observing an object, the divine eye will activate its passive X-ray vision ability, allowing you to see objects hidden beneath the surface. As the system's detailed explanation concluded, Lin Dong immediately grew excited.
X-ray vision. What an incredible skill. If this clairvoyance ability is real, then I'll have so many shortcuts to take. What does concentrate your mental energy mean?
When Lin Dong asked the system again, he didn't receive a detailed answer, only a cold, ambiguous response.
You'll have to figure that out on your own. Well, never mind.
Lin Dong shrugged helplessly and began to ponder his newly acquired divine eye skill. He then fixed his gaze on the wall behind the television screen.
He closed his eyes and opened them again.
Lin Dong focused his attention, trying to immerse himself completely in the wall before him.
Gradually, the surroundings began to blur.
The thick, pure white wall gradually became transparent, and everything became clear and distinct.
As time passed, the thick wall, under Lin Dong's gaze, seemed to vanish, transforming into a transparent object like glass.
Behind the wall was another contestant from The Masked Singer, Lu Tianyang, sitting in front of a makeup mirror. Two staff members were helping him remove his makeup.
Mr. Lu, we completely believe in your talent.
You're the powerhouse of the pop music scene in our country, sitting firmly at the top of the music industry.
As one staff member finished flattering him, another quickly chimed in. Exactly, Mr. Lu. With your talent, today's Masked Singer title should have been yours.
Ah, if Yang Wanner didn't have her husband backing her, she wouldn't even have made it to this stage. The flattery laced with underhanded digs made Lu Tianyang feel uneasy, and his brows furrowed slightly. A voice filled with authority rang out.
What nonsense!
Yang Wanya's performance of The Wind Rises today was flawless.
Even I couldn't help but admit defeat.
How dare you speak so disparagingly?
Moreover, I am just an outdated old singer now.
Being replaced by such outstanding new talent, I am more than willing to step aside. Xiao Wang felt deeply wronged and immediately retorted.
Teacher, I'm just worried about you.
If you can't win the Masked Singer title this time, you'll have a hard time in this industry from now on.
Even your last endorsement deal this year won't be renewed. This single sentence ignited Lu Tianyang's anger.
He suddenly swept his sleeves aside and shouted angrily. Xiao Wang, if you can't control your big mouth, you'd better quit sooner rather than later. The staff member who was called out fell silent immediately, dared not say another word. Lu Tianyang, now in his 40s, had once been at the peak of his career. His hit song Great Rivers and Mountains had swept across the entire country, with no one, young or old, male or female, unaware of him. However, his career had been in decline for years. The passage of time had forced him to acknowledge his age, and his stubborn insistence on originality had left him stagnant in the music industry.
Now, he couldn't even secure a single endorsement deal.
Despite this, he still holds onto his pure passion for music and art. He also genuinely admires singers with true talent. This scene was witnessed by Lin Dong, who was hiding behind the wall, and it left a deep impression on him. As Lin Dong pushed the three children out of the room, the door to the neighboring room happened to open at the same time.
Lu Tianyang saw Lin Dong, smiled politely, and nodded at him. Mr. Lin, are you going to pick up your beloved?
However, Lin Dong did not respond. Instead, he pushed the stroller straight toward Lu Tianyang and asked a question out of the blue.
Mr. Lu, what do you think of the song my wife just sang? Lu Tianyang was taken aback for a moment before speaking slowly. Out of professional courtesy, he offered an objective critique. Ms. Yang's voice was very gentle, and she performed the entire song perfectly. Even I, who was sitting beside her listening to the song, couldn't help but be moved. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong asked again, "What about this song? What are your thoughts on the lyrics and melody of The Wind Rises?" It can be considered a classic example of pop music, truly perfect. In the face of true art, Lu Tianyang did not hide his admiration, offering his comments while giving a thumbs up. Having received the answer he wanted, Lin Dong nodded satisfactorily, flashing a humble smile, and said to Lu Tianyang, "Mr. Lu, to be honest, both the lyrics and the melody of this song were composed by me." Chapter 98, Bao speaks for the first time, saying "Mama." An invisible bolt of lightning seemed to strike from the ceiling, leaving Lu Tianyang completely speechless. 3 seconds later, he looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, scanning him up and down multiple times. "Really?" Lin Dong smiled and nodded. "Mr. Lu, thank you for recognizing my beloved. I also appreciate you being willing to lower your status to participate in my variety show. Actually, Warner has always admired you as well." "Me too. I currently have a singing variety show in the planning stages. Would you be willing to grace us with your presence as a music mentor?" Faced with Lin Dong's unexpected offer, Lu Tianyang and his 2 assistants were completely stunned. The young assistant named Wang, who had just been talking about how young Warner had connections, now looked awkward and wanted to find a corner to hide in. "Mr. Lu, no rush. Take your time to consider it. Here's my business card. I won't bother you anymore. I need to hurry and pick up my wife from work." With that, Lin Dong politely waved again and pushed the 3-wheeled stroller before turning and leaving. Yang Wana rushed down from the stage and, as soon as she reached the backstage corridor, saw her family waiting for her. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with joy, and as soon as he saw her, he broke into a wide smile. The 3 babies were no different the moment they saw their mother. They began to dance and call out excitedly. Holding the trophy in her hands, young Warner threw herself into Lin Dong's arms, her voice trembling with excitement. "Husband, I did it. I really did it. Thank you for supporting me, thank you for the song you gave me, thank you for everything you've brought into my life. Having you is truly wonderful." The unscripted confession, in that moment, became sincere and filled with emotion. Lin Dong tightly embraced young Warner, burying his head in her hair, feeling the warmth in his arms. He raised his hand and gently stroked her hair. "Silly girl, we're family. There's no need to thank me. Can you replace all the thank yous with those 3 words from now on?" Yang Warner giggled in his arms, tiptoed to his ear, and whispered, "I love you, husband." Just as Zhang Yuhua and Xiao Tong arrived at the corridor, they saw this familiar scene. Lin Dong and Yang Warner seemed to have ignored the dozens of TV crew members, tightly embracing each other at the entrance of the corridor. "Cough cough, you too. Could you consider the feelings of us single people? That's so mean." Xiao Tong deliberately stomped his feet, coughing twice beside the 2 of them, who were surrounded by pink heart-shaped bubbles. Zhang Yuhua, wearing high heels, walked over and pulled the 2 apart. "Oh my 2 little darlings. This is a TV station, there are hundreds of cameras here, and you can't even be discreet? Lin Dong, go tell Bao to stop sucking his fingers." Zhang Yuhua's face was etched with worry, a concern only a mother could feel. After reluctantly letting go of Yang Warner, Lin Dong, the doting dad, stepped in again. He quickly pulled out a sterilized pacifier from his backpack and took Bao's little hand out of his mouth. "Bao. I've told you so many times, don't put your little hands in your mouth. Don't you know that's unhygienic?" While speaking, Lin Dong skillfully removed the pacifier and placed it back into the second child's mouth. The second child began to fuss and squirm, looking at Lin Dong with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He then turned his head toward Yang Warner. He stretched out both arms and waved them around, openly demanding a hug in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong's face darkened. This little brat was blatantly provoking him. Yang Warner was amused by the father-son interaction and laughed out loud. She picked up the second child, who was waving his little hands at her, from the stroller. As soon as he was in his mother's arms, Bao's eyes lit up, and he beamed with joy. In the evening, after dinner, the family of 5 was immersed in a warm and cozy atmosphere. The parents each went about their duties, while the 3 little ones played on the mats that had been laid out earlier. At that moment, the mischievous Bao extended his finger, pointing at young Warner, who was doing yoga on the mat on the floor, and made a muffled sound. "Wah, Mom." A faint mumble reached Lin Dong's ears. His hand froze mid-air, and his face was filled with shock. Lin Dong put down the unwashed dishes he was holding, roughly wiped his hands, and rushed over to Bao. "Bao, what did you just say?" Normally, a toddler would start speaking around 1-year-old, but the triplets were only 8 months old, still far from the age when they should be speaking. Lin Dong was well aware of his own limitations. He knew that without the system, his genes weren't that exceptional, and he had never even imagined that he would have a little genius. After all, even he, as their father, didn't start speaking until he was 1.5 years old. But Lin Dong had clearly heard Bao call out Mom. At that moment, Yang Warner was also completely shocked. After that indistinct Mom, she froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Bao raised his tiny fingers again, pointing toward young Wanner, and after mumbling a string of sounds, he finally called out, "Mom!" The soft voice rang out again, and this time, the word mom was crystal clear. In an instant, young Wanner covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes brimming with tears as she felt deeply moved. This was the reaction of a mother hearing her child's first word. These 3 babies were the fruits of her labor, conceived over 10 months, avoiding the media's pursuit, and even risking her career in the entertainment industry by being put on hiatus by her company. Lin Dong's eyes were red with tears. At that moment, his heart was filled with the same overwhelming joy and excitement as young Wanner's. Yang Wanner immediately stood up from the yoga mat and walked over to the second baby, speaking with anticipation. "Little one, what did you just call me? Can you say it again?" Bao immediately adopted a spoiled young master's demeanor, pointing at a small duck toy on the table. Yang Wanner immediately understood and handed the duck toy to Bao. Bao squeezed the little duck, played with it for a moment, then shouted at young Wanner, "Mom!" This single word "mom" made young Wanner feel as though she had been drenched in honey, instantly filling her heart with sweetness. Young Wanner's charming face was filled with smiles as she scooped Bao into her arms and gave him a quick kiss on his little face. "Baby, can you say it a few more times for me?" Seeing Yang Wanner smile, Lin Dong also came over to Bao and spoke. Chapter 98, The 3 Genius Babies. Chapter 99, 3 Genius Babies. The clever little Bao closed his mouth, looked at his busy parents, and shook his head. "Bao, call me dad, and I'll buy you more little ducks, okay?" Lin Dong's heart had already been melted by Bao's soft and sweet call of daddy, and his emotions were stirred by the waves of paternal love. He blinked his hopeful eyes, looking at his son. Little did he know that Bao wasn't moved at all. He completely ignored Lin Dong's expectant gaze and didn't even bother to respond to his request. Bao turned his head and looked at young Wanner again. The soft, baby-like voice of an infant rang out. "Mommy!" Yang Wanner couldn't help but laugh, looking at Lin Dong, who was now completely exasperated, and comforted him with a hint of schadenfreude. "Honey, maybe he can only say that one word right now. Once he learns more, he'll call you naturally. Don't rush it." After saying that, young Wanner refocused her attention on Bao in her arms, her eyes sparkling like little boats, her voice filled with surprise and affection. "Oh, no wonder he's mom's little treasure. Call out mom a few more times for me to hear." The next morning, early in the morning, Xiaotong and Zhang Yuhua arrived at the couple's home carrying large bags and packages. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yuhua rushed over to Bao, who was crawling on the sofa. Xiaotong followed closely behind. Seeing the 2 people completely ignoring him, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. It was clear that the 2 of them had come today specifically for Bao, the little genius who had just learned to speak. "Wanner sister, we all saw the post you shared on your social media yesterday. Bao can already speak at less than 9 months old, that's so amazing." Hearing Xiaotong's praise, young Wanner proudly lifted her head and smiled with a look of pride. "Of course. My son must take after me, he's so smart. I called my mom yesterday, and she said I was already babbling before I turned 1. Nowadays, showing off her son has become more addictive for Yang Wanner than showing off her love." Xiaotong blinked his curious eyes and waved his hands in front of Bao. "Bao, do you recognize me? I'm your little auntie Xiaotong. Can you say auntie? Say it for me, come on, say it with me. Auntie. If you can learn to call me auntie today, I'll buy you candy, okay?" Little Tong, who claims to be a master at entertaining children, repeated the words countless times, and to everyone's surprise, Bao finally managed to utter the words auntie. For a moment, Little Tong was so happy he wanted to jump for joy. Zhang Yuhua, seeing this, also excitedly moved Bao closer to herself and began teaching him to say auntie. Who would have thought that Bao's first word would be mom? It seems like this little guy will grow up to be a filial son. Zhang Yuhua poked the little one's chubby cheeks and started teasing him. Lin Dong, who had been working hard beside them, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke with a strong tone of dissatisfaction. Last night, when Bao wet his pants and cried loudly, he was still calling out mom. Who knows who got up in the middle of the night to make him formula and change his diaper? What a good-for-nothing brat. Feeling the resentment in Lin Dong's words, the 3 people present couldn't help but burst into laughter. The second child, unaware of what was happening, seemed to sense the joyful atmosphere and opened his mouth, laughing innocently along with everyone else. Though Lin Dong felt 1,000 frustrations in his heart, he still walked over, playfully pinched Bao's little nose, and smiled as he spoke. "Hey, what can I do? You're my son. I have to spoil you, no matter what." Just as Lin Dong was about to let go, Bao's chubby little arm reached up and grabbed Lin Dong's finger. A soft, childish voice then rang out. "Daddy!" Feeling the warmth from Bao's soft hands, Lin Dong's heart trembled. Bao's soft call seemed to touch the softest part of his heart, and a wave of emotion enveloped him. This man in his 20s couldn't help but tear up at that moment. The next moment, he picked up the second child and swung him into the air. "Woohoo! The second child called me dad. Honey, did you hear that? The second child just called me dad. Did you all hear that?" Lin Dong's excited voice trembled slightly.
He tossed Air Bao high into the air and caught him, his lips curled into a wide smile, unable to hide his excitement. Air Bao, caught off guard by this sudden flight, burst into laughter. Honey, be careful. Don't drop Air Bao. Seeing the innocent smile on Lin Dong's face, Yang Wanner smiled warmly. She could understand Lin Dong's feelings at that moment. For the first time, she truly experienced the feeling of being a mother, and hearing that first mom filled her heart with endless emotion. Dabao and Sanbao, sitting on the sofa, seemed to feel neglected and burst into loud cries, trying to attract their parents' attention. Under the deafening cries of the third child, the eldest daughter, sitting beside her, was immediately infected. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner were finally able to gather around the two sisters. Wah, Mom. Wah, Dad. Wah, hold me, hold me. Amidst the cries of Sanbao and Dabao, two indistinct murmurs of Daddy and Mommy caught Lin Dong's attentive ear. He exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening as he looked at Yang Wanner. Honey, did you give me 3 genius babies? Following in the footsteps of the second child, the other 2 babies can now call Dad and Mom too. Watching Dabao and Sanbao rush to learn how to speak, Yang Wanner's joy was about to overflow. Surprise filled the entire family's atmosphere. The news that the 3 babies had learned to speak before the age of 9 months was such joyful news that Lin Dong called his parents on the first night. Since they last saw their grandchildren at the 100-day celebration, Lin's parents had not seen their beloved grandchildren for a long time. Their longing was like a spring bursting forth, and Lin's mother couldn't wait to call Yang Wanner. Wanner, I heard that our 3 little ones can all speak now. This is wonderful. Grandpa and Grandma have been thinking about you day and night. This is all thanks to your genes. Our little Lin Dong used to be so quiet that he didn't even like to speak as a child. Now everything is settled. Your family will be even more lively from now on. By the way, I made a lot of pickles from our hometown. I'll send some to you and Lin Dong next time. As for her daughter-in-law Yang Wanyu, Lin's mother is increasingly satisfied with her. She can't help but wonder where her good-for-nothing son found such good fortune. Chapter 100, for you, it's never impulse. Lin Dong, let's go shopping at the mall, okay? I haven't been to the mall in half a year. That morning, Yang Wanner suddenly got the urge to shop, and her desire to go shopping skyrocketed. She clung to Lin Dong's arm, begging him to take her to the mall. But your top agent, Zhang Yuhua, instructed me not to take you out in public too often. She said that the last time you went shopping, you caused the entire mall to be packed, leading to severe traffic congestion on the 2 streets behind it. A celebrity of Yang Wanyu's caliber, like a national goddess, has an impact that reaches the level of social order. But honey, we've never gone shopping as a family before. I really want all 5 of us to go out together, and I really want you to come with me. Yang Wanyu's voice deliberately became more coquettish, and this kind of spoiled behavior made Lin Dong unable to resist the urge to soften his heart. After thinking for a moment, he asked. If I remember correctly, it's Zhang Youwa's birthday in 2 days. If we're going to the mall to pick out a birthday gift for her, she won't have anything to say, right? After saying that, Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sly smile. Great! I knew you were the best to me. After getting ready, at Lin Dong's request, Yang Wanner fully equipped herself with sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap, leaving nothing out. Half an hour later, Lin Dong arrived at the city's largest shopping mall with 4 tagalongs in tow. As soon as they stepped through the mall's entrance, Yang Wanner transformed into a wild horse set free, darting around this paradise for women with lightning speed. Lin Dong pushed the stroller while following closely behind Yang Wanner. At this moment, he demonstrated the utmost patience of a man. While Yang Wanyu was in the fitting room changing clothes, Lin Dong finally pushed the stroller to a spot and sat down. A man sitting nearby glanced at Lin Dong, then at the triplets in the stroller, and let out a long sigh. Bro, seeing you like this, I'm starting to dread marriage again. Lin Dong smiled and asked in a playful tone, what do you mean by that, old buddy? The man pointed to the shopping bags scattered on both sides of his hands, shrugged helplessly, and said with a smile. I'm not even married yet, and after working as a laborer for half an afternoon, I'm already exhausted. You're dragging around 3 kids and still have to accompany your wife shopping here. Compared to me, you must be suffering even more. The curtain of a fitting room opened, and Yang Wanner emerged wearing a new dress. Although she was still wearing sunglasses, her curvaceous figure and radiant skin were impossible to hide. The elegant aura she exuded captivated all the women in the store. Madam, I never expected you to maintain such a great figure after having children. This dress looks absolutely stunning on you. It instantly elevates your style. Hearing the sales clerk's compliment, Yang Wanner couldn't help but lift her chest proudly. The man who had earlier spoken to Lin Dong couldn't take his eyes off Yang Wanner, his gaze fixed firmly on her. Lin Dong immediately sensed the change in the store's atmosphere and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah, my woman, even with glasses on, she can't hide her captivating aura. Yang Wanner smiled radiantly, gently tossing her hair back. She then walked directly toward Lin Dong, her posture exuding the confidence of a supermodel. Honey, do I look good? Lin Dong stood up, blocking the man's view, then slapped his shoulder heavily and said with a smile. Bro, stop looking. She's my wife. His tone brimmed with pride.
After speaking, Lin Dong walked over to Yang Wanner, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and whispered into her ear.
Next time you see someone you like, just buy them all and bring them home. You can only show them to me.
The flirtatious aura brushed against Yang Wanner's face, and in an instant, her fair cheeks flushed with a blush. A voice tinged with shyness echoed.
But I really like the clothes in this store.
Lin Dong blushed slightly, then reached into his wallet and handed a card to the sales clerk waiting nearby.
This smooth, seamless series of actions was utterly domineering. Hello, can you deliver this to my home? The sales associate nodded.
Then, from this row to that row, pack everything according to my wife's measurements. This unprecedented display of generosity left the sales associate speechless. This was the premium section on the top floor of the mall, home to the world's top luxury brands, where every outfit had a minimum price tag of 4 digits. And this gentleman was already talking about renting out the entire section. Yang Wanner saw this and immediately tugged at Lin Dong's sleeve. Honey, don't make an impulsive purchase. Lin Dong gripped her hand tightly and let out a soft laugh. For you, it's never impulsive.
Another unexpected romantic remark slipped out, making Yang Wanner's already flushed cheeks grow even redder.
This man in front of her was constantly making her heart race. Although these clothes are definitely not as good as the ones we make at home, if you like them, just buy them to wear casually.
If you don't wear them, you can always give them away.
This was the first time in her decade-long career as a sales associate that she had heard someone say they'd just wear these high-end clothes casually. The store manager hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing this legendary wealthy customer, his face immediately lit up with a smile as he eagerly began to promote the items. Sir, in addition to clothing, our store has a special jewelry section exclusively for VIP customers.
Upon hearing the word jewelry, Yang Wanner's eyes lit up. No woman could resist the sparkle of jewelry. Seeing his wife's reaction, the high IQ Lin Dong immediately asked, VIP?
Sir, your total payment has already met the requirements for our store's VIP status.
Here's your VIP card, please keep it safe.
If you're interested, I can show you some of our latest popular jewelry pieces. Before Lin Dong could nod, Yang Wanyu excitedly stepped forward in her high heels. Sure, take us to see them. After Lin Dong and Yang Wanner left, the man who had been talking to him earlier finally snapped out of his daze. Those two people. They look familiar.
I think I've seen them somewhere before. Chapter 101, The Divine Eye Discovers a Business Opportunity.
While Yang Wanna was captivated by the jewelry and ornaments on the counter, Lin Dong, pushing the baby stroller, was drawn to the scene on the other side. Behind the jade counter, a young man dressed like an artisan was carefully grinding a piece of stone with a machine resembling a polishing tool. 4 or 5 people stood around him, all intently watching his every move.
What's so interesting about a piece of stone? Why are so many people gathered around it?
Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. He blinked twice, then opened his eyes again. This time, he focused his mental energy and fixed his gaze on the stone not far away.
3 minutes later, the stone in Lin Dong's vision gradually became transparent.
He peered inside with his eyes but found nothing extraordinary. It was just an ordinary stone, as ordinary as they come. Nevertheless, his curiosity only grew stronger. Lin Dong walked forward and politely tapped the shoulder of the middle-aged man closest to him.
Hello, may I ask what you are all doing gathered around this ordinary stone?
The middle-aged man, who had been interrupted by Lin Dong, turned his head, glanced at Lin Dong, then shifted his gaze to the baby stroller beside him. Instantly, he felt that this man and the atmosphere around him were completely out of place. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with disdain.
Don't speak nonsense. This isn't just an ordinary stone. Inside, there's a treasure.
Despite sensing the man's disdain, an inexplicable curiosity drove Lin Dong to ask again.
But it's clearly just an ordinary stone. There's nothing inside it.
Unconsciously, Lin Dong raised his voice several notches. The craftsman sitting at the machine, who had been working intently, was also interrupted by Lin Dong. He set down the machine, looked up, and turned his gaze toward Lin Dong. Sir, this is a small jade gambling market. Please do not disturb others here, and refrain from making such bold claims.
Jade gambling.
Lin Dong's eyes widened. In his own world, he had already heard of gemstone gambling, and the stone referred to here was jade. When jade is first mined, it is covered by a layer of weathered skin, making it impossible to determine its quality or value.
It must be cut open to reveal its internal quality and corresponding value.
Thus, this industry emerged, hidden behind the scenes of the jade and gemstone trade. Although Lin Dong had heard of it before, this was his first time witnessing the legendary jade gambling scene in person.
He immediately became intrigued. With the divine eye's ability to see through objects, wasn't he essentially cheating? This was a business opportunity. A golden opportunity.
Lin Dong immediately sensed the scent of opportunity, and the depths of his eyes, as dark as a bottomless pool, stirred with wild waves.
Excuse me, everyone, I'm just curious. I'll take a look and won't disturb you anymore.
The craftsmen were displeased but too polite to speak up, so they continued with their work. Lin Dong, however, wasn't idle. He used the system in his mind to frantically search for information about jade gambling. So-called jade gambling involves betting on raw jade, with the primary value of jade determined by its quality, color, and hardness. Though this was merely a tiny, shadowy gambling site hidden in the corner of a shopping mall, at that moment, it opened another door to this foreign world for Lin Dong. Ah! An elderly man covered his chest in excitement, his disappointment evident in his eyes. An hour later, the gambling session had reached its conclusion. The entire stone had been polished to a shine, revealing no trace of green.
How could there be no green at all? My 30,000 has gone down the drain. It's impossible, how could this happen?
The old man refused to believe what he saw, acting like a madman. He grabbed the craftsman's shirt collar and shouted angrily. You little bastard, tell me the truth.
Is there something wrong with this batch of raw material? Otherwise, with my experience, how could there be no green at all?
The craftsman maintained his cold expression throughout, his voice calm and steady. Mr. Wang, you've been in the jade gambling business for decades, and our jade shop has been open for decades.
Is it my raw material that's defective, or are you just trying to cheat us out of your winnings? Amid the commotion, Lin Dong managed to piece together the entire story.
This Mr. Wang was a seasoned veteran of the jade gambling scene. He had once struck it rich by accidentally uncovering an emerald, which he sold for a fortune, turning him into an overnight millionaire. After tasting the sweetness of gambling on jade, he became utterly obsessed.
Now, he had spent his last 300,000 yuan, his entire fortune, on this stone with a faint green hue on the surface, hoping to strike it rich again. Little did he know, it was just a worthless stone with a hint of green. In one fell swoop, he lost everything. Nonsense, it's your raw material that's flawed.
The elderly man surnamed Wang grew increasingly agitated, his face flushing red as he clung tightly to the artisan's collar, refusing to let go. The artisan was now struggling to breathe.
At that moment, a strong hand suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight.
Lin Dong grabbed the old man's hand, which was still clutching the artisan's collar, and forcefully pulled it away.
Luck is an indispensable component in jade carving. If you have bad luck, don't blame the stone. You outsider, what do you know? Get out of here.
The old man surnamed Wang picked up his walking stick and was about to strike Lin Dong, but Lin Dong suddenly caught the stick mid-air. His sharp gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into the mad old man's eyes.
Just based on a single stone, you dare say there's something wrong with the raw material here? What if I were to uncover a green one right here today? If you ignorant outsider, really manage to find a green one, I, Wang Er, will crawl out of this mall today.
Wang Er withdrew his walking stick but still wore a haughty, disdainful expression. Yang Wanner, who had noticed the commotion from afar, rushed over, took the baby stroller from Lin Dong's hands, and gave him a charming smile.
This unfamiliar scene filled her with curiosity and excitement. I'll take care of the baby. Husband, I believe in you. If you manage to find a green stone today, I'll cook dinner for you myself. Yang Wanner's timely encouragement made Lin Dong laugh out loud. Alright, my dear, I'll definitely get you a piece of jade today and make you some jewelry. Chapter 102, Selecting the Raw Material, Pure Natural Jade Rabbit. Wang Er, with his arms crossed, looked at Lin Dong with disdain in his eyes. He was certain that this outsider who had suddenly appeared wouldn't make much of a splash. After all, a true jade stone expert relies on years of experience to develop exceptional discernment. In fact, they possess an almost intuitive sense when it comes to jade stone appraisal. Wang Er, dare you gamble with me?
If I manage to uncover a fine piece of jade today, you must abandon your reckless defiance and settle your debts. Lin Dong's icy gaze swept over Wang Er, their eyes locking, the air thick with tension. Wang Er stood tall, stepped forward, and shouted, but if you can't find a good piece today, it proves I was right, this batch of raw jade is flawed. At that point, you'll have to pay the 30,000 yourself and take this worthless rock home to worship. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly as he replied with a smile, everyone here can vouch for me. This time, I'll see how you try to back out. The craftsman stepped forward, leaned close to Lin Dong, and whispered in his ear. Sir, thank you for your help, but the jade stone business is very risky. Even if you're wealthy, I wouldn't advise a novice like you to take such a big risk just for face. This jade shop, which only allows VIPs to purchase and admire its items, clearly sells high-end, expensive jade. Even the smallest raw jade here costs 10,000 yuan, and the prices for larger pieces are even more astronomical. At this moment, the craftsman still believed that Lin Dong's series of arrogant actions were merely for the sake of saving face. Little did they know that at that moment, Lin Dong was already struggling to suppress his growing sense of urgency. With the power of the divine eye, he had enough confidence to expand into this entirely new field. Thank you for the reminder, but I am confident enough this is not a reckless move. The craftsman looked at Lin Dong with astonishment, staring at the extraordinary man before him, his mind filled with curiosity. He was clearly a novice, yet where did he get the courage? The craftsman then opened a door beside him, and the group followed him inside one by one. As soon as Lin Dong stepped through the threshold, he saw the floor covered in raw stones and scattered tools. This batch of jade was just delivered from Myanmar yesterday. It has already been sorted by price and divided into sections. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately made way for Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked directly to the area with the highest price range. This area occupied nearly a third of the space, filled with larger raw jade stones piled together. The price tags displayed in bold red letters seemed to warn outsiders to stay away. 2 million.
2 million.
This was the largest and highest yielding rough jade area here. However, most of the rough jade here was either surface green or edge green, and such jade was not even worth 2 million. Most of those who paid such high prices here would end up losing some money, and some might even lose everything. Just like stocks, the higher the interest rate, the greater the risk. This $2 million rough jade area is no exception. Everyone watched as Lin Dong slowly approached the red zone, their expressions filled with astonishment. Such a young man dares to take such an unimaginable risk. Just how wealthy is his family to allow him to risk $2 million on a trial run? Everyone's gaze began to focus on Lin Dong, their minds filled with endless speculation. If Lin Dong didn't have the divine eye skill as a bonus, he would have turned tail and run at the sight of such a high-risk stone guessing challenge. But now, the invincible X-ray vision skill gave him the confidence to proceed. At that moment, Lin Dong focused all his attention, scanning his gaze toward the nearest stone. Through his step-by-step vision, he finally caught a glimpse of green within the stone. The small green spot was nothing out of the ordinary, so Lin Dong turned his attention to the second stone.
You outsider, you insisted on showing off.
Just glancing at the stones like that, as if you could see through them.
That's right, I can see through it.
Lin Dong thought to himself. Wang Er's mocking words echoed from behind him, but Lin Dong ignored them, continuing to focus intently on the raw material before him.
The second stone. Third piece. The fifth piece.
His mental energy was nearly depleted, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In the long process of examining the raw material, half an hour had already passed. Although Lin Dong had already spotted a piece of jade with excellent quality in one of the raw materials, for some reason, deep down, he felt that none of what he had discovered so far was what he truly desired. His intuition told him that something better was yet to come. As his gaze fell on the ninth stone, the previous artisan approached and handed him a magnifying glass.
Many professionals use magnifying glasses to examine the external color of raw jade up close. Don't rush, why don't you try this?
The artisan standing closest to Lin Dong had already noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead.
He assumed Lin Dong was feeling the pressure and getting nervous.
Lin Dong politely waved his hand and refused, saying, "No, thank you.
I'll be quick." He refocused his attention on the 12th stone. Its shape was highly unusual, even rugged and uneven.
Upon seeing this raw stone, Lin Dong had an immediate impression that its appearance resembled something else. As he refocused his attention and activated his vision-enhancing skill to probe the raw stone, a surprising sight appeared. Through layer after layer of the stone's outer shell, Lin Dong finally saw what he had been searching for.
It was a vibrant, translucent green that captivated his gaze.
What surprised Lin Dong even more was the shape of the jadeite. It resembled a standing jade rabbit, lifelike in every detail. This was a pure, natural jade rabbit-shaped gemstone, requiring no polishing or processing. Its diameter was roughly half a meter. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled as he walked directly toward the raw jade he had chosen. He gently caressed the raw material, feeling the cold touch of the stone, yet his palms were burning hot.
This is the one. And the one in front of it too. I want both of these. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned.
Chapter 103, $1 million pure glass-like gemstone. Goodness gracious, who is this person? A piece costing 2 million, even a wealthy individual would have to think twice, and he is willing to bet 2 pieces of the highest priced raw material all at once.
Yeah, this young man is still a bit too headstrong. That's way too reckless. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant.
Even Wang Er, who had been looking down on Lin Dong with disdain earlier, shifted his gaze and couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Feeling the whispers of those around him, Lin Dong turned his head and nodded politely. The others immediately fell silent.
Are you sure you want both of these?
We don't have a discount policy for the second piece in our store, you know. The artisan blinked in disbelief and asked Lin Dong again.
Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh.
At this point, the artisan still thought he was making an impulsive purchase. In truth, for Lin Dong at that moment, there was indeed a touch of impulsiveness. After transferring 100 million to Yang Wanner, the only liquid cash he had left was just over 4 million. However, impulsiveness didn't mean he lacked confidence in victory. With the divine eye as his ally, he was certain of victory. If you're still unsure, I can pay first. Lin Dong's magnetic voice rang out, followed by a series of smooth movements as he pulled out a card from his wallet and handed it to the craftsman. Seeing that his pleas were futile, the artisan swiped 4 million from Lin Dong's card and began his work. He sat back down on the wooden chair and started polishing the first piece of raw material. Though this piece of raw material couldn't compare to the naturally green jade, Lin Dong was certain it would be worth over 2 million yuan based on its exquisite color and size. The most crucial point was that Lin Dong knew the naturally formed jade rabbit jadeite was impossible to process, and he had promised Yang Wanner before the jade stone auction that he would win her a set of jade jewelry. While the craftsman carefully polished the jade, Lin Dong opened his phone, sat down nearby, and opened Baidu, typing in jade. As an outsider, he hurriedly used this time to learn some basic knowledge about jade. While the onlookers began to blink curiously at the 2 million yuan raw jade being carved, Lin Dong, the party involved, sat casually to the side playing with his phone, as if the one who had paid 2 million yuan wasn't him.
5 minutes later, a loud exclamation rang out. Green! Green! Wow, look at that color, that waterhead. This must be pure glass-type jadeite. Transparency refers to the clarity of jadeite.
Generally, the higher the transparency, the better the transparency, and the more vibrant the jadeite appears.
Glass-like jadeite is the highest grade of jadeite in terms of transparency.
Upon hearing the exclamation, Lin Dong immediately recalled the information he had just searched for. As the artisan continued to polish it, the glass-like jade gradually emerged. On the other side, Wang Er was speechless with shock, as if he had fallen into an icy cold cellar, frozen in place with a deathly pale expression. Half an hour later, the entire jade had emerged from its thick stone casing, shedding its heavy outer shell.
What greeted the eyes was a vibrant, translucent piece of pure jade.
The artisan stared intently at the masterpiece in his hands, unable to tear his eyes away. The rest of the crowd erupted into a sustained, growing cheer.
Holy cow! This is the first time I've ever seen the polishing of this type of jadeite. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't just an A-grade piece, it's a pure glass-like jadeite. This must be worth over 2 million. With this quality and size, it's easily worth at least 10 million. 10 million!
Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Dong grew increasingly excited. He never imagined that jade gambling could be such a lucrative industry. No wonder so many people were willing to risk everything to come here. The artisan's voice began to tremble as he addressed Lin Dong slowly.
Congratulations! This is a pure glass-like jadeite with a diameter of 25 centimeters. To be honest, this is the best piece I've ever found in recent years. You have excellent taste and great luck.
As the artisan finished speaking, everyone present turned their gaze toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong slowly walked over to Wang Er, and as his gaze swept over him, it carried a cold, sharp edge. I have proven to you with facts that there is nothing wrong with this raw material. Do you have anything else to say? Do you still intend to continue your lies? Wang Er collapsed onto the ground, his entire body going limp as if his soul had left his body, his eyes vacant. The craftsman then stood up, looked at Wang Er sitting on the ground, and spoke in a cold tone.
Everyone here is a witness.
Now you'll have to find another place to make trouble.
I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security to escort you out.
Lin Dong took over from the craftsman and continued, we have important matters to attend to here.
You have 5 seconds to leave.
Under Lin Dong's icy and authoritative gaze, Wang Er scrambled to his feet and fled in panic. After Wang Er left, the middle-aged man who had earlier mocked Lin Dong as an amateur approached him with a fawning smile. This young upstart, this piece of jade you just found, how about selling it to me for 5 million?
Think about it, you'd net 3 million.
Behind the middle-aged man's flattery lay his cunning nature.
As soon as he spoke, the entire crowd fell silent, waiting for Lin Dong's reaction.
Lin Dong sneered inwardly.
Even if he was an outsider, he wasn't deaf.
He had already overheard the astonished whispers of the others earlier. The value of this jade was even over 10 million. And here this middle-aged man was trying to take advantage of him. Just as Lin Dong was about to refuse, the artisan's voice rang out. Mr. Lin, 1,200,000, sell it to our shop. Lin Dong turned his astonished gaze toward the artisan who had suddenly spoken up. The artisan stepped forward, removed his work jacket, and then pulled out a business card from his suit jacket, handing it to Lin Dong. I'm the owner of this shop, Lu Wanrui. The craftsman took the day off today, so I happened to step in for him. To be honest with you, if you were to process this jade into a finished product and then sell it, it would be worth far more than 1 million. However, I assume you don't currently have plans to personally process this jade yourself.
Chapter 104, A Priceless Jade Emerges. The Jade Rabbit in the Human World.
So why not sell this raw jade to our store? I can guarantee you, based on my reputation in the industry, that the price I offer will be the most fair and reasonable. As Lu Wanrui finished speaking, Lin Dong snapped out of his astonishment. He glanced at the business card. He never expected that this young man dressed in a craftsman's outfit was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, the owner of the Jade Pavilion. In Xia Kingdom, the Jade Pavilion was one of the top jade shops in the industry, with over 100 franchise stores nationwide. Lin Dong knew the name of the Jade Pavilion thanks to Yang Wanner, who had always told him how much she loved the jade and jadeite there. The price had doubled. The middle-aged man who had earlier offered 5 million yuan for Lin Dong's jade stone, seeing that his scheme to take advantage of an outsider had been exposed, now wished he could dig a hole and hide himself. Lin Dong looked at the freshly polished jade, then at Lu Wanrui standing before him with a sincere expression, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Lu Wanrui revealed his identity and even offered a price first, all because he was worried he might be deceived by that middle-aged man who was trying to rip people off. Since the other party was so sincere, why not sell him this favor? After a moment, Lin Dong raised his head and spoke slowly.
It's possible, but I have one more request. I wonder if you can fulfill it.
Seeing Lin Dong soften his stance, Lu Wanrue's heart filled with joy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, for true jade enthusiasts, crafting a flawless piece of jade was like nurturing a child that brought a sense of accomplishment and left one utterly captivated.
Whatever you ask, I will do my best to fulfill.
Then, Lin Dong smiled and said, I promised my beloved that if the jade turned green, I would craft a set of jewelry for her. So I was wondering if you could use the leftover materials from this piece to create a piece of jewelry for me. Lu Wanrue, who had already prepared to raise the price, was suddenly hit with a wave of warmth from this unexpected request.
Ha, your two of you really have a love that makes others envious.
Rest assured, I will definitely fulfill this small request. A ring, necklace, and jewelry. I will craft a set of jade jewelry that will satisfy your wife.
If that's the case, let's seal the deal.
Thanks to the Divine Eye's X-ray vision, Lin Dong had just made a clean profit of 10 million. At that moment, he felt as though a money tree was waving at him.
After removing his work uniform, Lu Wanrue exuded a merchant's aura.
After formally completing the transaction with Lin Dong, he shed his previous calm and serious demeanor, his face brimming with ecstasy.
Lu Wanrue, you won't take off your clothes and not give me the second stone, will you?
Wait, didn't you forget?
There's still one more stone you haven't given me.
Lin Dong, seeing Lu Wanrue's face practically bursting with joy, hurriedly reminded him.
Here it comes.
You're a newcomer and you've already uncovered glass quality jadeite on your first try. Your luck is off the charts.
Let me see what's in the second one.
Lu Wanrue once again draped his work jacket over his shoulders, picked up his tools, and began to focus intently on the second piece of raw material before him.
At that moment, Lin Dong's voice rang out. Don't cut this one. Don't cut it at all. Start polishing from the right side directly.
As soon as Lin Dong spoke, Lu Wanrue looked skeptical, but he still followed Lin Dong's instructions and directed the polishing tools toward the right side of the stone.
Within 3 minutes, a clear, bright green emerged on the right side.
As the color appeared, everyone present erupted into cheers and shouts of joy. The second piece has also turned green.
It's so translucent and vibrant, with that ethereal green hue. Could this be another piece of glass like green jadeite? Damn it, I wish I had such luck. Is this batch of raw jade really this good?
I can't resist anymore. I'll wait a bit and try my luck too.
Calm down, calm down.
In a larger jade market, finding a single pure glass like jadeite in a day is already considered good luck.
This shop is so small, how could two appear at the same time? What if one of them is just a superficial green?
A man watching nearby gently rubbed his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. Half an hour later, under Lu Wanrue's careful, layer by layer polishing, the head of the jade rabbit finally emerged before everyone's eyes. When the glass like jade, no larger than a man's fist, finally emerged, it was like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves through the crowd once again.
This is truly a pure glass like jade. It really is.
I've been in the jade market for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a marvel. Wait a moment, the naturally polished shape actually resembles a rabbit's head.
Wow, now that you mention it, it does look quite similar.
If the next piece is large enough, it could be carved into a semi-finished jade rabbit sculpture. The crowd chatted excitedly, but Lin Dong remained seated, studying jade knowledge with Du Wang. At that moment, the artisan Lu Wanrue wore an expression of surprise, his movements growing lighter and more delicate. For some reason, a premonition arose within him. The jade in his hands was about to become a priceless treasure. Time passed, and after meticulous polishing, the glass-like jade was finally completed, revealing its original form. A jade rabbit with a diameter of about 20 centimeters stood vividly on the table. Amidst the surrounding fragments of raw jade, the glass-like jade rabbit exuded an ethereal aura, as if it had descended from the heavens. After a moment of stunned silence, a deafening exclamation erupted, reverberating through the room.
My goodness! This is simply astonishing. This is a gift from God. No, it's a gift from nature. As the first exclamation faded, a chorus of astonished voices erupted once more. The jade rabbit has descended to earth. Such a pure, unprocessed jadeite stone must be priceless. Who is this newcomer? How did they get such incredible luck?
A raw stone sculpture like this is a once-in-a-thousand-years sight.
To witness the entire process of it being unveiled is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How much is this worth? 50 million. No, 100 million.
A bystander spoke while trembling, reaching out toward the lifelike jade rabbit before him.
Chapter 105, The Finishing Touch. Red jade at the heart.
Lu Wanrue slowly snapped out of his daze and suddenly slapped the hand of the bystander who was about to touch the rabbit's head.
Don't touch it. Not just over 100 million, this is a priceless treasure.
At that moment, the patron Lin Dong slowly stood up, pushed aside the crowd, and walked inside. When he saw the jade rabbit on the table, he was startled. Although he had already used his transparent eyes to see the structure of the jade rabbit, when he finally saw this piece of art in person, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The shock filled his mind. I've really stumbled upon a treasure. Lin Dong walked straight toward the breathtaking jade rabbit, extended his hand, and gently touched the rabbit's head.
This time, Lu Wanrui did not intervene. The one caressing the jade rabbit was none other than the owner of this priceless jade stone, Lindong. Then, Lindong's slender fingers pointed toward the chest and abdomen of the jade. His calm voice echoed softly. "Is this the heart of the jade rabbit?" Everyone was astonished. Following his finger, they saw a faint reddish hue in the chest and abdomen of the jade rabbit statue that Lindong had pointed to. Immediately, Lu Wanrui picked up the flashlight by his side and shone it in the direction Lindong had pointed. Several strands of red emerged. Within this pure glass-like jadeite, there were actually several strands of red jadeite. Most astonishingly, these strands of red jadeite were precisely located at the heart of the statue. Lu Wanrui's hand holding the flashlight trembled uncontrollably as he chiseled away at the stone. Under the faintly trembling light, the entire jade rabbit statue was breathtakingly beautiful. Green jade with red jade, truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I, Lu Wanrui, would have the opportunity to personally uncover such a masterpiece. Red jadeite? Lindong immediately recalled what he had just learned from Baidu. Red jade is caused by a higher iron content, which oxidizes over time to produce a red hue. And the jade rabbit jade carving before him had, by sheer coincidence, placed this red jade, oxidized by time, right at the heart of the jade rabbit. This astonishing detail was like the finishing touch, elevating the artwork to an entirely new level. Masterful craftsmanship. Lu Wanrui's words were like a fuse, igniting a super bomb, and the atmosphere in the room once again became intense. Help me, pinch me, am I dreaming? How could such a masterpiece exist in this world? This is truly priceless. I watched it transform from an ordinary piece of raw jade into this jade rabbit with my own eyes. This is the allure of jade gambling. Pure glass jadeite, combined with the red jade at the heart. It's just like a real, living jade rabbit, absolutely stunning. The moment Lindong appeared, Lu Wanrui immediately recalled the instructions Lindong had given him before he began cutting the stone. Don't cut it, polish it from the right side. If he had cut it based on his previous experience, he might have ruined this pure natural jade rabbit carving. But how did Lindong know? He must have known beforehand and warned me on purpose. Lu Wanrui raised his lowered eyes, filled with confusion, and scanned Lindong up and down. Feeling Lu Wanrui's gaze, Lindong smiled and spoke softly. This piece, I dare not sell it to you. I spent 2 million on the raw material. You should be able to offer free packaging or home delivery service, right? You dare not sell it, and I dare not buy it. Lu Wanrui blushed with embarrassment. Even if he pooled all the liquid assets of his jade pavilion, he couldn't afford this jade carving. When he looked at Lindong again, there was a hint of fear in Lu Wanrui's eyes. Who was this man before him? Is he really an outsider? How could an ordinary outsider gamble on 2 pieces of jade worth a fortune at the same time? Even a jade expert would find that difficult. At that moment, Lu Wanrui was drenched in sweat. There was such a marvelous piece of jade in his raw material warehouse, yet he had sold it for a mere 2 million. Sir, does anyone in your family work in this field? How else could you have such keen eyesight? Lu Wanrui looked at Lindong and asked. To be honest, no one in my family has ever worked in the jade industry. I'm truly an outsider. It's just that I had some really good luck today. Seeing Lindong's calm expression, Lu Wanrui couldn't help but mutter to himself, this isn't just a bit of luck, it's the kind of luck you get for saving the world in a past life. Oh, right, here's my business card. Once the jade jewelry set you promised me is ready, you can contact me to come pick it up. Lu Wanrui took the business card from Lindong's hand. Upon seeing the name Lindong on the card, he froze in place once again. Lindong, that name sounded familiar. Wait a minute. Isn't this the producer of the variety show The Masked Singer that I've been watching lately? Lu Wanrui immediately looked up, scrutinizing Lindong with a suspicious gaze. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he glanced at the figure in the distance pushing a stroller while browsing the diamond counter. If the man in front of him was Lindong, then the beautiful woman wearing sunglasses earlier must be the national goddess Yang Wanner. Another shocking revelation left Lu Wanrui wanting to pinch himself to see if he was really awake. In just one day, he had not only appraised 2 pieces of jade worth a fortune but also met the legendary Lindong, and most importantly, he had seen Yang Wanner, the national goddess he had admired for years. After dispatching the crowd of onlookers, Lu Wanrui stood face to face with Lindong. Our store doesn't offer delivery service, but I'll personally deliver this jade rabbit jade to your home after packaging it properly. As Lu Wanrui finished speaking, his gaze drifted unintentionally toward Yang Wanner's position at the neighboring counter. Thank you, that would be very kind of you. Lindong nodded politely and turned to leave, but a hand blocked his path. Lu Wanrui stood in front of him with one hand, scratching his head awkwardly with the other, his voice becoming hesitant. Lindong, even though this is a bit forward, I'm a fan of your wife. I've liked her since she debuted. Could you please give me an autograph since I'm delivering this for free? Chapter 106, Reassurance from Wanner's fans. Lindong looked at Lu Wanrui, who was standing before him with a shy smile, and was taken aback. This craftsman boss, who had been working diligently just moments ago, now displayed such a stark contrast.
Lu Wanrui scratched his head awkwardly, his toes fidgeting nervously on the ground, making him look both eerie and comical.
Since you're her fan, of course you can.
My wife Wanner always gets close to her fans. When Lin Dong mentioned the words fan and my wife, he emphasized them deliberately, as if reminding Lu Wanrui to be mindful of their respective statuses. Just then, Yang Wanner arrived with a newly purchased 20-carat diamond ring, pushing a stroller toward the two men who were still talking. Seeing his idol walking toward him step by step, Lu Wanrui's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it were about to burst out of his throat.
Honey, look at the ring I just bought. Is it nice?
I bought it with the gift card you gave me, so I'll just give it to you as a gift.
It's absolutely stunning.
My wife's hands look beautiful with any ring she wears. Even a simple 9 yuan ring from a street vendor would look elegant in your hands. Facing his beloved, Lin Dong didn't hesitate to shower her with praise. Yang Wanner playfully wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's arm, speaking in a spoiled tone. Watching the two of them standing there showing off their sweetness, Lu Wanrui felt like a giant light bulb in the middle of the room.
Also, honey, I have some good news for you. I've kept my promise, you'll soon have a new set of jade jewelry. Yang Wanner covered her mouth in surprise.
She never expected Lin Dong to achieve such a good result on his first try at gemstone gambling. She rushed forward and hugged Lin Dong.
Wow! That's amazing, husband. How come you can do everything so well? Of course. Who else could it be but your husband?
As he spoke, Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Lu Wanrui, who was standing beside them.
He raised his hand and introduced him to Yang Wanner. Wanner, this is Lu Wanrui, the owner of the Jade Pavilion. He's the one who crafted your jade jewelry set.
There's also something else. This Mr. Lu has been your fan for over a decade and would like your autograph.
Upon hearing that he was her fan, Yang Wanner immediately became excited.
She took off her sunglasses and looked closely at Lu Wanrui, her fan of over 10 years. She then handed the baby stroller to Lin Dong and walked over to Lu Wanrui.
Really? A fan for over 10 years? That means you've been following me since I first debuted. Yang Wanyu was slightly excited.
Facing the goddess's surprise, Lu Wanrui nodded with a smile like a chick pecking at grain.
The owner of Jade Pavilion is actually my fan for over a decade. That's great. Can I get a discount on your jewelry in the future? In reality, the national goddess Yang Wanyu wouldn't care about a few discount dollars.
She was just teasing her fan to lighten the mood, seeing how visibly nervous he was.
Hearing Yang Wanyu speak to him so warmly and naturally, Lu Wanrui could almost hear his heart racing.
Sure.
Of course. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any signed photos with me today. Do you have any paper and a pen? I can only sign it for you here.
Lu Wanrui hurriedly rummaged through the drawer on the counter, pulled out some bills, and excitedly handed them to Yang Wanyu.
His hand holding the pen was trembling uncontrollably. Immediately, Yang Wanner picked up the pen, and 3 neat characters were written on the pure white paper.
Just as Lin Dong thought everything was over, Yang Wanner walked straight toward Lu Wanrui and asked,
"Do you want to take a photo together? But I can only wear sunglasses." A photo with the goddess.
This was something Lu Wanrui had never even dared to dream of, let alone expect in reality. And yet, at that very moment, the goddess had taken the initiative to propose it. Meeting the goddess for the first time, getting her autograph, chatting with her, and taking a selfie with her.
Lu Wanrui was completely immersed in joy, excitement, and happiness, unable to pull himself out of it.
Seeing Yang Wanner's excited expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. He knew how much Yang Wanner loved her fans, so he understood her excitement at meeting a fan she'd known for over a decade.
Before leaving,
Lu Wanrui called out to Lin Dong. After a moment of silence, Lu Wanrui took a deep breath, looked at Lin Dong with a serious expression, and spoke slowly. Lin Dong, as Yang Wanner's fan for over a decade, I was utterly opposed to her being with someone like you before I knew about your relationship. Though I could support Wanner, deep down, I always felt you were a frog trying to eat a swan. You simply weren't worthy of our Wanner. However, as more information about you surfaced online, especially after your variety show The Masked Singer became a hit and I learned you had become an outstanding music variety show producer, I gradually let go of my resentment. It wasn't until today, when I saw you in person, witnessed your meticulous care for Wanner, and saw the love in your eyes when you looked at her, that I truly believed Wanner has finally found the right person. As a fan, seeing Wanner with someone as outstanding as you, I feel at ease. Please continue to treat her well, just as you do now. As Lu Wanrui finished speaking, tears welled up in his eyes without him even noticing. These were the heartfelt entrustments of a fan, the reassurance of a fan. Lin Dong raised his hand and patted Lu Wanrui on the shoulder, his voice ringing out firmly. Rest assured.
My love for Wanner is eternal.
As her partner, I also thank you for your support and companionship over the past decade. Yang Wanner, who was crouched beside the stroller, watching over the baby, had been listening intently the entire time, hearing every word of their conversation. The seeds of emotion were sown, spreading through her heart. Soon, a tear trickled down her cheek, slowly falling from her eyes.
Mom!
The eldest child, who was closest to her mother, seemed to empathize with her, slowly sitting up and extending his soft, plump fingers to touch the tears on his mother's cheek, as if trying to wipe them away. This tender gesture instantly warmed Yang Wanner's heart. She grabbed Dabao's hand and kissed it passionately. "Mom, I'm fine. Mom is just so moved." Chapter 107, Zhang Feizue questions Lindong, calling him crazy. Over the past 2 days, after conducting some preliminary investigations, Lindong had managed to get in touch with a wealthy businessman from Xiagua whom he had met at the Jiaowei International Hospital, Zhang Jianquan. In the elite circle of wealthy businessmen, Zhang Jianquan was known for his passionate love for jade and his obsession with collecting it, earning him the nickname Zhang Feizue. If you open his social media feed, you'll see posts filled with jade-related content, such as where he went to an auction today to acquire a once-in-a-thousand-years jade piece, or how he attended a jade stone bidding summit last month and witnessed the birth of a jade piece worth a fortune. There are also lengthy essays on jade knowledge and his personal insights. In short, the name Zhang Jade is no exaggeration, it is a fitting description of his identity. Lindong contacted this person with one goal in mind. After discovering that the divine eye ability could grant him a unique advantage in the jade gambling industry, he began searching for any information related to it. This Zhang Jianquan, Zhang Feizue, is the first opportunity he has found on his journey to carve out this territory. "You mean you want to start a jade company and open a jade shop, right? Brother, this requires massive investment, are you sure?" Zhang Jianquan listened to Lindong's concise explanation, then slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he was a top-tier jade enthusiast, he had never dared to venture into the risky jade gambling industry. For the jade he loved, he could only grit his teeth and bid for it at auctions to collect at home, let alone take such a huge risk to open a jade store. A legitimate jade store is not like producing a variety show, it's not something that can be handled with a perfect business plan. The jade industry is full of uncertainties. What is needed isn't just reputation and marketing power, what is most important is ensuring the quality of the jade. Facing Zhang Jianquan's shock, Lindong remained calm. He nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Zhang brother, this decision was made after careful consideration. I have confidence that I can carve out a niche for myself in this field. I just wonder if you are willing to join forces and help me?" Choosing Zhang Feizue wasn't because Lindong couldn't find more professional jade experts. It was simply because Zhang Feizue had an unusually good reputation within the industry, and his interpersonal skills were even better. This not only proved he was a skilled networker but also demonstrated that his character was beyond reproach. Good character and the ability to handle matters smoothly are also why Lindong is willing to befriend him. Zhang Jianquan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Brother, are you looking for a high-quality jade supplier to design and process jade, or what exactly are you planning to do?" Lindong shook his head, his voice carrying an air of confidence. "I have no intention of finding a supplier. Businesses with high costs and low profits aren't worth my time. I plan to import raw jade stones directly from Myanmar, then handle the entire process from polishing and carving to the final design and processing, establishing a high-quality, efficient production line." After hearing Lindong's response, Zhang Jianquan's mouth dropped open in astonishment so wide he could have fit an egg inside. Zhang Jianquan knew that the man sitting before him, Lindong, knew very little about the jade industry, yet he could speak of this incredibly challenging task as if it were child's play. Starting from the raw jade, the process of design and processing is already daunting. Just selecting the raw material is the most challenging part. One wrong move, and it could mean losing everything, even one's entire fortune. It's simply unbelievable. "Brother, don't think I'm looking down on you, and don't mind my bluntness, but I just can't help myself. I really want to ask you, where did you get this confidence from?" At that moment, Zhang Jianquan was already ready to grab his briefcase and leave. In his eyes, Lindong was a reckless madman. Feeling the suspicion in Zhang Jianquan's gaze, Lindong's lips curled into a faint smile. "Actually, I invited you here to show you something." With that, Lindong stood up and politely gestured for him to follow. Zhang Jianquan remained skeptical, filled with doubt, and reluctantly followed Lindong into a storage room in the house. In the center of the storage room stood a raised platform, with an object covered by a red curtain. Lindong pressed the switch by the entrance, and a beam of light illuminated the central platform. "Zhang brother, once you see this piece of art, you can make your decision then." Zhang Feizue blinked, his face filled with confusion. Up until now, he had no idea what Lindong was up to. Could he be playing a joke on him? By the time he snapped back to reality, Lindong had already slowly unveiled the red curtain covering the object. As the curtain fell, Zhang Feizue froze in place, motionless, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, his eyes wide and unblinking. What greeted his eyes was a massive jade carving of a rabbit, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. Under the spotlight, its translucent body shone brilliantly, resembling a jade rabbit that had fallen from the moon, lifelike in every detail. Zhang Feizue rubbed his eyes and unconsciously took 2 steps forward. Staring at the jade rabbit carving before him, he was utterly speechless. "Oh, my god. This color, this water quality, such a large piece of glass like jadeite. This is incredible.
The most astonishing part is that there are no signs of polishing at all. Lin Dong, how did you do this? Zhang Feitsui's reaction was exactly what Lin Dong had anticipated.
No jade enthusiast could resist the allure of the jade rabbit sculpture before them.
Lin Dong's calm voice carried no trace of emotion, no polishing marks. Because this is completely natural.
It hasn't been processed or polished.
It was like this in its raw form.
It was born with this structure.
Purely natural. Another thunderclap struck.
Zhang Feitsui, who had been in the jade industry for so many years, had never seen such a miracle with his own eyes. Of course, if you don't believe me, there's a video of the stone being opened as proof. As Lin Dong finished speaking, Zhang Feitsui's voice rang out with excitement.
I believe it. I believe it.
Years of experience told him that this was a masterpiece of nature, a pure natural jade rabbit carving, and it was even of the glass variety. At that moment, Zhang Feitsui's eyes were fixed intently on the jade rabbit carving before him, his eyes glowing with unbridled joy.
Chapter 108, The Founding of Wan Yuxian.
Seeing the expression in Zhang Feitsui's eyes, Lin Dong knew he had succeeded. With just one final push, Lin Dong stepped forward, pointed to the abdomen of the jade rabbit carving, and whispered to Zhang Feitsui.
The most part is here. Look.
Following Lin Dong's gesture, Zhang Feitsui shifted her gaze to the abdomen of the jade rabbit. To her astonishment, several faint strands of red jade were intertwined at the heart of the rabbit.
Wow!
Zhang Feitsui was so shocked that he couldn't help but let out a string of expletives to express his emotions. Right at the heart's position, there were precisely a few strands of red jade. It was like the finishing touch. My goodness, this is a masterpiece created by nature itself. As a jade enthusiast, Zhang Feitsui knew how rare it was for natural red jade to form in the wild. And all the coincidences in the world had come together to create this miraculous work of art before her eyes. This is a priceless treasure. A priceless treasure. After uttering one exclamation after another, Zhang Feitsui grabbed Lin Dong's shoulders tightly, his voice echoing throughout the room.
Lin Dong, where did you obtain this treasure? From which jade shop or which auction house?
I have never seen anything like this before, let alone heard any rumors about it. Such a precious treasure would certainly cause a huge stir if it were to surface now. Lin Dong's faint smile on his face widened slightly. This Zhang Feitsui finally asked the right question.
Thank goodness I waited so long.
Under Zhang Feitsui's eager gaze, Lin Dong spoke slowly and deliberately. This jade rabbit statue has never been made public. Only a few onlookers and craftsmen who witnessed the carving know about it, but no one took any photos.
Opening the stone. Zhang Feitsui was surprised. Oh, right.
This jade was something I accidentally discovered at a small jade gambling site.
That day, I opened two pieces.
One was a glass-like jade with a diameter of over 10 centimeters, which sold for over 10 million that day.
The other was this jade rabbit. How about it? Pretty nice, right? You know the answer. This isn't just beautiful, it's breathtakingly stunning, awe-inspiring.
When Zhang Feitsui looked at Lin Dong again, his eyes were filled with admiration. He knew that uncovering two glass-like jade pieces in a row was already a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. And to have one of them be such a stunningly beautiful pure glass-like natural jade rabbit was even more extraordinary.
Zhang Feitsui's knees went weak, and he struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to kneel before Lin Dong.
Lin Dong looked at the jade rabbit, then at Zhang Feitsui, feigning a look of deep regret. His expression was somber, and his voice was low as he said, I thought my luck in jade carving and my eye for jade were both quite good. If I were to open a shop, this jade rabbit statue could have been the store's prized possession. Unfortunately, since Zhang brother is unwilling to assist me as a partner, the business of my jade shop will not progress further. Every word Lin Dong spoke was filled with despair. Zhang Feitsui suddenly slapped his thigh, shouting with a sense of urgency, and said to Lin Dong in a loud voice, Brother! Since this jade rabbit was a gift from heaven, I'll go all in on this business with you for this breathtaking jade rabbit carving. Although the jade auction is filled with uncertainty and risk, I, Zhang, have made up my mind today. I'm willing to take a chance with you. Take a risk, and maybe a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Zhang Feitsui finally gave in. Indeed, no jade enthusiast could resist the allure of their own jade rabbit sculpture. Lin Dong concealed his inner joy, approached calmly, and once again covered the jade rabbit with the red cloth.
As he left the room, Zhang Feitsui's eyes betrayed a deep sense of reluctance.
If it weren't for Lin Dong forcibly pulling him away, he wouldn't have wanted to leave this treasure storage room for a single step. Zhang brother, this is a simple business plan I've put together. You can take a look first. You're the expert on jade, so if there is anything lacking, feel free to point it out, and I'll make the changes. Since we've decided to be partners, I'll show my sincerity first. I need you to take full responsibility for this, and I'll give you 10% of the original shares.
If you think that's not enough, we can invest together.
Lin Dong's idea was simple. He didn't just want a slice of the jade-named pie, he wanted to grow it and make it the best.
Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhang Feitsui was completely taken aback.
He had always been confined to the real estate industry inherited from his family, never daring to take a single step outside of it, let alone venture into a new industry. Despite her intense, almost obsessive, interest in jade since childhood, she had never dared to enter the industry.
If there was truly an opportunity to pursue her passion, Zhang Feizue would seize it without hesitation.
The evidence before her eyes was the best proof, especially when Lin Dong presented the miraculous jade rabbit statue before her. Zhang Feizue had already unconditionally trusted Lin Dong.
Lin Dong's exceptional eye for detail and extraordinary luck alone were enough to convince him. Lin Dong, I want to ask, why me?
Zhang Feizue finally spoke up, finally voicing the question that had been weighing on his heart. He knew that his relationship with Lin Dong wasn't very deep. The simplest connection was that he had bought him a few days' worth of postpartum meals when his wife was recovering after childbirth. The reason was simple: rather than seeking a pure jade expert who didn't understand the intricacies of business, he preferred a merchant passionate about jade. Most importantly, your father, Zhang Jianquan, has an excellent reputation and connections within the industry. Although we haven't spent much time together, I trust your character, and combined with your passion for jade, I believe you can become my partner.
The two of us hit it off immediately. Brother, this business plan is absolutely brilliant.
I can't believe an outsider like you could come up with something so impressive. After reviewing Lin Dong's proposal, Zhang Feizue couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. However, there was one flaw, and it was the biggest one.
Lin Dong, you've planned so much, didn't you think of a name for your jade store?
Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and laughed out loud.
You're right. This perfect proposal is missing one thing: a name for the jade shop.
He rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and then spoke slowly.
Let's call it Wan Yu Xian. Chapter 109, Yu Tu Flies to Heaven. Yang Wanner becomes the spokesperson.
When Yang Wanner learned that the name of the jade shop Lin Dong was planning was Wan Yu Xian, she was so excited that she immediately ran barefoot into Lin Dong's arms.
Husband, Wan Yu Xian, there's a Wan character in it. It must be because of me.
Looking at the woman in his arms, her face radiating joy, Lin Dong was also infected by her smile. He reached out and playfully pinched her delicate nose, his voice filled with laughter.
You little clever thing, you figured it out, didn't you?
Watching the two of them being so affectionate, Zhang Yuhua, who was sitting on the sofa cracking sunflower seeds, suddenly shivered and let out a jealous "mm." In recent days, the three little ones had started to say more words. Upon hearing the second child utter the word auntie for the first time, Zhang Yuhua was overjoyed, spending her days carrying bags of baby supplies to Yang Wanner's house. Zhang Yuhua picked up the second child, who was playing with toys on the carpet, and pointed at the couple showing affection in front of him, saying, "Second child, look at your father and mother. They're bullying Aunt Zhang Yuhua, the single woman. How awful." Zhang Yuhua's words made Yang Wanner giggle out loud. Bao, who was being held in Zhang Yuhua's arms, opened his mouth and began to babble. After a few more murmurs, Bao puckered his lips and, mimicking the adults, said in a serious tone, "How mean." The three of them were startled for a moment before bursting into laughter together. Lin Dong immediately stepped forward, picked up the second child who was cuddling in Zhang Yuhua's arms, and as soon as the second child returned to his father's embrace, he smiled widely, his face beaming with joy. Zhang Yuhua said, "Now the babies are so smart. Don't say such things in front of our babies. If they follow you, our little treasure will start talking nonsense and not learn properly." Lin Dong spoke seriously to Zhang Yuhua.
Yang Wanner, standing beside him, couldn't help but smile broadly, her face radiating joy.
Yang Wanyu walked up to Lin Dong, looked into the eyes of the second child in his arms, then reached out and gently tapped the exposed bottom of the second child.
"Little one, don't follow Aunt Zhang Yuhua and talk like that. If you do it again, I'll spank your bottom." Zhang Yuhua looked utterly innocent.
She couldn't utter a single word to express her frustration. Who could have guessed that her sarcastic remark would be picked up by the little rascal and repeated a few times? Facing the serious warning from the parents, Zhang Yuhua could only raise her hands in surrender. "Alright, I'll be careful with my words in front of the three little masters from now on.
I promise not to have a negative influence. After all, they're the precious ones. No wonder you two had such clever kids. One is smarter than the other. Alright?"
Seeing the usually no-nonsense entertainment industry powerhouse agent Zhang Yuhua surrender to three toddlers, Yang Wanner was over the moon. That night, after the three babies had eaten their fill, they fell asleep under their parents' care. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner finally had their rare alone time without the children controlling them. Lin Dong held Yang Wanner's hand and strolled out to the balcony, where they sat down. The moonlight fell on Yang Wanner's bare face, making her look exceptionally serene.
Lost in the beauty of the moment, Lin Dong couldn't bear to break the silence. "By the way, honey, didn't you say you had something to tell me today?" Yang Wanner blinked her big, sparkling eyes and playfully poked Lin Dong's cheek with her finger, waiting for his response. "Tomorrow, the Wan Yu Xian Jade Company will officially enter the public eye. I want to use the Jade Rabbit statue as the store's mascot, but it still needs a name. The name for this store's mascot must be chosen by you. After all, it was you who dragged me to the mall that day. The main reason I was able to obtain this priceless treasure is because of you. So, my wife, the name of this priceless treasure must be yours. Now, put all your brain cells to work and brainstorm a name for it to debut tomorrow, okay?" Under Lin Dong's strong insistence, Yang Wanner had no choice but to agree. Immediately, the scene of the first time she saw the jade rabbit statue flashed through her mind. With its dazzling luster and translucent glass-like texture, the heart of the jade featured a stunning red jade inlay, and its structure was entirely natural, a rabbit formed by nature itself. The first time she saw the jade rabbit, Yang Wanner could only think of one word: awe. Recalling the expression of the jade rabbit, Yang Wanner fell into deep thought. Naming something was no easy task for her. Time slowly passed, and after a long while, Yang Wanner finally snapped out of her silence. She grabbed Lin Dong's hand, her voice filled with excitement, and exclaimed, "I've got it! Let's call it Yu Tu Fei Tian. What do you think?" Yu means beautiful jade in ancient Chinese, and the expression of the jade rabbit jade carving resembles a lifelike rabbit ready to leap. Comparing it to a flying rabbit is the perfect choice. I spent 1,000,000 brain cells coming up with this name. You better not be dissatisfied. Under Yang Wanner's expectant gaze, Lin Dong nodded slowly. "You're truly my wife. I knew you'd come up with a name that satisfies me. These past 2 days, Zhang Feizui and I have been racking our brains, but we couldn't think of a name worthy of that jade carving." Lin Dong reached out and gave her a playful head pat. Yang Wanner, delighted by the gesture, broke into a wide smile. The next day, Lin Dong arrived early at the venue prepared by Wang Yuxian. After over half a month of intense preparations, Wang Yuxian was finally on the agenda. Today was the special day when the store's prized possession would be unveiled to the world. On this day, Zhang Feizui spared no effort, inviting nearly every jade expert or enthusiast he had met over his decade in the jade industry, as well as the behind-the-scenes owners of several major jade stores in Xia Kingdom, to the venue. Lin Dong was responsible for media promotion. In addition to inviting journalists he knew in the industry to cover the event, he also specially arranged for his wife to take the position of spokesperson for Wang Yuxian. His wife was none other than Yang Wanner, the national goddess, and securing such a high-value endorsement from the entertainment industry was no more than a mere formality for Lin Dong. When Yang Wanner walked into the venue arm in arm with Lin Dong, she immediately became the focal point of the entire event. Chapter 110, Wang Yuxian makes its debut, facing opposition from all sides. This gathering had brought together virtually all the experts in jade and jadeite from the Xia Kingdom, clearly demonstrating that Zhang Feizui, as a top-tier jewelry enthusiast, had quite the connections in this circle. In a corner of the venue, several renowned jewelry merchants from various regions of Xia Kingdom were gathered together. They were all discreetly observing the scene with the corners of their eyes. This further confirmed that Lin Dong had indeed chosen the right people. Isn't Lin Dong just a half-baked celebrity? How did he end up getting involved in our jade and jadeite business circle? Poof. Zhou Yufu's voice, tinged with envy, rang out, occasionally glancing at the newly arrived Lin Dong and his wife. Zhou Yufu looked down on this new jade company, Wang Yuxian, which was already making a big fuss before even officially opening. Exactly. I wonder if Zhang Feizui lost her mind to come work for Lin Dong, an outsider. Look at those two, they're acting like they just stepped off the red carpet from the entertainment industry. They don't have a single trace of the dignity a businessman should have. Following Zhou Yufu, another envious individual began to speak. He was Liang Baofu, the current general manager of Chun Yuga. He had once been part of a wealthy merchant family and had started expanding his jade business 5 years ago using his family connections. The most important point is that Zhang Feizui was once his designated first partner, but even his sincere efforts to persuade her did not move her. Seeing Zhang Feizui suddenly switch sides at this moment, he felt extremely displeased and immediately aligned himself with Zhou Yufu. As soon as Liang Baofu finished speaking, a sharp, biting female voice rang out. "Ha, Yang Wanner sure picked a good husband. He meddles in every field, which is truly disgusting. Our dozen or so large companies have already established a balanced foundation in Xia Kingdom. This time, he's probably going to lose everything." The voice came from a woman wearing a purple cheongsam. Li Yuan, now in her late 30s, had built her fortune in Myanmar through boldness and luck. As a woman, she had become a revered figure in the jade industry, founding the Sumei Jade Store, where every jade design captured the hearts of women, attracting countless customers. Within the jade industry, there is even a saying, "The jade women desire can only be found at Sumei Jade Store." Seeing this prominent figure speak, several small business owners began to gather around, chatting excitedly. The banquet hadn't even started yet, and some were already trying to curry favor and choose sides. A few jade industry tycoons remained silent, standing aside and observing. Lu Wenrui, however, perked up his ears, listening intently to the speeches from various jade companies. As the mocking voices grew increasingly harsh, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Mr. Lu, you're still young. What do you think of this situation?" Zhou Yufu, with his beer belly typical of middle age, spoke up, steering the conversation toward Lu Wenrui. Lu Wenrui was taken aback for a moment, then straightened his posture awkwardly, speaking with a tone of respect. "I think since Mr. Lin chose to enter this industry, he must have his own reasons. And everything is full of uncertainties. I'm just a nobody, so I dare not say much, heh." Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, Lu Wenrui stood out like a refreshing breeze, immediately drawing angry glances from many. One shouldn't speak too boldly.
Lu Wenrui had witnessed Lin Dong's extraordinary insight and didn't want to join the crowd in making useless, sarcastic remarks alongside the other jade companies. Lu Wenrui was filled with confusion, his ears ringing with others' mockery of Lin Dong, yet his gaze couldn't help but follow Lin Dong and Yang Wanner. Lin Dong was actually getting involved in jade work. Although he had discovered 2 pieces of glass like jade in a gamble, which was akin to a miracle, he was still an outsider with little experience in the field. Could he really rely on his luck and discernment to take such a risky venture, even going so far as to build up his company's hype in such a short time, without fear of being proven wrong? Lu Wenrui couldn't help but doubt it deeply. Just then, as if sensing the gaze fixed on his back, Lin Dong, who had been talking to someone, immediately turned around and locked eyes with Lu Wenrui's unblinking stare.
He then walked over alongside Yang Wanner.
Yang Wanner was wearing a black fishtail dress that accentuated her curves, with her hair half tied up, exuding both professionalism and a touch of tenderness. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was dressed in a black suit, tall and slender, with sharp features. As he watched the 2 elegantly dressed individuals approach him, Lu Wenrui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These 2 are truly made for each other. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong stood before him, his eyes sparkling with a smile. In an instant, the crowd that had been chattering and mocking just moments ago fell silent, their sharp gazes fixated on Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, who had suddenly appeared. "Wenrui, you're here," Lin Dong's magnetic voice rang out. Everyone stared in disbelief, never expecting the main protagonist of the day to approach Lu Wenrui so boldly, speaking to him with such courtesy, as if they had been close friends for years.
"I've been looking for you ever since I arrived. I didn't expect you to be sitting in such a corner."
Yang Wanner giggled, her face softening into a gentle smile as she teased her decade-long fan, completely unfazed by the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Zhou Yufu, who had just moments ago singled out Lu Wenrui to mock him, began to feel awkward. He never imagined that Lu Wenrui was so close to Lin Dong, or that he could even joke around with his wife, Yang Wanner. As the host of the day, Lin Dong politely smiled and nodded at the jade magnates seated in this area.
"You all may not know this, but Mr. Lu is the one who brought me into this industry. My first time gambling on jade was at the Jade Pavilion store, and my first piece of raw jade was personally selected for me by Mr. Lu." With just a few simple words, Lin Dong subtly elevated Lu Wenrui's status among the group by several notches. Zhang Feizui, who had just finished discussing matters with a group of jade experts, walked over to where Lin Dong was standing, holding a specially mixed cocktail in his hand. Having been in the jade industry for years, he was already on friendly terms with the bosses from various jade companies. He approached with a playful smile and spoke loudly. "Hey, old Wang, you're here too." Chapter 111, The Store's Treasure, Jade Experts Tremble. "You old man, didn't you say you were on a business trip and couldn't come? Did you suddenly show up to scare me?"
Zhang Feizui slapped the shoulder of an elderly gentleman of distinguished bearing.
In response to Zhang Feizui's lack of respect, the man called Old Man, Wang Zongde, couldn't help but smile wryly.
Then, with a voice full of authority, he spoke.
"If you're going into the jade business, I'd crawl out of my grave to support you." "Pfft, shut up. You're just bringing bad luck with your mouth. I haven't even opened shop yet, and you're already saying unlucky things here."
Zhang Feizui then stepped forward, shoved the cocktail in her hand into Wang Zongde's hands, and teased him playfully.
Wang Zongde, in his 70s, was a revered elder in the jade industry, and his jade shop, the Jade Shilin, was a renowned establishment in the country for decades.
Not only was he renowned in the business circle, but even jade experts would bow and nod in his presence, for Wang Zongde was an expert among experts. As everyone knew, Zhang Feizui came from a family of real estate tycoons, and several of Wang Zongde's Jade Shilin branches were owned by Zhang Feizui's family. The 2 often had to meet and sign agreements.
Zhang Feizui's connection with Wang Zongde truly began at an auction event hosted by Jade Shilin.
As a passionate jade enthusiast, Zhang Feizui was so obsessed with a piece of jade that he even got into a heated argument with a rival bidder. Had it not been for Wang Zongde intervening, Zhang Feizui might have caused a scene that would have disrupted the entire auction. Seeing Zhang Feizui interact so naturally and comfortably with the powerful Wang Zongde, Lin Dong once again recognized Zhang Feizui's strengths. At that moment, he seemed like a seasoned veteran, able to navigate any social circle with ease while maintaining good relationships with everyone. Next, with a warm round of applause, please welcome the owner of Wan Yuxian and his wife, making their grand entrance. Zhang Feizui turned the formulaic hosting into a wedding ceremony. After Zhang Feizui's brief opening remarks, Lin Dong walked slowly to the center of the stage, holding hands with his beloved Yang Wan'er. Without the spotlight, the 2 stood out as the focal point of everyone's attention, relying solely on their charm and good looks. After a brief adjustment, facing hundreds of pairs of eyes below, Lin Dong spoke calmly. "Welcome to our Wan Yuxian banquet amidst your busy schedules. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please kindly forgive us. If there are any issues, please feel free to contact Zhang Feizui." Lin Dong's humorous opening set the tone for the evening, sparking laughter from the crowd.
Today marks the first day of Wan Yuxian's debut.
Taking this opportunity, I would like to showcase our prized possession to everyone. Lin Dong snapped his fingers, and the doors opened. Several black-clad figures, dressed uniformly and moving in orderly formation, pushed a red-covered exhibit to the center of the banquet hall and placed it on the pre-prepared exhibition platform. In an instant, under the arrangement of the banquet security, top jade experts from all over Xia Kingdom and several journalists had already taken their places at the front of the platform. Zhang Feitsui's excited voice rang out, "I swear on my honor as Zhang Feitsui that our store's prized possession is no ordinary item. It will surpass all of your expectations. What will appear before you next is undoubtedly a priceless treasure." The passionate tone, combined with the three emphatic definitely yes, left everyone in the crowd wide-eyed and eager to see what was hidden behind the red curtain. Li Yuan stood at the edge with the other Jade Company bosses who had previously huddled together. Her face was filled with disdain as she glanced sideways at the display stand, her cold words once again showcasing the sharpness and bitterness of a woman. The store's prized possession? In the Jade Circle, news travels fast. If there were truly an unparalleled treasure, it would have already spread throughout the industry. It must be something obtained from an auction house that everyone already knows about. Li Yuan's words weren't entirely without merit. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of an exceptional jade piece would attract attention from the moment the raw material was cut open until the processing began. And if it were truly a priceless treasure, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy. As someone well connected in the Jade Circle, she hadn't heard of any such treasure emerging recently either. Standing at the center of the exhibition stage, Zhang Feitsui excitedly began counting down. 3, 2, 1. Lin Dong and Yang Waner, who had been standing on either side of the exhibit, simultaneously pulled back the red curtain as the final countdown ended. A piece of jadeite, resembling glass, shone brilliantly under the lights. A chorus of gasps filled the hall. The first visual impression left the hundreds of onlookers in a state of deep awe, the silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. The few jade experts standing at the front, upon seeing the full view of this prized possession, couldn't help but gasp in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. There stood a massive, translucent jade statue on the display stand, its form and structure resembling a lifelike jade rabbit. Below the jade statue stood a plaque with a gold border, "You Tu Fei Tian." An expert quickly grabbed a magnifying glass that had been prepared in advance, rushed over, and let out a gasp of astonishment. "This water quality, it's pure glass like jadeite. My goodness, I haven't seen such a large, evenly colored, and pure glass like jadeite in decades." With this exclamation, several experts at the front also gathered around You Tu Flying Heaven. It's not just about being pure glass jade. What's truly astonishing is the overall structure of this jade. It's a statue, a jade rabbit statue made entirely of jade. Another expert, after surveying the piece, let out another awe-inspiring exclamation. Wang Zongda, a top jadeite expert, also stood at the forefront of this exhibit. His wrinkled face was filled with disbelief. The depths of his aged eyes shone with endless delight. His hands, holding the magnifying glass, trembled slightly. It was not merely a jade rabbit sculpture made of pure glass like jade. If one were to judge it solely as a sculpture, the design of the jade rabbit was not particularly exquisite. Chapter 112, Red Jadeite is not an impurity, but the finishing touch. Take a closer look. There are no traces of polishing or processing on the entire surface of this jade rabbit statue. Though hard to believe, based on my decades of experience, this is a pure, natural raw stone. It has not undergone any polishing or processing, let alone being deliberately carved from jade. This is the natural, unaltered structure of a jade rabbit formed by nature. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Wang Zongda is a veteran figure in the jade industry, with unparalleled prestige and authority. His conclusion is 100% authentic. Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui had already stepped aside to allow the jade experts to examine it closely. Zhang Feitsui looked smug, watching everyone's reactions to the jade rabbit soaring through the skies and adopting an air of "I told you so." It was no secret that when he first laid eyes on this pure natural artwork, his reaction had been far more exaggerated than theirs. As for the owner of the jade rabbit in flight, Lin Dong, he now looked unfazed. Since discovering this masterpiece, he had witnessed countless expressions of awe and astonishment. Wow, I have to admit, among the thousands of jade pieces I've seen, this one is the most beautiful. This is simply amazing. Truly a priceless treasure. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years miracle. It's so beautiful, it takes your breath away, it's breathtakingly stunning. Don't just say it's a once-in-a-thousand-years miracle. In the long history of jade, there has never been such a stunningly beautiful natural jade carving, let alone one made of pure glass jade with not a single speck of impurity. Here it is. Amidst the waves of astonishment, a voice rang out with full vigor. Actually, the jade rabbit flying heaven does have impurities. This statement was like a bomb dropped into the exhibition hall, causing everyone to erupt in chaos once again. Immediately, people began to make way, and Lin Dong, who had been pushed to the outer perimeter by the frenzy of jade experts, stepped forward under the gaze of the entire crowd. Then, Lin Dong took out a small remote control from the inner pocket of his suit and gently pressed the red button. A beam of light shone straight down from inside the tempered glass case covering the jade rabbit sculpture. The laser beam landed precisely on the impurity. Under the spotlight, the experts standing closest to the exhibit once again widened their eyes in astonishment.
Wang Zongda, a top jade expert, was stunned into silence, as if struck by lightning.
The scene before him was utterly unbelievable, yet it was undeniably real, existing right before his eyes.
Wang Zongda took a big step forward, pressing his entire body against the glass case, staring intently.
Under a beam of light with a very strong purpose, several strands of red impurities could be seen flickering in and out of view. Within the transparent, crystal-clear jade, there were actually several strands of red jade as vibrant as fresh blood.
This scene left the entire room in a state of shock. The shock overwhelmed Wang Zongda's mind, and his trembling voice rang out again, barely coherent.
How is this possible? Nothing in the world has ever been so perfectly balanced. This is simply unbelievable. At the heart of the jade rabbit, red jade was intertwined in such a way. Not only did it not detract from the beauty, but it also imparted a spiritual aura to the entire piece.
It was absolutely marvelous. Absolutely marvelous.
As Wang Zongda's voice faded, countless voices filled with astonishment echoed throughout the hall, and the venue became noisy with the accumulation of countless exclamations of surprise.
This seemingly imperfect impurity actually makes the entire artwork even more perfect.
The red jade at this position is the heart of this jade rabbit, bestowed by heaven.
Nature has given it life.
Perfect. Perfect. No artwork has ever deserved the title of perfect, but this jade rabbit flying heaven has achieved it.
It is simply lifelike.
No wonder they chose to make such a big fuss about it before the grand opening and even held such a grand banquet to introduce Wang Yuxian's prized possession.
It's worth it. This artwork is worth it.
The red jade at the heart's position isn't even considered an impurity, it's the crowning touch of this masterpiece. I never imagined I'd get to admire such a magnificent work of art in my lifetime.
I feel deeply honored and overwhelmed with emotion.
A renowned jade expert in the industry, moved to tears, could only bow his head in awe before the miracle of nature. Amidst the overwhelming praise, journalists also rushed forward with their cameras, jostling for a spot in front of the exhibit to capture the moment. Though they didn't understand the professional jargon of the jade industry, they could tell from the experts' expressions and exclamations that this piece, the jade rabbit flying heaven, was sure to make headlines and shake the world. Security guards who had been stationed around the exhibition area earlier were already in position, while Zhang Feizui, who had somehow obtained a microphone, addressed the crowd near the exhibition stand, which was nearly out of control.
Journalists, please don't rush. We'll arrange photographers for you shortly. If you damage anything, we won't be able to afford to compensate you.
Experts, please don't push and shove. If you accidentally break our jade rabbit flying heaven, you'll be heartbroken. Under Zhang Feizui's humorous admonishment, order gradually returned to the venue, but everyone's eyes remained fixed on the U2 Feitian, unwilling to leave. Li Yuan, who had earlier mocked and looked down on the U2 Feitian, had completely changed her arrogant expression. Upon seeing this exquisite jade rabbit jade carving, her heart skipped a beat.
As a businesswoman, she recognized the extraordinary value of U2 Feitian.
As a jade enthusiast, she felt the awe-inspiring beauty of this natural artwork. And as a woman, beyond her desire for beauty, she harbored a secret longing to possess it. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured, "It's too beautiful, too perfect." As the banquet progressed, security guards forced the experts and journalists gathered around the display stand to step back 2 meters. Then, the spokesperson Yang Wanner walked gracefully toward the jade rabbit with a smile on her face. Lin Dong picked up the remote control and pressed another button.
The tempered glass cover slid away. Yang Wanyu immediately demonstrated her professional poise, striking a pose toward the nearest camera.
Blinding lights surrounded Yang Wanyu and the jade rabbit statue, creating a dazzling display of beauty and elegance.
Chapter 113, Breaking News Shocks the World.
The sound of camera shutters clicking continuously filled the air as journalists went all out to capture the perfect shot. After the photo-taking and appreciation session concluded, Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling the security personnel to retrieve the priceless treasure that was the store's prized possession. Once everyone had taken their seats, the interview began.
"Mr. Lin, where did you obtain this jade rabbit jade carving?" The first journalist stood up and asked the question on everyone's mind.
Lin Dong responded with a calm smile, speaking softly. "I acquired it by chance at a small jade market. Since there weren't many people present at the time, no photos were taken, so it has remained a closely guarded secret."
Jade gambling? By chance? This casual response caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. "So you got this priceless treasure on your first try at jade gambling?"
"No, it was my second time. My first piece of raw jade only yielded a piece of glass like jadeite with a diameter of over 10 centimeters.
I entered this industry by chance.
After obtaining this jade rabbit flying heaven piece through stone cutting, there was an unseen force guiding me.
It wasn't until today that everyone saw the Wang Yuxian we know today."
Another casual response, though Lin Dong had tried to keep it humble, still drew the stunned gazes of hundreds of people.
Li Yuan, sitting in her seat, could no longer contain her expression.
This Lin Dong could speak so casually about a piece of jadeite with a diameter of over 10 centimeters. After all, the prized possession of her Sume jade shop was merely a jade carving with a diameter of nearly 9 centimeters. Faced with Lin Dong's impressive yet unassuming behavior, many jade experts couldn't help but feel ashamed. Only Wang Zongda, sitting in the front row, nodded slightly when he looked at Lin Dong. At that moment, he had already figured out why Zhang Feitsui had chosen to collaborate with him.
Because Lin Dong was no ordinary man. The last reporter from Starlight Entertainment stood up.
True to her entertainment section background, unlike the other reporters who were overly aggressive, her questions always revolved around entertainment scoops.
Mr. Lin, the name of your jade company is Wan Yuxian. Is it named after your wife?
Upon hearing this, a smile curved the corners of Lin Dong's lips as he nodded at the reporter with a smile. Yes, because my beloved wife loves jade, so I wanted to open a jade store exclusively for her. By the way, the name of our store's signature piece, You Two Flying Heaven, was also chosen by my wife. The reporter was satisfied with the answer, but was also suddenly hit with a dose of dog food by Lin Dong.
2 hours after this grand banquet concluded, the first entertainment reporter featured the store's signature piece on the front page of their layout. Soon after, countless media outlets swiftly disseminated this headline across their platforms. Couple team. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner join forces to establish a jade company.
A priceless treasure emerges, You Two Flying Heaven, priceless.
What made the jade expert shed tears? What shook the entire jade industry in a single day?
Lin Dong's jade company debuts, sparking a major upheaval for Wan Yuxian. The entertainment section was flooded with news about the couple Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, and the popularity of Wan Yuxian continued to rise. These headlines were unusually coordinated, all using the same photo. In the photo, Yang Wanner wears a black silk fishtail dress, her slender, fair hands gently caressing the head of a jade rabbit sculpture. The jade rabbit is lifelike, and the beauty of the woman in the jade complement each other, creating an incredibly harmonious and beautiful scene. The buzz on Weibo exploded instantly, and posts mentioning Lin Dong once again topped the Weibo trending list. In no time, countless news articles began piling up. Wan Yuxian hadn't even officially opened yet, but it was already experiencing unprecedented attention. And all of this was exactly as Lin Dong had anticipated.
The comments section of Weibo's trending topics once again erupted with discussions about Lin Dong.
Wow, this Lin Dong is so amazing. Just a short while ago, he was active in the entertainment industry, and after his popularity dipped slightly, he went to make a name for himself in the jade industry. This is way too fast. Even though I don't know much about jade, that jade rabbit is absolutely stunning. Of course, Wanner the goddess is also beautiful. Even if it's just for my goddess, I'll convince my mom to buy a set of jewelry when Wan Yuxian opens.
Support Lin Dong, support Wanner.
I heard that this piece of jade is the finest quality jade, a glass-like variety. And it's made entirely of natural, unprocessed jade rabbit-shaped stones.
Lin Dong's luck is truly unbeatable. Above, luck is just a small factor. Ultimately, it's because Lin Dong is far superior to ordinary people. How much more does he have that we don't know about? Highlight.
Everyone take note, Lin Dong used his wife's name for the jade company.
He's the epitome of tenderness, isn't he?
As entertainment news began to spread like wildfire, the Xia Kingdom Evening News published an article in its social section about the store's prized jade piece.
This news immediately caught the attention of the entire jade industry nationwide.
A stunning jade emerges in Xia Kingdom, a gift from nature. According to our reporter, a jade store in Xiaogui that has not yet officially opened revealed its store's prized possession to the public today. Yutufei Tian, possessing the color and water quality of pure glass jade, it also features a natural, unprocessed rabbit structure. At the heart of the piece, several strands of red jade are artfully intertwined as a decorative touch. Following appraisal by leading jade experts, Yutufei Tian has been deemed a once-in-a-thousand-years miracle and an invaluable treasure. Thousands of jade enthusiasts were captivated by the beauty of Yutufei Tian upon seeing its photos. If the photos are this breathtaking, how awe-inspiring must it be to see it in person?
This news has planted a seed in the hearts of countless jade enthusiasts, all of whom now aspire to witness the splendor of You2 Flying Heaven, the prized possession of Wan Yuxian, in their lifetime. The news spread rapidly overseas, and many jade experts abroad were utterly astonished and deeply moved upon learning of this extraordinary jade's emergence. Upon seeing the photo of the jade rabbit flying heaven, several jade experts immediately decided to travel to Xia Kingdom without delay to witness the perfect beauty of the jade rabbit flying heaven. That night, after flipping through a stack of newspapers filled with reports about the jade rabbit flying heaven, Lin Dong leaned back on the sofa, letting his thoughts wander. Everything was going according to his plan.
He had already created a huge buzz before the opening of Wan Yuxian.
Given the current situation, when Wan Yuxian finally opened, it was sure to be a huge success. Chapter 114, Lin Dong's business ventures begin to take shape. The variety shows I Am a Singer and The Masked Singer were proceeding smoothly.
Since signing with Lin Dong to broadcast singing-themed variety shows, Mango TV and Lychee TV had seen their ratings steadily rise, as if they had been given a boost. While standing out among hundreds of TV stations, both station directors are deeply grateful to Lin Dong. Besides sending gifts daily, they frequently mail various baby products to Lin Dong's home, all to win his favor. Since Lin Dong's Wanyu Xian store's signature piece was extensively promoted by various media outlets, Lin Dong's friends in the entertainment industry have come knocking on his door, all eager to feature Wanyu Xian's advertisements on their own TV stations. It is worth noting that although Wanyu Xian has not yet opened its doors, the fact that its flagship store's treasure alone caused a global sensation is enough to indicate that Wanyu Xian is undoubtedly a jade company with immense potential.
At present, the station director of Manhwa TV has made up his mind to secure Wanyu Xian for Manhwa TV at all costs. They even offered extremely favorable terms, going to great lengths to flatter Lin Dong.
In their eyes, Lin Dong was a prized asset and a cash cow. Lin Dong, as the station director of Manhwa TV, I personally admire you greatly. After discussing with several of our shareholders, we have decided to publish your Wanyu Xian's advertisement on our television station free of charge.
How about it? Are you going to seize this opportunity? The station director's fawning voice rang out over the phone.
Even though Lin Dong couldn't see his face, he could imagine what expression he must be wearing.
Ha, you're being too generous to a small figure like me.
To be honest, station director, my Wanyu Xian hasn't officially opened yet, and the promotional efforts so far have already met my expectations.
It's been done properly. There's no need for you to go out of your way.
With that, Lin Dong hung up the phone decisively. Sitting beside him, Yang Wanner blinked her big, innocent eyes, looking puzzled. She immediately wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's arm and asked in a soft voice,
"Honey, why would you refuse such a good opportunity? It's free advertising for our Wanyu Xian. This is like manna from heaven."
Looking at Yang Wanner's innocent and harmless expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhang Yuhua has really protected Yang Wanner too well.
Yang Wanyu truly deserves to be called a refreshingly different presence in the chaotic entertainment industry.
Lin Dong reached out and gently pulled Yang Wanyu into his embrace. Honey, these station directors have climbed to their positions through sheer cunning.
When it comes to these convoluted schemes, I can't hold a candle to them.
You only heard the station director from Manhwa TV say they wouldn't charge advertising fees, but he didn't say they wouldn't take a cut.
The profits in the jade industry are enormous.
He has clearly dug a seemingly cheap pit, waiting for me to jump in.
This is all thanks to my ace partner, Zhang Feizue, who specifically reminded me.
Otherwise, with my experience, I wouldn't have considered all this.
With Zhang Feizue, this capable ally, Lin Dong has indeed avoided a lot of trouble. After Lin Dong's concise explanation, Yang Wanner sucked in a breath of cold air.
These hidden aspects were something she had never dared to touch before.
But honey, aren't we still supposed to find a TV station to run ads? Now that you've turned down so many stations that came knocking on our door, aren't you worried we'll end up in a dire situation?
Yang Wanner was still filled with questions, her face a sea of confusion. Lin Dong, seeing this, couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek.
You can trust me completely.
Relax, I will never allow us to end up in such a difficult situation.
Before the opening of Wanyu Xian, we will have our own TV station.
By then, my variety shows won't need to sign contracts with other TV stations, they'll be the ones coming to us to sign contracts.
Our own TV station.
These words left Yang Wanner stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief.
For a moment, she couldn't comprehend what Lin Dong was saying.
Then, Lin Dong brought out paper and a pen, looked at Yang Wanner seriously, and tapped the pen before saying,
"Honey, watch closely. What I'm about to show you is your husband Lin Dong's unbeatable business strategy."
Under Yang Wanyu's focused gaze, Lin Dong began to write. With a black water-based pen, he carefully wrote down the names, and under the outline of arrows, a preliminary yet grand business plan gradually took shape.
My goodness.
As Yang Wanner let out a gasp of astonishment, Lin Dong instantly transformed into a teacher, pointing to what he had just written and explaining each point in detail. Zhang Feizue introduced me to a struggling TV station in Taiwan and Australia. This station has been running a music channel all along, so it's always been obscure and had consistently low ratings. Plus, with the recent restructuring of the station manager no longer has enough funds to keep it afloat. In other words, this station is on the brink of collapse. Currently, the initial investments for Wanyu Xian have been completed, and my catering company and textile company are both progressing smoothly. Plus, the ongoing income from the two popular variety shows means that if I were to invest everything I have, I could just about afford to acquire this TV station.
Sell everything. Yang Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Dong, whose expression was filled with excitement. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. But what if the TV station makes a mistake? Your entire operation would be ruined. Although Lin Dong's plan was well thought out, the consequences were too terrifying for Yang Wanner to imagine. There won't be any mistakes. Whatever I, Lin Dong, set out to do, I will succeed. Besides, even if I lose everything, you can just take care of me, right? Lin Dong snuggled into Yang Wanner's arms, trying to lighten the mood with a playful tone. Honey, do you remember when I was planning 3 variety shows at the same time? I am a singer, The Masked Singer, and another flagship show that never aired, I am an actor. I'll directly air I am the actor on my own TV station. With the popularity of the first two shows and the quality of this one, I don't believe it won't be a hit. It's impossible for it not to be a hit. The current predicament is only temporary, while the future holds endless possibilities. With those words spoken, Lin Dong's face was filled with a confident smile. Seeing Lin Dong's expression, Yang Wanner instantly relaxed. Because the man sitting before her had been creating miracles ever since they met, and had never failed once. Chapter 115, The First Farewell, Reluctant to Part. The next day, Zhang Feizui arrived at Lin Dong's doorstep early in the morning. The two had agreed to travel together to Taiwan, Australia to carry out the first plan in Lin Dong's business venture, acquiring a television station in Taiwan, Australia. At the same time, Yang Wanner was also preparing to depart for the Sahara Desert, where she would complete her final film recording contract. After that, she would fulfill her promise to travel and retire from the entertainment industry. The three babies were temporarily entrusted to the care of top agent Zhang Yuhua. The two nannies who had already been hired were also preparing to accompany Zhang Yuhua to her home. Lin Dong and Yang Wanner stood side by side, looking at the three little babies in the stroller, their eyes filled with tears. Yang Wanner couldn't help but tear up as well. This was the first time the happy family of five had faced separation since the triplets were born. The mischievous second child seemed to sense the impending separation, straining forward and extending his soft, plump little hands, opening his arms toward his parents standing before him. "Daddy and Mommy, hold me." Hearing her son's soft call, Yang Wanyu could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed like a spring. She tightly embraced Erbo in her arms, her gentle eyes filled with a mother's reluctance to part. Moved to tears by this heartwarming scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but tear up as well. He opened his arms wide and walked forward to embrace the mother and child. The two little girls, seeing this, began to compete for attention. The youngest, the third child, was the first to cry out in a soft, babyish voice. "Wah, I want a hug too. Wah, big sister wants a hug too." Lin Dong exchanged a helpless smile with Yang Wanner before immediately picking up the two little girls from the stroller, one in each arm. Watching this family of five immersed in the bittersweet atmosphere of parting, Xiaotong and Zhang Feizui, who were waiting at the door, cast envious glances their way. Such a warm and harmonious family, such a touching scene, instantly moved the two single individuals. Xiaotong even rubbed his reddened eyes and couldn't help but cry out loud. Sniff, scenes of separation are always so touching. I'm so reluctant to part with the three babies, sniff. So young and already having to leave their parents. Big brother, second brother, and third brother, take good care of yourselves. Don't forget your beloved Auntie Xiaotong. Moments later, Zhang Feizui's untimely voice rang out. Cough, cough. Lin Dong, I know you don't want to part, but traffic is already starting to build up at this hour. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the flight. After placing the three babies back into the stroller one by one, Lin Dong gently stroked their heads, his voice filled with endless reluctance. Firstborn, secondborn, thirdborn, mom and dad are going to earn money for your formula. You must listen to your auntie's words. Otherwise, when I come back, I'll spank your bottoms. Yang Wanner stepped forward, leaving a kiss on each of the three soft little faces, her voice trembling with tears as she repeated her instructions. Mom and dad miss you so much. Stay home and wait for us to come back. When mom comes back, I'll take you shopping and picnicking. Let's all stay together as a family. After a tearful farewell, Lin Dong set off for Taiwan. On the plane. Dear passengers, for the safety of the flight, please turn off your mobile phones. Following the flight attendant's friendly reminder, Lin Dong opened his phone screen one last time, looking at the group photo of the five people on the screen, gently tracing the smiling faces of Yang Wanner and the three babies. Zhang Feizui, sitting beside him, noticed this heartfelt moment. Leaning over, she saw the smiles of the five family members and teased with a smile. You've only been apart for half an hour, and you're already missing them. That's so heartwarming. Seeing the deep bond between the five of you today has even made this hardened bachelor want to get married. How about it, brother? Do you know any women as beautiful and capable as Yang Wanner who you could introduce me to? Zhang Feizui patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, speaking in a casual tone. Don't make such unreasonable demands. There isn't one, and even if there were, you wouldn't be worthy. Lin Dong looked at Zhang Feizui with a serious expression and a cold voice. Wow, you're so mean. Lin Dong, I'm a golden bachelor, you know? I'm handsome, charming, gentle, and wealthy. Even if I signed with an entertainment agency, I'd be more than enough. Don't look down on me, humph. Lin Dong chose to tune out, ignoring Zhang Feizui's exaggerated words. After 3 hours of her non-stop chatter, the plane finally landed. On the other side, Yang Wanner, after a 3-hour journey, arrived at the Sahara Desert filming location with the crew. Standing in the unfamiliar surroundings, surrounded by dust and yellow earth, Yang Wanner couldn't help but think of Lin Dong and the three children's smiling faces. This was their first separation as a family of five, and also her first long-distance relationship with Lin Dong. Though separated by over 5,000 kilometers, nothing could dampen the vast ocean of her longing. As she thought about it, Yang Wanyu's nose grew stuffy, and her eyes once again turned red.
Standing beside her, her assistant Xiao Tong immediately sensed Yang Wanyu's unusual emotions. She walked over and gently tapped Yang Wanyu on the shoulder. Sister Wanner, why don't you call your master? He should have just landed by now. Facing Xiao Tong's friendly suggestion, Yang Wanyu bit her lower lip tightly and shook her head firmly. No, it's better not to. If Lin Dong has a busy schedule today, calling him would only disturb him. This trip to Taiwan and Macau is a crucial mission for him. I shouldn't cause him any trouble at this time. Though she said this, her hands betrayed her thoughts. She reached into her handbag and stared blankly at the call screen. 3 seconds later, her phone vibrated, followed by the ringtone. When she saw the caller ID displayed as husband, Yang Wanyu couldn't contain her excitement. She tossed her backpack into the arms of the little boy and ran to answer Lin Dong's call. After a brief silence, Lin Dong's magnetic voice came through the phone. Honey, I miss you. These 4 simple words were filled with endless emotion, worth 1,000 words. For a moment, Yang Wanner's heart couldn't help but race. I miss you too, so much. Chapter 116, Lin Dong shows his power. This was Lin Dong's first time setting foot in Taiwan. Compared to the fast-paced life in Xia Kingdom, Taiwan felt like a new world where entertainment reigned supreme. Under the locals' slow-paced lifestyle, the atmosphere here could be described as harmonious. However, beneath this surface harmony, there were often disturbances caused by poor regulation. Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui's luck was unfortunately not on their side. On their first day there, they encountered an unexpected riot at the hotel where they had checked in. Carrying their luggage, the two had just arrived at the most famous 5-star hotel in the area and were about to check in at the front desk when a group of masked individuals drove their vehicles directly into the hotel lobby. Upon noticing the commotion, Lin Dong immediately took Zhang Feitsui and hid behind the nearest counter. Oh, my luggage! Zhang Feitsui was still worried about her luggage at that moment. Lin Dong immediately scolded her angrily, shouting at the thoughtless Zhang Feitsui, "Luggage? What nonsense! Call the police!" At that moment, a staff member hiding behind the counter glanced at Zhang Feitsui and Lin Dong and spoke up. Gentlemen, calling the police right now seems pointless. Riots are a common occurrence in Taiwan, and sometimes even the police can't control these people. From your accents, you must be from the mainland, right? The female hotel staff member casually opened a drawer, took out 2 batons, and handed them to Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui, her voice calm as she continued. At this moment, you two must protect yourselves. Don't worry, these people are definitely sent by our hotel's rivals. Security will arrive shortly to control the situation. Zhang Feitsui stopped her trembling hands, which had been about to dial the police, and looked at the unfamiliar batons in her hands, momentarily speechless. What? What? This is a 5-star hotel, isn't it? How could this happen? How could we have stumbled into a riot upon arrival, and the staff of a 5-star hotel are carrying such weapons? What on earth is going on here? Zhang Feitsui, the Golden Bachelor, was utterly shocked. Facing Zhang Feitsui's disbelieving gaze, the female staff member remained calm, tightly gripping her weapon while secretly observing the changes outside. Lin Dong also peeked out at the same time, his expression serious, carefully observing the situation outside through the counter. Suddenly, over 20 burly men in black, each armed with weapons, jumped out of the truck. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, several of them swung their axes and began smashing the green plants and furniture. This immediately caused a panic. The hotel guests who happened to be in the lobby began screaming and running around frantically. Especially some tourists who were visiting for the first time, upon seeing such a scene, started screaming wildly. Upon witnessing the violent scene of the black-clad men wielding axes, several tourists were so terrified that they wet themselves. Lin Dong, don't stick your head out. What if they spot us? Come back quickly. Zhang Feitsui, upon seeing Lin Dong's bold behavior, struggled to pull him back. I'm just checking how many of them there are and what weapons they're using. Hearing Lin Dong's calm words, Zhang Feitsui felt utterly mad. We're almost dead, and you're still counting how many of these crazies there are? You're insane. I have no idea what's going on in your head. At a time like this, you're still trying to look cool? Are you planning to charge in and fight them? Just then, a black-clad figure wielding an axe charged straight toward the cash register. Zhang Feitsui, hiding behind the counter, began trembling uncontrollably, her voice shaking as she spoke. Lin Dong, you bastard. Why did you drag me here to hide? Why did you stick your head out to look? Now we've been spotted. If I die here today, I'll haunt you even in death. Ignoring Zhang Feitsui's dying mutterings, Lin Dong clenched the baton tightly in his hand, his eyes sharp. You two stay hidden. Lin Dong patted Zhang Feitsui, who had curled up in fear, then stood up and pressed the button on the baton, flinging it forward with all his strength. The baton, freed from its retractable mechanism, instantly extended to its full length. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly appear, along with the weapon in his hand, the black-clad figure's lips curled into a maniacal grin. Seeing this, Zhang Feitsui widened her eyes, tightly covering her mouth, daring not to make a sound. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: Lin Dong had gone mad. He was actually charging at over 20 burly black-clad men with nothing but a useless metal baton. The large, black-clad men, upon seeing Lin Dong's sharp gaze, their expressions changed. Then, he clapped his hands. The black-clad thugs around him, who had been violently smashing things and beating people, noticed the commotion and stopped their actions. They surrounded Lin Dong and advanced toward him. Facing the 20-plus black-clad men advancing toward him with overwhelming force, Lin Dong showed no fear in his eyes, but instead a growing sense of eager determination. Although he had never actually fought against these thugs before, he was highly confident in his martial arts skills. After all, he had once single-handedly defeated dozens of people from the top martial arts school in Xia Kingdom. The leader of the black-clad men, sensing the fearlessness in Lin Dong's eyes, flashed a look of surprise. He then raised the sharp axe in his hand, his face twisted into a ferocious expression. With a deafening roar, he swung the axe and charged toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong gripped his throwing sticks tightly, matching the black-clad man's intimidating presence. When the black-clad man's axe was just 10 centimeters away from Lin Dong grabbed his arm with both hands, violently controlling his swinging arm. The axe that was about to strike Lin Dong suddenly stopped, suspended mid-air. At the same time, Lin Dong delivered a swift kick, sending the tall, burly black-clad man stumbling and falling to the ground.
Duong! The black-clad man fell to the ground.
Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Dong bent down lightly, seized the axe from the black-clad man's hands, and threw it toward the group of black-clad men charging from the right. The 5 black-clad figures on the right were caught off guard, and the axe flew toward them in a spiral trajectory, striking each of their calves.
Chapter 117, 1 vs 20. Complete domination. Ah!
Screams filled the lobby of the hotel. After several rounds of combat, Lin Dong had become the focal point of everyone's attention. A handsome young man stood tall and straight in the center of the crowd, facing the fierce enemies attacking him from all directions. Lin Dong showed no fear, his cold eyes brimming with confidence. From the moment he picked up the baton, he had drawn the attention of countless onlookers. Several female guests couldn't help but pull out their phones and start snapping photos of his handsome figure.
Who is this warrior? He's way too strong. Exactly. This guy is way better than the security at this crappy hotel. He's so handsome, with a great body, and he fights like a beast. Shoo, keep your voice down. What are you daydreaming about at a time like this? Be careful not to draw attention to yourself. Seeing their injured brother lying on the ground clutching his leg, the anger of the other dozen or so black-clad men flared up instantly. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glared at Lin Dong. Brothers, charge! With a loud roar, the dozen or so black-clad thugs swung their weapons and charged toward Lin Dong all at once. The onlookers gasped in horror, all of them worried about Lin Dong, who was standing alone in the middle, trying to hold off over a dozen burly black-clad men. Lin Dong took a large step forward, stood firm, and gripped his flail tightly. The flail in his hands began to twist and contort in an eerie manner. The black-clad men who had been charging toward him immediately halted in their tracks upon seeing this. This strange technique was something they had never seen before. Seeing that the group had stopped, Lin Dong's deep voice rang out. Don't waste time. Come at me all at once. Lin Dong's casual words carried a clear challenge, reaching the ears of the dozen or so men. The black-clad thugs grew enraged, raised their weapons without hesitation, and charged toward Lin Dong with a roar. The dozen black-clad thugs charged forward like beasts, their weapons swinging wildly toward Lin Dong at the center. Just as they thought Lin Dong was a turtle in a jar, waiting to be captured, he slammed his baton into the ground, using the force to propel himself upward, leaping off the black-clad men beneath him. At the same moment he leaped into the air, a spiral flying kick struck the face of the person closest to his feet. Immediately afterward, Lin Dong executed another flying kick, sending a black-clad assailant flying backward with a spray of blood from his nose. Lin Dong's flurry of kicks began. His agile figure leaped lightly above the black-clad men's heads, and with each kick, another black-clad man fell to the ground. Zhang Feizui hid behind the counter, watching the intense battle unfold. As Lin Dong kicked out a tooth from one of the black-clad men, Zhang Feizui let out a cheer. You've got it, Lin Dong. You've been holding that back. Go get them. What a flying kick. Lin Dong, keep it up. Teach them a lesson. Lin Dong, charge. You're so cool, Lin Dong. You're like a celestial being from another world, just like Gui Jing from the wuxia novels. Lin Dong, keep it up. I love you. In the midst of battle, Lin Dong heard Zhang Feizui's exaggerated cheers. Mid-air, he stumbled slightly and landed with an ungraceful thud. As Lin Dong landed, the remaining black-clad men charged at him with fierce roars. Zhang Feizui, seeing this, immediately fell silent and retreated behind the counter, fearing that her earlier actions might draw attention to herself. On the other side, Lin Dong's baton continuously changed its attack direction, his figure darting between the black-clad men like a gust of wind. The staff's shadows were invisible, and at this moment, Lin Dong displayed all his martial arts skills. The ordinary staff in his hands had become an extremely powerful weapon. 3 minutes later, all 20-plus black-clad men lay defeated on the ground. When the security personnel of the 5-star hotel rushed to the scene, they only saw over 20 black-clad thugs lying on the ground in a disheveled state, moaning in pain.
A man with impeccable manners stepped over one of the thugs and walked out from the center of the battle.
What is this?
The security chief cast a cautious glance at the front desk staff, only to see the staff member's eyes filled with red hearts, and a starstruck voice rang out. That handsome guy took them all down by himself.
One person? Against over 20 thugs?
The security chief looked utterly disbelieving. He scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe.
Though tall and slender, he didn't look like someone who could fight.
Lin Dong slowly walked forward, removed his suit jacket, and tossed it into Zhang Feitsui's arms. Looking at the female staff member who had frozen in place, he spoke in a low voice.
Do you have any band-aids? I accidentally scraped my skin open.
As he spoke, Lin Dong raised his wrist, revealing a bloody wound sliced open by a sharp axe blade. The woman let out a startled cry. Everyone present had only noticed Lin Dong's cool and stylish fighting, but none of them had seen the danger he had faced alone, wielding a stick and dodging blades.
A band-aid won't do.
With that, the charming female staff member immediately opened a drawer, retrieved a first aid kit from somewhere, and began bandaging Lin Dong's wound. Meanwhile, another staff member approached and handed the security chief the video footage of Lin Dong's fight with the thugs.
After the 5-minute video ended, all the security personnel stood in awe.
A few minutes later, the female staff member tied a neat bow on the bandage wrapped around Lin Dong's wound. Lin Dong then grabbed one side of his luggage with one hand and pulled Zhang Feitsui, who was still excited, by the other, preparing to return to his room to rest. Sir, please wait. An arm blocked Lin Dong's path as the security chief approached with a fawning smile, looking at him and saying with a mischievous grin, "Thank you for helping us stop the riot at the Alps Hotel. Our boss would like to express his gratitude and sincerely invite you to join us on the top floor." The security chief bowed deeply, showing his sincerity toward Lin Dong. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment today.
I'll definitely come next time."
As if anticipating Lin Dong's refusal, the security chief didn't wait for him to finish speaking before continuing.
It's just mealtime now. You must be busy, but you still need to eat, right? Our boss won't keep you for long. Please come. Zhang Feitsui, standing beside Lin Dong, also chimed in enthusiastically. Let's go, Lin Dong. I've never seen what the top floor looks like. Chapter 118, The Top Floor of the Alps. The hotel where Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui were staying was called the Alps 5-Star Hotel, a renowned establishment located in the Taiwan-Australia border region. It was famous for its extremely luxurious layout and comprehensive service offerings. It is said that the top floor of the Alps Hotel is only accessible to those who hold a Diamond VIP card, which is not only limited in quantity but also requires an annual recharge of over 2 million yuan at the hotel. Only the super elite from various industries in Taiwan and Australia, or certain high-ranking officials and wealthy business tycoons, are permitted to dine here. Lin Dong, I heard that everyone on the top floor is either extremely wealthy or influential. For us two newcomers from the mainland to be able to enter is definitely a huge honor. Let's just go in and take a look. We still have time for a meal. I heard the dishes on the top floor are all prepared by Michelin-starred chefs. Come on, let's go. Michelin level?
Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, filled with disdain. With the blessing of the divine tongue, he didn't believe his cooking skills could be inferior to Michelin standards. Zhang Feitsui gently tugged at Lin Dong's elbow, acting like a little girl, which made Lin Dong feel uncomfortable and even gave him goosebumps all over his body. With no other choice, Lin Dong nodded and boarded the elevator to the top floor alongside the lively Zhang Feitsui.
Wow, Lin Dong, this is the elevator to the 60th floor, the top floor. Zhang Feitsui looked at the elevator's dazzling golden interior, exuding an air of luxury.
Even the floor buttons were inlaid with pure gold.
This made Zhang Feitsui even more excited.
He once again threw himself exaggeratedly onto Lin Dong's body, clinging tightly to his thigh, his voice dripping with flattery.
Lin Dong, I've really hit the jackpot today because of you. Rest assured, from now on, I'll cling to your leg tightly. Big shot, take me under your wing.
Lin Dong felt the heavy pressure on his thigh and spoke in a low, authoritative tone. Zhang Feitsui, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get off my leg, don't blame me if I accidentally kick you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Feitsui jumped off Lin Dong's body, scratched the back of her head awkwardly, and smiled. Please don't. I couldn't withstand the force of your martial arts. Under the guidance of the security chief, Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui arrived at the lavishly decorated top floor. From the moment they stepped through the doorway, Zhang Feitsui began looking around in awe, exclaiming in wonder one after another. Following the security chief, the two of them arrived at the western terrace on the top floor. The midday sun shone gently on the terrace, and despite the intensity of the sun, the climate was extremely mild. A gentle breeze accompanied the warmth, creating a perfectly comfortable atmosphere. Lin Dong looked up at the endless blue sky, took a deep breath of the fresh air on the top floor, and felt himself enveloped by the gentle sunlight. The top floor of the Alps Hotel truly lived up to its reputation. The top floor was indeed a place of relaxation. How about that? Even the air quality was excellent, wasn't it? A voice with a masculine tone came from behind him.
Lin Dong turned around to see a man with wheat-colored skin and a lean, athletic build standing before him. Lin Dong glanced at him discreetly. The man was tall and muscular, wearing a simple tank top that revealed his strong biceps. Scars were visible on his arms. The man locked eyes with Lin Dong, flashed a wide smile, and greeted him with a sunny grin. "Hello, I'm the owner of the Alps Hotel, Chang Jiandong. You can call me Chang." Lin Dong looked at the man in surprise. He never expected the owner of such a renowned 5-star hotel in Taiwan to be such a sunny, handsome young man. He nodded politely and replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Dong. This is my friend, Zhang Jianquan." Zhang Feizui immediately stepped forward with a confident stride, shaking hands with Chang as if they were old friends, his enthusiasm making him seem like the host. People call me Zhang Feizui." "Chang, you can just call me Zhang Feizui. I never expected the owner of the Alpine Hotel to be so young. You must be around the same age as Lin Dong, right? Your muscles are impressive." Zhang Feizui continued to butter him up while reaching out to pat Chang's broad biceps. After a few rounds of small talk, Chang led the two guests to the dining table. "Thanks to your help today, we managed to resolve the sudden riot at our hotel. From now on, you are our honored guest. I just checked the surveillance footage from the lobby. You were so cool. I feel like all our security personnel combined couldn't match you." As he spoke, the man who called himself Chang gave Lin Dong a thumbs up in admiration. "You flatter me." Lin Dong responded with a faint smile. Seeing his composed demeanor, Chang couldn't help but look at him with even more respect. This Lin Dong brother doesn't seem like an ordinary person. "May I ask, are the two of you here in Taiwan for tourism?" Facing Chang's question, Zhang Feizui spoke first. "We're not here for tourism. We're business partners. We came to Taiwan and Macau specifically to acquire a television station. He's the one doing the acquisition, and I'm here to help out and tag along." Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. This Zhang Feizui was not only blunt, but also spoke so quickly. She had just met a stranger and already revealed the purpose of their trip. She had no sense of discretion at all. He began to seriously doubt how Zhang Feizui had earned her good reputation in the industry. Perhaps it was just luck for someone so naive. Upon hearing the word television station, Chang perked up with interest and excitedly said to Lin Dong, "Mr. Lin, you work in the entertainment industry, don't you?" When Chang asked again, Lin Dong remained silent and nodded. Noticing Lin Dong's distance from Chang, Zhang Feizui immediately jumped in to break the awkward silence. "Chang, Lin Dong is a renowned music show producer in Xiagua. Both I Am a Singer and Masked Singer, the two hottest variety shows today, were produced by Lin Dong." As soon as Zhang Feizui finished speaking, Chang excitedly slapped the table and stood up abruptly. "This Lin Dong is the TV show producer. The first variety show I ever followed was The Masked Singer." Chapter 119, Lin Dong cooks iron skillet Hunan cuisine again. When Chang realized that Lin Dong was the producer of the variety show he had been watching recently, his enthusiastic gaze never left his face. "Lin Dong, I heard that the third episode of The Masked Singer broke the 5% ratings mark in Xia Kingdom. Is that true? Can you secretly tell me who the clown guy in the preview for the fourth episode is? His costume is way too funny, huh?" Chang fired question after question, leaving Lin Dong fully experiencing the madness of a fan. He set down his teacup and looked at Chang seriously. "The ratings are real. If I tell you who the clown guy is, you'll lose all interest in watching the show. For your own good, I'll keep it a secret. We have an appointment with the TV station director this afternoon, and we haven't even unpacked our luggage yet. I just want to ask, when are we eating?" Lin Dong sighed in exasperation, thinking that the only way to stop the two of them from chatting endlessly at the dinner table was to eat. Chang slapped his forehead, finally realizing, "Look at me, I got so caught up in the conversation that I forgot the most important thing. I'll call the chef right away. Today, I specially prepared the signature iron plate Hunan cuisine on the top floor for the two of you from the mainland." Saying this, Chang snapped his fingers at the waiter in the distance. "Wow, that's great. I've been craving Hunan cuisine for days." Half a minute later, a waiter approached Chang with a flustered expression, staring at the floor and speaking in a trembling voice. "Mr. Chang, the chef who was supposed to prepare the Hunan dishes suddenly came down with diarrhea, so we'll have to substitute something else today." Chang's expression darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense. Feeling the temperature around him drop sharply, Zhang Feizui couldn't help but curse herself inwardly for her earlier remark. Why did I have to mention that I was craving Hunan cuisine just now? This is so embarrassing. Just then, under the surprised glances of everyone present, Lin Dong stood up and walked directly toward the flustered waiter, asking him, "The head chef may not be here, but the ingredients prepared in advance should still be available, right?" The waiter looked confused but nodded obediently. Then, Lin Dong turned to Chang and smiled. "Chang, I know a thing or two about cooking. Since the ingredients are already prepared, the method for stir-frying Hunan-style dishes is simple and doesn't take much time. Why don't I give it a try?" Chang and Zhang Feizui, sitting at the table, both widened their eyes in astonishment, staring at Lin Dong. Zhang Feizue quickly laughed it off, pointed at Lin Dong, and then looked at Ah Chang and said loudly, "Ah Chang, you just wait and see. Lin Dong's cooking might even be better than that of a Michelin-starred chef. I actually met Lin Dong because of his cooking skills." At that time, Lin Dong had specially prepared a postpartum meal for Yang Wanner at the Jiaowei International Hospital, which left all the other postpartum women in the building envious. His exceptional cooking skills even won over several wealthy individuals. Zhang Feizue was one of those wealthy individuals whose taste buds were captivated by the delicious food. At the time, he was visiting his sister who was recovering from childbirth and wished he could take her place in bed, becoming a new mother himself, so he could enjoy Lin Dong's cooking every day. But ever since Yang Wanyu was discharged from the hospital, he hasn't had the chance to indulge in that culinary delight anymore. Upon hearing Zhang Feizue's praise, Ah Chang also perked up, immediately clearing the space he had been occupying to give Lin Dong enough room to showcase his skills. "Since that's the case, I'll entrust today's lunch to Chef Lin Dong. I'm looking forward to it, ha." Lin Dong nodded faintly in response. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Once everything was ready, Lin Dong tied on his apron and began his long-dormant profession as a chef, doing it with the skill and precision of a seasoned pro. The first dish, iron skillet fish-scented mushrooms. First, Lin Dong skillfully mixed the pre-prepared alligator meat mince with MSG, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings to create the alligator meat filling. He then sliced the cleaned bell mushrooms into evenly sized half-moon shapes and carefully embedded the crocodile meat filling into each piece. This series of dazzling movements left Zhang Feizue speechless, her breath catching in her throat. What should have been a simple scene of a chef cooking was transformed into a breathtaking performance of acrobatics when performed by Lin Dong, leaving everyone in awe. Next, Lin Dong placed the bell mushrooms filled with crocodile meat stuffing into the sizzling hot oil and fried them over a very low flame. At the same time, he had already taken out the 3 marinated beefsteaks and arranged them neatly on the iron plate. As the premium beef tenderloin was coated with batter, Lin Dong drizzled a few drops of lemon juice over it. After completing this seamless sequence of actions, Zhang Feizue and Ah Chang could already smell the enticing aroma of the food wafting toward them. Zhang Feizue dramatically inhaled twice, her expression showing that she was already immersed in the aroma of lunch. Watching Zhang Feizue's playful expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. Since Lin Dong and Zhang Feizue had become partners, and after spending time together, Lin Dong had come to regard Zhang Feizue as his own brother from the bottom of his heart. After a full hour, the lunch meticulously prepared by Chef Lin Dong was finally laid out on the table. Looking at the main dish, 4 stir-fried dishes, and a cold dish, all of which were visually appealing and aromatic, Ah Chang couldn't help but drool, and once again gave Lin Dong a thumbs up. "Lin brother, I'm increasingly impressed by you. Not only are you handsome, have a great build, and are a martial arts master, but you're also an outstanding producer and such an incredible chef." Ah Chang didn't hold back his praise, and as he looked at Lin Dong, a sparkle flashed in his eyes. "I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Lin Dong, I won't be polite, I'll dig in first. I haven't had your cooking in ages." With that, Zhang Feizue placed the main course, iron plate beef tenderloin, in front of herself and began eating with the appetite of a lion. A piece of tender, juicy beef tenderloin melted in her mouth, and as she savored the intense flavor on her tongue, Zhang Feizue closed her eyes in pure enjoyment. "Wow, this is it. No wonder you're Lin Dong. I could eat your food for the rest of my life and never get tired of it." Hearing Zhang Feizue's exaggerated words, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're not Yang Wan or you don't have that kind of good fortune." Chapter 120, Tying Lin Dong to the Alps. Ah Chang was the first to reach for the chopsticks toward the iron plate with fish-flavored bell mushrooms. The dish's vibrant colors immediately caught Ah Chang's attention the moment it was served. As he took a bite of the bellflower mushroom stuffed with crocodile meat, Ah Chang couldn't resist dipping his chopsticks again. The exquisite flavor spread across his tongue, and as he bit into the tender bellflower mushroom, the melt-in-your-mouth crocodile meat followed, its fresh and aromatic taste filling his mouth. Ah Chang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly reached for another piece of iron plate squid, quickly picking up a curled piece of squid tentacle. It's worth noting that iron plate squid is as simple as it gets, commonly found in street food stalls, and most versions taste exactly the same. After the first bite of the iron plate squid entered his mouth, an astonishing taste sensation swept over him, causing Ah Chang's body to tremble involuntarily. Moments later, he let out a cry of surprise. "It's so delicious. This isn't just a simple iron plate squid dish. I've never tasted such a cleverly flavored and delicious iron plate squid before. It's so delicious. How could there be such delicious iron plate squid in this world?" Lin Dong, the Jade brothers were right after all. "I thought they were just flattering you at first, but your cooking skills are far better than the top chefs at my hotel. A chef of your caliber must be far beyond a 5-star hotel. Did you specifically apprentice under a master? You should know that Ah Chang is the owner of the Alps Hotel. He has been spoiled by Michelin-starred chefs, so ordinary food doesn't even register on his palate. But Lin Dong has surpassed his expectations." Faced with Ah Chang's series of surprised and amazed remarks, Zhang Feizue looked proud, immediately standing tall and straight, as if Ah Chang were praising him instead. He patted Ah Chang on the shoulder and smiled in response. He hadn't even studied under a master, it was others who came begging to learn from him. If you ever have the chance to go to Xia Kingdom, just walk into any famous restaurant, and the head chef there might very well be one of Lin Dong's students. If Zhang Feizui had said this before Lin Dong cooked this meal, Chang would never have believed it. But now, having witnessed Lin Dong's true culinary skills, he was completely convinced. Lin Dong, I really want to tie you up in my Alpine hotel and have you be both my security guard and my chef. You're such a genius. You're good at everything. Could you be a divine being who's been given a buff? Though I'm not a deity, I did get a buff. You're too kind, too kind. Hurry up and eat, the foie gras will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Watching Lin Dong's repeated humble gestures, Chang couldn't help but laugh. Hey, someone as outstanding as you is so humble. Maybe that's why outstanding people are often so humble. Lin Dong smiled again and replied, modesty leads to progress, while arrogance leads to decline. After the hearty meal, Zhang Feizui returned to her room with a stomach about to burst. Under Chang's arrangements, their original room had been upgraded to a presidential suite. After a brief rest, Lin Dong and the others set off for the television station. The station was located on the outskirts of Taiyao, and its geographical location made it clear that it wasn't a popular station. Lin Dong glanced at the decor of the floor where the TV station was located, and the dilapidation and decay were evident. Let us go. The station director must have been waiting for us for a long time. I didn't expect it to be so far away. Thank goodness Chang was so generous and arranged a car for us. Otherwise, we would have arrived here after dark. Zhang Feizui looked around and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Lin Dong nodded and hurried up the stairs. 3 minutes later, Zhang Feizui panted as she followed Lin Dong up to the 6th floor, standing before the door marked Taiyao television station. Just as the two were about to knock on the door, it opened from the inside. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses held a thermos cup and looked at Lin Dong and Zhang Feizui with a surprised expression. Hello. I'm Zhang Jianquan from the Xia Kingdom. I'm here to meet with the station manager today. I called ahead. Zhang Feizui transformed into a social butterfly, her face lit up with a smile, and she spoke politely to the man in front of her. The man glanced at Zhang Feizui and coldly said, "Oh, come in." After Lin Dong and Zhang Feizui sat down, the man in black-rimmed glasses spoke in a low voice, "You're half an hour late. Do you have no sense of time when doing business?" As if recalling something, the man continued, "I'm the station manager here. Just call me James." Lin Dong raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting this cold-hearted man to be the station manager. "There's no water. If you want a drink, pour it yourself. As you can see, our TV station is on the brink of collapse. Aside from a few old TV dramas, we're practically finished. Over the past few months, most of the staff have either quit or fled, leaving only me and Xiaolu. Right now, I have no idea where Xiaolu is." James' tone was extremely low, and beneath his lowered eyes lay the despair of one who had lost all will to fight. For a moment, Lin Dong could understand why he was so cold toward his guests. Isn't it because you're so stubborn about running a music channel that it's failing? Why would the staff leave? Zhang Feizui was stubborn to the core. At that moment, she mustered her courage and asked her question. It's just poor management, isn't it? What a casual way to put it. It's poor management that's causing us to lose more than we earn, and it's poor management that's led us to this mess. You merchants, how could you possibly understand? Zhang Feizui's words instantly enraged James. His eyebrows furrowed, and his fists clenched tightly in anger. My partner speaks without thinking. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize, James. Lin Dong's calm, rational voice rang out, attempting to quell James's anger. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door. "Teacher! I'm back!" A young girl, clearly still inexperienced in the ways of the world, was alone, struggling to drag a large bucket of water into the room. Lin Dong saw this and immediately stood up, walking over to take the bucket from the girl's hands. "Thank you, sir. Are you the mainlanders here to discuss the acquisition contract today?" The young girl blinked her eyes, looking curious. Chapter 121, Acquisition turns into equity investment, Lin Dong's plan succeeds. "Xiaolu, I'm thirsty, get me some water." Before Lin Dong could respond to the young girl, James's rough voice, tinged with authority, rang out. "You're Xiaolu, right? Just now, your teacher looked so disappointed and sad, thinking you'd left like the other staff members." As the girl called Xiaolu obediently went to get water for James, Zhang Feizui, the thoughtless fool, spoke again with inappropriate words. Hearing this, James's expression darkened, his forehead creased, and he struggled to suppress the urge to cover Zhang Feizui's mouth, clenching his fists tightly once more. Xiaolu immediately waved at her teacher and explained earnestly. "Teacher, I won't leave. I promised you before I joined the station that I would stay and witness its growth. I'm not the kind of person who abandons you in times of trouble. I will stand by your side and wait for better days to come." Xiaolu's innocent words touched the hearts of the three people present. "There will be no spring flowers, Xiaolu. With just the two of us, the Taiwan-Australia TV station can't hold on much longer.
A sense of desolation surrounded James, and for a moment, little Lou also dropped his hands in disappointment, losing the optimism and vitality he had just moments ago.
Teacher, have you ever considered that maybe we shouldn't be so fixated on just being a music-focused TV station?
For example, besides airing musicals, we could also broadcast some popular idol dramas.
Before Xiao Lu could finish his sentence, James interrupted him with a loud rebuke. Shut up. That's absolutely impossible. Have you forgotten our original purpose?
What was our original purpose? It was to establish a music-focused TV station where people could find the art of music amidst the pursuit of entertainment. Xiao Lu was so overwhelmed by the forceful rebuke that her eyes turned red. She bit her lower lip, struggling to hold back her tears. In James's eyes, as dark as a bottomless pond, there was a single thread of stubbornness, and this stubbornness deeply moved Lin Dong.
At that moment, Lin Dong's wise voice rang out. James, I am not just a businessman.
At these words, the other three looked up in confusion, and James furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong, waiting for him to continue.
What if it's not just a simple acquisition? I'm willing to invest in Taiwan Australia Television and become a shareholder.
You can still remain as the station director, but I want to hold the largest shareholding here.
James' eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking with me? How could such a good thing exist in this world?
Taiao Television was currently struggling, making it the perfect opportunity to acquire it at a low price, yet Lin Dong was suggesting to change the acquisition into an investment. Lin Dong raised his eyes to meet James' disbelieving gaze, his expression unwavering.
I'm serious. James, to be honest, I admire you.
In this world, there are few people who can still hold on to their original aspirations.
Let me make this clear, I'm not a philanthropist. As long as I hold the majority of shares, the true ownership of Taiwan Australia TV remains mine.
For me, this is no different from an acquisition, except for the change in shareholding. By doing this, I simply want to help someone as dedicated as you. I will invest, and you focus on turning this music channel into the best in Xia Kingdom. Lin Dong's voice grew increasingly passionate as he spoke, leaving James speechless. Having his original vision for over 2 decades, countless people had urged him to abandon his music channel project long ago. Yet no one had ever spoken to him with such conviction as Lin Dong had.
Why do you believe in me so much? We only just met today. As if anticipating James's question, Lin Dong's angular face bore an extremely confident smile. I don't believe in you. I believe in myself.
Although a music channel is currently struggling to survive, I have the methods and the confidence to make it work. This confidence didn't just come from the variety shows he had in his hands, but also from his understanding of his past life. In his original world, music channels had always been very popular TV stations. He believed that the public's ability to accept new things was powerful. If they could accept singing-based variety shows, they must also be able to accept a pure music channel. A confident smile spread across his face.
Seeing the gleam in Lin Dong's eyes, James couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration.
This man before him could certainly lead him to fulfill his dreams.
As I said before, I'm a businessman.
While I'm willing to support your dreams and help you, you also need to cooperate with some changes I'll suggest. However, I can assure you that the Taiwan Australia television station will never alter its original artistic nature and will continue to follow the direction of the music channel you envision. Lin Dong then opened his briefcase and placed 3 neatly bound documents on the table in front of James. The first 2 were the ratings data for the first episodes of I Am a Singer and The Masked Singer, while the third was the variety show proposal for I Am an Actor. After a quick glance, James noticed the planner's name in the bottom right corner of the documents, Lin Dong. When he lifted his eyes, the look he gave Lin Dong was filled with admiration. I've wanted to create a music or singing themed variety show for 5 years, but it's always been a seed that never sprouted, buried deep in my heart. But I never imagined that such a show had already been produced on the mainland. Having such a singing themed variety show on our TV station would definitely attract a lot of attention. And by then, our Taiwan Australia TV station would be revived, and creating a pure music channel would no longer be an unattainable dream. At that moment, James was overjoyed. Even the words that came out of his mouth were about our Taiwan Australia TV station. He had completely made Lin Dong his own. Lin Dong also smiled and responded to his excitement. You're right. I hope my variety show can be broadcast directly on my own TV station without signing with any other network.
However, there is one thing you need to compromise on.
This variety show, though unrelated to music, was specifically designed for my wife. In other words, it must exist within my television station. Lin Dong tapped the script for I Am an Actor on the table, his gaze clearly directed at James.
No problem.
Since you're helping me fulfill my dreams, I must fulfill this request.
Chapter 122, Missing My Wife and Kids. Ding.
That night, Lin Dong's phone buzzed. As soon as he opened it, he saw a message from Zhang Yuhua about creating a temporary group. 30 seconds later, the group chat voice message initiated by Ms. Zhang Yuhua appeared on the screen.
Hello everyone, Warner, Lin Dong, how's work going?
I wonder if you 2 busy bees have had time to think about us 3 little darlings amidst your hectic schedules. As Zhang Yuhua finished speaking, Xiaoton, the assistant sitting next to Yang Wanner, leaned into the video and said with a smile,
Sister Yuhua, don't you know Wanner yet?
She's practically the epitome of a doting mom these days. As soon as the director calls cut and filming stops, she can't wait to open her phone and scroll through her baby's photos.
Yang Wanner blushed and gave Xiaoton a playful glare.
This cute scene caught Lin Dong's eye, immediately bringing a genuine smile to his face.
No wonder their family they're so in sync.
Today, the three babies were also babbling mama and papa non-stop.
If we don't video call the babies to show them their parents, I won't be able to handle it.
Zhang Yuhua then turned the camera. The three chubby little babies appeared on the screen. Yang Wanyu, seeing the three babies she hadn't seen in a long time, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The moment the three clever babies saw their parents on the screen, they let out excited coos. The second child, who missed his mother even more, excitedly stretched out his little hand and reached toward his mother on the screen.
Mommy! Daddy!
Hearing the baby's calls, Lin Dong gripped the phone tightly, his eyes fixed on the screen. Seeing his children and wife, whom he had been separated from for an entire week, a deep longing welled up in his heart. Eldest child, second child, third child.
Have you been eating well? Have you been behaving yourself? You must not cause any trouble for Aunt Yuhua. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Wait a moment, Debao and Erbao, did the two of you sneakily fight while Mom and Dad weren't around?
What are those scratches on your faces? As soon as little Second saw Lin Dong on the phone screen with a stern expression and shouting angrily, the clever little rascal immediately sensed something was wrong and turned his head away guiltily.
Yang Wanner, who was far away in the Sahara Desert, was overjoyed. Seeing Lin Dong's sudden change in expression, coupled with his stern fatherly demeanor, a warm wave of happiness flooded her heart.
Though thousands of miles apart at that moment, as long as the hearts of family members are connected, everything is filled with love and happiness. The brief video call ended abruptly when Yang Wanyu's internet connection suddenly cut out, but Lin Dong remained immersed in the happiness of the moment, unable to tear himself away. After a long while, he sat up and dialed Zhang Feitsui's phone.
Jade, is the contract finalized now?
Once we sign it smoothly tomorrow, our journey in Taiwan and Macau will come to an end, right? Over the past few days, Lin Dong had been wandering around Taiwan and Macau, familiarizing himself with the local entertainment scene while also handling various procedures.
It wasn't until today that he finally finalized the contract details with James. Chapter 123, This is Your Home.
On the other end of the phone, Zhang Feitsui's lazy voice drifted through, indicating that she had already drifted off to sleep.
Yeah, but the hotel owner, Chang, still wants to personally take us around Taiwan and Macau. I've already agreed on your behalf.
After all, we've come all this way, we should at least experience the unique culture and customs of Taiwan and Macau. Before Zhang Feitsui could finish her sentence, Lin Dong immediately interrupted her with an urgent tone.
Jade, I've already reviewed the contract thoroughly. There are no issues. You can sign it with James. I'll leave it to you. I'll be back in Xiagua first thing tomorrow morning. I miss my wife and kids. As for the promise you made to Chang, let him accompany you to play. I won't be going. Ha!
Zhang Feitsui, who had just woken up from sleep and was still groggy, looked completely bewildered. Before she could ask a question, the phone rang, and Lin Dong had already hung up. The next morning, Lin Dong arrived at the lobby of the Alps Hotel with his luggage. He saw the owner, Chang, standing at the entrance with a smile, as if he had been waiting for a long time.
Lin Dong, I heard you're returning to the mainland today. I came to see you off.
Chang walked up, patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, and under his gleaming eyes lay the reluctance of parting.
I'm truly honored to have met you in Fei Chui. Being your friend is a great honor for me, Chang.
If only my martial arts were better than yours, I'd tie you up in my Alpine hotel and make you cook for me every day. Seeing Chang's feigned expression of regret, Lin Dong responded politely with an apologetic tone.
Chang, I'm also very happy to have met you. This time, I had to leave in a hurry. Next time I have the chance, I'll bring my wife and children to Taiwan and Australia to play. When that time comes, you must treat us well.
After saying that, Lin Dong picked up his luggage and prepared to leave.
Wait.
As soon as he took a step, Chang rushed after him. He pulled out a black gold card from his chest and forcefully shoved it into Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong, this is the lifetime diamond VIP card for the Alps Hotel.
There's only one in the world, and I had it made specially for you. You must keep it safe. If you ever come back to Tai Ao, the Alps Hotel will be your home. Lifetime diamond VIP card.
Lin Dong was utterly astonished.
He never expected Chang to value him so highly and bestow such a great honor upon him.
After all, customers who qualify for the Alpine 5-star Hotel Diamond VIP card must spend at least 2 million yuan here annually. Yet Lin Dong had merely come here to fight a battle and cook a meal, and now he had been granted a lifetime card. Don't worry, this lifetime card is transferable to family members.
After all, you're Lin Dong. Just remember to come back and visit me, Chang, once you're back on the mainland. Lin Dong, goodbye. I've already arranged a direct car to the airport for you. Don't get too emotional. Ah Chang waved goodbye to Lin Dong with a flourish. After bidding farewell, Lin Dong boarded the train heading to the airport. He had already made up his mind, once Wan Yuxian opened, he would definitely send Ah Chang a jade ornament to decorate the hotel, as a token of gratitude for the lifetime membership card he had been given. After a 3-hour flight, Lin Dong boarded the pre-arranged off-road vehicle, with the desert as his destination. Chapter 124, Lin Dong's surprise visit to the film set. After racing non-stop for 3 hours, Lin Dong arrived at the location Xiao Tong had sent the previous day. By the time Lin Dong arrived, the sun was already setting, but the timing was unfortunate. Yang Wana was currently filming a crucial fight scene. This was a wuxia drama set in a desert, featuring numerous action sequences. Yang Wana not only had to endure the scorching sun all day but also had to roll around in the sand daily for the sake of the scene. At that moment, she was filming the final scene of the day with her male lead, a newly risen heartthrob who had gained sudden fame for his good looks. Despite his diligent attitude, he was struggling to keep up with the pace. Due to a slightly complex fight scene, the director had been calling cut for 2 hours. Poor Yang Wanyu had been stuck there for 2 hours and was now drenched in sweat. Lin Dong watched Yang Wanyu from afar, her slightly exhausted expression piercing his heart like needles, causing a sharp pain. Actually, it's not entirely Ding Yangyang's fault. If the stunt double hadn't messed up today, our Wanyu wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Seeing Wana like this, her little face pale as a sheet, I felt so heartbroken. But Wana is just too stubborn. Even though Ding Yangyang asked her to take care of her and give her more guidance, she wouldn't budge, refusing to rest even if you tried to drag her away with 10 oxen. As her assistant, Xiao Tong could understand Yan Wana's dedication and hard work toward her career, but as a friend who cared about her, she couldn't help but feel deeply heartbroken. Lin Dong's sharp eyes flashed with a gleam, immediately catching the key point in Xiao Tong's lengthy speech. What's missing now is a stunt double. And martial arts just happens to be one of my strongest skills. After realizing this, Lin Dong raised his hand and tapped Xiao Tong on the head, smiling as he said, Xiao Tong, what's in your little head every day? Don't you think you've forgotten something? Your master here is the perfect stunt double. Seeing Lin Dong's smug expression, the young boy suddenly slapped his head and grinned at Lin Dong. Master, you're a lifesaver. If Wanner's sister finds out you made your entrance like this, she'll be so happy she'll jump for joy. After the director's angry cut for the 37th time, Xiao Tong dragged Lin Dong by the arm to the director. Director, I managed to find a stand-in actor. Why don't we let him give it a try? The photo of Lin Dong and Yang Wanner attending the Wan Yuxian banquet had already gone viral online. The director, who was always in the thick of entertainment gossip, had naturally seen the photo. Upon seeing Lin Dong for the first time, he immediately overlapped the image in his memory with the man standing before him. Isn't this Mr. Lin, the lover of Wanner? Facing the director's hesitant greeting, Lin Dong nodded and replied politely. Director, rest assured. I have some expertise in martial arts and even served as the martial arts director for Wanner's previous film. You can entrust this to me with confidence. Martial arts choreographer? That's impressive. The director adjusted his glasses, and his eyes shone brightly behind the lenses. For some reason, despite this being their first meeting, the director felt an inexplicable sense of trust toward Lin Dong. Chapter 125, Wanner's Joy. Mr. Lin, you have no idea this 5-minute fight scene alone has taken us 4 hours to film. Oh, there are no words to describe our suffering. Never mind. Xiao Tong, hurry up and take Mr. Lin to change clothes. He is our only hope now, hurry. Yang Wanner heard that a stunt double had been found and immediately sighed in relief. The intense filming all afternoon had already left her exhausted. After a brief 5-minute break, Lin Dong changed into the stunt double's period costume and stood before Yang Wanner. When Yang Wanner saw Lin Dong standing before her, her eyes widened in surprise, and she muttered softly to herself. It seems I've been thinking about Lin Dong so much lately that I'm going crazy. Everyone looks like him to me. This barely audible whisper didn't escape Lin Dong's ears. Looking at Yang Wanner, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, he lowered his head and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Should I pinch you to see if you're dreaming? The familiar, gentle voice rang in her ears, and Yang Wanner felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. Lin Dong slowly took a step toward her, wrapping his arms around Yang Wanner, who was still caught up in her surprise and joy. Feeling the warmth of his embrace after so long, tears welled up in Yang Wanner's eyes and poured down her cheeks. Honey, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Lin Dong gently stroked his beloved's hair, wishing this embrace could last forever, melting her completely into his embrace. Wah, how could you sneak up on me like that? Coming here without telling me first is so mean. I hate it. In her joy, Yang Wanner couldn't help but extend her little fists, landing a few light yet firm flower punches on Lin Dong's chest. Lost in the joy of their reunion, Lin Dong and Yang Wanner had completely forgotten where they were under the gaze of dozens of cameras and staff members. The director looked awkwardly at the two of them standing at the center, showering each other with affection, and let out an envious sigh. Young people, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Oh well, let them have a few minutes to express their feelings.
The young assistant standing beside the director heard this and immediately began to mutter under his breath.
This wasn't even a short separation.
They hadn't seen each other for just a week, and they were already this lovey-dovey. It seemed like they wouldn't need to eat today, they'd already had their fill of dog food. In another studio on the set, the female lead, Xiao Yan, saw this scene and slightly furrowed her brows. Her lips curled into a disdainful smile, her voice filled with mockery.
Are these two here to film a romantic drama? She's just the female lead, why act so arrogant? As if she's afraid everyone doesn't know her boyfriend is here. What's there to brag about?
Xiao Yan glared at the two people in the center and muttered under her breath. She then opened her phone, quickly edited a message, and sent it. At that moment, the scene where Lin Dong was serving as the stunt double had already begun. Facing her lover Lin Dong, Yang Wanner poured out her feelings to the fullest, and Lin Dong, under everyone's anticipation, performed a series of beautiful and impressive martial arts moves.
Chapter 126, The Director's Appreciation. Without any wirework, Lin Dong executed a perfect flying kick, landing with the grace of a sparrow.
As he touched the ground, a gust of wind carrying yellow dust swept past. Lin Dong, dressed in tattered ancient attire, fluttered in the wind, exuding a heroic and carefree aura reminiscent of ancient times. Upon witnessing this scene, the director was completely stunned. At that moment, Lin Dong seemed to have fully immersed himself in the role, with an aura that resonated deeply.
This is way too cool. Yeah, he's even more suited to this role than Ding Yang. It's not just about being handsome, he's got real presence.
I never expected Yang Wanyu's husband to be this talented. I thought he was just bragging about his martial arts skills, but he watched the moves once, didn't even try, and just nailed it.
Wow. Hearing the staff's murmurs of admiration behind him, the director couldn't help but doubt his own choice. Cut. That's a wrap. That take is good. A fight scene that had tormented the entire crew for the entire afternoon was finally resolved with ease thanks to Lin Dong's arrival and assistance. The last scene of the day was wrapped up, and everyone could finally rest.
The director clapped his hands, his voice brimming with excitement. Then he strode toward Lin Dong and Yang Wanner.
Wanner, your husband is quite something. What do you think, Lin Dong? Interested in joining the entertainment industry? My next movie is an action film, I'll secure you a great role. What do you say?
When the director looked at Lin Dong, his eyes were filled with warm admiration. In private, he was also a die-hard martial arts enthusiast, and at that moment, he felt an indescribable fondness for Lin Dong. Director Chiao, please don't joke around.
My husband is already so busy he can't even take a break. How could he possibly act? Even if you gave him the lead role, he wouldn't have the time to film. Yang Wanner immediately refused, though she laughed it off on the surface.
But deep down, she was incredibly proud. Lin Dong's success was a huge honor for her.
Ha ha.
Lin Dong chuckled, then turned and took Yang Wanner's fair hand, looking at Director Chiao with a smile.
That's not necessarily the case.
If the female lead is still Yang Wanner, I could reluctantly take the male lead role.
But unfortunately, Wanner has already retired from the entertainment industry, otherwise I could have done Director Chiao a favor.
A very clever response was thrown out, and the director burst into laughter, looking at Lin Dong with even more admiration.
Lin Dong, do you know my name? I'm Chao Feng.
That's the name of the leader of the beggars sect in the wuxia novels.
Pretty cool, right?
To be honest, it might be because my parents named me that, but I've been obsessed with martial arts since I was a child.
But I simply don't have the talent for it. I can only admire it from afar.
Unlike you, who can truly bring martial arts movements to life, making them both beautiful and graceful. Even if you don't come to film with me, I'm determined to be your friend today. With that, under the surprised gazes of the entire crew, Director Chao Feng extended his hand toward Lin Dong, looking at him with eager anticipation.
Chapter 127, Sense of Security. Director Chao Feng was a top-tier pioneer in the martial arts film industry.
As the saying goes, great talent breeds boldness, and his temperament was as eccentric as his art.
Even towards big names in the entertainment industry, he maintained a stern, unapproachable demeanor.
Yet here he was, actually going out of his way to befriend Lin Dong. I've heard that Director Chao Feng is a man who doesn't sweat the small stuff and is very generous.
Seeing him today, it's indeed true.
Facing the extremely generous Chao Feng, Lin Dong no longer held back and firmly grasped Chao Feng's hand. After taking off his heavy traditional costume, he felt refreshed and invigorated. At the same time, he couldn't help but think to himself, it's so hot, and Yang Wanner is still wearing such clothes.
Being an actor is really tough.
As Lin Dong walked from the changing room to the makeup room, he immediately became the center of attention in the entire room. Not only the staff, but even several actors, upon seeing Lin Dong, couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment in their eyes. Lin Dong was wearing military-style boots and a sleek work uniform, making his figure appear exceptionally tall and straight. Especially his sharp features, with thick, dark eyebrows framing a pair of piercing eyes, exuding a powerful, commanding aura from head to toe. Despite his ordinary entrance, he managed to draw the attention of over a dozen pairs of eager eyes.
Feeling the shift in the atmosphere of the makeup room, Yang Wanner didn't even bother to remove her makeup before rushing over to Lin Dong's side. "Honey, what are you doing here?" She playfully wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's arm, leaning her entire body against his broad shoulder, as if declaring her ownership. "Go wait outside for me. I'll just take off my makeup, change clothes, and come find you." Less than 10 minutes later, as Yang Wanner stepped out of the makeup room, Lin Dong suddenly pulled her into his arms, and the two embraced tightly. "Lin Dong, you were so eye-catching today. Do you even know that? You don't realize how good-looking you are? And not only that, you have such a great body and you even know martial arts." As she spoke, Yang Wanyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Oh, it seems like I'll have to keep you hidden at home from now on. Otherwise, you'll keep going out and causing a scene. Didn't you see all the women in the makeup room staring at you just now? Why can't you just visit quietly?" Yang Wanner's crisp voice was tinged with a touch of shy joy. Lin Dong faced her, took her hands, and looked at her with nothing but tenderness in his eyes. "I've already been very low-key during the visit. But if I didn't take this stunt double role, you'd have to work so hard for so long. Besides, if you want to keep me hidden away in a golden house, I'll agree, but you'll have to take care of me and the 3 babies properly. In the end, even if all their eyes are on me, I've only ever had eyes for you. Don't you know that?" A string of sweet words slipped out, and Yang Wanner blushed, playfully slapping Lin Dong's shoulder with a smile. "You're such a smooth talker." Yang Wanner wasn't really jealous, because she trusted Lin Dong completely. From the very first day she called him to the hospital to sign the papers, she had been given a sense of security by this reliable man. Lin Dong's honesty and the love filling his heart deeply moved her. Chapter 128, Intrigue and Betrayal. "I'm already dead. The moment you betrayed me, my heart died. From this day forward, we are done. You go your way, and I'll go mine." The camera slowly panned, capturing a close-up of Yang Wanner's tears as she shed them. With that, the morning's filming came to an end. Just as director Chow Fong called cut, a loud gust of wind and sand echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look, only to see 10 all-black Land Rover SUVs speeding toward the filming location. As the 10 black SUVs parked orderly on the set, the entire crew erupted into chaos, speculating about who could have arrived with such a grand entourage. A man in black got out first, bowed respectfully, and opened the door for the passenger seat. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit slowly stepped out. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the second female lead, Hu Xiaoyan, hurriedly walked forward, swaying her seductive figure, and pressed herself against the middle-aged man, her voice soft and alluring. "Dong-gu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Xiaoyan has been thinking of you day and night in this endless desert, and finally, you've come." Noticing the look of surprise in Lin Dong's eyes, Xiao Tong quickly hid behind Lin Dong and Yang Wanner and whispered, "Master, Sister Wanner. This man is a well-known investor in our circle, having already made several female artists famous. It's said he's currently dating Hu Xiaoyan, but whether it's a serious relationship or just a fling, everyone is speculating. Speaking of which, what is Hu Xiaoyan really up to? She kept picking on Sister Wanner for no reason during filming, and now that my master has arrived, she's brought her boyfriend to visit the set. How coincidental is that? And this old man is just a rich guy with a few bucks. He's making such a big deal out of visiting the set, as if he's afraid no one knows he's a wealthy man." Under Xiao Tong's indignant complaints, Lin Dong had already figured out most of the situation. Just then, Hu Xiaoyan, holding hands with her boyfriend Dongga, walked up to Chow Fong. "I'm really sorry, director. My boyfriend suddenly came to visit the set today. He actually wanted to surprise me, and I didn't expect it to turn into such a big deal." As she spoke, Hu Xiaoyan's eyes casually glanced in the direction of Lin Dong and Yang Wan'er. Chow Fong nodded silently. As a director, he had long since seen through the open and covert rivalries among female celebrities. Though displeased at the moment, he chose not to get involved. Zhang Chengdong cleared his throat softly, then signaled to the dozen or so bodyguards he had brought along. After scanning the area, he spoke up loudly. "Everyone, you've worked hard. It's lunchtime now. I've brought a lot of delicious food that isn't available in the desert, along with drinks and beverages of all kinds. There are also several chefs to help improve your meals. I'm always so busy that I can't take care of Xiaoyan most of the time. I hope everyone will look out for her on my behalf." After Zhang Changdong shouted, the 24 men who had accompanied him began to organize everything in an orderly manner. Soon, staff members began to echo his words loudly. Chapter 129, Hello, Auntie. Thank you, Xiaoyan and her boyfriend. It seems like we're all benefiting from Xiaoyan today. They even brought a chef Dong who really knows how to treat people. Xiaoyan Jia is so lucky. Under the influence of a few insincere compliments, the atmosphere on set quickly heated up. The crew members also started helping out, setting up the barbecue grill, and getting excited. The past 2 weeks of filming had been grueling for everyone. Besides the poor living conditions, they had to work under the blazing sun every day, let alone have the chance to enjoy a proper meal. Hu Xiaoyan and Zhang Changdong exchanged a few whispers before linking arms and walking over to Yang Wanner. "Wanner, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Changdong. He works in real estate. Make sure you eat your fill, and don't be polite. This must be your husband, Lin Dong, right? Did he come to the desert alone? Driving here is so dangerous.
The young boy standing beside them clenched his teeth, glaring at Hu Xiaoyan, who was acting so arrogant and wanted to rush forward and tear off her fake smile. Lin Dong's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly. He reached out his arm and blocked Yang Wanner, who was about to speak up, behind him. Then he stepped forward and extended his hand to Zhang Qiangdong with a polite bow.
Hello, uncle. I'm Lin Dong.
Your son, Zhang Jianquan, is my business partner and my good brother.
We even went to Taiwan and Macau together a few days ago.
These words struck like a bolt of lightning.
Everyone except Lin Dong froze in shock.
During their time in Taiwan and Macau, he had stayed up all night drinking with Zhang Feizue. Unfortunately, his drinking capacity was bottomless, while Zhang Feizue started rambling after just 3 bottles. It was then that Lin Dong learned from Zhang Feizue that he had a playboy father in the real estate business, who had forced his mother to divorce him and then completely let himself go, indulging in the entertainment industry and moving from one beautiful woman to another, discarding them once he grew tired of them. Recently, he had accidentally learned from Jianquan that you had found a new girlfriend. Little did he know that he would encounter her so coincidentally. The female lead in the drama, Hu Xiaoyan, was your girlfriend. Wait, I'm your son's brother, so I should call you uncle. Then your girlfriend? Lin Dong pretended to be torn, scratching his head, then continued seriously.
Family ties can't be messed with. Your girlfriend is my aunt. Auntie, hello.
Seeing the hand suddenly extended toward her, Hu Xiaoyan froze in place, unsure of what to do.
Wanner, come call her auntie.
Lin Dong patted Yang Wanner's hand. Finally, Yang Wanner snapped out of the sudden role reversal and smiled sweetly at Hu Xiaoyan, calling her auntie.
Hu Xiaoyan's face turned 2 shades darker, and she immediately grabbed Zhang Qiangdong's hand and turned to leave. Ha, master, you're so cool. If they don't leave soon, I won't be able to hold back my laughter. Xiaotong watched Hu Xiaoyan's hasty departure and felt a surge of satisfaction, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Yang Wanner was no exception. After witnessing Lin Dong's cunning and scheming side, she couldn't help but laugh until her eyes crinkled.
She patted Lin Dong's hand and praised him.
Lin Dong, you're something else.
Chapter 130, Borrowing Flowers to Offer Buddha, Astragalus, and Goji Berry Pigeon Soup. Lin Dong's previous move had already showcased his cunning nature to the fullest.
By the time lunch officially began, Hu Xiaoyan and Zhang Qiangdong's expressions were still dark and gloomy. Who would want to be called auntie by someone their own age? And who would want to be caught by their son's best friend while trying to pick up a girl? Master, look, Hu Xiaoyan is still angry. This is perfect. As long as she doesn't break up with Zhang Qiangdong, Wanner can keep calling her auntie to annoy her. Just being annoyed is already painful enough. This is what they call reaping what you sow. Xiaotong was still not satisfied, chattering away. Enough, Xiaotong. Just let it go. It's over now. Yang Wanner's gentle voice interrupted Xiaotong's excited rant. Wanner's sister. It's all because you're always so kind and always give in to her that she's become so bold. You should be soft-hearted when you should be, but when you shouldn't, you have to be strict. That's what young Hua's sister taught me. Looking at the kind-hearted Yang Wanner, Xiaotong immediately adopted a disappointed expression. Lin Dong walked over, patted Xiaotong on the head, and smiled, saying, Xiaotong, you've been with your Wanner sister for so long, don't you know her yet? Your sister isn't being patient, she just doesn't think it's worth getting worked up over. Yang Wanner felt a warm glow in her heart. She lifted her head and gave Lin Dong a faint smile. No matter where or when, Lin Dong was the person who understood her best in the world. Sometimes she even wondered if Lin Dong had planted some kind of bug in her heart, otherwise how could he understand her so well? Husband, I want to eat the food you cook. I haven't had your cooking in days, and I'm dying of hunger. Yang Wanner leaned her head against Lin Dong's chest, her sweet voice reaching his ears. How dare I disobey my wife's orders? As you command. With that, Lin Dong stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Behind him, Xiaotong's voice called out, Master, what about me? Make one for me too. In less than an hour, Lin Dong used the simple kitchen facilities and the various ingredients brought by Uncle Zhang Qiangdong to prepare a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, which he served at the table where Yang Wanner was sitting. Stir-fried shrimp with garlic, blood tofu hot pot, stir-fried pork with garlic, and tomato scrambled eggs. Wow, Master, you're so down to earth. I haven't had such home-style dishes in ages. Saying this, the young boy excitedly picked up his chopsticks and rushed toward the tempting, glossy oil-braised shrimp. Lin Dong, on the other hand, picked up a bowl and spoon, and served himself a bowl full of astragalus and goji berry pigeon soup. Honey, this pigeon was brought by Uncle Zhang Qiangdong. I'm just passing it on to you. I specially simmered it for you. You must be exhausted from filming in the desert. The astragalus, goji berries, and pigeon together make a pure tonic soup to replenish your qi and blood. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I had to cook it over high heat. It doesn't have the same depth of flavor as slow-cooked soup. Give it a try. The health expert Lin Dong appeared, placing a bowl of fragrant pigeon soup in front of Yang Wanner and gesturing for her to try it. Chapter 131, Spoiled Palate. On the other side, the sound of a child smacking his lips could be heard. Watching the affectionate couple, the child smiled and teased. "Oh, master, I don't think this bowl contains goji berry and astragalus pigeon soup. It's filled with your love." Yang Wana reached out and pinched Xiao Tong's arm, smiling and saying, "You little rascal, if you say another word, you won't get to eat anymore." The little child immediately fell silent. The temptation of the delicious food before her was something she could never resist, so she sat back down on the stool. The three of them enjoyed the delicious meal of 4 dishes and a soup, unaware that the unique aroma of the food had already spread throughout the entire crew, lingering like a spell. Several staff members, upon catching the fragrant scent, suddenly found their skewers tasteless. Some began to cast envious glances toward Lin Dong's table. The staff member sitting next to Xiao Feng murmured softly, "What kind of soup did Lin Dong make? It smells so good." It's just simple home-cooked dishes, but every single one is so visually appealing and aromatic that it makes you want to eat it just by looking at it. What should I do? I'm hungry again. Hey, didn't you just praise Hu Xiaoyan's boyfriend for preparing a delicious buffet? Why are you changing your mind now? Don't mention me. Quickly wipe the drool from your mouth. Xiao Feng looked at the grilled lamb skewers in front of him, then at the steaming hot Mao Shui Wang in the distance, and couldn't resist anymore. He slammed the table and walked over to sit next to Lin Dong. "The three of you probably can't finish it all, right? As the saying goes, who knows the toil behind each grain of rice on the plate? I'll help you out." With that, Xiao Feng grabbed a new set of utensils and dug into the Mao Shui Wang in front of him. Yang Waner covered her mouth and giggled. Indeed, no one in this world could resist Lin Dong's cooking. The duck blood melted in his mouth, the spiciness and saltiness perfectly balanced. What was most captivating was the flavor. The numbing, spicy, fresh, and aromatic taste invaded his taste buds, then swept across his entire mouth. With one bite of Mao Shui Wang, Xiao Feng was completely hooked. "Wow, Lin Dong. I never would have guessed that your cooking skills were so good. Even such a simple home-style dish can be made so tempting. No wonder Warner always said the food on set didn't suit her taste. It was all because she'd been spoiled by you, the perfect homemaker. If it were me, I'd be happy to eat your cooking every day." Those watching Lin Dong from afar, seeing Xiao Feng's exaggerated thumbs-up gesture, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Xiao Gu, if you keep praising me like this, I'll float away. Come, try my soup. This is a pigeon brought by Zhang Chandong. I just grabbed one to make soup, and added some astragalus and goji berries. It's great for tonifying the blood and qi." Lin Dong said this as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then served 2 bowls of the nourishing soup. He handed one to Xiao Feng and carefully carried the other bowl over to Zhang Xiangdong, who was busy eating the roasted pigeon. "Uncle Zhang, thank you for bringing the pigeons today. Come try the soup I just made." As the word uncle fell, Zhang Xiangdong's face turned red, but he still took the bowl and pretended to take a small sip. The astonishing flavor spread instantly, and Zhang Xiangdong's eyes lit up. Chapter 132, Bringing Warmth to My Wife. After finishing their meal, Yang Waner affectionately linked her arm through Lin Dong's and returned to the tent. Seeing Lin Dong and tasting his food, she felt a sense of comfort and solace in this distant desert far from home. It felt as though all the fatigue she had accumulated over the past 2 weeks had vanished into thin air after this meal. "Husband, I have a question. What exactly is in that huge backpack you brought with you this time?" Yang Waner sat down, blinking her wide, curious eyes as she asked. Lin Dong smiled and opened the zipper of his backpack, taking out each item one by one. The once bulging backpack quickly flattened out. Yang Waner looked at the table filled with various items, her eyes brimming with excitement. "There's sunscreen spray, sunscreen lotion, and sunscreen oil, among other things. All of these are items Xiao Tong told me you use frequently. The sun is so strong here, so you must make sure to protect yourself properly. Of course, even if my wife gets a tan, she'll still be absolutely stunning. There's also this is a special pillow I made for you to help you sleep better. Xiao Tong told me the pillows here are too hard for you, so I made this one myself. It's filled with lavender, and I'm sure you'll love it. And this with such a heavy filming schedule, you won't be able to keep up without eating. So I specially made some Lin Dong's secret recipe soybean paste. It's much better than what you can buy outside, and it's very flavorful. It also keeps well. Let me know if you finish it, and I'll make some more for you." The things Lin Dong brought were all small but meaningful. Every word he said touched the softest part of Yang Waner's heart. Seeing Lin Dong standing in front of her, chatting endlessly, tears welled up in Yang Waner's eyes. "And these are 2 sets of casual pajamas I made for you. They're sure to be very comfortable. You're always on set and have to be so careful, so you must." Before Lin Dong could finish the words stuck in his throat, Yang Waner threw herself into his arms, tiptoed up, and planted a kiss on his lips. Then she hurried to the bedside and pretended to start tidying up the clothes. "I want to try on the 2 outfits you made for me to see if they fit. Go wait outside for me." Yang Waner waved her hand, her tone feigning calmness, but her heart was racing like a frightened deer, nearly out of control. Lin Dong touched his lips, looked at Yang Waner's blushing cheeks, and smiled. I have something else to do, so I'll go out first. Chapter 133, Famous for Spreading Love. As soon as Lin Dong stepped out of the tent, Yang Wanner threw herself onto the blanket, rolling around excitedly. That man deliberately touched my lips. He really doesn't know how charming he is. Lin Dong carried a mechanical device out of the off-road vehicle and, led by director Chow Fong, headed to the location of the signal pole. Lin Dong, our production team's signal pole is top-notch in the market. It's just that the Sahara Desert is such a harsh environment. Our logistics team has done their best. Watching Lin Dong dismantle the signal pole in a few swift motions, Chow Fong sighed, fearing that Lin Dong might completely ruin the already fragile signal pole. Don't worry, Director Chow. The machines from the market can only achieve this level of performance. However, before coming here, I specifically had a friend make some modifications. I'm confident it can now withstand the harsh conditions of the Sahara Desert. Just wait a moment, I'll figure it out and have it installed right away. Chow Fong heard this and widened his eyes, continuing to ask Lin Dong in astonishment. What? So you don't even know how to install this thing? Lin Dong didn't need to look at Chow Feng's expression, he could tell from his doubtful tone that he didn't trust him. Lin Dong shrugged it off, maintaining his confident expression, and began disassembling the mechanical device he had brought with him. After 20 minutes of contemplation, Lin Dong managed to set up the new signal receiver in the desert in less than 10 minutes, demonstrating exceptional practical skills. At Lin Dong's nod, Chow Fong immediately opened his phone and saw the full signal bars. His mood instantly became as smooth as the signal itself. Lin Dong, thank you so much. You've really solved a major problem for our production team. Chow Fong excitedly grabbed Lin Dong's hand, his face beaming with joy as he looked at him. As the new signal pole was installed, many crew members' phones began to receive the WeChat messages they had previously missed due to poor signal. This sudden change sent the entire crew into a frenzy. Xiao Tong was the first to let out a high-pitched scream before rushing over to Lin Dong. Master, you really fixed the signal. My phone is showing full bars now. This is the first time I've seen my signal at full bars in the desert. I'm so moved. Thank you so much, Master. Xiao Tong's loud shout echoed throughout the entire crew. Now, all the staff and actors turned to Lin Dong with expressions of surprise and gratitude. Mr. Lin, you're so amazing. You can do martial arts, cook, and even solve engineering problems. You're a true genius. Wanner's sister is so lucky to have you. The signal's back, and so is my mood. I'll always be grateful to Mr. Lin for everything he's done for our crew. I'll definitely treat Sister Wanner with the utmost care. It's not for you, it's for the female lead, the national goddess Yang Wanner, you know? Amidst a few teasing remarks mixed with gratitude, Lin Dong politely nodded and smiled in response. Yes, I'm not here to serve everyone. I'm here to solve my wife's daily problems. Mainly because when I call Wanner, her signal is always poor. This casual remark was like a bomb going off again, causing all the staff to sigh enviously. This is some serious couple goals, isn't it? Lin Dong is here to show his wife some love, and we're just tagging along. We've heard about how good at dog food Wanner and Lin Dong are, but seeing it in person is truly impressive. Chapter 134, I Believe in Love Again. I don't think I need to eat dinner tonight, I'm already full from eating all this dog food. As Yang Wanner stepped out of the tent, she saw the scene. The staff were gathered around Lin Dong, laughing and teasing him. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, Xiao Tong rushed over and shouted loudly. Sister Wanner, quick, check your phone. Yang Wanner looked puzzled, pulled her phone out of her clothes, and opened the screen. She immediately saw a series of internet news alerts popping up, along with several WeChat messages she hadn't received yet. When she saw the signal indicator showing full bars, Yang Wanner was so surprised she covered her mouth, her joy evident in her eyes. Wow, when did the signal come back? Your husband Lin Dong, who is also my master, just fixed the signal. He did it so we could keep the call connected when we talk on the phone. Wanner sister, you didn't know, but my master was standing here so proudly, saying he fixed the signal just so we could video call smoothly. The way he talked, wow, I can't even describe it with words. The little one chattered excitedly, even imitating Lin Dong's tone from earlier. Like Yang Wanner, as a die-hard internet addict, life without the internet was like living in darkness for her. Yang Wanner, upon hearing this, felt nothing but surprise and a wave of emotion welling up inside her. She looked around the crowd on set, searching for Lin Dong's figure. At that moment, the phone rang urgently. Yang Wanner immediately answered the call. The caller ID clearly displayed the words husband. It was Lin Dong. Yang Wanner answered the call. Honey, where are you? When did you fix the signal? How do you know how to do everything? What else is there that I don't know about you? Immediately afterward, a clear and magnetic voice came through the phone. Look toward your 9 o'clock direction. 3 seconds later, Yang Wanyu suddenly turned her head and saw Lin Dong's figure at 9 o'clock, staring back at her. Lin Dong was holding a huge bouquet of roses. When he looked at Yang Wanner, his lips curved into a beautiful smile, and his eyes, as dark as obsidian, sparkled with a gentle light. Seeing Lin Dong standing before her in this manner, Yang Wanner instantly broke into a smile, her laughter spilling out from the small whirlpool at the corners of her mouth, spreading across her face. Then, Yang Wana ran toward Lin Dong.
Stepping on the yellow sand, her petite figure once again threw herself into Lin Dong's arms.
Lin Dong held the flowers in one hand and embraced Yang Wana tightly with the other.
The onlookers couldn't help but cast envious glances at the couple, while director Chow Fong had already grabbed the nearest camera and snapped a photo of the two, who looked like a heavenly couple. On the endless yellow sandy beach, the two tall, stunningly beautiful lovers embraced tightly in the desert. Even without any filters or editing, the photo had a candid travel photography vibe. Oh no, looking at them, I suddenly feel like getting into a relationship myself. These two are absolutely perfect for each other. If I could leave a comment, I'd type perfect match 1,000 times over.
Same here, everyone. I believe in love again.
Chapter 135, No Comparison, No Pain.
Bystanders witnessing this sweet moment couldn't help but express their feelings, and amidst the sighs of admiration, someone even shed tears of deep emotion. Wah, Mom, I want to fall in love.
In contrast to the growing excitement around Lin Dong, the atmosphere inside the tent where Hu Xiaoyan and Zhang Qiangdong were was completely different.
A bone-chilling coldness surrounded the two of them. Didn't I tell you to bring the best chef when you came? Why are they all saying your chef's food isn't as fragrant as Lin Dong's?
Hu Xiaoyan pouted, her words brimming with anger. Ever since Lin Dong and Yang Wana had called her auntie, her mood had plummeted. As she looked at the two embracing in the distance, she couldn't suppress the raging fire of anger and humiliation burning within her. I brought the best chef under my command today. How could I have known that Yang Wana's husband, Lin Dong, was such a skilled cook? Besides, Xiaoyan, do we really need to compare? What's there to compare? I just came here for a simple visit, but you insisted on making a big deal out of it. Didn't you see that director Chow Fong is already unhappy? Can't you stop letting your vanity get the better of you? Look at yourself now from head to toe, down to your very nature. What single aspect of you could possibly compare to Yang Wana? For Zhang Qiangdong, Hu Xiaoyan is just a temporary fling. He's been in the entertainment industry for over a decade and has long seen through her motives for asking him to visit the set. It's nothing more than the vanity of a second-rate actress, wanting to use his fame to make a name for herself on set while also showing off to Yang Wanyu. But Yang Wanyu doesn't even care about her mediocre skills. Zhang Qiangdong's harsh words immediately reignited the rage that had been simmering inside Hu Xiaoyan, causing her to explode in anger. Having been struck at the core of her being, she leaped to her feet in fury. She violently pushed everything on the table to the ground and shouted at Zhang Qiangdong. You say I'm not as good as her? Then why don't you go date her? Do you think Yang Wanyu would even look at you? Stop talking about me. Even from head to toe, what part of you can compare to Lin Dong? At least I'm younger than Yang Wana. What about you? Lin Dong called you uncle the moment he met you, and your son is already his brother. Hu Xiaoyan was already consumed by anger, completely disregarding her appearance. She screamed at Zhang Qiangdong with all her might. Zhang Qiangdong felt the curious glances of the onlookers and immediately frowned. He picked up his briefcase and stood up to leave. Crazy woman, you're completely unreasonable. As Zhang Qiangdong uttered his final rebuke before leaving, Hu Xiaoyan collapsed back into her chair, staring at the receding silhouettes of the 10 black Land Rovers. It was only then that she came to her senses. But when she dialed Zhang Qiangdong's phone, all she heard was a cold, heartless breakup message. Hu Xiaoyan wept uncontrollably, pleading desperately into the phone, Donggu, I was just being foolish earlier. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Don't break up with me, okay? But her desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. Zhang Qiangdong hung up the phone coldly. Chapter 136, The Scheming Woman's Trap. Hu Xiaoyan suddenly wiped the tears from her face and looked at Yang Wana and Lin Dong, who were cuddling together, surrounded by a sweet atmosphere. A cold, ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. Yang Wanyu lowered her head, gently sniffing the fragrance of the blooming roses in her arms, her voice soft yet tinged with confusion. Lin Dong, there are no roses in the desert. Where did you get them? Yang Wana lowered her face, her thick eyelashes hiding a pair of eyes brimming with happiness. Lin Dong reached out and gently tucked the strand of hair that had fallen onto her cheek behind her ear. Immediately afterward, a magnetic, deep voice echoed in Yang Wana's ear. I got them from my pocket. Because I have another identity, I'm Doraemon. Didn't expect that, did you? The awkward joke slipped out of Lin Dong's mouth, leaving Yang Wana speechless for a moment. 3 seconds later, she burst into laughter. Ha! Lin Dong, you're trying to kill me with laughter. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Lin Dong looked embarrassed, watching Yang Wanyu laugh so hard she was holding her stomach, and shrugged helplessly. Then, he saw Yang Wanyu open her phone and change all of Lin Dong's husband nicknames to Doraemon. Since the stunt double hadn't arrived yet, Lin Dong decided to go the extra mile and agreed to help out by filling in for 2 days. Yang Wana was so excited she almost jumped for joy. Every day on the Sahara Desert set, she had dreamed of Lin Dong coming to accompany her. Just thinking about eating the meals he had cooked with his own hands made her feel incredibly happy. That evening, after finishing washing his face and brushing his teeth at the water room, Lin Dong was about to return to Yang Wana's tent. Just as he stepped into a corridor, he heard a shrill scream from a woman. Lin Dong hurried over and saw the second female lead, Hu Xiaoyan, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, frowning and rubbing her ankle. It looked like she had twisted her ankle.
Lin Dong? It's you!
The desert night was pitch black, and I accidentally stepped into a hole just now.
Now my ankle is sprained. Could you please help me back to my tent?
As she spoke, Hu Xiaoyan lowered her head, gently wiping away the tears glistening in her eyes, putting on a pitiful expression. The low-cut nightgown she was wearing now faintly revealed her fair skin. Lin Dong looked down at the flat sand beneath his feet and couldn't help but recall the young boy's evaluation of this woman, which boiled down to someone who had bullied young Wanner. As he watched Hu Xiaoyan lift her head and look at him with a pitiful expression, then glanced at her ankles, Lin Dong furrowed his brows slightly and gave her a cold glance.
This isn't as simple as it seems. This woman must be up to something again. He then scanned the area, activating his divine eye. Finally, behind a massive rock, he spotted a miniature camera hidden in the shadows, reflecting the light. A man wearing a baseball cap, fully covered with a mask and sunglasses, was crouched behind the rock, looking shifty and waiting for the right moment to take a photo. Having watched plenty of idol dramas with young Wanner and the young boy, Lin Dong immediately associated the man hiding behind the rock with the intricate schemes of the entertainment industry. Chapter 137, Paparazzi turns into a puppy.
This woman had actually set her sights on him. If he had genuinely helped Hu Xiaoyan to her feet out of kindness, the paparazzi would undoubtedly exaggerate the situation and label him as a playboy.
Lin Dong, the sand is too cold at night. Even if you don't want to send me back to the tent, could you at least help me up first?
Hu Xiaoyan's voice grew urgent, fearing Lin Dong might truly leave her coldly and fall into her trap. After carefully calculating everything in his mind, Lin Dong smiled at Hu Xiaoyan, who was lying on the ground with a sprained ankle, and said, "Wait a moment, I'll call someone to help you up."
No, it's okay.
Hu Xiaoyan's refusal echoed from behind, but Lin Dong ignored her and walked straight toward the massive rock. Through his divine eye, he saw the paparazzi's nervous demeanor.
Seeing Lin Dong's actions, Hu Xiaoyan was utterly shocked.
She hurriedly shouted from behind, "Lin Dong, just help me up.
I'm very light."
When Lin Dong reached the back of the rock, the paparazzi was about to stuff the camera into his backpack. Upon meeting Lin Dong's sharp gaze, the paparazzi was even more startled, for Lin Dong's eyes seemed to possess the power to see through one's soul.
Behind the sunglasses were eyes filled with fear.
"Brother, there's a woman who fell over there.
Could you please go help me pick her up?"
The paparazzi immediately stood up obediently and bowed to Lin Dong, saying, "Sure, sure." As the paparazzi helped Hu Xiaoyan to her feet, Lin Dong reached out and gave him a hard slap on the back, smiling as he said,
"Brother! Wearing sunglasses this late at night? Do you think it's not dark enough today?"
Though spoken in jest, the words sent a chill down the paparazzi's spine. He couldn't fathom how Lin Dong had spotted him hiding behind a rock he hadn't left a single trace.
Could this man see through walls?
Hu Xiaoyan felt a surge of fear, staring into Lin Dong's eyes, which were as dark as a bottomless pit. It seemed as though her little scheme had been completely exposed by Lin Dong. "Miss Hu, it wouldn't be appropriate for the two of us men to escort you back to your tent.
Actually, I happen to know a little bit of massage therapy.
I can help you realign your sprained ankle, and then you'll be able to walk back on your own.
What do you think?"
Lin Dong's icy gaze swept over Hu Xiaoyan, who hurriedly waved her hands and refused, saying, No, I can walk back on my own.
I'm feeling much better now."
With that, Hu Xiaoyan pretended to limp as she walked toward her tent. Only Lin Dong and the unfortunate paparazzi remained, staring at each other.
"Bro, since everything's fine, I'll head out first." With that, the paparazzi turned to leave.
But Lin Dong grabbed his backpack and pulled him back forcefully.
"Didn't you get any good shots?"
Lin Dong's icy gaze felt like a knife, piercing straight into the paparazzi's trembling heart. The paparazzi's legs trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Lin Dong and assured him, "Bro, I didn't get anything."
"Look, I'm not lying."
In front of Lin Dong, the paparazzi instantly turned into a cowering puppy.
"Get out of here. Don't take any more photos." Chapter 138, Eager to return home. As soon as Lin Dong stepped into Yang Wanner's tent, her complaints began to echo. "How long did it take you to go to the bathroom? I'm so tired." Lin Dong walked over and saw that Yang Wanner was wearing the silk-woven nightgown he had made for her overnight. Seeing his wife wearing the clothes he had made for her, his mood immediately improved, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He embraced Yang Wanner tightly and began to recount everything that had happened outside. As the last word fell from his lips, Yang Wanner's eyes widened in anger, her eyebrows furrowed, and her fury became evident. "That Hu Xiaoyan! I've already tolerated her enough. How dare she be so scheming and even set her sights on you? That's too much."
Yang Wanner pouted her lips, crossed her arms, and continued speaking in an angry tone. "Husband, thank goodness you're smart and didn't fall for her tricks. If you had really gone to help her up today, those paparazzi would have made a big deal out of it."
Tomorrow's entertainment news headline would have been National Goddess Yang Wanner's husband spotted with Hu Xiaoyan at night. I thought being on set would mean the entertainment industry's underhanded tactics would be toned down a bit, but Hu Xiaoyan is so brazen. Daring to set a trap for my husband. She is clearly trying to ruin our relationship. Seeing Yang Wanyu's anger about to boil over, Lin Dong hurriedly stroked her hair gently and whispered comfortingly. Our love is as strong as gold. Her little schemes won't stir up any waves here. Besides, if it really makes the hot search tomorrow, would you really believe I met her at night? Impossible. My dear wife, don't be angry. You always say that frowning causes wrinkles, don't you? Lin Dong reached out and gently smoothed out Yang Wanner's tightly furrowed eyebrows with an extremely tender gesture. Under his soft coaxing, Yang Wanner's emotions gradually calmed down. But honey, I still have a question. Yang Wanner lifted her clear, sparkling eyes and blinked at Lin Dong before continuing her question. How did you see someone hiding behind the rock? Lin Dong was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. He couldn't possibly say he had X-ray vision and saw through the massive rock, could he? Yang Wanner would think he was crazy. Oh, that was just a guess. I heard some faint sounds, and then I saw a reflection similar to a camera lens. I didn't expect it to be so accurate. That paparazzi is really unprofessional. The paparazzi protested innocently, claiming he hadn't made a single sound and had been lying motionless behind the rock like a lifeless corpse. The next morning, the stunt doubles finally returned to the desert. After finishing the last action scene, Lin Dong wrapped up his work and began packing his bags to leave. Although he secretly hoped to spend every day with Yang Wanner, he had 3 hungry children waiting for him at home. When Zhang Yuhua called him on video yesterday, Lin Dong clearly saw more scratches on the faces of Dibao and Erbao. Lin Dong deeply realized that leaving the babies in Zhang Yuhua's care was nothing more than letting them run wild. At that moment, he was eager to return home and give Dibao and Erbao a proper scolding. Chapter 139, The Babies, Dad's Back. After preparing the final lunch for Yang Wanner, Lin Dong began saying goodbye to the crew members. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for fixing the signal and solving our production team's big problem. Have a safe trip. Mr. Lin's visit to the set has brought such a huge benefit to our crew. Just the signal alone is enough for us internet-dependent millennials to be eternally grateful, huh? Before departing, several crew members who had grown close to him recently approached Lin Dong to say goodbye. Lin Dong, are you really leaving already? Can't you stay a few more days? I'll really miss you. I wonder if I'll ever get to taste your cooking again. As he spoke, a wave of regret spread through Qiao Feng's heart. He gripped Lin Dong's hand tightly, shaking it as he said, Don't forget to keep your promise. Once I finish this shoot, you must make time to teach me martial arts. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Having met such a generous friend like Qiao Feng on this trip, he felt his journey had been well worth it, returning home with a sense of fulfillment. By the way, Lin Dong, I have one more favor to ask of you. Qiao Feng's rugged face flushed with embarrassment, and he looked so shy that he couldn't bring himself to speak, making Lin Dong feel uneasy. Just speak your mind, don't be so shy. Lin Dong suddenly slapped Qiao Feng on the shoulder, and Qiao Feng finally spoke slowly. Do you still have any of that homemade Lin Dong soybean paste? Could you give me 2 bottles? Your soybean paste is absolutely amazing. I've never tasted anything so delicious, it's hundreds of times better than anything I've bought in the city. Xiao Feng's words made Lin Dong burst into laughter. He never expected this bold martial arts director to blush so much over 2 bottles of soybean paste. I only made 1 bottle. I'll send you more when I get home. I promise you'll have plenty to eat. Upon hearing Lin Dong's response, Xiao Feng immediately broke into a satisfied smile. The staff members watching from the side were all speechless. Who would have thought that Xiao Feng, the director known for his eccentric temperament in the industry, could get along so well with Lin Dong, even joking around with him? After Qiao Feng left, Yang Wanner and Xiao Tong quickly escorted Lin Dong to the SUV. Goodbye, master. See you next time. After a brief farewell, Xiao Tong gave Lin Dong and Yang Wanner a knowing wink and left first, showing good manners. Lin Dong stepped forward and gently took Yang Wanner's hand. Honey, the 3 babies can't be without their parents. I need to go back and be a dad. Otherwise, our babies will be raised like wild children by Zhang Yuhua. Yang Wanner understood, but in the current atmosphere of parting with Lin Dong, she still felt reluctant and sad. Looking at Lin Dong's face, which had grown slightly tan from the wind and sun, Yang Wanner raised her hand and gently stroked it. Honey, I have to go now. Lin Dong pulled Yang Wanner into his arms, feeling the warmth of their farewell. Remember to think of me, and make sure to video call me when you get back. Zhang Yuhua opened the door and saw Lin Dong returning, exhausted from the 3-hour journey. I'm back. Where are the kids? Chapter 140, The babies see their father, tears well up in their eyes. Lin Dong entered the temporary nursery Zhang Yuhua had prepared. 3 baby cribs in red, yellow, and blue were lined up side by side. The 3 babies lay quietly in their blankets, their eyes closed. After so long apart, he missed them dearly. Seeing the 3 babies sleeping peacefully for the first time in ages, Lin Dong felt a wave of emotion welling up inside him. After all, it had been over half a month since he last saw his babies.
Lindong raised his hand and gently touched the chubby cheeks of the eldest child, then kissed each of the 3 babies on the cheek in turn.
The mischievous second child was awakened by the aroma of food.
As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. He saw Lindong gently place the freshly cooked baby food on the table beside him. As soon as the second child saw his father, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, he began wriggling in the crib. Wah! Hearing the muffled sounds of an infant in the room, Lindong rushed forward. Seeing the second child, with wide open eyes, had woken up from his sleep, Lindong quickly picked him up and held him in his arms. Seeing the scratches on the second child's face, Lindong felt heartbroken.
Did you fight with your sister again? You two can't fight like that. I've told you so many times no fighting, and definitely no hitting. Noticing Lindong's furrowed brows, the clever little second child immediately sensed something was wrong.
Without needing to build up emotions, he burst into loud crying. Wah! Bao's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the entire room, waking up Bao and San Bao, who were sound asleep from their dreams. The contagious crying spread from Bao, and soon Bao and San Bao joined in, crying in unison with Bao. Before long, San Bao was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Lindong was exasperated. He looked at Bao, who was sniffling and crying in his arms, then at the 2 sisters in the crib, who were crying for no apparent reason, and shook his head helplessly.
The cries erupted simultaneously, piercing his eardrums.
Oh, this is so hard. Lindong let out a long sigh in his heart. Facing the loud cries of the 3 babies, Lindong suddenly had an idea and shifted his gaze to the children's dumplings he had just made. The 3 babies were nearly a year old now, so Lindong began flipping through the baby food recipes stored in the system. Today, he had specially cooked some mini dumplings and steamed salmon, which were easy to digest and provided comprehensive nutrition. The dumplings were specially made in a mini size according to the diameter of the 3 babies' mouths, with the filling made from tender cod meat. And the broth was incredibly delicious. He didn't believe these 3 little foodies, who were wailing loudly, could resist the temptation of such delicious food, especially the second child, who was crying the loudest and was also the biggest eater. Lindong quickly picked up the second child with one hand and brought him to the dining table. He gently scooped up a dumpling with a spoon, let it cool slightly, and placed it near the child's mouth. Sure enough, the moment he saw the steaming dumpling by his mouth, the second child closed his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes, but his mouth opened honestly.
Chapter 141, A New Reward. Night.
Lindong and the 3 well-fed babies looked at each other, sitting on the carpet with 1 adult and 3 children, unsure of what to do.
Without Yang Wana around, watching TV was utterly boring.
He certainly didn't want to end up like Zhang Yuhua, dragging 3 10-month-old babies to watch some early childhood education cartoons they couldn't even understand. Looking at the 3 babies bored to the point of picking at their fingers, Lindong sighed helplessly. I finally understand why you've been fighting so much lately.
It all boils down to boredom, doesn't it?
Lindong reached out to touch the scar on Bao's face, which had already scabbed over, and began to think about what to do next. While Lindong wasn't paying attention, San Bao had already slipped out of his peripheral vision and was crawling toward a large plastic bag in the corner.
By the time Lindong reacted, San Bao had already torn open the bulging plastic bag, and its contents spilled out, scattering across the carpet.
This action immediately caught the attention of Bao and Bao, who rushed toward the scene of the incident, crawling frantically. Looking at the various children's toys scattered on the carpet, Lindong finally remembered that these were the gifts Zhang Yuhua and Xiao Tong had specially brought over in large bags on the day they found out the 3 babies could speak. They had carelessly stuffed them here, and it wasn't until today that the little explorers, the 3 babies, discovered them. Lindong was bored out of his mind, so he picked up a piece of the tangram puzzle that had fallen onto the carpet, took it apart, and started playing with it. After Lindong had taken it apart and put it back together several times, the 3 babies had put down their toys and were crawling toward the tangram puzzle in front of Lindong. Seeing such a novel object for the first time, Bao's wide eyes brimmed with curiosity.
He reached out and placed a triangular piece into the square frame.
Lindong saw this and immediately became interested.
He took the second child's hand and placed the triangle neatly into the grid.
Come on, Dad will teach you how to assemble the puzzle. Under Lindong's step-by-step guidance, the tangram puzzle was assembled in the blink of an eye.
Seeing the second child's beaming face, Lindong couldn't help but smile broadly.
Just then, the system's cold voice rang out.
Ding!
First time teaching a child to assemble a puzzle, reward, divine design technique.
The prompt sounded unexpectedly, and Lindong was overjoyed.
Since obtaining the divine eye last time, the system had been inactive in his life for quite some time. However, this was also due to the fact that he and his child were separated, which prevented the divine level daddy system from fully showcasing its capabilities.
Divine tier design technique? Hearing the name, Lindong could already guess its contents to some extent.
He glanced at the 3 babies engrossed in the tangram puzzle before him, nodded reassuringly, and then opened the system interface to study the newly acquired reward, divine tier design technique. As he read through the details of the divine design technique, the corners of Lindong's mouth curled upward.
This skill is too overpowered.
The divine design technique can span the entire field of design, from jewelry and clothing to gardens and villas. This is way too powerful.
Upon reading the explanation of this reward skill, Lin Dong couldn't contain his excitement anymore.
In a fit of enthusiasm, his true feelings slipped out.
Chapter 142, Inspiration Strikes, Unstoppable. Daddy? Sanbao held a tangram puzzle in one hand and gently placed the other on Lin Dong's knee.
His eyes, as clear and translucent as gems, were filled with confusion. Lin Dong's sudden exclamation had immediately caught the attention of the three children, who had stopped what they were doing and were now blinking at him with puzzled expressions.
It's okay. Dad is fine. Go play.
After speaking, Lin Dong immediately immersed himself in the system interface, studying the essence of divine-level design techniques.
After more than 10 minutes, Lin Dong couldn't wait any longer.
He stood up and walked straight to the desk, pulling out paper and pen from the drawer. At that moment, he could clearly feel countless inspirations surging in his mind. This overwhelming wave of inspiration was like a raging flood, carving countless creative ideas into his brain cells. Lin Dong couldn't help but admit that this divine-level design technique reward had come at the perfect time. Over the past few days, he had been struggling with the jewelry designs for the upcoming grand opening of Wan Yuxian. Besides the store's signature piece, creative and visually appealing jewelry was crucial for Wan Yuxian, as it was what would attract customers to a reputable jade and gemstone store. Creating a new trend in jade jewelry designs that stands out from the crowd is something ordinary jewelry designers simply cannot achieve. The demands Lin Dong had set were extremely high, leaving Zhang Fei and Shui racking their brains and unable to find a suitable designer. Now that he had obtained such divine-level skills, wasn't this like adding wings to a tiger? With these two skills, Lin Dong can now discover raw materials on his own, design jewelry, and simply hire professionals to process and polish them. This way, his production costs are significantly reduced. And with the key cost factor reduced, this means he can reap even greater profits in the already highly profitable jade industry. Lin Dong sat in his chair, unable to contain his excitement, already envisioning a prosperous jade business empire of his own. Excited emotions filled Lin Dong's mind. Looking at the blank paper before him, he spoke. Let's start with a small project first. Since I have plenty of time today, I'll design some jade jewelry for Wan Yuxian. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong picked up the pen in his hand and began sketching. The moment he lifted the pen, knowledge about jade jewelry design immediately flashed through his mind. With the enhancement of his skills, smooth lines flowed from the tip of his pen, and within less than 15 minutes, the first jade jewelry design sketch was born from Lin Dong's hands. It was a design sketch for a jade hairpin, featuring a coiling dragon as the pinhead and small pearls as adornments. While exuding a strong ancient Chinese aesthetic, it also conveyed an air of elegance and opulence. Looking at the exquisite and ingeniously designed sketch before him, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Even he couldn't believe that this design sketch was created by someone with his limited artistic skills. With the birth of this jade hairpin, Lin Dong eagerly picked up his pen again and began sketching the second jewelry design. This time, in less than 10 minutes, another geometric-shaped jade pendant was brought to life. Chapter 143, Almost Caught by Someone. The design of this pendant was truly ingenious. Using simple lines integrated into geometric shapes, it perfectly captured the state of Buddha meditating in tranquility between heaven and earth. Lin Dong stared at the design sketch, his eyes sparkling. He leaned one hand on the table and rubbed his chin with the other, his low voice betraying his unbridled joy. Such an ornament is sure to be favored by many men of high status and popularity. However, jade is something that women tend to prefer wearing, so I suppose I should design a few more sets of jade jewelry for women as well. Earrings, necklaces, rings, and bracelets all must be included. Under Lin Dong's self-motivating encouragement, he spread out a new sheet of paper on the table and began sketching his next design. Moments later, he looked at the new creation with satisfaction. It was a ring shaped like a rabbit, completely different from traditional Chinese jade jewelry. Lin Dong skillfully used the delicate jade material as an accent, combining the adorable rabbit design with metal materials and inlay techniques. Ultimately, he created this visually stunning creative jade jewelry piece. Upon seeing the first glimpse of this small rabbit jade ring, Lin Dong immediately had a certainty: this ring would be a huge hit. Besides the fact that this year is the year of the rabbit, Lin Dong is confident that incorporating such a cute rabbit element into jade will appeal to many young people. An hour later, Lin Dong had already completed 2 sets of women's jewelry designs. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder it's called divine-level design technique. This efficiency and creativity have completely changed my perception of the system. Looking at the thick stack of design sketches before him, a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. In just one night, Lin Dong had completed 20 design sketches, each unique and impressive. The next day, upon receiving Lin Dong's message, Zhang Feizui rushed straight to his home early in the morning. Lin Dong, do you know I just returned from Taiwan this morning? I didn't even have time to eat breakfast or rest. I rushed straight to your house as soon as I received your message. You can imagine how important you are to me. How about it? Quick, praise me. Am I loyal enough? As soon as Lin Dong opened the door, Zhang Feizue started talking non-stop, as if she had opened a machine gun. She even acted as if Lin Dong's home was her own, taking off her shoes and plopping down on the sofa. "There is some red date porridge left. Want me to serve you some?" At the mention of food, Zhang Feizue's eyes lit up. Ever since she had eaten Lin Dong's iron plate stir-fry at the Alps Hotel last time, she had been dreaming about his cooking day and night. Now even porridge couldn't stop Zhang Feizue from talking. While eating big mouthfuls of porridge, she mumbled, "Lin Dong, how can you turn a plain bowl of red date porridge into something so delicious? I'm truly impressed. By the way, there's something earth-shattering I haven't told you yet. Lin Dong, did you know that Ah Chang is actually? And you were his target." The words were like a thunderclap, and Lin Dong's hands, which had been tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, froze in place. Chapter 144, A True Master. After listening to Zhang Feizue's exaggerated account, Lin Dong was utterly shocked. Having lived all these years, he had never imagined that one day he would become the object of a man's desire. He had never imagined that the cheesy online trope, "I treated you like a brother, but you wanted to seduce me," could be applied to himself. Lin Dong couldn't help but recall the little moments he had shared with Ah Chang, and goosebumps broke out on his skin. "If you hadn't mentioned wanting to see your wife and children before leaving, that Ah Chang would have kept you in Taiwan." Zhang Feizue admired Lin Dong's shocked expression, and the red date porridge in her mouth tasted even sweeter. After a long while, Lin Dong finally snapped out of the shock caused by Zhang Feizue's words. He buried the sheer disbelief deep within his heart and looked at Zhang Feizue as she asked seriously, "Have you found the jade jewelry designer yet?" The question from Mr. Lin, the boss, made Zhang Feizue immediately shut her mouth, because the task Lin Dong had given her was still unfinished. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was just too difficult. "Lin Dong, you know how demanding your conditions are. The few designers I found earlier were all top-tier designers in Xia Kingdom, yet you still nitpicked at their work. In my opinion, their design drafts were already quite good." Actually, Zhang Feizue wasn't wrong. Those top jewelry designers could easily attract countless jewelers with just one design draft, but to Lin Dong, they were just worthless scraps. Zhang Feizue sighed, "I'm helpless too." After Zhang Feizue finished her second bowl of red date porridge without hesitation, Lin Dong brought out the results of his all-night work. "Here are some complete design drawings. Take a look and see what you think." At Lin Dong's gesture, Zhang Feizue picked up the first drawing. 3 seconds later, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the words "unbelievable" were written all over his face. What caught his eye was the geometric structure of the pendant design. At first glance, Zhang Feizue fell in love with this jade pendant, which was still in the design phase. Through the thin sheet of paper, he could already envision a pendant exuding grandeur and uniqueness sitting before him. Overwhelmed by the intense impact, he flipped to the next design. Another design sketch with powerful visual appeal, each one more exquisite than the last. Every single one was redefining his understanding of jade jewelry design. These 20 sketches, each one filled him with surprise. As a passionate jade enthusiast, Zhang Feizue had seen countless jade and gemstone jewelry pieces and was considered an expert in jewelry design, making him highly qualified to offer insights. This was why Lin Dong had chosen to show him the sketches first. Sitting beside Zhang Feizue, Lin Dong had been closely observing his body language since handing over the design sketches. When he saw the gleam in Zhang Feizue's eyes, Lin Dong knew he had succeeded. After a long time, Zhang Feizue had finished reviewing the entire design, even flipping through it several more times with lingering interest. Looking at Lin Dong, his voice betrayed his uncontrollable excitement. "Lin Dong, who designed this? You found such a talented jade jewelry designer, yet you made me search for one. What was the point of wasting my time?" "Lin Dong, based on my years of experience, the jewelry designer you found is more talented than all the dozen or so I found combined." Chapter 145, A Master Was Right Beside Me. Zhang Feizue's praise kept coming, making Lin Dong feel increasingly proud inside. "What do you think? If we use these design sketches for the first batch of promotional jewelry at our Wanyu Xian, will they sell well?" Lin Dong suppressed the smile in his heart and posed the question to Zhang Feizue. Zhang Feizue immediately stood up excitedly and shouted at Lin Dong, "It won't just be a hit, trust my judgment. Once these jade jewelry pieces are made, they'll definitely cause a sensation and sell like hotcakes. Lin Dong, tell me who the master designer behind these blueprints is. I must pay him a proper visit." Seeing Zhang Feizue's excited expression, Lin Dong feigned a calm demeanor and smiled. "All of these were designed by me." The brief statement left Zhang Feizue speechless, standing there like a statue, stunned into silence. "What did you say?" "I said, these 20 design drawings were all designed by me last night." Zhang Feizue stared at Lin Dong in disbelief, as if he were looking at a monster. He then immediately adopted a disbelieving expression, shook his head at Lin Dong, and muttered under his breath, "This is impossible. You're joking with me, aren't you? There are a total of 20 design sketches here, and you claim you designed them all in one night? Lin Dong, you can't be this arrogant." Lin Dong remained silent, continuing to smile at Zhang Feizue. His reaction left Zhang Feizue at a loss for words. No, if there was only one design drawing here, and you told me you did it in one night, I might believe you.
But now there's this thick stack of masterfully crafted design drawings in front of me. How am I supposed to believe you?
Alright, Lindong, since you claim it's your design, every designer has their own inspiration and source of ideas.
Could you share your inspiration with me? Just this one.
Zhang Feizue randomly pulled out a design sketch and placed it in front of Lindong. This design features natural color layering, a unique overall charm, and intricate detailing that enhances the composition. Though simple in outline, it conveys a profound sense of meaning. The symbolism is that we can gain insights into the seasons of life, autumn and winter, spring and summer, by observing the growth of all things in the world. As Lindong spoke in a low yet organized voice, Zhang Feizue took another look at the sketch before her. With a look of disbelief, she pulled out another sketch. Lindong's deep voice echoed slowly, "This design sketch is inspired by satellite maps. I deliberately combined traditional craftsmanship with modern technology to create a unique charm that will shine through in the final product."
After hearing Lindong's explanation, Zhang Feizue collapsed into her chair. These designs are really your work? And you only spent one night on them?
I never expected such a master to be right beside me.
Lindong, you're actually a master of jade jewelry design?
That's incredible.
When did you learn this? How come I didn't know?
At that moment, Zhang Feizue finally believed that all the design sketches in her hands were indeed created by Lindong.
Chapter 146, My Wife is Back.
Lindong, based on my years of experience in the jade industry, the 20 pieces of jewelry you designed are sure to be a huge hit. Zhang Feizue patted Lindong on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with excitement. At that moment, he felt incredibly fortunate for his decision to partner with Lindong. As he looked at Lindong, his eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors. With only a week left before the grand opening of One Yushan, Zhang Feizue specially arranged for 2 jade processing factories to begin production according to Lindong's designs, all in preparation for the store's opening. Partner Zhang Feizue enthusiastically took on all the pre-opening tasks for One Yushan, while Lindong began packing his belongings. In recent days, the nightly video calls could no longer soothe the hearts of the 3 children, who longed for their mother day and night. The most frequent whispers were the words "Mom."
That day, after much consideration, Lindong dialed Xiaofeng's phone number.
"Sure, no problem. However, the desert conditions are harsh, and I'm concerned your children might not be able to handle it.
I can arrange a new location for you to stay. Perfect timing, the next week is all action scenes.
You coming means I'll have free, efficient stand-ins."
Why not? After hearing Lindong's intentions, Xiaofeng agreed readily. As the director, letting Lindong and the baby stay for a week was just a matter of a word for him. However, Lindong, you must at least give me something in return, right?
Xiaofeng's rough voice continued, "You don't know, the soybean paste you sent me last time, I shared a few bottles with the crew, and it received unanimous praise from everyone."
Your homemade soybean paste, can you bring more when you come?
In the face of the delicious soybean paste, everyone's choice was clear.
Director Xiaofeng even went so far as to beg again, hoping Lindong would bring him more.
Lindong laughed out loud, nodded on the phone, and said with a confident tone,
"I thought you were going to repay me for something. It's just soybean paste, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely bring enough for the entire crew for a month."
Hearing Xiaofeng's satisfied laughter on the other end of the line, Lindong hung up after a brief farewell. With exactly 1 month left before Yang Wanner's wuxia film wrapped, Lindong, having obtained special permission from Xiaofeng, prepared to take the 3 children missing their mother to the Sahara Desert for a visit. In addition to the daily necessities for the 3 children, at the strong request of the entire crew, Lindong loaded an entire box of his homemade soybean paste into the trunk of the car. After a 3-hour arduous journey, Lindong stopped the car 12 times, spending 6 of those stops soothing the children. After enduring countless hardships, Lindong finally arrived at the film crew's location in the Sahara Desert, alone with the 3 children. From afar, Lindong spotted 2 familiar figures. Little Tong jumped up dramatically, waving his arms as he jumped, as if afraid Lindong wouldn't see him and take the wrong path. Yang Wanner had also obtained special permission from director Xiaofeng to postpone the afternoon's filming by 2 hours, giving the family of 5 ample time to reunite. As soon as Lindong stepped out of the car, Yang Wanner rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Feeling the warmth she had missed for so long, she wanted to stay there forever.
Chapter 147, I miss you so much.
Honey, the past 2 days, Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao have all been missing you so much.
I have too.
Lindong tightly raised his arms, enveloping Yang Wanner in his strong embrace, his gentle voice whispering softly in her ear. On the other side, Xiao Tong had already chosen to ignore the 2 who started showing off their affection the moment they met. Instead, he opened the car door and looked at the 3 babies inside the car he hadn't seen in a long time. As soon as he saw Xiao Tong's familiar face, the clever heir Bao started dancing around excitedly, his soft, sweet voice saying, "Auntie." As soon as she heard the baby's voice, Yang Wanner became excited, breaking free from Lindong's embrace and rushing toward the back seat. The 3 babies blinked their big, sparkling eyes. The moment they saw Yang Wanner appear, all 3 pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously. The next moment, the three babies burst into loud cries, and amidst the high-pitched wails, they faintly murmured, "Wah, mommy, wah, mommy." Though they were not yet a year old, the three babies, who had experienced separation, already understood what longing felt like. Upon seeing their mother appear, all their emotions poured out through their tears. "Wah, mommy." Following the rhythm of the youngest sister, the second child also let out a loud wail, and even the eldest child, who was usually more composed, couldn't help but squeeze out tears and sob quietly. At the same time, as they looked at their mother's face, they couldn't help but cry. The three different cries tugged at the strings of maternal love in Yang Wanner's heart. Seeing the tears on the faces of her three children, Yang Wanner felt a sharp pain in her heart. Don't cry, my darlings. Come here, third child, mom will hold you." Yang Wanner tightly embraced Sanbao, whose face was covered in tears, and gently wiped away her tears. On the other side, Lin Dong also picked up Debao. The babies' cries gradually subsided under their parents' comforting words, and the warm atmosphere of reunion reached its peak. Yang Wanner, the young mother, wished she could hold all three babies in her arms at once. Since the stroller couldn't move on the desert terrain, Lin Dong hadn't brought it along on this trip. When Lin Dong and Yang Wanner arrived at the center of the film crew with the three babies, who were as delicate as water, the female staff members immediately gathered around them. "Wow, Sister Wanner, I've seen photos of your family of 5 before, and even in photos you all look so beautiful. Now that the 5 of you are together, you look like you've stepped out of a painting. What great genes you have. Look at these 3 babies, each one is as delicate and beautiful as a little sculpture, absolutely charming. This scene is a real treat for the eyes. Wah, I wish I had babies like that too. Stop daydreaming, Hu Jia. You don't even have a boyfriend yet." As the onlookers chatted excitedly, the second child waved his little hands and smiled broadly at everyone. His innocent smile instantly won the hearts of all the female staff members. This little boy isn't shy at all, and his smile is really cute. Xiao Feng pushed through the crowd and walked straight in. Seeing the second child's smiling face, he continued smiling and said, "These 3 must be my nephews and nieces, right? They're so cute." Chapter 148, The Iron-Blooded Man Turns into a Cute Dad. Despite being in his 50s, Xiao Feng had never remarried after his first wife passed away. It was said that several actresses had once visited his room late at night, but he had ruthlessly driven them all away. Though he often says he has no children and enjoys the solitude, seeing the 3 babies in this moment made his heart flutter involuntarily. Lin Dong had heard some of Xiao Feng's life story from the little boy. As he watched Xiao Feng looking at the babies, the intense love in his eyes made him smile and say, "Our little rascal isn't afraid of strangers. Xiao Feng, why don't you hold him?" Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Xiao Feng immediately refused. "Oh no, I'm a big, rough man. I don't know how to hold a baby. What if I hurt it? I couldn't afford to compensate." Though he said this, Xiao Feng rubbed his hands together, clearly eager to try. "Director Xiao, you can hold the baby's bottom with one hand and support his arms with the other." Xiao Feng let out an honest, goofy smile and reached out his hands, carefully lifting the second child from the little boy's arms and cradling him in his own. The second baby, upon feeling himself being placed in a stranger's arms, showed no signs of fear or panic. He smiled broadly at Xiao Feng, his tiny teeth peeking out, looking innocent and harmless. Looking at the adorable little creature in his arms, Xiao Feng, the tough and unyielding man, felt his heart melt into a pool of water. Then, the second child extended his chubby little hand and grabbed Xiao Feng's beard, which was hanging down. He played with it as if it were a toy. Xiao Feng was startled. After all, the temperamental Xiao Feng, the great director, had one major taboo: he hated it when others touched his beard. But seeing Erbao's joyful smile as he played with his beard, Xiao Feng couldn't help but crack a smile, even puffing out his cheeks and making a funny face to tease Erbao. The onlookers, seeing Erbao's actions, burst into laughter. "Director Xiao, our little Erbao clearly thinks your beard is a toy. Why don't you just cut it off and give it to him as a gift?" Xiao Feng's unexpected reaction put Lin Dong in a good mood, and he teased him playfully. Little did he know that as soon as those words left his mouth, all the adults present, except for him, tensed up, filled with worry and fear, closely observing Xiao Feng's expression. Even Yang Wanner grabbed Lin Dong's arm at that moment, signaling him to stop talking. Xiao Feng, the renowned director, had a well-known taboo in the industry: his beloved beard. As he had once said, his beard was the treasure that had accompanied him the longest. And Lin Dong had the nerve to ask Xiao Feng to cut off his beard, even joking that he'd give it to his son as a gift? "Ha, if my nephew really has a soft spot for my beard, I wouldn't mind cutting it off. After all, it can bring joy to my nephew." Xiao Feng burst into laughter, responding to Lin Dong's teasing with his usual carefree expression. The crew members all gasped in shock. Who would have thought that director Xiao Feng's greatest taboo would be treated as if it never existed when it came to Lin Dong and his son? Chapter 149, Working Men Are the Coolest. "Oh, Lin Dong, did you bring the soybean paste I asked you to get for me?" Director Xiao Feng playfully teased the soft, cuddly baby in his arms while smiling at Lin Dong and asking the question. For Xiao Feng at that moment, besides the baby in front of him, the most important thing was the homemade soybean paste that Lin Dong had made for him.
Of course I brought it. This whole box of soybean paste is the lodging fee I borrowed from the production crew for staying there for a week. After settling the 3 babies, Lin Dong opened the trunk and distributed the soybean paste he had carried for over 3 hours among the staff. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We're so grateful. Mr. Lin, your soybean paste is absolutely amazing. It's so delicious and goes perfectly with rice. It's become the most important condiment for our bland meals in the desert. This is all thanks to Sister Warner that we get to enjoy such a treat. Thank you, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. Once again, Lin Dong won the hearts of the entire crew with his soybean paste, earning him admiration and respect from many. Upon returning to the rest tent prepared by Xiao Feng, Xiao Tong sat on the chair and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, you're so amazing. Last time you visited the set, you won everyone's hearts with your martial arts skills. This time, you did it with your secret recipe soybean paste. It's unbelievable, but it's impressive." At that moment, Xiao Tong tightly held the bottle of soybean paste Lin Dong had brought, his face beaming with the adoring expression of a little fan. "Honey, since your soybean paste is so popular, have you ever considered mass-producing the recipe and selling it?" Yang Wanner walked over, wrapped her arm around his, and rested her head on his shoulder. Sell his own soybean paste? Yang Wanner's idea immediately sparked excitement in Lin Dong, who couldn't help but think of a type of bean paste called Laogan Nyang that had swept the entire Xia kingdom in his own world. If he could create his own brand and specialize in various flavors of condiments, he could simply provide the recipe and technology. Whether he chose to find a qualified contract manufacturer or build his own factory, it would be a viable path to wealth. Moreover, he already had several restaurants under his management. Besides retail channels, he didn't have to worry about selling the finished soybean paste. Thinking this, a gleam of determination flashed in Lin Dong's sharp eyes. He suddenly embraced Yang Wanner and kissed her passionately on the cheek. "You're right, my love. How could I not have thought of that? You're so clever." With that, Lin Dong stood up and quickly opened his laptop, beginning to plan his new business expansion strategy. He planned to first introduce the soybean paste into the various restaurants under his management. This way, he could gather feedback on public acceptance and conduct effective market research, while also using it as the first batch of promotion for his soybean paste. Yang Wanner sat beside him, propping her face up with her hands, watching Lin Dong immersed in his work. His side profile was angular, though his features were delicate and refined. However, his sharp eyebrows added a touch of masculine authority to his face. Indeed, a man at work is the most handsome. When she looked at Lin Dong, Yang Wanyu had a completely starstruck expression on her face. Chapter 150, Shattering All Preconceptions. The next day, Xiao Feng arrived early in the morning at the large tent where Lin Dong and his family of 5 were staying. As soon as he entered the tent, he headed straight for the 3 babies who were lying on the ground playing with a tangram puzzle. He saw the second child skillfully pour out the 7-piece puzzle, then quickly and effortlessly place each piece back onto the board one after another. In less than 30 seconds, a complete 7-piece puzzle was assembled. Xiao Feng was deeply shocked by this scene. Could a child not even a year old already assemble a tangram independently and so quickly? An even more surprising scene unfolded. The eldest child, sitting next to the second child, moved the tangram pieces to himself, poured out the tangram pieces that the second child had just assembled, and then, with equal speed, neatly placed the 7 geometric shapes back into the square frame. His movements were smooth and seamless, demonstrating remarkable skill. After placing the last piece, Debao pushed the puzzle towards Sanbao, who was sitting next to him. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Sanbao performed the same sequence of actions, tossing the pieces, scrambling them, and reassembling them. The entire process was far beyond what a child not yet 1-year-old should be capable of. Xiao Feng was speechless. The 3 children before him were clearly taking turns assembling the tangram pieces in an orderly fashion. But these were just 3 children who hadn't even turned 1 yet. At this age, children have no concept of taking turns. Under normal circumstances, 3 babies would fight over a single toy. They might even resort to irrational behavior like grabbing and scratching each other. Yet here were the Lin family's triplets, taking turns to play with a single toy, and that toy was a jigsaw puzzle, no less. What's even more astonishing is that all 3 babies can assemble the tangram pieces with incredibly swift movements. Holy cow! How is that even possible? Shock overwhelmed Xiao Feng's mind, and in that moment, he couldn't help but let out a string of expletives. At the same time, the 3rd child had already pushed the tangram set over to the 2nd child, and the orderly rotation began again. Xiao Feng glanced at Lin Dong and Yang Wanner, who were eating breakfast as if nothing had happened, and said, "Did you see that? Your triplets are playing with a tangram." Facing Xiao Feng's disbelieving voice, Lin Dong shot him a puzzled glance, finished the last mouthful of tofu pudding, and looked at Xiao Feng and said, "What's the big deal? Kids playing with toys, what's so surprising about that?" Xiao Feng's eyes widened even more. He strode forward and looked at Lin Dong, speaking loudly. "I'm making a big deal out of it? My 4-year-old niece has to rack her brain and try 100 times to assemble a tangram puzzle, yet your 3 little darlings don't even need to think and have already finished it so quickly."
Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his voice couldn't help but rise in pitch. After all, this scene had truly shaken his worldview. Yang Wanner looked at Xiao Feng, her voice gentle.
They can play the tangram because Lin Dong taught them.
The person in question, Lin Dong, nodded, patted Xiao Feng on the shoulder, and smiled as he spoke.
I just taught them to play when I was bored at home.
As for the orderly way they did it, it might be because I warned Debao and Erbao not to fight with their hands.
Chapter 151, Genius Baby. Confirmed. What? Are you asking me to teach your 4-year-old niece how to assemble a tangram? You don't know how?
Xiao Feng sighed in exasperation. He hadn't expected that after going through all that, Lin Dong and his wife still didn't get his point.
He then pulled out his phone, opened Baidu, and typed in at what age can children play with a tangram?
He then placed the search results in front of Lin Dong, his voice filled with disbelief.
See? 4 to 7 years old. Why? Because children under 4 don't have the intelligence or awareness to play it.
Your 3 babies can already assemble a 7-piece puzzle board before they're even 1-year-old.
That's not genius, what else could it be?
Faced with Xiao Feng's astonishment, Lin Dong nodded non-committally, then began to clear the table, preparing to go wash the dishes. Before leaving, he casually said to Xiao Feng, "That's probably because those parents didn't teach their babies to play with toys when they were 1-year-old. It's just a toy, why are you so surprised?" As Lin Dong's words fell, Xiao Feng's face darkened. Though he wasn't a parent himself, he still couldn't understand how there could be parents who didn't believe their own children were geniuses. After all, every parent hopes their child is a one-of-a-kind genius, right? After the morning scenes were wrapped up, Xiao Feng brought a Rubik's Cube into Lin Dong's tent.
Lin Dong, do you think a 1-year-old baby can solve a Rubik's Cube?
Faced with Xiao Feng's question, Lin Dong looked up in confusion, his expression as if he were looking at a cute little kid.
Of course not.
I didn't learn how to do it until I was in middle school. Under Xiao Feng's persistent urging, Lin Dong sat down on the mat and reluctantly began teaching the 3 children how to play with the Rubik's Cube. Actually, the Rubik's Cube may seem difficult, but once you master the patterns and memorize the chants, even the most chaotic Rubik's Cube becomes easy.
And easy to solve.
Lin Dong explained verbally while demonstrating with his hands. After showing them 3 times, he shoved the roughly scrambled Rubik's Cube into Erbao's hands, patted his little head, and said, "Alright, Uncle Xiao Feng said you can do it, so show him." Little Bao blinked his thick eyelashes and lowered his head to study the Rubik's Cube in his hands. At just 1-year-old, his tiny hands struggled to hold it properly, so he placed it on the carpet and began to fiddle with it. The entire afternoon break was spent with Xiao Feng sitting on the carpet, watching Bao slowly fiddle with the Rubik's Cube in his hands.
Xiao Feng, why aren't you leaving yet?
I told you before, Yang Wanner and I are ordinary people, not geniuses. Our genes might make us look good, but how could we possibly have a genius child? Lin Dong was still in disbelief. After all, before he had his super-powered daddy system, he was just an ordinary person, let alone someone with extraordinary intelligence.
Then, a scene that left everyone present speechless unfolded.
The Rubik's Cube in the second child's hands had actually been solved. Xiao Feng excitedly grabbed the Rubik's Cube from Erbao's hands and let out a loud shout. "It's truly a genius baby. Proof positive."
Chapter 152, All 3 babies are geniuses.
Lin Dong was startled and hurried forward to take the Rubik's Cube from Xiao Feng's hands. He saw that all 6 sides were now neatly arranged in their correct colors, proving everything. In other words, after Lin Dong demonstrated it just 3 times, the second baby, who was not even a year old, had truly learned how to solve the Rubik's Cube. At that moment, it wasn't just Xiao Feng who was stunned, even the baby's own parents looked utterly disbelieving. Is this really the second baby who solved it? Lin Dong looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand, then at the second child sitting on the carpet, blinking his crystal clear eyes.
Feeling Lin Dong's disbelief, Xiao Feng nodded firmly.
Of course it's true. I was sitting right here, watching him for a full hour.
Hey, Lin Dong, don't you dare doubt that I helped him. The entire crew knows I'm a beginner and can't even solve it yet.
After Xiao Feng finished speaking, Lin Dong and Yang Wanner both looked at the second child, dumbfounded. Lin Dong, give the Rubik's Cube to Debao and Sanbao. See if they can solve it. At Xiao Feng's prompting, Lin Dong gently placed the Rubik's Cube in front of Debao, then picked up Erbao and cradled him in his arms. As soon as Erbao was in his father's embrace, he broke into a wide smile. The innocent baby hadn't noticed that Lin Dong's shock was because of him.
At that moment, Yang Wanner nervously asked, "Honey, do you remember when the babies started talking? They're not even 8 months old yet. If that's the case, maybe our babies are little geniuses." As soon as Yang Wanner finished speaking, Lin Dong slapped his forehead, looking as though he had been awakened from a dream. "Right, we were so caught up in the joy that we just thought the baby was smart, but we never imagined he could be a little genius with intelligence beyond the ordinary." The 3 adults inside the tent stared intently at the Rubik's Cube in Debao's hands, amazed to see that the completely scrambled cube was slowly being reassembled according to a pattern. Debao looked completely focused, his dark eyes fixed on the Rubik's Cube as if it were the only thing in the world. His small hands moved slowly and carefully over the cube, each move requiring great effort and concentration. An hour later, the Rubik's Cube in Dabeo's hands was almost complete. Warner, it's time. Should we start preparing for the afternoon shoot?
Xiaotong, who had just woken up from her nap, pulled back the curtain and stepped inside, only to see three adults sitting on the carpet surrounding Dabeo. Each of their expressions was filled with surprise. Xiaotong leaned forward and saw that Dabeo, sitting on the carpet, was seriously playing with a Rubik's Cube. And the cube in his hands was slowly being manipulated and transformed, almost complete. Still groggy from waking up, the little child was startled awake by the scene before her and shouted loudly.
What is Dabeo doing? Dabeo can actually solve a Rubik's Cube.
The little girl then joined the three of them, sitting down quietly to watch Dabeo and the Rubik's Cube in her hands. The four of them formed a comical scene.
5 minutes later, Dabeo's Rubik's Cube was finally completed. After placing it on the carpet, Dabeo crawled toward his mother, Yang Warner. Mommy, hold me. Chapter 153, The Moonlight Tonight is Truly Beautiful.
As innocent and carefree as a baby seeking a hug from his mother, he didn't even realize how amazing what he had just done was.
The little boy saw this and exclaimed in shock, My goodness, did I see that correctly?
Just now, Dabeo was actually solving a Rubik's Cube, and he even managed to solve it. Xiaofeng was the first to nod, then turned around and gave Lindong a hard slap on the shoulder, his excitement evident.
Brother! I told you so.
Your three little treasures are all rare geniuses. As he said this, Xiaofeng stood tall and proud, as if the three genius children were his own flesh and blood. Lindong and Yang Warner finally snapped out of their shock.
Now, faced with the undeniable truth, the two of them finally believed it.
That night, the three children had already fallen asleep.
The temperature difference between day and night in the Sahara Desert was extreme. The night breeze brought a cool breeze.
Yang Warner snuggled into Lindong's embrace, her hair gently swaying with the wind's gentle curves. The two sat on a bench outside the tent, gazing up at the stars above. The sky was dotted with stars, and the twinkling stars shone brightly against the dark night sky.
Even the moon was unusually round, as if announcing today's reunion and reunion.
Husband, the moonlight tonight is so beautiful, and the stars are beautiful too. Yang Warner greedily basked in the warmth of Lindong's embrace, her soft voice echoing in the air. Lindong tightened his grip on her shoulders and smiled. No matter how beautiful the moonlight is, it can't compare to your beauty. The words slipped out effortlessly, and when he looked at Yang Warner again, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. You're so smooth with your words. Yang Warner blushed and playfully tapped his chest, then changed the subject.
Husband, now that we know the babies are all geniuses, do we need to change how we educate them? Maybe show them more early education content or teach them some skills? As soon as Yang Warner finished speaking, Lindong fell into silence. After discovering that his three little troublemakers were actually geniuses, he hadn't dared to scold them once all night. As parents, they really had their hands full. After a moment, Lindong spoke in a low voice, looking at Yang Warner seriously. Warner, even if they are little geniuses, they are first and foremost our children, and only then geniuses. Right now, I only hope we can give them a happy childhood. As for your suggestion of changing the way we educate them, in my opinion, we can make some adjustments, but there is no need to completely overhaul everything. What if our children only have a natural talent for play? We can discuss any changes when they're older and start learning. Yang Warner nodded in agreement with Lindong's words. Actually, I'm very happy today. As a mother, who doesn't want their child to be a genius? It seems like the babies will inherit my good looks, and their intelligence will come from you. Husband, our hopes are the same. We want our babies to grow up healthy, first enjoy a happy childhood, and then live a joyful, happy, and fulfilling life. Under the gentle moonlight, the two exchanged a smile. Chapter 154, The Farce.
Time flies, and the brief week of reunion came to an end. After a tearful farewell, Lindong securely fastened the three babies in their designated infant seats in the back seat of the car. After securing the seatbelts for the three little ones one by one, Lindong set off on his journey home. Upon arriving home, Lindong handed the three babies over to the two nannies previously hired by Yang Warner.
He then drove to one of the restaurants under his management. Good evening, boss.
Upon seeing the restaurant's owner suddenly arrive, the manager was startled at first, then bowed respectfully with a flattering smile, greeting Lindong.
By mealtime, the restaurant was bustling with customers.
Lindong nodded approvingly as he watched the coming and going of guests. Just then, a loud shout filled the central area of the hall, filled with anger. Where's the waiter? Come here. The man's deafening shout immediately drew the attention of everyone dining in the restaurant, and customers at neighboring tables turned their heads to look toward the source of the commotion. Lindong's expression changed, and he quickly walked toward the source of the noise. There sat a burly man at the head of the table, his massive beer belly pressing against the table, his expression extremely hostile.
Sir, I'm the owner of this place. What's going on?
Lindong spoke politely, while the store manager standing behind him couldn't help but tremble in fear. Looking at the man who had suddenly caused a commotion, he muttered to himself, "These troublemakers always choose the worst possible time to cause trouble. Why not come earlier or later? Why do they have to show up when the boss is making his rounds?" Upon hearing Lin Dong's response, the large man raised his eyebrows, lifted his head, and shouted at Lin Dong once more. "You're the boss? Come here and take a look. What's in this dish?" The man picked up a pair of chopsticks and pointed at the plate of sweet and sour pork on the table. Lin Dong took a closer look and noticed a strand of something that resembled hair on the pork. Lin Dong glanced at the store manager standing beside him. Meeting Lin Dong's gaze, the store manager shook his head vigorously, waving his hands as he denied it. "Manager, our restaurant has strict hygiene standards in the kitchen. Besides hairnets, every chef wears a chef's hat, and even the female servers are required to tie their hair back and wear hairnets." Facing the boss's skeptical gaze, the store manager was desperate to save face. "Hoof." The burly man suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table, pointing angrily at the store manager and shouting, "If your restaurant's hygiene standards are really as strict as you claim, then how did the hair end up in my dish? Are you suggesting I deliberately put it there?" At that moment, Lin Dong noticed the woman sitting across from the burly man, who was crossing her arms and watching the commotion with a smug expression. Lin Dong immediately sensed something was off about the situation. As the big man continued his aggressive questioning, the store manager was about to respond when Lin Dong's arm blocked him from behind. Looking at the store manager's puzzled expression, Lin Dong whispered, "Do you know what the most taboo thing is for a restaurant's reputation? Reputation." With that, Lin Dong stepped forward, smiled, and patted the troublemaker on the shoulder, speaking loudly. Chapter 155, Humiliated. "Sir, if this is indeed our fault, according to our policy, your meal will be complimentary." As he spoke, Lin Dong raised his voice once more, and the hand on the man's shoulder grew heavier. He glanced around the area intentionally or unintentionally before continuing. "However, our store has surveillance cameras. Please allow me to investigate first and determine which chef or server accidentally dropped their hair into your meal. I will ensure they come personally to apologize." The burly man heard this and his body tensed up. He immediately looked up and boldly scanned the store, shouting at Lin Dong, "Where are the cameras? Where are they? Don't try to trick me. I saw clearly that this store doesn't have any cameras at all." The burly man slammed back into his seat, causing the bowls and chopsticks on the table to clatter. His hands fidgeted with the tablecloth, and his eyes darted around nervously. Lin Dong's cold eyes flashed with a gleam, and his tone shifted from politeness to firmness as he said, "For aesthetic reasons during our store renovation, we placed the cameras within the decorative items in the main hall. Of course, only our staff know where they are. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see the cameras right now. That way, we can figure out whose responsibility this is." The store manager standing behind Lin Dong couldn't help but curve his lips upward after hearing Lin Dong's words. At this point, the store manager had already understood Lin Dong's true intentions and couldn't help but give him a mental thumbs up. Where did this restaurant install cameras? There are none, let alone ones hidden for aesthetic purposes. Lin Dong's move was brilliant, it was too clever. Sure enough, the expression on the big man's face changed drastically. His previous arrogance and unreasonable behavior vanished instantly, replaced by a demeanor seeking to resolve the matter peacefully. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. No need to waive the bill, we'll just never come back to this rundown restaurant." By this point, some onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the big man's companion even made a mocking remark. "You're quite the odd one, sir. The owner offered to waive the bill, but you refused. He even offered to show you the surveillance footage, but you still wouldn't agree. What exactly are you satisfied with? Why all the fuss? Could it be that you're sent here by a rival restaurant to disrupt their business?" The man sitting next to him laughed out loud, looking at the troublemaker with a teasing expression. Upon hearing this, the big man's face turned red again, and he looked furious. He pointed at the man who had spoken and said, You're talking nonsense. Stop slandering me here." As the big man began to speak incoherently, the man's laughter grew louder. With his laughter, the onlookers also burst into laughter. The woman sitting across from the burly man, who had been watching the scene unfold, now sat awkwardly in her seat, wishing she could find a place to hide. Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, the big man and his female companion slinked out of the restaurant. The farce came to an end. Lin Dong nodded politely to the man who had spoken up earlier, then instructed the manager to waive the bill for them. Chapter 156, A Traitor in the Store. After the commotion had died down, the store manager looked at Lin Dong with a puzzled expression and finally asked the question he had been holding back since the beginning. "Boss, how did you figure out that the troublemaker was sent by a competing restaurant to cause trouble?" At that moment, the store manager was filled with confusion. No matter how many times he replayed the details in his mind, he couldn't find any flaws in the burly man's act, and he couldn't figure out how Lin Dong had spotted the flaw. Looking at the store manager, whose eyes were filled with curiosity, Lin Dong smiled and replied, "I didn't suspect anything from the troublemaker himself.
Do you remember that the big man came to eat with a female companion?
The shopkeeper nodded and listened intently. Under normal circumstances, when two people go out to eat together, regardless of their relationship, if something goes wrong, the other person would never stand by idly, let alone sit there watching the show with their arms crossed. Yet at the table just now, the woman who was with him remained silent, watching the scene unfold. There's one more thing: while the hair was indeed long and not from a man, if it had truly fallen into the dish by accident, it would have curled due to the high heat. If it had been our server who accidentally dropped it, it would have been clearly visible on the surface of the dish, not discovered halfway through the meal. After Lin Dong analyzed the situation logically, the store manager finally understood. When he looked at the young boss, Lin Dong, his eyes were filled with admiration.
So you mentioned the cameras earlier to test them. Was it to confirm whether they were competitors sent to sabotage your reputation or just trying to get a free meal?
Under the store manager's admiring gaze, Lin Dong nodded. Actually, there was another reason he hadn't mentioned. Lin Dong had used his divine eye to see through the clothes of the burly man, revealing the logo of a recently popular restaurant on his shirt. This was the key point that confirmed Lin Dong's suspicion about the two troublemakers' intentions. Sir, you really have eagle eyes. You noticed such minor details, even the hair on the squirrel fish didn't escape your notice.
Amazing. I'm not just flattering you, this is my heartfelt admiration for you.
Faced with the store manager's endless praise, Lin Dong's expression gradually grew serious, and he frowned, asking the store manager again.
About that squirrel fish earlier, I noticed a problem. I want to ask you, what kind of fish should be used to make squirrel fish?
Before the store manager could respond, Lin Dong spoke up again. The squirrel fish at our restaurant should be made with high-quality carp, specifically for its texture and fewer bones. However, the squirrel fish on the table today had no whisker-like cuts, clearly indicating it was grass carp. Upon hearing this, the store manager froze in place, fidgeting nervously and looking at Lin Dong with an innocent expression, his voice stumbling as he spoke.
No, boss, I really don't know. I don't know anything about the kitchen.
Although I know that squirrel fish should be made with carp and not grass carp, I can't tell the difference between the two fish.
Chapter 157, Investigation. Why don't I take you to the kitchen to check? We need to figure out exactly where the problem is and who was bold enough to pull this stunt. We must get to the bottom of this. Subsequently, the store manager, in an effort to clear his name, immediately took Lin Dong to the kitchen. Cough, cough. Let me introduce everyone. This is our restaurant's owner, Lin Dong. You may not know this, but Lin Dong is.
The store manager was about to continue the introduction, but Lin Dong waved his hand. After the store manager fell silent, Lin Dong looked at the people in the kitchen and smiled as he spoke. You all continue with your work. I'll just take a look around. Though he said he'd just take a look, Lin Dong walked straight to the water tank in the kitchen storage room. Looking at the fish in the giant glass aquarium, Lin Dong furrowed his brows. In the tank labeled carp, there were mixed breed grass carp hidden among them. Among a group of carp with whiskers, there was another group of grass carp without whiskers swimming around. Real and fake, half carp, half grass carp. Lin Dong then looked at the other seafood products and discovered the same issue of low-quality items mixed in with high-quality ones. His eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. Noticing the subtle change in Lin Dong's expression, the store manager's face also darkened at the same time. How could such a problem occur under his watch, and he didn't even know who was responsible? Lin Dong's cold gaze fixed on the store manager, his low voice carrying an air of authority. Go out and clear the area immediately. Compensate the customers 3 times the price, and use methods like giving out membership cards to gain their understanding. The most important thing right now is to resolve the issue with the ingredients. For a high-end restaurant, ingredients are of utmost importance. Besides safety concerns, taste is equally critical. The ingredients must meet the restaurant's standards. The current issue has been ongoing for an unknown duration, and the cause remains unclear. Every detail of this complex situation must be thoroughly investigated and clarified. However, if we proceed this way, the restaurant will suffer significant losses. The manager's hesitation was interrupted by Lin Dong's angry voice, who shouted loudly. If something were to happen in the future due to ingredient issues, the losses for our restaurant would be even greater. The manager nodded and went out to handle the cleanup. Hearing the commotion outside the restaurant, Lin Dong looked at the 8 chefs in the kitchen, their expressions tense, and asked coldly. Our restaurant doesn't have a designated chef responsible for procurement, so you've always handled communication with the suppliers yourselves. Who replaced the original ingredients? Don't forget, while there are no cameras in the front of the restaurant, the kitchen cameras are crystal clear. Step forward now or wait for me to find out. The choice is yours. Lin Dong's harsh tone caused several chefs' faces to pale, while the others remained tense, none daring to respond. Moments later, the store manager had handled the matters in the front of the house and returned to the kitchen. Upon entering, he pulled a grim face, scanned the chefs in the kitchen, and shouted, "Do you all still want to work here? If there are any issues with the ingredients in the future, the reputation of our entire restaurant will be ruined. Who is it? Why would someone risk their career for such a petty gain?
Chapter 158, Overwhelming Pressure.
Lin Dong stood directly in front of the 8 chefs, his cold gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping over each of them repeatedly, piercing into their souls.
He remained silent, his gaze unyielding, for a full 20 minutes.
The entire kitchen was deathly silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the manager, standing beside Lin Dong, couldn't help but tremble, yet dared not utter a single word. A terrifying aura of oppression swirled around Lin Dong, and this powerful pressure quickly spread to everyone in the kitchen. Several chefs began to avert their eyes, and soon beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads.
After a long while, Lin Dong's phone rang.
The sudden ringtone echoed throughout the kitchen, shattering the previous silence.
Hello, Lin Dong? What are you doing? Tomorrow is the official opening of Wanyu Xian.
I've been handling everything so far, but as the behind-the-scenes boss, you must be present tomorrow. Also, in 3 days, there's a Jade Stone Summit in Haicheng, our province.
Many jade shops will be attending. Should we go?
On the other end of the line was Zhang Feitsui's voice, his tone high with excitement. His jade shop was about to open tomorrow, and Zhang Feitsui was overjoyed, eager for tomorrow to come sooner.
Alright, I'll be there tomorrow.
As for the summit in 3 days, you handle the arrangements.
We'll make sure Wanyu Xian is well represented.
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, already making up his mind to stand out at Wanyu Xian's first Jade Stone Summit and secure better raw jade stones. As the phone call ended, Lin Dong once again turned his cold gaze toward the kitchen staff. Although the incident of swapping the food ingredients had not resulted in serious consequences, if the situation escalated, it would not only tarnish the restaurant's reputation but also his own, and even involve Yang Wanner.
Thinking of this, Lin Dong's thick eyebrows furrowed even more tightly.
After a long pause, he spoke in a voice filled with authority and urgency.
Since no one is willing to admit it, none of you should continue working here.
Lu, the store manager, please handle the resignation procedures for them later. For the current Lin Dong, even if one of his restaurants had to close for a month or longer due to special circumstances, it wouldn't truly shake his financial foundation.
In fact, that restaurant couldn't truly impact his profits.
On the contrary, if these 8 chefs lost their jobs because of that culprit, that would be the greatest loss. After Lin Dong finished speaking, everyone was stunned into silence. No one had expected the boss, Lin Dong, to handle the matter with such decisive and ruthless measures. Looking at Lin Dong's icy expression, a younger chef from the group of 8 stood up tremblingly and spoke in a soft voice. Boss, it was supposed to be my responsibility to purchase the seafood recently, but Old Black said I was new and didn't know much, so he took over for me. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately turned to a middle-aged man with dark skin and a timid appearance.
Chapter 159, Divine Eye Upgrade now able to peek into hearts. Xiao Lu, don't talk nonsense.
Although I was responsible for the purchasing, I can guarantee with my character that there was nothing wrong with my purchases.
I've been watching the delivery people every time.
Besides, over the past few weeks, the vegetables I've received have all been stir-fried dishes and hard-to-cook items.
I haven't even touched any seafood.
Lao Hei, overcome with emotion, had his face flushed red. As he argued vehemently, his voice rose several notches. Lin Dong's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lao Hei, watching him desperately try to justify himself. Just as he looked at Old Black, a deeply sorrowful voice suddenly rang out beside him. Xiao Lu, I thought you were new here and wanted to give you some guidance, but how could you slander me like this at a time like this? This sorrowful sigh reached Lin Dong's ears, causing him to freeze in shock.
Was that Old Black speaking just now? But I clearly didn't see him open his mouth.
Lin Dong looked around once more, confirming that no one else had heard Old Black's words.
Just as he was feeling utterly confused, the system interface suddenly appeared in his mind.
Under the Divine Eye skill, a column-like structure began to fill up, resembling a charging gauge.
Ding! Host has completed the second evolution of the Divine Eye. Secondary evolution? Lin Dong looked at the system panel in astonishment.
Under his mental control, the system panel shifted, displaying an introduction to the evolution of the Divine Eye.
Once the Divine Eye undergoes a second evolution, it gains the ability to peer into the hearts of others.
Upon seeing those words, Lin Dong's entire body erupted with excitement.
The Divine Eye could actually evolve?
Lin Dong never imagined that, by such a stroke of luck, the Divine Eye would possess the ability to peer into people's hearts. Lin Dong concealed the joy in his eyes and began to focus his attention on the minds of the 8 chefs standing before him. His gaze first landed on the young man named Xiao Lu, who had earlier stepped forward to report Old Black Master.
I'm sorry, Black Master. I really didn't dare to provoke him. To keep my job, I had no choice but to do this.
Looking at Xiao Lu's ashamed face, Lin Dong had already made up his mind. It seemed that this young man had been coerced by one of the chefs and had no choice but to shift the blame onto Old Black.
He then turned his gaze to the other chefs one by one.
That stubborn Old Black must never have imagined this day would come.
As long as you leave here today, the head chef in the kitchen will be mine.
Lin Dong's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he fixed his gaze on the tall chef standing beside Old Black, continuing to probe into his current thoughts. Thanks to me teaming up with that kid Xiao Lu earlier, otherwise that cold-faced boss would have made us lose this great opportunity today. If you hadn't insisted on stopping me in big glasses earlier, the two of us could have made a fortune by now. So today, we have to get rid of you no matter what. Hearing the dark inner monologue of the tall man in front of him, Lin Dong suppressed the rising wave of disgust and aversion in his heart. Though he had always known the backstabbing nature of the workplace and had even encountered similar betrayals in his previous life. If this had happened to him, he never would have imagined that his own disciple, whom he had nurtured with such care, would collude with others to frame him. Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel sympathy for the honest old man, Lao Hei, who had been deceived. Chapter 160, Unmasking. Using the ability granted by the divine eye to peer into people's hearts, Lin Dong had already pieced together the entire story. When his gaze inadvertently landed on Lao Hei, the latter rushed forward excitedly. He raised 4 fingers and shouted to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, although I, Lao Hei, may be dark-skinned, my conscience is as pure as snow. I swear to heaven today that if I truly did anything harmful to the restaurant, I would rather be struck by a car or struck by lightning. You can fire me, but I've worked hard all my life. I absolutely cannot endure such humiliation, let alone be falsely accused and slandered. As he spoke with sincere words, old Black's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. Seeing an honest man make such a solemn oath to prove his innocence, Lin Dong felt a pang of sympathy. He looked at Lao Hei and nodded. Old Black, wait here and go handle the paperwork with the manager. Starting today, you are the head chef of this restaurant. Lin Dong's casual remark left everyone present speechless, and the store manager was completely taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The two parties involved, Old Black and the store manager, spoke in unison. What? Lin Dong looked at the store manager, whose face was filled with confusion, and spoke slowly. The ones who switched the ingredients were the tall chef and the chef wearing glasses. Chef Xiao Lu was coerced by the two of them into testifying falsely. Those 2 chefs will be immediately fired, and their names will be posted on the bulletin board and notified to the industry. As for Xiao Lu, he's still young, so there's no need for a public announcement. However, since he perjured himself, our store can't keep him either. He should find another job. Lin Dong's low voice rang out, and in a few sentences, he explained the entire situation and handed over the decision to the store manager. As his words fell, the 2 chefs whose actions had been exposed now had sorrowful expressions on their faces, and they were inwardly puzzled, unsure of which step had gone wrong, allowing Lin Dong, the boss, to uncover their scheme. How did you know? The chef with thick glasses adjusted his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his rough hands, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked at the 2 of them and said coldly, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. The moment the tall chef, who had framed the others, locked eyes with Lin Dong's icy gaze, he lost his balance and stumbled backward. The position of head chef isn't just about cooking skills, it's also about mindset. A chef with a bad mindset can't create true culinary masterpieces. You two not only made a mistake but also instigated others to frame me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Lin Dong turned and walked out of the kitchen. Lao Hei and the other 4 chefs stood before Lin Dong. When they looked at him again, Lao Hei's eyes were filled with the grateful smile of a simple-hearted person. Though he was still confused and couldn't fathom how Lin Dong had seen through the situation so clearly. Lin Dong waved his hand toward the door, and an assistant entered from outside, carrying a box of Lin Dong brand soybean paste, which he placed steadily on the table. This is my homemade soybean paste. It will be used as a seasoning in the dishes over the next few days and can also be displayed on the counter for retail sale. Chapter 161, Inspection complete, rush to finish. Store manager, please keep an eye on customer feedback regarding the soybean paste and send me a report in a week. After the commotion died down, Lin Dong finally revealed the purpose of his visit. This inspection of his subordinate restaurants was not only to resolve internal conflicts but also to use his own soybean paste in the restaurants, gather feedback, and make adjustments accordingly. Got it. I'll make sure it's done. The store manager nodded eagerly. Lin Dong's decisive and resourceful handling of the situation left him feeling inadequate in his role as store manager, and he couldn't help but admire Lin Dong deeply. As Lin Dong was about to step out of the store, a loud, hearty shout came from behind him. Boss! Little Lin boss! Lin Dong turned around to see Lao Hei's honest smile. After Lin Dong's polite response, Lao Hei scratched his head awkwardly and bowed deeply in Lin Dong's direction. Seeing the standard 90-degree bow, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, I truly can't thank you enough today. Meeting a boss like you is truly my good fortune. With such a great boss like you, your restaurant is sure to become a huge success. Lao Hei's enthusiastic congratulations rang out, filled with sincerity. Looking at Lao Hei's honest and down-to-earth smile, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel moved. In the hustle and bustle of the world, how many people like Lao Hei, who are so sincere and pure, could there be? After finishing his day of inspecting the restaurant, Lin Dong hurried home before dinner. The 3 little ones, spoiled rotten by him, had long since grown accustomed to his cooking and could no longer tolerate the food prepared by ordinary chefs. Only the baby food prepared by Lin Dong himself could capture the taste buds and hearts of the 3 little ones. Since discovering the baby's genius under Xiaofeng's guidance, Lin Dong had purchased numerous educational toys. After dinner, he spread out a large bag of toys on the carpet. Luban locks, Kongming locks, Huarong Dao, and other educational toys, over a dozen of them, caught the baby's attention, and the three of them immediately crawled toward the pile of toys with excitement. After playing with the Tangram and Rubik's Cube, the second child had already discovered the fun of these educational toys and hadn't touched his favorite yellow duck toy for several days.
Daddy doesn't have time to play with you today. You three little ones just sit here and play with these toys. Once you've figured out how to play with them, call me. The three adorable little babies looked at Lin Dong, nodding their heads in a way that seemed to say they understood. Looking at the three chubby little faces, Lin Dong left a kiss on each baby's cheek. Watching the three well-behaved babies sitting on the carpet, already engrossed in the educational toys, Lin Dong picked up his sketchpad and began sketching new designs for jade jewelry. The 20 jewelry designs he had drawn earlier had already entered mass production and would be launched during the official opening of Wan Yuxian tomorrow. However, the current quantity was far from sufficient to meet sales requirements. At the request of his partner Zhang Feizue, Lin Dong decided to work overtime, taking advantage of his spare time to design more jewelry. As he sketched the designs, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm truly a model worker. Looking at the blank paper before him, endless inspiration poured forth. Chapter 162, Genius Baby. Daddy! Erbao and Sanbao had crawled up to Lin Dong's feet without him noticing.
Erbao was clinging to Lin Dong's leg, tugging at his sleeve with one hand, and called out in a soft, sweet voice. Completely immersed in his work, Lin Dong had completely lost track of time. It wasn't until Erbao's call snapped him out of his trance. Looking at the nearly 50 design sketches in his hands, Lin Dong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulders and neck. He glanced up at the clock and suddenly realized that time had flown by unnoticed, with the hour hand already pointing to 11. Lin Dong picked up Erbao and Sanbao, placing them one on each side of his chest.
Oh my, it's almost midnight. Dad didn't notice and completely forgot the time. Come on, kids, it's time to sleep.
The three babies usually went to bed around 9 o'clock, but unfortunately, Lin Dong had been so engrossed in his design drawings that he had forgotten to eat or sleep, and now he had accidentally stayed up late with the three babies. Just as Lin Dong was about to pick up the second and third children and stand up, the soft, gentle voice of the eldest child sitting on the carpet rang out.
Daddy, look. Following the direction of the eldest child's little finger, Lin Dong saw a shocking scene.
The dozen or so educational toys that had been scattered carelessly on the carpet were now neatly arranged in a row. Even more astonishingly, the Luban lock had been disassembled and reassembled into a perfect cube, the 9 linked rings had been taken apart and neatly arranged, and the Kongming lock had also been restored to its original form. Lin Dong was speechless with astonishment. He looked at the educational toys on the floor again. He had never imagined that the three babies could assemble them properly when he had spread them out in front of them. Moreover, they had done it without any instructions, and Lin Dong hadn't taught them beforehand. Most importantly, the 9 linked rings, a highly challenging puzzle toy, were something even Lin Dong himself couldn't assemble. Yet, despite this, the three genius babies had created such an astonishing miracle in the 4 hours he had been working. Lin Dong pointed to the educational toys scattered all over the carpet, which had been thoroughly played with by the three babies, and spoke awkwardly.
Did you just assemble this?
The three babies blinked their big, sparkling eyes and nodded in unison.
Lin Dong froze in place, utterly stunned.
His own children were truly geniuses. Before Lin Dong could recover from the shock, the second child in his arms reached out and grabbed the sketchbook he had placed on the coffee table. Meanwhile, the third child, following suit, picked up the pencil next to the sketchbook.
Daddy!
The second child looked at the beautiful drawing on the paper, excitedly waving his hands, causing the sketch to wrinkle in his small hands.
Hey, don't touch that. This is Dad's hard work from all night. If you want to draw, Dad will teach you. But once you're done, you have to go to bed right away. If your mom finds out I stayed up until midnight with you, I'll be in big trouble. The second child seemed to understand what Lin Dong was saying and broke into a wide smile. Chapter 163, Reward, Divine Painting Technique.
Immediately, Lin Dong arranged Dabeo, Erbao, and Sanbao to sit in a row on the carpet, then lay down on the carpet with the babies and began to wield his brushes on the new canvas before them.
Today, Dad will teach you how to draw. What should we draw?
Before Lin Dong could finish speaking, Dabeo grabbed the other end of the brush, blinking his eyes as clear as Yang Wanner's, and said in a babyish voice.
Draw, Mom.
After Dabeo finished speaking, Erbao and Sanbao also looked up at Lin Dong at the same time, babbling away.
Draw, Mom.
Looking at the three innocent and carefree little ones, the softest part of Lin Dong's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Though the three children, who hadn't seen Yang Wanner in a long time, couldn't yet express what missing someone felt like, at that moment, their hearts were filled with thoughts of their mom. Lin Dong knew they missed their mom. Alright. Let's draw Mom, and also draw Dabeo, Erbao, and Sanbao. We'll draw our family of 5. How about that? As he spoke, the pen tip began to draw smooth lines under Lin Dong's guidance. With the enhancement of the divine design technique, even these simple character drawings were effortless for him. 5 minutes later, a Q-style character with eyebrows and eyes strikingly similar to young Wanner appeared on the white paper. The three children looked at the drawing board and clapped their hands excitedly. Beside young Wanner, Lin Dong drew his own Q-style character, hugging young Wanner tightly in the drawing. Next, Lin Dong began to gradually sketch the outlines of the three babies on the paper. After a while, the triplets were brought to life by Lin Dong's brushstrokes. The mischievous second child, Air Bao, quickly reached out and pointed at one of the three toddlers, letting out a mischievous laugh. "That's right, that's you. Air Bao is so smart, but I drew it well too." As Lin Dong finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! First time drawing for children, reward, divine tier drawing technique. As soon as the prompt sounded, Lin Dong grew excited. He hadn't even thought the system would pop up to reward him before teaching the babies to draw. Divine tier painting technique? As the name suggests, it should be the same kind of reward as the divine tier design technique, right? Lin Dong immediately opened the reward details in the system interface to check the main contents of the divine tier painting technique. The divine tier painting technique encompasses all existing painting styles in the world, such as inkwash painting, oil painting, printmaking, mural painting, comic art, and detailed brushwork painting, among others. Seeing the dozen or more painting types displayed on the system panel, Lin Dong was overjoyed. After all, before he had crossed over, he was a complete novice at drawing, unable to even sketch the simplest of images, let alone master so many different types at once. Now, he could both design and paint. As the saying goes, the more skills you have, the better, and with so many skills at his disposal, Lin Dong was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed paper and pen and began to draw again. In his mind, he recalled the happy scene of his family of 5 going out for a spring outing. Lin Dong's pen tip gently touched the paper, and with just a few strokes, he skillfully sketched out the scene, even capturing the atmosphere of that moment. Half an hour later, a stunningly beautiful sketch had been created by Lin Dong's hands. In the drawing, the family of 5 sat happily on a patch of grass. Chapter 164, Grand Opening. The next day, Wan Yuxian grandly opened its doors. Zheng Feizui arrived at Lin Dong's doorstep early in the morning, skipping breakfast altogether, and dragged Lin Dong along as they rushed to the Wan Yuxian store. Before the ribbon-cutting ceremony began, the entrance of Wan Yuxian was already crowded with various relatives and friends from Zheng Feizui's circle in the jade industry. As soon as Zheng Feizui got out of the car, she transformed into a social butterfly, mingling among the various social circles. Lin Dong. Lin Dong turned around and saw Lu Wanrui walking toward him. Lu Wanrui was holding a gift box and handed it to Lin Dong with great respect. Has the big boss forgotten? You once commissioned a set of jewelry for your lover Yang Wanner here, didn't you? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and burst into laughter. If it weren't for Lu Wanrui's reminder, he would have completely forgotten about it. It seems he's been too busy lately. After Lin Dong took the gift box from his hands, Lu Wanrui continued with a smile. Although you now have your own jade shop, you might not think much of this jewelry made from scraps, but I must keep my word. After all, this was made for my goddess. Facing Lu Wanrui as friendly reminder, Lin Dong also laughed out loud. Looking around, the entire atmosphere was harmonious. Welcome, friends, to the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the grand opening of our Wan Yuxian. With your presence, our Wan Yuxian will surely shine brightly. Zheng Feizui stood at the center, holding the microphone, raising it dramatically as her voice grew louder. Here, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have come today and to everyone who has supported Wan Yuxian. Next, please welcome our general manager, Mr. Lin Dong, to join us in completing the final ribbon-cutting ceremony. Amidst the joyful laughter, Lin Dong stepped forward, his tall figure standing at the center of everyone's attention. The journalists who had been arranged earlier had already secured the best filming locations, capturing this important moment of Wan Yuxian's grand opening on camera. The ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded. Wan Yuxian officially opened its doors. Under the passionate announcement of Zheng Feizui, the customers who had been waiting at the entrance and a crowd of jade enthusiasts rushed into the grand hall of Wan Yuxian. Seeing the bustling scene at the newly opened store, Zheng Feizui was overjoyed. She nudged Lin Dong, who stood across from her with an indifferent expression, unable to hide her smile. Lin Dong, could you please stop looking so serious? Today is such a good day, why not smile a little? Lin Dong shot Zheng Feizui a disdainful glance and continued observing the activity inside the store. As he had anticipated, a group of young women had already gathered around the jewelry counter he had designed. Every woman in the circle had sparkling eyes, fixated on the dazzling jade jewelry inside the counter. Wow, that rabbit ring is so exquisite. I never thought jade could be made like this. I always thought jade was only for elegant and dignified ladies. The jewelry here has completely changed my perception of jade. My goodness, the jewelry at this counter is exactly my style. Seeing that rabbit ring and necklace has made my heart flutter. This year is the year of the rabbit, and it's also my zodiac year. I simply must have this set of jewelry. Chapter 165, Jade sells like hotcakes. Other jewelry stores usually use various metals or other accessories to highlight the jade, but this store does the opposite, seamlessly blending jade and metal together. The prices are just right, making it perfect for young people like us.
I want a set too.
I originally just came to check it out, but that jade hairpin really caught my eye.
As a fan of ancient Chinese style, I declare that this hairpin is mine.
Several pieces of jewelry designed by Lin Dong have already sparked a frenzy among women, with the counter on that side completely taken over by them. Lin Dong nodded satisfactorily and turned his attention to the other counter, where he had designed jade pendants and necklaces suitable for men.
As expected, all the items here were exclusively for men.
Lu Wanrui had been lingering in front of a display of jade pendants for quite some time, admiring the geometric patterns intricately designed and pieced together. His eyes sparkled with admiration.
How about it? Do you like them? Lin Dong walked over and asked him.
Lu Wanrui nodded, glancing at Lin Dong before returning his gaze to the jade pendant in the transparent display case, murmuring softly. It's not just beautiful, this piece combines modern patterns while still retaining the ancient charm of jade.
The grandeur it exudes is truly breathtaking. I can't imagine the mindset and skill of the designer. Lin Dong, since we're friends, could you tell me the designer's name? Don't worry, I won't compete with you. Now that I see this, my jade pavilion doesn't stand a chance against your Wan Yuxian, does it? Upon hearing Lu Wanrui's words, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Lu Wanrui's surprised expression, Lin Dong smiled and spoke. The designer is me. This counter and the 3 counters to your right were all designed by me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanrui froze, his disbelieving gaze sweeping over Lin Dong from head to toe. After a moment of astonishment, he hesitantly asked again, really? You're not kidding me? These are really your designs? You actually know how to design jade jewelry?
Lin Dong smiled and nodded firmly. Amidst the chaos, Lin Dong didn't notice that there was a journalist with a camera on his side, wide-eyed and jotting down notes in a small notebook. Lu Wanrui was so shocked that he stumbled, reaching out to steady himself on the counter. Before he could speak, Lin Dong turned to the staff member behind the counter and said, "Pack this pendant for this gentleman and charge it to my account." "How can that be? Today is your grand opening, and I came to support you." Lu Wanrui hurriedly shook his head and refused. Then, Lin Dong patted Lu Wanrui on the shoulder and said, "This is my heartfelt gift. Please accept it." Lin Dong was deeply grateful to Lu Wanrui. Besides being the one who had accidentally led him into this industry, the most important reason was that after Yu Tu Feitian appeared, it was Lu Wanrui who kept the secret, allowing his grand opening to go so smoothly. Chapter 166, The High-Profile Goddess. The store was bustling with activity, with customers already scrambling for the same set of jewelry, even bidding against each other. Even before the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Wan Yuxian began, journalists had already released breaking news about the store's official opening, sparking a wave of excitement online. Thousands of netizens based on Weibo had already created a topic featuring the words Wan Yuxian, and soon, a new Weibo trending topic broke through the ranks, shooting up to the top of the trending list at lightning speed. Wan Yuxian grand opening, Lin Dong cuts the ribbon. It's important to note that the opening of an ordinary store would never attract such widespread attention from netizens. The fact that Wan Yuxian's opening garnered headline coverage and went viral can be attributed not only to the fact that national goddess Yang Wan'er serves as its spokesperson, but also to the most crucial factor: the owner of this jade store is Lin Dong, who has been frequently trending online over the past year. Clicking on the top trending topic, the first thing that catches the eye is this photo. Standing tall at over 1.8 meters, Lin Dong stands straight among the crowd, his clear-eyed face adorned with a smile as gentle as jade. Looking at everyone in the photo, one can't help but linger on his face for a moment. The comments section exploded because of this photo. "I think I finally understand Yang Wan'er's happiness. Her family is adorable, and although Lin Dong is just an ordinary person, he stands out in the crowd like a star. Note that he's completely makeup-free. This might be the handsomest boss I've ever seen." Lin Dong's smile is truly mesmerizing. The gentle and refined gentleman Lin Dong is undeniable. A jade store endorsed by national goddess Yang Wanyu, plus a boss as handsome as Lin Dong. I'd go to the store just for this couple. Weibo is buzzing with comments. Wan Yuxian, which just opened half a day ago, has already reached the peak of popularity. The top trending topic on Weibo has inadvertently given Lin Dong's Wan Yuxian a free advertisement. As Wan Yuxian held its ribbon-cutting ceremony to announce the store's opening, Lin Dong simultaneously instructed the team who had already prepared for pre-sales online to start selling at the same time. The bustling sales began, with both the physical store and online store selling simultaneously. By noon, sales on the online store had to be halted. The reason was simple: sold out. The existing inventory had been sold out under the intense promotional campaign, and even pre-orders for the next month had been sent out. Despite it being lunchtime, the foot traffic at Wan Yuxian not only remained steady but actually increased. At the time, Lin Dong and Zhang Feizui had chosen a store location on the first floor of a large David City mall. Now, due to Wan Yuxian's sudden popularity, the entire mall's foot traffic had miraculously been drawn to Wan Yuxian.
Unbeknownst to anyone, Wan Yuxian had become the most crowded place in the 18-story David City Mall. Unlike other jade stores with only a handful of customers, Wan Yuxian was bustling with people. "Hello, young man, what is this place for?" Lin Dong had just stepped out of the crowded jade store when a couple approached him and greeted him politely. "This is a jade shop called Wan Yuxian, which just opened today." The man who asked the question was so surprised that he widened his eyes and exclaimed in a loud voice, "What kind of jade shop is this? How can there be so many people here?" Chapter 166, Beyond Expectations, Exploding Orders. Chapter 167, Beyond Expectations, Orders Explode. The man's wife, who was holding his arm, became excited upon hearing the name Wan Yuxian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She immediately nudged her husband's arm and exclaimed excitedly, "Honey, Wan Yuxian. That's the place that makes the rabbit jade rings. I just saw it on Weibo while I was eating. Let's go check it out." Dragged along by her excited lover, the two of them pushed their way into the crowded crowd at Wan Yuxian. Wan Yuxian had originally planned to close at 10 p.m., but by 6 p.m., all the in-stock items had already been snapped up. Additionally, they had already signed orders for custom jewelry totaling 3 million. The results before their eyes had surpassed everyone's expectations, including Lin Dong himself, who never imagined such results could be achieved in just one day. Zhang Feizue, holding the newly signed custom order form, rushed forward excitedly and embraced Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, brother! Everything that happened today is far beyond my expectations. Do you know that just now, the total value of today's custom orders alone exceeded 5 million? The online store has already taken down all its products, but our physical store's inventory for today has been completely sold out. Lin Dong, do you have any idea what this means? We're going to make it big. Following you to become a partner in your jade shop was the best and most brilliant decision I've ever made in my life." Zhang Feizue could no longer control his emotions, speaking excitedly while shaking Lin Dong's arm. Lin Dong remained calm, gently moving Zhang Feizue's hand off his shoulder. He raised his hand and patted Zhang Feizue's face, speaking in a calm voice. "Don't get too excited just yet. Things aren't as simple as you imagine. The real challenges lie ahead. Only by maintaining a good reputation can our Wan Yuxian establish a foothold in Xiagua and eventually make its way onto the world stage in the not-too-distant future." Despite the enormous sales figures, Lin Dong remained composed. Although he had never ventured into the jade jewelry industry before, he clearly understood that in business, what matters most is not the starting point, but the process and the outcome. Lin Dong's casual remark immediately snapped Zhang Feizue back to reality. As he watched Zhang Feizue's expression calm down, Lin Dong continued speaking. "Today's pre-orders have far exceeded our previous estimates, meaning we're about to face a supply shortage. The top priority is to contact new processing plants for emergency large-scale production. In addition to the processing plant handling large-scale production, we also need to find a large number of jade carvers to complete the custom orders we have received." After Lin Dong's calm analysis, Zhang Feizue's previously restless heart instantly calmed down. She immediately opened her phone and began arranging the next steps of the work process. As soon as Zhang Feizue left, Lin Dong received a video call from Yang Wanner, who was far away in the Sahara Desert. "Congratulations, honey. I've seen the photos posted on Weibo. Even through the screen, I can feel the crowd inside." Chapter 168, Trending on Social Media. "My goodness, Zhang Feizue just messaged me saying that today's custom orders alone exceeded 5 million. That's incredible. It seems like if I ever decide to retire from the entertainment industry and stop acting or singing, I'll have to rely on you to support me. Mr. Lin, do you need to make an appointment in advance to custom make jade jewelry for your wife?" Hearing Yang Wanner's excited voice on the phone and seeing her charming smile, Lin Dong couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Custom orders are indeed very busy right now, and we're already booked up until next month. But if you're my wife, I can make an exception and rush it for you." Seeing Lin Dong play along with her teasing, Yang Wanner laughed so hard she couldn't stop on the video call. "Wanner, this is huge. Look at the trending topics. The post from Wan Yuxian has gone viral." Under the exaggerated shouts of the little boy, Lin Dong also opened Weibo and clicked on the trending topic with the username Wan Yuxian. "Wan Yuxian just customized a set of jewelry for my wife at Wan Yuxian." The sales clerk mentioned by chance that Wan Yuxian was sold out today, with custom orders exceeding 5 million. That's pretty scary. This Weibo post had already received over 90,000 likes, and the most astonishing part was that the number of likes was still rising at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. My goodness, 5 million. That's an amount most ordinary people couldn't even dream of earning after decades of hard work. If it hadn't been exposed, we would have had no idea that jade could be so profitable. Wan Yuxian going viral is a fact, but as a bystander, I just checked out their online store, and their jade jewelry is way better than other places. Especially a few sets of women's jewelry, they're exactly my style. Same here. I just bought their rabbit jade ring at the store. The craftsmanship is impeccable, and the design is so cute and delicate. I can't stop admiring it. Wan Yuxian's sudden rise to fame is understandable.
The jade industry is too murky, and this Weibo post really seems like it was meant to stir up trouble. Lin Dong quickly scrolled through the comments and got a general idea of the situation. As someone who used to work in the online marketing industry, he immediately recognized the pattern when he saw this post. This was clearly the work of an invisible hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. The most likely culprit was someone jealous of Wang Yuxian's success, exploiting the psychology of ordinary people to fan the flames of its sudden popularity, aiming to bring this rising jade shop back down to earth. When Zhang Feizui rushed over to Lin Dong, she happened to see him liking this Weibo post.
Lin Dong, what should we do? Everyone is calling you a capitalist, saying that Wang Yuxian is profiteering. But isn't that how the jade industry works? Besides, the 5 million was for custom orders, not pure profit. I can't shake the feeling that someone is secretly sabotaging us. Should I find that talkative counter staff first?
Zhang Feizui's face was already wrinkled with worry, and this sudden scandal had thrust Wang Yuxian into the spotlight, pouring a bucket of cold water on the joy he had felt just moments ago.
Chapter 169, starting with the consumers, indirect donations.
Lin Dong remained expressionless, as if the emotions of others couldn't touch him. Just as Zhang Feizui was about to speak again, Lin Dong shook his head and said,
"There's no need to find out who said it.
There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through, and besides, this isn't the fault of our staff.
Someone is clearly trying to trip us up. Leave it to me, I'll handle it."
With that, Lin Dong's slender fingers began to navigate the smartphone screen.
3 minutes later, a brief message was posted from his Weibo account.
Effective immediately, Wang Yuxian will donate 1% of its monthly total profits to provide supplies to impoverished mountainous areas and establish hope schools in educationally deprived regions.
We urge all social media platforms to monitor this.
Shortly after, Lin Dong's post exploded across the entire internet at lightning speed. Zhang Feizui stared in disbelief, her voice filled with disbelief.
"Lin Dong, doing charity is fine, but isn't 3% a bit too much? You don't need to act so generous.
After all, the jade industry is already highly profitable, especially since Wang Yuxian started at such a high level from the beginning.
3% is no small amount."
Looking at Zhang Feizui's disapproving gaze, Lin Dong nodded confidently. "While the 3% is in the name of Wang Yuxian, it can be deducted from my share." Lin Dong had specifically researched this earlier and found that no companies in this world were linking donations with their operations.
Perhaps his approach could spark a positive response. For the current Lin Dong, money was just a number.
While 3% was a significant amount, it wouldn't affect his lifestyle.
He continued.
By using charity as a means, not only could he use this opportunity to free Wang Yuxian from the current predicament, but he could also establish a good reputation. In the long run, this was a surefire win.
Jianquan, do you know?
Besides all that, the most important point is that it can firmly capture consumers' hearts, even making them feel that buying our Wang Yuxian jade also contributes to charity. After saying this, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm really starting to sound like a businessman. When the two finished their conversation and looked back at their phones, the Weibo post Lin Dong had just published had, as expected, topped the Weibo trending list.
Note, the total custom order of 5 million does not represent 5 million in profit. Please don't let marketing accounts confuse you. Stay rational and enjoy the gossip.
P.S. Lin Dong's solution to the fishing net issue was so bold and ruthless.
No wonder he's the man Warner chose.
That's way too bold. As far as I know, 3% is the current ceiling for donations in Xia Kingdom. Lin Dong is amazing, Lin Dong is the best.
No other jade shop has linked sales with donations like this. This means that every customer who shops at Wang Yuxian is indirectly doing charity at the same time? Such a win-win situation, what are we waiting for? I'm placing an order right now. If Wang Yuxian isn't named the Star Enterprise of the Year, I'll be the first to disagree. 3% isn't a small number. Anyone who dares to call Lin Dong a capitalist will have me turning into a keyboard warrior. Chapter 170, Plum Blossoms Bloom 3 times, Lin Dong hits the hot search again. In a private room of a restaurant, Liang Baofu stood up angrily, slamming his fist on the table. The glassware on the table began to tremble violently, causing the air pressure in the entire private room to drop sharply. To his right sat a woman in a form-fitting cheongsam, her face equally tense with restraint. She was none other than Lu Yuan. On the day when the store's prized possession, the jade rabbit flying heaven, was unveiled at Wang Yuxian, the two of them had harbored hatred and jealousy toward Wang Yuxian and Lin Dong. Today's Weibo fishing expedition was also jointly planned by the two of them. Seeing that their plan not only fell through but was also hijacked by Lin Dong, who used the charity gimmick to gain attention, they were furious. Looking at the table laden with delicacies, the two were so angry they had no appetite to eat. The balance of the jade industry in our country has been maintained for so many years, yet it is now being crushed under the feet of Lin Dong's new company? I refuse to accept this. Liang Baofu clenched his fists tightly, his plump face contorted with anger, his eyes growing fierce as he stared at the Weibo page on his phone. He was filled with hatred. Sitting beside him, Lu Yuan let out a muffled groan.
After all, her Shumei Jade Pavilion had always been a jewelry store beloved by women, but today, the jewelry from Wan Yuxian's grand opening had won the admiration of so many women, which only fueled the already raging fire of resentment in her heart.
Brother Liang, we can't just let this go. If Wan Yuxian really rises to prominence, our businesses will be ruined.
Lu Yuan stood up, wriggling her body against the bulging belly of Liang Baofu, her eyes flashing with cruelty. Zhang Feizue watched as the comments on Weibo began to tilt in favor of Wan Yuxuan, and she sighed in relief. While scrolling through the comments section, she couldn't help but marvel at Lin Dong's clever handling of the situation. Just then, a new Weibo post appeared on his phone screen. Zhang Feizue tapped it open and was stunned by the text and content. She hurriedly nudged Lin Dong sitting beside her.
3 times in a row. Lin Dong, you're trending again. The top 3 trending topics on Weibo all have your name in them. This is too crazy. Go check it out.
Lin Dong's entry had been clicked on by countless netizens, and now all 3 trending topics had reached the exploded status. Looking down from top to bottom, the 3 entries read as follows.
Wan Yuxian grand opening, Lin Dong cuts the ribbon.
Lin Dong posts on Weibo, engaging in charitable and public welfare activities.
Jewelry designer Lin Dong, Master Lin Dong.
The third trending topic quickly overshadowed the first 2, directly topping the Weibo trending topics list. Zhang Feizue was so excited she widened her eyes. For him, besides surprise, he felt more exhilaration. As a businessman, he understood that the fact that Wan Yuxian's grand opening had caused such a stir on its first day meant that its reputation had already been established. The profits and returns that followed might make his hands tremble. Before he could even recover from the previous commotion, the main protagonist, Lin Dong, once again made headlines on Weibo under a new identity.
Chapter 171, A Private Message.
The news that Lin Dong was a jewelry designer spread like wildfire.
Photos of the jewelry from Wan Yuxian's online store were shared online.
Seeing the exquisite jewelry, many onlookers were captivated, while several renowned jewelry designers paled in comparison to Lin Dong's work. The comments section surrounding Lin Dong's Weibo trending topic had already ignited a new wave of heated discussion.
Is this true? Is it confirmed that Lin Dong is actually a hidden jade jewelry designer?
Most of Wan Yuxian's jewelry pieces are his creations. What a genius! I studied jewelry design, and Lin Dong's jade designs aren't limited to a single style. He even seamlessly integrates different types of jade into his works. I have to admit, the jade jewelry he designs are textbook-level masterpieces. I'm shocked again. Lin Dong is definitely a career individual. He's now added another title as a jade design master.
He keeps redefining my expectations of him. 1 word, amazing. 2 words, incredible. Of course, amidst all the praise and astonishment, there were also those who couldn't help but express their skepticism with sarcastic remarks.
Among them, Zhang Feizue, who was browsing Weibo, was the first to speak up. He immediately opened his phone and posted the design sketches of Lin Dong that he had previously taken on Weibo. As soon as Lin Dong's design sketches were released, they once again sent shockwaves across the entire internet. A renowned international jewelry design master commented on Lin Dong's sketches. From the lines and composition alone, one can see the strength of Mr. Lin's design skills. However, what is most shocking is the inspiration and creativity behind his designs. Such a design piece is truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. Some of the intricate designs on the jade are so exquisite that even I, who have studied under him, cannot match them. Truly a case of the student surpassing the master. Seeing Lin Dong's designs, I feel like I'm witnessing the bright future of China's jade culture. The master's endorsement garnered over 10,000 likes, and the name of Lin Dong, the design master, began to spread widely online.
Wow, this master is the same international design master who can shake the jade industry with just a single step? He even said that his work surpasses the original. What a huge compliment for Lin Dong. Though I don't understand it, I know the master is someone to admire. Since the master has given such high praise, it seems Lin Dong is truly extraordinary. I wonder if I'll ever be able to own a piece of jewelry designed by Lin Dong. Thinking about it makes me so envious of Wanner, the goddess. Her husband is both the designer and the owner of a jade store. It seems like all of Wanner's jewelry will be handled by Wan Yuxian from now on. Lin Dong closed the repetitive praise comments and was about to log out of Weibo when a new private message caught his eye. It was the international jewelry design master Ouyang Ming, who had just praised him earlier. Mr. Lin, I am deeply interested in your design work. Would there be any opportunity for me to learn from you? I eagerly await your response. Thank you. Zhang Feizue, who was peering at Lin Dong's phone screen, jumped up in excitement and let out a surprised shout. Master Ouyang Ming actually reached out to you? He wants to learn from you, Lin Dong? And he's being so polite. This is incredible. Zhang Feizue had been in the jade industry for years, and Ouyang Ming's name was legendary in the circle. If a jade shop could get his designs, it would definitely be a huge hit and go viral. Chapter 172, Making a Name for Oneself. Lin Dong immediately edited his reply and sent it to Ouyang Ming. As an international-level jewelry master, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for him. As soon as Oh Yangming received the reply, he excitedly arranged a meeting with Lin Dong, setting the date for next Tuesday. That night, as soon as Lin Dong returned home, he received a call from Lu Wenrui. After hesitating for a full 10 minutes on the phone, Lu Wenrui finally revealed his true intentions. "I didn't want to come find you, but my old man is refusing to eat. He says you're my friend, so maybe there's room for negotiation. My old man said that all the designers we have at the Jade Pavilion combined aren't as good as you, so he insisted I ask you if you could sell us a few jewelry designs." Hearing Lu Wenrui's slightly arrogant tone, Lin Dong couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. "It's possible, but my designs aren't cheap." Lin Dong's response left Lu Wenrui completely stunned. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Lin Dong had actually said can. As if he couldn't believe it, Lu Wenrui asked again, "What did you just say?" "I said, yes, it's possible, but I won't give you a discount just because you're my friend. After all, you know that a single design sketch of mine is worth more than all the designers at your Jade Pavilion combined." Lin Dong's tone was calm, but every word he spoke exuded arrogance. On the other end of the phone, Lu Wenrui couldn't help but laugh and curse at Lin Dong's boastful words. After Lu Wenrui's repeated expressions of gratitude, Lin Dong smiled and hung up the phone. He had no intention of disrupting the balance of the jade industry or seeking to dominate it alone. Lin Dong knew that sometimes cooperation was the key to mutual benefit. Moreover, he had already regarded Lu Wenrui as a true friend in his heart. As Lin Dong had anticipated, just a few minutes after hanging up with Lu Wenrui, his phone rang again. It was another jade jewelry store hoping to collaborate with Lin Dong, the designer. After hanging up on over a dozen calls, Lin Dong realized that his designer's reputation had truly been established in the jade industry. It seemed that the path ahead for Wang Yuxian would only grow smoother from here on out. At the same time, Lin Dong's university dormitory group chat exploded. The topic was started by old Zhao, the first person in Lin Dong's dormitory to get married. He tagged Lin Dong and said, "Lin Dong, my wife couldn't snag that rabbit ring on the online store today. She went to your store in person but still couldn't buy it, and she's been nagging me all night." Before he could finish, those words were like a spark that ignited the dormitory group chat, which had been quiet for a long time. Who would have thought that Lin Dong, that kid, has become so successful? His jade store is so popular. Unbelievable. Thumbs up. Yeah, when I opened Weibo today, all I saw was Lin Dong's name and his posts. I commented that Lin Dong was my college roommate, but so many people didn't believe me and said I was dreaming. Bro, don't even mention netizens. Even when I told my mom that Lin Dong is my brother, she didn't believe me. It wasn't until I showed her the photos from university that she finally believed me. Now she's bragging to everyone about how her son knows Lin Dong. Chapter 173, the finale of I Am a Singer. As he watched the constantly updating messages, Lin Dong felt like he was back in his university days, surrounded by his rowdy brothers. Over the past year, he'd been so busy that the once bustling group chat with his brothers had gone quiet for ages. That's easy. Just give me the address, and once the new batch arrives, I'll arrange for the factory to ship it directly to your home. Consider it a gift from me to your sister-in-law. Lin Dong tagged old Zhao and clicked send. That's even better. I won't hesitate then. By the way, I'm about to become a father just like you. The rest of you single guys better start getting nervous. The group was filled with lively banter. Seeing the warm atmosphere of everyone chatting back and forth, Lin Dong's heart stirred. I must personally design a jade pendant to give to my unborn nephew. Hey, how do you know it's a boy? Ever since I saw your eldest and third child last time, I've wanted a cute little daughter. Preferably as chubby as my wife. That's so sweet. After Lin Dong had put the three little ones to sleep, he sat alone on the sofa. He glanced at the clock. It was exactly 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Today is the final episode of I Am a Singer. Lin Dong opened his tablet and launched the Kiwi platform, which was streaming the show simultaneously. The hostess' enthusiastic introduction had just ended, and today was the final showdown between the three singers. As soon as he opened the comments, the screen was flooded with text, creating a stunning sight. Even the most popular variety show, Happy Camp, only had a few hundred comments per episode, but the final episode of I Am a Singer had already reached such a high number before the show even started. Wow, before I knew it, I had accompanied I Am a Singer all the way to its final episode. This singing variety show truly exceeded my expectations. I really don't want it to end, and I hope there will be a second and third season. The three singers in today's finale are all my favorites. I really don't want to see any of them eliminated, and I certainly don't want this show to end like this. I don't want to let go either. I'll go to Weibo right now and tag Lin Dong and the show's production team to hurry up and release the next season. The screen was filled with comments expressing sadness and emotion over the final episode. Seeing this, Lin Dong realized that the variety show he had created had achieved a breakthrough success. Sure enough, when the final ratings were revealed on Mango TV, they had reached 56. This number left the production team speechless.
Looking at the dazzling figure, the station director of Mango TV was so moved that he rubbed his eyes and even shed a few tears. Immediately, the station director called Lin Dong, urgently asking when the second season of I Am a Singer would be completed, hoping to secure the rights for the second season. He also promised Lin Dong a higher return than the first season. Hearing the station director's eager words on the other end of the line, Lin Dong spoke slowly. For the next episode, I've already decided which TV station to collaborate with. I hope we can work together again in the future. Upon hearing this, the station director's expression changed drastically. His first reaction was that Lin Dong was asking for a higher price, and he immediately tried to persuade him, we can negotiate the contract again. Don't make such a decision so quickly.
Chapter 174, My Heart is Bleeding. Station Director, it's not about the price.
To be honest, I already have my own TV station, and all my variety shows will be broadcast on my own channel from now on. As Lin Dong finished speaking, the station director of Manhwa TV was speechless on the other end of the phone.
Lin Dong actually had his own TV station?
If that were the case, his cash cow would be gone for good. The station director of Manhwa TV, refusing to give up, hesitantly asked Lin Dong again.
Lin Dong, may I ask, what is your TV station called?
Tai Ao TV.
Upon hearing the name of this obscure TV station, the station director of Manhwa TV was even more shocked.
Tai Ao TV was one of the lowest rated TV stations among hundreds, and after a series of policy reforms, it had already been struggling to survive due to its insistence on producing music-themed variety shows.
He never expected Lin Dong to become the new owner of Tai Ao TV. Was he really planning to save an entire failing TV station with his variety shows? That was nothing but a pipe dream.
After all, a popular TV station relies on years of built-up reputation and the support of hit variety shows and dramas.
The conditions that Mango TV possesses are far beyond what the Taiwanese TV station could ever hope to achieve.
After pondering for a moment, the station director of Mango TV spoke to Lin Dong with a strongly mocking tone.
If Mr. Lin, the producer, really intends to abandon our cooperation with Mango TV, that would be a pity.
After all, a major TV station like Mango TV has a very tight schedule.
Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone for good.
If your Taiwan-Australia TV station can't make your variety show a hit, don't expect us to negotiate with you then.
Lin Dong could clearly hear the underlying meaning in the station director's words.
These few sentences were not only mocking his naive ideas but also carrying a threat. He interrupted the station director of Manhwa TV and spoke calmly.
All right, I need to go make formula for the baby. Goodbye, station director.
After that, Lin Dong ignored the voice on the other end of the phone and hung up. Trying to save a TV station with his own variety show might seem like a pipe dream to others, but for Lin Dong, anything was possible. Besides having confidence in the variety show he produced, Lin Dong had another source of confidence, his wife, the national goddess Yang Waner. The station director of Manhwa TV, after speaking into the disconnected phone for a few seconds, angrily slammed the phone onto the desk. He glanced at the screen showing a viewership rating of 53 and felt his heart ache.
In his disappointment, his angry voice echoed throughout the backstage of Manhwa TV. Damn it, what the hell is Lin Dong thinking? Does he really believe his variety show can save a TV station on the brink of bankruptcy? I don't believe it.
Soon, through the mouth of the station director of Mango TV, the news that Lin Dong, the producer, had secured his own TV station and decided to invest all his future variety shows into the Taiwan-Australia TV station began to spread rapidly. At the time, the station director of Lychee TV, Zhao Xingyang, was holding an early morning meeting when he heard the news. He was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. After being stared at by all the staff of Lychee TV for half an hour, he finally let out a long sigh.
Chapter 175, A New Journey, Entering the Sauce Industry. Ah, to be in the midst of it all and not realize it. We thought we were the ones who had taken advantage of Lin Dong, gaining an invaluable cash cow. Now we finally understand whether it's Mango TV or our Lychee TV, we've all just been stepping stones for Lin Dong. That hits the nail on the head.
Some sharp-witted individuals have already caught on to the implications of Zhao Xingyang's prolonged sigh. Lin Dong never intended to tie his variety show to one or two TV stations from the start. Instead, he chose to sign a high-stakes deal with Manhwa TV and invest The Masked Singer into Lizzie TV, all because he saw that these two stations were the largest and most reputable in Xia Kingdom. His sole objective was to expand his variety show market. Even if he were to place his show on an obscure channel like the Taiwanese TV station, he would adhere to the principle that gold will always shine. The next morning, Lin Dong placed the three children on a carpet filled with educational toys before heading to the kitchen to get busy. Over the past week, he had received customer feedback reports from over 20 restaurants under his umbrella regarding his homemade soybean paste. Looking at the consistent positive reviews and requests from various restaurants to make the soybean paste a permanent menu item, Lin Dong made up his mind. He would embark on a new journey and officially enter the sauce industry starting today. With the blessing of the divine tongue, Lin Dong decided to build upon his existing soy sauce recipe and develop several unique sauce flavors. After searching through various sauce recipes within the system, Lin Dong carefully selected 2 flavors, olive sauce and mushroom sauce, as the direction for his future development. After a morning of hard work in the kitchen, the olive paste and mushroom sauce were already sealed in jars and marinating. Just as Lin Dong was about to sit down to rest, the doorbell rang.
Is it a delivery?
Lin Dong peered through the peephole, but all he saw was darkness. On guard, he immediately focused his attention, using his divine eye to scan the door, which was gradually becoming transparent. Moments later, he saw Yang Wana standing outside the door, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, one hand holding a suitcase, and the other blocking the peephole.
If he remembered correctly, there was still a week left before Yang Wanner's performance ended. Why had she returned today? His disciple, Xiaotong, hadn't even hinted at it.
Lin Dong curved his lips into a mischievous smile, then picked up his phone and dialed Yang Wanner's number.
Hey, honey, where are you?
Through the divine eye, he saw Yang Wanyu standing outside the door, nervously pulling out her phone, then holding it up to her ear and trying to suppress a laugh, speaking in a serious tone. I just finished shooting this morning's scenes and was about to go to sleep.
What's up? Did you miss me?
Yang Wanyu held the phone in one hand, speaking while struggling to suppress her smile.
Yes, I miss you. I really want to see you right now.
After saying that, Lin Dong pressed the door handle and opened the door. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly open the door, Yang Wana was startled and took a step back, then met Lin Dong's smiling eyes, his face full of mischief.
Seeing Lin Dong smile, Yang Wana let out a playful sigh. Lin Dong, you're so annoying. Chapter 176, A Joyful Family. How did you know I was at the door?
I clearly covered the peephole tightly.
Did that little rascal not keep it a secret and tell you?
Yang Wana spoke while crossing her arms, feigning anger. Thanks to director Chow Fong for scheduling my scenes earlier, finishing a week ahead of schedule.
I was planning to surprise you. Instead, you scared me. Lin Dong, you're so mean. Yang Wanner playfully tapped Lin Dong's chest, then was embraced by him.
Lin Dong lowered his head, his chin resting on Yang Wanner's hair.
Another long-awaited reunion, the two embraced each other tightly. My love, this is your last movie.
From today onward, nothing in this world will ever take you away from me for such a long time again.
The babies miss you every day, and so do I.
Yang Wanner sank into Lin Dong's warm embrace, burying her entire head in his broad chest. After a moment, she slowly nodded, then lifted her head and spoke with a firm voice.
Yes, I never want to leave you or the babies again.
After returning from the Sahara Desert with the children, Lin Dong was busy with work every day, and the only companions the children had were a pile of educational toys on the carpet. When Yang Wanner entered the living room, she saw the 3 babies, each with a serious expression on their faces, studying their toys like little scholars, not even noticing their mother had returned home.
She couldn't help but smile.
Lin Dong walked into the house carrying a suitcase and smiled at Yang Wanner.
I've been busy with the opening of Wanyu Xian and other matters.
These 3 little ones have been playing with these educational toys all day while I was working. Wanner, our babies might really be geniuses. Look at that Kongming lock and the 9-ring puzzle. If you didn't follow the instructions step by step, even I wouldn't be able to figure them out. Yet these 3 babies have already mastered them in just a few days. These past few days, the 3 of them have been completely engrossed in these toys, and I've actually had a lot less to do.
Yang Wanner once again turned her gaze toward the 3 babies.
The 3 little ones, whose faces were no bigger than the palm of a hand, were still using their soft, delicate hands to fiddle with their toys, their focused expressions resembling Lin Dong's. She then sat down on the carpet and picked up the youngest sister, Sanbao, who was closest to her, and held her in her arms.
Sanbao, do you miss Mom?
Sanbao, who was being held in her arms, reluctantly looked at the 9 linked rings she had dropped on the ground. When she lifted her head, she met her mother's smiling eyes.
Mommy!
After Sanbao's excited cry, Erbao and Debao immediately put down their toys and crawled toward Yang Wanner. The 3 little ones quickly gathered around Yang Wanner, their voices soft and sweet as they called out, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy.
Mommy, kiss me.
Seeing Sanbao in his mother's arms, Erbao's jealousy flared up, and he immediately opened his arms and rushed toward Yang Wanner, making a cute sound to ask for a kiss. Lin Dong stepped forward, pinched Erbao's chubby cheeks, and teased him with a smile.
Chapter 177, Shopping.
You little rascal, you're already trying to steal women from me at such a young age.
What will you be like when you grow up?
Yang Wanner was amused by Lin Dong's words and giggled softly. Her husband was competing for attention with their own son, which was both funny and frustrating.
Yang Wanner lowered her head and left a kiss on each of the 3 babies' faces.
The clever second child, Erbao, took the opportunity to actively lean in and give Yang Wanner a kiss on the cheek, then deliberately glanced at Lin Dong's expression.
Lin Dong was speechless and could only gently wipe away the saliva marks on Yang Wanner's face.
The 5 of them sat together on the carpet, surrounded by a joyful atmosphere.
Wait a minute, does that mean the babies haven't gone out at all in the past 2 weeks? They haven't even gone out to get some sun? Yang Wanner finally realized the crux of the matter. Lin Dong, who was busy with work, didn't feel comfortable leaving the children with the nanny or babysitter to go out, and because of his busyness, he had completely forgotten to take the children out to get some sun. Upon suddenly remembering, Lin Dong, who had dubbed himself a qualified dad, lowered his head, unable to suppress his guilt. The title of Super Dad was becoming increasingly difficult for him to live up to. Oh, it's okay, don't blame yourself. We're all just too busy. At least you're still at home with the babies, while I didn't even come back home. From now on, let us all stay together as a family. Yang Wanner, with her keen observation, immediately noticed the subtle change in Lin Dong's expression. Looking at the guilty-looking Lin Dong, Yang Wanner smiled sweetly and said, "Let's go shopping as a family of 5 today. We can also buy some more educational toys for our genius babies. You just said the babies have already figured out all these toys, right? Let's buy some new ones. What do you think?" Yang Wanner playfully wrapped her arm around Lin Dong's arm and shook it gently. "All right. But you must strictly follow the rules and wear the 3 essentials: mask, sunglasses, and hat." After getting Lin Dong's approval, they quickly got ready and drove to a large shopping mall in the suburbs. As soon as they entered the mall, Yang Wanner pulled Lin Dong straight toward the children's toy section on the 3rd floor. Seeing Yang Wanner's confident demeanor, Lin Dong looked at her in surprise. "When I was just pregnant, I came here alone secretly. At that time, I noticed that the 3rd floor had a large children's toy area. I decided then that I would definitely bring my little ones here to have a good time someday." As she spoke, Yang Wanner proudly lifted her head. Yang Wanyu, wrapped up tightly, rushed ahead, while Lin Dong pushed a 3-row stroller slowly behind her. The sight of Lin Dong, a tall and handsome father, accompanied by 3 adorable children, immediately drew the surprised glances of many people in the mall. As they approached the entrance to the children's area, a large red curtain-covered prize box came into view. Before Lin Dong could ask, the staff member at the entrance smiled and explained, "Today is our Alia Baby City discount day. Spend $250 and you get 1 chance to win a prize." Yang Wanner, who was walking ahead, suddenly widened her eyes in excitement and pulled on Lin Dong's sleeve. Chapter 178, Shopping Addict. "Husband, the lottery. I want to enter. I've always had great luck since I was a child. I'm the legendary Euro royalty. With 250 for 1 entry, we can enter 4 times today if we spend 1,000. At the mention of lottery, Yang Wanner became excited. Though she rarely went shopping, she always couldn't resist trying her luck whenever there was a lottery event. Even without seeing Yang Wanyu's expression, Lin Dong could sense her intense desire for the lottery from her excited tone. Lin Dong glanced at the prize panel beside him. There were 8 prizes in total, arranged from largest to smallest. The top prize was a lifetime free pass to Aura Baby City, allowing annual spending of 50,000 yuan. Ola Baby City was a very famous chain store in Xia Kingdom, occupying the entire 2nd floor of the mall. Besides top-notch infant food and baby products, it also included a toy section and a huge children's playground. It could be called a paradise for both moms and children. Judging by the annual spending limit of 50,000 yuan, the owner must really be willing to go all out. He stroked his chin and smiled, saying, "This grand prize is still quite tempting." Before Lin Dong could speak, Yang Wanner excitedly pulled his sleeve, pointing to the 2nd prize, which clearly displayed the words, "Children's Go-Kart." "Madam, this children's go-kart is our newly imported signature electric vehicle for toddlers. Besides its stylish design and comfortable ride, its safety features are also top-notch." Yang Wanner nodded, then fixed her determined gaze on Lin Dong and said loudly, "Wait for the lottery. I must win this." The staff nearby began to smile sweetly. The Yola Baby City event day takes place once a month, but in reality, few people actually win prizes. The lottery event was designed to capture consumers' hearts. Most people would consider winning a consolation prize a decent outcome, but this mom wearing sunglasses was determined to win the 2nd prize. When Lin Dong's gaze inadvertently fell on the female staff member, the divine eye immediately heard her inner complaints. Then, Lin Dong reached out and gently rubbed Yang Wanner's head, his eyes filled with endless affection, and smiled as he said, "Alright, since you want it so badly, let's draw 3 second prizes. Each child will get a new toy car. How about that?" "Yay!" Yang Wanner exclaimed excitedly. Noticing that the staff members were beginning to show signs of disdain, Lin Dong ignored them and led Yang Wanner and the 3 children into the toy section. After filling the shopping cart with all the educational toys suitable for toddlers in the toy area, Yang Wanner clapped her hands in satisfaction. The sales clerk following the 2 of them was completely astonished. Having worked at Aura Baby City for so long, she had never seen parents head straight for the educational toy section, let alone load every type of educational toy into the shopping cart with such generosity. These 2 parents must really want their children to be smart. Their desire is truly overwhelming. "Madam, sir, actually, many of the toys here are suitable for babies aged 4 to 12. Your baby is still very young, and playing with these toys now might not be appropriate." Chapter 179, The Lucky Couple, Grand Prize Winners.
The salesperson tried to express herself as politely as possible, fearing that Lindong and Yang Wanner might be clueless new parents who would buy everything and then return it when they realized their child couldn't play with it. Lindong realized the salesperson was being kind, so he politely nodded and smiled in response. It's okay. If they don't know how to play, they can try when they're older. Educational toys aren't too expensive, so after Yang Wanner picked one of each, the total in the shopping cart came to around 700 yuan. While Yang Wanner was struggling to decide what else to buy to meet the minimum purchase requirement, Lindong casually tossed a Lego toy into the shopping cart. That's enough, let's go. As soon as they finished paying, Yang Wanyu excitedly rushed toward the prize draw booth at the entrance. After the staff verified the receipt, Yang Wanyu eagerly reached into the prize box and started rummaging around. Honey, do you think I can win that go-kart? From Lindong's perspective, with his full attention focused on it, the lottery box covered by a red curtain had become transparent. The yellow balls represented the second prize, and Lindong immediately began searching for them inside the box. Among all the balls in the box, the black grand prize was buried in the deepest corner, while the second prize closest to Yang Wanner required her to tiptoe to reach it. Seeing this, Lindong smiled and said, I'm sure you can. You're the lucky one, aren't you? Don't rush. You can try feeling around further down. Under Lindong's subtle prompting, Yang Wanner stretched her toes and grabbed the nearest yellow ball, pulling it out. The staff member, upon seeing the yellow ball, was so surprised that his mouth dropped open, as if he could swallow an egg. Yellow? It's a go-kart. Husband, I really got it. I told you I'm a lucky girl, right? Isn't that amazing? Yang Wanyu screamed excitedly, throwing herself into Lindong's arms. Seeing Yang Wanyu beaming with joy, Lindong smiled gently. Husband, I can't waste all my good luck here. You take the next 3 turns. Even if Yang Wanyu hadn't said anything, Lindong had already planned to do so. During Yang Wanyu's draw, he had already taken a good look inside the draw box and now had a clear idea of what was inside, giving him even more confidence. Having already identified the location of the black ball, Lindong extended his slender arm into the box. After pretending to rummage around inside for a moment, he reached the bottom of the box. After going through the motions once more, Lindong pulled out the black ball. The staff member's expression changed dramatically once again. She covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at the black ball in front of her. The black ball, representing the grand prize, was exposed before her eyes. Among the 200 mixed balls, the black ball was placed in an extremely clever position, with only a 0.5% chance of being drawn. And this man had actually done it. Amid Yang Wanner's excited shouts, Lindong reached in again, and soon, 2 yellow balls were also pulled out of his hands. For chances to draw, 3 second prizes, and 1 grand prize. The staff could no longer contain their astonishment. Looking at Lindong, they couldn't help but recall what he had said half an hour earlier, just grab 3 second prizes. Chapter 180, The Unbelievable Staff. My goodness. Husband. You're amazing. Yang Wanner excitedly wrapped her arm around Lindong's arm, her eyes sparkling with joy, and her mouth couldn't stop flowing with endless praise. I thought I was already the luckiest person alive, but I never expected to find a husband who was even luckier than me. I have to soak up all your good luck. After saying that, Yang Wanner pressed herself tightly against Lindong's body, her head leaning forcefully against his shoulder. Unlike the two of them, who were surrounded by a red heart-shaped aura, the staff standing on the other side were completely dumbfounded. The truth was right before their eyes. The two of them had actually won 3 second prizes, and giving each of the 3 babies an electric go-kart was now a reality. The staff member was completely dumbfounded, staring at the 4 balls in front of him, frozen in place like a wooden statue. Yang Wanner stepped forward, waved her hand in front of her face, and said with a delighted expression, Can we redeem the prizes now? If we can't take the 3 go-karts home, can you deliver them for free? For Yang Wanyu, spending money to buy 3 small cars was nowhere near as exciting as winning 3 small cars in a lottery. She felt like she was walking on clouds, almost floating with joy. The staff members who had earlier mocked Yang Wanyu and Lindong as a pair of delusional newlyweds now looked at Yang Wanyu and stammered. Alright, please wait a moment. This is the highest winning rate in our store's history, so I can't make the decision on my own. I'll go get approval from the general manager. The general manager looked at the staff member in disbelief, letting out a loud voice of doubt. What did you say? How is that possible? A 1,000 yuan purchase resulted in 4 prize draws, and all 4 prizes were won? What's more, none of the prizes were ordinary ones. 1 grand prize and 3 second prizes were drawn at the same time. Facing the general manager's doubts, the staff nodded. Could it be that someone tampered with the lottery box? Such a small probability happening on the same day, and to a couple at that. Even after confirming it 3 or 4 times, the general manager still found it hard to believe. The lottery box is fine, I've been standing right there the whole time. You can check the surveillance cameras later, they really did pick them out by hand. With utter shock, the general manager of Aura Baby City, accompanied by the staff, went to the entrance where the lottery was held. Lindong's family of 5 was still waiting at the prize redemption counter. Looking at the 4 balls, 1 black and 3 yellow on the redemption counter, the general manager's face lit up with a smile as he approached Lin Dong and Yang Wan-er. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, I'm the general manager here. You've been waiting for a while. I'll process your prize redemption right away." The general manager's gaze fell on the 3 pink and delicate babies sitting in the stroller, exclaiming in surprise. "Wow, you two are so lucky. You have 3 such adorable babies. Look at those 3 pairs of eyes, they're all so dark and shiny. Oh, that's perfect. Today, each of the 3 babies can have one of our store's most popular go-karts." Upon hearing the general manager's words, Lin Dong responded with a polite smile.
Chapter 181, The Lucky One. Double Rewards of Joy.
Meanwhile, the staff members standing behind the general manager spoke up awkwardly. Yeah, they said they'd draw 3 small cars before the lottery, and they really did draw 3 small cars. The general manager, who was in the middle of processing paperwork, froze in place upon hearing those words, with several large characters flashing through his mind. Is this some kind of cheat code?
Yang Wan-er, seeing this, immediately laughed it off and responded.
"Ha, we really had good luck today, especially my husband.
He has such good luck. Right, honey?" After Lin Dong nodded half-heartedly, the general manager looked up and smiled, saying, "Yes, madam, you clearly have the aura of a lucky wife." The general manager dropped an even more insincere compliment, leaving everyone present feeling awkward. Yang Wan-yu herself felt like she wanted to crawl into a hole. Don't forget, national goddess Yang Wan-er was strictly following the 3-mask requirement today, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, covering herself up tightly. The general manager's blatant lie left the atmosphere once again in complete silence. To break the awkward silence, Yang Wan-yu took the initiative to look at the general manager with a playful expression and burst into laughter. "Ha, you really have sharp eyes." Soon, the story of the strange couple receiving the highest reward in history spread throughout the mall. Countless parents who had been lingering in Aura Baby City rushed over, all hoping to share in the good fortune and win a reward as well. As Aura Baby City was preparing to close, the staff member hosting the lottery drew a gasp from the crowd as he held up his phone. "Ah, come and see."
On the Weibo page, it showed a post from Yang Wan-er, who had specifically tagged Aura Baby City's official account and attached a photo. The photo showed 3 children sitting in go-karts with smiles on their faces, along with Yang Wan-yu, who was holding an Aura Baby City membership card and smiling as well.
"Thank you for the gifts from Aura Baby City. My 3 little ones love them so much."
Yang Wan-yu had originally just wanted the thrill and joy of winning the lottery, not to take advantage of Aura Baby City's store. However, after seeing the 3 small cars delivered to her door that evening, she began to feel guilty.
Following Lin Dong's suggestion, she immediately posted the above Weibo post, also giving Aura Baby City a free advertisement in the process.
After all, with Yang Wan-yu's influence as a national goddess in Xia Kingdom, it would definitely boost Aura Baby City's KPIs. I never would have dreamed that the couple who came to enter the lottery today were Yang Wan-yu and Lin Dong. My goodness, I should have thought of that sooner. She was even covered up tightly indoors. Wah, I regret it so much. I didn't even recognize the chance to greet a celebrity face to face. The general manager standing next to the female staff member was also stunned as he looked at the photo on his phone. After all, just a few hours ago, he had been complaining about how absurd it was that such an odd couple had won such an outrageous prize. And the weird couple she had in mind turned out to be Yang Wan-yu and Lin Dong. Yang Wan-yu even posted a thank you message on her blog. You have to know that the price to have Yang Wan-yu as a spokesperson is countless times higher than the cost of the prize they won today. Aura Baby City went viral overnight because of that single Weibo post. Chapter 182, Multiple Skills. Early that morning, Lin Dong brought Yang Wan-er to the Yet to open Wan Yuxian. Besides bringing the boss's wife to inspect the store, as the brand ambassador for Wan Yuxian, the national goddess Yang Wan-er also needed to shoot a set of promotional posters on the premises. Since Wan Yuxian opened, as a die-hard jade enthusiast, Zhang Feizui had been spending almost every day at Wan Yuxian's custom workshop, watching the creation of a beautiful piece of jade. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was bringing Yang Wan-er to take promotional photos, Zhang Feizui, who had nothing better to do, rushed to the store to join the commotion. Zhang Feizui looked at Lin Dong and Yang Wan-yu standing inside the store, along with their assistant Xiao Tong trailing behind them, and glanced around in surprise. She didn't see any photographers or other staff members. Lin Dong, weren't we supposed to shoot the promotional posters and photos today? It's so late, where is the photographer? Zhang Feizui walked over and tapped Lin Dong on the shoulder. Before Lin Dong could respond, Xiao Tong, Lin Dong's loyal fan and disciple, smiled and said, "They're here. Didn't you see them?" Xiao Tong spoke while walking forward, pointing to the bulging backpack Lin Dong had placed on the chair, then looked at Zhang Feizui and continued. "My master's photography skills are top-notch. Even the director of Wan-er's film crew praised my master's skills highly. Just wait and see. My master is personally handling this one against 100. As Xiao Tong flattered his master, he stood tall and proud, as if showing off his own skills, so arrogant that Yang Wan-er and Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle.
Zhang Feizue, however, blinked in disbelief, scanning Lin Dong up and down before speaking with a skeptical tone. Really? You can take photos?
Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Immediately, Yang Wanner pulled out her phone and showed Zhang Feizue the photos Lin Dong had taken earlier. These were all taken by our Lin Dong with his phone.
Isn't that impressive? Zhang Feizue looked at the stunning photos on the phone.
Each landscape photo could stand alone as a perfect piece of photography, and every portrait photo was of such high quality that it looked like a professional photo shoot. His eyes widened more and more, and he then gave Lin Dong a big thumbs up.
Wow, old Lin. You've got so many skills.
Doing business with you is so profitable, no need to hire a photographer, no need to hire a designer, and even the business plan is flawless.
Oh, old Lin, what have I done to deserve such a great opportunity to be associated with you?
With that, Zhang Feizue walked over to Lin Dong with a fawning expression, exaggeratedly squatting down and tightly hugging his thigh.
Zhang Feizue's antics livened up the atmosphere in the entire Wanyuxian.
Lin Dong raised his hand to check the time. Wanyuxian was set to open at 10 a.m., but after the group's chatter, the clock had already struck 7.
Lin Dong's calm and composed voice rang out. There's less than 3 hours left until opening. Let's make the most of our time.
With that, Lin Dong opened the backpack he had brought along and took out a compact DSLR camera. Everyone else uses such big cameras for promotional photos, and some even have lighting equipment.
Is that all you've got? Chapter 183, The Elegant Woman in a Cheongsam.
Everyone else takes promotional photos with such big cameras, even using lighting equipment.
Is that all you've got?
Facing Zhang Feizue's hesitant voice, Lin Dong nodded again and replied with a smile.
This is enough. Our focus today isn't on promotional photos.
While Lin Dong was taking photos of the jewelry on the counter in the store's interior, Yang Wanner had already emerged from the changing room, dressed in a cheongsam. Her hair was styled into an elegant, traditional updo. The emerald green fitted cheongsam complemented the jade color while accentuating Yang Wanner's alluring figure, highlighting her unique elegance to the fullest. She walked toward the camera with graceful steps, the slit in her skirt revealing glimpses of her snow-white legs as she moved, drawing all eyes to her stunning figure. To complement her outfit, she had her eyebrows meticulously shaped into delicate willow arches. At that moment, Yang Wanner resembled a fairy from the Republican era, captivating the attention of everyone present. After Yang Wanner emerged from the changing room, Lin Dong stopped what he was doing and cast a mesmerized glance at her. Zhang Feizue, who had been chattering non-stop moments ago, froze in place the moment she saw Yang Wanyu, her mouth drooling uncontrollably. Lin Dong glanced at Zhang Feizue, who was staring intently at his wife, then raised his hand and slapped him hard on the back of the head. One more look and I'll kick you out. Lin Dong's jealous behavior made Yang Wanner cover her mouth and giggle. Her brown-red lipstick accentuated her elegant and dignified appearance, yet she still looked a bit playful. Yang Wanner's gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong. She lowered her head, shyly tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear. This feminine, ladylike gesture caused Lin Dong to swallow involuntarily. Husband, the cheongsam you made for me is both beautiful and comfortable.
Yang Wanner looked at Lin Dong with a radiant smile.
Immediately, Lin Dong stepped forward and, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, wrapped his arms around Yang Wanner's slender waist. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered in a magnetic voice. You're truly my wife, you look stunning in anything you wear.
Wife, will you wear a cheongsam at home too? Please?
Lin Dong's breath tickled Yang Wanner's earlobe, causing her face to flush red instantly. She shyly pushed him away and whispered with a playful scold, Stop it, there are so many people watching. Though it was a playful scold, the words sounded like a sweet plea in Lin Dong's ears. The handsome man and beautiful woman stood together, surrounded by a pink aura of romance. Many of the female staff members from Wanyuxian who were secretly watching from the shadows couldn't help but cast envious glances at the two, their eyes brimming with excitement.
Yang Wanner, dressed in a jade-green cheongsam, and Lin Dong, in his black formal attire, stood together, resembling a beautiful painting of a warlord's young master and his wife. Cough, cough. You two stop flirting. Lin Dong, get back to work.
You were just bragging about how great you are at photography.
Let me see your skills.
Zhang Feizue, the golden bachelor who had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, spoke up, interrupting the two's flirtatious exchange. Every time he saw Lin Dong and Yang Wanner's affectionate interactions, Zhang Feizue couldn't help but feel a strong desire to get married.
Chapter 184, Irresistible Charm. My goodness, Yang Wanner's goddess-like figure is absolutely stunning. Wearing that green cheongsam makes her look even more elegant and graceful.
The salesgirls from Wanyuxian sat in a row at a table not far away, their eyes fixed intently on the corner where Yang Wanner was sitting. To witness Goddess Wanner's photoshoot in my lifetime, I have no regrets.
She's truly camera ready. And our boss Lin Dong standing beside her, they're a match made in heaven. I never thought I'd actually get to see the real-life couple in person. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Pinch me and tell me I'm not dreaming.
A sales clerk, with her hands covering her face, looked at Yang Wanner and Lin Dong, her eyes sparkling with admiration.
Master, do you need me to adjust the lighting? I can make the jade jewelry look brighter. A young assistant eagerly approached photographer Lin Dong and asked. Exactly. Professional photographers always use huge lighting equipment when taking photos. Zhang Feizue, who was standing idly by with her arms crossed, chimed in. Lin Dong was fully focused on the camera lens, responding casually to their banter. No need. Today, Warner is focusing on photographing this hairpin and jade bracelet. They should convey an elegant and dignified atmosphere. I want to capture photos with an ancient style filter today, which will better highlight the dignified beauty of the jade. For Lin Dong, those low-cost jewelry pieces, like the popular rabbit jade ring, were all designed to boost sales. Though the profits weren't high, they could help Wan Yuxian break into the female market. And these were precisely the items that didn't need any promotion. However, the essence of jade and the future direction of Wan Yuxian lie in the high-end market, so the focus of promotion should remain on premium jade jewelry. Upon hearing the professional speak, Zhang Feizue closed her mouth, stood aside, and played with her phone, but her eyes kept glancing at Yan Wanner from time to time. After all, the charm of a beauty is something no one can resist. An hour later, Lin Dong's filming wrapped up. Zhang Feizue was the first to rush forward, taking the camera from Lin Dong's hands to check the footage. Among the 20 or so exquisite photos, each one exuded an air of elegance and grandeur, showcasing the pinnacle of cinematic quality. Zhang Feizue was both amazed and thoroughly satisfied, nodding in approval. You're amazing, Lin Dong. It turns out the kids weren't exaggerating, you're truly the real deal. The photos you took have a polished, professionally edited quality to them. And Wanyu really nailed the ancient charm. Pairing your photos with such a beauty like young Wanyu is absolutely perfect. Seeing Zhang Feizue also falling into flattery for Lin Dong, Xiao Tong chuckled. I didn't expect you to take photos so quickly. Why did we come 3 hours early? Since that's the case, let's wrap it up. Hearing Zhang Feizue's excited words, Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head at him and said, I told you earlier, photography isn't the focus of today's outing. What's coming next is the real highlight of the day. Chapter 185, a new form. Lin Dong draws the promotion poster himself. Lin Dong's mysterious expression immediately piqued Zhang Feizue and the onlookers' curiosity. He reached into his backpack again and pulled out a large drawing board, along with a set of paints and tools. As the painting tools gradually filled the entire table, Zhang Feizue scratched his head in confusion. He was completely baffled. Is he going to paint? Could Lin Dong actually paint? What is he going to paint? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong spoke in a clear voice. I've done some preliminary research. Most jade shops use photos as promotional images, but I think, in addition to photo promotions, we could incorporate paintings into our promotions at our Wan Yuxian store. This is a completely new approach. Paintings are more dynamic than photos and can better capture the ancient charm of jade jewelry, attracting more attention and evoking emotions that spark customers' affection. After Lin Dong's well-reasoned explanation, Zhang Feizue nodded in agreement, then exclaimed in surprise, What? You're going to draw them? I'm not saying this to be rude, but can you even paint? Painting isn't the same as drawing design sketches, it requires a high level of artistic skill. Seeing Zhang Feizue's skeptical expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. If I don't have the skills, why would I take on this task? Stand aside and watch closely. He then turned to Yang Wanner and continued, Wife, sit down and turn your body sideways. Once Yang Wanner was seated, Lin Dong stood up, laid a sheet of rice paper on the drawing board, and picked up the finest brush on the table. For a moment, the surrounding commotion gradually faded away, and Lin Dong's eyes focused solely on Yang Wanner. He was completely immersed in his own world, skillfully wielding the brush in his hand. He first sketched out the basic outline of a figure using a piece of used paper, then outlined the lines, applied the base color, added details, and finally applied the finishing touches. The entire process was as smooth and natural as flowing water. Seeing this, Zhang Feizue's jaw nearly dropped. In his eyes, Lin Dong was like a magician, capable of anything and mastering everything. After completing the basic structure of the figure, under the control of Lin Dong's slender fingers, the outline lines were rendered with sharp precision, and the thickness and weight of the lines varied richly. Comparing them to Yang Wanner's every glance and smile, Lin Dong's brushstrokes were full of spirit. Finally, Lin Dong began to focus on outlining the hairpin on Yang Wanner's head and the jade bracelet on her wrist. The hairpin, made of pure glass-like material, was rendered with crystal clarity under his brush. When he came to the jade bracelets, Lin Dong used ink with great care, bringing the pair to life. Paired with the emerald green cheongsam, the bracelets and hairpin were highlighted to perfection, creating a truly enchanting scene. On the Xian paper, a painting gradually took shape under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, revealing the figure of Yang Wanner. This was Lin Dong's first attempt at sketching a figure using traditional Chinese painting techniques, with his wife as the model. He naturally gave it his all, and before he realized it, he had already exceeded the opening time. Several customers had already entered the shop, but upon seeing Lin Dong intently at work, they all fell silent, standing quietly by to watch. 3 hours later, Lin Dong finally put down his brush. The crowd also sighed in relief and slowly gathered around to admire the finished piece. Chapter 186, Masterful Brushwork.
On the, Yang Wanner, dressed in a jade green cheongsam, sat with her head bowed, her side profile showcasing the curves of her figure. With a graceful gesture, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing the delicate jade bracelet on her wrist. A faint smile played on her lips, and the crystal-clear hairpin on her head caught everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone present was stunned by the breathtakingly beautiful Chinese painting. They stared at Yang Wanner in the painting, some even losing themselves in the moment. Master. The idiom masterful brushwork perfectly describes you. You've brought Sister Wanner to life in this painting. I had no idea you could paint, and so well at that. The young boy who loved to make a scene was the first to break the silence with a loud compliment, shattering the tranquil atmosphere around Wang Yuxian. Zhang Feizui stared at the painting of the beautiful woman, stunned into silence. He looked at Yang Wanyu, then back at the painting, and his admiration for Lin Dong surged once again, like the yellow river flowing from the heavens, unstoppable. Some onlookers began to raise their thumbs in admiration toward Lin Dong. Their astonishment at the painting far exceeded their surprise at seeing the national goddess Yang Wanner. Who would have thought that the national goddess Yang Wanner's elegance would complement this jade so perfectly? Boss, the pair of jade bracelets you painted are truly breathtaking. You've captured the very soul of these bracelets. It's not just the bracelets, I've never seen jade jewelry painted with such exquisite detail before. Is this hairpin available in the store? I've fallen in love with it, I must buy it for my daughter-in-law to wear. The praise surrounding Lin grew louder and more enthusiastic. Yang Wanyu, seeing this, stood up from her chair, blinked her curious eyes, and walked toward Lin Dong's painting. Upon seeing the person in the painting who looked exactly like herself, Yang Wanner froze in place. In Lin Dong's painting, she seemed to see a second version of herself. Mr. Lin isn't just a master of jewelry design, he's also such a talented painter. I admire him so much. The portrait was a traditional Chinese ink painting, employing the white line drawing technique in the lines and clothing, capturing the folds of the garments with remarkable precision. The figures were rendered using the meticulous brushwork and vibrant colors of the Gongbi style, each stroke exuding a timeless elegance. Combining these two distinct Chinese painting styles into such a harmonious whole was truly remarkable. Mr. Lin, it seems your understanding of painting is truly profound. No wonder you excel in design, it's all rooted in your painting skills. The faint voice of an elderly man carried a hint of authority, distinct from the surrounding chorus of praise. This was a comment with depth and insight. Lin Dong lifted his head and looked toward the source of the voice. Those were the eyes of an elderly man, yet they gleamed with boundless wisdom. After 3 seconds, Lin Dong recognized the kind-hearted old man. He was Yang Ming. After Lin Dong's name as a designer went viral online, he received a letter from Yang Ming, a renowned jewelry designer with international standing. The two had arranged to meet at Wang Yuxian next Tuesday. Out of courtesy, Lin Dong had researched information and photos about the venerable Yang Ming online beforehand. However, he never expected that this esteemed elder would arrive at Wang Yuxian so early. The place had only just opened. Chapter 187, Pushing National Treasures to Their Ultimate Limit. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong immediately stood up politely and addressed the elderly gentleman. Mr. Yang, how did you arrive so early? After Lin Dong finished promoting the Chinese painting, several staff members praised it highly as they framed the painting and carefully hung it on the wall where Lin Dong had arranged it. As customers walked in, the portrait promotional painting, which seemed like a stroke of genius, immediately caught their eyes. Zhang Feizui also quickly took a photo of the painting and a series of photos of Lin Dong's painting process, posting a lengthy Weibo post. This piece, personally sketched by Lin Dong with Yang Wanner as the model, entered the public eye, becoming a highly explosive bomb that once again sent the entire internet into a frenzy. As Zhang Feizui had anticipated, Lin Dong once again topped the Weibo trending list. While watching her Weibo followers continue to rise, Zhang Feizui's face was filled with a smug smile. Riding on Lin Dong's popularity, her Weibo follower count surged dramatically, now nearing 10,000. Haha, I didn't expect Lin Dong's popularity to be so easy to ride on. It seems I should capitalize on this more in the future. On Weibo, the photo Zhang Feizui had just posted of Lin Dong painting a traditional Chinese painting for Wang Yuxian's promotional campaign was being shared, with the heat continuing to rise. Wow, Lin Dong can actually paint so well. Wang Yuxian is so impressive. Other jade shops just use boring photos, but Wang Yuxian is so creative using a Chinese painting as a promotional image. This must have been Lin Dong's idea. Wow, these two pieces of jewelry are perfectly matched with Wanner's goddess-like aura, absolutely stunning. Especially that hairpin, it exudes elegance and sophistication, and combined with the brushwork and lines of the traditional Chinese painting, it's simply lifelike. A single smile captivates all, leaving the 6 palaces pale in comparison. No wonder there are a couple. Lin Dong's exceptional painting skills showcase Yang Wanner's beauty in full detail. As a fine arts student specializing in traditional Chinese painting, I wonder when I'll ever achieve such mastery like Mr. Lin. Family members, have you noticed that Lin Dong has quietly become a regular on Weibo's trending topics? Without exaggeration, I see something about him every week. Zhang Feizui, upon seeing this, hurried over to Lin Dong, who was talking with Yang Ming, and asked loudly. Lin Dong, you mentioned earlier that your designs were self-taught.
Is your incredible painting skill also self-taught?
Seeing Zhang Feizui rudely interrupt his conversation, Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment before nodding and smiling.
Yes, what's the matter? However, Zhang Feizui didn't respond at all.
After a series of nonsensical questions, she left with a mysterious smile, leaving Lin Dong confused and Yang-ming slightly baffled. After carefully selecting a comment, Zhang Feizui replied on Weibo, "I've already asked Lin Dong for the babies. His design and traditional Chinese painting are all self-taught."
This comment once again sparked a massive online uproar, shocking the entire internet. What? Lin Dong's painting and design are self-taught? What kind of genius is this? Can self-learning really produce such results?
He's taken traditional Chinese art to the extreme, no wonder he's Lin Dong.
Chapter 188, Self-Taught Genius.
I've been studying Chinese painting for over a decade, yet I can't even come close to Lin Dong's skill level.
This is simply unbelievable.
Lin Dong is like a novelesque protagonist who is cheating with a cheat code. This has shocked my mother for 3,000 years. I thought he was an art student, but it turns out he is self-taught.
That is just too unbelievable. Lin Dong's design works are textbook level quality, and his Chinese painting works are even more so.
One day, I must visit the Wan Yuxian store to see Lin Dong's paintings in person. The news of Lin Dong's self-taught success spread across the internet in a single day, and soon, renowned traditional Chinese painters began to weigh in. Lin Dong's Chinese painting of a beauty masterfully combines three of the most fundamental techniques of Chinese painting in a single piece. In addition to the white line sketching and vibrant coloring of the figures, the background's freehand brushwork exudes a classical, ancient charm. The three styles are seamlessly integrated, creating an absolutely stunning masterpiece. Lin Dong used extremely delicate lines to imbue the model's expressions with a sense of movement.
This work is truly priceless.
Zhang Feizui watched her Weibo followers continue to rise, feeling exhilarated.
While reading the countless praises on Weibo, she couldn't help but feel proud. On the other side,
Lin Dong and Yang-ming sat face to face at a tea table inside the Wan Yuxian store.
Yang Wanner, out of courtesy, poured tea for the two of them.
Yang Wanner, still wearing her emerald green cheongsam, performed a graceful and dignified tea-pouring ceremony with her fair, slender hands on the tea table, exuding an air of ancient elegance. She occasionally raised her eyes to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Sitting across from them, Yang-ming, after witnessing their sweet interaction, couldn't help but blush slightly and teased with a smile.
"I must say, the two of you are truly a perfect match.
No wonder you could paint the Chinese painting so masterfully. It's because beauty is in the eye of the beholder."
Yang-ming's teasing made Yang Wanner blush, and she politely bid farewell before leaving.
"Mr. Lin Dong, I actually came to visit your store today because I have a deep interest in you and your design work. May I ask if you have any other design pieces you could show me?" At this point, Yang-ming seemed to realize something and immediately added, "I'm not saying this because I don't trust you, but as a passionate jade jewelry designer, I truly want to learn. To be honest, I haven't designed anything that satisfies me in an entire year. Maybe it's because I'm getting old and my mind is running dry. However, I've seen your design works online, and every single one has deeply moved me. I want to learn from you and take this opportunity to try breaking through my own creative block."
As he spoke, Yang-ming's tone and expression were filled with politeness and respect toward Lin Dong.
Facing this esteemed design master, Lin Dong smiled slightly and took out 50 new jewelry designs he had created a few days earlier from his briefcase. Looking at the thick stack of design sketches, Yang-ming's aged eyes sparkled with surprise, and his gaze betrayed a deep passion for art. He immediately took the design sketches from Lin Dong and began to immerse himself in them, studying them intently. Soon, his expression shifted from shock to rapture.
Chapter 189, The Magical Hands.
Yang-ming flipped through each drawing with care, lost in a mix of awe and delight, handling them as if they were the most precious treasures in the world, afraid to crease even a single corner. 2 hours later, Yang-ming set down the blueprints he had been holding and carefully returned them to Lin Dong. Then, he let out a satisfied sigh. He took a deep breath and raised his eyes to look at Lin Dong once more, his gaze filled with utmost admiration. Lin Dong had completely conquered him with these 50 uniquely crafted and perfect jade design drawings. Jade is the jewel of jade, the king of all gems. Lin Dong, you have magical hands and an imagination that surpasses even mine after over 50 years in this industry. This heartfelt praise was the conclusion Yang-ming had reached after thoroughly acknowledging his superiority. In your 50 design sketches, I saw innovative ideas I could never have imagined in my lifetime. Your designs not only highlight the advantages of jadeite but also eliminate its flaws. This is something even many renowned designers cannot achieve. As I said before, seeing you, I feel as though I am witnessing the future of our nation's jade culture." Yang-ming's voice began to tremble slightly with emotion. Under his praise, Lin Dong humbly nodded and said, "Mr. Yang is too kind. No matter what, my insights and experience in jade design cannot compare to yours." Seeing Lin Dong's humble attitude, free from pride or self-pity, Mr. Yang's admiration for him deepened further. "You mentioned earlier that you haven't designed any jade pieces that satisfied you this year.
Would you be willing to show me some of your work? Perhaps I could offer some assistance.
Lin Dong looked at Yang Ming and smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming grew excited, his wrinkled face brimming with joy.
Yes, yes. I was exactly thinking the same thing, but I was too shy to ask.
As soon as Yang Ming took out his design sketches, his demeanor changed completely, resembling that of a lively and energetic young man. He held his sketches in one hand and chattered excitedly to Lin Dong while explaining his designs. After putting down the 7 or 8 design sketches in his hands, he turned to Lin Dong with a pleading expression.
Actually, based on my design experience, I can't offer much guidance.
I'll just share my limited perspective. Your design inspiration and creativity are both excellent.
The only area that needs improvement, in my opinion, is just one thing.
Lin Dong spoke with a rhythmic cadence, looking at the young man whose eyes were wide with curiosity, waiting for his response. Your design approach and line structure are outdated.
As the words fell, Yang Ming froze in place.
As a master with a reputation and prestige in the industry, no one had ever told him, let alone dared to say, that his design structure was outdated. Although Lin Dong immediately noticed the subtle change in Yang Ming's expression, he continued speaking in a rational tone. Your design structure places too much emphasis on the requirements outlined in the textbooks. However, to create a perfect design that aligns with contemporary design aesthetics, it is essential to keep pace with the times and integrate modern aesthetic sensibilities into Jade design.
Chapter 190, Yang Ming kneels in admiration, Lin Dong takes him as a disciple.
As Lin Dong finished speaking, the intelligent gleam in his eyes lingered on Yang Ming's expression. He had already explained all the issues he had identified to Yang Ming. Whether he could accept them or not was entirely up to him. In truth, when Lin Dong saw Yang Ming explaining his design sketches with the enthusiasm of a child, he was deeply moved by the master's passionate dedication to Jade design. Although he had some expertise in design thanks to the system, Lin Dong knew that his love for Jade design paled in comparison to Yang Ming's. Thinking of this, he even felt a pang of guilt. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that his few words could be of some help to such a master as Yang Ming.
Lin Dong's words left Yang Ming in a prolonged silence.
Seeing Yang Ming's furrowed brows, Lin Dong sat beside him, also remaining silent.
After a long while, Yang Ming stood up.
To Lin Dong's astonished gaze, Yang Ming bowed deeply toward Lin Dong. Due to his advanced age and years of hunching over design work, Yang Ming's body had begun to stoop slightly. He bowed his head and spoke loudly to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, today I am honored to have received your guidance and even more fortunate to have spent the entire morning discussing the art of design with you. I, Yang Ming, have a certain reputation in the jewelry design circle. However, precisely because of this, there are too many people who do not understand jewelry design and only know how to flatter.
Your words today have placed a mirror before me.
Mr. Lin, please take me as your disciple. Yang Ming let out a loud, resonant cry, instantly drawing the astonished gazes of everyone in the Wanyuxian. This unexpected plea for apprenticeship caught Lin Dong off guard. After all, the man standing before him was a legendary figure in the jewelry design world whose every move sent ripples through the industry. Many designers were eager to learn even the slightest thing from Yang Ming, but here he was, bowing before him and asking to become his disciple. Lin Dong was completely speechless, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Lin Dong's hesitation, Yang Ming immediately knelt down on both knees with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground. Please take me as your disciple. With another voice full of conviction and sincerity, Lin Dong saw this and immediately stood up, hurriedly helping Yang Ming to his feet. Such a revered master begging him to take him as a disciple, Lin Dong no longer hesitated. All right. But let's make one thing clear, Master Yang, I will share everything I know about jewelry design with you without holding anything back. However, I will not treat you as a disciple. No matter what, you will always be my senior. Seeing that Lin Dong had finally agreed, Yang Ming was overjoyed. Originally, today's plan was just to create a promotional illustration for Wanyuxian, but unexpectedly, he ended up taking Yang Ming, an internationally renowned master, as his disciple. On the way home, the young apprentice chattered excitedly in the back seat. Master, you really have more and more disciples now. Who would have thought that even such a master would kneel down and beg to become your disciple? That old man is Yang Ming. No one would believe it if you told them. Chapter 191, Little Fat Hands Have No Talent. Now that he's your disciple, you won't have to design all the jewelry for Wanyuxian by yourself anymore, right?
Could Yang Ming help you with the designs too?
Master, could you teach me how to draw too? Your Chinese paintings are so amazing, cartoon characters must be a piece of cake for you. My requirements aren't high, I just want to learn how to draw my male idols. Lin Dong, who was driving, sighed helplessly. The entire car was filled with the child's incessant chatter. He really wanted to shout, Master, stop lecturing. Little one, drawing requires talent. Look at your chubby little hands.
Do you think you have any talent?
Xian Nizu Yang Wanner sensed Lin Dong's frustration and couldn't help but reach out to cover the child's mouth. Sure enough, after Yang Wanner's teasing remark, the little child obediently closed his mouth and said nothing.
The first thing Lin Dong did upon returning home was to take out the 2 large jars of marinade he had left in the kitchen to ferment and marinate olive paste in mushroom sauce. As soon as the jars were opened, the aroma of the mushroom sauce filled the entire kitchen. A few minutes later, the young child and Yang Wanner, who were sitting in the living room, both sniffed the air. The air was filled with the aroma of the freshly fermented mushroom sauce. "Master, what are you making that smells so good? The aroma is wafting all the way to the living room." As a true foodie, the little child rushed into the kitchen where Lin Dong was, and upon seeing the glossy mushroom sauce on the table, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He then let out a greedy slurping sound. Yang Wanner, who entered the kitchen shortly after, couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Tong's greedy expression. She walked over, gently tapped his head, and said with a smile, "Stop drooling. Make sure none of it gets into the sauce." This was the first time Lin Dong had tried making a new sauce besides soybean paste. Besides wanting to diversify his sauce business, there was another reason. Yang Wanner had once mentioned that she loved mushroom sauce. As the ultimate doting husband, Lin Dong brought his mushroom sauce and olive pickles in jars to the dinner table. To ensure the sauces tasted their best, he personally steamed a batch of buns for the main course. Xiao Tong, who had been eagerly awaiting the meal, immediately picked up a steamed bun with his hands, tore it open, and wrapped the mushroom sauce inside. As expected, the moment the mushroom sauce touched his lips, Xiao Tong's face lit up with a look of pure enjoyment. He then let out a loud shout. "Absolutely amazing! The fresh and delicious taste of the mushrooms filled my taste buds, and the small pieces of lean meat not only cut through the richness but also gave me an irresistible sense of happiness and satisfaction." Watching the child's exaggerated reaction, Yang Wanner couldn't resist picking up her chopsticks and taking a bite of the mushroom sauce. Soon, a spark of surprise and delight flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Delicious! Lin Dong, this is the best mushroom sauce I've ever eaten in my life." Receiving his wife's approval, Lin Dong curved his lips into a satisfied smile, picked up some olive pickles, and placed them in Wanner's bowl, whispering, "Try this." Chapter 192, Soybean Paste Sells Out, Supply Can't Keep Up. After receiving unanimous praise from Yang Wanner and Xiao Tong, Lin Dong immediately used the newly made mushroom sauce and olive pickles in his restaurant for customer feedback. Meanwhile, with the restaurant's assistance, Lin Dong's homemade soybean paste officially launched, with both online and offline sales officially kicking off. Since it had already been tested in the restaurant and the promotional efforts had reached the desired level. Since the launch of Lin Dong's soybean paste, offline stores and restaurants have been in a frenzy, with some restaurants even selling out completely. Notably, the bottle design, packaging paper, and other design elements for Lin Dong's soybean paste were all personally created by Lin Dong, the founder and owner of the soybean paste brand. On the packaging paper designed by Lin Dong, in addition to using yellow as the main color to highlight the beauty of the sauce inside the bottle, he also drew a cute cartoon version of his family of 5 at the logo. This clever design has touched the hearts of countless families, who have praised and envied the harmony of Lin Dong's family after seeing it. During lunchtime, at the dining table of a family of 3. After taking a bite of today's meal, the man exclaimed, "Honey, today's meal is absolutely delicious. Especially this little yellow fish, it's perfectly seasoned." "Exactly, Mom. When did you start cooking so well? I want another bowl of rice." Hearing her husband and child's praise, the woman's face flushed with joy, and she couldn't suppress her happy smile. She had always thought her cooking was ordinary and rarely received such praise. She brought out the soybean paste from the kitchen and smiled at her family at the table, saying, "It's all thanks to this Lin Dong brand soybean paste. Compared to the previous soybean paste, this Lin Dong brand soybean paste is truly a miracle ingredient for cooking." Seeing his wife's excited expression, the man paused with his chopsticks in hand and asked softly, "Lin Dong brand? Is that the same Lin Dong from Wanyuxian?" "Probably." This scene was playing out in countless households. That night, Lin Dong, who was at home preparing for the filming of I Am an Actor, kept receiving calls from restaurants and shops. "Mr. Lin, our restaurant just sold the last box of soybean paste," a store manager on the other end of the line said excitedly. Lin Dong counted and realized this was the last store manager to call him today. 16 restaurants and 3 initial stores had completely sold out of their inventory. The explosive sales of the soybean paste were completely unexpected by Lin Dong. He had originally planned to produce 10,000 bottles daily, and after 2 weeks of preparation, he believed he had stockpiled enough. However, he never imagined that on the first day of opening, they had already sold 2 bottles. At this rate, Lin Dong's soybean paste would soon be in short supply. Seeing the promising future of Lin Dong's soybean paste, several specialty sauce manufacturers have approached him for collaboration. Once production capacity is increased, Lin Dong can further expand his sales market. Compared to a jade shop like Wanyuxian, the market for soybean paste is more mainstream and easier to tackle. After making up his mind, Lin Dong immediately visited 2 sauce manufacturers located in the suburbs. Chapter 193, Dream. After a thorough inspection, Lin Dong settled on a large factory with excellent hygiene standards and signed a guarantee contract. Exhausted, he returned home and collapsed onto the sofa, nearly 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yang Wanner walked over, placed a cup of warm water by his side, and began gently massaging his shoulders.
Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Do you remember when I was in the postpartum period? You were the one who massaged me. This is the first time I've massaged you since we got married. Husband, have you ever thought about not pushing yourself so hard? You've been staying up late for several nights in a row. Lately, he has been busy with the post-opening promotions for Wan Yuxian, his first foray into the sauce industry, and the development of the Taiwan-Australia-Taiwan market, leaving Lin Dong completely overwhelmed. His hard work and dedication were all noticed by Yang Wanner, who couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Lin Dong took Yang Wanner's delicate hand resting on his shoulder and spoke softly. Wanner, to be honest, at first I pushed myself to work hard and earn money not only to provide for the babies and give our family a better life, but also because I wanted to be a successful man who could be worthy of you, the national goddess everyone adores. But as I've fought my way to where I am now, my thoughts have expanded beyond that. It's not just for this family, it's for myself as well. Since the opportunity is right in front of me, I want to seize it firmly. If I can succeed and do better, why not give it my all and create a beautiful life not just for myself, but for our entire family? Lin Dong's words touched Yang Wanner's heart, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, shimmering in the darkness. Honey, Zhang Yuhua always says that celebrities are just riding the wave of their youth, right? So even if you retire gloriously one day, I'll make sure you and the kids can live a good life with me. The night air grew gentle. Yang Wanner sniffed sharply, her nose already stinging, and clung tightly to Lin Dong, her voice soft and childlike. Lin Dong. Husband, I love you. Thank you. Exhausted from the past few days, Lin Dong drifted into a drowsy sleep that night. In his dream, he used his divine eye to peer into people's hearts endlessly. He also utilized the divine eye's ability to see through objects, using it to take shortcuts time and again. First, he looked through stones to find jewels, and later, he used it for gambling. After amassing immense wealth, Lin Dong was sent to prison. Though it was a dream, it felt incredibly real, causing Lin Dong, who was in the real world, to break out in a cold sweat. In the dream, after seeing himself locked behind iron bars, Lin Dong immediately saw Yang Wanner and the 3 children crying. At that moment, his heart ached as if it were being pierced by needles. He suddenly awoke. Lin Dong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Perhaps this was the system's way of warning him? Warning him not to rely too heavily on the divine eye, and certainly not to use it to stray down the wrong path. Otherwise, everything in the dream would become reality, and Yang Wanner's suffering face would become a grim reality. Chapter 194, The Advertiser. The next morning, while busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Lin Dong heard the distinctive knock on the door belonging to the young boy. Upon opening the door, he saw the little boy, along with Zhang Yuhua standing behind him with a reluctant expression. The little boy excitedly pulled Zhang Yuhua's arm and looked at Lin Dong, saying, "Master, I brought Sister Yuhua here for breakfast today. I reported to her yesterday, and she also wants to try your olive vegetable dish and mushroom sauce. Do you mind?" Before the little boy could finish speaking, Zhang Yuhua reluctantly slapped his arm, then lifted her head arrogantly but dared not meet Lin Dong's gaze, and retorted, "It's not like that. I came here because I have work to do and Wanner asked me to." Having spent so much time with Zhang Yuhua, Lin Dong had long since figured out the characteristics of this top agent, a sharp tongue but a soft heart, someone who values face but won't back down. So he smiled slightly at Zhang Yuhua. "I know. But since the work was urgent, you came over early, right?" Zhang Yuhua nodded in agreement. "Wanner is still sleeping. She stayed up late last night and is tired. You can play with the kids for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon." As Lin Dong finished speaking, the little child's mouth curled into a wide smile, his expression filled with auntie-like joy. Standing beside him, Zhang Yuhua furrowed her brows, gazing at Lin Dong with a serious expression and said earnestly, "Lin Dong, although Wanner doesn't have any high-intensity work right now, as a female celebrity, she must maintain good sleep to keep her skin and figure in top condition. For Wanner's sake, I hope you can control yourself a bit at night." Zhang Yuhua's blunt admonishment left Lin Dong momentarily speechless before he finally realized the true meaning behind her words, bursting into laughter. "Ha, Sister Hua, what are you thinking? Do you really think I still want to have triplets with Yang Wanner? I worked late last night, and Yang Wanner was waiting for me, so I stayed up late. Don't worry, she's my wife and the mother of my children. I'll definitely take care of her skin and figure." Seeing Lin Dong smile, Xiao Tong was the first to burst into laughter. Zhang Yuhua, the renowned agent known for her stern demeanor, only showed a flustered expression when it came to Lin Dong. Yang Wanyu just stepped out of the bedroom and saw Zhang Yuhua and Xiao Tong playing with the babies. With 2 aunts by their side, the 3 little ones were all smiling. "Early flowers, sister, why are you here?" Yang Wanyu, still half asleep, asked while yawning. "Several advertising partners saw the posters and photos you made for Wan Yuxian. They said your ancient charm in Cheongsam suits you perfectly and now they all want you to shoot some ads wearing Cheongsam. These advertisers include Cheongsam brands, jewelry brands, and the most outrageous one is even a car brand. Who would drive a car while wearing a Cheongsam? That's ridiculous. but the terms they're offering are pretty good. Do you want to take a look?
After saying that, Zhang Yuhua pulled out a stack of documents from her bag and placed them in Yang Wanner's hands. Just as Yang Wanner was about to open them, a sudden hand reached out and snatched the documents from her hands. It was Lin Dong.
Chapter 195, The Reason for Not Taking the Cheongsam Advertisement.
Lin Dong's cold gaze swept over Zhang Yuhua, his voice carrying a chill. She refuses to take ads requiring her to wear a cheongsam, but she'll take any others.
The party involved, Yang Wanner, was taken aback and asked in a puzzled voice, "Why?" "Because you look good in a cheongsam, and I don't want to be in an advertisement for so many people to see."
Lin Dong spoke with a straight face, his words dripping with jealousy. This left Zhang Yuhua feeling overwhelmed, as if she had just eaten a mouthful of dog food, and she didn't know what to say for a moment.
The meal was served on the table.
Zhang Yuhua's eyes lit up when she saw the glossy mushroom sauce, and she secretly swallowed her saliva.
"Sister Yuhua, try this mushroom sauce my master made.
It smells delicious and tastes even better.
And that olive vegetable, I ate a bite and then had the nerve to ask my master for a whole jar. It's amazing."
Xiaotong picked up a pair of chopsticks, placed some olive pickles into Zhang Yuhua's bowl, and spoke excitedly, as if promoting his own meal. "This is the sauce people used to stir fry and mix with rice, but here you are using it as a main dish.
Little Tong, you really live up to your reputation as a foodie."
As she spoke, Yang Wanner smiled brightly. As everyone at the table was immersed in a harmonious and warm atmosphere, the online buzz about Lin Dong had already reached a fever pitch. Lin Dong's soybean paste had gone viral across the entire internet within a single day, becoming the favorite of countless housewives. Besides the offline stores Lin Dong had arranged himself, several large supermarkets had already contacted his manufacturer, all expressing their desire to secure the sales rights. All of this was well within Lin Dong's expectations, as the old lady's black bean paste, which had become wildly popular in his own time, had also gradually made its way into every household in the entire country, becoming as essential as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. And this was precisely Lin Dong's goal. On Weibo, posts about Lin Dong once again made it to the featured topics, and at the same time, Lin Dong's soybean paste was trending on the hot search list.
Scrolling through the comments, they were filled with praise and admiration. "My mom used this Lin Dong brand soybean paste to cook lunch today, and the flavor was absolutely mouth-watering.
I have to admit, just using Lin Dong brand soybean paste alone has elevated my mom's cooking skills by several notches.
Everyone, the taste is truly amazing.
It's not only great for stir-frying but also goes well with rice.
I've tried it myself.
Go buy some now, or you'll miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime deliciousness. Lin Dong brand soybean paste is truly a blessing for college students living away from home.
I'm definitely bringing 2 big jars with me to school next week to mix with rice.
Deliciousness is truly found in this world.
Have you noticed how cute the logo is?
Apparently, it was designed by Lin Dong himself.
The Q-style version of the 5-member family is so adorable. This guy is so talented, he can cook, draw, and more. What else does Lin Dong have up his sleeve?"
Thanks to enthusiastic recommendations from netizens, a Weibo trending topic titled "Lin Dong enters the sauce industry" has become the top search. The packaging paper and logo designed by him personally have also become the talk of the town. Without any promotion or advertising, thanks to the exquisite taste of his homemade soybean paste, Lin Dong's soybean paste sold out again on the second day of opening.
Chapter 196, The Jade King of Dragon City.
Once one enters a busy state, time flies by quickly. Had it not been for Zhang Feizui sending a message the night before to remind him, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten that he had a schedule to attend the Jade Stone Summit. Zhang Feizui, the diligent general manager of Wan Yushan, arrived at Lin Dong's home early in the morning.
At that moment, Zhang Feizui's face was radiating excitement.
Although Zhang Feizui was an ardent jade enthusiast, she rarely participated in jade gambling events, the sole reason being her fear of becoming addicted and losing. However, things were different with Lin Dong. After seeing that miraculous, naturally formed jade carving of a flying rabbit, she knew that Lin Dong had an extraordinary talent and luck when it came to jade gambling.
With Lin Dong by her side, Zhang Feizui was more interested in the Jade Gambling Summit than ever before.
After driving for 2 hours, the two arrived in the neighboring city of Longcheng, where the Jade Gambling Summit was held in a wealthy residential area. It was said that a jade gambling magnate who had made his fortune in Myanmar had settled in Longcheng, earning the nickname, the Jade King of Longcheng. After amassing his wealth through jade gambling, he returned to Longcheng and leveraged his connections in Myanmar to establish a jade gambling business. His jade gambling business was among the top ranked in the entire Xia Kingdom. This annual urban summit attracted jewelers and jade enthusiasts from all over the Xia Kingdom, and even overseas jade merchants would come specifically for the event.
After hearing Zhang Feizui's introduction, Lin Dong's interest in this jade gambling summit began to grow. Lin Dong, the Jade King of Longcheng, was quite an interesting figure. He had purchased a massive estate but did not reside there himself. Instead, the estate was used to host jade and jewelry auctions, as well as large and small-scale jade gambling events. The annual urban summit had also been held there for many years. Lin Dong nodded and asked, "The person you mentioned, what's his name? By the way, this big shot's name is also quite interesting. Everyone in the industry calls him Longu, but his real name is Qianlong, isn't that funny?" When I first heard the name, I thought he was the reincarnation of Emperor Qianlong.
Zhang Feizui laughed out loud at his own joke, while Lin Dong, as usual, chose to selectively ignore it, pretending not to hear Zhang Feizui's cold joke. Emperor Qianlong's love for jade was something he had learned about while studying the history of jade. Qianlong's passion for jade far exceeded that of any previous emperor, and it was because of him that jade became far more valuable than Hetian jade. As the two made their way to the estate, they passed by all sorts of luxury cars and sports cars, including an unlaunched Lamborghini supercar. Even before reaching their destination, Lin Dong could sense that the scale of this summit was far more extravagant than Zhang Feizui had described. Lin Dong thought to himself, it seems that today's Jade Stone Summit will definitely feature all sorts of treasures. Under the guidance of well-trained security personnel, Zhang Feizui was about to reverse into the parking lot and slowly park the car in the designated spot. Just then, a sharp braking sound echoed, and a red Ferrari supercar had already pulled into the parking space Zhang Feizui had occupied.
Chapter 197, Teaching You a Lesson on Behalf of Your Parents.
Zhang Jianxuan's temper flared up instantly.
He opened the window and shouted angrily at the red Ferrari. "What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm backing up?"
A young man who didn't look very old stuck his head out and mocked Zhang Feizui with a smirk. "I saw you taking your time backing up, so I came in.
Besides, this parking spot doesn't have your name on it, and it's not designated as your exclusive spot. Why can't I park here?"
Seeing the young man's arrogant smile, Zhang Feizui's blood pressure rose again. She got out of the car and pointed at the man inside, shouting angrily,
"Where are your parents? You insolent brat! You have no manners or respect."
Just as Zhang Feizui was about to continue her tirade, Lin Dong got out of the car, walked up to her, and pressed down on her angry shoulders. His calm voice rang out.
Calm down, calm down.
He's just a kid who just learned to drive and wants to show off his skills.
Don't bother with him."
The young man in the red Ferrari, who had been smirking arrogantly moments ago, became furious upon hearing Lin Dong's words. His red hair stood on end, and he pointed at Lin Dong, shouting angrily,
"You! Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say my driving skills are bad?"
Seeing the red-haired man nearly boiling over with anger from Lin Dong's casual remark, Zhang Feizui's anger subsided. At Lin Dong's gesture, she started the car and prepared to leave.
However, the enraged red-haired young man refused to back down.
He grabbed Lin Dong's sleeve and continued to shout, "You!
If you're so confident, let's race. Otherwise, you have no right to criticize my driving skills."
Zhang Feizui looked at the red-haired man with a disdainful expression. "Hey, you little brat, we gave you the parking spot.
We're not going to bother with this. Just leave us alone."
Lin Dong just managed to shake off the man's hand, but the man grabbed him again with the other hand, his face filled with stubbornness.
"Are you here for the summit? I don't care.
You must race me today, or I'll never let you go. If you don't mind missing the Jade Auction Summit, then stay here and waste your time with me." Seeing the red-haired man clinging to Lin Dong like a stubborn donkey, Zhang Feizui stepped forward, leaned close to Lin Dong's ear, and whispered, "Lin Dong, aren't you supposed to be good at fighting?
Just beat him up in a few moves, and it'll be over, right?"
Lin Dong looked at the red-haired youth tightly gripping his arm, then glanced at Zhang Feizui, and sighed helplessly.
"The people here today are either wealthy or influential. What if this young man is the son of someone important? Have you forgotten why we came here today?
Jade, we may not start trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of it.
The summit is about to begin. You go ahead and represent Wan Yuxian, pick a few stones, and I'll catch up later."
After giving clear instructions, Lin Dong's sharp gaze fell on the young man who was still tightly holding onto his arm. His cold voice rang out.
"Since that's the case, I'll take it upon myself to give you a proper lesson today on behalf of your parents."
With that, Lin Dong took the car keys from Zhang Feizui's hand and got into the car without hesitation.
Chapter 198, Mountain Road Racing, Ultimate Challenge. "Lin Dong, don't be reckless. Didn't you see? The entire road we've been on is mountainous. How dare you race here?"
Zhang Feizui looked worried, as the mountain road leading to the estate was not only winding but also had several sections where only one car could pass at a time. Every vehicle was proceeding cautiously, fearing an accident. If any car were to fall off the cliff, it would be disastrous. Looking at Lin Dong, who remained expressionless in the driver's seat, Zhang Feizui continued to persuade him.
"Let us just ignore him.
Racing is a dangerous activity that could cost someone their life.
We shouldn't go. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your younger sister and your 3 little ones?
Listen to your older brother and don't go." Lin Dong had driven an ordinary SUV today, neither expensive nor particularly powerful. Compared to the red Ferrari driven by the red-haired man, Lin Dong's car was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of performance. Additionally, the road conditions were extremely dangerous, and the racetrack was filled with countless unpredictable hazards. Zhang Feizui gripped Lin Dong's arm tightly, her expression resolute. Facing Zhang Feitsui's heartfelt pleas, Lin Dong looked at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, his confidence evident in his eyes. Brother, though I can't boast about my driving skills, dealing with this kid is more than enough for me. Trust me, you go ahead and represent Wan Yuxian first, I'll catch up soon. Lin Dong's bold confidence immediately rubbed off on Zhang Feitsui. Moments later, Zhang Feitsui let go of his hand and looked at Lin Dong, his voice rising and falling. Brother, be careful. Racing on mountain roads is an extreme challenge. Lin Dong followed the red-haired man in his business car, weaving through the rugged mountain roads. After a few sharp turns, the red Ferrari came to a stop under a flag. Hey, this is where we usually race. Start here and go around the loop 5 kilometers total. If you change your mind now, just call me Big Brother, and I'll forgive you for what you just said. Red Hair flicked his hair back, his words brimming with arrogance. Lin Dong had over a decade of driving experience before he was transported to this world, and after surviving in this space for so many years, his driving skills had only grown more refined. Though he knew nothing about racing rules or techniques, he figured it was just driving. The faster you go, the better. In that regard, Lin Dong was confident. No need for that. I already said I'd give you a proper lesson on behalf of your parents. With that, Lin Dong revved the engine, his gaze sharp and intense. After the intimidating words were exchanged, Lin Dong's first ever racing competition officially began. The red Ferrari, leveraging its powerful engine, surged forward at breakneck speed as the countdown ended. On the other side, Lin Dong followed behind at a steady pace. The performance of the business car didn't allow him to reach maximum horsepower right after starting, so he lagged behind the red Ferrari. The red-haired young man, having gained the upper hand immediately, began to smirk, glancing at the bulky business car in his rearview mirror, now far behind him, and let out an excited shout. Yeah? You think you're so tough? I'll show you what your grandpa can do. I'll make you admit defeat. Chapter 199, Acceleration. Lin Dong continued to maintain a steady speed of around 250 miles per hour, keeping a distance of approximately 500 meters from the red Ferrari. As time quickly passed, the entire race had entered the final stretch. The red-haired man's expression had begun to contort wildly from sheer excitement. In his dominant lead, he burst into a loud, triumphant laugh. His eyes gleamed with madness as the red supercar raced down the track. He knew that once he passed this mid-race section, victory was assured. This track was one he had driven countless times, having memorized every inch of it. What was about to appear before the two of them was the most challenging section of the entire race. It was a 5-turn hairpin bend. Many rookie racers had lost their lives here. After 5 extremely difficult turns, the track narrows into a single-lane section where the diameter of the road is just wide enough for a single vehicle. In other words, once he enters that single-lane section, Lin Dong would have no chance of overtaking anyone. And as long as he could hold on until then, victory would be his. The red-haired man, who was feeling confident and triumphant, had no idea that Lin Dong had already used the divine eye to thoroughly analyze the entire racecourse. While the red-haired man assumed Lin Dong was lagging behind due to poor driving skills, Lin Dong had focused all his attention on driving smoothly while mapping out the road conditions. He knew that what lay ahead was a 5-turn racing circuit. Lin Dong's sharp eyes fixed on the front, and he suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating. The red-haired man, seeing Lin Dong begin to accelerate through his rearview mirror, let his smile grow even wider. The 5 consecutive turns were just ahead, and compared to Lin Dong's sudden acceleration, the red-haired man began to slow down gradually. Ha, what a little cutie. You didn't try to overtake me earlier, now you're in a hurry, aren't you? The next section is where the turns begin. I'll see how you manage to brake after accelerating like that. As he spoke, a cruel gleam of schadenfreude flashed in the red-haired man's eyes. Behind the red Ferrari, the business car continued its relentless charge, accelerating with all its might. From Lin Dong's perspective, through the divine eye, he had already calculated the precise angle of the upcoming turn. In his mind, he combined acceleration and distance to perform rapid calculations. By the time he saw the obvious curve ahead, the speed hadn't slowed at all. At that moment, Lin Dong's business vehicle was only 100 meters away from the red Ferrari in front. The red-haired man was stunned, his eyes wide with shock, his face betraying his disbelief. Braking before a turn, this is something every driver learns to do when taking their driving test. The curve is right ahead, yet this person isn't slowing down. Does he even know how to drive? Lin Dong's acceleration caused the red-haired man's forehead to be covered in beads of sweat. Despite his shock, he maintained his rhythm, preparing to face the upcoming 5 consecutive hairpin turns. As he slowly turned the corner, Lin Dong's sedan was already about to enter the bend. Lin Dong released the accelerator and suddenly jerked the steering wheel. Chapter 200, Perfect Drift, 5 consecutive turns. As the car began to slide, Lin Dong continued to control it with one hand, shifting down and accelerating. The bulky business car, under Lin Dong's skillful maneuvering, slid and turned out of the curve, executing a perfect drift. Drift! This was a stunning wide drift, with sparks flying from the intense friction between the tires and the mountain road surface, accompanied by the roaring sound of the turbocharger.
After the drift, Lin Dong instantly closed the gap and began racing side by side with the red-haired man. The red-haired man was completely stunned, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. Through the rearview mirror, he was still in awe of Lin Dong's stylish drift. "That's drifting! My God!" After a startled exclamation, the red-haired man sucked in a sharp breath. Drifting is a basic skill that every qualified racecar driver should master, but keep in mind that the section of the track they were on wasn't just a single turn, it was a series of 5 consecutive turns. The intense race continued. The red-haired man's earlier arrogance was completely crushed by Lin Dong's big drift. He sat up straight, his face focused on the road ahead. The second turn came into view, and Lin Dong repeated his previous actions: accelerate, brake, turn the steering wheel, and execute another small drift. The side-by-side racing position is broken by the drift, and Lin Dong's business car begins to pull ahead of the red-haired man's Ferrari supercar. The red-haired man inside the car widened his eyes, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and nervously watched the third turn ahead, as well as the business sedan speeding past him. The third and fourth turns were almost seamlessly connected, leaving no room for a drift. The red-haired man began to console himself mentally. Fixing his gaze on the third turn ahead, he prepared to pounce at the first opportunity to overtake. What happened next completely surpassed the red-haired man's imagination. The business sedan in front of him executed another perfect drift, then began to slide sideways. This was a showdown of driving skills. Lin Dong repeatedly pushed the tires to their limits, the high-difficulty sideways slide causing the tires to screech against the ground, accompanied by the roar of the powerful engine. The red-haired man was left speechless, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. His immediate thought was, he was watching a live version of Fast Furious. After letting out a gasp of astonishment, the red-haired man could no longer see the business car. Lin Dong executed 5 stylish consecutive drifts, completely leaving him in the dust. Once Lin Dong entered the single-lane track, it meant that victory in the race was already in his hands. The 5-kilometer race was already short, and by the time Lin Dong returned to the finish line, only a little over 10 minutes had passed. When the red-haired man finally rushed to the finish line, Lin Dong was leaning against the car door, grinning at him. This was Lin Dong's first true racing experience. Previously, he had only heard about it and seen it, but had never tried it himself. During the race, the adrenaline surging through his body stimulated his brain, leaving him completely immersed in the experience. Chapter 201, The Handsome You Didn't Know. One word: exhilarating. After feeling like he had just experienced a thrilling storm for both his mind and spirit, Lin Dong's anger toward the red-haired man had dissipated by half. As soon as he saw Lin Dong looking at him, the red-haired man immediately got out of the car and ran over to Lin Dong. "Bro, are you some kind of race car driver?" The red-haired man dropped his earlier arrogance and self-confidence, his face lit up with a fawning smile as he looked at Lin Dong and said, "Those drifts you just pulled off were so cool. And the sideways slide, I've never seen one in person before. It's pure violence and beauty, speed, and passion. Wow, you can make a business car look like that? You're truly unjudgeable by appearance, and the sea can't be measured by its depth. In any case, you've completely won me over. You're right, compared to you, my driving skills are nothing but dog. Not even dog." The young man's flattery made Lin Dong unable to hold back a smile. He slapped his hand on the young man's red hair and said, "You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. Young man, you should read more books and stop playing with dangerous race cars. Let's go. Consider this a treat from me. I won't hold the earlier incident against you. However, you should still apologize to my friend, since you took his parking spot first." The red-haired young man stood there dumbfounded, rubbing his head where he had been slapped, then gave Lin Dong a sheepish smile. "Alright, bro. Just for letting me see what good driving skills are today, I'll definitely apologize to that guy later. Bro, my name is Chien Duo Duo. If you don't mind, just call me Duo Duo. Hey, can you teach me how to race?" After a car race, Lin Dong found himself with an unwanted tag-along. Even when he entered the hall of the Jade Stone Summit with an invitation representing Wan Yuxian, Chen Duo Duo remained firmly by his side, clinging to him like a piece of chewing gum that wouldn't come off. "Bro, you're from Wan Yuxian, right? The one that unveiled the store's prized treasure, the U2 Flying Heaven. Is that the Wan Yuxian you're talking about? Is your side job a race car driver? Have you ever been to the midnight black market races?" Chen Duo Duo, with his bright red hair, stood out like a sore thumb in the entire hall, and many people had already turned their curious glances toward Lin Dong and this red-haired man. "Lin Dong." Zhang Feizui rushed over excitedly upon seeing Lin Dong. Chen Duo Duo felt an eerie sense of familiarity upon hearing the name Lin Dong. "Have you finished your match? Who won?" Facing Zhang Feizui's question, Lin Dong remained silent, instead fixing his sharp gaze on Chen Duo Duo standing beside him. Chen Duo Duo immediately understood and bowed deeply to Zhang Feizui. "Big brother, I'm sorry. It was my fault for taking your parking spot earlier. Please forgive me." Zhang Feizui was completely taken aback. The red-haired young man's attitude was completely different from his earlier arrogant and unapologetic behavior when he had the parking spot. What could have caused such a drastic change? Lin Dong, did you win? Before Lin Dong could respond, the red-haired young man excitedly grabbed Zhang Feitsui's hand and exclaimed joyfully. Of course. He must have beaten me, that's why I'm apologizing to you. You have no idea how cool his drift was just now. Chapter 202, Unexpectedly Gaining a Younger Brother. That 5-loop track today is the infamous death track of Launching City. Lin Dong actually pulled off 5 drifts, including a sideways slide. Have you ever seen a sideways slide? It was so cool. The best part is, Lin Dong was driving an unmodified business car, not a sports car with powerful engines. He's a miracle. He's the most amazing race car driver I've ever seen. As Chen Duo exaggeratedly praised him and demonstrated the moves with his hands, Zhang Feitsui was completely stunned, frozen in place. Drifting. Despite having over 20 years of driving experience, she had never witnessed such driving skills, let alone perform such a cool maneuver herself. And now, Chen Duo was telling her that Lin Dong was also a race car driver. He could drift and perform sideways slides techniques that left her speechless. Lin Dong, you've truly raised my expectations of you once again. Lin Dong, tell me, what other identities do you have that I don't know about? After the initial shock, Zhang Feitsui patted Lin Dong on the shoulder and let out a long, admiring sigh. Just then, a voice filled with authority rang out from beside the three of them. How did you get here? Lin Dong turned his head to see 5 or 6 people who had appeared out of nowhere, standing before him. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence glared at Lin Dong. Zhang Feitsui froze, glancing at the people surrounding her. Aside from Qianlong, the others were all renowned figures in the jade industry. Among them were famous jewelers, several jade experts, and an elderly man who claimed to be a jade gambling expert. He immediately bowed his hands in a respectful gesture, then looked at the powerful figures before him and bowed deeply, speaking with utmost reverence. Greetings, we are here on behalf of Wan Yuxian. Qianlong glanced at Zhang Feitsui and nodded slightly, then repeated the same words with a dismissive smile. What are you doing here? You said you had no interest in my family's business. You said you'd rather die than step foot here. What are you doing here? Are you here to cause trouble? His words were spoken with great force, filled with anger. Lin Dong and Zhang Feitsui finally realized that the previous words were not directed at them. Standing beside Lin Dong, the red-haired young man Qian Duo stepped forward under everyone's gaze, looked at Qianlong, and reluctantly spoke, calling out, Dad! Zhang Feitsui's eyes widened in shock. This young man was actually Qianlong's biological son, the man who had just been the host of the event. Then, Chen Duo lifted his head, his red hair standing out under the lights, still looking unwilling as he continued. I'm not interested in any of your worthless trinkets, but I'm here to accompany my older brother. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have set foot in here. With that, Chen Duo stepped back, standing behind Lin Dong, and reached out to tug at his sleeve. Lin Dong, the one being pulled, looked completely confused. When had he suddenly gained a younger brother? Chen Duo, that brat, was clearly using him as a shield again. Qianlong, seeing this, scanned Lin Dong up and down and asked in surprise. Are you his older brother? Chapter 203, He's my big brother. Lin Dong grabbed Chen Duo's arm, pulling him out from behind him, and spoke calmly yet firmly. No, I met him for the first time today. Upon hearing Lin Dong deny it, Chen Duo became wildly excited. He tightly gripped Lin Dong's arm, completely disregarding the stares of those around him, and shouted loudly. Big brother! You're my big brother! How can you deny it? I swore before that I would always follow a real race car driver as my big brother. You beat me today, so you're my big brother. Lin Dong, whether you admit it or not, I'll follow you from now on. You're my big brother. Big brother, I want to learn drifting from you too. Chen Duo's voice grew fainter, and by the end, he even sounded a bit aggrieved. He stubbornly lifted his head to meet Qianlong's gaze and declared confidently. He's my big brother. Qianlong had already pieced together the story from his son's few words. Looking at Lin Dong, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Chen Duo was his own son, and he knew how skilled his son was at driving. And Lin Dong had not only defeated his son but also made him willingly call him big brother. Chen Duo's outburst had already drawn a growing crowd of onlookers. As the crowd swelled, Qianlong felt his face growing hot with embarrassment. His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly, and anger welled up inside him. He glared at Chen Duo and shouted angrily. Chen Duo! Get out of here! At the sound of his father's scolding, Chen Duo's eyes welled up with tears, but he stubbornly clung to Lin Dong's arm, refusing to budge. The atmosphere froze in the tense standoff, and the entire hall fell into a quiet, tense atmosphere. Everyone was secretly watching the scene at the center of the room. Mr. Qian, it's a pleasure to meet you. I never expected our paths would cross like this. I am Lin Dong, and this is Zhang Jianquan, the general manager of Wan Yuxian. When we first arrived, Chen Duo was telling us all about the history of this estate and the heroic deeds of its former owner. I must have been blind not to realize that he was your son. Indeed, the son of a tiger is no dog. Lin Dong broke the tense atmosphere with just a few words, and the tension in the hall gradually eased. Qianlong relaxed his furrowed brows and looked at Lin Dong with a hint of a smile. Did he also tell you about my exploits?
Facing Qianlong's question, Lin Dong suppressed the restless Qian Duo behind him and nodded firmly.
Ha! Qianlong let out a hearty laugh before continuing. This kid is always looking for trouble with me. Last month at the jade auction, he caused a scene by making a fuss. I never expected him to speak well of me behind my back.
Qianlong's expression grew subtle as he looked at Lin Dong. In truth, Lin Dong had just used the divine eye to glimpse into the minds of the Qian family father and son.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have understood why they suddenly caused such a commotion. Mr. Lin, I've heard of your great reputation. The Yutu Fei Tian, the prized treasure of Wan Yuxian, has shocked the entire jade world. If there's ever an opportunity in the future, please spare me a glance. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chapter 204, Acting Like a Little Wife.
Qian Duo, I've told you so many times, your hair color is way too flashy.
It's not dignified. Standing here, you look like an outsider.
Just as the tension had eased, Qianlong pointed at Qian Duo's red hair and scolded him again in a loud voice.
Qian Duo wasn't about to back down. He retorted immediately,
I think you're just bored and have nothing better to do. You're so busy, yet you still have time to worry about my hair.
It's my own hair. I'll dye it whatever color I want.
If you say another word, I'll dye it green. Qianlong's anger boiled over, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his face contorted with rage.
Fine. Your body and hair are gifts from your parents. I'll pull them all out today and give them back to you.
Seeing that the father and son were about to start another heated argument, Lin Dong stepped forward and stood between the two, about to come to blows, and said,
Calm down, don't let such a small matter ruin the harmony between father and son. Mr. Qian, you might not understand the trends of the younger generation nowadays. After all, there's a generational gap between you and your son. Qian Duo, your father is right. Your hair really doesn't look good. It makes you look dark. At that moment, Lin Dong looked like a wise peacemaker, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Zhang Feizue caught between the two. After feeling Lin Dong's disapproving glance, Zhang Feizue immediately fell silent, standing in place and silently watching the scene unfold. Big brother, do you really think my hair looks bad? What color do you think would look best on me? Qian Duo blinked his eyes, looking at Lin Dong like a curious child. Black. Black is the most flattering.
After saying that, Lin Dong walked up to Qian Duo and whispered, I know you want to attract your father's attention, but ultimately, your method is wrong. Qian Duo froze for a moment, then suddenly stood up from his seat, looked at Lin Dong, then at his father Qianlong, and shouted loudly,
Big brother. I'll listen to you. I'll go dye it back right now.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duo, with his head now dyed red, hurried out of the estate hall, leaving behind a stunned Qianlong and Lin Dong and Zhang Feizue, who exchanged glances.
Lin Dong thought, this kid's determination is so strong?
Qianlong, however, gave Lin Dong another once-over, his eyes now filled with a look of newfound respect.
He looked at Lin Dong and asked in a puzzled tone, Lin Dong, I never expected that Dodo would listen to you so much, acting like a little wife under your control. Lin Dong nearly spit out the tea in his mouth. How could a father describe his own son like that?
After the simple opening ceremony, the annual Jade Stone Gambling Summit officially began. Under the guidance of the reception staff, hundreds of guests and attendants were led to the second floor of the estate. This massive 7-story estate featured a system where the higher the floor, the better the quality of the raw jade and the higher the price. High risk, high reward, that was the allure of jade stone gambling. Many jade gambling veterans or jewelry tycoons headed straight for the raw jade fields on the 4th floor or higher, while Lin Dong and Zhang Feizue started their tour from the 2nd floor.
Chapter 205, Jade Gambling Summit. Looking at the dazzling array of raw jade stones, Zhang Feizue couldn't help but marvel. Though he had seen countless jade and jewelry pieces, he had never dared to venture into the world of jade gambling himself. Lin Dong, you see all those people holding flashlights and magnifying glasses, why aren't you carrying anything?
Zhang Feizue followed Lin Dong, accompanying him as he examined one rough stone after another. Lin Dong, however, had no tools in his hands. He simply stared at a stone for a while before moving on.
Just by looking, what can you possibly see?
Lin Dong had already anticipated Zhang Feizue's doubts.
He smiled and replied, it's not just about looking. I also rely on luck.
Such confident words left Zhang Feizue speechless. At the same time, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind Lin Dong.
It's broad daylight, and already someone's daydreaming?
Lin Dong and Zhang Feizue turned around to meet the gaze of Lu Yuan, the owner of the Showman Feizue Pavilion, who was standing side by side with Liang Baofu. Liang Baofu grunted, then glared at Lin Dong and continued to mock him coldly.
Good luck doesn't come every day.
If you don't know anything and just rely on luck to get rich, you're just a fool dreaming. After Liang Baofu finished speaking, Lu Yuan wrapped her arms around his thick arm and leaned close to his plump face, speaking in an intimate tone. Mr. Liang, I heard that you specially spent a fortune to invite a jade expert today. Wait a moment, you must use our friendship to get that expert to negotiate a few beautiful jade pieces for me. Upon hearing the flattery from the beauty, Liang Baofu lifted his head proudly. As he stood tall with his chest puffed out, his large belly swayed even more prominently. Lin Dong grabbed Zhang Feitsui's hand and whispered, "Don't pay attention to that petty person." Ever since the banquet at his own Wan Yushen, Lin Dong had sensed the hostility and exclusion from Liang Baofu and Lu Yuan, but he never expected that by now, the two of them would actually team up. Lin Dong, keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. Today, you must uncover several pieces of exquisite jade to make those petty people envious. Zhang Feitsui seethed with indignation. He had always been well liked in the jade circle, but this was the first time he had witnessed such intrigue and backstabbing in the industry. Lin Dong nodded and continued to focus on the raw jade and stones before him. As he concentrated on using his divine eyes to peer through the stones, he couldn't help but think back to the prison dreams he had had the previous nights. The cold iron door in his mind served as a reminder: he must not abuse his ability to see through objects, and he must not let anyone discover his secret. With this in mind, as Lin Dong selected the finest jade, he also mixed in a few pieces of rough jade that weren't particularly remarkable. True to its reputation as the year's largest jade stone gambling summit, even among the rough stones on the second floor of the lowest level, Lin Dong managed to find several pieces of jade worth a fortune. Due to today's limited budget, Lin Dong decided to focus on the higher floors. After surveying the stones on the second and third floors, he brought Zhang Feitsui to the fourth floor of the estate. As soon as he reached the staircase leading to the fourth floor, he saw a crowd gathered around. Zhang Feitsui tiptoed to squeeze into the crowd, and what caught his eye was a rough jade stone that had already been cut into a glass-like green, but what was even more striking was the enormous size of the stone. However, green jade with a glass-like surface is common in jade gambling, and no one dared to take the risk of purchasing this massive stone. Chapter 206, Glass-like Jadeite. Lin Dong, glass-like jade. Should we give it a try? Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhang Feitsui pushed his way through the crowd and excitedly nudged Lin Dong's shoulder, urging him to buy this glass-like jade with a hint of green. Even before Zhang Feitsui had pushed her way in, Lin Dong had already used his divine eye to see the interior of the rough jade. This was a piece of rough jade that was all surface and no substance. Although the rough stone was covered by a layer of glass-like jade that was highly tempting, Lin Dong could see the deep, bottomless limestone beneath the surface. The glass-like layer on the outside was even inferior to scrap material, too thin to make even the smallest piece of jewelry, let alone use this flashy but worthless rough stone to build a fortune. Looking at Zhang Feitsui's excited expression, Lin Dong patted him on the back of the head and said with a smile, "There's no such thing as a bargain like this in the world. This rough stone is too large. At 50,000 per pound, the price is already absurdly high. If it were just a piece of green jade, we'd be looking at 30 million. 3 million isn't a small sum. You're the general manager of Wan Yushen, you have the authority, but are you sure?" While Zhang Feitsui was still lowering his head in deep thought, struggling internally, someone in the crowd had already bid. Zhang Feitsui immediately looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Liang Baofu standing at the front, looking smug. "Mr. Liang, may we open it now?" The staff member in charge of opening the stone politely asked, and Liang Baofu looked around before shouting, "Open it! Open it right now!" Lu Yuan, who was holding his arm, had a flushed face as she looked at the raw jade worth 30 million yuan, her expression filled with excitement and anticipation. Standing beside them was a middle-aged man who claimed to be a jade gambling expert. After recently uncovering a jadeite worth millions for Liang Baofu, he was now quite eager for more. After examining the green rough jade before him, he urged Liang Baofu to spend a fortune to purchase it. "If this really is a massive glass-type jadeite, I'll be set for life." Liang Baofu's face was flushed with excitement, and he gripped Lu Yuan's hand tightly. Standing at the outer edge, Lin Dong watched with a spectator's expression, observing the craftsman's stone-cutting movements. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the craftsman carefully rubbed the exposed glass-like jade. "Young man, be careful when you cut it. If you accidentally damage it, you won't be able to afford to compensate for such a valuable piece of glass like jade." Liang Baofu spoke with a triumphant expression, his belly swaying proudly, clearly intending to show off. Half an hour later, a commotion erupted. The craftsman had polished the outer layer for 2 full circles, yet it remained a lifeless, chalky gray. Like the color of the chalk, Liang Baofu's face had turned ashen. The earlier excitement had vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Those who understood the art of gambling on raw jade knew that after witnessing this scene, the crowd that had gathered earlier began to disperse gradually. "Mr. Liang, judging by the current situation, this is a piece of rough jade with a hint of green." The craftsman set down his polishing tools and cast a tentative glance at Liang Baofu. Chapter 207, Overnight, the Allure of Jade Gambling. Impossible. Cut it open. Horizontal cut, vertical cut. Such a large piece of stone, this is worth 30 million. There must be something valuable inside. Cut it open. There must be a treasure hidden inside. Liang Baofu suddenly shook off Lu Yuan's hand, took a step forward, and shouted at the innocent craftsman. The craftsman sighed helplessly. Having been in this line of work for so long, he had some basic appraisal experience, but he had also seen many people like Liang Baofu who refused to accept their fate. Reluctantly, he followed Liang Baofu's instructions and picked up the cutting tools, beginning to slice through the stone horizontally. As soon as the blade made contact, the stone split into two halves, both still as white as ever, with only the color of lime visible. The craftsman looked at Liang Baofu's wide eyes, then manipulated the machine to make a vertical cut on the two white stones. The outcome was predetermined. No matter how much they tried, it remained a piece of jade destined to be a near-miss green. While the onlookers were in an uproar, Lin Dong stood calmly on the outskirts, as he had already anticipated this outcome. However, there were still those unlucky enough to be lured in by the tempting appearance of this raw stone.